At the moment the thunder exploded, the man suddenly opened his eyes on the sickbed. 3 days ago, he successfully defeated his upstart business tycoon who had driven his wife to death, brought his illegitimate son home to divide the family property, and ultimately forced his father into bankruptcy. When I opened my eyes again, I was greeted by a carved screen and an ancient fragrance. He covered his aching forehead, but a strange memory appeared in his mind. He became the useless prince despised by everyone in the palace of King Dingguo of Yan State. The original owner was extremely absurd, indulging in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. His father died on the battlefield, his grandfather was seriously injured and dying, and the emperor was eyeing the palace covetously, ready to wipe out the family at any time. What was even more fatal was that the original owner had unexpectedly fallen off a horse on the day of her wedding, leaving a deadly poison in her body. The original owner even replaced all the veterans trained by his grandfather with spies planted by various parties. He was a complete fool who invited a wolf into the house. But the man is not the original owner. The man is the iron-blooded strong man who once turned the tide in the capital market. Military rations account books? He can see them as financial statements. Merger negotiations? He can turn them into court intrigues. The so-called golden finger is nothing more than a man's cold mind tempered by 20 years of ups and downs in the business world. The first thing the man did after opening his eyes was to make everyone in the Dingguo Palace fear him, dread him, and avoid him. A man must let everyone know that he is moody, ruthless, and decisive, because only in this way can a man survive in this chaotic world full of murderous intentions. The news that Yang Shu whipped Jiang Shun soon spread throughout the Dingguo Palace. Everyone was shocked and secretly sighed that the prince was becoming more and more moody, and could even beat his most beloved follower at will. For a while, everyone in the mansion was in a panic, and no one dared to approach Yang Shu. Yang Shu was actually happy about this. In the 2 years since Mr. Yang left, the Dingguo Palace had undergone earth-shaking changes. Most of the people left by the old man had been cleared out by the original owner. If not, how could Jiang Shun dare to take Yang Shu to brothels and indulge in gambling so blatantly? The servants serving in the mansion nowadays are either spies planted by others or cunning and treacherous. There are almost no competent ones. Everyone knew what kind of person Yang Shu was. It was impossible for him to suddenly repent because of an injury. The major families in Jianan, including the high and mighty emperor, did not want to see Yang Shu make any progress. Since Yang Shu was unable to rectify the situation, he could just let them be scared. As long as Yang Shu was moody enough, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Shu could already foresee his exciting life in the future. In some aspects, the ancient times were much more straightforward than the modern times. For example, if you didn't like someone, you could just take action. He ate at mealtime and took medicine on time. With the regulation of diet and medicine, Yang Shu's body was much stronger than before. At this time, Pai Gao walked into the room and reported in a cold tone, "Sir, the second son of the Marquis wants to see you." Ho Er, or Ho Shou, was the second grandson of Duke Xiuhua, and his reputation was not much better than that of the original owner. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. Ho Er came to the door just to invite Yang Shu to visit the brothel again. "I won't see you." Yang Shu didn't even raise his head, still flipping through the account book in his hand, muttering, "Where can I go with this little bit of money? It's just making people laugh at me." Pai Jiju was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yang Shu to be so shameless. Men really do improve after getting married. Pai Jiju almost shed tears. Pai Jiju had long given up hope that Yang Shu would achieve anything, and he only hoped that Yang Shu would not go out and cause trouble. After replying, Pai Jiju went to the kitchen and brought breakfast. But this time, Yang Shu did not start eating immediately. Yang Shu said, "Pai Gao, Lu Yun's maternal grandfather was an imperial merchant. When her mother got married, she had 64 loads of dowry, all of which were precious things. But when it came to Lu Yun, she only had 32 loads, and they even used cotton cloth to make up the number. Are they treating the Dingguo Palace as a soft persimmon?" Yang Shu threw down his bowl and chopsticks and shouted angrily, "Call Lu Yun here." Pai Gao said, "My lord, it has not been easy for madam. The fact that Marquis Wu favored his concubine and killed his wife is known to everyone in Jianan. Madam's life in the Marquis's mansion has not been easy. These 32 loads of dowry were obtained with great effort. This prince asked you to call someone." Yang Shu interrupted the card game coldly, with hostility in his eyes. The servant guarding the door couldn't help but straighten his back and cried out in his heart, "It's over. The prince is going to be angry again. Brother, you'd better stop talking. Go quickly. We don't want to be implicated." Everyone in the Dingguo Palace knows that Jiang Shun can't even get out of bed. Pai Jiju lowered his head and walked out of the house with heavy steps. Pai Jiju couldn't help but lament in his heart. How could the Yang family, which had been full of heroes for generations, have such a bastard like Yang Shu? Lu Yun's yard was not far away, and they arrived there in a few minutes. Looking at the beautiful girl, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The girl is indeed a good girl, but it's a pity that the person she married is not a good match. Even Pai Gao couldn't come up with anything good to say about Yang Shu. Madam, the prince is in a bad mood today. You should be more accommodating. Pai Gao reminded softly. The little girl Mo standing by burst into tears. Miss. Mo hugged Lu Yun tightly, refusing to let go. Everyone in the room had red eyes. Even if they could come back, they would probably be covered in bruises. Madam, please don't keep the prince waiting for too long. Pai Jiu's eyes were full of sympathy, but he was powerless. The old man had not yet returned to the palace, and now all affairs of the Dingguo palace were decided by the prince. No one could stop Yang Shu. Okay, stop crying. This is not the first time I've entered that room. Lu Yun smiled, but there was a dead silence in his eyes. When Yang Shu was eating his second bowl of dumplings, Lu Yun came in. Yang Shu looked up at Lu Yun and frowned. Yang Shu said, I'm not dead yet. Why are you wearing such plain clothes? Dress up, and I will take you home. As soon as Yang Shu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. There is indeed a ritual of returning to one's parents' home after marriage, but how can one return home in less than half a month? Yang Shu said, hurry up, this prince will not wait for a living person. Madam. Fearing that the prince would get angry and attack, Pai Ji quickly led Lu Yun out. If you dare to speak for the Wu-wei Marquis later, don't blame me for being unkind to women. In the carriage, Yang Shu had a cold face, and when he stood up, he looked at Lu Yun with a warning. Yang Shu didn't really want to scare Lu Yun, but there were so many eyes and ears that Yang Shu couldn't destroy the original owner's personality. Yang Shu knew that once he was deemed to have changed, the demise of the Dingguo palace would only come faster. The emperor's attitude had long been clear. He would not tolerate the Dingguo palace, let alone the Yang family holding military power again. Therefore, the heir to the Dingguo palace must not perform too well. Although there are many young people in the Yang family, only Yang Shu is alive now. Lu Yun pursed his lips and said nothing. Speaking for the Wu-wei Marquis, Lu Yun wished that they would all die cleanly. My lord, it's bad. My son-in-law is coming. In the Marquis of Wu-wei's mansion, the servant ran and shouted. Lu Su was taking a sip of tea when he was frightened by the news and suddenly spat it out, choking and coughing. Who did you say is here? The servant replied, my son-in-law, the Prince of Dingguo Palace. Lu Su stood up suddenly, wishing he could escape from the mansion as soon as possible. King Ding had returned victoriously, so who would dare to provoke Yang Shu at this moment? If Yang Shu was a normal person, Lu Shooting would certainly welcome him, but Yang Shu was a perpetrator of all kinds of evil, and who knew if he would tear the roof of Lu Shooting's mansion off if he was not satisfied. My lord, the people have arrived at the gate of the mansion. Another servant rushed in. Lu Su's face darkened. At this moment, he could only fight back. He hoped that this man in Yang Shu was just coming for a meal. Lu Yun got off the carriage after Yang Shu, and the housekeeper had already led people to line up to greet him, smiling as if they were welcoming a bride. Of course, they were not really happy, but they were afraid that Yang Shu would go crazy and beat them up. Damn it, in broad daylight. It's an eyesore. Yang Shu frowned and cursed, his face full of disgust. Second Tong, the one with the ugliest smile, go and give him 2 slaps. Yang Shu pointed at the leading housekeeper and spoke in a cold tone. The housekeeper's smile froze on his face. Artong had always been cruel and ruthless, following Yang Shu in his evil deeds for years, and he would not even blink an eye when beating a servant. Pa pa pa, the crisp sound of slaps rang out. The servants' Adam's apples moved, their faces showed fear, and they subconsciously retreated. Although they were married, the prince obviously didn't care about his father-in-law's reputation. The housekeeper felt a burning pain on his face, but he didn't dare to complain. Lu Yun watched coldly. These people were not like this in front of Lu Yun in the past. They were very glorious. Let's go. Yang Shu said impatiently, taking big steps, not caring whether Lu Yun could keep up. Which courtyard do you live in? Yang Shu asked casually after entering the door. Forget it. I won't count on you. You can't even say a word for a long time. Yang Shu turned his head and looked at the servant beside him. You, lead the way. My lord, they went to the west wing. The housekeeper walked into the main hall to report. Seeing the housekeeper's red and swollen face, Lu Su slammed the teacup heavily on the table. That little beast is really hateful. My lord, please be careful with your words. The housekeeper advised hurriedly, if my son-in-law hears it, our Wu-wei Marquis' mansion will not be peaceful. It's better to be patient. Why didn't he fall to death? Lu Su gritted his teeth and cursed, suppressed his anger, and strode out of the main hall. TSK, the Wu-wei Marquis mansion is so shabby. This courtyard is even more shabby than my stable. Yang Shu walked with disdain, not disguising it at all. You've lived here for 16 years? Yang Shu tilted his head to look at Lu Yun. 11 years. Lu Yun responded calmly. The original wife of Marquis Wu-wei died of illness 11 years ago. Haijidu explained in a low voice, afraid that Yang Shu would ask more questions. Prince. A deep male voice came from a distance. Yang Shu looked up and saw a man in his 30s walking towards him. He was dressed in brocade and had a handsome face. He must have been a top-notch handsome man when he was young. The main hall has prepared wine and food. Let's have a few drinks. Lu Su smiled, but when he looked at Lu Yun, his smile faded a little, and his tone was full of pressure. Yuner, go see your mother. A hint of sneer flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. He was blaming Lu Yun for not coaxing Yang Shu and wanted Lu Yun to go to Zhou to be punished. Lu Yun curled her lips and was about to speak to let Lu Su know that after leaving Wu Wei Marquis Mansion, Lu Yun would no longer be at his mercy. But as soon as Lu Yun opened her red lips, a wooden frame in the courtyard collapsed with a bang. After marrying into my Dingguo palace, she is mine. Wherever she wants to go, she has to get my approval. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and pulled out a stick. That concubine, is she worthy enough for the crown prince's wife to see her in person? Tell her to get out of here. Unexpectedly, Yang Shu suddenly exploded, and the courtyard fell silent in an instant. Lu Su opened his mouth slightly, but did not dare to open his mouth to reprimand. Yang Shu's eyes were so fierce that Lu Su was sure that if he didn't obey Yang Shu would really hit him with a stick. Housekeeper, go get the lady. Seeing Yang Shu getting angry, Lu Su quickly changed his words. Lu Su was scared. He really had no choice. King Ding was going to return to the palace, and if Yang Shu was upset, he might even come to demolish the Wu Wei Marquis mansion. Call Lu Zhener as well. Yang Shu patted his stick and looked at Lu Su coldly. I want to see what kind of fairy is this that even the Dingguo palace can't even get Lu Zhener. Lu Su broke out in a cold sweat, and only then did he realize that Yang Shu was here just to cause trouble. Sir, I prefer my eldest daughter because I want to give her a better status so that I can find a good husband in the future. But since His Majesty has granted the marriage, how dare I let my eldest daughter, who is not legitimate, marry into the Dingguo palace? Lu Su said sincerely. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun sideways. This girl was somewhat similar to him in his previous life. Both of them had a biased father. Even if you are the legitimate child of the wife, what does it matter if the world recognizes you? What he protects is always another woman and her child. If he really has that deep love, why did he marry a wife in the first place? Yang Shu's eyes turned cold, and he pinched Lu Su's face fiercely. I only look at people's appearance. If Lu Zhener is really prettier than Lu Yun, I want your Wu Wei Marquis mansion to be in turmoil. My lord. When everyone reacted, Lu Su had already been restrained. What are you arguing about? Yang Shu pushed him away. He is my father-in-law after all. How can I really kill him? Go and hurry him up. This prince hates waiting for people the most. Lu Su's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth to suppress his anger. The servants beside him lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Wu Wei Marquis Lu Su couldn't deal with Yang Shu, but it was easy for him to deal with him. Lu Yun still stood there quietly, his expression calm. His father was not kind, so Lu Yun naturally did not need to worry about Lu Su. If he really died, Lu Yun would send him off. That was all. Chapter 4. Uproar at the Wu Wei Marquis mansion. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and no one in the hall of the Wu Wei Marquis mansion dared to speak. Those who dared to come forward to reason were driven away by Yang Shu. If anyone were to come forward without seeing the truth, he would not only be scolded, but he might even lose his life. Yang Shu's face was as gloomy as if a storm was coming. He asked out of the blue, "What time is it now?" Pai Gao lowered his head and replied, "It's almost noon." Yang Shu snorted, his eyes becoming more sinister. A quarter of an hour has passed, and you still dare to act so arrogantly? All right, grab your weapons and come with me to invite Zhou out. Just when everyone was worried, the housekeeper shouted breathlessly, "She's coming. The madam is here." Zhou was seen walking hurriedly, with her hair a little messy. Obviously, she had just been alarmed and hurried over. Zhou forced a smile, but couldn't hide her shame and anger. Her nails dug deep into her palms. How could Zhou have suffered such humiliation before? As mother-in-law, she had to take the initiative to apologize to her son-in-law. How could she put her face down? Yang Shu looked Zhou up and down. A sneer of contempt appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at your appearance, it doesn't look like you can give birth to a fairy. These words were like a knife stabbing Zhou's heart. Zhou's face turned alternately blue and white, but she dared not say a word. At this time, Lu Zhener came over in a pink pleated skirt and called out "Daddy" in a voice as sweet as a nightingale. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Zhener, then immediately turned his head away and said with disdain, "Pretentious." Yang Shu added coldly, "You can't even get a place in Yahonglu." Then he turned to Lu Yun and said seriously, "My attitude was wrong before. Lu Zhener is no match for you. From now on, I will no longer miss Lu Zhener." The smile on Lu Zhener's face froze for a moment. Tears welled up in her eyes quickly, and she looked at Yang Shu pitifully. However, Yang Shu rolled his eyes and showed no mercy. "You mentioned Yahonglu all the time. Do you really think you are a girl from there? If you want to cry, get out of here. Don't be unlucky in front of me." Lu Su's face was gloomy, and he finally couldn't help but speak. "This is the Wu Wei Marquis mansion. You are too presumptuous." Yang Shu patted the corner of his clothes and laughed sarcastically. So, do you really dare to do it? Yang Shu stared at Lu Su and said, your beloved eldest daughter has been wronged, so you shouldn't just talk about it? Come, take a knife and kill my useless second son-in-law, and let the world see how brave you are, Marquis Wu Wei. Lu Su's face turned red and he was shaking with anger. Yang Shu pressed on, his voice getting colder and colder. When my mother-in-law married into your house, she brought 64 loads of dowry, but you only returned 32 loads, and even used cotton cloth to make up the number. Yang Shu continued, do you think I'm blind? Or do you think that everyone in Dingguo Palace is dead? Tong, call someone in. Nothing can be missing. If anything is missing, I'll chop off a finger of that concubine. After saying this, Yang Shu raised the corners of his mouth, as if he was excited to have fun. You're going too far. Lu Su pointed at him and yelled, his face turning purple with anger. You were the first to bully me. Yang Shu kicked him in the stomach, pushing him back a few steps. Do you think I don't dare? Yang Shu said, move everything. I'll beat anyone who stops me. My lord. Zhou screamed in fear and rushed over to support Lu Su. Zhou's teeth were trembling, and she was obviously frightened by this scene. Do you still have the emperor in your eyes? Lu Su shouted again. Yang Shu glanced at him coldly. If you keep talking, I'll pull out Su's tongue. How can this person be a human? He is simply crazy. Zhou quickly covered Lu Su's mouth, not daring to let him speak again. My lord, they have already pried open the lock of the storehouse. A servant stumbled over to report, his face pale with fear. Lu Su whimpered twice, with anger weighing down his heart. He could only watch the other party do whatever he wanted. Sister, please persuade your brother-in-law. We are all family. There is no need to make such a fuss. Lu Zhener cried and held Lu Yun. Yang Shu sneered at the side. Although her appearance is not outstanding, at least we can save some time in training her, and she can be sold at a good price if she is sent to Yahonglu. Yang Shu made the final decision. If the dowry cannot make up for it, send her to Yahonglu. Lu Zhener froze and her face turned pale. Prince, Zhou was furious, but when she met Yang Shu's cold eyes, she swallowed her words back. This madman, Zhou was really afraid that Yang Shu would do what he said. If you dare to talk too much, I will use you to pay off my debts at the gambling table. Yang Shu threatened without even looking at Zhou. Lu Yun raised his head to glance at Yang Shu, then quickly lowered his head, as if he was too frightened by the scene to make a sound. We can't stop them. They beat them too hard. Another servant came running to report. The warehouse is almost emptied. Lu Su dared to say a word, and Yang Shu stood in front of him with his knife ready. Sir, we still need 20 more. Tong came back to report, wiping his sweat. Yang Shu slashed Lu Su's foot with a knife, blood gushed out, and Lu Su screamed in pain. Yang Shu said, search every room. Don't leave anyone out. When everyone saw the blood on Lu Su's feet, their faces changed. He was not just scare people. This madman was serious. Zhou was so frightened that she was shaking all over. She couldn't help but recall what Yang Shu had just said. If you are missing one thing, chop off a finger. Lu Zhener's eyes were filled with fear. Lu Zhener knew that the Wu Wei Marquis' mansion had relied on the dowry left by Lu Yun's mother in recent years. Where did the 64 loads come from? The dowry had long been misappropriated. At this moment, Yang Shu held the bloody knife and slapped it on Lu Su's face. You don't want your tongue anymore, right? Lu Su glared at Yang Shu, and finally stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth silently and endured it. Paijiu stood in the corner and looked away silently. Paijiu had already checked the situation of Wu Wei Marquis' mansion. Lu Yun lived even worse than a maid in this mansion. Lu Yun's dowry was originally prepared by Zhou for Lu Zhener. Lu Yun threatened Zhou by putting a hairpin against her neck, and Zhou reluctantly gave up part of it. But Zhou was unwilling to give up, and later secretly replaced the 5th load. Unexpectedly, the old man was still alive, and when he came back, all the secrets were exposed. Although the prince was incompetent, he was not stupid. Seeing that the mansion was short of money, his first reaction was to start with his daughter-in-law's dowry. But this time Yang Shu did not force Lu Yun to return home first, but went directly to the house to collect the debt. Originally, Yang Shu was afraid that Wu Wei Ho was related to Shi Wang, and was afraid of getting into trouble, but for the sake of his own pleasure of whoring and gambling, Yang Shu didn't care about anything else. After today, his father-in-law became his enemy. Sir, we still need 15 more. Tong came back and reported. 15. Yang Shu smiled and turned to look at Zhou. Then you have to cut off 10 fingers. Yang Shu said coldly, take one first, and for the rest, take one a day. When you have enough, you can stop. Contact Yahonglu and send Lu Zhener there tomorrow. Yang Shu said it lightly, as if he was arranging who would deliver food tomorrow. The entire Wu Wei Marquis mansion was completely plunged into the quagmire of fear. Chapter 5. Good grandson. Grandpa heard that you were dead. Lu Su's patience finally came to an end. With red eyes, he rushed towards Yang Shu, but before he touched Yang Shu, he was kicked to the ground. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty. Yang Shu's eyes were fierce, and he raised his knife and chopped. The blade passed by Lu Su's face and cut straight into his right shoulder, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Lu Su's eyes widened, and he let out a scream of pain. He fell heavily to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut and fainted. Everyone exclaimed, their faces turned pale. Everyone knew that the Prince of Dingguo Palace was really crazy, so crazy that no one dared to stop him. Artong, go ahead and chop off Zhou's little finger, Yang Shu said, and pointed casually. He was afraid that his men would make a mistake, so he specifically pointed out the target. Don't cut me. Don't. Zhou was shaking like a sieve. She tried to back away desperately, crying and sobbing in a panic. Zhou screamed for someone to stop them, but the servants just stood there with their heads down, not daring to even breathe heavily. My lord. Mother. The mother and daughter cried out at the top of their lungs, their voices piercing and piercing, but Yang Shu's eyes showed no emotion, his expression as cold as iron. Then, the scream spread throughout the mansion. Yang Shu brushed the dust off his clothes and glanced at everyone. That's it for today. I'll come again tomorrow morning, Yang Shu said as he walked out of the yard. His voice was as calm as if he was chatting. Lu Zhen'er was pale and fell into her mother's arms, completely terrified. Li Yun stood there, quietly watching the chaos, then followed Yang Shu. Behind him came Lu Zhen'er's desperate cry, Mom, I don't want to go to Yahonglu. At this moment, Lu Zhen'er no longer had her usual pampered and arrogant nature, only fear remained. Lu Zhen'er used to rely on her father's favor and was used to being arrogant. Today, I realized that Lu Zhen'er also had the same fate as she has today. Don't even think about living a good life if you don't pay the dowry. Before getting in the car, Yang Shu cursed in a low voice, grabbed Lu Yun's hand and dragged Lu Yun into the car. Haijia wanted to persuade him, but when he looked at the crowd watching the excitement, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The prince's temper could change at any time, and if he said something wrong, it might cause him to get angry. Lu Yun sat quietly, mentally prepared to be beaten, but the car drove steadily all the way, and Yang Shu never made a move. Li Yun secretly raised her head and met Yang Shu's emotionless eyes. She couldn't help but look away. Lu Yun pretended nothing had happened and tidied her hair. Even though they had been together for some time, Lu Yun was still afraid of Yang Shu, who could kill anyone at will. Yang Shu actually didn't want to scare Lu Yun, but he had become very alert over the years and was always ready to fight back at the slightest sign of trouble. The carriage soon arrived at the Dingguo Palace. Yang Shu got off the carriage and walked away without even looking back. Madam, the old master will be back soon. When he is here, the prince will be more restrained, Haijia said in a caring way. Lu Yun nodded with a calm expression. Lu Yun knew that he had entered a pit of fire and never expected a stable life. But no one expected that everything that happened in just 2/4 of an hour would spread so quickly throughout Jiannan. People were talking about it in private, and even the dogs on the street were walking around the Dingguo Palace. Prince, the Wu Wei Marquis mansion sent 50,000 taels of silver, saying that it was to supplement your madam's dowry. When Haijia entered the room to report, Yang Shu was throwing the dice. When Yang Shu heard this, his brows immediately frowned. Yang Shu asked, 50,000 taels? Ertong was not doing a good job, and the search was not thorough. Pai Gao replied, it seems that the Shi Wangfu sent it for them. Shi Wangfu. Yang Shu repeated in a low voice, his eyes colder. 50,000 taels is not a small amount. Wu Wei Hofu can't afford it, so the emperor can only intervene secretly. The emperor introduced Lu Yun to Yang Shu and also used the relationship with Prince Shi's mansion as an excuse. The 50,000 taels were not to supplement the dowry, but to shut up Prince Ding's mansion. Yang Shu knew that making such a big fuss was a slap in the emperor's face. It was a good marriage, but in the end, the Wu Wei Marquis family used their daughter's dowry to make ends meet. It was simply a disgrace to the old man of the Yang family. If the emperor still wants to keep Prince Ding's palace, he will most likely turn a blind eye to future events. Tell Lu Yun to wash up and wait for me. Yang Shu said this lightly, but it was oppressive. When the door slowly closed, the smile on Yang Shu's face slowly disappeared. Now, only when Mr. Yang comes back, Yang Shu will be truly safe. Even if he stays in the mansion, it will be much safer than being outside. Miss. Mo Mei knelt in front of Lu Yun with red eyes. Her voice choked with sobs. Can you bear it? Yang Shu is too scary. Go back to your room. Lu Yun whispered, while tying her belt, glancing at Mo Mei. Lu Yun said, your appearance will only anger him. Mo Mei didn't expect the lady's tone to be so cold. She was stunned for a moment, lowered her head, and retreated. This was the first time Yang Shu entered Lu Yun's courtyard. The imperial physician had said that they could not have sex before half a month. With Yang Shu's past behavior, Lu Yun should not have come, but Lu Yun was upset today and wanted to stay for a while even if he didn't touch anyone. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Yun noticed that there was no one serving in the room. Lu Yun glanced at Lu Yun and felt satisfied. He knew that he was like a beast, so he didn't take any chances and withdrew everyone. After Yang Shu sat down, Lu Yun bit her lip lightly, stepped forward with trembling hands, and helped Lu Yun undress. No matter what, Lu Yun had to endure and wait until the day when Zhou fell. "Will you scream?" Yang Shu suddenly asked, his tone somewhat amusing. Lu Yun was stunned and looked up at Yang Shu. "Don't pretend. Be a little more miserable, or I will come and teach you myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Shu yawned, took off his coat, and lay down to sleep. Lu Yun was only a 16-year-old girl. Yang Shu really couldn't do it, so he decided to wait 2 years longer. Lu Yun watched Yang Shu fall asleep peacefully and was stunned for a long while. For the first time, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lu Yun bit her lip lightly and then whispered shyly, "What a nice voice." Yang Shu turned over and whispered to himself, "Ninth brother, nothing will happen to you, right?" Outside, the servant came over and asked, "Wait a little longer." Pai Gao looked solemn. "If we disturb the prince, the madam will be in even greater misery." "Stop!" The noise inside the door stopped, and the servant shouted in a low voice. Pai Jiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This poor woman must have done something sinful to marry Yang Shu. What was worse was that in the next few days, Yang Shu stayed in Lu Yun's yard almost every day and didn't leave. When outsiders heard about it, they all shook their heads and sighed, saying that Lu Yun must have been tortured beyond recognition. "Prince! The prince is back." Early in the morning, a servant's hurried shout was heard outside the courtyard gate. Yang Shu opened his eyes and smiled. "Finally, you're back. If you hadn't come back, I would have gotten sick." Inside the house, Lu Yun got up early to make the bed, calm and composed. After living with Yang Shu for half a month, Lu Yun was no longer afraid. Lu Yun saw clearly that Yang Shu was not a brainless person. As long as you don't provoke Yang Shu will not take the initiative to hurt you. Make her look more haggard and add more bruises. After saying that, Yang Shu threw his robe and walked out of the room. In front of the Dingguo palace, an old man with white hair stood at the door, his eyes fixed on the golden plaque with a heavy look, as if after many years of military service, he began to doubt for the first time whether it was worth it. As footsteps sounded, the old man withdrew his sadness. Yang Shu said, "Grandpa." Yang Lian said, "Oh, I thought you were dead, my good grandson." Yang Shu paused and almost fell down. The Yang family's way of greeting was really special. Chapter 6. Smashing the Gambling House. I haven't slept for 3 days. It took me 2 months to get back after a month of traveling. I thought the Yang family would finally be extinct and I wouldn't have to clean up your mess anymore. How come you're still alive? Yang Lian was furious and pinched Yang Shu's face and glared at him. Yang Lian said, "When you took back my wife's dowry, I thought you finally showed some humanity, but who knew you would turn around and torment Lu Yun? You really don't want me to live in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lian pushed Yang Shu away and walked into the house angrily. As a result, his feet went weak and he fell into the threshold. "Your Highness." The room was in chaos. Seeing this, Yang Shu's face changed. He kicked away the servant who rushed over, picked up old man Yang, and ran into the backyard. Yang Shu's heart was beating fast, and his face was full of anxiety. "Old man, you must hold on. If you really collapse, I'm afraid I will have to accompany you to drink soup at Naiha Bridge tonight." As soon as the news came out, the families in Jinan got the news immediately, and even the palace quickly dispatched the imperial physician. This time, when Mr. Yang came back, he neither paid homage to the emperor nor reported in advance. He was clearly angry. Everyone knows that the Yang family army was led by Yang Lian. If something really happened in Jinan, even the emperor would not be able to handle the situation. The imperial doctors came one after another, and after taking the pulse in turn, they all kept silent. What happened? Yang Shu couldn't sit still anymore and slammed the table. Finally, an older doctor stepped forward and said, "The prince was already ill. He has not fully recovered from his old illness, and now he has a new injury." At this point, the doctor sighed. "I'm afraid he won't last more than a year." Yang Shu stood there in a daze, his eyes dimmed. Although Yang Shu was not close to the old man, he knew in his heart that without Yang Lian, his life would be in danger. Yang Shu gritted his teeth and turned around, an idea forming in his mind. He must revolt against Jinan while the old man is still alive. Yes, revolt. The current emperor is completely different from the previous emperor, and he hates the Yang family to the extreme. Yang Shu knew very well that if he wanted to save his life, he had to take it into his own hands. As soon as the imperial physician left, the emperor's reward arrived. Medicinal materials, gold, silver, and jewelry filled the courtyard, and it seemed that there was no room for them. It was not until the night that old man Yang woke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said coldly, "Get that bastard out. If I look at him one more time, I will live one less day." "Sir, the old master has ordered that from today on, you are not allowed to set foot in Huanhe Courtyard." Huanhe Courtyard is Lu Yun's yard. This means that Yang Lian no longer wants to recognize Yang Shu as his grandson. Got it. Yang Shu didn't say much and turned back to his room. That night, the Dingguo Palace was reshuffled. All the confidants that Yang Shu had planted were cleared out and replaced with the elite soldiers brought back by the old man. The whole palace seemed to have changed, with a tight exterior and a locked interior, like an iron wall. Old Master Yang was furious, so he caught the spy who had infiltrated the palace, broke his legs in the middle, and hung him on the beam for a whole night. This move instantly silenced those people in Jianan City who coveted the King Ding's palace. The old man said, "He is still alive. Whoever dares to raise his claws will be chopped off." Yang Shu was really impressed by this domineering attitude. If he could live another 10 years, Yang Shu would be willing to listen to his lecture every day. "Your Highness, Mr. Jiang San is here." Jiang San, whose real name is Jiang Qiu, is the grandson of Duke Shiguo and an old gambling friend of the original owner. Whenever the original owner entered the gambling house, Jiang Qiu would always be by his side to instigate him. He would only win if he lost everything. Now that Jiang Qiu came to the door, it was simply because he saw that Yang Shu had money and wanted to make some money. Yang Shu's eyes lit up, and he simply put down the map. If he wanted to establish himself as a king, he not only needed soldiers, but also food and silver. Yang Shu originally wanted to get some money out of the Wuwei Marquis mansion, but who knew that the place had long been dilapidated and turned into a deserted shell, and even the charity of giving money was impossible. Yang Shu said, "Haijiu, call 20 guards. I will go and make a big profit today. Prince, the old master has sent a message. If you dare to go to the accounting office to withdraw money, he will break your legs." Haijiu's tone was flat, and it was obvious that he was repeating the original words. Yang Shu curled his lips and said, "Why should I keep the money at this time? Why not let me gamble? Maybe I can double it." As he said that, Yang Shu picked up the 50,000 taels of silver notes sent by the Wuwei Marquis mansion, patted the box, and walked out. Yang Shu had no intention of giving this money to Lu Yun. Outside the door, Jiang Qiu came up with a smile on his face. "I looked for you several times but couldn't find you. I thought you were obsessed with a woman. You used to get tired of me after 3 days. How powerful is Lu Yun? He nailed you there, and even the talented Feng didn't want you anymore." Yang Shu said, "Stop talking nonsense. I get annoyed when you mention Feng Qingwan. Feng Qingwan, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and the childhood sweetheart of the original owner, had long been forgotten by Yang Shu." Jiang Qiu said, "Okay, let's not talk about her. You look good today, and you can probably make up for all you lost before." Although what he said was fake, Yang Shu found it useful to hear and smiled. "Your broken carriage is too small to show how lucky I am." Yang Shu took Jiang Qiu to his luxury car. Although the original owner was not smart, he could not lose in appearance. Jiang Qiu said, "If you hadn't come these few days, Li Fang would have won 100,000 taels." Yang Shu said, "Only 100,000? That's nothing. Today I'll make them kneel down and beg me to leave." Jiang Qiu's mouth curled up, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes, but he still agreed with a smile. "Young Master Yang has great fortune, so I'm betting on you today." As soon as the carriage stopped, Yang Shu rushed into the gambling house like an arrow, and Jiang Qiu followed slowly, his eyes full of calculations. "Don't do those fancy things. Just bet on the big or small." Yang Shu went straight to the dice table, slapped the table, and threw the pile of silver notes on it. "Big. Bet on big." The dice rolled in the cup, and everyone started to cheer. "Big. Big. Big. Open. 2, 2, 3, small. Come on." Yang Shu's eyes turned red. "Bet on big. Open. 3, 3, 1, small. 2, 4, 2, small. 1, 1, 5, small. 1, 3, 4, small." Yang Shu lost 5 games in a row, and the people around him had already stopped betting. They all stared at Yang Shu with red faces and continued to throw money at him. The banknotes were getting less and less, and the bottom of the box was almost exposed. "I just don't believe this." "Big." Yang Shu roared, throwing all the remaining banknotes out. The dice were revealed. 3, 3, 2, small. After a moment of silence, the air exploded. Everyone turned to look at Yang Shu, who suddenly grabbed a chair and slammed it against the table. "Fuck you." The chair was broken, the banknotes were gone, but Jiang Qiu was grinning from ear to ear. The corners of Jiang Qiu's mouth slowly rose. Tonight, a great harvest. Chapter 7. Breaking into Duke Shi's mansion. Yang Shu's movements were too fast, and the force of the chair's fall was shocking. Before anyone could react, the dice cup was smashed to pieces on the spot. Amid the crashing sound, someone screamed, "Look, there's something in the dice. Mercury. Isn't this cheating?" The scene was in an uproar, with everyone staring at the debris on the table, and anger spread instantly. Yang Shu's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was extremely ferocious. No wonder I lost 6 games in a row. You bastards, how dare you set a trap in front of me? Pai Gao, call someone. Yang Shu shouted angrily, making everyone tremble. Smash it. Smash it all. After saying that, Yang Shu picked up a chair and smashed it down on the gambling table. The situation got out of control in an instant. Jiang Shu tried to stop Yang Shu, but he didn't expect Yang Shu to hit him with a chair. How dare you cheat me? Yang Shu seemed to be out of control, and he hit anyone he saw with the chair. As soon as the guards saw what was happening, they followed suit without hesitation. Their movements were clean and efficient, without any ambiguity. These thugs originally thought that Yang Shu was a fool, but they didn't expect that the guards Yang Shu brought with him looked like they had fought on the battlefield. They were ruthless and kicked several gambling thugs away with just a few moves, and they fell to the ground and twitched. Instantly, his aura was overwhelming, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. Yang Shu turned over the table and shouted, "All of this is mine. I won't keep a single cent." Yang Shu opened the gambling table and hurriedly stuffed the banknotes into his arms. What are you looking at? Come and help. Several guards were stunned for a moment, then joined in and loaded all the money on the scene into the car. The people behind this gambling house were Prince Shi's men. By the time the news reached Prince Shi, Yang Shu had already run away with the money, and not even a trace of him was seen. With old Master Yang in charge, not to mention the Prince of Shi, even the Emperor would have to think twice. Besides, it would be embarrassing if the cheating story got out, so even if the Prince of Shi wanted to get angry, he had to hold back. Pai Jiu, send these to Wan Heiyuan. Yang Shu suddenly spoke. Pai Jiu was stunned for a moment. Prince, are you sure? Yang Shu said, today is a good day. Let's get some good luck and let her have a taste of sweetness. Pai Gao walked out with a box of banknotes in his arms, his step slow, thinking, this time the prince is really a little unusual. Can he spit out what he got before? The sun is probably rising in the west. Miss, is this compensation for you? Imome stared at the full banknotes, her eyes almost popped out. Go check what good things he has done, Lu Yun said lightly. Lu Yun knew Yang Shu and knew that this man would never give money for no reason. Soon, Imome came back and said in disbelief, Miss, there was a cheat in the gambling house, and the prince got angry and beat the guy up, and brought back all the money. Lu Yun was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Shu would actually start doing this kind of thing, and each time he did it was more cruel than the last. Keep it. Lu Yun counted it himself. The total was 51,000 taels, which was exactly the 50,000 for the Marquis of Wuwei, plus 1,000, as if he had left it for a little show-off. He is really different from the dandy in the rumors. Lu Yun murmured in a low voice. Pai Gao said, Sir, Mr. Jiang San was seriously injured. I heard that he has already gone to the palace to ask for an imperial physician. I want you to give me an explanation. Yang Shu put down the teacup with a snap. Let me give you an explanation. He took me to the gambling house and cheated me, and he still wants me to take responsibility? Dream on. Get your weapons. Yang Shu stood up and walked out with no intention of pretending at all. Everyone thought Yang Shu was a sucker, and after cheating him, they still wanted to hold him accountable? Today, Yang Shu will let these people know what it means to be right and have power. Although the soldiers in the Duke Ding's mansion were not Yang Shu's personal soldiers, the old man did not issue a death order to forbid Yang Shu to move. With 200 personal guards, Yang Shu marched to the gate of Duke Shi's mansion in a mighty manner. This scene instantly shocked the whole street. You bastard, I treat you as a brother, but you treat me as a fat sheep to be slaughtered? Yang Shu kicked open the door and started to curse at the people in the house. Yang Shu said, I was wondering why I always lose in gambling. It turns out you are the one behind the scenes. You still want me to pay for your medical expenses? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Come on. Yang Shu waved his hand, and all the guards moved aggressively. More and more people gathered around, and discussions broke out one after another. Have you heard? Prince Yang lost 6 games in a row at the gambling house today, and when he smashed the dice, he found mercury inside. Damn, that's a con man. Too arrogant. That's right, at least give him a chance to win. He brought Mr. Jiang San along, so he probably took a kickback. The crowds watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble. They stood on the street, eating melons and waiting for the result. The elite soldiers of Dingguo Palace fighting the guards was not a contest of equals at all. Master, Yang Shu and his men are coming in. The servant of the Jiang family stumbled into the study. Jiang Wenba frowned. How many people did you bring? The servant said, 200, all are the personal guards of King Ding. Jiang Wenba's face changed completely. Quick, send the third young master out through the small door. A scream was heard, and there was chaos outside the study. The servant looked back and his face turned pale. Master, I'm afraid it's too late. They have already reached the courtyard of the third young master. Jiang Wenba's face was as gloomy as water, and he walked out. Yang Shu said, Pai Jiu, tell me, the Duke Ding's mansion and the Duke Shi's mansion were both conferred by the old emperor. Why are their mansions so magnificent, while our mansion is so poor? Pai Gao blinked and said honestly, because you, my lord, gambled away all your family fortune. Well said. Yang Shu nodded, but don't say it in public next time. Yang Shu had no choice. His soul was transported to the prodigal son of the Dingguo Palace. If he didn't stand up, others would just treat Yang Shu as a piece of meat. Elite soldiers attacking the house to protect the courtyard, isn't that bullying? But Yang Shu wants to bully today. Prince, this is the mansion of Duke Shi. Jiang Qiu's personal attendant's eyes turned red, and he tried to stop him. Jiang Qiu said, "You are so arrogant. The emperor will never let you off easily." Yang Shu felt that Jiang Qiu was right, so he just took action himself. He swung the stick and hit the man's head again. Jiang Qiu's eyes widened. He stood there in a daze. Jiang Qiu always thought that Yang Shu was just a paper tiger. When did he become so cruel? The gate was blocked tightly, and Jiang Qiu didn't even have a chance to escape. Yang Shu, what do you want to do? Jiang Qiu pointed at Yang Shu and shouted angrily, suppressing his panic. Yang Shu snorted coldly. Do you think I don't know? I know everything about you and the gambling house. Jiang Qiu's face turned pale and his eyes were obviously panicked. Jiang Qiu thought this was a perfect plan. How could this loser find out? Someone must be behind Yang Shu's advice. Yang Shu never listened to Pai Gao, so there was only one person left, Old Man Yang. Chapter 8. Pulling off the beard, Jiang Qiu said, Yang Shu, the old man has never liked me to get too close to you, but you know how I treat you. Look, I lost a lot of money in that gambling house. How could I be one of them? Jiang Qiu was still explaining, but Yang Shu didn't listen to him at all. He didn't even shout, smash it. At Yang Shu's command, the guards immediately took action and began to demolish the yard and smash things without thinking twice. Compared to Jiang Qiu, who is also a playboy, the original owner is really stupid. If he had his previous personality, he would have believed Jiang Qiu's nonsense long ago. Yang Shu, are you crazy? Stop it. Jiang Qiu's face turned red with anger when he heard the sound of furniture breaking behind him, but there was nothing he could do. You've cheated me of so much money, and now you dare to yell at me. Where's your face? Yang Shu sneered and strode towards Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu was so anxious that he pushed the servant next to him and said, stop him. But when the servant saw a row of murderous soldiers standing in the yard, who would dare to move? Good for nothing. If you don't want to die, then come on. Jiang Qiu roared fiercely as he saw Yang Shu getting closer and closer. The servant rushed over, but his left foot stepped on his right foot, and he fell to the ground at Yang Shu's feet, fainting on the spot. Yang Shu looked down and raised his eyebrows. Is this a scam? Yang Shu kicked the boy away, put on a bright smile, and went straight to Jiang Qiu. Don't mess around. Jiang Qiu stepped back repeatedly with obvious panic in his eyes. At this moment, an angry shout broke the deadlock. How dare you? Jiang Qiu almost burst into tears. He finally waited for his father to show up. If his father didn't come, Jiang Qiu would really be beaten. Yang Shu, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Jiang Qiu gritted his teeth. But Yang Shu turned back with an indifferent look. Sooner or later. Do you think I'm like you and can drag it out? I always settle it on the same day. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Shu raised a stick and hit Jiang Qiu's hand fiercely, with a crisp crack sound. Ah! Jiang Qiu screamed and rolled over holding his wrist. Yang Shu didn't even blink, and swung the stick a few more times, hitting Jiang Qiu so hard that he lay on the ground and wailed. Jiang Wenba was furious at this point, and shouted angrily, Are you going to trample the face of the Dingguo Palace on the ground? They didn't stop you because they were waiting to see how much trouble you could get into. But the guards looked normal, and no one moved. The soldiers of the Dingguo Palace only obeyed the orders of the Yang family. Paiji stepped forward and symbolically pulled Yang Shu's sleeve, which was considered a stop. Oh, Uncle Jiang is here too. Yang Shu turned around and smiled innocently. Grandpa said that if any family feels dissatisfied, they can come to the palace and smash it. We won't stop them. Yang Shu turned around and waved at Pai Gao, move all the things in this yard. After all, I bought all these furniture with the money I gave him. Pai Jia blinked his eyes. He knew that the words were made up, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, this was the style of a prince of a royal palace. Jiang Wenba's face was grim. Jiang Wenba had already understood that even if he suffered a loss today, he had to endure it. If Mr. Yang did not show up, this group of personal soldiers would be enough to make the Duke Shi's mansion pay a heavy price. Yang Shu didn't care what others thought. He did everything he could, even the teapot on the table. In Qixia courtyard, the old man was sitting and drinking medicine when he heard a voice. Where did you say he went? Pang Qi lowered his head and said, The prince brought 200 people to the Duke of Shi's mansion and beat Jiang Qiu severely. The sun rises from the west? Old Master Yang almost spit out the medicine and was so angry that he pulled off his beard. This evil creature actually dared to attack the Duke Shi's mansion. Old Master Yang muttered in a low voice, Old Pang, do you think he can be saved? Pang Qi lowered his head and said nothing. After a moment, he whispered, Old Master, there are bruises on Lu Yun's face and pinch marks on his neck. At that moment, Old Master Yang's eyes sank. This beast. After a moment of silence, Mr. Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't tell me about him anymore." After a few breaths, Mr. Yang changed his words and said, "Forget it. I'll report it every 3 days. What if he really dies one day, and I still don't know about it?" Yes. Peng Chi picked up the medicine bowl and walked out. He looked back and saw that the old marshal's face was old, and he no longer had the majesty he once had. No matter how disappointed he was, Mr. Yang couldn't completely give up on his disappointing grandson. Pawn all these junk for some silver. Yang Shu pointed at the inkstones, pen holders, and teacups. I don't even want to look at anything that has been used by others. Yang Shu was very ruthless this time. He loaded all the valuables in the yard into a truck and took them away. Before leaving, he also stripped Jiang Qiu clean. It was like a swarm of locusts passing through. The news spread quickly, and other mansions quickly closed their doors, fearing that Yang Shu would stop by and visit. Is that old man Yang crazy? He only has 1 year left to live. How can he care about these things? Stay away and don't cause trouble. Although they cursed, no one dared to stand up. Yang Shu came back from this trip with a lot of gains, and no one dared to mess with him for a while. Inside the house, Yang Shu was flipping through the account books page by page. Money was not enough, so Yang Shu needed people. However, Yang Shu's face and reputation were too conspicuous. The people in Dingguo Palace could not be moved for the time being. Once they showed up, it would be easy to trace Yang Shu. "Sir, this time the total is 3,112 taels. Pai Gao presented the banknotes. "Throw it in the box." Yang Shu casually waved his folding fan and pointed at the 20 guards. "Let's go out and find someone." Yang Shu knew that it would be better to go out and look for it himself than to wait for an opportunity in the mansion. However, Yang Shu's reputation as a playboy was too loud, and when he walked past, people were scared and fled. When they arrived at the market, there was no street stall left, only a pile of rotten candied haws. Yang Shu stood there, looking at the mess, his mouth twitching. Yang Shu said, "I just beat up a few people. What's the big deal?" "Prince, how about we go back?" The guard advised in a low voice. The atmosphere was too awkward. "Go back to you." Yang Shu was unhappy. "Go to the Duke's mansion." "Sir, my second son is sick and really can't go out." The servant at the door was so scared that he rolled and knelt down, begging in a pleading tone. Yang Shu said, "Didn't we hear yesterday that he went to Yahonglu to redeem the girl? How did he get sick so suddenly?" The servant said, "That's why he couldn't take it anymore." Yang Shu said, "Carry it out for me to take a look." The servant hesitated for a moment, glanced at the guards behind him, and knocked on the door to let them in. Soon, several people came out carrying a pale young man. "Hozhou, you look like you've been sucked dry by a girl, right?" Yang Shu looked around Hozhou and smiled contemptuously. "With your level, you still ask me to go to Yahonglu every day?" Hozhou blushed and didn't dare to respond. Hozhou's family had already warned him to stay away from Prince Ding's palace as it was full of crazy people. "I'm not feeling well. I'll go back to the house first." Hozhou coughed softly, looking sick. Yang Shu said, "We are brothers. How can you enjoy the beauty alone? You can't move, but you can just look at it. Come on, carry it to the car." "Prince." The servants were stunned. They wanted to persuade him, but they didn't dare. "If anyone keeps talking nonsense, I'll break his legs." Yang Shu glared at them, and no one dared to speak. Hozhou opened his mouth and then closed it silently. Hozhou realized that Yang Shu was really crazy. Chapter 9. Stealing the girl at Yahonglu. A group of people walked into Yahonglu in a mighty manner, and their imposing manner caused the whole place to fall silent instantly. As soon as they entered the door, they became the focus of everyone's attention. "Hozhou, stop pretending to be dead. Tell us quickly which new girls have come recently." Yang Shu walked over and slapped Hozhou, who was still pretending to be unconscious, twice to wake him up. Hozhou covered his face with his hands and almost cried, cursing in his heart. "I have pretended to be unconscious like this, and you still won't let me go? What a beast!" "Julan, Mo, Yuanmei, Dinsue." Hozhou gritted his teeth and called out a few names. The other playboys in the lobby wanted to sneak away, but unfortunately the door was surrounded by Yang Shu's men, and they couldn't escape at all. Just when the atmosphere was frozen, a charming voice with a smile came from the stairwell. "Prince, you haven't been here for a long time. Have you recovered?" Yang Shu looked up and fixed his gaze. The woman was charming and seductive, and she attracted him at first sight. Unlike Lu Yun, who was delicate and immature, this woman was mature and charming, with spring in the corners of her eyes, and her smile was simply enchanting. Her name is Lu Yun, the boss of Yahonglu, and the favorite of the second prince. If she had not been taken, such a beauty would have been snatched away by all the young masters in Jiannan. "It's already good." Yang Shu grinned, his eyes almost glued to her. The reason why Yahonglu can gather the upper-class people in the city is that Lu Yun's charm accounts for 70%. "Please go upstairs and sit down. Sienna is free today. How about dancing for the prince?" Lu Yun spoke with a smile. Her eyes wandered casually, but it made people's hearts warm. Boss Lu is really biased. A playboy protested. Sienna only comes out once every 2 weeks, and we begged her many times but to no avail. But you relented as soon as Master Yang came. Don't look at it. We don't want to watch dancing today. Yang Shu raised his hand to interrupt. I'm here to redeem someone. Everyone was stunned, and then turned their eyes to Yang Shu, thinking, this is strange. This guy is not greedy for dancing anymore. Which girl has won the favor of the prince? Lu Yun asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes moving, and her voice was so soft that it made people feel light. Yang Shu swallowed his saliva, stretched out his finger, and pointed directly at her. The whole audience was silent for a moment. Everyone who knows Yihonglu knows that Lu Yun is the top one, but she is the second prince's woman. Is Yang Shu crazy? Lu Yun's smile faded slightly. Prince, let's choose another one. Yang Shu ignored her and turned to slap Ho Zhoi. You pay the ransom for me. After saying that, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he grabbed Lu Yun's hand and walked towards the door. Everyone was shocked. This was a robbery. The people in Yihonglu finally reacted and wanted to step forward to stop it. What are you looking at? Attack! Yang Shu roared, and the guards rushed forward. Lu Yun was carried on Yang Shu's shoulders, cursing and struggling, but it was useless. These guards killed countless people on the battlefield, but now they are helping the playboys to snatch women. They feel a little aggrieved, but they still do it. Hojo's eyes widened, and he fell off his chair. I pay the ransom. Why don't you say you pay for my life? Lu Yun was forcibly taken back to the Dingguo palace, and she was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. Don't worry, the second prince doesn't dare to come. Yang Shu threw her away and went back to bed. Yang Shu, Lu Yun yelled, no longer showing her usual charm. Why are you still trying to keep your chastity? Yang Shu sneered. Who would believe you are clean if you hang around in this place? Lu Yun clenched her fingers, hatred flashing in her eyes. She never thought that one day she would be dragged into the quagmire by this insignificant playboy. But Yang Shu did not act immediately. Yang Shu was not really after Lu Yun's body. What Yang Shu wanted was the information network of Yihonglu. In Jinan, Lu Yun knew more than anyone else. The second prince made Lu Yun a celebrity, not just for dancing and music. You can try. Lu Yun sneered, watching Yang Shu tying his belt, her eyes becoming more dangerous. You like the second prince, right? Sooner or later, you will beg me. Yang Shu turned away and closed the door, shaking the whole courtyard. Lu Yun sat slumped on the bed with a complicated look on her face. There was poison hidden on Lu Yun's collar, which she left for herself to use to commit suicide. But now, Lu Yun couldn't die. In the second prince's residence, Guichi overturned the table with a slap. Yang Shu. He gritted his teeth, with murderous intent in his eyes. Your Highness. Su Lang stepped forward and advised, don't touch him. He caused trouble in the gambling house and attacked the Duke's mansion, but the emperor didn't intervene. This shows that His Majesty is hoping that he will make a big fuss so that he can take the opportunity to appease the dissatisfaction of King Ding. If you take action, you will become the emperor's victim. Guichi suppressed his anger and left with a wave of his sleeves. He had to endure this anger after all. Miss, the prince has snatched Lu Yun back from Yihonglu. Emome spoke cautiously, looking at Lu Yun's face. Emome couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This gentleman is getting more and more troublesome. First he robbed money. Now he robbed people. I'm afraid the young lady has been forgotten by Yang Shu. But it's good this way. The young lady can have some peace and quiet for a few days. Lu Yun frowned and repeated in a low voice. Lu Yun? If he was just greedy for beauty, they had lived together for so long and Yang Shu had never crossed the line. This time, was Yang Shu really just after a woman? Lu Yun couldn't see through Yang Shu anymore. Sir, Lu Yun is the second prince's person. Paijiu's voice was filled with despair. Paijiu was no longer able to complain, as this prince had completely let himself go. So what if he's the second prince? I've fallen in love with her, and she's mine. Yang Shu crossed his legs, fanned himself, and said confidently. Paijiu's mouth twitched, and he said in a deep voice, the old man's health only has 1 year left at most. You make it sound like they'll let me go if I don't make trouble. Yang Shu leaned lazily against the chair, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Pai Gao, you're not a fool. You should understand. Pai Gao bowed his head and said nothing. In fact, if the Dingguo Palace really risked everything, it would be possible to support the new emperor to ascend the throne. This is why Yang Shu never dared to tell Old Master Yang his true intentions. Old Master Yang and his people were too traditional and too thoughtful. In the eyes of the older generation, being able to support a wise leader was a family honor. But Yang Shu was different. Yang Shu wanted to sit in that position himself. If he were to reveal it now, the old man would be able to kill Yang Shu with just one sentence. It would be better to wait until things develop to the point where they cannot be resolved, and then let the old man understand that he, Yang Shu, is not a playboy. Yang Shu has the ability to support the entire world. You're right. Yang Shu's eyes were firm, and he snapped the folding fan in his hand shut. Go and ask around to see if there are any exciting events in Jinan recently, such as poetry gatherings or courtesan competitions. Pai Gao quietly withdrew, but his heart was chilled. As expected, the prince's mind was once again drawn to women. The sobriety he had experienced at the Duke's mansion was only a flash in the pan. Chapter 10, Violent Love. At night, Yang Shu pushed open Guan Liuyun's door. Under the candlelight, the woman was even more attractive. Her graceful figure could arouse people's most primitive impulses. Yahangla has a new boss. TSK, the second prince is even more heartless than me. He just said he didn't want such a beautiful woman. Luyun raised her eyes suddenly and stared at Yang Shu. It's not that I don't want you. Why are you glaring at me? Yang Shu shook the jade pendant on his waist. Luyun, you've seen it too. The second prince is afraid of me. As long as you serve me well, I promise to give you more than he gives you. Get out. Don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. You have exhausted my patience and you will suffer in the end. Yang put his hands on his head and was pushed back by the object. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout a few words. Liyun looked at the mess on the ground and laughed until tears came out. She knew that he was cruel, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel. In just half a day, he pretended that she didn't exist. As if he was annoyed, Yang Shu didn't go to see Lu Yun for 2 days. That day, he was playing with birds when Pai Gao came. Sir, the person in the room is clamoring to see you. Which one? Yang Shu frowned. Pai Gao's mouth was pursed into a line. He had forgotten about the person he had robbed 2 days ago. Lu Yun, why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Shu threw away his stick and started running. Pai Gao glanced open and gave the bird more food. Let's prepare some poison. When the old master is about to pass away, give it to the prince to prevent him from suffering too much. This will also be a way of fulfilling the relationship between master and servant. Yang Shu opened the door breathlessly, his face full of excitement. Have you come to terms with it? Lu Yun bit her lip. A look of unwillingness flashed across her eyes, but she finally calmed down. She walked towards Yang Shu, pointed her slender fingers at his chest, poked him twice, and then moved them downwards. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes and pulled the person into his arms. It smells so good. Yang Shu raised his head from Lu Yun's neck. Lu Yun suppressed her disgust, put her arms around Yang Shu's back, and let him tear her clothes off. While biting, Yang Shu pushed Lu Yun down on the bed. But Lu Yun's curled-up body made Yang Shu confused. She was actually a virgin. The second prince has a hidden illness. The second prince has a severe obsession with cleanliness. He thinks women who have been touched by others are dirty and won't even allow them to get close to him. Lu Yun was taken away from her room on the day she received a client and was considered to have lost her virginity. If it weren't for her outstanding looks and abilities, she wouldn't have been able to stand in front of people. After 5 years of inhuman training, he fell into the hands of Yang Shu. Lu Yun originally wanted to find an opportunity to give herself to the second prince. She had done so much for him. The second prince should at least give her a position. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed by Yang Shu. The Dingguo palace was heavily guarded, and she couldn't get out unless she pleased Yang Shu. After a long time, they really gave up on her. It would have been great if you had been so obedient earlier. Yang Shu patted Lu Yun's smooth thighs and stood up with a satisfied look on his face. My lord, I want to buy some clothes and jewelry. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu, her voice soft and charming. I'll have someone send it to you tomorrow. Yang Shu was very pleased with Lu Yun's humble attitude. They can't pick anything. I want to go by myself. Yang Shu frowned. Do you want to run away? Lu Yun chuckled, looking charming. My lord, I am yours now. Where can I run to? Who can snatch me from the Dingguo palace? That's true. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's back with his hand, his eyes full of pride. Get up early tomorrow. I will accompany you to choose. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's face and left refreshed. Lu Yun looked at the bloodstains on the bed and was stunned for a long time. She no longer had the qualifications to stand beside the second prince. Yang Shu was a man of his word and took Lu Yun out the next day. He would go wherever Lu Yun said to go and obey her in everything. After cleaning out this one, move on to the next one. In the carriage, Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and kissed her, almost exposing her snow-white skin. Lu Yun's nails dug into her flesh, but she could only respond to Yang Shu. Just a short distance away, they would reach Xiufeng Pavilion, where the secret passage would allow her to escape. Yang Shu glanced at the car curtain and hugged Lu Yun onto his lap. Prince. Lu Yun wanted to poke a few holes in Yang Shu. After all, they were in a carriage. Could he please restrain himself? This prince will make you feel good. Yang Shu's words were vague. He pinched Lu Yun's waist and was about to pull down his pants. With a whooshing sound, a feathered arrow pierced into the carriage and nailed to the wall of the carriage, sticking to Yang Shu's shoulder. Yang Shu turned his head, stared at the trembling arrow tail, and screamed in fear. Lu Yun's pupil shrank sharply and her face turned pale. If Yangshu hadn't hugged her over, the arrow would have pierced her throat by now. It's so heartless. Lu Yun's body trembled, and the corners of her eyes turned red. There's an assassin. Protect the prince. The guard shouted loudly and drew his sword. As if knowing that he could not defeat the guards, after shooting an arrow, there was no movement in the dark. After this happened, Yangshu no longer had the heart to accompany Lu Yun shopping and hurried back home. Paijia looked at Yangshu playing with birds in the corridor with a look of surprise and suspicion. Have you put away your tail? Yangshu raised his eyes. Keep it away. No one will suspect us. That's good. Yangshu continued teasing the bird. Prince. Pai Gao, the more confused you are, the longer you will live. As for the old man, don't talk too much. He gave you to me, and he wouldn't expect you to serve two people at the same time. Paijia looked around and burst into tears. His howling was so loud that Yangshu was so scared that he dropped his stick. Shit, are you crazy? I was always worried and worked hard. This dream is what I should do. Yangshu's eyes twitched and he turned and left. Look, people would rather believe that they are dreaming than believe that the son of his family has any schemes. His image as a dandy is deeply rooted in people's hearts. If it were Mr. Yang, he would probably have to ask someone to perform a ritual to help him pass away. What did you say? He brought a brothel girl into his house. Old Master Yang roared. Ponzi helped him to calm down. Throw them out. Throw them both out. Marshal, don't say such angry words. If you throw it out, someone might get killed. Let him die. I don't have such a grandson. Old Master Yang's beard was raised high. Marshal, if you don't let him go to one Heiyuan, he will be a young man with a hot temper. How can he bear it? A prostitute is not a big deal. Forget it. Just turn a blind eye. Pang Chi advised. Don't tell me about his affairs. Old Master Yang lay back on the bed. His eyes were calm and his heart was dead. How could rotten mud become jade? Having tasted the sweetness, Yangshu tormented Lu Yun day and night, from morning to night, almost without stopping. Prince. Lu Yun shrank into the messy quilt. If Yangshu continued to do this, she would die on the bed. I have saved some money in Yahonglu. Go to the blacksmith shop on East Street and ask Nyoair for red silk. He will give it to you. If you follow me, you won't need any more. Okay, I'll ask someone to do it in a moment. Yangshu pounced on Lu Yun like a wolf that could never get enough. There were ambiguous red marks all over Lu Yun's fair and smooth skin. Her nails dug deep into Yangshu's back. Asshole, be gentler. When Yangshu stood up, Lu Yun didn't even have the strength to pull the quilt to cover herself. Pai Gao, let's go to the blacksmith shop on East Street. Yangshu had a smile on his face. After contributing his kidney for 2 days, Lu Yun finally spoke. If she doesn't say anything, he will be the one who can't bear it anymore. Go to the kitchen and tell them to stew a turtle tonight. Yangshu said to the servant. This body is really weak and it's time to improve his thinking. In his previous life, he was good at sanda, grappling, and military boxing. He would run 3 kilometers when he had nothing to do. After all, the body is the foundation of everything. As the sun set, the sky quickly darkened. In the quiet night, Yangshu lit the table and waited. He opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. Prince, I got it. Paijia handed Yangshu a box, inside of which was a hairpin stained with blood. Yangshu picked up the hairpin and raised the corner of his mouth. Lu Yun, you can never go back to the second prince in this life. Chapter 11. A wise bird chooses its tree to roost in. The sound of the door being pushed open made Lu Yun want to curse. He had never slept with a woman in his entire life. Wake up, look at something good. Yangshu's voice was gentle, without his usual impatience. The smile that Lu Yun was brewing froze the moment she saw the hairpin. Not only did his smile freeze, but all the blood in his body froze as well. Prince. The guy named Nyoair was going to be sent to the second prince's palace, but I intercepted him. Yangshu pulled Lu Yun into his arms and said casually, for someone like you who didn't commit suicide right away, you must have a backup plan, as expected. Yangshu's words shattered Lu Yun's last hope. You were pretending. Yangshu stroked Lu Yun's soft lips and raised his eyelids. If I hadn't pretended to be a playboy, how could I have survived until now? Lu Yun, a wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. As for the second prince, forget about it. He's a suspicious person. He knows that the hairpin is in my hand. No matter how hard you try to persuade him, he won't believe you. He will probably break your neck himself. Lu Yun looked at Yangshu in shock. He had been hunting for years, but he was pecked in the eye by a pheasant. One night of marriage brings 100 days of grace. As long as you don't have any other intentions, I will give you a name and status, which will definitely be more generous than the second prince. Lu Yun's eyes were about to spit fire. You plotted against me. Asshole. Lu Yun bit and kicked Yangshu. Yangshu tore off her belt to let Lu Yun know whose territory this was and what it meant to be at the mercy of others. Collapsing on the couch, Lu Yun's tears flowed silently. Yangshu glanced at her and said, that's enough. If you value the second prince more than your life, You wouldn't sacrifice yourself so quickly. People in brothels have hearts harder than stone. Who would they show their vulnerability to? Lu Yun was so angry that her teeth were itching. Why did she think this guy was stupid before? It's normal to turn from darkness to light. I can control you. Don't worry that you will make me jealous if you don't make the transition. What do you want to know? Lu Yun looked at the bed curtains and opened her mouth. Yangshu turned sideways and said, I need a helper, but that person can't be too high-ranking. It's best if he has no background, but he must have real skills. Lu Yun looked at him and said a name, Su Jingzhou. Tell me about it. Take your claws away. Lu Yun glared at Yangshu. Why are you so fierce? We've been intimate so many times. Yangshu put his hand on Lu Yun's leg. Lu Yun glared twice, but was too lazy to glare again. In terms of academics, he can be ranked first, but the places above are all taken by the rich and powerful. Su Jingzhou only got a fellow Jisher degree. His ancestor served as a provincial governor in the previous dynasty, but was dismissed from office due to false accusations. After that, his family experienced ups and downs. Now, the family is in decline, with only Su Jingzhou and his sister left. Since you have been paying attention to this person, why didn't the second prince take action? Yangshu moved his finger upwards. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with tears, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. How can I be so devoted to you unless I'm in a desperate situation? Yangshu nodded, holding Lu Yun's slender waist and asking her to face him. As an open person in Yahonglu, did he not use any tricks? He didn't even break your body. Why do you think you were devoted to him? Lu Yun frowned. Can't you keep your hands still? I have 2 extremely skilled secret guards around me, and he thought he had me under control. Yangshu raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you show up that day? I was kicked down by your people. Lu Yun had a blank expression on her face. The second prince's secret guards are good at sneak attacks and assassinations, and they are no match for the fierce generals on the battlefield in a head-on confrontation. I was so busy carrying you that I didn't notice. Yangshu held Lu Yun's hand. Ready to strike? How did you do that? The tears in Lu Yun's eyes almost dripped out. She bit her lip and glared at Yangshu. When a person holds another person's weakness, he will naturally let down his guard. My weakness is my younger sister. In the hands of the second prince? Yangshu's eyes darkened and he exerted force suddenly. Lu Yun's mind went blank for a moment. Dead. Dead. She starved to death in my arms. I buried her with my own hands. Lu Yun spoke lightly, but there was a hint of pain in her eyes. How old were you when you were taken away for training? 14. Yangshu lifted Lu Yun's chin and said, You are so smart. Lu Yun lowered her eyes. The trust between people is very fragile. The bigger the person, the less likely he is to believe in the loyalty of a small person. He must have something that can threaten you before he will let you get close. Have you seen that, sister? The second prince took some time to find out that the birthmark and appearance are no different from what I described. Yangshu let go of Lu Yun and asked, What's the origin of that hairpin? You do not know? I don't know. I only know that in my hands, the second prince will take your life. Lu Yun was annoyed and wanted to kick Yangshu again, but her legs were weak, and she couldn't use any strength. What a wolf in pig's skin. I'm afraid no one in the entire Jianan would doubt his stupidity. The hairpin belongs to he. 3 years ago, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue used this hairpin to kill someone, and the second prince covered it up for him. You should be familiar with his maiden family, the Duke Zhang's mansion. You can't afford to offend the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. You will have to follow the second prince like a dog for the rest of your life. He helped the second prince do a lot of things, and he couldn't deny himself. The second prince asked me to get rid of the hairpin, but I kept it, thinking that if he had no way out one day, I could use it as a threat. You know how to survive. Yangshu poured a glass of water and fed it to Lu Yun. I still say that, as long as you don't have any second thoughts, I will ensure that you live a comfortable life. It's moisturized everywhere. Yangshu's eyes fell on a certain part of Lu Yun, hinting very directly. Lu Yun grabbed the pillow and threw it at Yangshu. Asshole, aren't you afraid of dying on her belly? You can walk around this yard freely. Yangshu patted the pillow, returned it to Lu Yun, tied the belt around his waist, and left the house. Pai Gao, go check on Su Jingzhou. It was impossible for Yangshu to completely believe Lu Yun's words, as that woman had her own ideas. Prince. Pai Jia wiped his eyes. He wanted to cry when he saw Yangshu. God must have opened his eyes. Yangshu raised his foot and kicked him away. Why did he act like a sissy when he was such a nice guy? Pai Gao's work efficiency was still high, and Su Jingzhou's information was placed on Yangshu's desk at noon the next day. The young man had some backbone and refused to beg for mercy from the powerful. As a result, he was badly bullied and excluded everywhere. After much difficulty, they bought a house, but it caught fire. The brother and sister are now living in West Street, where their food and accommodation are far from comfortable. Su Yuya went to the street to buy cloth a month ago and was spotted by Yen Lingrong. Yen Lingrong was the son of a doctor in the Ministry of Personnel. He was idle and did nothing but chicken and dog fighting, and was not a good man. not to mention being a concubine. Even if it was a marriage with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals, Su Jingzhou would never agree. But who would take you? A young scholar with no background. Seriously. Su Jingzhou refused, so Yin Lingrong came to harass him. Su Yueyao's originally arranged marriage fell through due to Yin Lingrong's rogue behavior. 2 days ago, he even sneaked into Su Yueyao's boudoir and tried to force her, but was chased out by Su Jingzhou with a knife. Su Jingzhou only has a younger sister left. How could he bear to see her being abused by a villain like Yin Lingrong? Now he has to bow his head and beg for help. Pai Gao, what do you think of me acting as a hero and saving a beautiful girl? Pai Gao glanced at Yang Shu and said, Prince, your reputation is much worse than Yin Lingrong's. Is that a hero saving a beautiful girl? That's the advent of evil spirits. It's impossible to be moved, but it's possible to be scared to death. Yang Shu played with the jade pendant and said, let's go to the Duke's mansion. Shogugong mansion? Pai Gao blinked, unable to follow Yang Shu's train of thought. Aren't they talking about a hero saving a beautiful girl? People were not in Shogugong mansion. Chapter 12. Capturing Su Yueyao. This time, Yang Shu brought Ertong with him. After Grandpa Yang came back, Ertong was also one of the people who was thrown out, but there were a few bad guys around him. A dandy boy matches a vicious dog. This is the right situation. When the gateman of Duke Xiuguo's mansion saw Yang Shu's carriage, he looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and slammed the door shut. Prince. Pai Gao glanced at him. What are you looking at me for? Go knock on the door. Yang Shu opened his folding fan with a look of displeasure. It's broad daylight, and I don't know what they are doing. How can we run into ghosts? I didn't eat. I have so little strength. Ertong, go get the hammer. That one makes the noise. The doorman's mouth twitched. Why did he have to go against Duke Xiu's mansion? Why couldn't he go and cause trouble somewhere else? Young master, the mansion has been uneasy lately, and we cannot accommodate any guests. The doorman opened the door a crack. Who cares about you repairing the tea at the Duke's mansion? Call Hojo out and I will take him to have fun. The second young master is still being punished. The master said that he is not allowed to leave the courtyard. The young master should find another son. Do you mean to make this trip in vain? Yang Shu looked fierce and kicked the door. The doorman shuddered and hurriedly held the door. Haijish, go to the mansion and call someone. Don't think that I don't know that you all look down on me, Yang Shu. A harsh voice, full of anger. The doorman was completely panicked. He bolted the door and ran inside. Hojo got on Yang Shu's carriage with resentment. He had never seen anyone invited in such a way. He can't tell he's broken into two. Yang Shu, I want to study hard, so don't look for me anymore. Study hard. Yang Shu held his belly and laughed. Come on, you've driven away the most teachers in Jianan. Now that you're out of the house, stop pretending. I'll treat you today. I really figured it out. Hojo said seriously. Yang Shu slapped him. Are you awake? Hojo covered his face. His eyes were wet. Well, he wanted to go home. The carriage stopped by the lake, and Yang Shu pulled Hojo into the pleasure boat. Call all the girls over here. Yang Shu slammed a silver note on the table and shouted loudly. The madam knew people. When her eyes fell on Yang Shu's face, her calves trembled. Everyone in Jianan knows that the Prince of Dingguo Palace is not only bad but also insane, and he beats people when he is not satisfied. Sure, Shitsi. Go quickly, don't keep me waiting. Yang Shu waved his hands impatiently. The brothel owner dared not say a word and hurried to call for help. That's all. Yang Shu stared at the row of gorgeously dressed girls with raised eyebrows. How dare you show off such beauties? Yang Shu kicked over the small table. Hojo covered his face and moved aside silently. The atmosphere in the pleasure boat was depressing, and the girls were shaking all the time. It was impossible for them not to be afraid because of Yang Shu's fierce reputation. Prince, Yin Lingrong fell in love with a girl some time ago. I heard that she is very beautiful, but he hasn't got her yet. Ertong walked forward and said with a grin. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Shu looked accusingly. Go quickly. Yang Shu threw a handful of silver bills. The girls picked it up carefully and ran out quickly. Why are you still swimming? Come to the shore. Watching Yang Shu and his group leaving, the brothel owner leaned against the door and gasped for breath. Fortunately, she just kicked the table and didn't throw them into the water. Business these days is so terrible. Yang Shu, it's getting late. I have to go back. Hojo said goodbye. It was obvious that Yang Shu was going to kidnap someone, and he didn't want to get involved. Come back if you want, but don't say I didn't bring you to enjoy it. Yang Shu's mind was obviously drifting to West Street, and he didn't care about Hojo anymore. Seeing him release the people, Hojo jumped down without waiting for the carriage to stop. Fearing that Yang Shu would call him, Hojo limped and ran without looking back. Am I so scary? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. The wheels continued to turn. West Street was inhabited by poor people and was quite far away. Yang Shu did not arrive until dark. This one. Yang Shu pointed to the small courtyard in front of him. Pai Gao nodded. Ertong, Go and kick the door open. The shabby door opened at the second kick. A loud noise came into the room. Su Yueyao's face turned pale, and the bowl in her hand loosened, and the broth that was used to nourish Su Jingzhou's body spilled all over the floor with a pah sound. Su Yueyao ran out the back door without thinking. The other party had already forced his way in, so hiding in the house would give him an easy way out. The prince ran away. Chase him if he runs away. Yangshu was furious. Su Yueyao's reaction was undoubtedly quick, but a woman's physical fitness was no match for a man, and she was soon caught up. Help! Su Yueyao shouted, but facing a group of strong and well-dressed men who would dare to save her. Keep running. Yangshu pulled the man up from the ground. The unfamiliar face made Su Yueyao stunned. Wasn't it Yan Lingrong? Sir, have you recognized the wrong person? Su Yueyao pursed her lips and spoke with a glimmer of hope in her heart. She's really stunning. Yangshu's eyes lingered on Su Yueyao's face, with a lewd smile on his lips. This trip is worth it. Be good and be obedient. If you dare to commit suicide, I will let your brother be buried with you. Yangshu laughed and turned around, shouting, Take him with you. Miss Su, the prince's surname is Yang, so you just need to follow his lead. Pai Gao sighed and followed Yangshu. Su Yueyao collapsed to the ground. Yang? The prince? It could only be the Dingguo Palace. These days, Yangshu's name was mentioned everywhere. How could Su Yueyao not have heard of it? But she hadn't gone out in the past few days, so how could she have offended the most dissolute playboy in Jianan? Su Yueyao's eyes were filled with despair. The Dingguo Palace was not comparable to the Ministry of Personnel's doctor. If she fell into Yangshu's hands, she would be afraid that she would never see her elder brother again. The second prince. Su Jingzhou bowed. I remember you. You wrote an excellent essay for the imperial examination. You deserve to be ranked first. Guoqi said in a gentle tone, motioning Su Jingzhou to sit down. Su Jingzhou raised his head and looked directly at the second prince. Jingzhou wants to join the second prince's camp. What do you want me to do? Guoqi picked up the tea and took a sip. The officials in the Ministry of Personnel have taken bribes and abused their power for personal gain. They should be dismissed and investigated. Guoqi looked at Su Jingzhou for a long while, then turned his eyes away and said calmly, Go back and wait. Thank you, second prince. Su Jingzhou bowed deeply. From now on, he could no longer be himself. Brother Su, you are back. Something happened to your sister. Before Sun Hao could finish his words, Su Jingzhou ran home. Looking at the messy main room, Su Jingzhou's eyes turned red. Yueyao. He rushed into Su Yueyao's room. She was taken away by people from Dingguo Palace. Sun Hao said, panting. Prince Ding's palace? Why did the people from Dingguo Palace take you away? Su Jingzhou looked grim. Sun Hao looked at Su Jingzhou with sympathy. Among the scholars of this session, Su Jingzhou had the best literary talent, but his family was poor and he refused to bow his head. Although they were both Jinsha graduates, he had not been assigned a place yet, as if he had been forgotten. Why else could it be that the prince took a fancy to him? Yangshu? Su Jingzhou's pupils dilated. Brother Su, where are you going? Don't let your mind wander. You can't mess with the Ding Palace. Sun Hao chased after him for 2 steps and shouted at Su Jingzhou. Drive. Su Jingzhou's headscarf was askew as he rushed straight to the second prince's mansion. Chapter 13. Recruiting Su Jingzhou. Master Su, the second prince has gone to bed. I have an urgent matter. Please pass it on. Su Jingzhou pursed his lips and did not retreat a single step. The attendant knew how important Su Jingzhou was to the second prince, so he went to report it after a little hesitation. Guoqi suppressed his displeasure and had Su Jingzhou brought in. With a thud, Su Jingzhou knelt down. Guoqi frowned. Su Jingzhou was a very proud man. If he could be made to kneel down, it must be something urgent. If he was fine, it could only be Su Yueyao. Second prince, Yangshu broke into a private residence and forcibly took my sister to the Dingguo Palace. Please go to the palace and tell the emperor that Jingzhou is willing to serve the second prince for the rest of his life. Even though he was panicked, Su Jingzhou's mind was still clear. He knew that the second prince could not rescue Yueyao from the Dingguo Palace. Only the emperor could get Yangshu to release her. Guoqi's face darkened. It was Yangshu again. The palace gates were already locked. Su Jingzhou was a man of great talent, but it was not worth it for Guoqi to break into the palace. Su Yueyao was nothing in the eyes of those in power. If he disturbed the emperor with such a small matter, his father would only think that he was ignorant and unfit for important tasks. It's not far from dawn. Wait a bit. Su Jingzhou lowered his head. He was still too stressed. Dawn was not far away, but if he delayed for a moment longer, his sister might not come back. What kind of person is Yangshu? How could Yueyao endure his torture? Jingzhou, I'm leaving. Su Jingzhou got up from the ground. He only had one sister, and even if it meant giving up his life, he would take her out of Prince Ding's mansion. Guoqi's eyes turned cold. He was very dissatisfied with Su Jingzhou's ignorance, but he did not say anything to stop him. He knew that if he didn't let him hit a wall, he would never learn to be obedient. Sir, Su Jingzhou is beating the gong outside. Everyone knows he's beating the gong. Why don't you bring him in and wait for him to alarm the old man? Yang Shu spat out the melon seed shells. What speed did they take to come here? His mouth was about to blister. Su Jingzhou was escorted into a side hall. When he saw Yang Shu, his eyes were as bright as fire, and he almost dropped his mahjong game. Bring Su Yuyao here. Yang Shu wiped his hands and signaled Pai Gao to let go of Su Jingzhou. Sit still. If you hurt me, your sister won't be able to leave the Dingguo Palace. Yang Shu looked at Su Jingzhou, who was rushing over, and spoke lazily. Su Jingzhou stopped his fist in midair, his cheeks tense, and he took off the cloth from his mouth. But after a moment, Su Yuyao, who was in the compartment, was brought over. Yu. Su Jingzhou looked Su Yuyao up and down, and saw that her clothes were intact, and she had no injuries on her body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother. Su Yuyao's eyes were red. Pai Gao, wait outside. Yang Shu poured a cup of hot water. The tea here was too different from the tea on Earth, and Yang Shu couldn't drink it. But I didn't see any Longjing and Biluakun teas for sale. I guess they are considered weeds. Let's talk. Yang Shu straightened his body. The brother and sister looked at him warily. Su Jingzhou, you have real talent and knowledge. You have also seen the court of Dian. If per children want to make a name for themselves, they can only lick the shoes of the powerful. Even if you lick it well, you can only be at the bottom of the list. The second prince is not a good master. To him, you are just a chess piece with some value. He won't take you seriously. In this life, the third rank is the highest. Su Jingzhou narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Shu. These words were not something a playboy could say. Follow me, I will help you realize your ambitions. With the Yang family army's bravery and fighting skills, it is not difficult to capture a few cities and occupy the land as the king. Yang Shu stood up and spoke bluntly. Su Jingzhou's eyes were filled with shock. You. Should I take a chance, or live my whole life in obscurity? Sorry, it seems you have no choice. Yang Shu's eye swept towards Su Yuyao. You haven't been assigned yet. How about Guangzhou? It will be Ning County, right? Before the appointment letter comes down, I will bring Yin Lingrong here. It's up to you to decide whether to kill him or let him go. If there's nothing else, we can go. Yang Shu yawned and got up from the chair. Aren't you worried that I'll tell others? Yang Shu turned around and said, who would believe that? You were just a sister who was bullied by me, and you are resentful and want to take revenge on the Ding Palace. Don't worry, I won't touch her. It's safer in Dingguo Palace than with you. Yang Shu walked out, feeling extremely sleepy. It was time for him to meet Shogong. Brother. Su Yuyao was still in shock. Is this really Yang Shu? Not a fake. Su Jingzhou shook his head and looked at Su Yuyao. His eyes gradually became firm. Yu Yao's appearance was too beautiful. He couldn't protect her today, and he wouldn't be able to protect her tomorrow. Just as Yang Shu said, the second prince would not take him seriously. Once his own interests were involved, the second prince would decisively abandon him. Since that's the case, we might as well give it a try. Brother, do you want to believe him? Yu Yao, since I stepped into this place, there is only one way to go. Yang Shu has been pretending to be a dandy for so many years, and his endurance is far beyond that of ordinary people. Since he said he won't touch you, he definitely won't do that. You just wait for Big Brother to take you home. Su Jingzhou took one last look at Su Yuyao and then disappeared into the night without looking back. Su Yuyao bit her lip and didn't look away for a long time. She was the one who dragged down her elder brother. Miss Su, please stay here peacefully. The prince will not lose the big picture for the small one. Pai Gao took Su Yuyao to the east wing and then left. In the silent room, Su Yuyao covered her face and cried, venting all her fear and worry. She no longer had to worry about Yang Shu breaking in and tearing her clothes, but as long as she was in Dingguo Palace, her elder brother had to do things for Yang Shu. Rebellion is not easy. Su Yuyao cried all night, and her red and swollen eyes scared Yang Shu. You don't even need to pretend to be like this. Anyone will know that I bullied you. Change your clothes, and I'll take you shopping to buy you some rouge and powder. No wonder you didn't come last night. It turns out there's a new person. After a day's rest, Lu Yun was able to get out of bed. She was not going to be like a young lady in the boudoir, hiding in the room and not coming out. Yang Shu glanced at her. This woman wished he didn't go, and she really acted like a sour person when she was being sour. After being moisturized, it becomes more charming. Every glance is full of charm. Su Yuyao. The moment Lu Yun saw Su Yuyao's face clearly, she was stunned and turned her gaze to Yang Shu. Did you snatch it back? Can't it be that this prince is more charming? Terrifying charm? Lu Yun rolled her eyes. Su Yuyao looked at the two of them. It was rumored that after Yang Shu took Lu Yun back to his house, he tormented her every day, and even liked to use candle oil to add to her fun. But Lu Yun's condition didn't seem like that. Have you captured Su Jingzhou? How could this prince fail in his mission? Yang Shu asked Pai Ji to take Su Yuyao back. You keep ruining the second prince's business. Aren't you afraid of angering him? Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun to sit on his lap, It's just a few feathers, no flesh was hurt. Do you taste the flavor? Yangshu held Lu Yun's waist tightly and reached his hand down. Didn't you have enough trouble last night? Too young, 2 months short of 16. Yangshu reached into Lu Yun's clothes and said, tell me what I want to hear. The third prince and Feng Qinwan are very close. Lu Yun frowned and bit her lip. Do you really deserve to be punished? Yangshu picked up Lu Yun and walked towards the inner room. With experience, Lu Yun took the initiative to approach. Prince. Lu Yun's face was rosy, her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were filled with desire. What did it mean that he suddenly stopped? This early morning devotion cannot really be in vain. Yangshu took away Lu Yun's hand that was grabbing his shoulder and squeezed it gently. Chapter 14 Dismantling Feng Qinwan's Carriage. Lu Yun glared at him and suppressed her chaotic breath. Since I can't escape, I'll just have to try my best to get away. Love is useless, but it's also crucial. Yangshu raised his eyebrows. Come in carefully, I can tell you clearly, no matter how much you fight, I won't give it to you. I still won't give it to you. I married Lu Yun. She is the only one who has the final say in this backyard. No one can get past her. Lu Yun smiled charmingly. I didn't expect that the prince still has tenderness, but that Miss Lu, her heart is probably not with you. Yangshu grabbed Lu Yun's waist and brought her into his arms. Lu Yun lost her voice and her nails dug deep into Yangshu's arm. I don't like to hear this kind of talk. Don't let it happen again. Yangshu put on his clothes and strode away. Lu Yun rubbed her waist. He wanted it so fiercely, and it was obvious that he liked her body. But even if she was obsessed, she still kept her rationality. What a terrifying man. He doesn't allow others to influence his thoughts. Prince, pass the message to the Ministry of Personnel. Pai Jia followed Yangshu and spoke in a low voice. Yangshu nodded. Where's Su Yao? Hasn't she changed her clothes yet? Pai Gao pointed, and Yangshu looked over. Next to the osmanthus tree, Su Yao was wearing a magnolia green double-embroidered satin dress. She had a slender figure and a slender waist. There was no makeup on her face, a very clean and gentle beauty. Let's go. Yangshu called out and took the lead. Su Yao was still on guard against him. The more enthusiastic his attitude was, the more afraid the girl became. In the carriage, Yangshu was eating grapes by himself. When he saw Su Yao looking at him, he took some from a small plate and pushed it towards her. Su Yao was slightly stunned, and silently picked up a grape and put it in her mouth. When he was not fierce, he looked quite harmless, just like an ordinary young man. The market is closed today? After getting off the carriage, Yangshu asked as he looked at the shop doors that had been closed all the way. Prince, it has just been closed. Pai Gao replied. Which store sells rouge? The fourth one on the left. Artong, go knock on the door. It's broad daylight. How can you not do business? Yangshu stretched out his hand towards Su Yao. Su Yao put her hand on it. She knew why Yangshu brought her out. He wanted everyone to see his love for her. The shopkeeper? The guy looked back as if asking for help. The rapid knock on the door made the shopkeeper's scalp tingle, but now was not the time to escape. Open it quickly, that gentleman has no patience and will kick him out soon. The guy calmed down and pulled it open. Ah. Facing Ertong's face, the guy rolled his eyes and fell down. Yangshu's face twitched. There was silence at the scene. Sir, here are some new arrivals. Please take a look. The shopkeeper responded quickly, looked enthusiastic, and smiled so hard that his teeth were chattering. Su Yao looked at Yangshu. The boy who had just been gentle was now frowning and looking ferocious. Open it. Do you want me to come in person? Open it right now. Open it right now. The shopkeeper hurriedly opened the rouge box on the counter. Which one do you like? Yangshu tilted his head to look at Su Yao, his tone gentle and with obvious flattery. That's it. Su Yao pointed at one casually. Okay. Yangshu nodded repeatedly, looked at the shopkeeper, and his smile disappeared. This, and these, pack them all. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The shopkeeper dared not say no and nodded his head like pounding garlic. Let's go take a look at the gold jewelry. Facing Su Yao, Yangshu put away his fierce look, and it was obvious that he doted on her. Prince, someone is coming. Yangshu looked in the direction that Pai Gao pointed. Whose house is this? Theirs is even bigger than mine. Pai Gao lowered his eyes. Feng Qinwan. Unlucky. Yangshu spat, then frowned. Hasn't she always been low-key? Her feelings are all fake. She just loves luxury in her bones. Bah, what's the difference between her and me? She's just pretending to be noble. Pai Ji moved his lips and said, Prince, those guards are from the third prince. They are here to protect you. Guard against whom? Yangshu's voice rose 7 octaves. The shopkeeper wanted to cry. He was about to leave. Why did it explode? I am blind. I don't even want that kind of stuff even if it's given to me for free. I'm the one who canceled the marriage. Prince, we're almost there. Pai Gao reminded. It's here. I'm not afraid of her. Yangshu kicked over the counter. The shopkeeper cried, but still couldn't save it. What are you yelling about? Everyone in Jianan knows that you were chasing after Feng Qiwan with a smug look on your face. 5 meters away from Yangshu, the carriage stopped and a woman in a Suzhou-embroidered Luo skirt got out of the carriage. Her hands were as soft as catkins, her skin was as white as cream, her forehead was delicate and her eyebrows were beautiful, and her temperament was elegant. With this appearance, it was no wonder that the original owner tried to commit suicide on the day she broke off the engagement. But if people look down on you, it's no use crying to death. You're becoming more and more absurd now. Feng Qiwan said directly to Yangshu, her eyes unable to hide her disgust. The Dingguo Palace is full of heroes, admired by all. How could a bandit like you appear? Do you think Dian belongs to your Yang family and you can act as you please? Release the man and take him to the Dali Temple to answer for his crime. Feng Qingwan's voice was very pleasant but also very cold. If it were the old Yangshu, he would have already admitted his mistake. It turned out that Yangshu really liked Feng Qiwan. Artong, the porridge cooked with that will must be delicious. Open it for me, Yangshu said in a tone colder than Feng Qingwan's. The original owner had bad conduct, was illiterate, and unlearned, so it was normal for Feng Qiwan not to want to marry him. But now that the marriage has been called off, she comes to get in his way. Does she really think he is still the Yangshu who used to hold her in high esteem? How dare you? The guard shouted. The third prince's mother is a childhood sweetheart of the emperor. She has been in the palace for many years and is still in the emperor's heart. The emperor also dotes on her son even more. The empress has no children, so everyone thinks the throne must belong to the third prince. Therefore, the people from the third prince's mansion dared to confront Yangshu, as they were sure that Yangshu would not dare to become enemies with the third prince. What are you standing there for? Open it for me. Bring the one who is talking here. I want to beat him myself. Yangshu looked ruthless. Feng Qiwan looked at Yangshu in disbelief, thinking they were exaggerating. It turned out they were really crazy. In terms of numbers, Feng Qiwan had more people, but those brought back by Old Man Yang were all elite soldiers who had come out of the bloody storm. Except for the emperor's guards, no one could resist if it were not for the huge difference in numbers. The screams continued one after another, and Su Yueyao and Feng Qiwan both looked pale. Yangshu raised his hand to block Su Yueyao's sight. If you can't bear it and keep looking, close your eyes. Hurry up, don't you see that my son's Yaoer is frightened? Prince. Artong brought the man over. Yangshu waved his hands and threw 2 big bags. What the hell? You dare to shout in front of this prince? Yangshu. Feng Qiwan was so angry that her voice broke for the first time. What are you shouting about? Do you want to warm my bed? Feng Qiwan choked. The Yangshu in front of her was completely different from the impression she had of him. He was so cruel that it made her feel uneasy. Prince, it has been unloaded. Artong picked up the wheel. Walk. It's really a letdown. Yaoer, I will take you to another street. I think it will be more to your liking. Yangshu hugged Su Yueyao and spoke softly, without turning back to look at Feng Qiwan. Chapter 15. Being honest. The shopkeeper, who was hiding in the corner, raised his head when he saw Yangshu and his group walking away. He glanced at the guards who were lying on the ground and groaning. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, knowing that Yang Wanku was crazy, why did you provoke him? An ordinary person would feel depressed when his ex-love is talking about marriage with someone else, let alone the crazy Yang Wanku. Look, they are lying on the ground. Woohoo, his rouge. Little miss. The maid was shaking, wondering why Yangshu was so scary. Feng Qiwan pursed her lips. She had underestimated Yangshu's evilness. Now, only the emperor could control him, but King Ding had just made a great contribution, and even if Yangshu committed crimes again, he would not be sentenced to death. Such evil people are really disgusting. After Yangshu left, the shops dared to open again. Everyone gasped. They dismantled the Minister of Revenue's carriage and beat the third prince's guards. Yang Wanku was really crazy. Luckily, they closed the door quickly. Mississippi. Seeing more and more people coming, the maids became a little anxious, but Yangshu had removed the wheels of the carriage, so they couldn't move at all and could only endure the mocking looks from the people around them. Prince, the third prince is gone, and the Feng family has also arrived. Paijita reported from inside the carriage. Yangshu spat out the grape skins. It can be seen that the third prince likes Feng Qiwan very much. Paigao, were they very close in the past? Paijita looked at Yangshu, thinking about how to speak more subtly. The third prince was handsome and talented, and he was indeed not comparable to the crown prince. What a pity. Feng Qiwan's dowry must be generous. Paiji's mouth twitched. It seems that you are not thinking about people. Are you scared? Yangshu glanced at Su Yueyao, who was huddled in the corner. Don't you like her? Maybe in the past, but didn't you see the way she looked at me? Yangshu threw a grape into his mouth. The marriage has been called off. Why are you still holding on to her? Which side of you is real? Su Yueyao pursed her lips. It's hard to tell. We've been together for a long time. You can observe for yourself. Yangshu lifted the car curtain and looked outside. The advantage of being notorious was that there would be no traffic jams and the journey would be smooth. When Yangshu brought Su Yuyao back, the whole Jianan knew that he had fallen in love with the new beauty, and in order to please her, he bought out half the street. Your Highness, the Ministry of Personnel sent a message saying that the Dingguo Palace sent a message asking Su Jingzhou to serve as the county magistrate of Huaining County. The appointment letter has been written and submitted. Guoqi's confidant came up to him and reported. Guoqi clenched the armrest of the chair, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This idiot. He ruined his plans again and again. Your Highness, in order to save Su Jingzhou's life, Su Yuyao has already submitted to Yangshu. Guoqi overturned the tea bowl and actually gave in. With Su Yuyao's personality, shouldn't she be unwilling to be humiliated and die in the Dingguo Palace? She actually obeyed. What's Su Jingzhou's attitude? After leaving Prince Ding's palace, he locked himself in the room and did not step out. Your Highness, do you still want to win him over? Guoqi narrowed his eyes. If Su Yuyao died, Su Jingzhou would do his best to help him succeed in revenge out of anger. But now, he was concerned about Su Yuyao, and the most important thing for him was to rescue her. Su Jingzhou had already asked him once, and if he refused again and again, it would definitely make Su Jingzhou feel disappointed and even resentful. The Dingguo Palace only has one more year left to be arrogant. Instead of going through the trouble of saving people, it is better to wait for him to perish. If the time comes and it is convenient, he will save Su Yuyao. If she dies before that, it will not be his fault. He only needs to give Su Jingzhou a helping hand when he is in trouble, and he will be rewarded. Don't worry about it for now. Let him go to Huaining County to hone his skills. Guoqi said indifferently. What's going on with the third imperial brother? After sending Feng Qingyuan back home, the third prince returned to his own residence. They're all very patient. Guoqi said sarcastically. If the incident came before his father, Yangshu would at most be scolded one by one, and would not even suffer physical harm. If you make him bear a grudge against you because of this, you will be in endless trouble. If Yangshu is chopped to death as the biggest suspect, Mr. Yang really has the ability to make you be buried with him. Things that are harmful but have no benefit are never among their choices. No matter how much the royal family likes it, they will not lose their minds. Their goal is the supreme position. Mississippi. Mo Mei looked at Lu Yun with red eyes. What kind of person is he? He robbed one woman after another. After all, she was a prostitute before. Although it was not decent, it was just a damage to her reputation. Anyway, Yang Wanku has a bad reputation. But the person he robbed yesterday was the Jinshu's sister. A pure and innocent woman. This person is no longer just lustful, he is completely devoid of conscience. A beast. Lu Yun frowned. Is the prince back? Well, I took Su Yuyao back to the yard. That girl is also pitiful. Miss, where are you going? When Mo Mei saw Lu Yun leaving, she hurriedly chased after him. Go see the prince. Miss. Mo Mei was horrified and grabbed Lu Yun. Miss, don't go. If you can't persuade someone, then you are not a human being. Stay in the yard. Lu Yun took Mo Mei's hand away. Miss. Mo Mei shed 2 lines of tears. Isn't this just seeking death? I will accompany you. Lu Yun looked at her shaking hands and chuckled. In this state, she might faint on the spot when she saw Yangshu. No need. Stay in the courtyard. If I don't come back in an hour, you can go to Qixia Courtyard. Remember. Miss, why don't we go directly to Qixia Courtyard and let the old man punish him? I need to understand the situation first. Lu Yun's eyes were dim. We need to understand this, it's obvious. Mo Mei muttered. Lu Yun glanced at her and walked out. A man who hadn't even touched her finger for more than half a month was definitely not as lustful as he appeared to be. Prince, the lady is here. Pai Jia knocked on the door. Yangshu raised his eyebrows. What a rare guest. Lu Yun would actually come to his yard on his own initiative. The door is unlocked. Hearing this, Pai Gao pushed open the door and stepped aside. Lu Yun looked inside and stepped in. This was not the first time she came to Yangshu's room. On their wedding day, Yangshu fell off a horse and as his wife, she had to take care of him. Are you here to persuade me to be kind? Yangshu closed the map and looked at Lu Yun. The prince needs someone to persuade him? Yangshu walked down until he came in front of Lu Yun. What did you see? The prince has a lot of ambitions. Yangshu smiled and leaned down to look at Lu Yun. The girl's eyes were very beautiful and clear, but she was a little flustered because he came closer. You're lying. You're just afraid of me. Yangshu walked to the side and sat down. Lu Yun's stagnant heart was beating rapidly. After a while, she looked at Yangshu. Why don't you deny it, prince? Keep pretending. The situation is different. Before, there were too many people and their intentions were unpredictable. Now they are all my soldiers. There is no need to be so nervous. You are a smart person. You know that you can't leave the Dingguo Palace. Once the old man closes his eyes, we will both have to go. They won't give the posthumous child a chance to be born. Even though you might not be pregnant at all, it's still reassuring to die. After what I did to Wu Wei Marquis' mansion, they started to resent you as well. There is no way out. You can only hope for the best in Dingguo Palace. Since I don't have to worry about you telling others, I might as well be honest with you to avoid any bad things happening to you. Although he had guessed it, Lu Yun was still shocked when Yang Shu said it bluntly. He actually showed the evil deeds he committed over the years to others. Chapter 16 Ronchong Rice Shop. Even though he knew that those people were full of malicious intent, he still treated them as brothers, cooperated with them, and personally gave away the family business that his fathers had accumulated through bloody battles. How did he manage to survive those days and nights? What a strong mentality you need to have be able to make a joke of yourself and make others laugh. Lu Yun pursed his red lips but could not utter a word. The suffering he had endured could not be comforted by words. As soon as Yang Shu saw Lu Yun's expression, he knew that in her heart, he had become the image of someone who endured humiliation and kept a low profile. But the original owner's stupidity was real, and he couldn't pretend to be stupid. Yang Shu naturally wouldn't tell Lu Yun about this, so let her misunderstand. You have already entered the palace of the Ding King, and I have no intention of letting you go. If you have someone else in your heart, get rid of it as soon as possible. Lu Yun raised his eyes and looked directly at Yang Shu. Although my biological mother died young, I am not shameless enough to associate with men outside of my family. Your Highness can verify this. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun's chest. He thought he didn't want to sleep. How could he not be well developed? At this age, I can't eat it. Let's live a good life, and we will find a way out. Yang Shu put Lu Yun's hand in his palm and slowly held it. Because of his own experience, even if he didn't love Lu Yun, Yang Shu would respect her and not let anyone bully her. As long as he is in power, no one in this mansion can challenge her. Looking at the boy's eyes that seemed to be filled with stars, Lu Yun's heart trembled and he lowered his head in a hurry. The purpose of snatching Su Weiyao into the mansion is to recruit Su Jingzhou. Yang Shu led Lu Yun to sit down. You also know the old man's situation. They were afraid that he couldn't even wait until the 7th day, so they wanted to make the Dingguo Palace extinct. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to prepare a way out. The heavenly family is ruthless, so we don't need to talk about loyalty. Yang Shu unfolded the map and pointed to a place and said to Lu Yun, Gongzhou is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Although it is a bit off the beaten track, its resources and soil are not inferior to those of rich places. Su Jingzhou is over there and can help me arrange many things. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu in shock. He actually told her such an important matter. Husband and wife for one, sharing honor and disgrace. I am willing to believe you. These few simple words made Lu Yun's heart tremble violently, and she clutched her sleeves tightly. We got married that day, but there were no elders and no formalities. We were missing some steps, so we should take advantage of the fact that the old man is at home and choose an auspicious day to complete the formalities. Lu Yun raised his eyes and asked, My lord, are you thinking about the gifts from each family? My wife is smart. At that time, they thought something happened to the old man. Not to mention attending the wedding banquet. Few people even sent gifts. Jianan is the capital of a country. When a brick is thrown, all the people hit are officials. This money is quite a lot. Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lu Yun's ears blushed at the word, wife. Only at this moment did she truly feel like she was getting married. You have to go to the old man to ask. Don't look at me. The old man doesn't know anything. If I go over there, I'll be kicked out by Bigfoot before I even open my mouth. If he were healthy again, he could beat me so hard that I would crawl on the ground. Lu Yun pursed her lips and smiled. I'll be there in a minute. Half each. Yang Shu winked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun shook his head. The prince has more places to spend money than I do. Smashing the gambling house and attacking the Duke's mansion was ostensibly to vent anger, but in reality it was all for money. To occupy land is to be king. It is not enough to just occupy it, you have to manage it, which requires investing a lot of money and energy. We're already married, so why not change your name? Seeing Lu Yun's calm and composed expression, Yang Shu suddenly felt like teasing her. Although his wife is not very old, she is very calm and composed. She remains calm and composed in the face of emergencies. What does the prince want to hear? Lu Yun concealed the emotions in his eyes. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's slender waist, not letting her dodge. Of course it's my husband. My husband is fine too. The warm breath made Lu Yun unable to maintain the calmness on her face. Her eyes wandered, not meeting Yang Shu's gaze, and she called out, husband, in a weak voice. Yang Shu smiled, looked at her red earlobes, and stopped making things difficult for her. I'll let Pai Gao take you back. If you need anything, just ask him. Yang Shu released his hand. Lu Yun responded and ran away without even daring to look back. His heart, which was as calm as autumn water, was now filled with waves. With someone he could talk to around him, Yang Shu was in a good mood. When I turned my head, I saw Lu Yun around the corner. Seeing that Yang Shu discovered her, Lu Yun gave him a charming smile. Can't you just sit still? Yang Shu poured himself a glass of water. Lu Yun sat down leisurely. If I can't hold on to the prince, it's like stepping on a floating log, and I feel like I'll sink at any moment. Let's talk about Rongchong Rice Shop. You have a heart of stone and won't even try to comfort me, Lu Yun said in a resentful tone. Yangshu glanced at her. Are you dissatisfied with your walking speed? You don't understand romance. Lu Yun snorted, leaning on the armrest of the chair. Lazy and charming, Rongchong Rice Shop is now headed by Zheng Bin, who is quite capable. In just 2 years, the declining Rongchong Rice Shop was revived, and its momentum is so strong that it is expected to surpass the Jinyuan Rice Shop. I was bored for a while, so I paid attention to it. Guess what I found? Lu Yun winked at Yangshu. Yangshu was too lazy to say anything more and threw the man onto the bed. Isn't it enough for me to say that? Lu Yun glared at Yangshu. What an annoying person. He didn't even know how to connect with the conversation. Zheng Bin is not Zheng Bin. The one who fell into the river 5 years ago was not Zheng Lan, but his younger brother Zheng Bin, who is 1 year younger than him. Zheng Jia only has 1 son and 1 daughter, and the side branches are eyeing him covetously. Without a son, he cannot keep his family business, so he wants to use his sister to replace his brother. How many people know about this? Yangshu gently stroked Lu Yun's leg. The second prince looks down on merchants. This is just me being bored. You didn't choose the first or second, but the third. Does the prince not want to attract attention? Or does he see the potential of Rongchong Rice Shop? Can't we have both? Yangshu took off his shoes and got on the couch. I'm having my period. Yangshu raised his eyebrows, held Lu Yun's hand, and pressed her under him. We just did it this morning, and you said you had your period? Seeing Lu Yun give up resistance, Yangshu lay down on the side. My place is different from the second prince's. You don't have to work so hard to grab anything. Lu Yun, I will give you a piece of heaven and earth. Your ability is more attractive than your body. Lu Yun was slightly startled and went to look at Yangshu, but he had already fallen asleep. Apart from the initial calculations, he was very straightforward afterwards. But could she really trust him? The more ambitious a man is, the more ruthless he is. In their eyes, worthless things are useless. Hugging herself, Lu Yun slowly closed her eyes. Miss, did Zhang Wanku do anything to you? Mo Mei looked at Lu Yun nervously. Lu Yun shook her head and walked past Mo Mei inside. Today's information had a huge impact on her, and she needed to calm down. I thought my life was ruined, but I didn't expect that the playboy was not really a playboy. He was thoughtful, wise and decisive, far beyond the reach of his peers. Husband and wife for one, sharing honor and disgrace. I am willing to believe you. Thinking of this, Lu Yun's heart trembled again. Even such an important matter was told to her, so what else did she have to question? After changing clothes, Lu Yun went to Qixia Courtyard. Chapter 17 Castrated. What did that grandson do? When Grandpa Yang heard that Lu Yun was outside, he slammed his hand on the table and was furious. Pang Qi looked at him, hesitated for several times, but still did not dare to say that Yangshu had kidnapped someone into the mansion again. The old man was in poor health and might get angry to death. The prince listened to you very much and did not step into Huana Courtyard. Lu Yun might have come to say hello. Pang Qi said with a smile. I'm not confused yet. Let someone in. Old Master Yang said with a grim expression. Madam, I know that the prince is absurd, but the old man. Pang Qi led Lu Yun into the yard and sighed. Uncle Pang, what I am talking about this time has nothing to do with the prince's recent behavior. Pang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked like a calm and composed man, so he wouldn't play any tricks on others. Grandfather. Lu Yun's address made old Master Yang feel sad. His grandson was a good-for-nothing, and the Dingguo Palace was even more of a hell. What a pretty girl. But have you been wronged? Lu Yun shook his head. My marriage to the prince was too hasty. On the wedding day, he got scared by his horse, and we didn't even have the formal ceremony. Old Master Yang sighed inwardly. Given Yangshu's character, it was normal for her to regret. But once she entered the Dingguo Palace, there was no way she could leave. She and the Yang family have become one. My granddaughter-in-law hopes to hold a May-up ceremony to avoid any regrets. I hope Grandpa will agree. Old Master Yang tore off his beard, and Pang Qi was also shocked. This girl has clear eyes. Doesn't she look sick? Yuner, do you know what you were saying? I know the prince has a bad reputation and does not behave properly, but I am already his and I look forward to being with him. If I don't perform the ceremony, I will feel like something is missing. Don't have too much expectation on him. He's just a pile of mud. Old Master Yang made a spitting sound, as if his mouth was dirty just by talking about it. His behavior made Lu Yun feel even more distressed for Yangshu. Even the closest people to him disliked him. How painful it must be inside. Please, Grandpa, agree to marry your grandson. Lu Yun knelt down. Lao Pang, help him up. Since you insist, let's do it in half a month. I will take care of it myself. The mansion hasn't been lively for a long time. Old Master Yang muttered, his figure extremely lonely. Since when did the laughter and joy in Prince Ding's palace cease? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember it. Wu has said that she would give him 10 or 8 grandchildren, and he would never have to rest for a moment. These people have broken their promise. Seeing that Mr. Yang's eyes were filled with tears, Pang Chi knew that he was thinking about the past again. The marshal was really old. With a sigh, Pang Chi led Lu Yun out. Sir, Yan Lingrong has been kidnapped. Well, go to West Street and tie up Su Jingzhou as well. Yang Shu put on his coat, stood up and said to the outside, Go back to sleep. After covering himself with the quilt, Yang Shu walked out. Lu Yun opened her eyes. Yang Shu was very efficient and decisive in his work. He was not slow at all and his tactics were very strong, like a hero. If he were asked to rebel against Jianan, he might really be able to change the master of Dian. Here I come. Yang Shu called Su Yuyao. Go and check if they kidnapped the wrong person. Yan Lingrong lay on his side on the ground, with a thumb-thick rope digging into his flesh, making it difficult for him to move. He was moaning, and although no one knew what he was saying, judging from his terrified expression, he was begging for mercy. Su Yuyao looked away in disgust and nodded towards Yang Shu. Sit down, your brother will be here soon. Now that we've met, let's go back. Yang Shu spat out the grape skin in his mouth. Don't be so reserved. Enjoy yourself when you can. If you are frugal, your elder brother will not suffer any less. Yang Shu pushed the grapes towards Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao looked at Yang Shu and ate grapes obediently. This man was not as violent as he appeared, but he was not as gentle as he appeared. Su Yuyao could not define him with words. But there was one thing she was sure of, that was not to offend Yang Shu. Time passed by minute. Yang Shu looked at the empty fruit plate and glanced at Su Yuyao's belly. He asked her to eat grapes, and she really ate them, one after another without stopping. Not full. Su Yuyao looked up, blinked, and when she saw the fruit plate, her face turned red instantly. Are you that afraid of me? Su Yuyao shook her head, grabbed a grape, and put it in her mouth. Yang Shu laughed out loud, and Su Yuyao's face turned even redder. She wanted to escape back to her room. Prince, Su Jingzhou has been kidnapped. Pai Jidi walked quickly towards Yang Shu. We're already here. Go untie her. Yang Shu looked over. If you come any later, your sister will die here. Su Jingzhou took off the rope and looked at Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao covered her face. In order to avoid embarrassing the little girl and making her run away, Yang Shu changed the subject. The man is right there. The whip and the sharp knife are ready for you. The appointment letter should come down soon. Before we get started, you two should say goodbye to each other. Su Jingzhou took out a piece of jade from his arms and said, This jade has been passed down for 3 generations. Please keep it for me for a while. Su Jingzhou gave the jade to Su Yuyao, but his eyes were looking at Yang Shu. Yang Shu opened his folding fan. Su Jingzhou was telling him that he would definitely come to pick up Su Yuyao. I know that you two have a deep brother-sister relationship. Pai Gao, send Miss Su back to her room. Brother. Su Yuyao's eyes were red and she looked back every few steps, full of reluctance and worry. Su Jingzhou did not withdraw his gaze until Su Yuyao's figure disappeared. He walked towards Yan Lingrong, kicked him over, grabbed a sharp knife, and stabbed him. During the whole process, people with fast reaction time cannot catch up. Sir, I'm going back to clean up. Throwing away the knife, Su Jingzhou bowed to Yang Shu. Yang Shu looked at the unconscious Yan Lingrong, his eyes focused on his crotch. Did he have his balls cut off? TSK, so cruel. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Seeing Pai Gao coming back, Yang Shu asked him to check on Yan Lingrong's condition. Prince, be castrated. It's a really nice egg. Yang Shu stuffed a grape into his mouth. He is talented and capable, and he acts efficiently. He deserves credit for this to Lu Yun. Throw it out. After glancing at Yan Lingrong, Yang Shu stood up. There was blood all over the floor. And after so much delay, with the current level of medical care, it was time to prepare for his funeral. Turning around, Yang Shu was startled by the old face in front of him. Uncle Pang, why are you walking so silently? On the 11th of next month, the old man will hold a wedding for you and Lu Yun to make up for the unfinished gift. During this time, you should behave yourself. If you cause any more trouble, the gate of Prince Ding's palace will be closed tightly, and you won't be able to leave at all. After delivering the message, Pang Chi turned around and left without caring about Yang Shu's reaction. In the Dingguo palace, apart from the old man, only Pang Chi dared to treat Yang Shu like this. Pai Gao, does he look at me like he's looking at dog shit? Yang Shu folded his hands and looked in the direction where Pang Chi left. Prince, you are disgusted when you see dog shit, but Butler Pang doesn't even have you in his eyes. Pai Ji walked to the side of Yang Shu and looked at Pang Chi's back with him. At the corner, Ponzi stopped and turned back. Yang Shu and Pai Gao looked away at the same time. Pang Chi frowned slightly. When did these two people become so in sync? Chapter 18. The Emperor arrives at Dingguo Palace. Seeing that he was leaving, Yang Shu and Pai Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Ding King's mansion, the one who likes to beat people the most is not Mr. Yang, but Pang Chi. He followed old man Yang since he was a child and went to the battlefield at the age of 15. In order to save the old man, he was injured in unspeakable places and could no longer be humane. Old Master Yang felt extremely guilty and made a statement that everyone in the Yang family had to respect Pang Chi as much as they respected him, and anyone who dared to act like a master would be removed from the family tree. When Mr. Yang spoke, his words were as solid as his nails. Even Yang Shu didn't dare to act rashly in front of Pang Chi. Pang Chi was devoted to the Yang family. He loved Yang Shu, the only child in the family, deeply and severely punished him, often beating him with a stick. But the original owner just wouldn't grow up right, and over time, Pang Chi got too lazy to do anything about it. However, being too lazy to do it doesn't mean that he won't do it at all. When he gets in the mood, it is common for him to use the original owner as a punching bag. Mr. Yang said that Yang Shu had to be more restrained, and he did not go out the whole day. At night, Pai Ji knocked on Yang Shu's door with a serious expression. "Prince, Yan Lingrong is dead." Yang Shu raised his eyes, not surprised. "What's the Yan family's reaction?" "Enter the palace." Yang Shu rubbed the jade pendant with his fingers. It was okay to have a small fight, but if someone died, the nature of the matter would be different. The emperor must have been waiting for this moment. Yan Lingrong had to die. If he didn't die, the emperor would have to plot against someone else. The relationship between him and old man Yang can't remain so tense forever. There needs to be something to ease it. There is nothing better than making mistakes yourself. Has Haidang courtyard been cleaned up? Yang Shu asked. Everything that needs to be purchased has been purchased. Well, let Su Yao move over. Yang Shu took a sip of water. Su Yao and he were not in that kind of relationship. Living with him would not be good for both of them. After sitting for a while, Yang Shu opened the door and walked out. The moonlight was bright and the chirping of cicadas could be heard from time to time. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman with a slender waist and long legs was shedding tears of sorrow. Su Jingzhou hasn't left yet, and I miss him already. The sudden sound scared Su Yao so much that she wiped her tears quickly. Sure, Shitsi. He went to Huaining County, where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, so he is safer than us. Yang Shu sat down on the stone bench. What kind of personality do you like? I'll ask Pai Gao to buy a few girls tomorrow. Sir, I can take care of myself. Yang Shu turned his gaze to Su Yao. Haidang courtyard is not smaller than this. Do you want to clean it by yourself? You've been alone for so long. Don't keep nagging Haidang. Do you think it's appropriate for the haunted thing to happen in Prince Ding's mansion? Su Yao lowered her head slightly. It seemed a bit hard to be alone. I heard from Pai Gao that you dislike the food in the kitchen. Su Yao didn't care about her hot face and shook her head quickly. You didn't touch the dinner that was sent to you. You cooked it yourself. My parents died young, and my elder brother and I didn't have money to hire servants. Over the years, we cooked and washed our own food, and we're not used to delicacies, so. Yang Shu glanced at her until Su Yao blushed. Then he spoke. You just won't speak directly. The dishes in the kitchen taste. Old Master Yang threw away the people very thoroughly, including those in the kitchen. Just because an old soldier is good at wielding a sword doesn't mean he can cook. Each one is practical and the quantity is sufficient, and as for the saltiness, it depends on preference. It won't kill people. It's not even close to being delicious. Give me a bowl of noodles with some chopped green onions. Yang Shu said casually. He guessed that the emperor was coming, so he wanted to have a full meal before being punished. Su Yao was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was talking to her, nodded, and walked away slowly. She moved quickly and came back in less than half an hour. In addition to the green onions that Yang Shu had asked for, there was also an egg on the top. Clear soup and white noodles. Very simple. Yang Shu blew on the hot air and took a sip. No wonder the girl made it herself. It was indeed delicious. Your elder brother is a little ungrateful. Seeing that Yang Shu had a gentle attitude and there was no one else around, Su Yao's nervousness eased a little. She looked at Yang Shu in confusion, wondering why he had to involve her elder brother just because he was eating noodles. Other people's sisters have never done housework, but his sister washes clothes and cooks for him, and nourishes him in various ways. But he is even more delicate than a girl. Students preparing for exams must work hard. Su Yao became depressed. They had saved for a long time and pawned everything they could, thinking that they could settle down in Jianan, but in the end, everything was burned down. Ironically, there is no justice under the emperor's feet. Because Yan Lingrong instigated the thugs to cause trouble, her needlework and her elder brother's calligraphy and paintings could not be sold. She was worried about her 3 meals a day, so how could she not lose weight? She shouldn't have come to Jianan with her elder brother. Are you blaming yourself again? Yang Shu spat out the last mouthful of noodles and motioned Su Yao to sit down. It's not your fault that you are beautiful. It's because the monarch of this country is incompetent and allows officials to run rampant and override the law. Your beauty belongs to you, not to please the rich and powerful. No one has the right to take it away by force. The fault lies with them. It is also because the law is not perfect and does not truly serve the people. Su Yao looked at Yang Shu in astonishment. As a beneficiary, he actually spoke from their perspective. What would happen if the prince came to power? Su Yuliao asked uncontrollably. The world is full of the sound of reading, regardless of gender. The poor and the aristocratic have a way out. The imperial examination is based on talent, and men and women are given equal rights. Support business, improve farming, and the people have food in stock and new clothes every festival. Su Yuliao's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't even know that Yang Shu had left. This dandy boy who was looked down upon by the world actually had such lofty ambitions. What Yang Shu said, she didn't even dare to dream about. Su Yuliao felt a shock she had never felt before. If he meant every word, Su Yuliao hoped that Yang Shu could win, and was even willing to pray for him every day. At this moment, Su Yuliao overturned all her previous impressions of Yang Shu. A person who can have such thoughts can be bad, but how bad can he be? Just as Yang Shu had expected, the emperor came, very low-key, accompanied only by a eunuch and the commander of the imperial guards. After standing in Qixia courtyard for a long time, Pang Qi finally let him in. Inside the room, old Master Yang sat up, looking intimidating without even getting angry, and stared at the emperor quietly. Father. The emperor called out and lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. The Minister of Revenue has worked hard for many years and has never asked me for anything. If Shuo can achieve something, I will not agree to anything even if he kneels for a day. It was the Feng family who wanted to marry, but it was them who said they wanted to back out. Old Master Yang's eyes were full of sarcasm. But we don't need the Dingguo Palace anymore. Old Master Yang looked at the emperor with a slightly cold tone. Father, Sai will always remember the siege of Fengzhou. It was you, father, who carried me out of the siege. The late emperor loved young sons, and it was you, father, who urged me to keep my position as the crown prince. The emperor's voice was choked with sobs. But Grandpa Yang's eyes did not fluctuate. When did that kind-hearted child turn into the heartless person with sweet words but a sharp tongue? Let's talk business. Mr. Yang said calmly. Is your father in good health? I want to hold a banquet to reward the soldiers in 3 days. No. Father, take good care of yourself. The emperor looked at old man Yang, and seeing that he had no intention of keeping him talking, he turned and left. Chapter 19 is really not worth it. Old Pang. Marshal. Pang Qi was waiting outside. When Mr. Yang called him, he immediately responded. What did that be still? Pang Qi knew he could no longer hide it. The prince robbed the sister of the newly appointed Jinshi Su Jingzhou and brought Yin Lingrong, who harassed Su Yuliao, into the mansion and castrated him. I heard he could not be rescued. No wonder. Old Master Yang said sarcastically. Bring the man here. The word, bring him here, reflects the anger in Mr. Yang's heart. In the army, people are only brought here when they have committed serious mistakes. My lord, this is bad. Butler Pang is here. Pai Gao rushed into Yang Shu's room. Yang Shu stood up, his face calm. Go to Huana courtyard and let them know. Prince, don't hold on. Pai Ji gritted his teeth, did not dare to delay, and walked away quickly. Pang Qi came quickly, and was slightly surprised to see that Yang Shu did not hide in fear. Uncle Pang, I know the way. Yang Shu spoke calmly and took the first step. Pang Qi frowned and hesitated for a while, but finally didn't take any action. There was something wrong with this kid today. Old Master Yang tightened his belt and grabbed the whip on the table. His eyes were gloomy and there was no emotion at all. Grandfather. Yang Shu knelt down outside the door. Unlike his previous trembling posture, he knelt straight. The door slammed open, and old man Yang walked out from the darkness step by step, exuding a murderous aura. He raised his hand and lashed Yang Shu's back with a whip. With a snap, his brocade clothes tore, and his skin and flesh were exposed. With a muffled groan, Yang Shu raised his head and looked straight at old man Yang. Grandpa, the Yang family is going to be destroyed anyway. Why do you have to control me? If I'm too cautious, will they let the Yang family go? My second brother was always obedient and docile, but he died such a tragic death that even his intestines were stepped on and spilled out. Mr. Yang couldn't hold the whip anymore. Grandpa, if I had good character and was good at both literature and martial arts, would I be alive today? Yang Shu looked at him and questioned. Old Master Yang's pupils dilated and the whip slipped out of his hand, raising a layer of dust. Pang Qi stared at Yang Shu with eyes as sharp as arrows. Is this still the same idiot? Is this really an idiot? Can an idiot understand this? Grandpa, the Yang family doesn't owe anyone anything. Since we are destined to become extinct, let me finish this journey as I please. From the beginning to the end, I just wanted to live, but no one was willing, no one would tolerate me, no one would tolerate me. Yang Shu muttered, and as soon as the words came out of his mouth, they were blown away by the wind, and the yard was dead silent. Without looking at old man Yang again, Yang Shu got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, and walked out. Until he disappeared, Mr. Yang didn't call him. Marshal. Pang Qi looked at Mr. Yang worriedly. Old Master Yang leaned against the wall, coughed heavily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and cried, his cloudy eyes full of sorrow. He understood everything. everything. How much blood has been shed over the years, thousands of miles of red, batch after batch, all new faces, but not even a corpse can be brought back. Is it worth it? Not worth it. It's really not worth it. Old Master Young opened his eyes wide, roared, and fell backwards. Marshal. Ponzi supported him. Old Master Young closed his eyes tightly. Tears welled up from the corners of his eyes, wetting his temples. Wrong, he was wrong. He cared about the people and loyalty, but who cared about his young family? Everyone hoped that his young family would die out. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. Mr. Yang's chest shook and he laughed out loud. Prince. Pai Gao was stunned when he saw Yang Shu and hurried over to him. Has the old man changed his mind? He didn't even do anything. Yang Shu looked over his shoulder and said, get some medicine for the wound. Although old Master Young was angry, he did not kill him. He only tore the skin and flesh, but did not hurt the inside. But it really hurts. Very hot. Pai Jia followed Yang Shu's gaze and looked back, and immediately took a breath of cold air. His skin and flesh turned inside out, and the brocade shirt around him was wet and stuck to his body. The old man is really angry. With a few more whips, the prince's physique can be bedridden for half a month. I'll go right away. Pai Jia turned around and was about to leave, but stopped immediately. In this situation, he should send the prince back to his room first. I'm not so sick that I can't walk. Yang Shu refused Pai Gao's support. At this time, Lu Yun came over. She took 2 breaths and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she had run. Their eyes met. Yang Shu walked over, raised his hand, and wiped the sweat off Lu Yun's head with his sleeve. Are you worried about me? Lu Yun nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. I was whipped. Yang Shu took Lu Yun's hand and led her forward. He could handle today's situation, so he asked Pai Gao to go to Wan Heiyuan just in case, and also to bring Lu Yun into his own affairs. Only by going through ups and downs together can the feelings become deep. The sweat on Lu Yun's forehead made Yang Shu feel warm in her heart. She was worried about him and began to treat him as her husband. Pai Gao has left on his own accord. How did he get hurt like this? After entering the room, Lu Yun had a clear vision. Looking at the whip marks on Yang Shu's back, she covered her lips and suppressed her exclamation. Since this is an old general's move, only torn skin and flesh can be considered light. Yang Shu smiled and motioned Lu Yun to come over and help him take off his coat. It must hurt. Lu Yun whispered softly. Has it always been like this before? Seeing from a close distance, Lu Yun couldn't hide the trembling in his voice. Has he always been punished like this before? The worst time, I was lying in bed for several months. Yang Shu said casually. The original owner was stupid and he did it as soon as others instigated him. At that time, Mr. Young had not yet completely despaired. He always wanted to correct the man and was really ruthless in his actions. It's a pity that although the original owner was afraid, he still hung out with those people. Lu Yun's eyes were red as she looked at Yang Shu with heartache. How much had he endured along the way? Prince. Pai Ji walked into the room, placed the medicine on the table, glanced at Lu Yun, closed the door and left. The lady is here, so there is no need for him to apply medicine. Just bear with it. Lu Yun wrung out the cloth and cleaned the blood from Yang Shu's wound. Uncle Pang said that the old man will arrange our wedding on the 11th of next month. Lu Yun paused, and Yang Shu turned his head to look at her. The day before the wedding, I will send you back to Wu Wei Marquis's mansion. Just do whatever you want. As the wife of the Crown Prince of Dingguo Palace, you don't need to look at anyone's face. Lu Yun, you are my wife. No matter what happens, I will stand by you and protect you. You can trust me. Under the candlelight, the boy's eyes were as deep as the sea. Lu Yun looked at him steadily. You know? I don't know. Yang Shu shook his head. I only know that they treated you badly. I shouldn't say badly, but they didn't treat you as human beings. You hate Lu Su and Zhou. Lu Yun gently sprinkled the powder on Yang Shu's wound and wrapped it with gauze. Before I got married, I took 1,000 taels from my dowry. Chunlan, who was by Zhou's side, was greedy for money, so I gave her a packet of medicine powder and asked her to mix a little into Zhou's food every day. Calculating the time, it's about to start. First, I can't sleep at night and I'm restless. Then I have hallucinations, and finally I die of fright. Do you think I'm vicious, Prince? Lu Yun raised his eyes. Yang Shu held her hand and asked Lu Yun to sit on his lap. Vicious? Being kind to evil people is what people should stay away from, lest the thunder strikes the wrong people. They won't give you a chance to live, and if you still talk about family affection with them, then I can only send you away. I am not a kind person, and there is no room for a saint around me. Holding Lu Yun's waist, Yang Shu lowered his head and kissed her eyebrows. Lu Yun was trying to believe him, which made Yang Shu very happy. The warm breath hit her face, Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled, and the blush color gradually spread across her skin. Her shy and timid look made Yang Shu's eyes darken. If he lives another 2 years, he might be just like what the poem says. One glance can conquer a city, another glance can conquer a country. Chapter 20 Celebration Banquet. slowed down on the road. Yang Shu let go of Lu Yun and watched her leave. Who would have thought that the prince's love is not with Feng Qingyuan, but with the daughter of Marquis Wu Wei? Lu Yun walked out from the shadows, her gentle steps showing her charm. Yang gathered his coat, leaned back slightly, and said casually, "Are you hungry?" Lu Yun rolled her eyes. "Look, can I have some other ideas? I heard that the prince was punished. How badly was the injury?" Lu Yun looked concerned. Yang Shu poured a glass of water and drank 2 sips before he stood up and pinched Lu Yun's chin. Yang Shu stared into her eyes and said, "I don't see any concern in this. Let's get down to business." Yang Shu pointed his finger downwards. Lu Yun gave him a glare and said, "I have saved a lot of money in Yahonglu." Ah. Lu Yun couldn't pretend anymore and glared at Yang Shu. "You're just like dough. Can't you be more gentle?" Yang Shu raised his eyelids. "You haven't given up yet. 500,000 taels of silver. Will you give up in exchange for that? Everyone who listens gets a share. I want 50,000 taels." Lu Yun gritted her teeth and agreed. It was okay, just 1/10. She didn't just snatch it away from him. Is it hidden secretly? How can the money that was run away not be kept secret? Lu Yun tied her belt in annoyance. Yang Shu turned the jade pendant, glanced at Lu Yun, and asked the question that had been on his mind. "Do you know who poisoned me on my wedding day?" Lu Yun was slightly stunned. "I thought it was just a fall from a horse, but he wasn't trampled. How could it alarm so many doctors and make them stay all night? It must be poisoned. There are many people who hope that the Dingguo Palace will be destroyed. Yahonglu doesn't know everything. I can only tell you that the 6th Prince's men did it." Yang Shu frowned. "6th Prince? I have had little interaction with him. Would it be good for him to kill me?" Lu Yun glanced at Yang Shu. "A 1,000-year-old fox. Why is he pretending to be stupid? The 6th Prince is impulsive and only trusts the 3rd Prince. With a little guidance, he will make his 3rd brother feel comfortable. You are so smart, but you fell into the trap." Lu Yun raised the corners of her lips, revealing a bit of gloating. Yang Shu's eyes were dark. The Yang family fought desperately on the border, but the life of their only son was worthless in the eyes of others. "Okay, go take a shower and go to bed." He had just applied some medicine and was not prepared to fight a bloody battle. "My lord, Sui Weiyao already has her own courtyard. I want one too." Lu Yun pulled Yang Shu's sleeve and looked at him aggrievedly. "Fuxianjuan is already being cleaned up. On the 11th of next month, this prince will let you meet your old master. Then, you will move in." Lu Yun raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Sir, aren't you afraid that I will return to my old master? With pearls and jade like this, prince, if you still want that kind of tile." Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's face and smiled warmly. "You can't have a blind woman. One night of love means 100 days of affection. How heartless." Lu Yun threw a handkerchief at Yang Shu, turned around, and walked away. Yang Shu took out a booklet. All the people on it were related to the original owner. TSK, 3 pages, and it was hard to find a sincere one. Yang Shu picked up the pen and added the name of the 6th prince. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Shu did not go out. Hojo knew that Yang Shu was beaten by old man Yang and could not get out of bed. He was so worried that he set off firecrackers for the whole morning. "Prince, are you really going to attend the celebration banquet tomorrow? The emperor is hosting a banquet, all with good food, and you don't have to pay for it, so why not eat?" Yang Shu flipped a page of the book and said casually, "The 3rd prince will be here too." Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao and asked, "Do you think I can't beat him? The 3rd prince is handsome, and he is the best among his peers in both civil and military affairs. I am worried that you will not be used to seeing him being so close to Miss Feng, and will attack him. The crown prince has a bad reputation. If you two were to argue in that kind of situation, everyone would think that you are in the wrong." Yang Shu patted the book and said, Why can't you have confidence in your own son? Do you really think I'm afraid in front of the emperor? The Ding Palace used to be too restrained, and anyone could come and give orders. I will make them shut up." Yang Shu sat up straight. "Have the clothes been delivered? I was just about to say that Jinxiu Pavilion asked for some extra time. The 99 golden threads are not easy to string and will need to be made in the evening. It doesn't matter if it's later. Tell them to make sure the clothes are ready. I want to be in the spotlight tomorrow." Pai Jiu's face twitched when he thought of the clothes that Yang Shu asked Jinxiu Pavilion to make. After putting them on, he wouldn't have to do anything. Just sitting there would make him the focus of the crowd. In order to demonstrate the emperor's benevolence, a grand celebration banquet was held, and officials above the 3rd rank were allowed to bring their families into the palace to attend the banquet. The moment Lu Yun saw Yang Shu, he was stunned. "Is it bright?" Yang Shu flicked his sleeves, and the gold threads and gold flakes shone so brightly in the sunlight that people couldn't open their eyes. "Bright. This prince will definitely astound everyone today. This dress is so expensive," Yang Shu said as he took Lu Yun's hand and led her out. What just got on the carriage? At the door, the guards put down their hands that were covering their eyes. It seems to be the prince. I thought the gold had become a spirit. Can someone come take over for me? I want to clean the toilet. I also want to. It's not the first time you've been embarrassed. Don't be afraid. Cheer up. The marshal will be out soon. If he sees you guys being lazy, you'll have to go back and practice a few hundred rounds. There was a sudden sound of wailing. Lu Yun glanced at Yang Shu, then silently looked away. It was like a golden spirit. Yang Shu scratched his ears and said, "These bastards, they all think I'm deaf. If they fall into my hands one day, I'll make them clean their toilets to their heart's content." Lu Yun looked at the gold flakes on his body shaking and lowered his head to suppress his laughter. Yinner. Lu Yun raised his head with a serious expression, and the next second, he burst out laughing. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he pulled the person into his arms. "Be careful not to let the wound split open." Lu Yun spoke gently, getting up from Yang Shu's legs to avoid adding burden to him. During these 3 days, the two spent most of their time together, reading or chatting about miscellaneous things, and they were much closer than before. "Marshal!" The shouting outside dispelled Yang Shu's intention to bully Lu Yun. He lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and looked out. Old man Yang had a sallow complexion, and although his steps were steady, it was obvious that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Yang Shu frowned. This couldn't go on. He had to encourage the old man. It was time for him to improve his physical fitness. As Mr. Yang got on the carriage, the team started moving, heading towards the palace at a leisurely pace. Quite a few people had already arrived at the palace gate, and there was an endless line of carriages. Given the fierce aura of the guards at Dingguo Palace, it was impossible for them to get stuck in a traffic jam, so everyone consciously gave way. As soon as the carriage stopped, Yang Shu lifted the curtain and attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Everyone stared at him with their mouths wide open, their faces twitching wildly. Did old man Yang hit him on the head? What normal person would be covered in gold flakes? The flash hurts people's eyes. Chapter 21 Complaint. "Get off the car, stop dawdling." Yang Shu shouted into the car. Seeing everyone looking at him, he lifted his collar proudly and said, "Isn't this prince's dress very impressive?" Everyone squinted their eyes due to the blinding light and turned around. The Ding Palace was about to come to an end. The only descendant was obviously mentally ill. "Why are you leaving? You really have no taste for appreciation." Yang Shu snorted and yelled with an unhappy look on his face. Old Master Yang frowned slightly and lifted the curtain, but the carriage had already entered the palace gate, and he could not see the shining Yang Shu. In the entire Yan State, only Old Man Yang could ride in a carriage directly into the palace gate. This was a unique favor bestowed upon him by the emperor. Damn it, whose idiot is that? He's not tied up. My eyes hurt from the flash. In the procession entering the palace, a young man raised his eyebrows and cursed loudly. "You're going to die." The person next to the young man covered his mouth and pointed to the carriage heading to the king's palace. The young man immediately stopped talking and said, "You can't expect a madman to listen to reason. He only knows how to swing his fists." The guard who was checking at the palace gate casually touched Yang Shu twice and let him in. How could such a mentally disordered playboy be a threat to the emperor? The bright light made him unable to open his eyes. The setting sun was scorching hot. People walked on the blue bricks in 2s and 3s towards the Zhenghe Hall. From their tightly pursed lips, it could be seen that they were all in an unhappy mood. There was indeed no way to be happy. Every time Yang Shu moved, the gold flakes on his body moved with him, and the reflected sunlight danced on everyone's faces. Everyone was furious, but they couldn't kill this show-off. Yang Shu staggered every 3 steps. If it were possible that fast walking was not allowed in the palace, there would be absolutely no one within 100 meters of him. As soon as Lu Yun entered the palace, he was driven away by Yang Shu in disgust, saying that having someone around him would only affect his ability to radiate his radiance. "What is that?" Kong pointed at the shiny thing in front of him, dumbfounded. Feng Qingwan had a gloomy face. When she got off the car, she heard the people talking. She opened her lips and replied to Kong, "Yang Shu." Kong's eyebrows immediately frowned, and her expression was as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. "Fortunately, you broke off the engagement with him. He is becoming more and more absurd and brainless. Let's wait a little longer to avoid him getting entangled with us." Kong's face was full of disgust, as if Yang Shu was some dirty thing. Without any restraint, fearing that others would not notice him, Yang Shu walked for a full half-hour before reaching the Zhenghe Hall. When Lu Yun saw him coming, he moved aside with a look of fear. Yang Shu was too eye-catching, and it was hard for everyone not to look at him. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Lu Yun with pity in their eyes. Marrying into the Dingguo Palace, her life was ruined. The girls all had looks of relief in their eyes. Fortunately, they were not the ones being arranged to marry. It would be better to die than to marry such a playboy. Have you written the invitations? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun with a ferocious expression. Not yet. Lu Yun lowered his head, his body shaking with fear. If they can't even handle such a simple thing, how can they support the people in Wu Wei Marquiate? Yang Shu glared at Lu Yun and picked up the paper on the table that was still wet with ink. Then, with a golden glow, he distributed the papers to each table. Next month on the 11th. This prince will be very happy. If you don't come, I'll kill you. Everyone's eyes twitched. Was this really an invitation? I've never seen such an invitation before. I wanted to put a knife on their necks. Yang Shu, this is Zhenghe Palace. You can't act wildly here. A voice sounded. The man's face was cold, and his eyes looked straight at Yang Shu. The hall fell silent, and everyone looked towards the door. In an instant, the dull atmosphere was no longer there. No matter how crazy Yang Wanku was, he had to lie down in front of Prince Shi. Yang Wanku had been beaten and cried in the streets by Prince Shi more than once, so she was terrified every time she saw him. Everyone was waiting for Yang Shu to give in and retreat to his position. After staring at Prince Shi for a while, Yang Shu took a step and walked towards him. Everyone was surprised. He wasn't hiding. Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at Yang Shu, waiting to see what he was going to do. Yang Shu didn't stop until he reached Prince Shi. The atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone narrowed their eyes even more. The sky was dark, but the candlelight in the hall was bright, and the gold flakes were shining even more dazzlingly. Will there be a fight? Everyone was looking forward to it. If Yang Wanku started fighting, Prince Shi would definitely beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. That scene makes me happy just thinking about it. On the 11th of next month, this prince will be getting married. Come over and have a drink at the wedding. Yang Shu threw a piece of paper at Guo, his chin raised high, looking very arrogant. Everyone's breath was held in their chest. They never expected Yang Shu to be so capable that he even dared to act so arrogantly in front of Prince Shi. Guo narrowed his eyes, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it away with a look of contempt. You. Yang Shu was as angry as an ox and could not be restrained. Everyone sat back and prepared to watch the show. The emperor has arrived. The eunuch's shrill shout broke the tense atmosphere in the hall. Everyone stood up, bowed their hands, and waited for the emperor to arrive. The eunuchs stood on both sides, kneeling on the ground. In the silence, a tall, dignified middle-aged man strode into the hall. Behind him followed Old Man Yang, Prince Shi, the 6 ministers, a group of soldiers and princes. Your Highness, everyone in the hall shouted respectfully. The emperor smiled and was about to say, no need to be polite, when a howling sound suddenly rang out, and it was impossible to ignore it. Yang Shu was seen squatting on the ground, looking at the paper ball on the ground, crying loudly. If you don't know, you might think the emperor has passed away. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Old Master Yang was the first to recognize the man, and his face twitched. Did he take all the gold in the mansion to melt? The second prince lowered his eyes to hide the coldness in them. The third prince frowned slightly, with a look of displeasure on his face. The 6th prince was furious. If Old Master Yang had not been there, he would have kicked him. Fortunately, he was only thrown off the horse. If you step on it, you won't have to see this embarrassing thing. The generals looked at each other and looked away consciously. How could the Yang family, which was full of heroes, produce such a thing? Wasn't it like they had swapped their children? The golden light was too dazzling. Yang Shu lowered his head. The emperor was far away. He squinted his eyes again and again, but he couldn't recognize the person. Finally, he looked at the eunuch on the side. The grandson of King Ding. The eunuch said in a low voice. The emperor's frown relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. What's the matter? The people in the hall were also obviously confused by Yang Shu. They stole a glance at Old Man Yang, and finally their eyes fell on Yang Shu. Guo is a bully. I invited him to my wedding, and he just threw my invitation away. They all looked down on me. If I had married Feng Qingwan. Yang Shu sobbed and wiped his tears with his hands. As soon as Yang Shu finished speaking, the hall became even quieter and no one dared to look at the emperor. Grandpa, when you were not at home, Guo always beat me. He called me an unfilial person and said that you would die on the battlefield sooner or later and that the Dingguo Palace would become extinct. The people in the first hall dared not breathe. Guo face changed drastically and he knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, Yang Shu is talking nonsense. I never said that. Father, Guo has always been sensible and would never be so arrogant and rude. The third prince glanced at Yang Shu and spoke. Your Majesty, we have never heard of it. The officials spoke up one after another. The situation changed instantly with the one-sided accusations. Everyone knew that Yang Shu had a bad character. Could his words be trusted? He just spoke without thinking. Guo glanced at Yang Shu, with sarcasm in his eyes. You useless thing, what's the use of hitting you? Just keep on yelling. I still didn't kick you enough. Chapter 22. Mr. Yang is furious. Yang Shu's gold flakes trembled with anger and his face turned red. See, this is how they bully me every day. Yang Shu yelled at old man Yang. No matter what I say, they think it's my fault. It's also my fault if others bully me. Third Prince, you are so kind-hearted, but you lie with your eyes open. I thought I didn't know that you have a good relationship with Guo. Feng Qingwan and I just broke off our engagement, and you're already discussing marriage with the Feng family. Yang Shu's voice was shrill, and he stared at the Third Prince with hatred in his eyes. Marry me. I will then smash my head against the Third Prince's mansion and die. I don't want to see how this marriage will go through. And you? Yang Shu pointed angrily at an official in a crimson robe. Guo kicked me down from the second floor of Huifeng Pavilion, and 2 of my ribs were broken. You were there, so keep proving for him. You. None of you are telling the truth. Yang Shu pointed at the officials who joined in the argument, holding his head and roaring. It's obvious that he had been holding it in for too long and couldn't bear it psychologically, so something went wrong. The official who had just spoken turned pale with anger. He never thought that someone would dare to make such a scene in front of Emperor Yang Shu. The Third Prince had the ugliest expression. Feng Qingwan's body was trembling as she stared at Yang Shu with resentment. She and the Third Prince had not done anything inappropriate. He was not doing his best, but he blamed them. What are you yelling about? You're a loser and not worthy of Feng Qingwan. What else can you do besides visiting brothels and fighting crickets? You deserve to be beaten to death. The 6th Prince looked contemptuous. Yes, I deserve it. Yang Shu cried and laughed, picked up the paper ball on the ground, put it in his arms along with his hand, and muttered, Forget it. What's there to say? Anyway, no one will make the decision. No one is on my side. Yang Shu kept shaking his head. Why fight? If I had a father and a mother, I wouldn't be bullied. Yang Shu walked out as if he had lost his soul, looking weak, pitiful, and desolate. Your Majesty, is this what you meant by taking care of Shu? Old Master Yang, who had been silent all this time, glanced at everyone. No emotion could be heard in his voice, but his bulging veins and heavy breathing all showed the old marshal's great rage. Everyone's breath was held, and they felt as if thousands of troops were galloping towards them. Have you been living too comfortably these years? Old Master Yang's tiger eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. They all remembered the year when Yang Wu and his brothers died in battle. Blood flowed in Jinan for 3 days, and human heads were used to build the city walls. After that, Old Man Yang lived in seclusion and never mobilized a large army again. However, the Yang family was never a sick tiger, but a lion. He only needed to give an order, and tens of thousands of cavalry would rush into Jinan and massacre every household. Marshal Yang, you are too presumptuous in front of the emperor. The 6th Prince stretched out his neck and yelled at Old Man Yang, his eyes squeezed by his fat, sinister, and mean. The ministers were shocked. Was he afraid that Old Man Yang would not take action? The baby just didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Even the emperor was not seen to be careful. If this was my own son, I would have slapped him long ago. As if he knew what the ministers were thinking, the emperor slapped the 6th Prince in the face, causing his fat face to tremble. I'm not dead yet. Why are you pointing fingers? Third brother, I have told you long ago that it is a good thing to value friendship, but don't confuse right with wrong and even fail to make judgments. You have a brain and should learn how to distinguish. The emperor said sternly. The 3rd Prince's face turned pale. His father had never scolded him in such a harsh tone before, which showed how angry he was. He did not dare to say anything more and knelt down obediently. I know I was wrong. I will go and apologize to Yang Shu now. He was not a fool and knew that the first priority today was to appease Yang Lian. If he had known earlier that Yang Shu had such serious mental problems, he would not have stood up to speak for Guo. I have spoken out of turn. The officials knelt down one after another. Even the 3rd Prince was scolded, but they did not think they were tough. The most frightened person in the hall was Guo. How could things turn out like this in such a short period of time? It was just a minor fight and a minor punishment, but now it is obviously not something that can be resolved amicably. Meeting Mr. Yang's cold gaze, Guo's blood seemed to freeze, and he felt cold from head to toe. Rebellious son, the Dingguo Palace is full of loyal and brave people. How can you say that nonsense? King Shi kicked Guo over, his face filled with anger. Without the bloody battles of the soldiers, you wouldn't be able to live a life of luxury today. To be supported by others, but not to be grateful. You have read so many books in these years that you have become a dog. The more King Shi spoke, the angrier he became. He kicked and stomped Guo until he vomited blood. It's all because of my poor discipline. I beg the emperor to punish me severely. King Shi knelt down, his face full of grief and regret. It's a punishment. Before the emperor finished speaking, a scream came out of Guotao's mouth and echoed throughout the hall. This kick was given on behalf of Shu'er. If Prince Shi is unhappy, he can come to Prince Dingguo's palace. Old Master Yang looked majestic and murderous. King Shi forced a smile. The old marshal is joking. He deserves it. Ah! A howl more painful than Guotao's sounded outside the hall. Everyone's face changed, and the emperor rushed out first. Father, father, it's not me. I didn't touch him. The third prince's throat moved, and he spoke incoherently in panic. But at this time, no one had the time to care about him. They all looked at Yang Shu lying on the ground. He had his eyes wide open, veins on his neck bulged like snakes, and blood was oozing from his mouth and nose. Sure, call the imperial physician, the emperor shouted. At this moment, even he was panicked. The Minister of Revenue's legs went weak, and he almost fell. Yang Shu was going to die here today. The Yang family would definitely rebel, and his Feng family would definitely be on Yang Lian's list of people to be massacred. All the ministers stared at Yang Shu. They were extremely nervous, hoping he would not die. Hold on. They have never been so united as they are now. The imperial physician arrived quickly. Your Majesty, the prince has been poisoned. The scene was quiet, but there was no surprise. The symptom was clearly wrong. When did you succeed? The emperor's face was as gloomy as water, and he squeezed out words from between his teeth. Not more than a quarter of an hour. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply. It took no more than a quarter of an hour, which means, in the palace. Okay, very good. Check it for me. The emperor was furious. Father, seeing old man Yang picking up Yang Shu, the emperor hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. I will give your Majesty 3 days. The Yang family is the only one left. Even if we are useless, we will not tolerate persecution by others. Sure, Grandpa will take you home. Old man Yang shook off the emperor's hand and walked towards the palace gate. The old man's decadence gradually disappeared and was replaced by a tragic and heroic fighting spirit. The dying lion will use up his last bit of life for his cubs. I'm taking my leave. The generals clasped their hands to the emperor and followed old man Yang without looking back. Jianan is too comfortable. The emperor tightened his fingers and his ministers lowered their heads. Gazing at Mr. Yang's back, the emperor's eyes were filled with undercurrents. Over the years, he had stripped Yang Lian of his military power, but he was like a belief, and he didn't need the tiger talisman to mobilize troops. Chapter 23. Beat the drum and call the troops. Father, Yang Pifu is planning a rebellion. A minister who threatens the emperor should be killed. The sixth prince's fat was shaking, and his face was full of viciousness. The second prince moved aside. Fool, father doesn't want to destroy the Dingguo palace? But the Dingguo palace is an ordinary family. You can kill them if you want. Do you really think the Yang family army is just a decoration? The founding marshal. Didn't you see that all the generals followed Yang Lian? Yang Shu is useless, but he cannot represent the Yang family. He is just a fool whose brain is blocked by his intestines. How did concubine Li bring you up? The emperor's eyes were filled with anger. He raised his foot and kicked the sixth prince fiercely. Come here, drag him to Chanqiu Palace. Without my order, he is not allowed to leave. Seal the palace gates and investigate for me where the poison came from. The emperor had a cold face and murderous intent. The celebration party ended before it even began. All officials were not allowed to leave the palace until late at night. Everyone in the carriage was in panic. Yang Lian was going to rebel, and Jianan's blood would dye half the sky red. The fear buried deep in memory once again surged into their hearts, and everyone trembled involuntarily. Wow! Yang Shu fell on the edge of the couch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Prince. Lu Yun gently stroked his back to make him feel better. It's too risky. Lu Yun looked at him with pity. After taking a few breaths, Yang Shu lay back on the couch. What a pity that the clothes I carefully made were not put to good use. Originally, it was to annoy the emperor. Now that I am here to shine, reminding them of the royal family's fickleness, this celebration banquet will never be harmonious. But Guotao bumped into us. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. This obviously far exceeded the original plan. I tolerated him for so long. I just wanted to vent my anger and disrupt the emperor's celebration banquet. It's a good time to settle the accounts one by one. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu looked at her. Yunner, the reason why the horse went crazy on the wedding day was because of the sixth prince's manipulation. He wants to kill me, so I can't let him have it easy. Given his temperament, he will definitely jump out and insult me. But the main purpose tonight is not him. You were there when I was unconscious. I think you figured out something. Although I was thrown out by the horse, my external injuries were not serious. The fatal thing was the poison. I must find this person. If it was ordered by the emperor, today I will return the favor. If not, Yang Shu's eyes flashed coldly. The emperor will do his best to search. Besides, the old man has too deep feelings for the state of Yan. If I don't make him feel disappointed, I'm afraid he will stop me from rebelling. Seeing Lu Yun's eyes redden, Yang Shu smiled at her. As long as this poison is treated in time, it won't harm your life. You'll just suffer a little. Lu Yun wiped the blood from Yang Shu's mouth, eyes full of heartache. I always thought life in Wuwei Marquis Mansion was hard. I didn't expect the prince to suffer more than me. Grandpa is certainly disappointed by what happened today, but he put pressure on the emperor in front of the court officials, and even intended to raise an army. The emperor's fear and murderous intentions are probably even greater. The appeal of Prince Ding's palace is too strong. No emperor can tolerate it. Lu Yun opened his lips in a deep voice, unable to hide his worry. Yang Shu raised his eyelids. Yunner, do you think the Yang family doesn't want to hand over the military power? The old man is tired of fighting on the battlefield, and all he wants is to enjoy his grandchildren. But the dog emperor is suspicious and nothing else. Look at the generals he promoted. If the Yang family just gives up, within 10 years, Yan State will be in chaos and may even be destroyed. He is obviously a mediocre person, but he thinks he is a hero. The emperor is weak at heart. No matter how scared he is, he dare not attack the old man. He is extremely afraid of the Yang family army. I was afraid they would rush into Jianan and kick him off his chair. The emperor repeatedly sent doctors to the Dingguo palace to confirm the old man's condition. As long as the old man doesn't rebel, he can endure it for only 1 year. Yang Shu sneered, with a sarcastic arc on his lips. Lu Yun nodded and kept thinking about what happened tonight to make sure there were no mistakes. Looking at Lu Yun's thoughtful face, Yang Shu's eyes softened. It's not like he hasn't done anything good. Lu Yun lowered his head, ready to listen to Yang Shu's story. In the entire Yan State, there is no better girl than Yunner. Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Yang Shu's passionate eyes, with a blush climbing up her neck. The prince is getting better at coaxing people. I won't lie to my wife. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and placed it on his chest. We are no longer alone. Prince, Lu Yun murmured. Call me husband, or Yang Shu. Yang Shu stood up and kissed Lu Yun's red lips. Lu Yun opened his eyes, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Even his breathing stopped. It was so soft, like soft tofu. Afraid that Lu Yun would suffocate herself to death, Yang Shu just tasted her and then let her go. I'll let Pai Gao take you back. Lu Yun nodded twice. He had no idea what Yang Shu said, and his mind was completely confused. Yang Shu couldn't help but smile. His wife looked cuter and cuter the more he looked at her. Marshal, 10,000 left-wing guards are on their way, and 3,000 tiger guards have assembled outside the city. Sheng Shi has led his men through the east and west gates, and they are just waiting for your order. Pang Qi straightened his back and reported with a serious expression. Beat the drums, call the troops. Old Master Yang's eyes were stern. The Dingguo Palace has indeed been silent for too long, and no one dares to jump on its head. Yes. Pang Qi hurried to pass the order, and his cooled blood started to boil again. Compared with Jianan, he liked the battlefield more, where he only needed to fight and didn't need to distinguish between human and ghost. A bunch of people who only know how to fight for power. It's annoying to look at them. The rapid sound of drums, boom, 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 woke up countless people. They stood up without even bothering to put on their shoes. Old man Yang is serious. Emperor, the commander of the Imperial Guards did not bother to knock on the door and rushed into the study. Marshal Yang is calling for troops. The teacup in the emperor's hand fell to the ground with a snap and broke into pieces. It's not just 3 days. What does he want to do? The emperor's face was ugly, with anger, but more of fear. He had seen Yang Lian take people's heads in the midst of thousands of troops. Prepare the car, the emperor growled. Yang Shu opened his eyes. This is the sound of drums. Prince, Pai Gao rushed into the room. The old man is wearing armor. Yang Shu was stunned. What the hell? So fierce. Help me up. Prince, please stop causing trouble. You have no place in this situation. You are so honest. Help me to the sentry tower. Yang Shu put on his coat. Father, Feng Bai exclaimed and rushed forward to support Minister Feng. Hurry, call your mother and sister, and go into the palace. Let's go into the palace. Minister Feng said urgently with heavy breathing. In the second prince's mansion, Guiqi tightly grasped the ring on his finger. Is the old man rebelling? Your Highness, what are you still standing there for? Prepare the car. Do you expect to stop Yang Lian with such a small number of guards? The third prince opened his mouth wide. He said, "He's just a piece of trash, but it's worth making such a fuss. Is he crazy?" The nobles all cursed and left the house as quickly as possible, heading straight for the palace. Now only the imperial guards can resist the elite troops of the Yang family. Chapter 24. The Power of Dingguo Palace. Why did the drums suddenly start beating when we were having a celebration banquet? Whoever poisoned Yang Wanku, this old man will be in pain for a whole year. Can't you just stand it? King Shi's face turned pale, and he wished he could strangle Guitao to death. He had already explained this to him before he left. Knowing that old man Yang was there, he still embarrassed Yang Shu. No matter how useless he was still the blood of the Yang family. How could old man Yang watch him being bullied? Do you really think that he is too weak to lift the sword? Torches lit up from everywhere and eventually merged into one ball. Zuowei is here. Right guard is here. A loud shout rang out at night. Zuowei is here. Right guards are here. The Jinxiang guards are here. The guards have arrived. Follow the marshal's orders. The uniform roar shook the sky. The flatterers are misleading the emperor. All the soldiers, follow me and clear the emperor's side. Purge the emperor's side. Purge the emperor's side. Purge the emperor's side. The sound was like waves, one higher than the other, and the officials were so frightened that they could not sit still in their carriages and ran away with their trousers in their hands. The torches began to move, and fire dragons surrounded Jinan. Yang Shu stared at the endless fire dragon, his eyes fixed on it. It was so fierce. So fierce. He greatly underestimated Mr. Yang's prestige. The tiger's body was really shaken, and thousands of people came to pay homage. Paijiu, go talk to the old man and tell him that I want to be the emperor. My lord, the old master has sworn that his soldiers will only defend the territory and will never usurp the throne. Yang Shu sighed. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. With such great prestige, he should either rebel or retire, or die. Pai Gao, this prince doesn't want to die. Do you want to? Looking at the gleaming dagger in Yang Shu's hand, Pai Jiu's eyes twitched, and he answered very straightforwardly, no. The old man is just so stubborn. Yang Shu shook his head. Looking at the fire dragon from afar, Yang Shu's eyes were deep. If this army was in his hands, the state of Yin would have to change its name. There is no time to rush. He is not old Master Yang, and does not have such prestige. The generals will not obey him. Pai Gao, does this prince have the appearance of an emperor? Yang Shu spoke casually while the wind blew. Pai Gao, eyes look at the nose. Nose looks at the mouth. Sir, do you want to hear the truth? Yang Su put his hand on Pai Jiu's shoulder and looked at him straight. This prince wants to hear the truth. Pai Jiu, are you willing to follow this prince to Jinan and build an empire? Pai Jiu raised his head and looked at Yang Shu. Seeing that there was no joking in his eyes, Pai Jiu became serious and said word by word. The prince has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a full forehead. At first glance, you can tell that you are a hero. Yang Shu pinched Pai Jiu's shoulder and laughed out loud. I'll find a time to apologize to you. The beauty of the mountains and rivers is fascinating. Yang Shu closed his eyes and listened to the rumbling sound of horse hooves. The fire dragon continued to spread, and the sounds of doors breaking and pleading rang out one after another. Jinan was destined to be restless tonight. Marshal, the head of Dr. Shenlu from the Ministry of Justice, has been brought here. The head of the Ministry of Personnel, official Tian Lu, has been brought here. The head of Sun Shimao, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has been brought here. The head of General Shosue Shirong has been brought here. The head of Chao Wang, the Doctor of the Ministry of Works, has been brought here. Loud shouts echoed through the night, and the separated fire dragons gathered together again, illuminating the city gate as bright as day. Heads were hung on the city wall one by one. The air was filled with the stench of sweat and fishy smell. Everyone looked at old man Yang, waiting for his next order. Bang bang. A large number of footsteps were heard in the long night, approaching the crowd. Old Master Yang raised his eyelids and looked at the carriage that was protected by the imperial guards. When the two sides were 100 meters apart, the footsteps stopped and only the carriage moved slowly forward. The carriage stopped 50 meters away from old man Yang, and the emperor in a dragon robe walked out. He looked at old man Yang with pain in his eyes. Father, I'm already investigating. What are you doing? I am doing the last thing for the kingdom of Yan. Old Master Yang said calmly. Let these people know that the Ding Kingdom Palace is not something that can be moved by anyone who wants to. If anything happens to Shu'er, I can protect Yan State, or I can destroy it. All the generals, listen to my orders. After I die, everyone will rush to the border at full speed. Only guard the territory and ignore the court. Don't listen to the announcement. Don't listen to the tune. If the emperor cannot tolerate it, There is no need to remain loyal. Uncle, the emperor exclaimed in surprise. Your Majesty, I know everything. Old Master Yang looked directly at the emperor. The sharp eyes made the emperor's heart tremble. Deputy General Pang, read the second list. Old Master Yang spoke majestically. My father-in-law is determined to embarrass me. There was anger in the emperor's eyes. Read, Guaziwei, junior official of the Dali Temple. Pan Shan, the Minister of War. Zhang Wenba from Duke Shi's mansion. Feng Yan, the Minister of Revenue. Father, the emperor's pupils shrank sharply. Are you going to destroy the state of Yan? The Dingguo Palace may be destroyed, but as long as I live, no one can bully my grandson. If Shu'er cannot be saved, these people will be buried with him. My Yang family has done enough for the Yan kingdom. You deserve to be so insolent. Old Master Yang looked down at the emperor with a look of disdain. Patrol carefully and don't let the evildoers disturb the emperor's peace. After saying this, Old Man Yang squeezed his horse's belly and walked past the emperor's carriage without looking around. The imperial guards subconsciously made way for him. The emperor clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves, but did not dare to call out to Mr. Yang. It was not until dawn that the guards dispersed. In the hall, all the ministers looked at each other. All of them were still in shock. Even though the guards had dispersed, they did not dare to leave the palace, for fear that Old Man Yang would come back and take their lives. The Dingguo Palace is really not to be messed with. This is what everyone is thinking at the moment. At least 100 people were beheaded last night. Leading troops to besiege Jianan was tantamount to rebellion. If it were someone else, I don't know how many times he would have died. But Old Man Yang was able to go home and sleep peacefully. The Dingguo Palace is like a lying tiger. Once it shows its claws, blood will be shed. Did Yang Shu survive? Someone in the crowd spoke up. Dozens of pairs of ears stood up. The imperial physician who went into the Dingguo Palace last night hasn't come out yet. He must be alive, but dying. The person who spoke glanced at Minister Feng inconspicuously. Yang Lian had already said that if the person could not be saved, the Feng family would be buried with him. The crazy old man Yang didn't care that this was Mingda Hall. Shang Shufeng's face was gloomy and he felt a little regretful in his heart. He had cancelled the marriage too hastily. Who knew that Yang Pifu would come back? The Yang family army was really powerful. My lord, I was so worried about you. They stopped me from coming. Lu Yun threw herself on Yang Shu, sobbing bitterly. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. You're pretending too much. Seeing that everyone had left, Lu Yun wiped the tears from her face and patted Yang Shu's chest with her slender hand. You don't understand romance. Yang Shu sat up and asked, Did you hear the noise last night? I heard it and didn't dare to sleep the whole night. Lu Yun walked to the couch and sat down. It's different when you have military power. Even though the incident was so serious, the emperor didn't dare to question me. My lord, when you wear the yellow robe in the future, please don't forget me. Lu Yun's voice was charming, and she looked into Yang Shu's eyes with affection. It's the third bookcase on the left behind the desk. Open the box. Lu Yun threw a coquettish glance at Yang Shu. Your Highness has finally come to his senses and knows how to give me a surprise. Chapter 25, Do you want to live? Lu Yun's skirt moved slightly as she walked towards the bookcase. After opening it, she frowned and said, This is just a bunch of useless things. You're keeping them from making a fire. The prince has been lying dormant for so long, but the intelligence he collected seems like a joke. Lu Yun curled her lips. Zheng Bin is a very smart man, and he has his own methods. We can't find anything out from his obvious whereabouts. I have talented people under my command, so why would I want to take you back? Yang Shu got up from the bed, went to the table, and poured himself a glass of water. In your opinion, how can I get close to Zheng Bin? Lu Yun took out a tinder from the drawer, blew it up, and lit the note with Zheng Bin's whereabouts. It depends on whether the prince wants to use him for a short period of time or bring him in as his own. If you just want to take advantage of the power of the Ding Palace, you only need to show off your power at Rongchong Rice Shop, and Zheng Bin will bow down. But this kind of bowing is forced by the situation. Once she can get rid of it, she will not hesitate. After all, everyone knows that the Dingguo Palace is the afterglow of the setting sun. Go on. Yang Shu walked up to Lu Yun and played with the ribbon around her waist. If she is a diehard fan, then you need to put in some thought. The prince must let her see a tangible prospect. She is not the real Zheng Bin. She is always tense. She wants to prove more than anyone else that women are no worse than men. She can make Rong Changmi go further. Your Highness must demonstrate your abilities to convince her. But given your status, it is not appropriate for you to come in person. He Jia is a good candidate. He is calm, has some brains, and most importantly, is not too careless. Some time ago, the county magistrate took money from the Zhao family, distorted the facts, and closed the He family shop. He mother was so angry that she died. If you can help him avenge this man will definitely follow your orders. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu and spoke calmly. Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist. What do you want? I just want to stay with the prince for a long time. Lu Yun's face was slightly red, and her voice was as melodious as a lark. Your wrist is white. I will find a piece of fine jade and make a bracelet for you. Yang Shu let go of Lu Yun as he spoke. Judging from her ability, Lu Yun was definitely the best assistant. If you dare to show real feelings for her, this woman would kill you. I like dark green. Lu Yun lowered her eyes. Her mind was too firm. She was able to walk right up to the second prince with an impeccable appearance and figure. Even the second prince would be dazzled, but Yang Shu didn't even waver at all. Stone. Lu Yun complained in her heart. It's for you. Adjust it according to your preferences. Yang Shu returned to the bed and sat down. You'll have to wait 2 days to get the silver you hid in Yihanglu. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Yun said very considerately and walked over to massage Yang Shu's temples. He had just organized the celebration banquet, and the next thing he thought about was Rongchong rice shop. He really didn't waste a moment. Last night, the Dingguo Palace was majestic and awe-inspiring. As the only heir, Yang Shu was not lost at all, and only had his own plans in mind. If you become an enemy of such a person, you must chop off his head cleanly to ensure that there is no chance of him surviving. In Changhuan Palace, concubine Ro held Feng Qingwan's hand and said softly, Don't be afraid. The emperor has 100,000 imperial guards. The Dingguo Palace can't turn the tables. Feng Qingwan nodded obediently. After entering the palace last night, she was summoned to Changhuan Palace by concubine Ro. Feng Qingwan was happy about the third prince. He was handsome and talented, and was not comparable to Yang Shu. Precisely because of her satisfaction, Feng Qingwan did not reject concubine Ro's closeness. Mother, a gentle male voice sounded. I've never seen you come to pay your respects so early in the past. Are you afraid that your mother will bully your lover? Concubine Ro teased her son. Mother, Qingwan has a tender skin. The third prince's gaze fell on Feng Qingwan, with tenderness in his eyes. Okay, mother won't say any more. Concubine Ro glanced at the third prince with a smile. I heard that the orchids in the imperial garden are blooming very well. Jir, come with me to take a look. Seeing that she and the third prince were the only ones left in the palace, Feng Qingwan's ears blushed slightly. These are sandalwood beads. They can calm the mind and help you sleep. The third prince placed a small box on Feng Qingwan's desk. His every move was gentle and elegant, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Seeing that Feng Qingwan wanted to decline, the third prince spoke gently. Meeting the tender eyes of the third prince, Feng Qingwan blushed slightly and lowered her head quickly. Marshal Yang's body won't hold out for much longer, and the emperor won't let him massacre the ministers. Qingwan, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. I've waited for so long, so I don't mind waiting for 1 or 2 years. The third prince looked at Feng Qingwan and said emotionally. Feng Qingwan shrank her fingers slightly, looked at the third prince, and ran away with a blushing face. Although she had been engaged since childhood, Yang Shu was an uneducated bully. Whenever he saw her, he only thought about how to take advantage of her and never acted seriously. As for the promise, it's better not to mention it. When choosing a husband, one should choose someone like the third prince, who is talented in writing and a modest gentleman. Prince, the old man is here. Paiju knocked on Yang Shu's door. Lu Yun paused and looked at Yang Shu, obviously a little flustered. A prostitute was pestering his grandson. It was not impossible for Marshal Yang to kill her in front of Yang Shu in anger. Just stay here. Yang Shu looked towards the door and said in a light voice. Looking at his calm face, Lu Yunxin unconsciously let go. The door creaked, and Mr. Yang's figure gradually became clear. When he saw Lu Yun, Mr. Yang frowned slightly. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from a mountain, Lu Yun bit her tongue to prevent herself from kneeling down. Grandpa. Yang Shu lifted the quilt, stood up with the help of the bed, and looked at Grandpa Yang without dodging. Do you want to live? There was no emotion in Mr. Yang's voice. I do, Yang Shu said firmly. Old Master Yang didn't say anything else. He glanced at Lu Yun, then turned and walked out. Prince, I don't want to die. Lu Yun grabbed Yang Shu's sleeve and sobbed softly. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun sideways. The pear blossoms are wet with rain, which really makes people feel pity. I can't stand the prince's hard heart, and he won't try to comfort me. Lu Yun seemed angry and resentful. Marshal Yang just glanced at me. Will he deal with me? If he is in good health, yes. Yang Shu leaned against the soft pillow, but now, the Dingguo Palace has offended all the nobles of Jianan. In such a bad environment, coupled with his weak body, the old man can't lead me step by step. If I want to live, I have to control the people around me. If you don't even have this ability, it's useless to bother. He won't interfere with the people or things around me, except for the end of those old ones. Patting the bed, Yang Shu motioned Lu Yun to sit down. Go on. Why are you panicking? Follow me, and I will protect you. The young man's calm face made Lu Yun a little dazed. She couldn't match him with the person in her memory. Yang Shu had said similar words in Yahonglu, but at that time, it only made people feel arrogant. Unlike now, people inexplicably believe that he has this ability. Chapter 26. Handing a note to the Ministry of Justice. In the imperial study, the emperor looked cold and said, "You mean, fruits, wine and water are not poisonous?" The commander of the imperial guards nodded. "Can the wine glass and wine jug be tested?" "Your Majesty, the imperial physician has carefully examined everything Yang Shu touched and found no evidence of the poison that Yang Shu had been poisoned with." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Then where did this poison come from?" "I'm still investigating." The commander of the imperial guards bowed. After Yang Shu arrived at the Jinghe Palace, he came into contact with too many people. The emperor waved the memorial and said in a cold voice, "I don't care what method you use, you must find this person for me. He poisoned the party at the celebration. He really has neither me nor the state of Yen in his eyes." The emperor gritted his teeth with murderous intent. All the anger and fear towards Mr. Yang was blamed on the person who poisoned him. After hearing the emperor's words, the commander of the imperial guards had no more worries and checked each of the officials attending the banquet one by one. Yang Shu acted quickly and asked someone to meet He Jie that day and asked him to wait for 3 days to see how Sun Ju entered the Ministry of Justice. Sun Ju was the county magistrate who colluded with the Zhao family, closed down the He family shop, and angered He Jie's mother to death. After circling the names, Yang Shu handed the paper to Pai Gao and said, "Send this list to the Ministry of Justice. Bring more people and make them more aggressive." There were a total of 15 names on the paper, most of whom were related to Prince Shi's palace. Yang Shu circled 10 of them, and Sun Ju was among them. He did not climb up to Prince Shi's palace, but it was too accurate for a playboy to vent his anger. The heads on the city gate have not been taken down yet, and the Ministry of Justice will not even pass the message to Prince Shi's palace because of a few minor officials. Let the people outside know that I'm awake and shouting that it was Gui Tao who poisoned me. Yang Shu said calmly. King Shi was so busy taking care of himself that he had even less time to pay attention to Sun Ju and others. A minor official of the 7th rank couldn't even make a splash in Jianan. No one was too lazy to even glance over such a small matter, so there was no risk of being exposed. Yes. Pai Gao folded the paper and put it into his sleeve. Seeing that Yang Shu had no other instructions, he strode out. "Prince." A gentle female voice came from outside the door. Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth. "But here it comes. Although the heart-wrenching poison will not take his life, it will definitely hurt his body, and he must take good care of himself. The cooking skills of the chef in this mansion are worse than taking medicine. Come in." Yang Shu put on his coat and sat down at the table. Sui Weiyao walked in holding the soup bowl. Fragrant. As soon as the soup bowl was opened, Yang Shu sniffed, praised repeatedly, picked up the soup spoon, and filled a large bowl for himself. "Be careful with the heat." Seeing Yang Shu wolfing down the food, Sui Weiyao couldn't help but remind him. "Sit down. The yam and pork rib soup you cooked is much better than the chef in the mansion." Yang Shu served Sui Weiyao a bowl and then started eating. The joy between the boy's brows was real and clear. Sui Weiyao pursed her lips and smiled. It seemed that he was really easy to satisfy. "From now on, I'll have to trouble you." After wiping his mouth, Yang Shu took out a piece of paper from the desk and handed it to Sui Weiyao. "It's not free. As long as the conditions are not harsh, you just need to write it on the paper and I will fulfill it." Sui Weiyao was stunned. It was becoming increasingly difficult to describe this person. If you said he was rude, he knew how to pay. If you said he was polite, Sui Weiyao had not forgotten how she came to the Dingguo Palace. "Is my elder brother okay? He left Jianan, so I can't let people pay attention to him, but I think it's going well." Yang Shu poured a glass of water for Sui Weiyao. Before setting off, he hired 10 guards and followed the escort agency, so even if he encountered bandits, he would be able to deal with them. "Don't worry." Sui Weiyao nodded and stood up to clean up the dishes. "I asked Pai Gao to hire a teacher. He will give lessons at Tinglangshuan every day at 9 p.m. Sui Weiyao paused in her steps as she was about to leave. The Su family was in decline and could only afford to support Su Jingzhou. On weekdays, Su Jingzhou did teach Sui Weiyao to read and write, but the two of them had to make a living and their energy was limited, so Sui Weiyao only knew how to read and write. "With beauty by my side, this prince can also learn," Yang Shu said jokingly. "The history of this place is completely different from that of the earth, So it is necessary to ask a teacher for advice. Otherwise, you will be confused when they quote from classics, which is very embarrassing. The most terrible thing is being scolded. You think people are praising you, but this will be recorded in history books and will entertain many people. There is no need to worry about not being able to find stories to scare children, but take Yang Shu. You see, he just doesn't like reading. He is so miserable. Others point at his head and scold him, but he still grins with his teeth bared. Sui Weiyao did not dare to look back, fearing that Yang Shu would continue to tease her. She walked away with the bowl in her hand, her eyebrows unconsciously bent along the way. The family had limited money, and no matter how much Sui Weiyao wanted to study, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She thought it would be a lifelong regret. After all, she was not old enough to hire a tutor, and she should start preparing her wedding dress. Once you get married, studying becomes more out of reach. Prince. Lu Yun walked into the room with a look of resentment on her face. After all this time, you are not heartless, you just don't care about me. You can't change your habit of eavesdropping. Yang Shu walked slowly in the room to digest his food. Lu Yun asked him, do I have other entertainment? Why are you in such a hurry? You'll be busy later. The prince treats me with a level of distance. Lu Yun retracted her charming look and said in a light tone. Yang Shu stopped and corrected seriously. It's not one layer, it's several layers. Lu Yun's face darkened. All men in the world are the same. Once they put on their pants, they completely forget the intimacy during sex. Yang Shu smiled. Lu Yun was indeed bored to death, so she had to come to him and act jealous to kill time. No wonder the second prince hasn't taken any action yet. I'm afraid he still thinks you are devoted to him. Lu Yun stroked her fingers, raised her eyes, and said seductively, Your Highness, your words make me panic. I have given my body to you, Your Highness. I'm just helping the second prince manage Yihanglu. As for the rest, I'm innocent. Lu Yun poked Yang Shu's chest, revealing her annoyance. Lu Yun, have you ever relied on the second prince for a moment? As soon as he said this, Yang Shu shook his head. Lu Yun subconsciously believed in the assassination he arranged. If she had any real feelings for him, she would not have made such a quick decision. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu, and her expression gradually calmed down. In front of the great cause, women are as light as catkins. It's not worth starting a war. The crown prince's words are more appealing than the second prince's, but if one day my interests conflict with the crown prince's, you will take my life without regret. My lord, my loyalty depends on the power you hold. If you die, I can sleep in someone else's bed that night. Lu Yun's eyes were as calm as autumn water. Yang Shu raised his eyelids slightly. Lu Yun has many sides, which can be changed in the blink of an eye. It is smooth and natural, making it difficult to distinguish. But only this side is real. She doesn't believe in men, and even less in love. Sitting down on the chair, Yang Shu said softly, Lu Yun, you are not so afraid of me anymore. Before this, Lu Yun would never say a word of such sincere words. Chapter 27, General. A journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's true character. You and I still have a long way to go, which is enough to verify whether I am just talking nonsense or speaking from the bottom of my heart. You don't have to treat men like clothes. If you get sick, I won't treat you. Women are not limited to being accessories. Lu Yun smiled and sat on Yang Shu's lap. As long as the prince is well, I won't have any other thoughts. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck and kissed him. Although I don't value innocence, I don't want my red lips to be tasted by everyone. I just hope that the prince is different from ordinary men. Staring into Lu Yun's eyes, Yang Shu raised his hand and stroked her face. You don't repent. Lu Yun laughed sweetly. These are what I learned. I can't let them go to waste. Play by yourself. I'm tired. Yang Shu patted Lu Yun's leg and motioned her to get up. Am I so unattractive? Lu Yun said in a soft and charming voice, as if she was complaining but not complaining. She sat in Yang Shu's arms. Yang Shu grabbed her waist and asked, Do you think I can't handle you now? Just coax me and I'll get up right away. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu with a smile. The pure smile made Yang Shu lose his mind for a moment. He kissed Lu Yun's red lips. Compared with his previous rudeness, this time was obviously much gentler. Is that enough? Yang Shu's voice was gentle, his eyes soft, and there was only Lu Yun's figure in his eyes. Lu Yun narrowed her eyes and pointed her finger at Yang Shu's chest. You are also learning from those stinky men, floating on the surface, pretending to be affectionate to deceive silly girls. Isn't this what you wanted? Lu Yun stood up. What she wanted was Yang Shu's heart, not his gentle appearance. How could she be trusted with false feelings? Lu Yun, I don't have any business that allows you to get something for nothing. Yang Shu walked towards the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep, not caring that Lu Yun was still in the room. You get what you give. He is not a third-generation rich man who only seeks physical pleasure. He is not going to be attracted by someone just by winking at him. Here, follow his rules. Lu Yun curled her lips and went back to look at herself in the mirror. After all these days, Yang Shu had lost his guard against her. She was always hanging around him, but he still didn't show any warmth to her. The person in the mirror is so beautiful and charming. How could she not charm a 17-year-old boy? The more Lu Yun looked, the sadder she became. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Yun didn't go out. Yang Shu had no intention of coaxing her. He rubbed the sachet with a sarcastic smile on his face. In order to give an explanation to the old man, the emperor actually gave up Guo Ziwei, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. Guo Ziwei is the son of Prince Zhongshuan. He has some abilities, but is extremely arrogant. The original owner once startled his carriage and was beaten with 10 whips in the street. It also makes sense that you are afraid of his revenge and take the initiative. Pai Gao, are those people thrown out of the mansion still alive? Although he didn't know why Yang Shu suddenly asked this, Pai Gao still replied seriously. 22 of them have disappeared. TSK, you actually let these people enter the mansion? How scary. They are all spies from other families. It is really not easy for this prince to survive until now. Yang Shu shook his head. Pai Jiu glanced at Yang Shu. Didn't he dissuade him? He said 30 lashes for each time, which was just short of beating him to death. Seeing that Pai Gao's eyes were not right, Yang Shu held his forehead with his hand. This was not something he had experienced, but he just couldn't think of it at the first time. You've suffered. Yang Shu patted Pai Jiu's shoulder, his eyes full of tears. Pai Gao stood up straight. It's not as hard as the prince's. The prince is also trying to settle the palace. Yang Shu stuffed a silver note into Pai Gao's arms. He liked people who brainwash themselves. What the hell is the Dingguo Palace? The original body is really fierce. Once we leave Jinan, I will buy you a house. The damage has been done, and it can only be repaired. Although he didn't do it, Pai Gao is his now. He can't just erase the past and take Pai Gao's loyalty for granted. After entering this body, he has to bear the consequences of everything his original body did. Thank you, Prince. Pai Jiu knelt down, his eyes red with emotion. Yang Shu silently moved aside. Stand up, a man's knees are made of gold. Don't kneel down casually. Yang Shu took 2 steps toward the door, his eyes dark. The person had been dealt with, so there was no way to investigate. But the emperor pushed Guo Ziwei out, so either the original body was poisoned by the emperor, or this person has a very deep background. Even the emperor cannot find out, otherwise he would not have put forward Guo Ziwei. Sir, the imperial physician has been released from the palace. Yang Shu nodded. The results were out now, and there was no point in keeping the imperial physician. In the imperial study, the emperor frowned. Is this poison? It's different from the poison Yang Shu took on the wedding day. Is it the same person? The emperor stared at the desk with a cold look. No matter whether it was true or not, it made people feel cold all over. He couldn't even find any clues. Is Jinan his Jinan? The dark has reached out twice. Do Jian. I am here. The commander of the imperial guards clasped his fists. As he raised his hand, his brows furrowed. There was trouble at the celebration banquet, and he failed to find out who had poisoned the people. A beating was inevitable. Is there really nothing missing? The emperor asked with a probing look in his eyes. The commander of the imperial guards felt nervous and knelt down. I am only loyal to the emperor, and I have no other master. The emperor narrowed his eyes and waited for a while before letting Do Jian stand up. The water in Jinan is so bad that even I can't see it clearly. Investigate. The emperor spoke coldly. Seeing that there was no movement in Prince Ding's palace, the officials attending the banquet breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, they not only had to cooperate with the questioning of the imperial guards and the Dali Temple, but also had to guard against the second madness of Old Man Yang. There has been no peace for a moment, and it's finally over. From now on, I must stay away from the people in Prince Ding's palace. No, not just a little bit. I must stay far away from them. General of the Central Army? Yang Shu's eyes widened. Butler Pang never speaks lies. He should receive an order today. Yang Shu took a sip of water. He was excited. The title of General of the Household was not an empty title, but a real 4th-rank official. The old man wanted him to take over the Yang family army. Pai Gao, we have taken a big step forward. Yang Shu couldn't hide his excitement. He had been exposed to many things in his previous life, but this was his first time to be in the army. In the era of cold weapons, why did emperors fear military generals? It was because the soldiers under their command could change dynasties. Prince, you only have 200 personal guards. The emperor will not let you go to the border. Pai Jiu looked at Yang Shu and tried to calm him down. Yang Shu raised his lips. I can't go to the border, but the old man brought back 5,000 elite soldiers, plus the 8 guards of Jinan, which is enough for me to deal with. Prepare the car and go out to celebrate. Yang Shu walked past Pai Gao and headed towards Huana Courtyard. Mo Mei looked at Lu Yun, who left with Yang Shu, and couldn't help but cover her face and press it in. It was over. It seemed that the young lady had been deceived by Yang Wanku. This step was not even a little bit forced. I knew that she couldn't be allowed to get along with Yang Wanku. Although Yang Wanku is useless, she is really good looking. Seeing her every day, how could one not be bewitched? Mo Mei whimpered. The young lady has always been wise and sober. How could she be blinded by male beauty? Chapter 28 Invitation from the Princess's Mansion. That little girl looks silly. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun looked back and opened her red lips slightly. When she followed me, she was only 5 years old and was innocent by nature. Although I tried my best to protect her, she still suffered a lot. But often I cry today and forget about it tomorrow and don't remember anything. Lu Yun chuckled. It's tiring to keep her like this, with all the smart people around her. Yang Shu smiled at Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt warm in his heart, looked at Yang Shu, and said softly, I won't let her leave the house. It's okay to stroll around occasionally. With guards here, no one will dare to come up and provoke you. Don't worry about her saying something she shouldn't. I can't get married without having someone by my side. Prince. Lu Yun couldn't help but call him. When she met Yang Shu's eyes, she thought of something. Lu Yun was a little shy and lowered her head to whisper, Husband. Yang Shu smiled happily. Looking at his smile, Lu Yun couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. The young man was as beautiful as jade, and it was impossible to suppress the throbbing in her heart. Mo Mei was not suitable to stay in the Dingguo Palace, but because she was the one who accompanied her, Yang Shu chose to tolerate her instead of sending her away. He is ambitious, but also warm-hearted, and not a ruthless person. With Yang Shu, you can feel his respect and his sincerity in standing together with him. I changed my clothes before going out. Do you look more handsome than usual? My wife can't even walk. Yang Shu lowered his head slightly, and his hot breath sprayed on Lu Yun's ears. Seeing the beauty's earlobes turn red, Yang Shu became even happier. This person has turned bad. Lu Yun smiled and turned her head away without answering him. Pai Gao looked at the scene from afar, a little fascinated. The golden boy and the jade girl were truly a beautiful painting, and the bushes beside them seemed to have gained a sense of life. Pai Gao. Yang Shu waved his hand in front of him. Lost your soul. Madam is so beautiful. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. You and the prince are a perfect match. You're a quick thinker. Yang Shu scolded with a smile, and helped Lu Yun get on the carriage. Chun Manlu. Yang Shu said loudly before entering the carriage. Sitting down next to Lu Yun, Yang Shu opened his folding fan to warm her up. We've been married for so long, but I haven't taken you out for a walk. Try the Farong chicken at Chun Manlu first. Then, let's go to the creek and lake to enjoy the lotus, okay? Lu Yun responded with a okay, and naturally leaned her head on Yang Shu's shoulder. Yang Shu held her in his arms and smiled even more deeply. He had never felt such pure love between a man and a woman before. They played until dark, and then Yang Shu went back. The imperial edict has arrived, just as Peng Qi said, General of the Central Army. The old man is awesome. Feng Bai of the Feng family was indignant. Yang Shu was arrogant and reckless, and even rebelled. Not only did the emperor not punish him, he also rewarded Yang Shu. Why should he? He is just an uneducated waste. Minister Feng glanced at Feng Bai and asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable? What is there to compare? It's just to appease Yang Lian. With Yang Shu's qualifications, let alone being promoted to General of the Central Army, even if he were promoted to Marshal, what kind of threat would he pose? You shouldn't focus your eyes on him. Minister Feng spoke in a light tone and turned a page of the book in his hand. My son just can't get enough of it. Minister Feng sneered at the words. The Yang family has sacrificed so much for the state of Yan. Just picking out a member of the Yang family as a mere lieutenant general has made far more contributions than this. Yang Shu is a waste, but he has the Yang family behind him, so he can accept any reward. If the Yang family had not lost its successor, I would really be reluctant to back out of Yang Shu and Qin Wan's marriage. Minister Feng put down the scroll and said, It's a pity that Yang Lian is old. The Yang family is doomed to perish. Don't provoke Yang Shu. Wait until the old man dies before you take action. We will definitely deal with all the people in his backyard. If you don't remove the roots of the trouble, there will be endless trouble. There was indifference in Minister Feng's eyes. Son understands. Feng Bai lowered his head slightly, his anger having dissipated. It's just a pile of mud. No matter how much you pave the road, it can never become a dragon. It will only add to the joke. In the second prince's mansion, Guo Qi rubbed the ring on his finger. If only he could get the Yang family army, then there would be no need to worry about not being able to take that position. Military power is really enviable. However, the Dingguo Palace is a thorn in the eyes of my father. Anyone who dares to touch it will be killed. Are you all ready? Guichi looked at the secret guards below. Everything is fine. Go down. Guichi's eyes dimmed. With Yang Shu's wedding, there would always be some vacancy in Dingguo Palace. Prince, He Jie has shown his loyalty. Pai Jiu whispered in Yang Shu's ear. Yang Shu was not surprised. All the people circled on the note he sent to the Ministry of Justice were arrested without exception. Among the fat jobs, there are only a few with clean butts, so there is no need to check them carefully. Compared to the people killed by Grandpa Yang, Yang Shu was just a child playing house, and no one took it seriously. As long as their own interests are not infringed, the upper-class nobles will not interfere with the two of them at all, and they can make as much noise as they want. Pointing at the table, Yang Shu raised his eyes and said, "Now, we can start the next step. Wait a few days, and when the water in Jinan calms down, let He Jie open a small shop opposite Rongchang rice shop to sell rice. Going to someone's house yourself is not as good as having someone else come to your house." Pai Gao looked at Yang Shu. "Prince, I'm selling rice across from Rongchang rice shop. It's a small shop. Are you sure He Jie can sell it?" "Just watch." Yang Shu opened his folding fan, wanting to show off, but after shaking it slowly twice, he quickened the speed as the day was getting hotter. Accustomed to air conditioning, summer is torture for Yang Shu. However, he is a businessman, not a skilled worker, and cannot operate an air conditioner. "How much ice do we have stored in our house?" "A cellar. That should be enough to get through the hot summer." Yang Shu slowed down his folding fan. If it wasn't enough, he could make some later. If the air conditioner couldn't be adjusted, he could still use ice cubes. At the celebration banquet, he poisoned the Prince of Dingguo Palace. In consideration of Prince Zhongshuan's hard work over the years, the emperor did not kill Guo Ziwei, but exiled him 3,000 miles away and imprisoned him in the Wirong Tower forever. The Dingguo Palace seemed very satisfied with this result. The old and young stopped making a fuss, and everything became quiet. The days calmed down, and Jinan returned to its former bustle. Yang Shu looked at the wedding dress that was sent to him and was stunned for a long time. The day after tomorrow is November 1st. Although he had been married once, that person was not him after all. Yang Shu had never worshipped heaven and earth with anyone. Thinking of Lu Yun, he raised the corners of his mouth with some anticipation. "Prince, this is an invitation from the princess's mansion." Pai Jiu walked into the room and handed the invitation to Yang Shu. "The princess's mansion?" Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and opened the invitation. The eldest princess is the emperor's sister, and her husband is the third place in the imperial examination. She often came to the Yang family to play when she was young, but she never came again when she got older. The original person had only been to the princess's mansion once, which was for Prince Consort Chao's 50th birthday. After reading the contents of the invitation, Yang Shu smiled. "Who was inviting me to a banquet? It was held that day? This is just a formality, but I'm afraid he will go. Pai Gao, prepare the car. There will be a feast. Pack 2 pounds of dried fruit. It would be rude to go empty-handed." Yang Shu walked out while talking, saying that he had to bring his wife along for the dinner. Chapter 29 Shameless. "Mother, the invitation has been sent, but you won't come, right?" At the princess's mansion, the young man had a worried look on his face. "He knows that I have never liked him, and he won't join in the fun." The woman in gorgeous clothes comforted the young man. "That's good." The young man's tense shoulders relaxed. He and Yang Shu didn't have a deep grudge against each other. They just mocked each other a few times. "I shouldn't have been afraid, but everyone in Prince Ding's palace, old and young, went crazy. They didn't care why and would just beat you up." Yang Shu was about to go crazy at the banquet. Who dared to stop him? If something happens to her, the old man will tear down the princess's house, right? The nobles of Jinan now wish their houses could grow longer and be far away from Prince Ding's palace. "Mother, I'm going to the front hall to entertain the guests." The eldest princess' 49th birthday should have been celebrated some time ago, but at that time, the head was hanging high on the city gate, so who would dare to hold a wedding? The prince of Shogwa Mansion has arrived. The third prince and the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Miss Feng, has arrived. The concierge shouted at the top of his voice. The young man immediately walked out of the front hall and hurried to greet him. "But now you're here. Mother was just talking about it. Don't just stand there. Come with me to see Mother." The young man greeted the third prince with a smile. "Miss Feng is coming too. Ear used to often ask me out for drinks. He never mentioned you, but every word he said was about you. Fortunately, God has mercy on this perfect couple." The young man winked at Feng Qingwan. Feng Qingwan's ears blushed. "Cousin." The third prince stopped him. "You two have compatible horoscopes, yet you're still afraid that Miss Feng will find out. You deserve to have waited so long." The young man joked. Hurry up, your mother is waiting anxiously. Let's see if she will tell you. The young man urged. Qingwan, come along. If I don't take you with me, my aunt will definitely be angry. The third prince spoke to Feng Qingwan with a gentle expression. Feng Qingwan looked at the third prince's expectant eyes and was about to nod. The prince of Dingguo Palace has arrived. When the doorman shouted, not only did the smiles of the third prince and the others freeze, but the front hall also fell silent in an instant. Yang Shu gave 2 kilograms of dried fruit to the doorman and walked in with Lu Yun. Chao Gong, who was responsible for delivering your invitation? Seeing the young man, Yang Shu opened his mouth and yelled, It's not a small family. Who would send an invitation on the same day? You really don't do a good job. At first I thought the time was wrong. Really, I almost missed the birthday celebration for the princess. Where's the person? Call him over. I'll give him a few slaps in the face. Chao Gung's temples throbbed, and he forced a smile. Don't bother with anything, Prince Yang. I'll punish him severely after the birthday banquet is over. I will leave after the birthday banquet is over. Let's do it now. Don't waste time. The banquet will start soon. Yang Shu said with a raised eyebrow. Chao Gung gritted his teeth. Yang Shu, this is not the palace of King Dingguo. Know some etiquette and don't be so aggressive. Feng Qingwan frowned and scolded. Yang Shu turned around and said sarcastically, Hey, where's Miss Feng? I don't know the etiquette. Yang Shu's eyes lingered on Feng Qingwan and the third prince. Do you know? Are you engaged? Or are you married? You're so clingy and you still say that you value your reputation the most. Yang Shu approached Feng Qingwan and slowly uttered 4 words, shameless. Feng Qingwan's face turned pale and red, and she looked at Yang Shu angrily. Yang Shu sneered. The most talented woman in Jianan is just like this. Take it easy. The third prince is going to die suddenly, and it will be difficult for you to find another husband. Yang Shu, the third prince had a gloomy face. Pai Gao, Yang Shu shouted even louder than him. Sir, I will go back to the mansion and call for help. The carriages gathered at the door disappeared in an instant after hearing these words. Yang Wanku is going crazy again. The third prince's face turned ashen, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were dark, without any trace of gentleness. Feng Qingwan bit her red lips until they bled, and stared at Yang Shu, her body trembling, wishing she could stab him with a knife. Prince. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Lu Yun pulled Yang Shu's sleeve. Yang Shu curled his lips impatiently, not looking at the third prince and Feng Qingwan, and asked Chao Gong, Where is my place? Chao Gong was panicking. The princess's mansion really couldn't resist the guards from the Dingguo Palace. When Yang Shu asked about the seats, he hurriedly said, It's inside. I'll take you there. In order to take Yang Shu away, Chao Gong didn't even care about the third prince. When the people in the front hall saw Yang Shu coming in, they all regretted their decision. If they had known earlier, they would have fallen off their horses. How could anything good happen if they stayed with Yang Wanku? Notify the kitchen to serve the food, said Chao Gong and the maid beside him. Now I don't care about the fun anymore. I just hope Yang Shu can finish eating quickly and leave quickly. Your Highness, Yang Shu went to the princess's mansion. As soon as he entered, he had an unpleasant argument with the third prince. His entourage went back to the Dingguo Palace to call for help. The guard reported to the car. Guo Qi raised his eyes and said, Turn around and have someone deliver the birthday gift. At the same time, many people chose to return. The eldest princess was angry and at most she would try to trip them up or make a few harsh remarks. But if they were entangled by Yang Shu, they might lose their home. It's an easy decision to make. Yang Shu is here? The eldest princess frowned, and when she heard Yang Shu's mockery of Feng Qingwan, her face became even uglier, with anger surging in her eyes. The Yang family must have run out of luck to produce such scum. Leading the group, the eldest princess walked towards the front hall in a menacing manner. Buddha jumps over the wall. This is good. Yang Shu praised, filling a large bowl for Lu Yun, and said in a rough voice, Eat more, and give me a son soon. Lu Yun lowered his head, unable to look directly at Yang Shu's dandy side, for fear of laughing out loud. Everyone glanced over and sneered in their hearts. Yang Wanku still wants to leave a successor? Even if Lu Yun got pregnant, she would not be able to give birth. Yang Shu ignored what these people were thinking and kept serving food to Lu Yun. It was a rare banquet, so he had to give his wife some food. I have to talk to the old man later and ask the chefs to transfer to other positions. They are really not suitable for flipping the wok. Look how thin his wife is. Prince. Lu Yun poked Yang Shu from underneath, signaling him to look at the bowl, as any more would fall out. Yang Shu hooked his fingers around hers and took advantage of Lu Yun by hiding them with his wide sleeves. The fingers are so slender and the palms are so soft and tender. Lu Yun glanced at Yang Shu with a slight frown, There were so many people here. The eldest princess. Hearing the shouting outside, Lu Yun wanted to retract his hand, but Yang Shu held on tightly. They were a legitimate couple, so it didn't matter if they were discovered. He is close to his wife, and it doesn't bother anyone. Prince. Don't worry, she can't do anything to me. Having said that, Yang Shu still let go, mainly because Lu Yun didn't like eating. The third prince and Feng Qingwan had already adjusted their moods, but Feng Qingwan was hurt by Yang Shu's words, so she did not sit at the table with the third prince. As soon as the two sat down, the eldest princess came in with a cold face, and her eyes fell on Yang Shu. Yang Shu pretended not to see it, and searched for the beauty in the hall. Yang Shu, the Dingguo Palace has made great achievements in the war, but you can't stand on their backs and do whatever you want. Look at yourself, what can be praised for? Yang Shu's silence did not mean that the eldest princess did not speak. She acted like an elder and reprimanded him in a stern tone. The hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Yang Shu. Chapter 30 Poetry. Yang Shu leaned back with his hands, looking up at the princess, looking extremely lazy. The old man is not dead yet. It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. If you have the ability, go talk to the old man. Or dig my father out and scold him for not raising his children properly, and for taking advantage of his age to bully the younger generation. Yang Shu said with a poo sound. Everyone looked at their noses and then their noses at their mouths, not daring to look at the eldest princess's expression. He was indeed mad Yang, not giving anyone the slightest bit of face and trying to offend them to death. You. The eldest princess's chest heaved violently. Mother, we have chosen the play Red Lady Enters the Pass, and it has already started. Do you think we can add something to it? Chao Gung hurried over and handed the play script to the eldest princess. Yang Shu is a shameless person. It is not worth it to argue with him because it will only do harm and no benefit. My nephew wishes my aunt good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. The third prince stood up and said loudly that he knew the princess wanted to vent his anger, but Yang Shu was desperate now and would bite anyone he caught. With the support of the Dingguo Palace, no one could suppress him. If you use force to exert your power, you will only lose face. I wish the princess good fortune and a long life. Everyone followed suit to congratulate, easing the tense atmosphere in the hall. The eldest princess glared at Yang Shu fiercely, then turned to talk to the third prince, as if Yang Shu was not present in the hall. Since the eldest princess had hit a snag, no one wanted to provoke Yang Shu anymore, and they all tacitly pretended that he was not there. Yang Shu shrugged. Really, he was not even allowed to fire. Forget it. As long as he can make those present unhappy, his trip won't be in vain. I just like the expressions of these people who dislike him but don't dare to do anything to him. Are you bored? Yang Shu leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and whispered. Lu Yun looked at the people toasting each other and nodded. Everyone in the hall was laughing happily, but how much truth was there in this? It makes people tired. Then let's go back. Yang Shu was about to get up. It's boring just to play drinking games. Sueju, go get my kingfisher headgear. A headpiece with kingfisher feathers. Chao Gung exclaimed. Mother, you are not going to use it as a prize, are you? Everyone at the table opened their mouths wide in surprise. Yang Shu frowned and sat back. Kingfisher headpiece? It's just women's jewelry. These people's reaction is too exaggerated. Very strange. Yang Shu asked Lu Yun. It's not strange. The eldest princess has been favored by the late emperor since she was young. This jade headdress was a dowry prepared by the late emperor for her. It took the silver bureau half a year to make it. Every part of it is exquisitely crafted. Jade is rare, and there are only 3 pieces in the palace. They were all used by the late emperor to make kingfisher headpieces. They are priceless. Lu Yun explained. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and was no longer in a hurry to leave. Soon, about 30 maids entered the hall one after another, carrying trays. On the tray are top hairpins, sideburn hairpins, long hairpins, heart-picking hairpins, split-heart hairpins, sideburn covering hairpins, earrings, bracelets, rings, flower ornaments, small hairpins, and pecking needles. There are different types and styles, all made of pure gold and embellished with jade. Yang Shu couldn't see the patterns clearly because he was far away, but he could imagine how sophisticated it was, considering it took half a year to create it. Yang Shu's eyes twitched. It was so damn luxurious. A set of headgear had hundreds of pieces. The lotus flowers are in full bloom today, so let's use this as the title of our poem and see who can outdo the others. The eldest princess pointed at the jade headgear and said with a smile. The young man's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. The others looked at each other and understood. Everyone in Jinan knew that the eldest princess loved the third prince. Seeing that the third prince had been offended by her, she gave him a wedding gift in advance. The incense stick burned out quickly, and the young men couldn't help but stand up and show off their talents. The girls also shyly handed over the poems they had written. In the past, Feng Qingwan would have written a poem to celebrate the eldest princess' birthday, but she was so angry with Yang Shu that she hasn't recovered yet. Just one look at it, and my anger escalated to a higher level. It was already very difficult to keep my composure, let alone write a poem. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, and the girls all looked at the eldest princess eagerly, hoping to get her praise. The eldest princess should give them a word or two of praise, which will also save them some face when they discuss marriage in the future. After flipping through the photos one by one, the eldest princess made a few symbolic comments, which were very plain, and she didn't even ask the people's names. Here, stop hiding it. Your aunt doesn't believe that you haven't figured it out. The eldest princess put down the paper and looked at the third prince. Her eyes softened a lot. The third prince stood up, smiled gently, and said, "The wind carries the fragrance of lotus, and the dew creates ripples. Don't swim too deep, as fish are playing among the lotus leaves." Good. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, cheers rang out in the hall. The princess nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "No wonder your father always says you look like him. Your talent is exactly the same as his back then." Ear's poem is the best today. The eldest princess announced the result. No one was surprised by this, and no one felt dissatisfied. The third prince's poems were indeed far better than theirs. The third prince's wife is a blessed person. Everyone knew about the affair between the third prince and Feng Qingwan, and they were all willing to please the third prince. If one flatters well, one will be promoted quickly. Keep it well. You don't need it now, but it will be soon. Your aunt has been looking forward to your wedding. The eldest princess glanced at Feng Qingwan with a meaningful look in her eyes. The nobles all laughed. "Don't worry, princess. The wedding banquet is on the way. My lords, we are drinking now. If you keep joking, I won't keep you company." The third prince had a smile on his face. His manners were elegant, and there was nothing wrong with his words and actions. "Drink, drink." Everyone agreed with a smile, looking meaningful. Feng Qingwan lowered her head, unable to hide her shyness. She stole a glance at the third prince with a sweet smile on her lips. Whenever others made a noise, he would always stand up to protect her. Oh, what a joyful scene. Yang Shu clapped his hands, his eyes sharpened. "I haven't done anything yet. Why do you say he's the best?" Yang Shu stood up, took out the folding fan from his waist, opened it with a snap, his eyes full of hostility. The cheerful atmosphere in the hall disappeared in an instant. How could we have forgotten this gentleman? The princess frowned and said impatiently, "Yang Shu, if you want to make trouble, go back to the Dingguo palace. I won't tolerate you. Why did I make a fuss? Didn't you say that everyone can do that?" Yang Shu stiffened his neck and looked at the princess. "Dengzhou rebellion. If it weren't for my father, would you be able to hold this birthday party? You ungrateful bastard. You are not worthy of looking down on me." Everyone opened their mouths wide. Crazy Yang was really scary when he spoke. The princess pointed at him, her hands trembling. "Come here, drag him out, and beat him." "Mother!" Chao Gung shouted urgently. How could Yang Shu move, especially since what he just said was the truth? If they fought, how would people view the princess's mansion? They would also not be able to explain to the emperor and the Prince Ding's mansion. Since Yang Shu has written a poem, let him read it. I know how much you love him and how harshly you criticize him, but Yang Shu may have really made progress today. It won't take long. Chao Gung winked at the princess. Yang Shu was a fool, and the poems he wrote would only make people laugh. If he wanted to speak, let him speak. Chapter 31, The Infinite Green Lotus Leaves. "Aunt, just listen to his poems," the third prince said in a deep voice, with coldness in his eyes. The princess took a deep breath and looked at Yang Shu expressionlessly. "You hate reading the most, and have never written a single word. I have a fixed view of you, and thought you were being unreasonable again. Now that you have thought about it, just read it." Yang Shu glanced at the green inlaid headdress, took 2 steps arrogantly, and seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he couldn't help but say proudly, "After all, the scenery of the lake in June is different from that of other seasons. The lotus leaves reaching to the sky." Yang Shu frowned and scratched his forehead wildly. It was obvious that he had forgotten what was next. "I remember now. The lotus leaves are endless and green, and the lotus flowers are red in the sun. How is it? Isn't it excellent?" The hall was silent, and everyone looked at the eldest princess. Judging from the poems alone, Yang Shu's was undoubtedly better than the third prince's, although it's obvious that this wasn't done by him. The eldest princess, Chao Gung, the third prince, and Feng Qingwan all looked extremely unhappy. Lu Yin was shocked. She knew that Yang Shu was a playboy, but she didn't know that he was so talented in poetry. Did he happen to get the poem about lotus? Even Lu Yun was not sure, so it was even less likely that others would believe it. Did you really do this? The princess enunciated. What do you mean? Yang Shu glared unhappily. If it didn't come out of my mouth, how could it be the third prince? I just want to ask if you are better than the third prince. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. You, go get a box and I'll pack the things. Yang Shu casually pointed at a maid. The maid dared not move and fell to her knees. You don't admit it? Yang Shu kicked the table over, his face full of anger. Just you wait. I told Grandpa to destroy the princess's mansion. Everyone's face twitched. Let's go. Yang Shu called Lu Yun. Chao Gung opened his mouth, but when he saw the kingfisher feather headdress, he swallowed his words. He was willing to give this thing to the third prince. After all, he was the future emperor. But giving it to Yang Shu was more painful than stabbing him with a knife. Pai Gao. Hearing Yang Shu shout from afar, everyone's face changed. Could it be that he really called someone over? The sound of sticks colliding confirmed their guess. This is really too much. The eldest princess leaned back in anger. Go and report to the emperor. We must let this brat know who rules Jianan, the eldest princess roared. Aunt, stay with him for a while. The third prince walked over and said in a cold voice. Marshal Yang can recruit soldiers once, and he can recruit them a second time. This is not what the emperor wants to see. The princess tightened her fingers and her eyes changed again and again. She knew that what the third prince said was true. If Yang Shu made trouble with the princess's mansion, the emperor would only choose to keep the peace. Looking at the frightened people in the hall, the eldest princess shook her sleeves and left. How can a minister not be killed if he bullies his master? Cousin. The third prince nodded to Chao Gung, signaling him to send the things out. It's really hateful, Chao Gung said angrily. No hurry. A flash of murderous intent flashed across the third prince's eyes. What happened? The son-in-law Chao Huan walked into the hall with the help of a servant. He coughed 3 times before speaking. His face was pale, and he looked sick. He had very handsome facial features, as handsome as Panin, which was the main reason why he was chosen as the third place in the imperial examination that year. Although he is older now, he has not lost much of his charm. Who told you to disturb father? Chao Gung shouted angrily. In order to celebrate the eldest princess' birthday, Chao Huan overworked and suffered from his old illness. The doctor told him to stay in bed and rest. Don't blame them. Chao Huan covered his mouth and coughed, frowning and looking towards the direction of the gate. Father, it's Yang Shu from the Dingguo Palace. You go back first and don't catch a cold. I will take care of it, Chao Gung said as he looked at the servants and asked them to help Chao Huan go back. Don't act recklessly with him. Chao Huan looked back again and again, reminding him worriedly. The third prince didn't say a word from beginning to end. He looked down on his uncle Chao Huan, who was weak and incompetent. He was just lucky enough to marry the eldest princess. Not only is he ungrateful, he is also having an affair with someone else. If it weren't for my aunt's magnanimity, this kind of person would not be worthy of staying in the princess's mansion and should be sentenced to death. Sir, this is the kingfisher headdress. I'll give it to you. Take your people back now. The housekeeper of the princess's mansion pointed at the boxes brought by the servant and spoke with a cold face. Yang Shu raised his hand and asked the guard to stop. He walked over and opened the box. After counting the boxes, he smiled and said, Tell me, if you had given it to me earlier, wouldn't everyone be unhappy? Really? Yang Shu complained and asked the guards to carry the box. Leading the group, Yang Shu walked out like a stilt chicken. A crisp sound made Yang Shu turn his head. Behind him on the left, a thin young man fell to the ground with his head down, and his face could not be seen clearly. After taking a look twice, Yang Shu was about to look away. At this time, the young man raised his head, his face was covered with dirt, and his eyes were very dark. Yang Shu's gaze fixed. He saw a very familiar resentment and unwillingness in the young man's eyes. Prince. Lu Yun called him softly. Yang Shu pulled himself out of his memories and subconsciously grabbed Lu Yun's hand. But in just a moment, the fragility in Yang Shu's eyes disappeared. After getting on the carriage, Yang Shu took Lu Yun into his arms and said, I wanted to keep them company, but I didn't expect to gain so much. Wear it for now, and I'll make you a better one in the future. Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu's chest. Your Highness has offended someone again. You should be careful of the third prince. He is not as approachable as he appears to be. You have embarrassed him again and again. I'm afraid he hates you very much in his heart. Yang Shu smiled and put Lu Yun's hand on his leg to play with it. Most people who come out of the deep palace can tolerate it. I haven't touched his bottom line yet. Even if he wants to kill me, he won't do it. The old man is a sick tiger, but when he shows his might, a prince like him cannot withstand him. Prince, please pawn your kingfisher headdress. Lu Yun got up from Yang Shu's arms. He would not take action now, but as soon as the old man closed his eyes, the anger he had accumulated would be vented on Yangshu doubly. If he couldn't leave Jianan, he would die, and those people would torture him in every way. It's not time to use the money yet. Don't worry, I'm thick-skinned. I'll ask you if I need money. Yangshu stroked Lu Yun's eyebrows. For such a beautiful wife, he had to win. Tomorrow Pai Gao will stay with you in Wu Marquis's mansion. If those people bully you, just call them. Don't be afraid. We have no shortage of people in our mansion. Lu Yun chuckled, okay. One day I won't see you anymore. Yangshu leaned over and kissed Lu Yun on the lips, his eyes slightly raised, revealing bewitching. I'm already reluctant to let you go. My lady, why don't you take the initiative? Lu Yun's ears were burning from Yangshu's stare. He could now say sweet words at will and loved teasing her. Pursing her lips, Lu Yun kissed Yangshu on the face. Her heart was beating like a drum. She was too shy to look up, and her fair face turned red. Yangshu's eyes darkened. His wife was becoming more and more attractive. Chapter 32 Rumors. Holding Lu Yun's waist, Yangshu kissed her lips. Compared with the previous gentleness, this time he was obviously much rougher. Lu Yun put her arms around Yangshu's back in response to his request. Prince, Pai Gao called from outside. Lu Yun pushed Yangshu away in panic and sat up straight. Yangshu was still not satisfied, so he suppressed his anger, lifted the car curtain and looked out. What's the matter? Prince, we're out of chestnut cake. Would you like to replace it with brown sugar cake? Yangshu frowned. Let's go to another store. If there's no store on East Street, try West Street. It's not a precious or rare thing. Why would you want someone to put themselves through that? Yangshu lowered the car curtain. Lu Yun felt a warm feeling in her heart, which was a treasure she had never received in the Wu Marquis mansion. Marquis Wu never cared about her preferences. Even when he saw Zhou bullying her, he would just change his way. Prince, let's have the brown sugar cake. Yangshu held Lu Yun's hand and shouted outside, Pai Gao, 1 serving of brown sugar cake and 1 serving of chestnut cake. Yuner, I'm your husband. You can do whatever you want with me. I'm willing to spoil you. No, I want to spoil you and give you the best things in the world. Looking at Yangshu's serious eyes, Lu Yun's eyes turned red and she rushed over. Even if this was a dream, she was willing to sink into it. If she couldn't leave Jianan, she would rather die with him. It's just adding an extra portion of brown sugar cake. You are so easy to fool, young lady. Yangshu wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Yun's eyes. I shocked everyone today, but you didn't even ask me where that poem came from. Your Highness has been hiding your incompetence in the past. Lu Yun's voice was a little hoarse as she had just cried. Tisk, Yuner has learned to flatter me. I just opened a children's book. How can I hide my incompetence? You have to face the reality. I, your husband, am indeed uneducated. Yangshu poured a glass of water and handed it to Lu Yun. The author of the poem is someone else, but he doesn't belong to this place. I only dreamed about it. I'll go back and ask him how long he has been dead. Lu Yun blinked. Yangshu's expression didn't seem to be deceiving, but it was just a dream. Prince, we're here. Get off the bus. Yangshu scratched Lu Yun's pretty nose, and his silly look was also rare. After sending Lu Yun back to Huana Courtyard, Yangshu unfolded his folding fan and asked, Is the birthday banquet over? After the prince made such a fuss, who would dare to stay any longer? They left faster than the last. I guess the nobles in Jianan will not dare to hold a wedding before the old man passes away. I followed the rules of the game and took out a poem. If you can't afford it, you can give it to them privately. Why do you have to publicize it? Do you think I will spoil them? Closing the folding fan, Yangshu walked back. Thinking of the boy's eyes, Yangshu stopped and said, Pai Jiu, go check on the boy who fell to the ground when we left. In less than half an hour, Pai Gao found Yangshu. Have you opened your third eye? Why is your efficiency so high? Yangshu raised his eyebrows. Pai Gao was not in the mood to joke. Prince, someone outside started a rumor, saying that the madam is unclean. Yangshu restrained his expression and spoke slowly. How is it unclean? It is said that before the madam got married, she had an affair with her cousin, and the two of them once came out of the bathroom together. Madam, her clothes were said to be in disarray. Pai Jia said and looked up at Yangshu. Which cousin? Yangshu patted his folding fan lightly, his emotion unrecognizable. Zhou Gui, the nephew of Zhou. Find out where the rumor came from, and then tie Zhou Gui up. Yangshu's eyes were very indifferent. Pai Gao had never seen him like this before. He was clearly not angry, but he felt more terrifying than when he was angry. Not daring to delay, Pai Gao hurried to do it. Lu Yun was soaking in the bathtub, and the corners of his lips unconsciously raised when he thought of Yangshu. We'll stay together forever and never leave each other. Lu Yun whispered. The smile on his face deepened, his eyes filled with joy and expectation. At this moment, the girl's heart was completely moved. Within half a day, the rumor that Lu Yun was a promiscuous woman spread throughout Jianan. Sir, the person has been kidnapped. Yangshu raised his eyes, stood up, and walked out. Zhou Gui was forced to kneel outside the door. He had a greasy face and a shifty look. When he saw Yang Shu, he was so frightened that he started shaking. Drag him to the gate and get the whip. Yang Shu walked straight past Zhou Gui without stopping. Prince, please spare my life. Zhou Gui's face was covered with tears and snot, and he begged for mercy at the top of his voice. Hang it up. Yang Shu pointed at the plaque of the Dingguo Palace. Pai Gao didn't say a word and quickly lifted Zhou Gui up. Prince, please spare my life. Zhou Gui was still begging for mercy. This commotion attracted quite a few people, but they only dared to watch from a distance. Taking the whip, Yang Shu whipped Zhou Gui hard. Let me ask you, have you ever had physical contact with Lu Yun? Yang Shu's voice was harsh, and he whipped her quickly and fiercely. Prince, those are all rumors. I haven't even touched her. Zhou Gui screamed. I didn't touch you. How could someone say you came out of the bathroom together? Yang Shu shouted angrily and pulled out a knife. Who do you think you are? How dare you sleep with this prince's woman? Zhou Gui's face turned pale with fear at the flash of the knife. Prince, I really have never touched Lu Yun. I was tempted by her, so I hid in the bathroom, but she found me, so I didn't succeed. Seeing the knife coming towards him, Zhou Gui's eyes widened in horror, and something yellow and white dripped down from between his legs. Yang Shu stepped back in disgust. Repeat what you just said. If this prince is satisfied, I will spare your life. Zhou Gui blew his nose, fearing that Yang Shu would go back on his word, and shouted with all his might. Throwing away the knife, Yang Shu entered the mansion through the side door. The onlookers were pointing at Zhou Gui and talking when they saw nearly 100 guards rushing out. The prince said that anyone who spreads rumors will be arrested and taken to the Ministry of Justice. There was the sound of swords being drawn in unison, and everyone opened their mouths and ran away tumbling. My lord, this is bad. Young Master Zhou has been kidnapped by people from Dingguo Palace. The servant ran into the room and said to Lu Su. Lu Su leaned on the soft pillow, his expression unchanged. He was seriously injured and is still bedridden. Dead? No, he was hung at the gate, and kept shouting that he and the second miss were innocent. He had the intention to steal, but he didn't succeed. Yang Shu didn't kill him? Lu Su opened his eyes. No. The servant said hesitantly. Why didn't the Marquis show any sign of impatience? It seemed that he was hoping that young Master Zhou would be killed by young Wanku. Didn't kill? Lu Su's eyes narrowed. My lord, something bad has happened. People from Prince Ding's palace are here. The housekeeper hurried into the room. Lu Su's expression tensed, and he was no longer calm. Let me ask you, are the Crown Prince's wife and Mr. Zhou having an affair? Pai Jia grabbed a maid and asked sternly. The maid was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat and shook her head repeatedly. Letting go, Pai Gao asked someone else. After the servant finished asking, he kicked open Lu Su's door. Marquis Wu Wei, the prince is very angry. How dare you give him an unclean girl? Lu Su squeezed his hands, suppressed his fear, and said with a stern face, what uncleanness? Stop talking nonsense. I think you just want the prince to come in person. Pai Jia Xia Lu Xiu, if you know it, it's a marquee mansion. But if you don't know it, you might think it's a whorehouse. A young lady's boudoir can actually let a man from outside enter. Marquis Wu Wei, did Lu Yun and Zhou Gui have an affair? Chapter 33. Everyone is suspected. If the prince had not been detained by the old master, do you think he would still be standing here alive? Lu Su's heart tightened. He didn't expect that such a small matter would alarm old Master Yang. He immediately said angrily, what nonsense. Yuner is innocent. She didn't even cross Zhou Gui's path. How could she have an affair with him? I will tell the old man the truth. If the old man was not in Jianan, you, a poor man, would have been able to climb up to the Dingguo Palace. If there are such rumors again, don't blame us for being ruthless. Pai Jia snorted and walked away with a look of contempt on his face. Lu Su's face turned pale and he smashed the teapot hard. He wanted to get close to Prince Ding's mansion. He wished that this marriage would end quickly. Have you heard that the guards of the Dingguo Palace surrounded the Wu Wei Marquis' mansion and interrogated everyone in the mansion to find out whether Lu Yun and Zhou Gui had an affair? In the tea house, someone spoke in a low voice. It was such a big commotion, it's hard not to know. Tell me quickly, is there or not? Things between men and women always make people want to get to the bottom of them. Of course not. If there was, there would have been wailing in the Wu Wei Marquis mansion. But Zhou Gui was released. With Yang Wanku's current madness, if Zhou Gui wanted to sleep with his wife, would he let him go? That's true. The people around nodded. Don't spread rumors and keep your mouth shut. This is obviously someone pushing for it. We can't be used as a knife. Yang Wanku is now detained by Marshal Yang. Otherwise, who knows how he would kill people. So he was imprisoned. I was wondering why he didn't go to Wu Wei Marquis' mansion. Destroying someone's innocence is too despicable. Who has such a big grudge against Lu Yun? How can ordinary people like us understand what's going on? The noisy conversation didn't stop until dark. Sir, it's under control. Pai Gao picked up the chopsticks on the table and handed them to Yang Shu. If you don't use them again, the rice will get cold. Yang Shu drank a glass of wine in silence. In addition to the Wu-wei Marquis, there must be someone behind this matter pushing it. But when it comes to Lu Yun's reputation, the sooner it is settled the better. Not everyone takes it seriously. If they talk too much about it, they will only believe what they think and use it to please themselves. In order to put an end to the matter, Yang Shu even brought out Old Man Yang. He couldn't see through the twists and turns, but the old man was not easy to fool, and the people in the dark would certainly not dare to continue. You might end up losing the rice instead of trying to steal the chicken. Keep it a secret. I don't want Lu Yun to hear anything. Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao. Don't worry, my lord. The people in the mansion are not as tight-lipped as before. Go down. Yang Shu raised his head and drank another glass of wine, his eyes cold. My lord, it's boring to drink alone, and you didn't even ask me to accompany you. Lu Yun walked into the house gracefully. Because Yang Shu didn't restrict her, no one would drive her away even if she eavesdropped. After helping Yang Shu fill his glass, Lu Yun went behind him and massaged his forehead. The way the prince treats Lu Yun is truly enviable. You really don't doubt her at all? Lu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. She basically knew everything that happened in Yang Shu's courtyard. He hung Zhou Gui up immediately without even asking any questions. This showed that Yang Shu had absolute trust in Lu Yun. He stopped the rumors from spreading as quickly as possible and even released Zhou Gui in order to make everyone believe in Lu Yun's innocence. With Yang Shu's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to see that there was something complicated going on. He didn't care about his own reputation, but he couldn't stand Lu Yun being slandered. Lu Yun was not surprised that Lu Yun could bring benefits to Yang Shu. The key point was that Lu Yun was of no help to Yang Shu. What was he trying to do? Emotion? Lu Yun wanted to laugh after hearing this answer. They had only been married for a short time. With Yang Shu's ambition, how could he spend so much time and effort on a worthless woman? Vows of love are nothing more than tricks to coax women and add fun to sex. How sincere can it be? But as she laughed, Lu Yun couldn't laugh anymore, because there was nothing else between Yang Shu and Lu Yun except love. Why do you suspect her? Lu Yun is my wife. Yang Shu said calmly. Lu Yun paused. It was a simple reason, but how many people would not suspect their partner because of it? Most people would just convict without any investigation. He is really different from ordinary people. Tell me what you think. Yang Shu closed his eyes and leaned his head back. The Wu-wei Marquis should be involved in this matter. Lu Yun opened her red lips slightly. The prince has offended too many people. With Marquis Wu-wei's timid personality, he must be afraid of being implicated in the future. If he wants to sever his relationship with the Dingguo Palace, he must get rid of Lu Yun. Given the temperament that the prince has shown, when you found out that Lu Yun and Zhou Gui were having an affair, you would be furious the first time. You wouldn't give Lu Yun a chance to explain herself, and it's possible that you would accidentally beat her to death. Once Lu Yun is dead, Marquis Wu-wei only needs to clarify the matter. Not only will he completely sever his ties with the Dingguo Palace, but he will also be able to gain sympathy from everyone. The marriage was granted by the emperor, and if something like this happens, he will definitely have to compensate the Marquis Wu-wei Palace. How can Marquis Wu-wei not be happy to sacrifice a daughter he has no feelings for in exchange for so many benefits? But he alone couldn't have spread the news of Lu Yun and Zhou Gui to the whole city in such a short time. Someone was pushing him from behind. Maybe it's more than just a push. Lu Yun added some strength. Sometimes just one sentence can stir people's minds. The second prince, the third prince, Prince Shi, and even the Shanshu mansion, they are all suspects. If Lu Yun is beaten to death by the prince, Marshal Yang will be furious. The punishment will not be light. But the third prince is less suspicious than the second prince. He won't rush to take action now after an unpleasant incident. The prince brought out old Marshal Yang. Lu Yun's reputation was certainly saved, but the people behind him also retreated. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and pulled her into his arms. I need to find a time to give the second prince a great gift. It's very difficult to cultivate someone as thoughtful as you. Let's take another guess. Yang Shu poured a glass of wine and brought it to Lu Yun's mouth. The biggest suspect is still Prince Shi. Prince Shi's mansion has some dealings with Marquis Wu-wei's mansion, so it would be easiest for him to instigate Lu Su. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, her beautiful eyes looking forward. Sir, are you really going to let it go? Yang Shu spun the wine glass. It's impossible to calculate, but for them, I'm willing to sacrifice Lu Yun. Yang Shu put the wine glass down. 100 more can't equal it. Let them enjoy themselves for a while. Is Lu Yun so important in the eyes of the prince? Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu's shoulder, coquettish and lazy. Yang Shu didn't answer her and refilled his cup. Then what am I? Yang Shu lowered his head, glanced at Lu Yun's towering figure, and said without thinking, bedmate. Hiss. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's hand. This woman was really too proud to even dare to pinch him. Bedmate. Lu Yun's eyes were dim. Yang Shu, that's not what you said when you were on the bed. You are a liar. Chapter 34 Li Dan. Looking at Lu Yun's leaving back, Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Why was he so full of lies? He had promised Lu Yun a marriage, but the prerequisite was that she would not have any other thoughts. This woman seduced him all day long, and she looked devoted to him, but there was no real love in her. He is going to die today, and Lu Yun will give him a hat that night. This would give him a status, and Yang Shu was afraid that he would turn into a zombie. Prince. Pai Gao walked in. I thought you had forgotten. Tell me about the boy's situation. Yang Shu sat back in his chair. Prince Consort Xiao's illegitimate son. Yang Shu opened his eyes slightly. Who's? Prince Consort Xiao. Pai Gao repeated very seriously. He dares not even fart in front of the princess, but he actually has an illegitimate child? TSK, he's quite capable. Prince Xiao doesn't have any concubines around him. Where did that woman go? Yang Shu asked casually, tapping his thigh with his fingers. Dead. The princess was beaten to death in front of Prince Consort Xiao. A brothel girl? Pai Gao shook his head. She was from a good family and had an engagement. Prince Consort Xiao used some tricks to force her into marrying him. He was just trying to have something new. Who knew that she was pregnant? Prince Consort Xiao was scared at this time and wanted to get rid of him. That woman was lucky enough to escape. But the truth cannot be hidden. The princess found out about it. Prince Consort Xiao knelt down immediately and put all the blame on the girl. Because the person was dead, the princess did not pursue the matter out of consideration for their long-term relationship as husband and wife. But they couldn't hide away. When Li Dan was 12 years old, the people in the princess's residence discovered the existence of the mother and daughter. Pai Gao sighed when he said this. Li Dan survived, but his life was worse than that of a slave. Under the princess's suggestion, everyone took pleasure in bullying Li Dan. He's lucky. He's still alive after 2 years. Yang Shu's fingers had already stopped moving. Pai Gao, find a way to get the person out. Do it in a more concealed way. Throwing him into the lake is a good way to die. There's no need to bother looking for a fake body. Is the prince moved with compassion? Compassion? Yang Shu said, given our situation, you still have the heart to sympathize with others. Do I think you're a saint? That boy is extremely resilient. If given a chance, he will definitely surprise people. Trust in this prince's judgment. Yang Shu patted Pai Jia's shoulder. Take good care of the lady tomorrow and don't let anyone else in front of her. After saying this, Yang Shu walked out. Pai Gao blinked his eyes and didn't say a word. How did the prince see the potential in that dirty face? He rubbed his head, closed the door, and went out. It was late at night, so he would make plans tomorrow morning. Outside the Huana courtyard, Yang Shu looked inside and stood for a while, then picked a leaf. Imome, is there someone playing music outside? Lu Yun sat up. Outside. Imome turned over. Her breathing became steady, and she was obviously sleeping soundly, not hearing what Lu Yun said at all. Lu Yun listened carefully and confirmed that someone was playing music. She put on her coat, opened the door, and walked out. As they approached the courtyard gate, Lu Yun quickened his pace. The guards of Dingguo Palace are strictly disciplined and will not do anything beyond the rules. It can only be. After opening the gate, Lu Yun saw the young man in green clothes under the tree at a glance. Yang Shu put down his hand, and the two of them looked at each other and walked forward at the same time. Holding the person in his arms, Yang Shu tightened his grip. He was not a kind person. He only cared about the person he cared about, his wife, who was as bright as the moon and had a kind heart. He would not allow anyone to have any ideas about her. Why aren't you asleep? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's soft hair. Why isn't the prince asleep? Lu Yun raised her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her eyes seemed to be filled with autumn water, making people involuntarily immersed in it. Think what you want. It was really straightforward. Lu Yun smiled, looked at Yang Shu, and whispered, me too. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu took her to the garden. The two looked at each other from time to time with smiles on their faces. The scenery at night is more pleasing to the eye than during the day. Yang Shu and Lu Yun chatted as they strolled among the flowers. Lu Yun raised her hand and touched the orchid. At this moment, she looked like a carefree girl. Don't move. Lu Yun stopped completely. Yang Shu broke a stick and pulled Lu Yun behind him. Something seems to be moving. There is no girl who is not afraid of snakes. Lu Yun's hair stood on end instantly. Prince, it's better not to check it. Look carefully. Lu Yun grabbed Yang Shu's sleeve and didn't dare to look there at all. Don't worry, I can protect you. Yang Shu looked confident, and the next second. I'll go. Yang Shu screamed. What a big snake. He pulled Lu Yun and ran away. Lu Yun's heart trembled, and he ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Prince, are they chasing us? Lu Yun breathed lightly, not daring to look around. Yang Shu couldn't help but laughed out loud. Lu Yun blinked and reacted. Seeing the person next to him running away, Lu Yun shouted at him, Yang Shu, you're lying. The shadows of the two crossed on the ground. During the chase, Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and begged for mercy. My lady, you are very generous. I know I was wrong. Opening his folding fan, Yang Shu fanned Lu Yun, looking as innocent as possible. Lu Yun turned his head and smiled, seeing another side of Yangshu. Whether this person is serious or not depends entirely on whether he is close to you. There won't be a next time. Yangshu nodded obediently, even better than a model student. Lu Yunskin pointed at Yangshu's nose and said, "It seems that I can't trust the prince's expression in the future. Very bad. Very bad." Yangshu hugged Lu Yun, who was trying to escape. "Madam, why don't you tell me more about it? I'm just annoyed. You call me by my name. It's strange." Yangshu picked up Lu Yun. "You don't know how to hurry up for a talented and handsome man like me who has been appointed as the general of the Central Army at such a young age." Lu Yun shook her hands, smiled, and hummed a tune. Her voice was so beautiful that Yangshu unconsciously slowed down his pace. That night, both of them saw each other's truest side. "I'm looking forward to it." At the gate of the courtyard, Yangshu looked at Lu Yun with tenderness in his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing Lu Yun wearing her wedding dress, which must be extremely beautiful. Wrapping her arms around Yangshu's neck, Lu Yun kissed the corner of his lips. "I'll wait for you." With a bright smile, Lu Yun trotted away. Before entering the door, she looked back at Yangshu. It was the same face, but this time, she was filled with joy about becoming his wife. Rubbing his cheek, Yangshu turned around. When it comes to love, eating pork and watching pigs run are two completely different feelings. The difference is so huge that he couldn't control his facial expression at all. If you aren't paying attention, the corners of your mouth will start to curl up. "I just feel like no matter how much I hug you, it's never enough." The sudden appearance of the old face scared Yangshu so much that his voice changed, and the beautiful picture in his mind disappeared completely. "Uncle Pang, can you sleep so late at night?" Yangshu looked angrily. Ponzi glanced at him and walked away. Weird. After complaining, Yangshu walked towards his yard. Chapter 35, sending Lu Yun back to Wuwei Marquis Mansion. "Marshal, someone is using the song to convey a message. The prince and his wife are having a secret meeting under the moon." "Kixiewen," Pang Chi said. Old Master Yang's eyes widened. Who is meeting with whom secretly? "The prince and his wife." Pang Chi spoke in a serious tone. "This kid is just pretending to dislike Lu Yun. I said that my Yang family's descendants can't be so mixed up." Old man Yang snorted and tugged at his beard. "Old Pang, he is a rough diamond, right?" This time, Pang Chi did not deny that he had been paying special attention to Yangshu since he said those words after being whipped. The more he looked back, the more frightened he became. This brat was planning something. Killing the Marquis of Wuwei, smashing the gambling house, and snatching Lu Yun and Su Yao, none of them are as simple as they seem. Behind the scenes, they are either for money or for people. Su Yao is after Su Jingzhou, and Lu Yun is after the information she has. He knew that the Dingguo Palace could no longer protect him, and he had to prepare a way out. Rumors spread rapidly today. Pang Chi thought that Yangshu would not be able to handle it, or that Lu Yun would be sacrificed, but he did not expect that he had the situation under control in just half a day. "I'm afraid you'll understand all the twists and turns inside the moment you hear it." Ridiculously smart. If he didn't hide his shortcomings, he would definitely be the pride of the marshal. The more he thought about Pang Chi, the angrier he became. He was just a good kid who just wanted to live, but what on earth were these people trying to force him to become? "Lao Pang, I'm sorry for him." Old Master Yang became depressed, his face full of guilt. "Marshal." Pang Chi opened his mouth, unable to comfort him. "Have you chosen the people?" Old Master Yang said in a slow and deep voice. "Just wait until the prince gets married and give it to him. With these 200 personal soldiers, they will have to think twice before trying to harm the prince." Old Master Yang nodded and asked Pang Chi to blow out the light. He had to take care of himself and live longer to buy time for sure. He must be able to convince the Yang family army. A sigh was heard in the silent night. Yangshu got up early in the morning and ran around the yard 10 times. Then he started practicing boxing and kicking. In the era of cold weapons, personal strength was extremely important. Lu Yun leaned against the window, looking at Yangshu quietly. Her eyes were firm, but her body was obviously a little weak. Yes, it's hard not to be weak after being poisoned repeatedly. It was really cruel. In order to act thoroughly, he tortured her for several days in a row. Asshole, how come he didn't die on her? Thinking of Yangshu saying that they were just bed partners, Lu Yun felt itchy. It seems like she slept with him for nothing. Are you still unsatisfied so early in the morning? Yangshu wiped his sweat and looked at Lu Yun. Yes. Lu Yun enunciated the words. Bear with it. Yangshu went straight back to the house. Lu Yun closed the window angrily. Why didn't he let her endure it when he wanted her to? Miss, the prince had someone send it here. The little maid Zier came into the room and handed the box in her hand to Lu Yun. Lu Yun raised her eyelids and said, just leave it alone. What good things can he give me? Zier put the box on the table, and when she saw that Lu Yun didn't say anything, she went out. After deliberately ignoring it for a while, Lu Yun walked over and opened the box. Inside is a dark green jade bracelet with a transparent and delicate texture and pure color. It is obviously a top-quality product at first glance. Picking up the jade bracelet, Lu Yun curled her lips. He is willing to spend money on things. After breakfast, Yang Shu went to Wan Heiyuan. Lu Yun had already packed up. This time, the little girl Mo Mei followed her. Why are you shaking? I don't eat people. Yang Shu chuckled and took Lu Yun's hand. Mo Mei hurriedly followed the two of them. How could she not tremble? This was a madman who even chopped his father-in-law. Her small body was not even strong enough for him to punch. When we get to Wu Marquis' mansion, be smart and don't let those people get close to Madam. If you come back with one hair missing, I'll make the kitchen cook you. In the carriage, Yang Shu looked at Mo Mei and spoke slowly. The little girl trembled even more violently and leaned towards Lu Yun. Prince, Lu Yun said lightly, don't scare her. Yang Shu waved his folding fan to fan Lu Yun. If I don't train her to be brave, she will have to stay in her room every day. She has a long time to watch over me. Yang Shu said this while winking at Lu Yun ambiguously. Lu Yun poked his waist, his ears slightly reddened. This man was becoming more and more indecent. Close your eyes, little girl. Mo Mei was a beat slow to react, then her eyes widened. Dear lady. Don't look like you've seen a ghost. This is my wife. Isn't it normal to give her a kiss? Mississippi. Mo Mei's eyes were filled with tears, like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Such a playboy, and yet the young lady had to endure his frivolity. Yuna really dotes on you too much. Yang Shu tapped Mo Mei on the head with his folding fan. You should at least pretend in front of this prince. Prince, we're here. Pai Gao reported from outside the car. Yang Shu got off the car first. Mississippi. Mo Mei sniffed. Lu Yun smiled. Okay, get off the car. The prince won't really punish you. He's not that scary. Lu Yun got off the carriage carrying Mo Mei. I won't go in, lest there be chaos inside. Yang Shu handed the paper bag in his hand to Lu Yun and said, I heard from Pai Gao that the dried peaches in East Street are good, so I asked him to buy some. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Looking at Lu Yun, Yang Shu's eyes were filled with tenderness. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Lu Yun took off the sachet from his waist and tied it on him, stroking it gently. Then Lu Yun led Mo Mei towards the gate of Wu Marquis Mansion. In the sachet was a lucky charm that her mother had asked for her. She hoped that Yang Shu would be safe and sound and that all bad things would turn out well. Pai Gao and the guard kept a distance of 5 meters and followed. Yang Shu didn't look away until Lu Yun disappeared from his sight. My lord, Madman Yang didn't come in. He has already left. The housekeeper knocked on the box in the inner room and spoke in a low voice. With his help, Lu Su came out of the box. Which family marrying off a daughter would be as timid as he was? That rebellious girl was also very stubborn. She had the nerve to live on even after being harmed by a man like Yang Shu. Why don't you commit suicide? Mom, Lu Yun is back. Lu Zhener tugged at her handkerchief. Yang Shu is very vicious. Why didn't he beat her to death? Zhou rubbed her forehead. There were thick dark shadows under her eyes. When she heard Yang Shu's name, she felt fear and hatred. Madam Sun has bought some medicine. Give it to her tomorrow when she gets into the sedan chair. I don't believe this little bitch will not die. Zhou's eyes were filled with viciousness. Zhener, the Wu Marquis lost a daughter. As compensation, the emperor will find you a good marriage partner. Don't mess with her now. When looking at Lu Zhener, Zhou's eyes softened. My daughter understands. Lu Zhener nodded with a smile, looking weak and well-behaved. Thinking of Lu Yun's future fate, Lu Zhener's smile widened a little. Although they have the same father, Lu Yun has been more outstanding than her since childhood in terms of appearance, talent, and knowledge. Even the teaching nanny is more attentive to her. If her mother hadn't stopped her, she would have destroyed Lu Yun's face long ago. It was with her help that Zhou Gui was able to enter Lu Yun's yard. But a waste is a waste. Even though he was given the chance, he couldn't even control a woman. Fortunately, Lu Yun entered the Dingguo Palace. She was arrogant, but in the end, she still ended up being mashed with a straw bag. Chapter 36 One at a time. Miss, is this still our yard? Mo Mei blinked in the room. Lu Yun was not surprised. The old man was not there last time, and there was news of his death, so they naturally did not want to worry about it. But now, the old marshal not only came back, he was even recruiting soldiers in Jianan City. No matter how reluctant the Wu Marquis was, they had to put on a good show. Madam, the prince has told you not to eat anything from the Wu Marquis' mansion. The well water in the courtyard has just been tested by Dr. Wu, so you can use it without worry. Pai Gao walked into the room and said to Lu Yun at the door. We have booked you Lai restaurant for lunch. Lu Yun felt warm in his heart. You have worked hard. Madam, please don't be reluctant to use us. The prince has increased the monthly salary. Pai Jito lowered his head slightly and said with a smile. Mo Mei covered her mouth, and after Pai Gao left, she grabbed Lu Yun's sleeve and said, Miss, did Zhang Wanku take the wrong medicine? Lu Yun tapped her forehead and said, Why can't you change your name? Prince. Lu Yun had a smile on his lips, his eyes full of tenderness, and it was obvious that he was in love. Mo Mei lowered her head. Considering that Yang Wanku had been considerate today, she would not say anything bad about him. The prince really never stops for a moment. Lu Yun took the book from Yang Shu's hand and walked towards the chair. Although Lu Yun came from a brothel, her manners were no worse than those of a young lady in the boudoir. The hem of her skirt moved slightly with her steps, smoothly and gracefully, like blooming flowers. Lu Yun obviously prefers lying down rather than sitting up. This woman knows her own advantages. Knocking her head lightly, Lu Yun showed Yang Shu the bracelet on her wrist and said, "I knew that the prince understood my feelings." Yang Shu leaned back. "Have you stopped crying? You can see the second prince tomorrow." Lu Yun rolled her eyes. "If this were in Yahonglu, I would definitely not see you a second time. It would be such a bummer. Is the kingfisher headdress in your room? I want to take a look." Lu Yun was too lazy to seduce Yang Shu. It was just a waste of time. Why should I keep a girl's jewelry? Yang Shu took a sip of fruit tea. "You gave it to Lu Yun?" Lu Yun widened her eyes. "Why are you so surprised?" "Well, my wife is mine, so who else should I give her to?" Yang Shu said casually. "Did she put a curse on you?" Lu Yun was jealous. She tried to seduce him in every way, but Yang Shu didn't even look at her. If he was really a stone, it would be fine, but he was very tender with Lu Yun. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun. Not all intimacy can be achieved through trickery. Lu Yun stroked the ribbon around her waist, mocking and laughing. "Sir, with my status, what will happen if I don't take the initiative to fight for it? No prince or nobleman would really take a prostitute seriously. We have to be ruthless enough to survive." Speaking of this, Lu Yun had an indifferent expression and a casual tone, without any resentment in her. Yang Shu pursed his lips and looked outside. Most of the time, his thinking was still stuck in the modern times, and he had forgotten the cruelty of the feudal dynasty. From the perspective of an observer, I talk calmly about people trying to survive in a turbulent river. Who doesn't want to live a good life with dignity? However, most people are born without this choice. For Lu Yun, every step she takes is a gamble. All she sees is either intrigue and deception or false benevolence and righteousness. In her world, sincerity is the most cumbersome thing that can drag her into the abyss. I took it for granted. Yang Shu walked to the door, looked at the clouds dissipating in the distance, and said slowly, "Yan State is too small. It tramples on the lower-class people very hard and does not allow them to move up. The hierarchy is strict, and birth is everything. No matter how hard you struggle, poor people will just wallow in the mud. A dynasty that cannot be infused with vital blood will be doomed to perish after 100 years. Humanity should allow civilization to flourish, rather than restrict thought. How can a rotten bud compare to a blooming flower?" "Prince." Lu Yun looked at him in surprise. "Tomorrow you should get up early and help me fix it. I can't tie this hair up nicely. I can't let those idiots outdo my looks." Yang Shu touched his face and looked up proudly. The corner of Lu Yun's eyes twitched. She must have been possessed by some evil spirit. Mr. Young personally organized the wedding banquet. No one who received the wedding invitation dared not go. Early in the morning, the entrance to Prince Ding's palace was blocked by a crowd of people. "Did you do that on purpose?" Yang Shu turned around and looked at Lu Yun with gloomy eyes. This woman had already pulled out 10 of his hairs. Lu Yun remained calm. "Prince, no matter what you say, I must present myself in the most perfect state. I am doing everything according to your instructions. It's better this way." Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun, his threat clear and obvious. Lu Yun smiled, turned her wrist, and pulled another strand of Yang Shu's hair. "One at a time, and see if you can get out of bed." Lu Yun's face darkened. In front of the bronze mirror, Yang Shu looked at himself and nodded with satisfaction. Although Lu Yun was rough, the way he tied his hair was indeed good. "I can score 9 points. How is it?" Yang Shu turned around, looking very excited. Lu Yun's eyes were a little dazed. This wedding dress really suited him very well and made him look majestic. Lu Yun's eyes lingered on the red dress. She could not even dream of going through the 3 matchmakers and 6 ceremonies and bowing to her parents. "Excellent. Finally, you said something that this prince likes." Yang Shu grabbed a handful of gold leaves and put them in Lu Yun's hand. "Wedding money." Looking at Yang Shu's back as he walked out of the house, Lu Yun lowered his eyes. He was genuinely happy about marrying Lu Yun. This joy has never been shown in front of her. Thinking back on it now, those coquettish gestures seem like a joke. "Lu Yun, come out." At the gate of the West Wing, Lu Zixuan was shouting loudly, full of anger. He is the son of Lu Su and Shou, 1 year younger than Lu Yun. As the only heir to the Wu Marquisate, he can get whatever he wants. Zhou treats him like the apple of her eye. She stops Lu Zhener from destroying Lu Yun's face and also wants to use Lu Yun's beauty to pave the way for Lu Zixuan. On the day Yang Shu brought Lu Yun back home, Lu Zixuan went out drinking with others and escaped. He didn't dare to cause trouble for Yang Shu, but he was not afraid of Lu Yun. "Madam, should we teach him a lesson or just drive him away?" Paiji asked Lu Yun. "Let him in." Lu Yun raised his eyes, with coldness in his eyes. Pai Gao frowned slightly. "This is a bit difficult. Well, this could talk nonsense?" The prince has instructed that the lady must not know the rumors outside. I'll have to bring some mute medicine with me next time I go out. Lu Yun, why don't you just die? As soon as he came in, Lu Zixuan pointed at Lu Yun and yelled, his young face full of malice. What have you done to my father and mother? You. Pai Gao narrowed his eyes, rushed forward, and slapped Lu Zixuan to the ground. A poor marquis's mansion dares to bark at the crown prince's wife. Lu Zixuan's head was buzzing, and he staggered to his feet. He had never been beaten in his life. Anger rose to his head, and he was about to curse. With a slap, Lu Zixuan's head tilted. The force of this slap was weaker than the previous one. No matter how strong a girl could use, there was still a gap between her and a boy. Chapter 37. The son is married, suitable for his family. Lu Yun looked at Lu Zixuan and raised his hand to slap him again. Pai Jita raised his eyebrows. He never expected Lu Yun to take action. It seemed too quiet. You bitch. Pai Gao, break one of his legs. It's right next to that wooden frame. Lu Yun spoke slowly. You dare. Lu Zixuan glared. Yes. Pai Gao responded respectfully. The Prince Ding's palace even dared to surround Jianan. How could a young boy with no official position want to scare them? My father is the Marquis of Wuwei. Lu Zixuan kicked and yelled, trying to break free from the guard's grip. Pai Ji almost laughed out loud. This guy has lost his brain because of his favor. His father was chopped by the prince and dared not show up anymore. Who could he scare by bringing him up? The guard acted quickly and decisively. After one strike with the stick, the sound of leg bones cracking could be heard. Lu Yun watched quietly with no mercy in her eyes. At that very spot, the nanny angered Lu Zixuan by protecting her and was kicked and beaten by him. She did not survive that winter. Throw it out. Lu Yun turned and went back to the house. Bitch. A slut who can be slept with by anyone. Lu Zixuan's face was ferocious and he shouted hatefully. His facial muscles twitched due to the severe pain. Pai Gao strode forward and punched Lu Zixuan on the mouth. He wondered if Zhou could tie him up properly. He had seen people seeking death, but he had never seen anyone so daring. Xin'er. After receiving the news, Zhou rushed over, but her legs went limp when she saw Lu Zixuan's miserable condition. You guys. Zhou looked at the guard at the door with eyes full of resentment. Madam, please call the doctor first. Today is the second young lady's wedding day, so don't upset the relationship. Nanny's son held Zhou and looked at her and advised. Zhou clenched her fists, suppressed the anger in her heart, and had Lu Zixuan carried back. Look at the wonderful daughter you gave birth to. In the room, Zhou pushed and hit Lu Su. Okay, I'll go see Brother Xin first. Lu Su pushed Zhou aside and said, You think I don't want to cut off contact with the Dingguo Palace, but how can I do it when old man Yang is watching? Lu Su looked annoyed. Bear. You only know how to bear it. Zhou lifted the tablecloth and threw everything that could be thrown in the room. Lu Su frowned and left with a flick of his sleeves. He was really short-sighted. How could they afford to provoke the Dingguo Palace? They knew that the rebellious girl was back, but they didn't keep an eye on Xin Guer. And you still have the nerve to lose your temper at him. Zhou threw the teacup away fiercely. Let them die. Zhou shouted harshly. Madam, please keep your voice down. Nanny's son quickly covered her mouth. She used to be very calm, so what happened to her recently? What time is it? Why haven't you delivered the longan soup yet? Zhou stared at Nanny's son. Madam, the wedding procession will arrive at 1500 hours. It's still early. Nanny's son comforted her. Don't worry. After drinking the longan soup, I guarantee that Lu Yun will not live for more than 7 days. After hearing this, Zhou finally calmed down. That bitch dared to hurt her Xin'er, and she would make sure she died a miserable death. Miss, you are so beautiful, Mo Mei said infatuatedly. In order to show his favor to Prince Ding's mansion, the emperor specially assigned a maid in the palace to help Lu Yun dress up. She was already extremely beautiful, and now she looked even more unbearable to look at. Even the maids had amazement in their eyes. The second young lady of the Dingguo Palace was truly a pretty lady. Don't stand there like an idiot. Go change the basin of water. Nanny said to Mo Mei, and the group dressed Lu Yun in an orderly manner. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. The bridal sedan is about to arrive. Where's the longan soup? Bring it over quickly. The maid shouted outside. Here. Nanny's son, who was guarding outside the courtyard, heard that the soup had finally been ordered and hurriedly raised her voice. Take it in quickly. Nanny's son handed the food box to the guard at the door. The guard glanced at her and walked inside at her urging. Longan soup. The guard handed the food box to Pai Gao. Where did it come from? It should be prepared by Zhou. Zhou prepared it. What are you doing with it? Do we have a grudge against each other? Send it to Dr. Wu. After giving the guard a blank look, Pai Gao brought the longan soup in his hand into the house. Here he comes. The prince is here, someone shouted outside the yard. There was another flurry of activity in the room. Firecrackers are going off. Hurry, carry it on your back. Don't miss the time to go out, the maids urged. Originally, the bride was carried into the sedan chair by her brothers, but Lu Yun and Lu Zixuan had never been close, so a servant had carried her out before. Not to mention that Lu Zixuan's leg was broken. Even if it wasn't broken, Yang Shu would not let such an unreliable person carry Lu Yun, and he had arranged someone to do it early in the morning. Second sister. Lu Jun'er's voice was mournful, and she looked like she wanted to rush over to stop Lu Yun from leaving the house. Mo Mei rolled her eyes at her pretentious look. Take care of yourself. Lu Jun'er lowered her head to wipe away her tears, showing the deep affection between the sisters. The guard pulled out a knife and put it on her neck. Get out of the way. Lu Jun'er's legs went limp, and she screamed as she stepped back. The Dingguo palace was full of peasants and butchers. Come on, the second round of firecrackers is going off. The nanny had heard about the situation in the Wuwei Marquis mansion, but after seeing it today, she thought the rumors were suppressed. From top to bottom, no one is up to par. This is just a trick. It can only fool those who don't have much eyes. Her brother had just broken his leg, so she was in the mood to make a name for herself. The Dingguo Palace is a tiger's den, and the Wuwei Marquis Palace is not a place where people can live. Miss Lu lost her mother's protection when she was young, and she was lucky enough to grow up alive. Seeing that he hadn't come out yet, Yang Shu grabbed a handful of copper coins and threw them back, louder. A group of children picked up the coins and shouted at the top of their voices, "The peach tree is young and lush, and its flowers are bright and beautiful. The daughter is getting married, and she is a good match for her family. The peach tree is young and tender, and its fruits are abundant. The daughter is getting married, and she is suitable for a family. The peach tree is young and lush, its leaves are dense and thick, and the daughter is getting married, and she is a good wife and a good family." The children shouted in a circle. The onlookers were all staring in wide eyes. Where did Crazy Yang learn this from? He actually knows how to praise people? It looks quite realistic. Many people secretly memorized it. Those who were not married planned to use it to knock on the door or to seduce girls in the future. As for the married ones, they planned to use it to please their wives at home. Lu Yun heard it from afar. A blush crept up her cheeks, and a sweet feeling rose in her heart. She's out. The bride is out, the children shouted. Yang Shu stared at the person in the wedding dress on the old woman's back, then grabbed some copper coins and threw them out. I wish the prince and Miss Lu a long and happy marriage and a son soon. Harmony and happiness, and a house full of children and grandchildren. Words of blessing rang out amid the sound of firecrackers. Yang Shu lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and asked the old woman to carry Lu Yun in. Prince. Pai Gao touched him without even lifting the veil, but this man was stunned. Lift the sedan. Yang Shu came to his senses and shouted. The beating of gongs and drums became louder and louder. When their daughter was leaving the house, Marquis Wuwei and Zhou were supposed to see her off and give her a lecture, but Yang Shu asked them to claim that their injuries had not healed yet, so they dared not show up. A madman will hit someone regardless of the situation. Chapter 38. The Emperor sends a sword. The peach tree is young and tender, and its flowers are bright and beautiful. The children surrounded the sedan chair, singing as they walked, all with smiling faces. They couldn't help but be happy. Prince Yang was so generous. Touching their bulging wallets, their voices became louder. What are you looking at, sis? The young man pulled the reins and took a few steps back. What a happy occasion. The groom must have married the girl of his dreams. Let's go. Xiaoyi withdrew his gaze and rode away. The wind blew her veil, revealing her stunning face for only a moment. After passing the East City Gate, the wedding procession finally arrived at Prince Ding's palace at the hour of view. As soon as the sedan chair landed, firecrackers exploded. The lobby was crowded with guests, including princes, princesses, civil and military officials, and anyone who could move was there. If your status is not high enough, you can't get a seat and can only stand outside. They looked toward the door and forced another smile. Old Master Yang sat at the top. Although his face looked dignified, he was obviously happy from his relaxed brows. Please kick the door of the sedan chair, my lord, the nanny said with a smile. Yang Shu walked over and lifted the car curtain. Sir, it's not time to lift the curtain yet. I don't need to kick the door of the sedan to calm her down. Yang Shu entered the sedan and held Lu Yun's hand. Yang Shu refused and the nanny didn't dare to force him, so she had to start the next step. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterwards. Looking at the newlyweds walking slowly towards him, tears welled up in Grandpa Yang's eyes. The little boy had grown up and got married. King Shi lowered his eyes. Even after hearing that kind of thing, Yang Shu was still willing to marry her. He really had changed his personality. The second prince stroked his ring and watched quietly with a leisurely look on his face. Others either had blank expressions or laughed dryly. Peng Qi sniffed his sour nose, and when he saw the two men arrived at their position, he was about to greet them and salute them. The emperor has arrived. The voice of the eunuch spy was heard outside the door. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes and tried to show off his kindness again. Everyone stood up to welcome the Holy Emperor. No need to be polite. The Emperor strode in and stood in front of Yang Shu. Now that you're married, you can't act foolishly like before. The slightly stern voice was filled with the elder's expectations for the younger generation. As the Emperor finished speaking, the eunuch came forward holding a tray. This is a long sword made of meteorite iron. There is only one in the entire Yan State. I give it to you today. I hope you can be as brave as your father and be the best in the army. The eyes of the second and third princes narrowed slightly. This sword was no ordinary item. It could cut through iron like mud. They had been asking for it but could not get it. Yet, their father gave it to Yang Shu. After a brief thought, sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the two men. It was just a temporary keep, and everything was just to stabilize Yang Lian. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the emperor. Yang Shu clasped his fists, took the sword and drew it out, his face full of excitement, ready to start fighting on the spot. What nonsense! Old Master Yang shouted loudly. From beginning to end, he never got up from the chair, even when the emperor came. Your Majesty, please take a seat. Mr. Yang could ignore the emperor, but Peng Qi couldn't really leave him alone and lure him to the top. Prince, put away the sword, don't miss the auspicious time. Looking at Peng Qi's stern face, Yang Shu reluctantly gave the sword to Pai Gao, glanced at the third prince, and said, watch out, no one is allowed to touch it. Everyone looked at the third prince. Crazy Yang regarded the third prince as a thorn in his side. Feng Qinwan pursed her lips. She didn't want to come at all, but the Dingguo Palace sent 2 invitations to the Shangshu Palace, one of which clearly invited her. If she didn't come, Yang Shu would definitely cause trouble for the Shangshu mansion. What else can he do besides bullying? After looking at the third prince, Feng Qinwan's disgust towards Yang Shu deepened. What right does he have to blame others? However, Feng Qinwan was wrong about the invitation. It was sent by old Master Yang and had nothing to do with Yang Shu. What Yang Shu cared about was the gift from the Shangshu mansion. As for whether Feng Qinwan would come or not, he didn't care at all. The marriage between Yang Shu and Feng Qinwan was arranged by the Feng family, and old Master Yang had refused, thinking that there was no way the 2 little kids would like to be in love with each other. Unable to bear the Feng family's clinging like flies, Mr. Yang saw that Yang Shu really liked playing with Feng Qinwan, so he agreed to the marriage. The old man also knew that Yang Shu was uneducated and unworthy of Feng Qinwan. In the early years, he also mentioned breaking off the engagement. What did the Feng family do? Shuo was just a naughty boy, and they would never break the engagement. What a person who will never betray. The Yang family has no room for advancement. When the emperor bestowed rewards, the Feng family did not miss out on benefits. If the engagement had been cancelled earlier, Mr. Yang would not have been so angry. It seems that the Yang family is being used as a stepping stone. A bunch of shameless bastards. She just broke off the engagement, and she was discussing marriage with the third prince. Didn't the girl from the Feng family look down on Shuer? Today, he was going to let her see with her own eyes what she had missed. In this Jianan, in this Yan State, who is the real hero, the man who stands tall and upright? Bow to heaven and earth, Ponzi shouted. Yang Shu held the red silk and looked at Lu Yun. They both turned around and bent down at the same time. Bow to your parents. Okay. Old Master Yang nodded repeatedly. Husband and wife bow to each other. Feng Qinwan was stunned for a moment as she looked at the 2 people bowing to each other. Old Master Yang, the emperor, and all the officials were there. She had completely gotten rid of Yang's restraints. The engagement after so many years is over. Her marriage has nothing to do with Prince Ding's palace anymore. The ceremony is over. After leaving the lobby, Yang Shu took away the red silk and directly held Lu Yun's hand. After entering the room, Yang Shu closed the door and locked the maids outside. Prince, you need to use the jade ruby to pick your veil. Faced with such a situation, the nanny had no choice but to shout. Got it. Pai Gao, take the maids to have a drink. Yang Shu picked up the jade ruby and walked towards Lu Yun. After looking for a while, Yang Shu lifted a corner of her veil. Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Shu suddenly understood what it meant to fall in love at first sight. Beautiful. Apart from this word, Yang Shu couldn't think of any other word. Stupefied. Lu Yun chuckled. A goddess has descended to earth. Yang Shu took off her veil and took a step forward. We have found a treasure. I want to give them some money as a gift. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The more she got along with Yang Shu, the more lovable he seemed to her. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. No rush, take a rest. Lu Yun held Yang Shu. Although they didn't have a proper meal, Yang Shu had prepared a lot of cakes for her in the sedan chair. Instead, he rode a horse all day. Have we never drunk the wedding wine? Yang Shu looked at the table and saw wine in glasses. After pouring the wine, Yang Shu handed one of the glasses to Lu Yun and spoke softly, we are married and in love with each other. Lu Yun smiled at Yang Shu. Although she was shy, she did not look away and called out, husband. Yang Shu's heart trembled. He was alone in the modern world and had never asked for anything, but here he had someone to worry about. From now on, no matter where he was, there would be people waiting for him to come home. Looking at Lu Yun, Yang Shu drank up the wine in the glass. After completing the process, Yang Shu helped Lu Yun remove the hairpin. The two did not say much, but the room was filled with warmth. Chapter 39. Either you die, or Lu Ling dies. Prince, it's time to toast. Pai Gao knocked lightly on the door, fearing that Yang Shu would not be able to hold back and go straight to the bridal chamber. With a creak, Yang Shu walked out. Take good care of them, madam. After instructing Mome, Yang Shu left with Pai Gao. Sir, Dr. Wu sent a message saying that the bowl of longan soup is not right. Yang Shu's eyes turned cold, and he spoke in a concentrated voice. On the wedding day, it is not appropriate to see blood. Keep a close eye on them, especially Zhougue. Anyone who dares to touch his wife will be killed. Lu Yun went to Finbo Pavilion? I went there a quarter of an hour ago. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. She is very anxious. At Finbo Pavilion, Lu Yun took a sip of wine. The red silk seen everywhere showed the host's joy. Lu Yun stroked her hair that was messed up by the wind. Her eyes were silent. She really didn't like lively scenes. Hearing footsteps, Lu Yun looked up. The man's handsome face was a little gloomy. In the past, Lu Yun would have immediately bowed and thought of ways to make the man feel comfortable. But now, Lu Yun just poured a glass of wine for the second prince. Your Highness, how have you been lately? Lu Yun smiled, without the usual clinginess. The second prince frowned. You have always been sensible, and you should know that nothing you can ask for is beyond your reach. I know I was wrong. Lu Yun lowered her eyes, telling her that even if he asked her to die, she should not harbor resentment. It's just things, not people. Even if you're abandoned, you must accept it with joy. Think of a way to make Yang Shu die because of women. You should be good at this. The second prince said lightly. Your Highness, if this happens, I will die too. Either you die or Lu Ling dies, your choice. The second prince's eyes were emotionless. Lu Yun smiled softly. Even though she had done a lot for him, it still didn't count for anything. He could just abandon her like that. She really doesn't feel any guilt at all. I understand. Are you done saying goodbye? Yang Shu raised his voice and walked into the pavilion with his head held high. Lu Yun, I agree to everything you said. You must follow me wholeheartedly in the future. As long as you perform well enough to satisfy me, I will not let you down. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's face with a bit of lust. Realizing that Guo Qi was there, Yang Shu turned around and said, Second prince, Lu Yun is already mine, so don't worry about her anymore. Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun into his arms and declared his sovereignty. Guo Qi's eyes turned cold. This idiot was becoming more and more unbearable to his eyes. Not wanting to waste time talking to Yang Shu, Guo Qi just walked away. How was the chat? Yang Shu spoke leisurely as he watched the second prince walking away. He gave me one last task, which is to make you die in a woman's belly. Lu Yun said casually. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. How sinister. The old man can't even bring bad luck to others, so what did you say? How can it make him want to kill me? Lu Yun rolled her eyes. I have no idea what I did. For example? Yang Shu sat down on the stone bench. I just robbed a few people. It was just a minor inconvenience at most. It didn't cause any major trouble to him. The second prince has the intention to kill? That's too impatient. It's just the last bit of value of a useless chess piece. Lu Yun looked into the distance, with the prince's lustful heart. If he gets tired of playing, he should go to Yahangla to look for a new person. The second prince is not a generous person. How can he tolerate a hidden danger like you? Sit down, Yang Shu said softly. Aren't you going to the front hall to make a toast? If I don't go, the atmosphere will be more lively. Will any of them want to see me? Yang Shu picked up the wine jug, filled the glass, and then pushed it to Lu Yun. Take a sip. Yang Shu, do you doubt me? Not really. I just have to be on guard. I don't want to be in bed for several days like last time. Lu Yun looked at him steadily, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Pai Gao, bring a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses. Yang Shu. Lu Yun gritted her teeth, obviously on the verge of losing control. Seeing how you drink like a daredevil, I know the wine is not good. I'll treat you to something better. Yang Shu smiled at Lu Yun. After she stopped seducing him, this woman's violent temper was completely revealed. You didn't spend your wedding night with Lu Yun, but stayed with me instead. Aren't you afraid that she will be jealous? Is this a way to reposition myself? Yang Shu untied the purse from his waist, poured out the candy inside, peeled the candies and put them in his mouth. It won't be peaceful tonight. Lu Yun glanced at him and said, Is there anyone in the Dingguo Palace who dares to attack you? It's busy today, with many people around. The defense must not be as good as before. It's not difficult to take someone away. Yang Shu said casually. Lu Yun frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she looked towards Haidang Courtyard. The second prince really missed the beautiful jade. Have a drink? Yang Shu picked up the wine jug and filled it for Lu Yun. Do you feel sad? Lu Yun sipped his wine, his expression indifferent. It's not like I just saw through him today. Your Highness, don't worry that I'm missing my old master. When it comes to being ruthless, I'm no worse than the second prince. Pai Gao stepped onto the stairs. Prince, there are 3 people in total. We have captured them, and 2 are dead. Yang Shu frowned. I didn't ask you to stay alive. Sir, the poison is deadly and hidden between the fingers. How can we stop it? It was handled very cleanly. There was no blood splatter. It shouldn't have any impact on you and your wife. Yang Shu said nothing. Okay, get busy. After Pai Gao left, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and said, I'll leave the wine to you. Don't get too drunk. After putting 2 candies on Lu Yun's table, Yang Shu walked away. The moon is quite round today. Lu Yun looked up, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Knowing is one thing, and truly seeing is another. Su Jingzhou is valuable, so she is useless? He was willing to go to great lengths to rescue Su Yueyou, but was unwilling to make any plans for her. I should be thankful that I have never been tempted or had any expectations. With a charming smile, Lu Yun put the candy into her mouth. This was fine, there was no need to worry anymore. Has she finished her drink? Yang Shu looked at the mahjong game. It seems like I just had 1 drink. Pai Gao, you have to be careful. Prince. Lu Yun did follow me, but she didn't completely abandon Guoqi. She didn't reveal any of the real secrets. She just kept in mind the relationship between master and servant. Yang Shu threw his purse lightly. If Lu Yun had been of the same mind as him, she would not have shown off her figure and charm in various ways all day long. She knew much more than she said. This woman has her own ideas. Apart from her responsibilities, she probably pays attention to other things as well. If she wants to, she can set up a new intelligence network at any time. For example, Hijia, an insignificant little person, she could clearly tell his identity and origin, how to make use of him, and what position he should be placed in. This is the kind of person who can truly serve as a right-hand man. After today, Lu Yun will help me achieve my goals without reservation and will be on the same front with us. Your position as the chief steward will be difficult. Does the prince think too highly of her? Yang Shu handed the purse to Pai Gao and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Just wait and see. Chapter 40 Wedding Night. Pushing open the door, Yang Shu's eyes softened. The outside world was full of intrigues and deceptions, and only here could people find peace and tranquility. You're back. I asked Mome to go to the kitchen to get some sobering soup. Lu Yun walked over and said softly. Yang Shu hugged her in his arms and held her for a long time before letting go of Lu Yun. I didn't drink much. Yang Shu smiled, picked up the sobering soup, and prepared to drink it. The chef's cooking skills in the mansion were not good enough to taste the food carefully. After 2 sips, Yang Shu was stunned. Change the cook. Hearing this, Lu Yun took a spoon to taste it, then shook his head slightly. Is there something wrong? The taste is totally wrong. Our chef's cooking has never tasted good. Yang Shu looked at the hangover soup as if he wanted to see through it. I'll go check it out. Yang Shu put down the soup and hurried out. Mome rubbed her eyes and said, it was made in the kitchen. I carried it all the way and didn't run into anyone. Yang Shu frowned and called Pai Gao over. Sir, this hangover soup was indeed made by Aunt Sunday. Any son? Isn't the cook in the mansion a soldier from the cooking battalion? We eat, and Madam Sun is in charge of it. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he stared at the card game. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Do you know how much suffering this prince has endured? Prince, you didn't ask. Wouldn't. Yang Shu slapped his face. As expected, one cannot expect to find delicate men in Dingguo Palace. They are either simple-minded, straightforward, or stupid. I didn't punish you. I just asked a few questions. Why did you cry like you were going to be beaten? Yang Shu raised his hand and tapped Mome's forehead, then shook his head and walked away. Lu Yun looked at the sobering soup, feeling extremely worried. When he saw Yang Shu coming in, he looked at him hurriedly. The hangover soup is fine. Yang Shu sighed. I may not be his biological child. Lu Yun opened his eyes. The food in Wan Heiyuan is separate. The old man assigned a different cook. He thought that you might not be used to the food, but he didn't care about my life or death at all. How could anyone treat their own grandson like this? Yang Shu said with resentment. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You too. You never told me anything. Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun into his arms. During the time he was recuperating in his room, Lu Yun had lunch with him, and there was nothing unusual about it. Finished eating. I thought that was the prince's taste. Lu Yun chuckled. If that's my taste, are you going to force yourself every time? Lu Yun smoothed Yang Shu's frown and lowered his eyes slightly. My lord, I can't taste much. It's edible. What do you mean I can't taste much? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. The prince has also seen the situation at the Wuwei Marquis's mansion. Zhou wanted to use me to pave the way for her son. Although I didn't do rough work that would damage my skin, I was tortured a lot. Before I was 12, I ate the leftovers they used to feed the cats and dogs. In the summer, it was mostly rotten rice from the previous night. Even so, Lu Zhener still felt uncomfortable. She put medicine in the soup. I lay down for half a month, and my sense of taste is not as good as before. Lu Yun opened his lips slightly and spoke calmly. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes, anger rising from the bottom of his heart, but he still went too easy. You should have told me earlier. It's a big deal. Although the Wu Marquis has fallen, it is still a member of the Jian noble family and has connections with many families. If the prince touches him, it will inevitably cause others to be in danger. Now I only hope that the prince is safe. Lu Yun gently stroked Yang Shu's face with affection in his eyes. I believe that the prince can leave Jianin and create another world. We don't need to rush. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand, rested his head on her shoulder, and rubbed it gently. There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't let them die too easily. Yuner, it's late. Yang Shu raised his head and said in a gentle voice. Lu Yun didn't dare to look Yang Shu in the eye, and her beautiful face turned red little by little. Yang Shu's eyes darkened. Is there such a way to test people? Picking up Lu Yun, Yang Shu walked towards the bed. During that short distance, both of their hearts were pounding. The word husband isn't hard to pronounce. Yang Shu took off Lu Yun's shoes and looked at her with a smile. After stripping him down to his underwear, Yang Shu's eyes grew darker. To be honest, Lu Yun had grown up okay. Thinking that he was only 16 years old, Yang Shu suppressed his desire. Lying on the bed, seeing that the person beside him was still motionless, Lu Yun turned around to look. Madam, can I tell you something about physiology? Lu Yun was slightly stunned. Although he didn't understand why, he still nodded. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun stared at Yang Shu in a daze. Where did you hear that? That women can have sex and have intimate behavior only after they turn 18. I heard it in my dream. Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist. I was poisoned at that time. I was unconscious for a long time. I was in a daze for a few days. I had many dreams and saw many different things. It's not just about poetry and lyrics, but also some important common sense. My dear, whether it is true or not, we cannot be greedy for the momentary pleasure. There is a long time to come, and I am not in a hurry. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's hair and spoke softly. Then I'll sleep. Lu Yun was still a little confused. Go to sleep. If you don't sleep now, I won't be able to sleep. Yang tightened Lu Yun's waist, then let go reluctantly. Lu Yun wanted to suspect that Yang Shu was ill, but... Seeing Yang Shu turned around, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, his ears red and bleeding. In the second prince's mansion, the secret guard knelt on one knee, not daring to look up. There were broken pieces of the cup on the ground. This Dingguo palace really doesn't give anyone a single wiggle. Guiqi's face was gloomy. Not only did he fail to bring Su Yuyao out this time, but he also lost 3 assassins. Get out. After a series of setbacks, Guiqi has lost his composure. Now we can only rely on Lu Yun. Now that Yang Shu is dead, Mr. Yang should finally let Su Yuyao leave the house. The nobles are all fence-sitters and have no loyalty. He cannot get military power. If he wants to have a say in the court, he must build up his own power. Su Jingzhou is the most promising young man, and if he can control Guiqi, he must do so. He is not as favored as Guodi. If he wants to sit on the throne, he must have enough capable people around him. Lu Yun woke up in Yang Shu's arms. The boy was still sleeping, breathing evenly, and he looked very clean and harmless. Lu Yun didn't dare to move, for fear of waking Yang Shu up, and just looked at him. As she looked at him, Lu Yun pursed her lips and smiled. When she first met him, she really didn't think he was a good person. At that time, the emperor granted the marriage. When he knew that the person he was marrying was her, he was extremely angry. He pointed at the Wu Marquis mansion and cursed with all kinds of dirty words. Lu Zhener was afraid that she didn't know, so she pulled her to see. Although he was not very old, his eyes were full of hostility and cruelty. Really good acting. Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's nose. My wife is awake now? Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and buried his head in her neck, rubbing her. It's morning. Lu Yun stroked Yang Shu's back to ease the discomfort he felt after waking up. Are we going to Kixiewen to offer tea? My wife smells so good. Stop messing around. Lu Yun's voice was soft and gentle. After lingering for a long time, Yang Shu finally stood up, dressed, and took Lu Yun to serve tea to Old Man Yang. Chapter 41 Lu Yun returns. Not here yet. Old Master Yang raised his eyes. It is said that it has risen and should be on the way. Ponzi replied. Old Master Yang nodded slightly, looking outside casually. He was extremely looking forward to this cup of tea. When he goes to the underworld in the future, he will have an explanation. At least he has grown up and got married. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu entered Qixia courtyard. I was a little tired from welcoming the bride yesterday, so I got up late. Please don't blame me, Grandpa. Yang Shu bowed, looking like a young master from a wealthy family. Old Master Yang glanced at him and said, Go to the side, don't block Yuner from serving tea. Yang Shu quietly moved aside. Grandpa, have some tea. Lu Yun handed the teacup respectfully to Grandpa Yang. Okay. Old Master Yang looked pleased. Old Pang. Following Mr. Yang's call, Pang Chi and the servant brought in a box. Looking at the room filled with gold and silver jewelry, Yang Shu's eyes twitched. The old man was quite generous. This is definitely the result of melting all the gold awarded by the emperor. She was unwilling to give him a penny and even wanted to empty Lu Yun's family's savings. She was a little too biased. The Yang family has only one motto: if you dare to show off your power to your wife, I will break his legs. Seeing old man Yang looking at him, Yang Shu smiled and acted very well. The old man had the characteristics of a bandit. Lu Yun looked at the kind old man. Her nose felt sore, and she almost cried. Pang Chi tilted his head. It had been a long time since Dingguo Palace had experienced such warmth. Old Master Yang didn't set rules, so Yang Shu and Lu Yun stayed for a while and then returned to Wan Heiyuan with a box of gold jewelry. If I had known that gold was so easy to get, I should have brought my wife to Kixiewen earlier, Yang Shu said with a smile in the room. Lu Yun glanced at him, raised his lips and smiled, then picked up the pen and started writing on the paper. The peach tree is young and lush, its flowers are bright and beautiful. My lady has made note of it. Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's waist. Mo brought tea into the room and looked at the two people in front of her who were so inseparable. She sighed quietly in her heart, thinking that the flowers had taken root in the cow dung. Outside the gate, Pai Gao piled up the bodies of the assassins and had people take them back. The prince was very happy yesterday, so it was not appropriate to cause trouble. There is no problem today. If you dare to set your sights on attacking Prince Ding's palace, you must be prepared to suffer heavy losses. According to what the prince said, Lu Yun has completely severed ties with the second prince. Prince, you should give her a status so that it will be easier for her to take advantage of the power of the Dingguo Palace. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and looked at Yang Shu. Yuner, on the first day of your marriage, why are you so generous? It's only a matter of time. Lu Yun adjusted Yang Shu's collar. Even ordinary people have 3 wives and 4 concubines, so the prince will have no shortage of people around him. If you don't realize it sooner, once you develop a desire to monopolize someone, it will be a torture for both you and the prince. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun's face. How did the Wu-Wei Marquis produce someone as sober and restrained as Lu Yun? Let's not worry about Lu Yun's status. It's not common to marry someone right after a wedding. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun's waist and kissed her on the lips. Tomorrow we will go to Zhuangzi and have some fun for a few days. Let's ignore the disputes in Jianan for now. Yeah. Lu Yun leaned in Yang Shu's arms and responded with a smile. In the afternoon, Pai Ji came to Yang Shu and said, Prince, Li Shan fell into the lake. Yang Shu raised his eyes and said, not bad. It was done in just 2 days. Li Shan is in the princess's mansion, and everyone wants him killed. If we give him some silver, there will be plenty of servants to order him around. Once he comes out, we can take care of him. He almost failed. He must be very alert. Pai Gao said. Get ready to put on some clothes. I want to meet him in person. What clothes? Pai Jita looked at Yang Shu in confusion. Yang Shu looked at him sideways. There are so many people watching me. If you don't change your clothes, are you afraid that they won't notice? Pai Jia slapped his forehead. The prince was not speaking so directly now, and he sometimes couldn't react. I will go and prepare it now. Li Dan. After Pai Gao left, Lu Yun walked in. Prince Consort Xiao's illegitimate son is only 14 now. Why do you like him? The child's eyes told me that he was not a submissive person. Sow a seed, maybe it will bloom. Then I'll have to wait and see. Lu Yun poured a glass of water for Yang Shu. Give me 2 people, older, preferably with an old man and a young one. You don't need to be too clever, but you must keep your mouth shut. Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth. It's not that he can't force Lu Yun, but if he forces her, all you get is superficial submission. She won't really plan for you and treat you as us. I'll let Pai Gao choose the person for you later. Lu Yun nodded and sat down on the chair. Are there any progress in Rongchong Rice Shop? It's still early. I'll take you to see it later. Yang Shu picked up the cup and took 2 sips of water. He had arranged people to look for Long Ying, but there was no news yet, so these people thought he just liked to drink boiled water. Tomorrow I will take Lu Yun to the manor and stay there for a few days. You should know which places are not allowed to go. Just Lu Yun. Lu Yun raised her eyes. Whoever you meet on their honeymoon brings other people of the opposite sex along, Yang Shu said casually. Sweet night? Lu Yun glanced at Yang Shu. Prince, with your body, you'd better not indulge in excessive sexual activities. Why does this sound so wrong? What does it mean with his physique? Who are you looking down on? Lu Yun, why can't your thoughts be as pure as mine? Am I a sensual person? Lu Yun raised her lips and smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip, her manner leisurely. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. This woman just resented him for making it impossible for her to get out of bed. Prince, it's clean. Pai Ji walked into the house holding a uniform that was 70 new. No need to follow, pick 2 people for Miss Lu. Yang Shu stood up and said, she's here, you 2 can chat by yourselves. After saying this, Yang Shu left the house. Calling her tongue, Yang Shu went to the theater and listened to a play. He went backstage to look for the beauty and took the opportunity to change his clothes. Pressing his straw hat, Yang Shu left the theater. Prince, the person is in the carriage. The guard pulled open the curtain to make it easier for Yang Shu to enter. The boy's hands and feet were tied and his mouth was blocked with a cloth. When he saw someone coming in, he shrank back and became alert. Yang Shu looked at the boy, half squatted down, and brushed his messy hair aside. Want revenge? Not if you want to. You only have one chance. If you don't want to, I'll let them send you back. Before Yang Shu finished speaking, the boy nodded. Remember, your name is Wei Si, the nephew of Wei Zhiyong, the garrison commander of Luling. I will have someone escort you out of Jianan, but you have to go to Waka Pass by yourself. There are bandits everywhere in that area. It's up to you whether you kill them and gain merit, or hide and try to survive. Yang Shu placed the small cloth bag that could prove his identity in front of Li Dan. Take him out of town. Yang Shu got off the carriage and said to the guards. After standing there for a while, Yang Shu returned to the theater. After Lu Yin looked at the list handed over by Pai Gao, she finally chose two middle-aged men who were nearly 40 years old, had both elderly and young people at home, and were not talkative. One of them is called Zhang Tai and the other is called Nyo Er. Chapter 42 One by One. Miss Lu, do you want to meet him now? Or do you want to wait for the prince to come back? You are the people from the Dingguo Palace. Are you still worried that I will use some tricks on them? Bring them here, Lu Yin said in a light voice. Pai Gao retreated, and a quarter of an hour later, he brought Zhang Tai and Nyo Er to Lu Yun. Because Mr. Young secretly delegated power, Yang Shu could transfer everyone except the top ones at will. After asking a few questions casually, Lu Yun sent the man away. The soldiers from Dingguo Palace had no problem obeying. Although there was doubt in his eyes, it did not involve any confidential matters, and he answered the questions directly in a calm tone without any sarcasm. No additional adjustment is required. It can be used directly. It was completely dark when Yang Shu came back from outside. Prince, Lu Yun moved to Fuxianjuan and chose Zhang Tai and Nyo Er. Pai Jita reported to Yang Shu. She moved quickly. Yang Shu waved his folding fan. Don't interfere with her. Just let her do what she wants. What did Zhou Gui do today? Yang Shu changed the subject. Because of the whipping, he was quite quiet. He lay down all day and just teased the maid. Break his legs, throw Jianan out, throw him far away, Yang Shu said coldly. Pai Jita responded with a yes. Considering how much the prince cared about his wife, how could he let go of Zhou Gui who almost ruined his wife's innocence? Without Jianan and with a broken leg, the probability of Zhou Gui surviving was less than 1. Lu Zhener, tie her up. Doesn't she like to feed people medicine? Yang Shu said in a stern tone. Give her a portion of everything that can be bought in the pharmacy. Be careful, don't kill anyone. Then there's Lu Su. Yang Shu's eyes were dark. Since you're blind, there's no need to keep your eyes open. I will suppress all the farms and shops of the Wuwei Marquis Mansion one by one. Within a month, I will make sure that the Wuwei Marquis Mansion will be unable to make ends meet. The prince was not the first one to kill his father-in-law, but he was definitely the most cruel one. Pai Gao nodded repeatedly. After giving the instructions, Yang Shu went to Wan Heiyuan. Lu Yun was flipping through the policy papers with a focused expression. Under the candlelight, his features were extremely gentle. After looking for a long time, Yang Shu walked over. Now that you're back, are you ready for dinner? Lu Yun put down the paper and looked at Yang Shu with a smile. I have a gorgeous wife at home, so why would I want to eat out? You are just being obedient now. Lu Yun smiled and asked Mo Mei to bring the food that was warm in the kitchen. It's all true. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and kissed her on the face, then took out rouge from his arms. The store owner said that the young ladies in Jianan all like it, so I bought a box. Lu Yun opened it and took a look, then applied some on his face under Yang Shu's expectant eyes. Nice. It looks good either way, Yang Shu added. Lu Yun chuckled and applied the remaining rouge on her hand onto Yang Shu's face. Mo Mei watched the two of them playing and silently put down the food. After seeing this several times, she was now numb. The next morning, Yang Shu and Lu Yun left the Dingguo Palace. In the carriage, looking at the streets and crowds gradually moving away, Lu Yun's brows relaxed, as if he had unloaded several pounds of burden. Yang Shu. Lu Yun looked at the person next to him and called out with a smile on his face. I just saw the eagle. Yang Shu, who was concentrating on peeling lychee, raised his head and looked outside the car. He saw a clear sky with white clouds floating in the air, but there was no sign of an eagle, let alone a bird feather. Just flew away? Yang Shu fed the peeled lychees to Lu Yun. Sweet, Lu Yun said in a brisk voice. Yang Shu smiled. After coming out, she had obviously changed and looked like a young girl. Can it be as sweet as my wife? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows in doubt. Eat lychees. Yang Shu laughed out loud. Mo Mei spat out the lychee pit in her mouth. She should be under the car. The two of them were getting sweeter and sweeter, and it was unbearable to watch them being so affectionate. The carriage traveled for an hour and the group arrived at the destination. Yang Shu helped Lu Yun get off the carriage and was very satisfied with the quiet and peaceful farm in front of him. Ma'am, please. Yang Shu stretched out his hand. Lu Yun chuckled, looked around, and walked forward, lifting her skirt. The air is so nice. Lu Yun closed his eyes and listened to the sound of birds flapping their wings. Yang Shu looked at her quietly, his eyes gentle. The guards had left on their own accord. Yang Shu gave money to all the people in the manor, except the cook, and allowed them to go out and have fun. Taking Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu led her inside. I heard from the village head that the fish in this pond are fresh and plump. I will catch 2 and grill them for my wife to taste. The grass here is a little wet. Come. Yang Shu half knelt down and motioned Lu Yun to come up. Over there, the pond is full of wild flowers. Yuner, you will be delighted if you see them. Lu Yun put his arms around Yang Shu's neck and said, we just got here. How do you know so much? You must have done your homework in advance. If you don't work hard, how can you make Yuner be so obsessed with you? Yang Shu tilted his head, speaking with a smug tone. Lu Yun rubbed his face and raised his hand to shield him from the sun. At this moment, both of them forgot their identities and enjoyed the beauty of nature with great joy. Call. Yang Shu blew all the collected petals towards Lu Yun. Ah. Lu Yun closed his eyes. Yang Shu, stop. The girl lifted her skirt and chased after the boy in front of her. The two of them grabbed the flower petals on the ground and threw them at each other, and silver bell-like laughter rang out from time to time. Jianin, Pai Jiu meets Zhou Gui in the dilapidated courtyard. When Zhou Gui saw Pai Gao, his face was filled with horror and he sobbed for mercy. Pai Gao's eyes remained unchanged. He picked up a stick and smashed it hard on Zhou Gui's leg. Pai Gao didn't stop until the whole place was covered in blood. The prince said, throw it away. Give him this water to drink, so he won't say anything he shouldn't. Pai Gao threw the kettle to her tongue beside him. Now that one has been solved, it's time for the next one. Pai Gao goes out. Wu Wei Marquee Mansion. It is not something that her tongue can handle. Guards have to take action. In Haiang Courtyard, Lu Yun looked at the gentle girl in front of her and was quite surprised. She was actually still a virgin. If her body had not been broken by Yang Shu, Lu Yun would have suspected that he was ill. Did the prince touch you? Lu Yun asked out loud. Siu Yao shook her head. The rumors are exaggerated. You have been with the prince before, so you should know that his cruelty is just for show. Neri is different than he acted. The prince is ambitious, values talents over wealth, treats people sincerely, and is consistent in his words and deeds. He is far superior to those children of aristocratic families. Lu Yun's eyes twitched slightly. Was the person she saw the same one as her? This magic potion is really good. Do you really believe him? I believe what I feel. Being able to stay in the Dingguo Palace and be in front of her, Su Yao was not worried that Lu Yun had other intentions. She looked at her and said seriously. Lu Yun took a sip of tea. That bastard really wasn't pretending with her. Lu Yun glanced at Su Yao and lowered her eyes. Sugar with honey is not delicious. This girl didn't even know she was being targeted. Yang Shu treats his brother as his confidant, so how could he let Su Yao go? Such a weak point cannot be controlled by others. That guy Yang Shu never takes a step in vain. Once he takes a fancy to you, you can't escape. You will get close to him and offer your loyalty or your heart, sinking into it without knowing it. Chapter 43, Creating a Different Kingdom. The more they came into contact, the more afraid Lu Yun became. It was as if Yang Shu had everything under control. She knew that he asked her to meet the second prince in order to make better use of her, but in the end, she still followed the route he set. It was clearly arranged by him, but you were willing to do it. Will there be a day when she also regards Yang Shu as a good person? Thinking of this, Lu Yun shook his head. It was too scary. What's wrong with you? I was scared. Lu Yun put down the teacup and didn't stay any longer. After understanding the situation of Prince Ding's mansion from top to bottom, Lu Yun returned to her own courtyard. After concentrating and thinking for half an hour, Lu Yun picked up the pen and wrote down the names one by one on the paper. She had a habit of getting a thorough understanding of the surrounding things whenever she decided to stay in a place. In this way, she can check for gaps and mobilize personnel as quickly as possible. Don't panic or lose your composure at critical moments. Lu Yun stopped writing after writing 3 pages. Yang Shu was quite confident in her. There was some information that she would never be able to ask unless he instructed her in advance. Trust the people you employ, and don't employ those you don't trust. It is quite courageous and makes people feel happy. Can you smell the fragrance? Yang Shu turned the fish in his hand and added a piece of wood to the fire. It smells good, Lu Yun said with a full mouth. Yang Shu became more motivated and started to apply the prepared sauce. Mame, plate. Yang Shu shouted. Here it comes. Mame was extremely enthusiastic about food. She trotted over with her eyes shining. Yours. Yang Shu handed her the smaller fish. Be careful with fish bones. It's hard to find a doctor here, Yang Shu warned. He was scared by the little girl's tears. If a fish bone got stuck in her throat, he would definitely hug his wife and cry for half the night. No way. Mame replied and went aside with the fish. These past few days, Mo had only seen Yang Shu's gentle side, and her fear of him had eased a lot. Yang Shu used a knife to cut the fish in half and gave the fish meat with the bones removed to Lu Yun. Lu Yun tasted it carefully and nodded to Yang Shu. After scratching Lu Yun's nose, Yang Shu opened his mouth and ate the fish she fed him. It tasted really good. When it came to grilling, Yang Shu was considered a half-expert. He was the one who grilled for the company's team-building activities before. Glancing at Lu Yun's cheerful eyes, Yang Shu continued to pick bones from the fish. He had put too much sauce on the fish. How much could she taste? Under the firelight, the atmosphere was so wonderful that Yang Shu didn't dare to ask. Call out. Fireworks. Mo opened her mouth and shouted. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. My husband has put in a lot of effort. It's not enough to just talk. Yang Shu leaned over, and when he saw that the person didn't move, he pointed. Lu Yun chuckled and kissed it. The fireworks lasted for a quarter of an hour, and then the world fell silent. Yang Shu embraced Lu Yun and said, My dear, fireworks may not last long, but I am always here. Yeah. Lu Yun leaned his head on Yang Shu's shoulder. Did my lady ever have something she wanted very much when she was a child? You've already given the chestnut cake. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. What about you, my husband? Me. Yang Shu raised his eyes. I just want to be strong enough, not be bullied, be able to protect the people I want to protect, and also have a career. Yang Shu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yun's hair. As he looked into the distance, Yang Shu's eyes deepened. Now the place was different, and what he wanted had also changed. The military power of the Dingguo Palace had fostered his ambition. He wanted to dominate the world and have his name forever engraved in history books. He wanted to create a different kingdom that would be praised for eternity, even for millions of generations. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and looked into his eyes. No matter how serious the situation is in the future, I will stay by your side. Even if you are criticized by thousands of people, I will bear it with you. I am greedy for the beauty of this moment. Even if you betray me in the future, I will not regret it. Yang Shu looked at his own shadow in Lu Yun's eyes, his throat rolled, and he smiled. Thank you. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun tightly, and all the things from his past life faded away little by little in Yang Shu's mind. The firewood made a slight crackling sound, and the two hearts completely merged that night. Mom, why hasn't the medicine taken effect yet? In Zhou's room, Lu Jin'er frowned. It's only been a few days. How can it happen so quickly? If more time passes, people won't suspect us. Zhou rubbed his forehead. But you tried to stop me. If my cousin had succeeded, Lu Yun would have been beaten to death by Crazy Yang long ago. Lu Jin'er's eyes were filled with impatience. Mother is not trying to find a future for you and Xian'er. The Wu-Wei Marquise is just an empty shell. With your father, Xian'er can't even enter the patrol camp. Okay, don't involve me. You are doing this for Brother Xian. Not in the mood to stay any longer, Lu Jin'er stood up and walked out without even looking at Zhou. Lu Jin'er hated Lu Xian, her disobedient brother, and she didn't think that this idle and good-for-nothing young man could be her support in the future. It would be good enough if he didn't hold her back. Why wasn't I reborn into a royal family? I can't even find a decent marriage. If I had known earlier, I would have given Lu Yun some strong medicine when she went out for the first time. Crazy Yang is also a useless person. No matter how harsh he was before, he didn't even dare to fart when Yang Pifu came back. He killed someone, so how could Yang Pifu let him be buried with Lu Yun? Mississippi. Seeing Lu Jin'er coming back, the maid knelt down and saluted. Bring some lychees, Lu Jin'er said with a bit of anxiety. The maid's face changed and she lowered her head. Miss, the mansion only purchased a basket of lychees, and it's all used up. Lu Jin'er raised her hand and slapped him. Used up? Why didn't you refill it earlier? What did you do with your daily money? The maid bit her lip and said, My lady, there is no money in the account. Thinking of something, Lu Jin'er became furious and raised her hand to slap him again. Her delicate face showed a ferocious expression. That bitch. She emptied the Wu-Wei Marquis mansion. I can't even keep Yang Shu steady. Miss, please spare my life. The maid covered her head, bent her body, and begged for mercy. She kicked and beat the maid until she had vented her anger, and then Lu Jin'er let her go. Why are you still lying there? Go prepare some hot water, Lu Jin'er shouted. The maid struggled to get up, holding onto the wall and walking towards the bathroom step by step. Only they knew how mean and cruel they were when looking at the weak Lu Jin'er. The moon was rising higher and higher, and the group approached the Wu-Wei Marquis mansion under the cover of night. Tread lightly. Outside the Wu-Wei Marquis mansion, Pai Gao, dressed in black, whispered, Do I need you to give instructions, kid? The inspectors have left. Let's take this opportunity. The guards rushed out like arrows. One of them held his hand from below, while the others jumped and flipped over the wall of Wu-Wei Marquis mansion. Pai Gao was pulled up there. Although he had been trained, he had little actual combat experience afterwards, and his skills had long been returned to Grandpa Yang. Isn't it embarrassing? The guards laughed at Pai Gao mercilessly. Pai Gao walked forward with his head down, determined in his heart that when he returned, he would intensify his training, and then, laugh at him back. Chapter 44. Sneaking into Wu Marquis' mansion at night. Lu Su's room is not difficult to find. Just go towards the center and you will definitely find it. After climbing through the window into the house, the guard made some noise, and when Lu Su looked up, he punched him and knocked him unconscious. Do it. The guard raised his chin towards Pai Gao. Pai Jia took out the medicine powder from his arms, mixed it with water, and gave it to Lu Su to drink. Then he took out a dagger. On the other side, the guards had already carried the unconscious Lu Zhener, and soon they were out of the Wu Marquis mansion. Early in the morning, the screams of maids were heard in Wu Marquis mansion. The maid fell to the ground, trembling, and the remaining water in the basin shook violently. The noise attracted other people over. The butler opened his mouth to scold, but when he saw Lu Su on the bed, he stepped back and his face turned pale. Have you heard? Some bad guys broke into Wu Marquis' mansion last night and dug out Wu Marquis' eyes. Who is it that has such great ability? Tell us in detail. In the tea house, everyone gathered around and urged. How would I know? He is not a fool. He would not stay here and would have disappeared long ago. Not only did they dig out Marquis Wu's eyes, they also kidnapped his eldest daughter. Someone came over and interrupted. What kind of grudge is this? Wu Marquis' mansion is the relative of Dingguo Palace. Aren't you afraid of death? In-laws are in-laws, but don't you see the attitude of the Dingguo Palace towards the Wu Marquis Palace? They don't even look at it. Yang Wanku was not willing to marry Lu Yun, and the wedding was still held by the old marshal. He won't help, and is happy to watch the fun. Old Marshal Yang doesn't care either? A young man who was obviously not a native of Jianan said with a frown. In his mind, the old marshal should not turn a blind eye to the danger of his relative. The older, sturdy man glanced at the young man and said, What are you thinking? He can't even take care of his own grandson, and yet Marshal Yang still wants to take care of Wu Marquis' mansion. What he recognized was Lu Yun, not Wu Marquis' mansion. That bunch of people may not look as crazy and violent as Yang Wanku, but in terms of cruelty and ruthlessness, they're even worse. Young man, don't just look at the surface. You need to know more about the inside. After so many years of development, few of the families in Jianan are clean. They are dirty inside. Why are you talking about this? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Someone stopped the strong man, and everyone started talking about Wu Marquis mansion again, wondering who they had offended. My wife. Yang Shu stood outside the yard and called to Lu Yun. Come quickly, look what I caught. Lu Yun put down the clothes she was mending and walked out. What a fat rabbit. Mo covered her mouth. Miss, the rabbit is so cute. Mo grabbed Lu Yun's sleeve and looked up at her. Let's braise it. Lu Yun touched the rabbit and said, It's so big, I'm afraid it won't fit in one dish. Then braise half and grill half. Mo's eyes lit up. Yang Shu looked at the two girls discussing how to eat it, and his eyes twitched. Are they sure they didn't get the wrong script? The rabbit is so cute. How could they bear to braise it? It's better to dice and stir-fry it. After several people discussed, they finally decided to braise and stir-fry. Coo, coo, coo. A strange bird cry was heard. Yang Shu turned around with a twitching face, and the guard smiled broadly at him. Rubbing his brows, Yang Shu decided to transfer him to another position later. What he said was too insulting to his intelligence. Holding the rabbit, Yang Shu walked towards the guards. Lu Yun saw it all, so there was no need to hide it. What's up? Prince, there was a message from Pai Gao saying that everything went well. Yes. Yang Shu nodded. It's a waste of talent to ask you to pass the message. Let Peng Chong come next time. Fang Zhuang opened his eyes and was shocked. The prince praised him as a talent. Prince, I will go through fire and water for you. Fang Zhuang wiped his eyes and shouted. Yang Shu turned around and raised one eyebrow. What kind of crazy thing is this? But what happened in Jianan? Lu Yun walked towards Yang Shu. Nothing happened in Jianan, but something happened in Wu Marquis mansion. Bad guys broke in and kidnapped Lu Zhener. What kind of vision did he have to marry a girl like that? Yang Shu complained. Lu Yun looked at him and held his hand. Let's stir-fry the rabbit. Yang Shu raised his hand and held Lu Yun's hand. In the imperial study, Do Jian clasped his fist and said, Your Majesty, it was someone from the Dingguo Palace who did it. Dingguo Palace? The emperor raised his eyes. The kid is getting more and more ruthless. In the final analysis, he is still a bully who only dares to vent his anger on the Wu Marquis. Do Jian said, Go down. The emperor was too lazy to talk much about a kid without wings. Pick a good fan and send it to Prince Shi's palace. The emperor said to the eunuch beside him, If Yang Lian could be half as docile as Prince Shi, how could he not tolerate Prince Dingguo's palace? What a rude man. My eyes, my eyes. Lu Su threw whatever he grabbed, with veins bulging on his neck. It's because of you useless dogs that people were able to get in. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all. Lu Su fumbled, trying to draw his sword, but his foot slipped and he fell heavily on the porcelain shards. Look for it. Zhou screamed, her hair disheveled and the ground in a mess. Zhou looked around suspiciously, wondering who it was who had kidnapped her Jinner. Both masters lost their minds. The Wu Wei Marquis mansion was in chaos. The servants ran out as if they were escaping, and no one dared to approach the main courtyard. At the princess's residence, the housekeeper reported outside the door, "Princess, we haven't found it yet. Do you want to send more people? It looks like he really drowned. There's no need to look for him. He's just a bastard, but he really treated him as his master." The eldest princess closed her eyes again, and the maid massaged her legs gently. After staying in the manor for 3 full days, Yangshu took Lu Yun back. The honeymoon was over, and it was time to start a career. Yangshu found Pang Chi and said, "Uncle Pang, my subordinates are not as good as mine, so you have to take it easy." Pang Chi tilted his body and gave him a forward evaluation. "Weak chicken." Yangshu sighed. This body was in too much of a state of depletion. He had been poisoned twice, and it would be difficult to restore it. "Uncle Pang, I want to be a lion that can go to the battlefield." Yangshu looked at Pang Chi and said solemnly, "He has learned some fighting skills to improve his body in modern times, but he is not good enough in fighting, so he needs some special training from the veterans. Only a fool would waste ready-made resources." "You look like a human being now." Pang Chi asked the guard to bring bamboo sticks. "Your foundation is too shallow. It can't be improved in 1 or 2 steps. Rather than fighting head-on, the key is to know how to hide." Pang Chi said this and hit him with a bamboo stick. "Ouch." Yangshu covered his crotch with a look of horror. "Uncle Pang, keep your hands steady." Pang Chi rolled his eyes and said, "I was holding back. If I had hit him intentionally, would he have missed by an inch? With such a slow reaction, you'll be vulnerable on the battlefield," Pang Chi said without stopping his hands. Yangshu was hit so hard that he jumped up and down, swayed left and right. He finally dodged the blow once, but was hit hard the next few times. "Today is just to help you get used to it. Later on, it won't be bamboo sticks anymore." Seeing Yangshu panting and staggering, Pang Chi took back the bamboo stick. "Huh?" Yangshu looked up in surprise. Chapter 45. Don't worry, I know my limits. The next day, looking at the stick as thick as a child's arm, Yangshu's eyes twitched. "Uncle Pang, are you sure no one will die?" "Don't worry, I know my limits." Hearing the sound of the stick breaking through the air, Yangshu crouched down. "You're launching a sneak attack." "Ouch." The blow from a stick is far less powerful than a bamboo stick, and Ponzi will not stop just because you scream. In order to avoid being beaten, Yangshu had to concentrate extremely hard. Hiss. Lu Yun didn't dare to touch him. Looking at the blue and purple bruises on Yangshu's body, she couldn't hide her heartache. "It's okay. It just looks scary." Yangshu smiled at Lu Yun. "After a few days, he won't be able to hit me anymore. A man's skin can't be too delicate." Yangshu leaned to the side. "I am now a general. I can't lift things with my hands. I can't carry things on my shoulders. I can't establish my authority." Lu Yun gently waved the fan to make Yangshu feel better. She couldn't stop him. What Yangshu wanted couldn't be obtained safely. If he didn't suffer now, it might cost him his life in the future. Leaning against the red tower, Guichi threw the booklet at Hua Xian. "I asked you to pick a few officials who can replace the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. What are these? No one even knows who Yu Rue is. I asked you to collect evidence of Dai Hong's abuse of power for personal gain, but there has been no progress so far. You've been in Yahonglu for a while now. What have you done? Is this how you manage it for me?" Guichi's face grew colder as he spoke. Hua Xian knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, please forgive me." Looking down at her, Guichi thought of Lu Yun. No matter what task she was given, she could handle it with ease. Even if she failed, she would not just lie there like a dog. Always be able to get the biggest benefit for him in the shortest time. He didn't even have to say anything, it was done. Things really can't stand comparison. The more you compare, the more obvious the advantages and disadvantages will be. Guichi kicked Hua Xian away and strode away. In Fuxiang Courtyard, Lu Yun leaned on the couch, fanning herself slowly. "Zir, ask Nyo Air to come over tomorrow morning. It's time to close the net." Picking up a peeled lychee, Lu Yun put it into her mouth. Yangshu got up early in the morning, ran 10 laps with weights, and then practiced boxing and kicking. After breakfast, Yangshu spent some time with Lu Yun, and then went to get beaten. Pang Chi swung a stick at Yangshu's leg. In his opinion, Yangshu could not dodge the stick, but surprisingly, Yangshu dodged it and even predicted his next stick. Pang Chi's pupil shrank. He had long known that Yangshu had amazing talent, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. "Remember, this is only the 5th day. Good boy. You are indeed a descendant of the Yang family." In excitement, Pang Chi lost his composure and knocked Yangshu down with a stick. "Uncle Pang." Yangshu groaned in pain. "What's going on?" "Murder." "Good. Obviously, he can take the beating." Ponzi nodded and left. Yangshu looked up at his back. Did this old man have a crush on Aunt's son? He was actually distracted. "Prince." A soft voice sounded. "Why are you lying on the ground? It's so dirty." Yangshu held Lu Yun's hand and pulled him. Except for the first day, this woman almost never missed a day. She was more active than him. I can see that you are really happy. Yangshu smiled. Of course I have to. Every blow I give the prince is a step toward a higher position. How can I not be happy? Lu Yun smiled widely and gave Yangshu a wink in a good mood. I met nowhere this morning. Before Yangshu could say anything she didn't want to hear, Lu Yun blocked his mouth. Manager Chen from Lee's will be ours after today. Without waiting for Yangshu to ask, Lu Yun opened her red lips and said, this Manager Chen and Li Jichuan's fourth concubine had a passionate affair. It's hard to judge the background of the fourth young master of the Li family. I asked Neo Air to give Manager Chen a red belly band for 3 days. Now, Chen Ring can either kill the witnesses or surrender himself. The Dingguo Palace is not something he can shake. He has no other choice but to do the latter. After all, he only has one son, and he will protect him no matter what. Your Highness, don't worry about what he says. He can keep his mouth shut better than us. With him in the middle, the web can be woven. If you want to weave a larger and more dense web, you can't ignore the little people. They are the foundation and can be rebuilt in the fastest time, even if the storm strikes. Lu Yun fiddled with her nails and looked up, looking like a blooming poppy, dangerous and charming. This is Lu Yun's most charming moment. Look at what I am doing, Prince. Don't worry, I have taken the contraceptive soup. Lu Yun spoke calmly. She understood the rules of the royal family. Even if she was a concubine, she could not give birth to a child before the mistress, let alone a bed partner like her who did not even have a formal status. Rather than becoming a joke, it is better to retain some dignity. With the tight defense of the Dingguo Palace, the prince does not have to worry about helping others raise their sons. You're overthinking it. Yangshu held his waist and walked towards the pavilion. I just thought you were so beautiful at that moment. You don't have to tell me everything. Just do it. If you need anything, just ask Pai Gao. Prince. Speaking of Pai Gao, here comes Pai Gao. Tianjin invites you to go on a night cruise in the lake and asks you to bring Miss Lu with you to have fun together. Yangshu raised his eyebrows, asked me a question for a night cruise? I don't have much contact with him. What's his ulterior motive? Yangshu looked at Lu Yun. The second prince has discovered your good qualities. Tianjin was the son of Tian Shizhong, the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Tian Shizhong was the second prince's man. We get used to it and don't feel it's precious anymore. But when we lose it, we can't get used to it anymore. Yangshu chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Just say I will be there. Yangshu drank a glass of water and motioned Pai Gao to reply. You used to like to stick with me, but now you're so far away from me, playing hard to get? Yangshu pulled Lu Yun to sit on his lap and said, I'll take you to see what they have come up with. Lu Yun put her hands on Yangshu's shoulders, raised her red lips, and without giving Yangshu time to defend himself, she exerted force with her legs. Hiss. Yangshu glared at her. Prince, please don't flirt with the girl if you're injured. Lu Yun stood up. She was too lazy to cater to a man who was not tempted by women. As for men, you can't always let them get what they want. I'm not pretending at all. Looking at Lu Yun's receding figure, Yangshu rubbed his legs. He had figured out his temper and dared to follow his heart. At the hour of you, Yangshu and Lu Yun left the house. On the boat, Tianjin caressed the person in his arms, his face full of reluctance. He wanted to give this virgin girl to Yangshu. What a waste of talent. Sir, the people have arrived. The attendant reported after he came on board. Tianjin pulled his hand away, suppressed his displeasure, and got off the boat. Tianjin was a little afraid of Yangshu. The combined military achievements of all the young masters in Jianan were not as impressive as Yangshu's. They dared to rob in the princess's mansion and even went crazy in front of the emperor. If they had done these things, their legs would have gone weak long ago. It was a task assigned by the second prince, and there was no way to refuse. No matter how reluctant I was, I had to bite the bullet and do it. Chapter 46, Making Dumplings. The prince is really a person who makes people wait for him. Tianjin went to Yangshu with a smile on his face. Hurry up and get on board. The wine and beauties are ready. I haven't seen you for a long time. Boss Lu is becoming more and more charming. Tianjin's eyes lingered on Lu Yun, desire in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way, Yangshu said anxiously. Tianjin nodded to the attendant, slowed down his pace, and tried to say a few words to Lu Yun. Why are you dawdling? Yangshu turned and shouted at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's face turned pale, and she hurriedly chased after him. She saw that she was often tortured by Yangshu. Holding Lu Yun in his arms, Yangshu got on the boat. Tianjin looked at the hand on Lu Yun's waist and felt a little envious. No one in the brothel of Jianan could match Lu Yun's figure. He was extremely greedy, but she was the second prince's woman, so no matter how greedy he was, he could only swallow his saliva. Who knew it would be a good deal for Yangshu? The second prince would not want her body to be soiled by someone else. He will ask for a reward when the time comes. Glancing at Lu Yun, Tianjin licked his lips. Tell me, how to live happily. Sitting down in the cabin, Yangshu looked around with excitement. Tianjin smiled and clapped his hands. Soon, a beautiful woman came in. She was holding a pipa and her eyes looked extremely pure. Give the world a song. The woman bowed and plucked the strings. Unlike the vulgar girls in brothels, her every move was like that of a lady in the boudoir. The sadness between his eyebrows is very attractive. Yangshu seemed to be fascinated. He let go of Lu Yun and sat forward. Tianjin raised the corner of his mouth. It was not easy to capture Yangshu, this idiot. If he was given a woman, he would be sure to lose track of directions. Sir, this girl's name is Shinrue, and she's still a virgin. Hearing this, Yangshu's eyes lit up obviously. Lu Yun put the grapes in her mouth. She was fooled. It was no wonder that these people used such a trick against Yangshu. Prince, Boss Lu, you should be tired of playing around. Try something different. As long as you nod and agree to exchange for Boss Lu, the prince can immediately spend a night with the beauty. Tianjin said in an ambiguous tone. Yangshu frowned. Exchange. Who dares not give me something that this prince likes? Do I need to give it up? Pai Gao, teach Tianjin a lesson. Yangshu kicked over the table, grabbed Shinrue, and walked out. Lian looked at Tianjin, as if she had a lot to say. Finally, she sighed and went to chase Yangshu. Tianjin was dumbfounded. Didn't they always play around like this before? Why was they forcing it now? Prince, if you continue like this, who will dare to call you when something new happens in the future? Tianjin tried to stop Yangshu. Pai Gao had already led the guards in and threw Tianjin's men into the water like dumplings. You dare? Tianjin shouted with shaking hands. Pai Gao raised his eyelids and took care of him personally. With one carrying and one throwing, water splashed everywhere. Help? Tianjin struggled in the water, regretting deeply. He was a madman, and there was no way to communicate with him. Pulling Shinrue onto the carriage, Yangshu began to tear off her clothes with great force. Prince, don't. Shinrue pushed him away, tears in her eyes. Yangshu pushed the man down on the mat, his hand reaching for his belt. The next moment, Yangshu opened his eyes. Red belly band. Unlucky, I don't know if this prince is in trouble today. Yangshu lost all interest, threw the person down, and said unhappily, send him to Yahonglu and sell him for a good price. Go back home. The wheels started turning, without any lingering regard for the girl with her shoulders half exposed on the ground. She's a beauty too. Lu Yun was peeling lychees. Yangshu glanced at her and saw that the lychees had been peeled, so he snatched them away without hesitation. She is a beauty, so I should be kind to her? The Dingguo Palace is not a garbage station that accepts everything. You saw that Xin Rue, she was crying out in pain, but the strength in her hands was not even as strong as a child's fist. I dare not touch a woman who was given to me for free. Lu Yun wiped her hands and peeled 3 peels, but Yangshu snatched them all away. Lu Yun no longer had the mood to eat. Your Highness wasn't like this before. When I robbed you, Yahonglu was not prepared at all, but now, the second prince wants to take my life. Lu Yun didn't peel it, so Yangshu did it himself. Her value is incomparable to yours. Yangshu handed the peeled lychees to Lu Yun and said, you are so stingy. I just stole a few from you. Lu Yunbai glanced at him, took the lychee, and put it in her mouth. It was already peeled, so she would miss it if she didn't eat it. I thought it would be a great show. Yang Shuren leaned back. Your Highness, don't you see the hobbies you usually show? The plan is too complicated. You may not be able to understand it. Yangshu smiled and took a sip of water. Now that we are out here, let's take a look to see if we can find anything. Go through Rongchong rice shop. Yangshu shouted outside. The guard pulled the reins and changed direction. Young master, if you don't take action now, these scattered guests will be snatched away by Hejie. On the second floor of Rongchong rice shop, the manager spoke in a serious voice. In front of them stood a young man with red lips and white teeth, who was now staring at the rice shop opposite. Compared to the quietness on their side, the other side is much more lively with people coming and going. It is not difficult for a young man to bankrupt a rice shop. Rongchong rice shop is not short of money. If the price is lowered, the rice shop will not be able to survive for a few days. Manager Wu, haven't you figured it out yet? Someone has set his eyes on Rongchong Rice Company. The young man turned around and spoke. And he succeeded. The young man walked downstairs. As a businessman, she doesn't mind cooperating as long as the benefits outweigh the risks. The other party was really smart and sincere, and she was moved. Manager Wu was stunned for a moment. Young master, who are you going to discuss this with? There are so many people here, it's not suitable to talk about business. Let's wait until night time. Zheng Bin went downstairs to check another rice shop. Lu Yun lifted the carriage curtain and looked towards the He family rice shop. In less than a month, everyone has given up Rongchong rice shop. The prince is really amazing. It's a pity that I can't go down and take a look. Lu Yun looked at Yangshu. Peel a lychee, and I'll tell you. Yangshu tapped the table with his folding fan. Lu Yun picked up the lychee, peeled it, and fed it to Yangshu. When you can't match your opponent in terms of size and financial resources, you have to spend more time on other things, such as service. Even the rice sold by Rongchong Rice Shop is often mixed with rice bran and sand. I asked Tijia to pick out the impurities from the rice before selling it. In addition, anyone who buys rice at his rice shop will have it delivered to their home for free. When delivering rice to customers' homes, we record how many people there are in the customer's home, how much rice they eat in a month, what kind of rice they eat, and the monthly payment. I don't just deliver rice to a destination and leave. I have to help customers pour the rice into the rice jar every time. If there is still rice in the jar, I pour it out, clean the jar, and then pour the new rice in, leaving the old rice on top. This way, the old rice won't go bad due to being stored for too long. After realizing the intentions of the He's Rice Shop, who would you choose? Lu Yun raised her eyes and looked straight at Yang Shu. This is not only for Zheng Bin to see, but also for me, right? The prince wants to tell me that you are not only able to endure and rely on force to get things done, but also have a brain that is far superior to others. Chapter 47. Zheng Bin arrives. That's true. I don't really like showing off. Yang Shu unfolded his folding fan and waved it gently, looking very elegant. Lu Yun looked away. Is this what you call not liking to show off? Obviously enjoying it. The prince's condition is different from the beginning. He is much more relaxed. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. Before, Yang Shu was very alert. His eyes were full of vigilance and sharp, like a lone wolf who was suddenly found in an unfamiliar environment. Yang Shu came over and ate the lychees that Lu Yun had peeled. Don't you see what kind of situation I was in? Falling off a horse, poisoned. The old man collapsed again, and he and Lu Yun looked at each other and sighed. Their lives and feelings are not stable. There is no way to feel at ease. Now everything is going smoothly. Old man, although you don't have the heart to rebel, at least you let me do what I want. The road ahead is smooth, so why should we be so nervous? Yang Shu glanced towards his rice shop. The biggest reason was that he had completely integrated into this place. Yes. Yang Shu knocked on the carriage board. Zheng Binying will be here soon, but aren't you afraid that you won't understand, Prince? Lu Yun lowered the car curtain. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the carriage moved slowly forward. Because of his great fame, Yang Shu had to change his carriage. Otherwise, wherever he went, there would be chaos and confusion. Your judgment is always accurate. Zheng Bin has both the means and the brains. He shouldn't be unable to understand what the person is trying to do when he spreads out the rice across from her. Normally, anyone with a bit of common sense would avoid Rongchong Rice Shop. Lu Yun narrowed her eyes and said, the prince also knows how to praise people. Yang Shu glanced at her. Don't I praise you enough? It's always a bit deliberate. Are you sure you don't have a strong prejudice against me? Come closer. Yang Shu waved his folding fan to cool Lu Yun down. It's getting hotter day by day. The ice cubes we put here won't last long enough to go back. Lu Yun, shall I design a set of clothes for you? It will keep you cool. Yang Shu's gaze paused on Lu Yun's proud curves. You better leave it to yourself, Prince. The look in his eyes showed that he was not a good person. Yang Shu smiled, without any force, and waved his folding fan slowly and leisurely. Lu Yun turned her head to look at him. Minister Tian is short-sighted and superficial. It won't be of much benefit to you to take him down. Yang Shu nodded. Guiqi likes to plot in the court, hoping to rely on their support to sit on the throne, and to embrace all the rotten fish and shrimps. I do want the kingdom of Yin, but I want the territory and the people, not these good-for-nothings. Don't worry, I won't have a cerebral infarction. I'll spend my time focusing on them. Lu Yun chuckled and handed the lychee to Yang Shu's mouth. A master who can listen to advice is undoubtedly a pleasure. As night fell, the people at the door of his rice shop finally dispersed. Several guys and He Jia wiped the sweat off their heads and flipped through the booklet. This was the rice to be delivered tomorrow morning. Boss. The waiter nudged He Jia and motioned him to look at the door. The handsome young man walked slowly into the rice shop. Her eyes fell on He Jia. Would it be convenient for us to talk? He Jia looked at the young man and led her into the inner room. What does your master want? Zheng Bin went straight to the point. He Jia took out a letter from the mezzanine and handed it to him. Zheng Bin opened the letter and then looked at He Jia. The master said that you should do as he wrote in the letter first, and when Rongchong Rice Shop occupies half of the market in Jianan, he will state his demands. Young master, don't worry. The young master likes win-win situations. Since he wants to cooperate with you, he naturally hopes that Rongchong Rice Shop will do well. After saying this, He Jia went out, leaving Zheng Bin to make his own decision. Looking at the words on the paper, Zheng Bin tightened her fingers. She had never heard of the business model on the paper, but she was sure that it would make Rongchong Rice Shop a leader. But the more one gives, the greater the goal must be. The Zheng family is just a business family. What do the people behind the scenes want by going to so much trouble? After folding the paper and putting it in his arms, Zheng Bin went out. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. She had no choice but to give it a try. The meeting between Zheng Bin and He Jie did not cause any waves, and no one wanted to pay attention to such a trivial matter. Sir, it was sold for 300 taels. Miss Lu's things have also been packed up and brought back, the guard reported. Send it to Fuxianjuan. Yang Shu turned a page of the book. In addition to exercising, Yang Shu spent the rest of his time reading history books. Leaning against the red tower, Hua Xian trembled. Your Highness, there is no way I can stop the people from the Dingguo Palace. Guoqi's expression was gloomy. Did they take anything they shouldn't have taken? I checked Lu Yun's things early in the morning and found nothing secret, Hua Xian said hurriedly. She did not dare to tell Guoqi that the guards of Dingguo Palace had dismantled the legs of the table, leaving sawdust all over the floor. She had no idea whether there was anything hidden inside, as the guards conducted the raid with the door closed. A big cloth bag was carried by 2 people. It was Lu Yun's stuff. Guoqi's expression improved a little. That idiot was becoming more and more annoying. Waving the teacup, Guoqi could not hide his murderous intent. He was happy that Lu Yun was still alive, but annoyed that Yang Shu was not dead. He wanted to replace him, but ended up losing both his wife and his army. Just a piece of trash, yet he is so difficult to deal with. After looking at Hua Xian, Guoqi turned his sleeves and left. After Lu Yun was taken away by Yang Shu, he never felt at ease every time he came to Yahonglu. She usually looks very smart, but if you give things to her, problems will arise here or there. It was because Lu Yun acted too casually, making him think that anyone could do it. The next day, Guoqi asked someone to invite Yang Shu again. Your Highness, the letter cannot be delivered. Marshal Yang is dissatisfied with Yang Shu's recklessness and has restricted his travel. Guoqi's face darkened. He finally knew how to control himself. How could Yang Shu be so blind and deaf when he was trying to snatch people away? Guoqi had no right to interfere in the Dingguo Palace, so no matter how angry he was, he could only be angry. Time flies and it's already January. In the courtyard, Yang Shu turned sideways, tilted his head, and bent his waist as flexibly as possible. Pang Chi's 3-point strength could not hit him. In the pavilion, old man Yang covered his mouth and coughed, with a look of relief in his eyes. Although it was a little late, fortunately he was able to endure hardships, and in time, he would be no worse than the generals in the army. That's all for today. I'll add 2 points tomorrow. Ponzi put away the stick. Yang Shu's hand that was wiping his sweat paused. He really hadn't been able to relax all day. The old man felt uncomfortable even though he wasn't hit with the stick. When Yang Shu looked towards the pavilion, there was no one inside. After changing out of his sweaty clothes, Yang Shu went to the Huanhe courtyard. After drinking the cold mung bean soup, I felt refreshed. Uncle Peng didn't hit anyone with the stick today. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and boasted. My husband is getting more and more powerful. Lu Yun smiled and picked up the grapes on the plate and fed them to Yang Shu. I want to eat something else. Yang Shu stared at Lu Yun's red lips. Mo-mei had already gone out on her own accord and closed the door considerately. While eating grapes, Mo-mei curved her eyebrows. Sweet. Chapter 48. I don't trust your words. One after another, Mo-mei's cheeks were stuffed bulging with food. The Dingguang Palace was much better than the Marquis Palace. Not only were there fruits to eat, but they were also the freshest. The food is delicious too. The most important thing is that young Wanku is really different from the rumors. Not to mention bullying the young lady, he can't even speak loudly. Mo-mei decided to accept the son-in-law. Delicious. Mo-mei shook her head. Inside, Yang Shu also felt it was delicious, and his hand almost uncontrollably reached into Lu Yun's clothes. Lu Yun's body stiffened slightly, then softened, with a slightly blurry look at the corners of his eyes. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's waist tightly, suppressing his desire, and time passed so slowly. My wife is becoming more and more attractive. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's earlobe. Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu and calmed his breathing. Going to Fuxianjuan tonight? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows, pressed his lips against Lu Yun's, and absorbed it. Yuner, don't be so generous. Lu Yun's lips were already swollen from Yang Shu's kisses. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that. Was this her generosity? This man was obviously enduring a lot of pain, and in recent days, whenever he got close to her, he kissed her fiercely and violently, as if he wanted to tear her apart and eat her. Especially in the morning. If he wasn't allowed to vent his anger, Lu Yun was really afraid that Yang Shu would get into trouble. It was a foregone conclusion that Lu Yun would become his roommate. Since she couldn't have sex herself, she couldn't just monopolize Yang Shu and make him endure it for 2 years. Stroking Yang Shu's eyebrows, Lu Yun said softly, Lu Yun also needs someone to accompany her. Go check on her. The second prince has realized the importance of Lu Yun. Your husband should determine her status as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary twists and turns. Let me say something good about you. Yang Shu scratched Lu Yun's nose. His wife was very insightful. Although she had him in her heart, she would not fall into trivial love affairs. When looking at problems, always consider the long term. For Lu Yun, the most important thing is to accumulate energy and escape from Jianmen. Lu Yun can help him, so he needs to treat her with care. Glancing at the 4 books and 5 classics and policy essays on the bookshelf, Young-soo tightened her arms around Lu Yun. She was thinking about him wholeheartedly. Lu Yun knew that he had ambitions to rule the world, which meant that he would have no rest. He might be here today and somewhere else tomorrow, and someone needed to take care of the internal affairs of the base camp. But people's hearts are hidden, so how can they completely distinguish between good and evil? The more she understands, the more she can help him be on guard. Having a wife like this, I have no regrets in this life. Yang-shu touched Lu Yun's hair, his voice hoarse. Lu Yun put his arms around Yang-shu's waist. He could only see her good side but not his own. Lu Yun had never believed in the concept of a life and death commitment before. She thought that love in this world was nothing but temporary lust. It was not until she married Yang-shu that she began to believe it. She hoped that she could help him, stand by his side and share the burden with him, sleep in the same bed with him in life, and be buried in the same grave with him in death. Emome held her face, this time for a particularly long time. Just when Emome was about to squeeze through the crack in the door to see what was going on, the door opened. After tapping Emome's forehead, Yang-shu walked away, fanning himself. "Miss, he bullied me again." Emome covered her head and complained to Lu Yun, her chubby face puffed up in unhappiness. Lu Yun chuckled, "I'll talk about him next time." Emome nodded like a pound of powder, thinking of something. She ran out. "Miss, I left a bunch for you. It's very sweet." Emome held the grapes in front of Lu Yun, her eyes clear and innocent. Lu Yun pulled one off and put it in his mouth, then nodded at Emome. Seeing her happy, Lu Yun also smiled. Whether it was the Marquis of Wuwei's mansion or the Prince of Ding's mansion, if there was anything delicious, Emome would always hide it for her. Once, Lu Zhener cut off her food supply, and it was Emome who went to Lu Zishuan's place to steal cakes and pastries, which saved her from starving to death. Later, Emome was found. In the middle of winter, Lu Zishuan threw her into the pool. She had a high fever for 3 days and almost died. How could Lu Yun not protect someone whose heart and eyes were filled with her? "Prince, there's a new pastry shop opened on East Street. I heard the food is delicious. Buy 5 copies. I don't need to tell you how to deliver them." "Understood. 1 copy for Qixia Courtyard, 1 copy for Fuxiang Courtyard and Haitang Courtyard, and 2 copies for Huanhe Courtyard." Pai Gao smiled and said, "Prince, Emome has obviously gained more flesh on her face. Aren't you afraid that no one will want her in the future?" Yang-shu closed his folding fan and tapped Paiji's head. "He only has some flesh on his face and weighs less than 100 pounds. So what if he's fat? No one wants him, so we'll keep him." Paiji sighed. It was another day that he wanted to go to Wanheyuan. The prince never said that he was raised in vain. In the 3rd prince's mansion, Gui drew his bow and arrow, staring at the bullseye 100 meters away, then he let go. "Your Highness is always on the mark." The steward flattered him. Gui threw the bow and arrow to him. "Bandits gathered in the West Mountain. I asked my father to go and suppress them, but he did not agree. Instead, he chose Yang-shu." The steward was stunned. "Yang-shu? I heard that he was detained at home by the old Marshal Yang, and a teacher was invited to teach him personally. But your Highness also knows that Yang-shu is a person who would not be of this character if he was to be helped. Why would the emperor let him go to suppress bandits?" Gui raised his eyelids. "Of course we have to give him credit. Father has high hopes for Yang-shu and has worked hard to cultivate him. Only then will Mr. Yang die peacefully. But how can Yang-shu be capable of suppressing the bandits? He doesn't have it, but the Dingguo Palace has it." Gui twirled the arrow and stabbed it into the steward's abdomen. "Your Highness." The steward widened his eyes and looked at Gui in disbelief. "I don't trust your words." Gui put his hand inside. Gui walked forward, passing the steward's body. After speaking it out, the depression in his heart was indeed relieved a lot. In Fuxiang Courtyard, Lu Yun was pruning branches. Seeing Yang-shu coming, she opened her red lips and said, "Rongchong rice shop has become particularly famous these days. Zhang Bin designed a rice bag with a very beautiful design, and it is embroidered by a top embroiderer. 1 bag cost 1 gold. They are sold at a very high price, but the nobles are all vying to order them. The prince is truly amazing." Yang-shu walked over and said, "The nobles in Jianan all like to have face. As long as the publicity is good and this rice is defined as the food standard for the upper class, they will rush to pay for it. This is just the beginning." Holding Lu Yun in his arms, Yang-shu took the scissors from her hand, kissed her on the lips, touched Lu Yun's nose, and kissed her again. Lu Yun took a step back. Did she take the wrong medicine? Putting down the scissors, Yang-shu grabbed Lu Yun's waist. He had nothing to do on weekdays and would not come to Fuxianjuan. He was already furious, and when he saw Lu Yun, his anger became even harder to calm down. "Yang-shu." Lu Yun finally managed to catch her breath, but before she could say anything, Yang-shu had already picked her up. After putting the person on the bed, Yang-shu pulled down the bed curtains. Holding Lu Yun's red lips, Yang-shu continued to demand more. Their breathing intertwined, like dry wood in raging fire, which could be ignited at any time. Luyun always pursues comfort when wearing clothes, and her belt is very easy to untie. Holding Luyun's waist, Yangshu pulled her towards him. Is there any sincerity in this emotion? Luyun looked at Yangshu, frowned, and tightened her grip on Yangshu's back. Chapter 49. Choose a day and get it done. The sun moved slowly, changing position after position, and the noise in the house finally stopped. How is it? Yangshu gently stroked Luyun's smooth back. The beauty in his arms was soft and charming. Luyun lifted her eyelids, feeling very sore all over. Can't you be gentler? They had just had sex, and even though Luyun said it in a harsh voice, it didn't have any intimidating power at all, and it sounded like she was just acting coquettishly. Yangshu lowered his head and kissed Luyun on the lips, with a bit of tenderness. Isn't it gentle enough? Looking at the tenderness in Yangshu's eyes, Luyun was stunned for a moment. Feeling the soft touch on her lips, Luyun subconsciously fought back. They looked at each other and deepened the kiss. Not long after, the war broke out again, and the already messy bed became even more awful. You may not say no, but your body, Yangshu said jokingly. Luyun glared at him. Yangshu laughed, changed the bedding, half lay down beside Luyun, and fanned her with a fan. I wanted to give you a status later, but I couldn't resist the temptation. Luyun, choose a day and let's get this done. After I die, you can hook up with as many men as you want, but while I'm alive, if you dare to set your sights on me. Yangshu's eyes flashed with ferocity. I'll let Uncle Pang take you in as his granddaughter. The scene will definitely not be as good as Yunus, but I will not be without you. As long as you don't make trouble, I will protect you for the rest of your life. Luyun was stunned. What the hell are you doing today? Do you choose the date yourself? Or do you want me to choose it for you? Yangshu looked at Luyun. Are you serious? I've been talking for a long time, but it seems like you think I'm joking. Luyun half raised herself and looked straight at Yangshu. After a moment, she smiled charmingly. Everything will be arranged by the prince. Yangshu stroked Luyun's face with a focused expression. Although we are not pure, from now on, I will treat you with all my heart. Luyun lowered her eyes and said, Sir, you can't make promises casually. If you can't keep them, it will only cause resentment. Yangshu said nothing, just waved his fan. Luyun rested her head on his chest, her eyes out of focus, her thoughts clearly flying far away. Prince. Pai Gao called out from outside the door. Eunuch Quan is here. The emperor has a message. Yangshu raised his eyebrows and looked at Luyun. Take a break. I'll go take a look. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Luyun turned sideways. She had to admit that Yangshu's sweet words were heartwarming. Zir, go make the contraceptive soup. Looking at the bed curtains, Luyun's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Just listen to what the man says. Eunuch Quan, does the emperor want you to give me something good? Yangshu walked towards Eunuch Quan with a swagger. From the rolled-up belt, it is not difficult to tell what Yangshu gang is doing. Eunuch Quan smiled and said, Sir, the bandits in the West Mountain are rampant. With your bravery, you can definitely wipe them out. What? Suppress bandits? Yangshu's eyes widened. I will go back to report. Eunuch Quan smiled warmly, afraid that Yangshu would call him, so he turned around and walked quickly. Pai Gao, there's no one in the court, so I can go and suppress the bandits. Yangshu folded his hands and clicked his tongue. Prince, something is wrong. Yangshu smiled. The emperor is still afraid. He is afraid that the old man will do something big before he dies. He can only value me and stabilize the old man. Let him feel that the royal family is caring, that the emperor feels guilty and will take good care of me. It's the last bit of hope for the old man. Yangshu adjusted his belt and said, if we go to Shishan, it will take more than half a month to come back even if we are fast. Let's see if there's an auspicious date in a month. When I come back, I'll send wedding invitations to each family. Is the prince planning to hold a grand ceremony? A woman only gets married once in her life. Now that you have decided to marry her, you can't just give her a sedan chair and call it a day. With my reputation, no one dares to say anything. I can receive gift money again. Yangshu unfolded his folding fan and walked back happily. Suppress bandits? It's like sending a pillow to someone who is sleepy. He needs some experience. Uncle Pang, I'll leave the mansion in your hands. Coming out of Qixia courtyard, Yangshu looked at Pang Qi and bowed solemnly. You're still polite. Pang Qi xia Yangshu. Outside is different from home. Watch more and do less. Be more discreet. I understand, kid. After chatting for a while, Yangshu was about to leave, but Pang Qi stopped him. I want to take Luyun as my goddaughter. Then she will have access to more things in Dingguo Palace. Can you control her? Uncle Pang, Luyun is a person who deserves to be taken seriously. After staring at Yangshu for 2 seconds, Pang Qi waved his hand and said, go and clean it up. In Huana courtyard, Luyun was packing the luggage for Yangshu. Yangshu could not stand the heat, but it was very cool inside the West Mountain. He might not be able to bear the thin clothes at night, so he had to prepare a thick set of clothes. Mome, get 2 more bottles of medicine. Although Yang Shu didn't have to fight in the fight to suppress the bandits, he still had to be prepared for any eventuality. This is. Looking at the pile of clothes and dry food on the table, Yang Shu blinked. Yuner, I'll only be gone for a month at most. Is that an exaggeration? Lu Yun handed the cooled lotus seed soup to Yang Shu. The prince will be riding in a carriage all the way, so it's better to have everything complete to avoid inconvenience. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun, his heart softened. When he went on business trips in the past, no one ever prepared luggage for him, so he just endured being hungry or cold. It's good to have a wife. With his forehead against Lu Yun's, Yang Shu felt more and more reluctant to let go. No wonder they say it's hard to escape from the land of gentleness. Ma'am, how about you come with me? Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's face and chuckled. Who would bring their wife with them when they go to suppress bandits? Looking at Yang Shu, Lu Yun's eyes were gentle. Don't put yourself in danger. You must have guards around you. Yeah, Yang Shu responded. Mo peeled a lychee and put it in her mouth. She felt that she should say something, so she walked over and said, Prince. Mo mustered up her courage and looked up at Yang Shu. After you leave, will the young lady and I still have lychees and grapes to eat? Yang Shu flicked her head. The little girl knew how to ruin the atmosphere. Yes, enough. Mo closed her complaining mouth, touched the place where Yang Shu Dan was hit, and jumped off to guard the goal. Yang Shu and Lu Yun looked at each other and smiled. After staying in Huanhe Courtyard for most of the hour, Yang Shu went to Fuxiang Courtyard. Lu Yun was wearing a gauze dress, lying on her side on the couch, fanning herself with a fan. When she heard footsteps, she looked over. The emperor ordered me to go to Shishan to suppress the bandits. It will take at least half a month to go back and forth. Sitting down beside the couch, Yang Shu took the fan from Lu Yun's hand and said, You and I will get married in a month. Someone from Jinxiu Pavilion will come to the mansion to measure your size. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu and opened her red lips slightly. Be careful along the way and show less mercy. The bandits in the West Mountain are very cunning. It's not like no one cleared them out before. I suspect they are in collusion with the people down the mountain. You pay attention to a lot of things. Yang Shu tucked the black hair that blew onto Lu Yun's face behind her ears, leaned down, and kissed Lu Yun on the forehead. Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly. Is the prince also using the beauty trap? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. It seems that you also approve of my appearance. How about comparing with Guiqi? Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's hand and placed it on his leg. Chapter 50. Set out to suppress the bandits. Lu Yun chuckled. The prince looks better. I like that. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. Want to hear some sweet talk? Yang Shu smiled. Bringing her home will give you more responsibilities, and you will also want to spend your life together. You should always pamper your own woman. The weather is getting hotter. I'll ask them to bring more ice. Yang Shu stood up. Manufactured armor. Lu Yun said. I'll talk to Pai Gao later. Yang Shu walked out of the house. Looking at his back, Lu Yun propped herself up and sat up. Her skills were not as good as his. Yang Shu could remain calm in the face of her temptation, but she wanted to believe him. Yang Shu suppresses bandits? Feng Qingwan frowned, thinking it was outrageous that it was not Yang Shu's turn to suppress the bandits. That dude can't even hold a knife. Thinking of the Yang family army, Feng Qingwan understood that it was just an outing. Qingwan, too many unpleasant things have happened recently. I've always wanted to take you out for a walk to relax, but I just can't find the time. Now that we are finally free, shall we go to Qingzhou for some fun? Feng Bai walked into the pavilion and said in a gentle voice. Brother, Qingzhou is not close to Jinan. It will take several days to get there. You have a lot to do, so it's better not to do it. But brother can't bear to see you unhappy, so it's settled. You'll be happy when you get there. Feng Bai winked at Feng Qingwan. We'll set off tomorrow, you go back and pack up. Seeing that Feng Bai was determined, Feng Qingwan could only nod. Yang Shu woke up before dawn. He took his hand off Lu Yun's waist and got off the bed very quietly. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Lu Yun opened his eyes a second later. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps, Lu Yun closed his eyes. Yang Shu walked to the couch and stroked Lu Yun's face. It was the first time they had been apart for such a long time, and Lu Yun wanted to see him off. Yang Shu was really afraid that he would be reluctant to leave. After watching for a while, Yang Shu left quietly. Pang Qi selected 500 Jingwei to accompany Yang Shu to suppress the bandits. With these 500 people, as long as Yang Shu did not make any mistakes, his life would be safe. The emperor sent 3,000 soldiers to Yang Shu to suppress the bandits this time. To put it bluntly, Yang Shu's trip was just a formality. In the carriage, Yang Shu was eating grapes and humming a little tune. The dandies from Jinan followed the team to see Yang Shu off. They were very loyal and did not return until they sent Yang Shu out of the city and walked another mile. At least half a month, right? More than half a month. More than half a month, someone corrected. Wow, wow, wow. After all the hardship comes happiness. Do you know how hard it has been for me these days? It's the same for everyone. Let's go have fun. Finally, we don't have to worry about running into Crazy Yang. Let's have fun with the girl. My heart is hanging in the air. I've even seen a doctor. The playboys were swearing at each other. Crazy Yang did not do anything strange this month, but they were afraid. If old man Yang had not tied him up, they might have been the lucky ones. Finally, he's gone. Long live the emperor. It's better to go far away, so that you can't come back for a year or two. On this day, the firecrackers in Jinan never stopped, making it feel like Chinese New Year. Yang Shu patted his folding fan and looked out from time to time. After traveling through time for so long, this was his first time to travel far away. Feng Zhuang. Yang Shu shouted outside that he didn't bring Pai Gao this time, so someone had to stay at home. Prince. Feng Zhuang came to the car window. Where are you? It's still 10 miles away from Ji County. Let's go to the biggest brothel and stop for a while. Yang Shu said casually. Feng Zhuang scratched his head and said, Sir, having fun during a march is a serious crime. You just have to follow orders. Prince, I'll call Pang Chong. Without waiting for Yang Shu to speak, Feng Zhuang ran away. Yang Shu rubbed his forehead, not knowing what Pang Chi was thinking when he chose Feng Zhuang and Pang Chong, two idiots, to be his guards. One is Gugugugu, the other is Jijiji. They are all talented. Prince, this is absolutely not possible. Otherwise, just beat me to death. Pang Chang's face turned dark, and he did not retreat a single step. Add me in. Feng Zhuang said confidently. Yang Shu rolled his eyes and lowered the car curtain. The carriage moved forward slowly in the night. At Rongchang Rice Shop, Zhengbin looked through the order form and could not hide her joy. It took her a month to successfully create the brand mentioned in the letter. All the initial investment was recovered in just 3 days. That person is really amazing. Next, you can start the next step. Looking at the night, Zhengbin was looking forward to meeting the person behind the scenes. He could definitely take Rongchang Rice to a different level. Zhengbin closed his eyes and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The more it was a moment like this, the more he couldn't relax. Young master, Jinyuan Rice Shop has taken some action. They also want to improve the quality of packaging like us so as to sell at a high price. The manager said in a serious tone. Zhengbin curled his lips. One step slower, the whole game is lost. We have already made a name for ourselves. If he follows us, he will just be a second-rate product, just sharing a piece of the pie. Not to mention, he doesn't know what to do next. Send a box of gold to the Prime Minister of Shuntian Prefecture. Zhengbin opened her lips softly. She was not afraid of competition from her peers, but she was afraid of government intervention. Among the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, merchants are the lowest class. No matter how rich you are, if officials want to touch you, you are like meat on the chopping board. The steward stepped back immediately. Zhengbin checked the accounts until late at night before returning to his residence. After sending the maid away, Zhengbin undressed and soaked in the bathtub. She rubbed her brows with her slender fingers and went over today's account in her mind. Leaning back, Zhengbin raised her eyes. She had someone check He Jie's background long ago, and it didn't look like he was trained by anyone. Who could this young master he is talking about? Among the 4 dukes and 8 marquises, only the Duke Zhonghua's family has a clean and upright family tradition and can have such a mind. It is also possible that he came from a noble family. Anyway, the status can't be low. Ordinary people cannot give such a great gift. Seeing that the water had cooled down, Zhengbin stood up, his legs straight and slender. Looking at his chest, Zhengbin took the cloth strip. Even though he was in his own yard, Zhengbin would still wrap his chest. A little mistake is enough to lose the whole game. On the 3rd day after Yang Shu left, Lu Yun went to Wan Heiyuan. This was the first time Lu Yun saw Lu Yun since she moved out of Yang Shu's yard. Since he couldn't win the fight for the person Yang Shu loved the most, he had to stay away from her. Otherwise, it would be seeking death. Lu Yun always knows how to choose. They didn't have sex? Lu Yun's gaze fell on the center of Lu Yun's eyebrows and looked at him carefully. I thought he was talking crazy, and he really didn't touch a 16-year-old girl. What about before? Is there something wrong with my face? Lu Yun poured Lu Yun a cup of tea. You are in better condition than before. The prince really dotes on you. Lu Yun said with a smile. He is trustworthy. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun with a meaningful look. You don't like him? On the contrary, the prince cannot be monopolized. One must be content with what one has. Lu Yun stared at Lu Yun for a few seconds and said, You really don't look like someone from the Wuwei Marquis mansion. I can probably rest assured. Lu Yun drank the tea, got up and left. Life is possible only if the mistress is not strict. Chapter 51 General, why do you judge people by their appearance? General, please Please inform me that Wei Si is here to report. At Wako Pass, the young man raised his head. Although he was thin, his eyes gave people a rock-hard feeling. The guard looked at him, said something to the person next to him, and then stepped onto the city wall. Not long after, a dark-skinned, burly man came over with the guards. He looked at the boy and frowned. He was just a baby, with legs not even as thick as his arms. Was Wei Zhiyong sending him here to gain experience? This is probably because they are afraid that Wei Si will live too long. What nonsense, go back the way you came. Su Dun waved his hand, turned around, and was about to leave. General, why do you judge people by their appearance? The young man licked his cracked lips and called out to Su Dun. You haven't seen it yet, so how can you know that I can't ride a horse and kill the enemy? What an ignorant kid. Su Dun turned around, took the spear from the guard, and swept it towards the boy's chest. The boy raised the stick in his hand, but the strength of the two men was not on the same level. Looking at the boy who fell to the ground, Su Dun showed sarcasm. With your condition, you are still fighting in the battlefield. Holding the stick tightly, the boy got up from the ground. General, continue. Another blow of the stick, and Wei Si fell heavily to the ground, with a deep cut on his elbow. Looking at the boy who got up again, Su Dun frowned. I've already told you that Wako Pass is not a place for you to stay. Don't force me to use heavy hands. The boy is not afraid of death. The boy can kill the enemy. Wei Si spoke every word. This time, he did not wait for Su Dun to make a move, but took the initiative to attack. At this moment, his eyes were no longer calm, but as ferocious as a wolf. Su Dun dropped his spear and kicked Wei Si 3 meters away. The guards guarding the gate did not move, but their eyes were focused on the scene. This is the 5th time, right? Someone whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Si was thrown out. Look, he's standing up again. The guards subconsciously raised their voices. Although he looks thin, he is quite durable. Su Dun looked at Wei Si, who was becoming more and more ferocious and desperate, and finally did not attack him again. His desperate spirit was enough to make him stay. Brother, we don't have to be afraid of that playboy Yang Shu, but he has more than 3,000 elite soldiers under his command. We'd better stay away from him, the thin man said worriedly. At the top, Zhang Ling threw the wine bowl on the table and said, he is just a playboy. What can he do with 3,000 elite soldiers? We can still fight him. Brother, Yang Shu is the grandson of Marshal Yang. If we hurt him, we will be beaten to death even if we have wings. Zhang Ling drank a sip of wine in a depressed mood. Okay, go and inform everyone to go down the mountain and hide for a month. Being scared away by a playboy, I am a disgrace to my life. Brother, even the emperor has to give way to the Yang family. There is nothing for us to be ashamed of. The thin man consoled him and went downstairs to arrange the retreat. Why haven't you arrived yet? Yang Shu lifted the car curtain and shouted angrily. Prince, it's only been 5 days. How can it be that fast? Fang Zhuang replied. I am tired. Let's set up camp. Sir, the weather is good today, suitable for traveling. Please be patient. This prince said to set up camp. Yang Shu slammed the carriage. Prince, marching is not a joke. You can't just take a break whenever you want. If you are really angry, just beat me to death. Pang Chong rode his horse over and spoke solemnly. Take the whip. I've had enough. I'm going to beat you to death today. Yang Shu walked out angrily, stumbled, and fell off the carriage. Prince, outside the imperial study, seeing that all the court officials had come out, Eunuch Quan walked in. Your Majesty, Yang Shu fell off the carriage and hit his head. The team has stopped now. The emperor threw the memorial on the table and said, I am too cautious. With such a descendant, how can the Dingguo Palace suppress the imperial power? We shouldn't be so anxious. Tell them to protect Yang Shu well. The emperor said in a calm tone. Eunuch Quan replied with a yes, and walked out of the hall slowly, feeling a little sad that the prestigious Dingguo Palace was about to become so silent. Prince, the top performer of Chengxianglu. Fang Zhuang rushed into Yang Shu's room, pulling a girl. Looking at the top performer whose face was as rubbed as a monkey's, but Yang Shu felt even more headache. Wasn't this to make him happy, not to send him away? Come here. Yang Shu waved at Fang Zhuang. Thinking he had become Yang Shu's confidant, Fang Zhuang went over happily. Have you never seen a woman like this? You call her the top one. Yang Shu slapped her on the face with his folding fan. Fang Zhuang covered his head and said, Sir, this is a remote place. There is nothing better. Just make do with what you have. Turn off the lights and keep it the same. Get out. Get out now. Yang Shu roared. If it wasn't for maintaining his image, Yang Shufei would have beaten Fang Zhuang so hard that he ran all over the yard. He really treated him like a breeding pig and didn't care about anything. Prince, I gave the money. Get out. Yang Shu picked up his shoe and threw it over. What did you do to make the prince so angry? Pang Chong came over, holding his waist. He was a man with a brain straighter than steel. In Pang Chang's opinion, it was his fault that Yang Shu crashed the carriage, so he immediately went to take the lead with the military stick. By the time Yang Shu realized it, the man had already been hit with 10 sticks. The second general, Guji, was probably because Ponzi was afraid that he was living too comfortably. The prince has been clamoring to go to a brothel, so I brought him the top prostitute. Feng Zhuang sighed. But I didn't know that it was not what the prince wanted. That's ridiculous. The prince has always been in poor health and just fell down, and you're trying to tease him. I am worthy of the marshal. Need to be punished. Pang Chong picked up a stick, very angry. Feng Zhuang was confused. Didn't the doctor say that injuries heal faster when one is physically and mentally happy? He did this all for the prince. Why did everyone want to beat him? Feng Zhuanghan is silly, but not stupid. How could he stand there and get beaten? He just covered his head and ran away. General, don't leave yet. The money hasn't been paid yet. The top prostitute in Chengxiang chased after Feng Zhuang. Yang Shu listened to the noise outside and covered his face with his hands. In order to prevent Feng Zhuang from doing anything outrageous again, Yang Shu ordered him to go to Qingzhou, which was 30 miles away. That place was large and prosperous, and Feng Zhuang definitely could not afford the money for the Baotou brand. Yang Shu said that they were going to Qingzhou to find a good doctor. Even though Pang Chong knew that was not the route they wanted to take, he had to change the route. This is where this prince should come. Looking at the bustling street market, Yang Shu became energetic. Pang Chong was accompanying the carriage, scanning the crowd with alert eyes. 3,000 people were too conspicuous, and it was not suitable for them to enter the city, so there were only 50 people accompanying Yang Shu this time. Of the 50 people, only 10 followed the carriage, and the others mixed in the crowd. The guards were very concerned about Yang Shu's safety. Captain Pang, the masks on that stall are pretty good. Go buy 2. Yang Shu pointed at the mask of the doll and shouted. Pang Chong took out the money with a stern face and gave the mask to Yang Shu. Stop the car. I want to go down for a walk. Yang Shu put on the mask and walked out impatiently. Chapter 52 Encounter. Fearing that he would fail again, Pang Chong hurriedly called for a stop. Yang Shu straightened his clothes and looked here and there like a pheasant released from a cage. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. The personal attendant came up to the third prince and spoke in a low voice. The third prince turned the teacup, his eyes dark and deep. The dishes at Yuxiang Lu are very unique, and you won't be disappointed. Come on, slow down. Feng Bai supported Feng Qingwan, and the group walked into Yuexiang Tower. The Tianzi box. Feng Bai said to the waiter. Sir, please. The waiter led the way with a smile on his face. Feng Qingwan lifted her skirt and walked up the stairs. As expected of someone carefully trained by the Feng family, her every move was elegant and graceful. After bringing the person to the box, the waiter knocked on the door and then pushed it open. The third prince. After seeing the man sitting inside, Feng Qingwan was stunned and looked at her elder brother. It's inconvenient for you to meet in Jianan. The third prince asked you for help. I couldn't bear to see him suffer from lovesickness. You have been in a bad mood. I know that you have the third prince in your heart. Your mood will definitely improve when you see him. Feng Bai said with a smile. Qingwan. The third prince stood up and looked at Feng Qingwan affectionately. A year is too long. I want to see you. Yang Shu was shameless, but Feng Qingwan was. Because of Yang Shu's words, Feng Qingwan never met the third prince in private again. Looking at the expectant eyes of the third prince, Feng Qingwan finally softened her heart and walked in. Young master. The servant ran towards Feng Bai and whispered in his ear. Feng Bai nodded and said to the third prince and Feng Qingwan, You guys go ahead and use it. I'll go take care of something. After saying this, Feng Bai hurried downstairs without waiting for the two to respond. After walking for a distance, Feng Bai slowed down his pace, without any sign of urgency. Don't worry, with your eldest brother's ability, he will definitely be able to handle it. The third prince served food to Feng Qingwan in a gentle voice. Prince, isn't this too much? Can you finish it? Sitting next to the third prince, Feng Zhuang looked at the table full of dishes with his mouth wide open. I have been through so much hardship these days. What's wrong with eating something good? If you keep complaining, I will show you how I will punish you. Yang Shu took off his mask, looked impatient, grabbed the chicken leg, and took a big bite. What are you all standing for? Eat. After making sure that Yang Shu was not joking, Feng Zhuang picked up a pork knuckle. Pang Chong swallowed his saliva and moved his hands honestly. Several people ate with relish, their mouths and hands covered with oil. It's on fire. The shouting outside made the people eating in the box frown, and they all opened the door to check. Call out. Hearing the sound of the bowstring vibrating, Pang Chong and Feng Zhuang looked up at the same time and pulled Yang Shu behind them from the left and right. Murder. Protect the Lord. From the chaotic footsteps, it's not hard to tell how bad the situation outside is. Yang Shu was silent. He just changed his image, but he was involved in an assassination just for having a meal. The guards rushed into the box immediately and surrounded Yang Shu, making sure that even if the arrows had holes in them, they would not be able to hit him. Don't be afraid. The third prince comforted Feng Qingwan. The fire is getting more and more intense. We can't stay here. Protecting Feng Qingwan, the third prince walked out, followed by 4 attendants. The sounds of swords clashing became more and more intense. Blood splattered everywhere. 7 men in green shirts protected a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar in the middle, fighting and retreating. Due to the assassin's pressure, they were getting closer and closer to the third prince. Master Chu. The third prince stopped trying to hide inside the house. Go and help, the third prince said to his attendant. With the addition of 4 people with extraordinary skills, the pressure on the man in green was reduced a lot. The assassins seemed to realize that they could not succeed, so they looked at each other and retreated separately. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put down their swords. Excuse me, sir. The man in green was about to express his gratitude for the help, but at this moment, a dozen arrows flew through the air. The third prince's pupils shrank sharply. What happened? Haven't they retreated yet? This group of people was more fierce than the previous one. They were defeated one after another, and screams were heard one after another. The third prince had an unpleasant look on his face. Even if he wanted to leave at this moment, he was unable to do so. Feng Qingwan's face turned pale. She had never seen such a bloody scene before, and she subconsciously grabbed the sleeve of the third prince. The third prince held the sword and slashed at the masked men who surrounded him. 2 of the attendants he brought with him fell, and the other 2 were injured. It was obvious that they would not be able to hold on for long. In a situation where he could hardly protect himself, the third prince had no time to care about anything else. He searched around, trying to find a breakthrough and escape. When he saw this, his eyes froze. The 40 or so people walking out downstairs were obviously not simple people. They looked well-trained, and their steps were not at all panicky. I am the third Prince Guoyi. If you help me repel the enemy, I will reward you handsomely, the third prince said loudly. Feng Zhuang turned around, took a look, and then urged Yang Shu to leave quickly. What a joke. If you have the ability to steal the prince's fiancée, why can't you repel the assassins? And you expect them to repay evil with kindness. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and wanted to look outside, but the wooden board above his head blocked his view. Third prince, don't worry. I will collect your body later. Knowing that Guoyi couldn't see him, Yang Shu shouted at the top of his voice. Guoyi's face darkened. It turned out to be Yang Shu. Be careful, Feng Qingwan screamed. No one knew where the assassin came from. Even though Guoyi had revealed his identity, he still showed no fear and chopped fiercely and ruthlessly. Your Highness. The attendant flew forward and blocked Guoyi. The next second, warm blood splattered on Guoyi's face. Without giving Guoyi a chance to breathe, the masked man kicked the attendant away and slashed at him with his sword. Guoyi resisted with great difficulty, and his knuckles were already cracked. Yang Shu, if something happens to me, do you think you can escape? Guoyi shouted fiercely, his veins bulging and his face showing a ferocious look. Yang Shu ignored him and walked out. My friend, please help me. If you can get out of this predicament today, I will reward you with 10,000 taels of gold. Chu Yuanzhong, who had been silent the whole time, shouted to Yang Shu. 10 mansions, 20 beauties, and 100 BMWs. Yang Shu did not stop. The thanks were very tempting, but he would not exchange the lives of his guards for these. But soon, Yang Shu stopped. Someone is coming. Quite a few. You said so. Feng Zhuang, kill him for me. We must rescue that old man. Yang Shu shouted. Prince, your safety is the most important thing. Our Dingguo palace has no shortage of it. Feng Zhuang wanted to persuade Yang Shu to leave, fearing that Yang Shu would have someone kill them once they left. Silly, I didn't ask you to all go. Half go and the other half stay. Hurry up, this is a military order. Upon hearing the military order, Feng Zhuang and Peng Chong shut their mouths. Feng Zhuang stayed beside Yang Shu, while Peng Chong led his men to rush forward. Although they were suppressing the third prince, the masked men were already exhausted. Seeing Peng Chong rushing up, their eyes became fierce and they were ready to fight to the death. Just then, a whistle sounded. The masked man's expression changed. He didn't bother to fight with Peng Chong and quickly fled from Yuesheng Tower. Chapter 53, Living in the Prefect's Residence. Walk. Peng Chong grabbed Chu Yuanzhong and pulled him downstairs. If they didn't hurry up, the fire would spread. The third prince is injured. Feng Qingwan called out to Peng Chong, her face full of panic. If you are injured, please ask the doctor. What can he do? Seeing that Pang Chong didn't answer Feng Qingwan, Yang Shu folded his hands and said lazily, "Leave first." Guo Yi stood up, covering his arm. Under the firelight, the murderous intent in his eyes could hardly be hidden. Feng Qingwan glared at Yang Shu fiercely and helped the third prince down the stairs. The two men had blood stains on their bodies, their hair was disheveled, and they looked in a disheveled state, completely lacking the nobility and elegance they had previously possessed. Surround them. A group of soldiers rushed into Yuexianglu and saw that the fight was over. The captain was quite embarrassed. "Make way." Yang Shu covered his mouth and coughed. Smoke floated over, and he didn't have time to look at the couple in distress. Life or death has nothing to do with him. "Feng Zhuang, go get some paper and pen," Yang Shu said anxiously as he came out. Feng Zhuang was completely confused. Why would he need paper and pen at this time? Was the prince feeling poetic? Hurry up, the person will run away soon. Although he was confused, Feng Zhuang still had to listen to Yang Shu's words. He ran to the shop in front and borrowed some paper and pen. At this time, Guo Yi was also helped out by the Yamen runners. "Yang Shu." Feng Qingwan rushed to Yang Shu and started to hit him. Yang Shu grabbed her hand and pushed it away without any courtesy. "Feng Qingwan, who do you think you are? Do you think you can touch this prince's face?" Looking down at Feng Qingwan, Yang Shu had a look of contempt. "The third prince is in danger, and you are only concerned about escaping by yourself." Feng Qingwan looked at Yang Shu hatefully. "What does this have to do with me? I didn't bring the assassin here. I haven't blamed you two for getting me into trouble. It's really bad luck. You two ruined my good mood for the whole day. Next time, be more considerate. I have a wife, so don't haunt me all day long. Why don't you look in the mirror?" Yang Shu wiped his hands in disgust. Feng Qingwan was so angry that her whole body was shaking. "Who is it that is haunting us? It was you who called out to me, wasn't it?" Yang Shu looked at me with disdain. If the emperor knew what happened today, he would definitely. "Please go and complain now." Yang Shu half knelt down and looked directly at Feng Qingwan. "I will not save you. I just want to see you die under the knife of the masked man or buried in the sea of fire. What can you do to me?" Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth, his tone full of provocation. Feng Qingwan's nails dug into her flesh. Her eyes were red, and she wiped her face fiercely. She no longer looked at Yang Shu and walked towards the unconscious third prince. "Old man." Yang Shu glanced at Chu Yuanzhong. "I have helped you escape danger. Should I give you the things?" Chu Yuanzhong was listening to his subordinates report the casualties. Hearing this, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, my friend. I will keep my promise. I will send the things to you after I finish dealing with this matter." "Words are not enough, Feng Zhuang," Yang Shu shouted, motioning him to hand over the paper and pen. "My lord, I'm late for the post." Just as Chu Yuanzhong picked up the pen, the prefect of Qingzhou rushed over. He jumped off his horse and, without even wiping the sweat off his face, went to Chu Yuanzhong to apologize. "You should first think about how to calm his anger." Chu Yuanzhong pointed at the unconscious third prince. "The emperor's most beloved son is going to die in Qingzhou. This is the end of your career as an official." Chu Yuanzhong said in a very calm voice. "The emperor's son and his favorite?" The prefect broke out in a cold sweat. "How is the third prince? Please call a doctor." The prefect ignored Chu Yuanzhong and hurried to check the third prince's injuries. "Don't waste time, write quickly," Yang Shu said impatiently. Chu Yuanzhong looked at him, raised his sleeves, and put down his pen. Feng Zhuang held the tray and didn't move it. "Prince." Seeing Chu Yuanzhong stop writing, Feng Zhuang blew away the ink that had not yet dried on the paper and handed it to Yang Shu. "You were in Yuexiang Tower at that time. Why didn't you lend a helping hand?" The prefect turned around angrily and questioned Yang Shu. There were so many people around him. If they had given a helping hand, how could the third prince have been injured? The head of the police was shocked. Didn't they see that they were standing aside and acting as wooden stakes? What did that mean? It meant that this was not an ordinary young master. You couldn't afford to offend him. The head constable stepped forward quickly and said, "Sir, this is the grandson of Marshal Yang." The prefect, venting his anger, choked and coughed until his face turned red. This prince was having a meal and encountered such a thrilling thing. "As a local official, you didn't comfort me, but you blamed me." Yang Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain. "Where is his mansion?" "I will stay here for a few days. When you stop having nightmares, I will leave." "Are you mute?" Seeing that the captain didn't say anything, Yang Shu showed a ferocious look. The prefect regretted so much that he wanted to slap himself in the face. He was used to bullying in Qingzhou, but he never expected that so many people he couldn't afford to offend would come in one day. Isn't Jinan enough for these people to deal with? "My lord, my house is simple, and I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt to it. I'll have someone arrange the most comfortable accommodation for you." The prefect forced a smile. What nonsense. You, lead the way. Yang Shu casually pointed at a yamen runner. His reputation had already spread to Qingzhou. The yamen runner glanced at the prefect and knew that he could not be made a fool of himself. Feng Qingwan hated Yang Shu extremely, and she also knew that he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. He would not listen to anyone's words. Although she was angry, she did not say anything and did not even want to look at Yang Shu. Chu Yuanzhong was the calmest person in the whole audience. Even though the third prince was injured, he did not show any worry from beginning to end. Instead, his eyes were on Yang Shu. Yang Shu naturally felt it, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted his time talking to Feng Qingwan. Before leaving, Yang Shu took out a copper coin from his purse and threw it to the third prince. Don't say that I am not sincere enough. There are not many people as generous as me in Yan State. The bailiff's faces twitched. It was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. This playboy Yang really hated the third prince. Not only did Uxianglu refuse to rescue us, but now they are throwing coins at us. The prefect didn't dare to say a word. The battle between gods was not something a small ant like him could get involved in. If he offended either side, his life would be over. What are you standing there for? Go to the mansion and inform them. Seeing Yang Shu walking away, the prefect grabbed the captain of the police and roared in a suppressed voice. It was common knowledge that Yang Shu was lustful. He had robbed one woman after another. If Yang Shu saw this, would his wives and concubines have a good ending? Sir. A group of blue-clothed men hurriedly ran towards Chu Yuanzhong, and the leader clasped his fists and bowed. We were attacked when we entered the city. Please punish us, sir. Chu Yuanzhong looked at the thick smoke from Yuexiang Tower with a silent expression. Whose way did he get in? They wanted to kill him. The yamen runners drove the carriage and the doctor also arrived. Although the prefect was worried about his family, at this moment he could only take care of the third prince. The fire in Yuexiang Tower could not be put out, and the entire building was burned down without leaving any trace. The moment the prefect's wives and concubines learned that Yang Shu was coming, they ran away without even packing their luggage. Chapter 54 Yu. It's pretty quiet. On the Bluestone Road, Yang Shu looked left and right. Why is there not a single servant? Yang Shu frowned. The bailiff lowered his eyes. It was a miracle that there was such a talent. Who would not run away after hearing the name of Crazy Yang? He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage because he was afraid of being beaten to death by Crazy Yang. Crazy Yang is not even afraid of the third prince. Beating him to death would be as easy as crushing an ant, without even blinking an eye. Your Excellency has always been frugal and mostly takes care of things himself. The bailiff tried his best to keep his voice steady. Oh, I never realized you're not the kind of person who seeks enjoyment. His life has been wasted. Yang Shu opened his folding fan and looked towards the backyard. Okay, go ahead. I'll go shopping by myself. The bailiff lowered his head, as he had become interested in the beauty in the other person's backyard. He took Crazy Yang around a few times, and the man should be gone. Hearing the footsteps fading away, Yang Shu turned around and stopped waving the folding fan in his hand. He came to Qingzhou just to show off his personality, so as not to cooperate too much and make the emperor wary. Just stay for one day and leave. But now I can't leave. The third prince wouldn't come to Qingzhou for no reason. I have to investigate this, right? What if I could find a leak? That middle-aged scholar has an unusual identity. He was obviously not in the same group with the third prince, and he was the one who was assassinated, but the third prince actually went up to help. This is extremely weird. He definitely has an agenda, and it's a serious one. If possible, Yang Shu would like to get involved. He could clearly see the murderous intent in Guoyi's eyes. If the enemy became stronger, he would be the one who would suffer. No need to follow. Yang Shu closed the fan and said to Feng Zhuang, "That won't do, Prince. I must stay by your side to protect your safety." Feng Zhuang straightened his back. "Do you want to be beaten with a military stick?" "Sir, can you give me 30 strokes? 50 is too much." "Prince, I can do it." Peng Chong stood up. The corner of Yang Shu's eyes twitched. There was no point in chatting today. There was really no point in chatting. Yang Shu walked forward on his own, kicked the door, and searched room by room, but there was no one there, let alone the girl. "Your Highness, this prefect is very self-disciplined. There are no women in his courtyard." Feng Zhuang praised. Yang Shu looked at him askance. Is his eyes muddy? Every item in the room looked like it was occupied by someone. There was even rouge and powder on the dressing table. Is love for ghosts? Don't talk too much if there's nothing else to say. There was no one in the backyard, so Yang Shu saved himself the trouble and led the guards to the main courtyard. As there was no servant in sight and Yang Shu said he was thirsty, Feng Zhuang went to look for water. Feng Zhuang pushed open the door of the wing room and stepped in, then stepped out the next moment. A porcelain bottle fell with a bang at the place where Feng Zhuang had just stood. Yang Shu raised his eyes suddenly and rushed out with Peng Chong. What's going on? Yes, there is a woman. Feng Zhuang pointed inside the house. What woman? Yang Shu frowned. A beautiful woman. This time, Yang Shu didn't need to take action. Peng Chong slapped Feng Zhuang on the head and asked, Are you awake? Feng Zhuang's eyes sparkled, and he yelled at Peng Chong. Can't you be gentler? She looks about 17 or 18 years old, extremely beautiful, like a fairy, Feng Zhuang described. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. So this guy was shocked by the beauty? He thought it was something scary. Yang Shu asked Peng Chong to kick the door open. When Yang Shu's casual eyes saw the woman Feng Zhuang mentioned, he was also stunned. She was indeed beautiful. Feng Zhuang was not exaggerating. She had picturesque eyebrows, a delicate nose, and red lips. The most attractive thing about her was her temperament, which was cold and unworldly, and not tainted by the dust. The two sides looked at each other, and no one spoke. What's your name? Yang Shu broke the silence. Let me go. The woman spoke, her voice flowing like a spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. I am not from Yan. If you force me, you will only bring trouble upon yourself. Yang Shu opened his folding fan and asked, How did you get here? Cui Tingyu frowned. Didn't you kidnap me? Don't slander me. This is the residence of the Qingzhou prefect. I just came here to stay for a few days because I was in the mood. By the way, you may have heard of my name. My last name is Yang, and my grandfather is the Grand Marshal. While speaking, Yang Shu stared at the woman, not missing the slightest change in her expression. Surname Yang? Cui Tingyu raised his eyes, his face grim. Yang Shu, my little beauty, I have been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. Seeing that the woman knew his identity, Yang Shu curled his lips. Prince, someone is coming. The guard hurried to Yang Shu. I'm here, what are you afraid of? There are as many people as us, and they are fighting to the death. Yang Shu looked at Cui Tingyu. He didn't mean to scare anyone. The trouble was already here. Go quickly. Hurry up. Don't force me to throw you away. Yang Shu urged Cui Tingyu. Cui Tingyu was handsome, but his wife was not bad either. He was already having a headache about what to do with her. Yang Shu didn't like to keep a vase. Since someone had come to take her away, Yang Shu would not keep her. Only a fool would risk the life of his bodyguard for a woman he had only met once. Cui Tingyu looked at Yang Shu and hesitated to move. How could such a lustful playboy let her go? I'm afraid he was just playing a joke on her. Still standing there. Hearing the sound of weapons exchanging blows, Yang Shu's face darkened. He grabbed Cui Tingyu's hand and pulled her out. The guards had already listened to Yang Shu's instructions and were fighting and retreating without a life-and-death fight. Holding Cui Tingyu, Yang Shu strode forward. Stop it, Yang Shu shouted. Male? The middle-aged man in the lead opened his mouth and squinted at Yang Shu. Let him go. Who cares? Yang Shu pushed Cui Tingyu out. It's all fucking terrible, get out of here. Yang Shu threw the fan at the middle-aged man, his eyes full of hostility. The middle-aged man took a few steps forward and protected Cui Tingyu behind him. Looking at Yang Shu, he clenched the hilt of his sword. He who dares to kidnap the princess should be killed. The people behind the middle-aged man also moved forward. Peng Chong and Feng Zhuang drew their swords and were on the verge of fighting. In terms of numbers, there is not much difference between them. Judging from their momentum, neither of them is a strong opponent. If they fight, both sides will suffer losses. Go back. Cui Tingyu uttered 2 words. Miss, this matter cannot be let go like this. Your beautiful body is not something that this boy can offend. The middle-aged man said in a stern tone. He is not the one who kidnapped me. Let's go back and tell him in detail. Cui Tingyu turned around and walked out first. Seeing that she did not pursue the matter, the middle-aged man had no choice but to put away his sword and follow Cui Tingyu closely. Prince, they are too arrogant. Feng Zhuang said unhappily. How dare an outsider show off his power over them? Yang Shu retracted his gaze. To be so arrogant means you are confident. Although the prefect is not a particularly high-ranking official, his mansion is not something that ordinary people dare to enter, let alone with the intention of slaughtering people. We have no conflict of interest with them, so why should we risk our lives to help others? I've been rampant so many times, let's not embarrass them. Yang Shu said calmly. Chapter 55, Confusing. Turning around, Yang Shu returned to the main courtyard. He stayed in Qingzhou mainly to pick up leaks and sabotage the third prince's plan. He didn't want to get involved in such a meaningless dispute. Sir, you have changed. If it were in the past, you would never give up a young lady of this beauty. And those words you just said are really not something you would say. Feng Zhuang caught up with Yang Shu. Yang Shu squinted at him. Do you think I'm blind and can't see that they are very powerful? The premise of snatching a beauty is that there is no risk. If your life is not guaranteed, what's the point of having a woman? This prince is lustful, but not to the point of risking his life. You just discovered that this prince is very intelligent. Yang Shu raised his chin slightly, feeling complacent and arrogant. Fang Zhuang smiled innocently and patted Pang Chong. I think your brain is working better than before, right? It's better to crash the carriage once, but if you crash it several times, wouldn't that make you extremely smart? Fang Zhuang's eyes lit up. Pang Chong looked at Yang Shu thoughtfully. Yang Shu turned around, broke off a branch from the side, and tested its toughness. He smiled warmly at the two of them. Ouch! Fang Zhuang was beaten so hard that he jumped up and down. Prince, what's wrong with you? Pang Chong stood there, not moving even after being hit, and looked at Yang Shu with concern. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. Did this guy think he was going crazy? What a team of talented people. I am not deaf. Do you think I didn't hear what you were conspiring? The human brain is out of control. If you're not careful, you could die. It was really boring to attack Pang Chong, so Yang Shu directed his firepower at Fang Zhuang. If we don't let them give up the idea, they might actually do it. Prince, I'm just saying it. How dare I really hurt your body? Fang Zhuang held his head and ran around like a headless fly. Why do you only hit me? Sir, Pang Chong is the one who really dares to do it. Ouch! Fang Zhuang was very sad. He lost his position as the first personal guard, and the prince now clearly favored Pang Chong more. Mr. Pang doesn't talk as much as you do. Sir, you let him fool you. He was just pretending. If you don't believe me, let him have a drink. He can talk for 3 days. You can run, but he won't move. Hitting him is like hitting a piece of wood. There's no point in hitting him. Fang Zhuang stopped immediately, but soon jumped up. Forget it. He might as well run. He was not as thick-skinned as Pang Chong. Don't worry about your life. You will recover after resting. The doctor said to the prefect. That's good. The prefect breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing people to take good care of the boy, the magistrate left the manor. Thinking of the fact that there was a playboy living in his mansion, he rubbed his brows in annoyance. Did everyone run away? The prefect's voice rose unconsciously. The bailiff nodded and ran away very cleanly without encountering any living creature. The prefect's face darkened. Tell them to go back. Yang Wanku is used to being served, and he doesn't even have a servant. Don't you want to order him around? A bunch of brainless people. Sir, something is wrong. Not long ago, a group of people broke into your residence and behaved extremely ferociously. The prefect's attendant hurriedly reported. The prefect raised his eyes sharply. Is Yang Wanku dead? Alive, people have already retreated. There's really no peace. The prefect's face was gloomy. Send some runners over. Yang Wanku is going to die in my house. The one from the Yang family will definitely add me as a companion to the burial. I don't know who is so bold as to go and assassinate Yang Wanku in broad daylight, totally disregarding the Dingguo palace. Let's go and take a look. The prefect jumped on his horse. Sir, Magistrate Fan is here. Let him in. Yang Shu picked up the teacup and threw it over as soon as the door opened, and the cup hit the prefect's feet. Is this how you treat guests? I have to make the tea myself. It's so hot. Where's the ice? Yang Shu stood up, grabbed the arm of the chair, and was about to lift it up to hit someone, but embarrassingly, he failed to move it. Solid pear wood, very heavy. Fuck you. Yang Shu kicked him. Ouch. Holding his feet, Yang Shu howled. The prefect twitched his lips, truly worthy of being called the big fool of Jianan. Please calm down, my lord. I just found out about this too. My wife has taken them to Yuchuan Temple to burn incense. I have already mobilized a team, and they will be here soon. My house is simple and certainly cannot compare to the Dingguo Palace. If you can't adapt, I will take you somewhere else. The prefect looked at Yang Shu, his voice very soft and gentle. Burn it. Burn this chair for me. Yang Shu roared. Pang Chong stepped forward, grabbed a chair, threw it hard on the ground several times, and then went down holding the broken wood. The prefect's face twitched. He thought he was fierce enough, but there is always someone higher than you. Someone, come and capture him for me. Yang Shu pointed at the prefect, his eyes gloomy. How dare you to murder me? The prefect was confused. He murdered him? What did he do? Just because the chair was his? Sir, I really didn't let the chair hurt you. Who told you about the chair? Yang Shu took 2 steps forward. There is a woman hidden in your room. She looks very pretty. I thought you were sensible. Who knew? Yang Shu angrily slammed the table. A group of assassins came to rob people, and they also want to kill this prince. Fan Zhiju, you really deserve to die. Come on, give him to me. Prince. The prefect interrupted him hastily, fearing that Yang Shu would break his neck. He had just seen how much these people listened to Yang Shu's words, even if they were unreasonable. How could there be a woman hiding in my chamber? Someone must have wanted to harm me, but he didn't expect the prince to come to my house. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Knowing that Yang Shu was not very smart, The prefect decided not to be flowery like him and spoke as directly as possible. In terms of official position, the prefect was no lower than Yang Shu, but he dared not disrespect him. It was because Yang Wanku got angry and he could not bear it. Prince, don't worry. I will find out who is behind this and hand him over to you for punishment. The prefect lowered his eyes slightly. Wasn't it directed at Yang Shu? There was a woman in the wing. How come he didn't know? In just half a day, he, the prefect of Qingzhou, could no longer see the situation clearly. How many groups of people? In addition to assassinating Chu Yuanzhong, is he also a target? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. So, who kidnapped that woman? Why did she appear in the prefect's room? It's confusing. Something rare appeared in Qingzhou, and people gathered there. I will only give you a few days. It's best to catch them quickly so that I can vent my anger. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to rebuild your mansion. Burning down a house doesn't seem as fast as killing people. Yang Shu muttered. The prefect gritted his teeth and forced a smile. I will check right away. Check it out. What are you still doing here? Yang Shu yelled. The prefect hurriedly withdrew. Talking to someone who has no rules is the most tiring. You have no control over his next step, and even your own thinking will be led by him. Chapter 56, Princess of Yi Kingdom. Miss has changed her clothes. The maid pushed open the door and signaled the people waiting outside to come in. Princess, the Yan State is in real chaos. How dare they kidnap people in the street? Mengpa said in a cold voice. Cui Tingyu took a sip of tea and said, I was careless. Can you find out where Xiesu is? Mengpa shook his head. Princess, could it be that he has already left? Cui Tingyu tightened her fingers. Xiesu rarely showed up in recent years, and she had spent a lot of effort to find out that he was in Qingzhou. If he had left, where should she find him? Princess, in order to rescue you, we have been exposed. We can't stay in Qingzhou any longer. What is the identity of that young man? Mengpa asked. Cui Tingyu raised her eyes and spoke softly. The Prince of Dingguo Palace, the grandson of Yang Lian. Mengpo's pupils shrank. Didn't he go to Xishan to suppress the bandits? Why did he come to Qingzhou? I don't know either. I woke up in that room and saw Yang Shu, but he was not the one who kidnapped me. Although he is a lecherous person and often does this kind of thing, he is not so afraid to admit it. If it's not Yang Shu, then it must be Fan Zhiju. There was a murderous look in Mengpo's eyes. Find out first. Cui Tingyu walked to the window, with worry in her eyes. Investigate, but don't use too many people. Finding Xiesu is the most important thing. Mengpa reluctantly responded. Princess, you should focus more on yourself. Go down, Cui Tingyu said in a light voice. Mengpa sighed inwardly and walked out of the house lightly. But soon, he came in. Princess, we have to leave. Cui Tingyu turned around and looked at him. Guo Yi and Chu Yuanzhong came to Qingzhou. Someone launched an assassination attempt in Yuesheng Tower. Guo Yi was seriously injured. With all these people gathering in Qingzhou, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Cui Tingyu frowned. Let's change our place first. Princess. Mengpa opened his mouth. We have been looking for half a year. You are the eldest princess of Yi Kingdom, but now, what kind of day is this? It is not safe to stay in another country. Cui Tingyu's eyes flashed with sarcasm. If Yan State is not safe, then Yi State is safe? Your stupidity is not without reason. Mengpa was speechless. This Yang Shu really deserves to die, Feng Bai said hatefully with a gloomy face. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed. Feng Qingwan wiped away her tears. When she thought of the spurting blood, she couldn't help feeling cold. How is the third prince's injury? The manor was surrounded by yamen runners, and no one except the prefect could enter before the third prince woke up. The assassin cut his arm, and a lot of blood flowed. Where did these assassins come from? How dare they attack the prince? Feng Bai frowned. Feng Qingwan shook her head. The one they targeted initially was not the third prince, but a middle-aged scholar. Did the third prince call him Lord Chu? Chu. Feng Bai narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid it's Chu Yuanzhong. Huainan Jidushi Chu Yuanzhong. Feng Qingwan was surprised and suspicious. The surname Chu is rare to begin with. He is the only one who can be called sir by the third prince and help him. But why is Chu Yuanzhong in Qingzhou? I don't know about that. Feng Bai took a sip of tea, with thoughtfulness in his eyes. Sir, they said the third prince has woken up. Feng Qingwan just walked out of the door with Feng Bai, and then stopped. Brother, do I have nowhere to go? Qingwan. The third prince and I appeared in Qingzhou. We came out of a restaurant. The third prince was injured while protecting me. Feng Qingwan closed her eyes. A woman's most precious reputation, the thing I once valued most, is gone. Brother, I should have left. I have no choice but to be the third prince. If he changes his mind. Qingwan, the third prince's wife will only be you. Feng Bai said affirmatively. Feng Qingwan shook her head. Brother, you don't understand how much damage it can do to a woman if she loses her reputation. My back can't stand up straight anymore. With a bitter smile, Feng Qingwan returned to the house. Brother, thank the third prince for me. Feng Bai looked at her and finally didn't force her. Your Highness, slow down. The personal attendant helped the third prince up. Where is Chu Yuanzhong? Has he been here? Gua Yi frowned when he felt the wound. Lord Chu is busy investigating the assassin and has not been able to spare time to come here. Gua Yi's eyes flashed with coldness. I'm afraid it's not that you can't spare the time, but that you don't want to accept my kindness. This old fox is very slippery and doesn't get involved with anyone. Do you know which group of people they are? The attendant shook his head. They retreated very quickly, leaving no trace. Cha, if anyone dares to ruin my business, I will make sure they die without a burial place. Gua Yi's eyes were cold. Your Highness, Feng Bai requests to see you. Only Feng Bai. Gua Yi frowned. Feng Qingwan didn't come? I didn't see Miss Feng. Gua Yi smiled sarcastically. I was injured because of her, but she is still so reserved and refuses to lower herself. Even if she is the most talented woman, who else would go to the Shangshu mansion to propose marriage except me? Not tactful. If it weren't for the Feng family, I would have to fight for it and temper her temper. Bring Feng Bai in. Gua Yi leaned on the soft pillow and spoke lightly. Along with his entourage, Feng Bai met Gua Yi. Your Highness, are you okay? Gua Yi chuckled. It's just a minor injury. Qingwan has never seen such a bloody scene. She must be scared. She locked herself in the room and couldn't stand any sound. She cried so hard. Feng Bai said worriedly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made the appointment at Yuesheng Tower. Your Highness, this is not your fault. It's all because of the rampant villains. Feng Bai gritted his teeth. Gua Yi lowered his eyes slightly, still blaming himself. Seeing that he cared so much about Feng Qingwan, Feng Bai was very happy. This marriage was to reassure each other that whether Feng Qingwan was willing or not, the person she would eventually marry would be the third prince. But as the eldest brother, Feng Bai still hopes that Feng Qingwan will be happy. After expressing his concern, Feng Bai didn't stay long. After he left, Gua Yi looked at his followers and asked, Have you dealt with those people? The attendant nodded. Gua Yi was relieved. Has Yang Shu left Qingzhou? I moved into Fan Jiju's residence. Gua Yi stared with murderous intent. Your Highness, please be patient. There is no benefit in killing him now. Once the Dingguo Palace conducts a thorough investigation, there will be no way to fool people. The attendant said hurriedly. Gua Yi looked at his palm. But this person is really hateful. Suppressing his emotions, Gua Yi signaled his followers to leave. As of now, he has the greatest advantage and is closest to the throne, so he cannot let others get the advantage because of Yang Shu. Just let him live longer. Unfolding the folding fan, Yang Shu took 2 steps and then closed it. Huainan Jidushi? Gua Yi, that sanctimonious hypocrite, would arrange a trip to Qingzhou just because he missed Feng Qingwan? Yang Shu just didn't believe it. The 2 groups of assassins were obviously not from the same group. Although the ones in front are working hard, compared with the ones in the back, it seems like they are just kidding. Could it be that Gua Yi directed and acted in this film himself? If the Huainan Jidushi could make him owe him a debt of gratitude for saving his life, Gua Yi's path to becoming the crown prince would be secure. Chapter 57 Rescue. Master, the girl in the wing room was put there by me. The housekeeper whispered that the prefect was very fond of women. When the wind blew up Chui Tingyu's veil, the housekeeper happened to see her face. The master would definitely be happy to see such a beauty, so he drugged her and made her faint. In Qingzhou, who is more powerful than the prefect? What kind of trouble can a young girl stir up? After sending the person into the side room, the housekeeper originally wanted to wait for Fan Jiju to come back and talk to him. But he didn't know that the prince of Dingguo Palace came to Qingzhou and insisted on living in the master's mansion. In panic, he forgot about this matter. Fan Jiju frowned. What's the origin of that girl? I don't know. She was accompanied by a maid at the time. Glancing at the housekeeper, Fan Jiju pondered deeply, wondering if it was a coincidence or a trap set by someone else. He dared to pick up a knife and attack his mansion and snatch the person from Yang Shu. This person's strength is not small. There were not many families in Yan State who dared to resist the palace of King Ding. If they were from a high-ranking family, they wouldn't need to attack by force. But with an ordinary family background, how could they afford such a fierce guard? It was purely accidental that Yang Shu moved in, not against him. Fan Jiju paced for 2 steps, thinking it was probably just a coincidence. He was just a prefect, so why would he spend so much effort to deal with him? If he really wanted him dead, he could just sneak into his mansion late at night and stab him. How dare you kidnap her without even knowing her origins? Fan Jiju glanced at the butler. Master, I've noticed that you've been feeling depressed these days, so I want to cheer you up. The butler spoke fearfully. Fan Jiju kicked him and said, Yang Wanku is forcing me to give you an explanation. If I don't satisfy him, not only will my house be in jeopardy, but my life will be in danger. Look at how much trouble you have caused. This old slave deserves to die. The butler said with a trembling voice, kneeling down and kowtowed. Fan Jiju looked at him with cold eyes, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it neatly into the butler's back. He couldn't let him bear this matter alone. It's a pity that it's hard to raise a dog that suits your taste. After wiping the blood off his hands, Fan Jiju signaled to the bailiff beside him to lift the man up. Sir, Magistrate Fan is here. He is quite efficient. Yang Shu opened his eyes and waved his hand. Fang Zhuang went outside and brought the person in. Sir, that woman was kidnapped by Chen Jiao. His nephew got into trouble and wanted to use his beauty to ask the government to let him off. He actually put the prince in danger. He really deserves to die. I have already dealt with him. Fan Jiju said in a deep voice. Fang Zhuang looked at Yang Shu. There is a body outside. It should be the Chen Jiao mentioned by Magistrate Fan. The blood is still wet. I didn't let them bring it in because I was afraid it would dirty the floor. Yang Shu threw a grape into his mouth. Who wants to hear this? That girl. Do you know where she came from? Where does she live? I want you to catch them. Sir, although Qingzhou is not as good as Jianan, the girls there are all extremely beautiful, especially the courtesan at Chunfang Tower. Bang! Yang Shu threw the teacup to the ground with a look of anger on his face. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I only want the one you tied up. If you don't have the ability, just find out where she lives. Fan Jiju gritted his teeth secretly, looked up at Yang Shu, and said, I will go now. Restraining his anger, Fan Jiju strode away. Prince, didn't you say that we should just watch the show and not participate in it? Fang Zhuang scratched his head. Yang Shu lay back. With the strength of that group of people, it would be strange if Fan Jiju could find out under such circumstances. I'm not involved, but this prince had his beauty snatched from him by someone else. Is this like me to pretend nothing happened? Go get some more ice and keep a close eye on Guoyi. After saying this, Yang Shu closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. As long as he maintained his image as a playboy, no force would pay attention to him. Sit back and watch the show. Pang Chong frowned. Sir, we are here to suppress bandits. Since you are not in any trouble, why would you waste time in Qingzhou? Why is it getting dark? My head hurts so much. Hurry, call a doctor. Yang Shu howled, covering his head. Look at you. Fang Zhuang, who was about to join in, suddenly changed sides. Suppressing the bandits is important, but the prince's health is not important. The prince has been exhausted from the journey. If he doesn't get a few days to rest, how are we going to explain to the marshal if he dies on the way? Fang Zhuang spitted on Pang Chang's face. I'll go get a doctor. Pang Chang walked out quickly. Prince. Fang Zhuang looked at Yang Shu with concern. Just bear with it a little longer. Pang Chang has already gone to get a doctor. What are you still doing here? Go get some ice. Do you want to kill me with the heat? Seeing the people leave, Yang Shu sat up and rubbed his eyebrows. His behavior was so obvious, but these two guys didn't even suspect anything. I would rather believe that he has become smarter because of something he has bumped into, than believe that he is just pretending to be stupid. After pouring a glass of water, Yang Shu looked into the distance, hoping that the show would start quickly and not drag him too long. Because of the assassination in Uxianglu, there were more Yamen runners patrolling the streets of Qingzhou, and the atmosphere looked cold and solemn. The common people were frightened, but as for the assassin, there was no trace of him. After being bored for 2 days, Yang Shu couldn't sit still anymore, so he took Fang Zhuang and Pang Chong out of the house. Afraid that others would not notice him, Yang Shu put on a mask with a green face and fangs. Along the way, Yang Shu waved his fan extremely exaggeratedly, just like a gangster. Looking at the Chunfang Tower in front of them, Fang Zhuang and Pang Chong looked at each other, and the prince was still moved. Dog! Across the bridge, a woman's heart-wrenching cries were heard, and a crowd of people gathered around her. What a sin. He looks only 3 or 4 years old. It looks like he fell into the water while chasing a kite. My chest isn't moving. It's not working. Dog! The woman cried in a mournful voice, shaking the child in her arms. Look at mother. Open your eyes and look at mother. How can I live like this? How can I live? The woman opened her mouth wide and kept beating herself. The onlookers all sighed, their faces full of sympathy. Girl, don't be like this. Someone advised. Yes, the child is gone. It's useless to be sad. You are still young. Watch him more carefully next time and don't let him get close to water. Dog! The woman stopped crying and shouted, and suddenly pushed away the person in front of her and was about to jump into the river. Hurry and hold her. Everyone exclaimed. Yang Shu squeezed the fan and finally took a step forward. Prince. Fang Zhuang and Pang Chong were feeling sorry for the child, and when they saw Yang Shu walking in that direction, they hurried to follow him. Make way. Yang Shu squeezed into the crowd. Looking at the child's tender face, he squeezed over, and while everyone's attention was on the mother, he half squatted and quickly untied the child's clothes. After cleaning the child's mouth and nose, Yang Shu put his hands on his chest. What is the prince doing? Fang Zhuang stared at the scene in a daze and touched Pang Chong with his hand. How should I know? Could it be a new hobby? Fang Zhuang widened his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Pang Chong looked at Yang Shu without blinking. No matter how perverted the prince is, he wouldn't have a hobby of playing with corpses. Chapter 58. You should ask clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Chang's eyes widened even wider than Fang Zhuang's. Kiss it. What should we do? Fang Zhuang hesitantly said. Pull him away. Before Pang Chong and Fang Zhuang could take action, the onlookers had already rushed over. Don't move. I'm a doctor. Yang Shu shook them off and continued to perform CPR on the child. Pang Chong held Fang Zhuang and said, Take a look first. Fang Zhuang hesitated and didn't go over. The mother of the child broke free from the crowd's grasping hands, threw herself on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Shu. Doctor, save the dog, save the dog, save the dog. As time passed, the child was still motionless, and the voices of doubt at the scene grew louder. Is it okay? You look so dishonest. That's right. Which doctor goes out wearing a mask? The children are gone. Isn't this a waste? Everyone started to pull Yang Shu away, talking one after another. Don't touch him, don't touch him. The woman let out a sharp cry, staggered to her feet, and frantically pushed and pulled the people who were pulling Yang Shu. You crazy woman, you don't know what's good for you. Everyone stepped back, frowning and cursing. Do you really think he is a doctor? Which clinic saves people like this? The woman opened her arms and protected Yang Shu as if he were her own child. Seeing that no one came forward, the woman knelt down again and kowtowed to Yang Shu, chanting, Save the dog, save the dog. Pang Chong, how can the prince know medical skills? Fang Zhuang lowered his voice and looked at the woman with pity. Even if she kowtows 100 times, the prince can't save her child. Marshal, if you want to know the prince's quirk, let's take the people away quickly. Wait a minute. Pang Chong stared at Yang Shu without blinking. Although the prince's behavior was bizarre, his expression and movements did not seem like he was joking at all. It was the first time that Pang Chong saw Yang Shu so serious. Looking at the bloodstain on the ground that was getting deeper and deeper, everyone shut their mouths. The woman's soul had left, and if the child could not survive, she would never come back. Some people couldn't bear to look any longer and turned away. Save the dog. Save the dog. More and more people are leaving. Yang Shu raised his head and pressed down again. Cough. Water flowed from the corners of the child's mouth, followed by a faint cry. Alive! Alive! Really alive! Exclamations rang out one after another, full of excitement and disbelief. Fang Zhuang's eyes almost popped out, and he stuffed his hands into his mouth. This must be fake. Alive! Those who had not walked far were stunned, turned around, and ran back. He's out of breath. How can he still be alive? This group of people are just yelling. Oh my God, he is really alive. Dog, dog. The woman held the child in her arms, caressing him again and again, crying and laughing. You scare me to death. You scare me to death. After taking a deep breath, the woman looked around and wanted to thank Yang Shu. Miracle doctor? Everyone followed and looked. Where's the person? He was just here. Which clinic is this from? They can bring the dead back to life. Their medical skills are incredible. I don't know. Have you all seen the face clearly? How can I see clearly? The mask is not completely removed. It's blocking the view. Who knows if he has real skills? The conversation continued for a long time. Prince, am I dreaming? Fang Zhuang took the mask thrown by Yang Shu and spoke unconsciously. Yang Shu said to him sideways, You can pinch your legs. Hearing this, Fang Zhuang reached out and pinched it. It doesn't hurt. It was just a dream. Fang Zhuang laughed. Pang Chong raised his hand and slapped him on the head. Does it hurt now? Fang Zhuang's head was almost knocked off balance by Pang Chong. You barbarian. Yang Shu looked at the swaying willow branches, his eyes darkened. He should have been happy that the child was rescued, but unfortunately, as a playboy, he should not have done such a thing. Now I just hope that not many people are watching him. Sighing, Yang Shu opened his folding fan. He was not a saint, but how many people could really ignore such an innocent child? Prince, how did you save him? Fang Zhuang approached Yang Shu. I saw it when I was looking at the picture, so I tried it. Yang Shu said casually. See the picture? Fang Zhuang was stunned. So, the prince was experimenting with the romantic interest between men and women, and the child came back to life just by accident. He said that the prince couldn't be so kind. I'm leaving. Yang Shu greeted the two people, and when he turned around, he was faced with a face that looked like dry tree bark. Yang Shu turned sideways without thinking. His eyes instantly became alert. What normal old man would get so close to someone? Square. As soon as Yang Shu opened his mouth, he felt the pain of an ant bite on his leg, and then his world went dark. Prince, Fang Zhuang and Peng Chong rushed over. The next second, the two men knelt on the ground. After taking back the silver needle, the old man carried Yang Shu away. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Shu was awakened by the smoke. When he opened his eyes, he subconsciously stepped back and found that his hands and feet were tied to the chair. Woke up. The old man looked at Yang Shu with a smile. Because he was too close and fainted too quickly, Yang Shu couldn't even see the face clearly. Now, with the dim candlelight, Yang Shu could see the person clearly. He was dressed in coarse cloth, not very tall, with messy hair, deep wrinkles on his face, and brown eyes that were a little cloudy, but at this moment, they were looking at him brightly. Senior, did you kidnap the wrong person? Tell me, what is that called? The old man sat down opposite Yang Shu and opened the needle bag. Yang Shu moved his wrist. Damn it, he ran into a lunatic. Senior, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean? Fuck you. The severe pain in his hand made Yang Shu curse out loud. Do you know who this prince is? My grandfather is Yang Lian. The old man took out another silver needle, tore open Yang Shu's collar, and stabbed him without hesitation. Yang Shu leaned his head back and gripped the armrests of the chair with his fingers. He shut up. This old man was not afraid of the Dingguo palace at all, and it was useless to shout at him. Still stabbing. What do you want me to say? Just ask clearly. How can I answer you if you don't ask clearly? Uncle, you are my uncle. Another shot. Yang Shu's pupils dilated, and he spat out black blood. Sitting down on the chair, Yang Shu looked at the old man in surprise. He felt lighter and more comfortable. Pulling out the silver needle, the old man looked at Yang Shu and said, I have forced out the remaining poison in your body. Now it's your turn. Thank you, Senior. But could you please ask more clearly what exactly do you want me to say? Yang Shu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was scared of being pricked by needles, and the pain made him want to find his wife. The old man frowned. How did you save that child? The reason why he was tied up horizontally is because of this. Yang Shu was speechless. Why don't you just untie them? It's not some secret method. I'll explain it to you slowly. Speak first, then explain it. The old man refused to allow any discussion. Yang Shu curled his lips. He had never heard of anyone being treated like this for saving someone. Chapter 59, Poor Quality Roof. That's called cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which is first aid when breathing and heartbeat stop. It's not difficult. There are 3 steps in total: chest compressions, opening the airway, and mouth breathing. First, lay the person flat on the ground. The rescuer kneels on one side, crosses his hands, places them between the breasts, at the lower part of the ribs, with the shoulders and elbows vertical, and uses the base of the palms to press twice per second, 1.5 inches deep. This is the formula for chest compressions. Open the airway, tilt the patient's head to one side, check the patient's mouth for foreign objects, remove them if any, and then lift the patient's chin. For artificial respiration, pinch the patient's nose with your thumb and index finger, breathe in, open your lips wide, cover the patient's lips tightly, and blow out slowly. Press 30 times and blow twice. For children, don't press too deep and reduce it by half. Yang Shu spoke calmly and in great detail. Senior, can we untie you now? The old man looked at him and untied the rope. After flexing his wrist, Yang Shu didn't rush to leave. Senior, are my 2 guards okay? Not dead. The old man uttered 2 words. Yang Shu was not in a hurry to leave. The old man seemed to be very skilled in medicine. He was nursed back to health by the imperial physician, who said that the poison had been completely eliminated. But obviously it didn't. Senior, to be honest, I was on the verge of death once, and I seem to have entered another world in a daze. I saw the CPR there. Besides CPR, there are other amazing things. For example, wound suturing, sterilization, and anti-inflammation. Anesthesia, for example. What do you want? The old man stared at Yang Shu. Yang Shu coughed lightly. What medicinal herbs were being burned outside? It was really choking. I want Senior to stay by my side for 5 years. In 5 years, he should have developed. Medical care was underdeveloped in ancient times, and having a miracle doctor around could save a few more lives. The old man pinched Yang Shu's mouth open and stuffed a black pill into it. Damn, poison him. So despicable. Wrong judgment. This old guy is not an equal exchange. Deal. I'll follow you for 5 years. The old man agreed readily. Yang Shu, however, was not in a happy mood at all. Senior, what did you just give me to eat? Antidote. Antidote. Yangshu was confused. Didn't you say the remaining poison was cleared? It's cleared, but it's raining again. The old man sniffed and smiled warmly. Yangshu broke out in a cold sweat. This old guy is not a good person. Are you scared? What do you think? Yangshu asked unhappily. Someone's here. The old man patted Yangshu. Stay inside. Yangshu held his forehead with his hand and asked, what is this? He was just performing CPR. How could he still put himself in danger? Senior, why don't we just run away? Looking at the figures approaching quickly, Yangshu's face darkened. There must be at least 50 people here, right? 2 against 50. Having seen the old man's character, Yangshu didn't feel the old man would save him when he was in no danger. They can't get in. Stay safe. Having said that, the old man went out. Looking at his back, Yangshu closed the door. Without hesitation, Yangshu climbed out of the window. The running noise was too loud, so Yangshu looked around and climbed onto the roof. Only a fool would entrust his life to a stranger. Lying on it, Yangshu looked down carefully. It doesn't seem like revenge. It was dark at night and Yangshu couldn't see their faces clearly, but these people did not attack the old man. Instead, they saluted together. What's going on? Are you in the same group? Or do you want something from the old man? Thank you, Senior. Does the White Jade Agreement still stand? In the team, one person took 2 steps forward and spoke. Yangshu raised his eyes suddenly. This voice. Isn't it the girl who was abducted to Fan Jiju's mansion 2 days ago? Yangshu lowered his head and pricked up his ears. Cui Tingyu took out a piece of jade from his arms and showed it to Siesu. Thank you, Senior. My aunt passed away 2 years ago. Before she died, she gave me this piece of white jade. I hope you can go back. The old man was slightly dazed, but soon, his eyes became cloudy again. The person is gone. What is the White Jade Covenant? The old man took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and threw it to Cui Tingyu. Dissolve it in water and take a sip. Meng Po's expression changed, and his eyes fell on the pile of grass beside him that was sparking. It turned out that they didn't search the place, but Siesu led them here. Don't bother the old man. Next time, I won't give you the antidote. Siesu turned and left. Thank you, Senior. Please, for my sake, come back with me. Cui Tingyu's voice was pleading. Siesu's eyes were cold. The old man didn't kill you because he was giving her face. Siesu took a step forward. Thank you, Senior. Do you really not want to see my aunt again? Yangshu raised his eyebrows slightly. There is a story, and it sounds like it is not an ordinary story. Yangshu pressed himself against the thatch and was just about to move his legs when the roof collapsed with a click. With the huge commotion, Yangshu successfully attracted everyone's attention. Good evening. Yangshu rubbed his waist and laughed dryly. What quality? Dare you be more perfunctory? How dare this guy sleep like this? Is the old guy really not afraid of burying him after waking up? Didn't I tell you to stay in the room? Siesu glanced at Yangshu. I sat for too long and my legs were numb, so I tried to move around, but the roof collapsed. Yangshu, Cui Tingyu frowned slightly and glanced at him, wondering why he was here. He seemed to be quite close to Siesu. You met me once, and you can't forget me, so you're chasing me here. Yangshu grabbed a broken beam and stood up. Since you are so sincere, I can reluctantly accept you as my wife. How dare you? Mengpa scolded Yangshu. Why don't you look in the mirror? You are not even fit to carry a lady's shoes. Your master hasn't said anything. Why are you barking like a dog? Yangshu raised his chin. Who am I? I'm the prince of Dingguo Palace. Only others are unworthy of carrying my shoes. Senior, look at them. Each and every one of them is so noisy, it really affects our communication. Or are they poisoned and mute? Siesu frowned slightly, as if he was seriously considering Yangshu's words. Cui Tingyu stopped Mengpa and asked, why are you arguing with him? Walk. Cui Tingyu took the first step. Miss. Mengpa chased after her, not understanding why Cui Tingyu had left. He wondered how much effort the princess had put into finding Siesu. Why give up now? Cui Tingyu looked back at Yangshu and said, there's no rush. If I stay here for a while, it will only annoy Siesu. He and Yangshu seem to have an unusual relationship. If you keep an eye on Yangshu, you won't be afraid of not finding him. Yangshu smiled at Cui Tingyu, but the smile did not reach his eyes. After all the twists and turns, he got himself involved. This woman has definitely set her sights on him. Maybe we should use him as a breakthrough point. Senior, please be more careful when building a house in the future. With this pressure, I don't even need to dig a hole for you. Yangshu said sideways, complaining. Chapter 60 founded. The prince is at the East City Gate. It's a good time to move to a new place. Siesu took a step forward. Let's go. Lead the way. Yangshu was silent. He didn't even know how he got here, so where was he going? Senior, do you think I know the way? What a trouble. Su walked towards Yangshu and carried him up. Ouch. My waist. Broken. What are you yelling about? You won't die. Su leaned against the Yashu. I won't die, but it hurts. Yangshu rolled his eyes. He was digging a hole for himself. But if we hadn't dug this pit, his body might have gotten cold. From today onwards, forget about watching the show leisurely. It's all because the old guy's roof is too stable. That group of people came from another country. If he heard something he shouldn't have heard, 9 out of 10 times they would kill him to silence him. Since the guards are not around and he doesn't show any intimacy with the old man, there's a high chance that he will never be found alive or dead. But with this performance, in order to achieve their goal, the gang of criminals will keep their eyes firmly on him. It's difficult. Take action first? Yangshu stared. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but his kindness was never excessive. In Chizhou City, torches moved quickly and footsteps were extremely chaotic as people searched. Feng Zhuang's eyes were red, and the slap marks on his face were extremely obvious. Judging from the fingerprints, it was obviously caused by himself. He searched every corner, and the strong guilt in his heart made him want to slit his throat. It was all because of his uselessness that the prince was taken away by the bad guys. If anything happens to the prince, he will die too. Fan Jiju's face was gloomy. He was extremely worried, but something happened to Yang Wanku. Even if King Ding does not pursue the matter, the emperor will certainly use him to appease him. Fan Jiju almost wanted to curse. Why did he come to Chizhou instead of going to suppress the bandits? You must harm him. My lord, this is not a good way to look for it. The captain of the police ran towards Fan Jiju. Chizhou City was not big, but it was not small either. With the people they had, they would not be able to search the entire city even after 3 days. Then what do you say we should do? Fan Jiju said in a deep voice. Master Chu hasn't left yet. Let's ask him for help. Fan Jiju raised his eyes. How could he forget him? It's better to have someone to support him than for him to carry it alone. Go now. In the manner, the third prince stirred the medicine and said slowly, Have you found Yangshu? The attendant smiled and said, No, it's a mess outside. Gui raised his lips. It saves us a lot of trouble. Your Highness, judging from Yangshu's usual style of doing things, I don't think he will come back. The attendant knew what Gui wanted to hear and said to please him. Be careful. Don't let anyone fall into our trap. Gui picked up the bowl, drank the medicine, and felt very happy. Isn't that crazy? Now I can't be crazy anymore. I understand. The attendant took the bowl and spoke respectfully. Feng Qingwan opened the window and looked into the distance with indifference in her eyes. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Sir, the second group of assassins should be Do Yuho's men. Zhi Yuanzhong was not surprised. His trip to Chizhou seemed to be secret, but in fact he leaked the news just to see how many people had bad intentions. What about the first batch? Zhi Yuanzhong looked at his confidants. The confidant hesitated. Sir, the first batch of assassins were dealt with very cleanly, without leaving any clues, but as far as I know, after the appearance of the third prince, their moves were not as ruthless as before. You want all the tens of thousands of soldiers I have. There was mockery in Zhi Yuanzhong's eyes. Has Yangshu been found? Zhi Yuanzhong changed the subject. He arranged for his personal soldiers to stop them. If Yangshu had not helped in Uxie Anglo, the group of masked men would not have retreated so easily. Still looking. The confidant raised his head. Can we help? Wait a little longer until Fan Jiju comes to me. The emperor is very suspicious. If I offer to help him, I don't know what he will think. Zhi Yuanzhong walked under the eaves, looked at the dark night with his eyelids slightly lowered. For some reason, he always felt that Yangshu was not as simple as he appeared. It's like it's covered with something. Princess, they are still 1 mile away from the city gate. Mengpa reported. Cui Dingyu raised her eyes and said, It's getting late. Let's go back. Princess, Yangshu's mouth is not tight. He is with Su. Can you touch him? Cui Dingyu said in a light voice. Go and find out how Yangshu knew Su. Holding the jade in her palm, Cui Dingyu's beautiful eyes deepened slightly. With Yangshu's personality, he would definitely look down on Su, let alone get close to him. Among these, one of them is probably not true. Princess, Yangshu's personal soldiers are looking for him all over the city. I heard that he was kidnapped on his way to a brothel. After reading the secret letter, Mengpa hurried towards Cui Dingyu. Cui Dingyu raised his eyes sharply. So this is the first time the two of you have met. Su's temperament has changed a lot. He is no longer as gentle as before. He has no regard for good or evil. He kills anyone he comes into contact with to prevent his whereabouts from being revealed. Yangshu is a playboy, so he really shouldn't be an exception. Unless Yangshu has something that will attract Su. Cui Dingyu paused, thinking of Yangshu's behavior in Fan Jiju's mansion. Cui Dingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. This man might not be as ridiculous and lustful as he appeared to be. The average playboy doesn't have such a quick reaction speed. After just one meeting, he was able to get Su to take him back. It was either not an accident or he was extremely capable. What on earth did he use to impress Yesu? Looking at the night sky, Cui Dingyu pursed her lips and said, "Tonight at midnight, I will go to Fanjichu's mansion." "Princess?" Mengpa was horrified. "No." He quickly stopped him. "Princess, you are walking into a tiger's mouth." "I have made up my mind." Cui Dingyu opened her red lips slightly. "If I guess wrong, it will only expose my identity and lose some bargaining chips. Go and get ready." Cui Dingyu stood tall and graceful, with majesty in her beautiful eyes. Mengpa didn't dare to say more. "Open the gates. You are so blind that you can't even recognize me." At the city gate, Yang Shu pointed upwards and shouted, "Prince." The commander guarding the city was shocked. "Quickly bring torches," he shouted to the guards next to him. Looking down, the guard's eyes widened. It was really Yang Wanku. "Quick, put the basket down," the guard said anxiously, fearing that Yang Shu and others would leave impatiently. "Where are you going? How could the prince be in the ditch?" Seeing Peng Chang's hand groping down, Fang Zhuang was angry. "Come up here. The prince is alive. He must be blessed by heaven. Get up here." Fang Zhuang roared, his voice breaking. "Still touching. I told you not to touch." Fang Zhuang threw the torch, rushed over, and punched Peng Chang. Peng Chang remained silent and kept searching. It has been so long, the prince must have been killed. He failed to protect the prince, and he cannot let his corpse suffer anymore. "Touch it." "I touched it." Peng Chang turned his head and spoke unconsciously. Fang Zhuang, who was so angry, froze up. All his strength was gone in an instant, and he sat down with a thud. His whole body was soaked by the water. His mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't utter a word. "Prince, the prince is dead? How could this be possible?" Fang Zhuang's face was ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he rubbed his face like crazy. "Found it. East Gate. The prince is at the East Gate," the guard shouted. Chapter 61 Night Exploration. Fang Zhuang was stunned. The voice kept echoing in his ears. He looked at Peng Chang. Peng Chang lifted up the body he had touched. He had indeed touched. "What are you two doing?" "The prince is at the East City Gate," the guard yelled at them. Fang Zhuang didn't bother to settle the score with Peng Chang. He climbed up in a few seconds and ran away without even taking off his clothes. "Fanjiju, how on earth do you manage Chisho?" In broad daylight, this prince was robbed. Instead of suppressing the bandits in Shishan, I think we should ask them to suppress the government office instead. Yang Shu pointed at Fanjiju and cursed. Although Fanjiju was annoyed, he felt relieved in his heart. As long as he was still alive, it was enough. After cursing for a full half a minute, Yang Shu had to stop because of a dry mouth. "What are you all standing there for?" "Hold the torch farther away. It's making my eyes hurt." "Where's the car?" "You want me to sleep on the street?" Faced with the violent dude, no one dared to say anything and immediately brought the carriage over. Yang Shu snorted and was about to go up. "Prince!" A shout resounded through the sky. Yang Shu squinted his eyes and looked over, but he didn't recognize the person. If the voice wasn't familiar, Yang Shu would have asked someone to stop him. There's nothing else to it. He really looks like a water ghost. Not only is his hair covering his face, but he's also still dripping with water. "Prince!" Fang Zhuang rushed towards Yang Shu and fell to his knees. "Prince, you scared me to death. If anything happens to you, how can I live?" The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched. He received the kindness, but the expression was too exaggerated. If he squeezed it again, his pants would fall off. "Stop howling. I'm not dead yet. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Get in the car." Yang Shu kicked Fang Zhuang away and entered the carriage. "Prince." Fang Zhuang wiped his nose and was about to follow, but a figure was faster than him. Blinking, Fang Zhuang thought of something and rushed in. "Sit down." Yang Shu pulled Fang Zhuang. "Prince, he." Fang Zhuang looked anxious. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Seeing Yang Shu's tough tone, Fang Zhuang stared at Csu and restrained himself. "Prince." As the carriage started moving, Peng Chang's voice came from outside. He reacted a beat too late, and Fang Zhuang was running for his life again, so he couldn't catch up. Yang Shu lifted the curtain of the car and showed his face to Peng Chang to prevent him from running up to confirm that Fanjiju was still there. Yang Shu could not reveal that the old man was the one who kidnapped him. "I will have to carry it with me in the future. I don't know what you're training for all day." With a snort, Yang Shu signaled the driver to go. After returning to Fanjiju's mansion, Yang Shu called Fang Zhuang and Peng Chang into the house. "Prince, that old man." Although he only took a glance, Fang Zhuang was very sure that he was the one who kidnapped Yang Shu. "Prince, don't let him deceive you. He was the one who kidnapped you." Fang Zhuang looked at Csu, who was sitting next to him, with hostility in his eyes. Peng Chang's hand had already grasped the hilt of the knife. "Listen carefully. This is Dr. Yu. He will join us in suppressing the bandits. The person who kidnapped me today was someone else. Do you understand?" Yang Shu stood up. "Prince." Fang Zhuang and Peng Chang looked at Yang Shu in surprise. "Prince, we are in large numbers and are not afraid of him. Don't let him threaten you. Fang Zhuang took 3 or 2 steps forward and blocked Yang Shu behind him. What threats are you making? Anyway, don't reveal a single word to anyone. Okay, go wash up and have a good sleep. Yang Shu pushed the two of them out. With Fang Zhuang and Peng Chang's way of thinking, you won't be able to change their minds even if you explain for a whole day, so it's better to just tell them what to do. In terms of execution, the two were simple and efficient. Mr. Yu, I have prepared your clothes. Do you want to wash them now or later? Yang Shu highly recognized the old guy's ability. Although it was a sneak attack, he didn't even have the ability to react and was knocked down directly. It doesn't move at all. So, Yang Shu arranged the person to live next to him. As long as he spoke less, the old man would not let him die. This man is not just obsessed with medicine, he is crazy about it. Who wants to ask for advice on kidnapping people directly? Xie Su glanced at Yang Shu and said, you are quite good at pretending. It's all for survival. Old Yu doesn't tell you much truth. Yang Shu is not deaf. He clearly heard the woman call the old man Senior Xie. Turning around, the old man told him that his last name was Yu. Everyone is farting with their eyes open, so don't think others are pretending. Xie Su smiled and walked out. He wanted to stay in peace for the next 5 years to avoid being visited by someone today and someone else tomorrow. It's so annoying. Seeing that everyone had left, Yang Shu collapsed on the chair. He really had a close call with hell today. I was tense then and didn't feel much, but now I feel relaxed and just grateful. Fortunately, he is not a fool. When he was leaving, he really left. He hasn't even had his wedding night with Lu Yun yet, and just thinking about it makes him unable to close his eyes. Yang Shu had witnessed firsthand how treacherous human nature was. There are many people in this world who are more immoral than him. After drinking all the water, Yang Shu came to the desk, picked up the pen, and started writing. Between the lines, there was a sense of leisure as he introduced the customs and people of Qizhou to Lu Yun. It is far away, and it is not convenient to write about the dangerous things on paper, which will only make one more person worry. Putting down the pen, Yang Shu felt relieved. Although I can't express it, just a few words are enough. He is really lucky. In the manner, Guli said in a cold tone. Your Highness, the body in the ditch was fished out by Yang Shu's personal guards. The personal guards spoke carefully. Gui frowned. Is there something wrong? The attendant hurriedly shook his head. The face is already scratched, and after being soaked in water, I guarantee no one will recognize it. In that case, no matter what the obstruction is, we will be discovered anyway. Gui leaned back on the soft pillow. He was not going to have a happy night. Back. Zhu Yuanzhong raised his eyelids. What did he say? He scolded Magistrate Fan and learned from his words that his captors had previously broken into Magistrate Fan's residence and taken him out of the city before hanging him up. Later, an old man passed by and rescued him. Zhu Yuanzhong's eyes were dark. This is really good luck. I took the trouble to rob him, only to be humiliated. This is not an ordinary person. If the Yang family pursues them with all their strength, they won't be able to fly out of Qingzhou even if they have wings. Your Excellency means that Yang Shu lied, the confidant asked in a serious tone. Zhu Yuanzhong chuckled, lying? Perhaps Yang Shu had never told the truth. Check the origins of the old man who followed Yang Shu. Yes. The confidant stepped back. As the night deepened, the cicada's chirping became especially clear. Yang Shu turned over. Although his eyes were closed, he was not sleepy at all. He is waiting for tonight's guests. Logically, I would look for him, but if I wanted to be safe, I wouldn't be so anxious. Hearing the sound of iron pieces colliding, Yang Shu sat up. A young girl is obsessed with an old man. Cui Dingyu looked at the people who gathered around her expressionlessly. Just as she had guessed, Yang Shu is not a lustful and licentious playboy. This person is very smart. Chapter 62 Yang Shu's shock. In the middle of the night, you really want to warm my bed? Yang Shu pushed open the door and looked straight at Cui Dingyu with a playful look on his face. Let her come over, Yang Shu said lazily. Prince. Fang Zhuang wanted to accompany him, fearing that Cui Dingyu would harm Yang Shu. She was knocked unconscious by a butler and sent to Fan Jiju's residence. What is there to worry about? Can't this prince handle her? Fang Zhuang thought about it and stepped aside. Mississippi. Mingpa called out worriedly. I'll be out soon. Cui Dingyu walked towards Yang Shu without looking around. Her steps were steady. The closer she got to Yang Shu, the more majestic she looked. Yang Shu curled his lips and smiled. Identity can be faked, but a person's temperament cannot be faked. This woman's family background must be very high. Without stopping, Cui Dingyu walked past Yang Shu and entered the house. Just wait patiently. Yang Shu spoke to Mingpa, looking unrestrained and uninhibited. As soon as the door closed, Yang Shu approached Cui Dingyu and said, You are so brave. Aren't you afraid that I will force you? Your beauty is better than the top girl. You dare not. Cui Dingyu raised her eyes. I am the eldest princess of Yi State. If something happens to me here, 500,000 elite soldiers will immediately march south. Can Yang Lian's body still sustain a war? You have already offended all the nobles in Jianan. They have already sharpened their knives and are just waiting for Yang Lian to close his eyes. Do you have the ability to fight against them now? Cui Dingyu's tone was calm as he described Yang Shu's situation calmly. Yang Shu's pupil shrank slightly. After all his calculations, he really didn't take Yigua into account. Of the 7 parts of the world, the industrialized countries can rank in the top 3. Dealing with the state of Yin is like slaughtering a butcher with a knife and chopping a chicken. What a joke. The princess of Yi Kingdom doesn't want to enjoy herself in the palace, but comes to Yin Kingdom to suffer. Is your brain stuck in the door? This prince is not so easily fooled. Yang Shu grabbed Cui Dingyu's neck. Cui Dingyu looked at him quietly with calm eyes. Yang Shu curled his lips and drank the water on the table. The current peace among the 7 countries was only on the surface. Once one side was ready, war would break out immediately. A persimmon like Yan State, which is not very hard, is not the first choice, so it must be the second choice. The eldest princess of Yi State is going to die in Yan State. With such a good reason and hatred, even for the sake of face, Yi State will send a large army to attack Jianan. Are you bored because you've eaten too much? Yang Shu asked unhappily. Based on Cui Dingyu's identity, he couldn't do anything to her at all. This woman's personality is such that she won't be threatened by anyone. What does that mean? It means that there is an imbalance between the two of them, and he is at a disadvantage. If he killed, at most he would kill everyone who came into the courtyard with Cui Dingyu, and then not long after, Yegua would massacre the entire Dingguo palace. Judging from the number of deaths, he suffered a huge loss. Cui Dingyu sat down on the chair. In the thatched cottage, you should have heard it too. I didn't hear it. I'm deaf. Cui Dingyu glanced at him and said, It's okay. I can tell you in detail. Big sister, don't mess with me. I didn't provoke you. I've already said that I wasn't the one who kidnapped you. You can find someone else to cause trouble. Cui Dingyu frowned slightly. You know, my target is not you. That old man is really no good. He is my life. Yang Shu did not allow any discussion. He was not joking. The old man was really his life. There were too many bad guys in this place, and he had to fight. If he didn't have a miracle doctor by his side, the high fever would burn him to death. Cui Dingyu's face darkened. Don't you want to talk? Hasn't it been obvious enough? We are not equal. Once you have achieved your goal, you can break the agreement at any time. If you just say I forced you, not only will the Dingguo palace be gone, but the Yin state will also be gone. Just think of it as a piece of bird shit falling from the roof. It's not easy for me to survive until now. Big sister, please let me go. Yang Shu covered his face and cried loudly. Half a minute later, Yang Shu put down his hand. How could this woman be so ignorant? She refused to listen to any advice. Just because he doesn't dare to kill her. As long as you follow me back to your country, I can agree to one of your conditions. Seeing that Yang Shu stopped howling, Cui Dingyu opened her red lips slightly. Thank you. I don't want to cooperate. Even if I can help you ascend to the throne? Yang Shu smiled. I can do this myself. If you state intervenes, it's hard to say who Yan State will belong to. Your Highness, it's late. Please do as you please. I'm going to bed. Yang Shu, Senior Xie will not risk his life to protect you. Yang Shu stopped and said, Then I will make him swear that he will never save anyone related to you. If I'm not doing well, you won't be doing well either. If you don't believe it, try it. Yang Shu looked casual, but there was a madness in his eyes. Cui Dingyu frowned. It would be easy for her to trip Yang Shu, but this man was covered in thorns and would rather die than surrender to you. Once you do something to force him to bow his head, he will fight back like a wolf and bite off a piece of your flesh. This is what Cui Dingyu felt during the contact tonight. Yang Shu, I have traveled thousands of miles to thank you, Senior. If I cannot bring him to your country, I will not leave. Senior Xie is a loner. How did you convince him to follow you? Yang Shu turned his head, smiled brightly, and uttered 2 words, secret. I actually want to get a free answer from him. Shaking his head, Yang Shu went into the inner room, took off his coat, and went straight to the bed. Listening to the steady breathing sound inside, Cui Dingyu tightened his fingers slightly. He actually fell asleep. Mississippi. Seeing Cui Dingyu coming out, Mengpa hurried to greet him. Cui Dingyu had a blank expression on her face. Yang Shu couldn't do anything to her, but she was also helpless against Yang Shu. This guy knew that she was obsessed with Xie Su, and he had her in his grasp. If it wasn't their own will, she couldn't take anyone away. Go back. Cui Dingyu took a step forward. Do you want to go in and take a look? Fang Zhuang touched Pang Chong. What are you looking at? Look at the prince. There is no movement at all. Maybe he was attacked by that woman. Although beauty is pleasing to the eyes, Yang Shu ranks first in Fang Zhuang's heart. Pang Chong nodded and pushed open the door. The two glanced around. Hey, where are the people? Inside? Pang Chong and Fang Zhuang looked at each other and walked towards the inner room with very light steps. Prince. Seeing Yang Shu lying on the bed, Fang Zhuang rushed over quickly, grabbed Yang Shu, and started shaking him. You're committing murder in the middle of the night. Yang Shu raised his foot and kicked. Did I feed you too well? Prince, I thought she did something to you. Fang Zhuang scratched his head. The prince came to Qishou just to hold back. Now that he was faced with such a beautiful woman, he actually fell asleep. What can she do to me? With that thin waist, I can beat 10 of them. Go back to your room and sleep. He was sleeping soundly, but someone shook him like a rattle. Yang Shu had a bamboo stick in his hand and would beat him to death. Prince. Pang Chong tried to plead guilty. Yang Shu pushed and kicked the two men and sent them out. When will they finally come to their senses? How did Ponzi train people? They can copy and paste. Each one is smarter than the other. The following contents of Chapter 63 will be charged. If we don't get out of Jianan, I'm afraid there won't even be a complete corpse. Lu Yun put down the letter. The third prince was the emperor's most beloved son. Yang Shu was afraid that he would be so angry that he would die, let alone save him. Huainan Jidushi Chu Yuanzhong is no ordinary person. After thinking for a while, Lu Yun walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and started writing on the paper. Zier, give this letter to Zhang Tai and ask him to deliver it to Li's at noon and hand it over to Manager Chen. Lu Yun said in a serious tone. Zia nodded and walked out with the letter. Lu Yun shook her fan. The intelligence network had not yet taken shape, and it was currently impossible to communicate with Huainan County. It was time to start transporting the supplies. Prince. Fang Zhuang handed the crumpled note to Yang Shu. A beggar sent it to me. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and signaled Fang Zhuang to unfold it. An iron mine? Yang Shu raised his eyes and acted very generously. He was tempted by the idea, and the Yan State also had iron ore, but the emperor held it tightly. Go to the street market 3 miles away, the first scallion pancake stand on the right, and tell them that 1 iron ore is too little, and they need another 1,000 good horses. If they are willing, they can bring their people here. If you don't want to, there's no need to talk. Fang Zhuang blinked, a little confused. Prince? Iron? Or? Good horses? Why don't I understand? Go ahead. Yang Shu didn't explain much. This guy participated in the whole process and he didn't avoid it. His understanding is not good enough, and it can't be improved by saliva. The more I talk to him, the more confused my mind becomes. Scratching his head, Fang Zhuang left. What? 1,000 fine horses? Mengpu exclaimed in surprise. Princess, this man is too greedy. I think it's better to kill him. Cui Dingyu really wanted to agree with Mengpa. He really dared to speak out. Princess, Yang Shu is simply teasing us. He is not satisfied with such conditions as an iron mine and 1,000 fine horses. They actually asked us to bring His Highness with us instead of Xie Su accompanying us back to Yi country. Princess, just kill him, Mengpa suggested with a cold face. Cui Dingyu suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Mengpa to leave. Looking at the ever-changing clouds, Cui Dingyu sighed, found a set of men's clothes and put them on herself. Princess, what are you doing? Mengpa looked at Cui Dingyu in confusion. I want to talk to him again. Mengpa moved his lips twice but said nothing in the end. Xie Su was of great importance to the princess, and it was impossible for her to give up. After sending the person to 200 meters away from Fan Jiju's mansion, Mengpa distanced himself from Cui Dingyu and did not retreat to a remote corner until Cui Dingyu entered the mansion. Your Highness, Princess, I just met you last night, and you were so reluctant to let me go? Looking at Cui Dingyu in men's clothing, Yang Shu made a joking statement. Can you really convince Senior Xie to save people? Cui Dingyu didn't beat around the bush with Yang Shu, but stared at him and asked. 90% sure. Okay, I promise. That's great. Yang Shu stood up. You should have a private seal, right? A wary look appeared in Cui Dingyu's eyes. Yang Shu would not ask this for no reason. Don't be nervous. I just want to give myself some protection. It's too easy for you to kill me. Let me sign a written agreement. Once you achieve your goal, you will not attack me. Is it that simple? Cui Dingyu glanced at Yang Shu. I see. Very cunning? Don't you look in the mirror on a daily basis? Cui Dingyu said unhappily. I don't take pictures very often because I'm afraid I'll be obsessed with the beauty in the mirror and unable to extricate myself. Yang Shu said in a lazy manner. You change your mind so quickly. Cui Dingyu's tone was slightly sarcastic. Last night, this man refused to make a deal and kept howling that Xie Su was his life. Yang Shu remained calm and didn't feel embarrassed at all. At night, people tend to be more emotional. When I think about it during the day, I feel that I am naive. You will definitely not give up. Rather than guarding against you like a wolf, I might as well fulfill your wish and avoid delaying my business. Hypocrisy. Cui Dingyu spat out 2 words. Yang Shu smiled. Okay. I just like the conditions. If you had just asked for 2 iron mines, 10,000 taels of gold, and 10 racecourses last night, you wouldn't have needed to leave. I would have had someone clean up the main courtyard for you. You really dare to think so? Cui Dingyu gritted his teeth. He was not afraid of biting his tongue even after running 10 racecourses. You have to dream all the time. What if you have a missing brainstem? Yang Shu poured Cui Dingyu a cup of fruit tea. What he lacked most now was time and equipment. As long as he could hold on and strengthen his arms, he might be able to resist Dingguo. Looking at the carefree look of the man in front of him, Cui Dingyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yang Shu was alert instantly and picked up the plate. What are you going to do? I advise you not to do anything rash. Those people outside are all my people. It will only hurt both sides and the loss will outweigh the gain. Cui Dingyu raised her eyes and said, You are afraid too. I heard that you are not good at writing, so I think you need someone who can help you write poetry. No shortage. Yang Shu said firmly. Please clean up the room. I am willing to accompany the prince. No, you're lowering your status. If people outside knew about this, how would you? Get closer to seniors yet. Cui Dingyu sipped his tea and automatically blocked out the sound with his ears. Yang Shu was speechless. You are a princess. Can a woman from Yi country be so casual? You and I went in and out together, and your innocence is gone. Cui Dingyu. Seeing that Cui Dingyu ignored him, Yang Shu raised his voice. He didn't want to stay at all with such a trouble. Don't think he doesn't know what this woman's intention is. She just wants to get close to old Manhwa and then kidnap him. Cui Dingyu raised his eyelids, his cold brows showing no emotion. Yang Shu stared at her. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Shu leaned back. He was in a very good mood. Not only did he not blush, but even his breathing was not disordered. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll go out at night. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. It doesn't matter. Yigua's knife is very sharp. Is this the attitude of living under someone else's roof? Yang Shu glared at her, wishing he could throw her out. Cui Dingyu sipped her fruit tea leisurely. Are you angry? Unfortunately, Yi State is stronger than Yan State. Just bear with it. Cui Dingyu is not a talkative person, and she will not deliberately make people angry. But if the target is Yang Shu, she feels that she can say a few more words. A playboy who didn't care about her at all almost emptied her family's wealth. Why should I be angry? What should I be angry about? I'm so happy. You're much more beautiful than a vase. You can save me from being just a decoration. Yang Shu snorted. Fang Zhuang, clean up the side room. Yang Shu shouted outside. I'll remind you, don't get close to old Manhwa if you don't have anything to do with him. He doesn't differentiate between men and women, and he won't be sympathetic just because you're beautiful. The old guy's blood is cold. Cui Dingyu frowned. How did you gain his trust? Trust? In broad daylight, you really can think of something. Just says old man's temper. Does he have the patience to listen to people's stories? As soon as you open your mouth, he might send you to heaven. If you want him to follow you willingly, the only way is. Yang Shu looked at Cui Dingyu with a meaningful smile. The following content is subject to charge. Chapter 64 Meeting Chu Yuanzhong. Cui Dingyu stood up. Having seen Yang Shu's big mouth, it would be strange if she followed his thinking. Princess, don't you want to listen? Don't go. Yang Shu raised his voice to keep her. Prince, are you really going to keep her by your side? Pang Chong frowned. Is it me who wants to stay? It's others who don't want to leave. Yang Shu took a sip of water and said slowly. I can throw it. We just agreed on a deal. How can I get angry now? Just bear with it. Yang Shu stood up. Is Chu Yuanzhong still in Qizhou? We should ask him to pay some compensation first. We have been delayed for quite some time. It is time to go. The harvest this time is pretty good. Having been assassinated once, Chu Yuanzhong should be more careful. It will be difficult for the third prince to win over others again. I thought these groups would fight fiercely, but who knew it would be peaceful? The goals are not unified. Yang Shu shook his head and walked out. Since being kidnapped, Yang Shu is now much more careful. Whenever he goes out, he is followed closely by 10 guards to ensure that the needles cannot prick him. Sir, Yang Shu is here. Chu Yuanzhong's confidant came into the study and reported. After finishing the last stroke, Chu Yuanzhong raised his head and said, bring him over here. Following his confidant, Yang Shu walked through the Chuehua gate, and after another 3 minutes, they arrived at Chu Yuanzhong's study. You are really a bad person. You said you would send the things to me after you finished your work. It's been a few days, and there's no sign of it. I have to come to your house to ask for it. The voice arrived before the person did. Yang Shu walked into the study room angrily. Chu Yuanzhong chuckled. I'll give it to you now, and you can't take it away. I will leave tomorrow. When I get home, I will have someone send the things to the Dingguo Palace. Yang Shu looked displeased. You guys are really hard to trust. Yang Shu stretched out his hand and said, put an object as collateral. When you repay me for saving my life, I will give you the object. Everyone says that the prince is a playboy and difficult to educate, but I think that's not the case. He is very smart, Chu Yuanzhong said casually. Yang Shu's heart tightened. Although it was the emperor who deliberately let the scholar command the army, the fact that he could sit in the position of Jidushi showed how capable Chu Yuanzhong was. Damn, what an old fox. If I had known earlier, I would have let Pang Chong deliver the finishing blow. Of course, how can I compare to those idiots? Yang Shu held his head high, looking arrogant. Since I like what you say, I can ask for one less horse. Yang Shu stretched out a finger with a magnanimous attitude. Chu Yuanzhong took out an ancient book from the desk and said, "Please keep it carefully and don't lose it." Yang Shu raised his eyebrows, revealing his disdain. "I was just praising you, but now you treat me as a fool. How much can a tattered book be worth? Are you just trying to cheat me?" "Prince, a fortune is easy to come by, but the words of a sage are hard to find. No one in Yan State dares to default on your debt." Chu Yuanzhong said in a gentle tone, put the book into the box and handed it to Yang Shu. "I'll believe you for now." Yang Shu patted the box and walked to the door. He turned around and said, "If you dare to lie to me, I can save you, and I can also throw you in." Looking at Yang Shu's figure walking away, Chu Yuan rubbed his thumb and index finger lightly. "Sir, can you pass on the message?" Chu Yuanzhong looked at the confidant who was speaking. "Pass it on? Pass it on to the emperor? You don't consider the situation at all. If the Dingguo Palace is destroyed, all people will get are short-term benefits. The Yang family is the pillar of the Yan State. If the pillar collapses, how long will it take for the country to fall? I hope Yang Shu can support the Dingguo Palace." Chu Yuanzhong's eyes were gloomy. The emperor was suspicious and ungrateful, which was a misfortune for the country. In the carriage, Yang Shu closed his eyes. He knew that the matter of old man Xie would arouse suspicion. Whoever takes the trouble to kidnap someone can bring him back alive. There was something wrong with the way Chu Yuanzhong looked at him in Uxie Anglo, and his observation was very meticulous. In that critical moment, my mind was not confused. The fingers shrank slightly, and murderous intent flashed across Yang Shu's eyes. After a long time, Yang Shu opened his eyes. The dead keep their mouths shut, but he couldn't kill Chu Yuanzhong without anyone noticing. Taking action will only make things worse. Chu Yuanzhong's attitude was very clear. He chose to play dumb and barely be believed. With his acting skills as an old fox, if someone wanted to expose him, he could just pretend to know nothing. Yang Shu believed that he would be deceived. After all, they do eat a lot of salt. Leaning back, Yang Shu let out a long sigh. In the end, he left the time bomb behind. He had to speed up the progress and accumulate strength so that he could leave Jianan at any time if the situation went wrong. "What is Doctor Yu doing?" After getting off the carriage, Yang Shu walked inside and asked. He mentioned the suture to the old man yesterday. He probably didn't sleep all night and 7 chickens had been sent in. It was very bloody. He cut the chicken open and sewed it up again. The whole room was filled with blood. Feng Zhuang curled his lips and said that he had no good feelings towards Xie. The old man must have done something to the prince, otherwise, why would the prince bring him back? No matter how good your medical skills are, can you defeat the imperial physician? He doesn't look like the kind of person who saves the world. Buy 10 more and let him do whatever he wants. Yang Shu opened his folding fan and said, "It's dead. Don't waste it. Ask the kitchen to fry it." What did Mr. Cui do? Yang Shu looked at Feng Zhuang. Cui Dingyu came for Xie. Now that they were living under the same roof, it was impossible for him to just stay in the house and drink tea. She tried to talk to the old man, but he was so focused on the chickens that he didn't even blink. "Prince, do we really want to bring 2 burdens with us?" In Feng Zhuang's opinion, Xie and Cui Dingyu were definitely a waste of food and a burden taking up land. One was old and the other was weak. The old one was capable but simply didn't listen to orders. It might even do more harm than good. Not only do you have to bring it with you, you also have to serve it well. Don't treat people as a burden. They are valuable, like an iron mine. Yang Shu tapped Feng Zhuang with his folding fan. "You really think we need to risk our lives to defeat the bandits? Taking them with us is just a matter of having one more carriage. Okay, stop complaining and call Fan Jiju over." "Prince, you are not impatient to see him." Feng Zhuang held his head to prevent Yang Shu from hitting him again. "I am impatient, but I will leave soon. I have to say goodbye. By the way." Yang Shu lowered his eyes. He had seen enough of Fan Jiju's character in the past 2 days. Greedy, lustful, ruthless, has some brains, but not much. He didn't dare to do anything to him, but he had to calm down the anger in his heart. How to eliminate it? Of course it's beauty and torture. Qingzhou is under his jurisdiction. As long as a woman is beautiful, she is his. Didn't you see that Cui Dingyu was abducted? 1 or 2 would definitely not satisfy Fan Jiju's appetite. Yang Shu made a rough calculation and found that since taking office, Fan Jiju had harmed at least 100 girls. Yang Shu is not a kind person, but he also doesn't want an innocent woman to suffer at his hands and become a tool for Fan Jiju to vent his anger. Why let something happen if he can easily prevent it? Just consider it as a gift to the people of Qizhou before leaving. Chapter 65. Beating Fan Jiju. Do you really treat this as your own home? As soon as he entered the yard, Yang Shu saw Cui Dingyu painting under the shade of a tree. Cui Dingyu ignored him, dipped the tip of his pen into ink, and started painting. Yang Shu stretched his head to see what she was drawing. At first glance, Yang Shu was stunned. It was actually the layout of Fan Jiju's mansion. She really doesn't have a moment to spare. "We'll leave tomorrow morning." Cui Dingyu put down the pen and looked at Yang Shu, suppressing bandits and Shishan? Yes. Yang Shu unfolded his folding fan. If you can't stand the blood, then stay in Chizhou. When the patient arrives, let me know, and I'll bring old Mansky over. Cui Dingyu put away the painting and went back to the house. Yang Shu rolled his eyes, blaming him for being too charming and not being shaken even after being scared like that. Prince, Fan Jiju is here. Fang Zhuang came to Yang Shu's side and whispered. Yang Shu looked towards the front hall and asked Fang Zhuang to find a sturdy wooden stick. Prince. Upon seeing Yang Shu, Fan Jiju hurriedly bowed with a flattering smile on his face. I ask you, have you found the person? It will be soon. We have some clues. In 3 days at most, I will bring them to the prince. Fan Jiju vowed. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows slightly. 3 days? It's a pity that he has to leave tomorrow morning, otherwise, he would really like to see how Fan Jiju brings Cui Dingyu to him. Most likely they arrested some farmers to trick him. I don't have that kind of patience. Fan Jiju, Fan Jiju, because of you, I have been humiliated several times. Even in front of the emperor, I have never been so embarrassed. Come on, hit me. Yang Shu shouted coldly. Fan Jiju was stunned. He looked up at Yang Shu, Prince. Seeing Fang Zhuang coming in, Fan Jiju stepped back repeatedly. Prince, tonight I will bring them in front of you. My lord, I am an official appointed by the imperial court. If you want to persecute someone privately, the emperor will punish you. Seeing that Yang Shu had no intention of stopping him, Fan Jiju shouted loudly. Fang Zhuang hit Fan Jiju's left arm with a stick, and then knocked him down with another stick. Yang Shu, don't be so arrogant. Fan Jiju lay on the ground howling, staring at Yang Shu with his slender eyes like a snake, filled with hatred. Yang Shu's face was indifferent, and he leaned back. Fang Zhuang raised the stick and hit Fan Jiju's spine. After a few seconds, the screaming in the room stopped. Go get a doctor. Yang Shu glanced at Fan Jiju who had fainted and walked out. Killing him is troublesome, but beating him and paralyzing him will only result in a scolding. In Jianan, Eunuch Quan walked into the imperial study and did not speak until the emperor put down the memorial. Your Majesty, Yang Shu was captured yesterday. The emperor frowned and stared at Eunuch Quan. Eunuch Quan did not dare to delay and continued. No one is in trouble, just suffered a little. Aren't you asking people to watch you? The emperor asked in a cold tone. Eunuch Quan's back was covered in sweat. Yang Shu saved a child. Everyone was so surprised that they blocked the road. The secret guards were a step too late. When they caught up, Yang Shu had already been taken away. Strangely, those people didn't kill him. Yang Shu said they just hung him on a tree and humiliated him. Because no one except him has seen that group of people, the secret guards are not sure whether they are the same group that broke into Fan Jiju's mansion, and they are investigating. Your Majesty, according to the news sent back by the secret guards, those people are very likely to be from other countries. Everyone in Yan State knows how domineering and vicious Yang Shu is. No family would go against the Ding State Palace for a woman. The emperor raised his eyes and said, Qingzhou is really lively. That piece of land can attract visitors from all over the world. Send more people over there and make sure to dig them out. Yan State is not considered powerful, but it cannot allow others to run wild. Send an order, have Yang Shu leave Chizhou immediately and rush to Xishan. The emperor said in a deep voice. He was now afraid that those people would use Yang Shu to make trouble and provoke conflicts between him and Yang Lian. Yes. Eunuch Quan bowed and slowly stepped back. Just as he turned around, the emperor called out to him. You said, Yang Shu saved a child and caused a traffic jam? Eunuch Quan nodded. The child fell into the water. When he was pulled out, he was no longer breathing. Yang Shu pressed his chest and blew a few breaths. As a result, he was alive. There was some disbelief in Eunuch Quan's tone. The emperor narrowed his eyes. He still has this ability? Eunuch Quan shook his head. The secret guard said it was just a hobby. Yang Shu likes young children, but he normally wouldn't dare to do that. Old Marshal Yang can tolerate anything, but he absolutely can't tolerate this. Yang Shu is brave, but he is not fearless to the point of not fearing death. That day, I heard that he couldn't help himself. The emperor no longer had the heart to find out, and waved his hand to signal Eunuch Quan to leave. Empress Ro. The eunuch outside the imperial study saluted to the beautiful woman in palace dress in front of him. I asked the imperial kitchen to prepare lotus seed soup. Is the emperor still busy with state affairs? Concubine Ro's voice was as gentle and graceful as her title. Let me go in and take a look. The eunuchs all had smiling faces. They were the most discerning people in the palace and knew who could be offended and who could not be offended. Someone like Concubine Ro, the apple of the emperor's eye, must not be offended. Your Majesty, Concubine Ro is here and is waiting outside. The eunuch reported in a low voice under the table. Let her in. Yes. The eunuch walked out slowly. Your Majesty, it's hot. Please go in quickly and avoid getting too hot. The eunuch smiled and stepped aside. Concubine Ro smiled and nodded, looking very friendly. No matter how busy the government affairs are, they cannot be handled all day long. The emperor must take the dragon's health as the most important thing. Concubine Ro put down the food box and took out the lotus seed soup from it. I kept it iced to prevent it from getting too hot. Come and try it. Concubine Ro's eyes were gentle and she reached out her hand to the emperor. In the entire harem, she was the only one who dared to treat the emperor with such a casual attitude. The emperor stood up, took the lotus seed soup, and started drinking it. Don't come in person next time. The weather is so hot and you have always been weak. Be careful to bask in the sun. The emperor looked at Concubine Ro and said gently, I was just saying that. You stay in the imperial study every day. How can I see you if I don't come? Concubine Ro straightened the wrinkles on the emperor's clothes, seeming to be both angry and resentful. The emperor smiled. Only with Concubine Ro could he feel the tenderness of an ordinary couple. I'll visit you tonight. You are not kidding. I am waiting for you. Concubine Ro smiled sweetly. Seeing that the emperor had finished the lotus seed soup, she lowered her eyes and gently opened her lips. I know. Ear. The emperor looked angry. Who was talking nonsense in front of you? Your Majesty, I am a mother, and I should know the child's situation. Concubine Ro raised her eyes. Yang Shu was right beside him. He had the strength to spare, but he watched helplessly as Ear was stabbed by a sword. Your Majesty, don't you feel any pain at all? How can I not feel sorry for him? The emperor pursed his lips into a straight line. But you also know the power of Dingguo Palace. I can't touch it. Just bear with it. When Yang Lian closes his eyes, I will punish Yang Shu severely. Chapter 66 Fighting for Benefits. It is the concubine who is ignorant. Concubine Ro's voice became a little lighter. This was the first time she called herself a concubine after entering the imperial study. Concubine Ro and the emperor were childhood sweethearts and knew his character best. In front of outsiders, he liked to show his majesty and attach great importance to rules. But behind closed doors, he hoped that someone would treat him normally. Concubine Ro has always had a good grasp of the dimensions here. When the emperor was happy, Concubine Ro would accompany him like an ordinary couple. When he was unhappy, she would treat him like an emperor who should not be offended, and she would treat him with the same care as the other concubines in the harem. Roa. The emperor was slightly annoyed. When he saw the red corners of Concubine Ro's eyes, he sighed. Io is fine. If he was really seriously injured, even if the Dingguo Palace was overbearing, I would not let Yang Shu have an easy time. Io is not young anymore. When he returns to Jianan, I will let him stay with the Grand Tutor. Concubine Ro looked up in surprise. Since ancient times, only the Crown Prince was qualified to be taught by the three masters. I still have some memorials to read. You go back first. I will accompany you in the evening. Knowing that the emperor's patience had reached its limit, Concubine Ro stopped losing her temper and retreated obediently. After leaving the imperial study, Concubine Ro raised her eyelids slightly. This trip was far beyond her expectations. Every soldier in Yang's army was brave and fierce, and the emperor was afraid of them to the core. Of course, Concubine Ro knew that he would not punish Yang Shu. Since I can't deal with it, I have to comfort my injured son. Concubine Ro went to the imperial study to seek benefits for Guodi. There are more and more princes growing up, but the position of crown prince has not been decided yet. How can Concubine Ro not be anxious? Guodi is more favored than other princes. But pampering, although it looks good, is actually very empty. Just like her, she had clearly been in love with him for a long time and had received a promise from him. But in the end, in the face of the overall situation, she was still inferior to the queen. Only when you actually get it can you feel at ease. As of now, the emperor favors Ear. Send a message to Qizhou, asking the third prince to recover from his injuries and return to Jianan as soon as possible. Concubine Ro said to the palace maid behind her. Looking at the sky above, Concubine Ro's eyes were deep. Early in the morning, Yang Shu led his men to leave Qizhou. In the carriage, when the ice had melted, Yang Shu fished out the grapes soaked in water. Mr. Cui is really courageous. He actually dares to follow me alone and ride in the same carriage with me. You don't really have any improper thoughts about me, do you? I advise you to give up this idea. I am married. With your status, you will not be someone's concubine. Even food can't shut your mouth? Cui Dingyu turned a page of the book. He must be really bored, so he kept chattering and asking for trouble. He is extremely thick-skinned. Here you go. Yang Shu placed a string of grapes in front of Cui Dingyu. Last night, he extorted 1,000 taels from Cui Dingyu for food and accommodation expenses. After receiving the money, Yang Shu was very generous. As far as I know, Yu State has not yet appointed a crown prince. Young Master Cui has a younger brother who is very smart, who could make you travel thousands of miles to Yan State, even leaving your own brother behind. The one. Yang Shu stretched his head forward, looking inquiringly. Cui Dingyu raised her eyes. Are you free? You've been sitting here for so long. Aren't you bored? Yang Shu touched her hand with his folding fan. I'm bored anyway, so why not chat for a while? Cui Dingyu ignored him, and picked up a grape and put it in his mouth. The upbringing in the palace is different. Even eating is a pleasure. Yang Shu praised with a smile on his face. Cui Dingyu glanced at him. This guy was extremely bad. He was annoyed that she followed him, and he disturbed her peace. When are you going to start the army? Cui Dingyu opened her red lips. Raise an army? Yang Shu looked bewildered. Raise an army for what? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The Dingguo Palace is full of loyal and brave people. How could they have the intention of rebellion? This prince is even more devoted to the state of Yan. Cui Dingyu's temples throbbed. Have you never spoken the truth? Yang Shu threw the grapes into his mouth and waved his fan gently. Young Master Cui, don't judge others by yourself. Only 2 carriages? Yes, 2. If you can't stand my handsomeness, you can get off. Yang Shu smiled brightly. Of course, you can also ask old man Xie if he's willing to ride with you. Cui Dingyu slightly turned sideways to block Yang Shu from his sight. Xie Su was obsessed with dissecting chickens and mice and was completely immersed in his own world. Cui Dingyu didn't want to be dissected by him. As for walking outside, she couldn't last long in such hot weather. So, no matter how much she annoyed Yang Shu, she had to endure it. Mr. Cui, are all the princesses of Yi Kingdom as beautiful as you? Cui Dingyu. Seeing that there was no response from her, Yang Shu stopped teasing her. Prince. Fang Zhuang knocked on the carriage and handed a letter in. Cui Dingyu put down the book and looked at the letter without hiding anything. It's useless to look at it. It's not for you. Yang Shu said casually. He opened the letter, glanced at it, and rubbed his eyebrows. Yang Shu promised that he would take Lu Yun with him wherever he went next time. This woman is truly a walking dictionary. Troublesome things. Cui Dingyu looked at Yang Shu. Hey, you are not really attracted to this prince, are you? Yang Shu put the letter back, opened the water bag, and took a sip. Cui Dingyu, don't underestimate this prince, but don't overestimate him either. I did pretend a little, but it was all for survival. I was frightened by the plight of my brothers and sisters. You don't think I can be a threat to Yegua, do you? Cui Dingyu looked at the shaking car curtains, and when she glanced at Yang Shu, she felt inexplicably alert and a sense of crisis. Before she achieves her goal, she cannot return to Yi country, and thus cannot mobilize manpower to investigate Yang Shu and find out what this person has done behind the scenes. Are they content with being content with one country, or do they have the ambition to dominate? What is his true character like? What are you thinking about? Yang Shu asked slowly. I'm very happy. Over the years, all I've heard was ridicule. Few people paid attention to me or took me seriously. You're the first. I have to say, you have a very good vision. If you were a man, I would definitely become your sworn brother. Yang Shu was smiling, and his whole body was in a very relaxed state. Cui Dingyu continued reading her book. Although she didn't spend much time with Yang Shu, she was sure that this man was full of lies. Now it seems that he is speaking from the heart, but if you believe it, you will definitely be led by him. As solid as a rock. Yang Shu secretly shook his head. This woman was actually so defensive against him. He didn't do anything, did he? I really want to throw him to a deserted place. Cui Dingyu was going to trip him up, so he had to take a long detour. Staring at Cui Dingyu's face covered with yellow powder, Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. He couldn't kill her, nor could he get rid of her. Just conquer it. As long as you drink enough of the love potion, I believe she will kill you. Having made up his mind, Yang Shu stopped bothering Cui Dingyu. His impression score must have reached negative numbers, and if he continued to act like a mosquito, it would only make Cui Dingyu more resistant. In this state, you can't use any magic potion. Chapter 67 has already run away. Give. Yang Shu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Cui Dingyu. Adding a few branches to the fire, Yang Shu turned the fish that was roasting on it. Under the starry sky, a group of disheveled men were eating with big mouthfuls. The atmosphere was far from pleasant. Cui Dingyu didn't hesitate. After all, he had paid. Iron it carefully, Yang Shu reminded. Boil the water. I've washed the water bag. Yang Shu handed the water bag to Cui Dingyu and said casually. Cui Dingyu frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Shu. What are you planning? The difference in his attitude before and after is so huge. It's like he's become a different person. Cui Dingyu didn't believe that there was no purpose. Is there medicine in the chicken legs, or is there something in the water? Yang Shu rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Cui, can't you think better of people? I suddenly realized that instead of letting you resist and dislike me, it is better to be friends with you. I want to be able to hold your thigh. If I can't stay in Yan State anymore, I still have a way to go. In that case, you ask Senior Xie to follow me back to Yi country. Yang Shu glanced at Cui Dingyu. I treat you as a friend. You can't force me. What should I do now that old man Xie is gone? There are so many people who want to kill me. Can you bear to see my head and body separated? Cui Dingyu took a bite of the chicken leg and used her expression to tell Yang Shu how cruel she was. Yang Shu wanted to snatch the chicken leg back, but this woman refused to even pretend. Would you like to take a shower? Yang Shu wiped the thin layer of sweat off Cui Tingyu's forehead. Cui Tingyu took a sip of water and uttered 2 words. I don't want to. Why don't you want to believe that I really want to be close to you? Do you believe that roosters lay eggs? Prejudice, that's prejudice. Yang Shu handed the grilled fish to Cui Tingyu. What did I do to make you question my character so much? Mr. Cui, the rumors may be exaggerated, but it is true that I like beautiful women. It's hard not to be moved by your appearance. Full of tricks. Cui Tingyu commented on Yang Shu. Yang Shu's face darkened. No wonder she hasn't gotten married yet. Sweet words to her seemed like poison. Stop eating. Yang Shu snatched the grilled fish, looked at Cui Tingyu provocatively, and stuffed it into his mouth in 3 or 2 bites. Cui Tingyu raised his eyelids and asked, Is there a fish bone stuck in your throat? Yang Shu coughed and glared at Cui Tingyu. I won't give it to you even if it gets stuck in your throat. Cui Tingyu laughed, the corners of his lips raised, and his whole body suddenly softened. Thousands of pear trees are in bloom. This is what Yang Shu is thinking at the moment. Spitting out the fishbone, Yang Shu tears the roasted chicken. Fortunately, Cui Tingyu will not use her beauty trap on him. Otherwise, who knows who will fall into the land of tenderness. The deadwood exploded in the fire, emitting sparks. The night became increasingly quiet. As the sky turned white, a group of people began to move. After simply eating a few pancakes, the team set off again. In the carriage, Cui Tingyu closed her eyes to rest. There were many mosquitoes in the wild, and she really didn't sleep much last night. Yang Shu was waving a folding fan. The ice that he had robbed from Fan Jiju had melted long ago, and the sun was shining brightly, so it was impossible for the carriage not to be hot. All the grapes were eaten up. It is really hard to go from extravagance to frugality. I should have brought some saltpeter. But he made ice, which was not in line with his status as a playboy. Glancing at Cui Tingyu, Yang Shu felt that he could create a personal character for her. For example, a talented person with a good brain. Given the capabilities of Yegua's elite troops, Cui Tingyu's past should not be exposed. Tapping his thigh with his fingers, Yang Shu felt that it was very feasible to put the blame on Cui Tingyu. Given her status, it was impossible for her to come out and clarify the matter. Many things can be done more conveniently. Mr. Cui, the more I look at you, the more my heart is moved. Yang Shu couldn't help laughing. Cui Tingyu opened his eyes, looked at Yang Shu, and frowned slightly. Why did he give people the feeling that his evil plan had succeeded? Don't cross the line. It must be hot. Yang Shu fanned Cui Tingyu with a bright smile. Cui Tingyu's brows furrowed more and more. This guy was plotting against her. Feng Zhuang. Yang Shu shouted outside. Don't go straight to the West Mountain. Find a town to rest first. Prince. Feng Zhuang pulled the reins and said, Just now, the spies reported that the bandit den in the West Mountain is empty and everyone has fled. What? Yang Shu blinked. Is this prince's reputation already so great? These people are not tough. He thought he could give them some training. There are people at the foot of the mountain. What are they afraid of? Just go get him, Yang Shu complained. Hurry up, the weather is so hot. Hurry up and make some preparations so we can go back. Everyone has run away, and Yang Shu doesn't want to waste time with them. You look very disappointed. Cui Tingyu said softly. You're disappointed that your chance to show off in front of a beauty is gone. If I could win your heart, it would be so easy for me to survive in Yan State. Yang Shu said casually. Cui Tingyu glanced at him sideways. His problem of speaking incoherently was getting worse and worse, and he was not serious at all. Young Master Cui, your grandmother passed away, but you have been in mourning for 3 years. Don't you like the eldest son of the Han family? Yang Shu leaned forward, looking gossipy. Cui Tingyu was the eldest princess with good looks and many admirers. Emperor Yi once wanted to arrange a marriage for her, but Cui Tingyu refused. Proposed to observe mourning for grandma for 3 years. This incident caused a sensation at the time, and even a tough guy like Feng Zhuang heard about it. Cui Tingyu closed her eyes. Her relationship with Yang Shu was not good enough to discuss private topics. Look at you, you're not generous at all. I have told you everything. For example, I have no intention of buying Uxie Anglu. It's all Chu's fault. The conditions he offered were too tempting. Cui Tingyu sneered. Is it because his offer is so tempting, or did you hear footsteps? You can't let go of a good thing that you get for free. Yang Shu raised his right eyebrow. How can you speculate about me like this? In your eyes, am I so shameless? It's really shameless. Cui Tingyu affirmed Yang Shu. Yang Shu was silent. Why not let old man Xia prepare the medicine? This drug has a difficulty level of at least 5 stars. Not to mention the woman's shyness. Cui Tingyu didn't even treat him as a member of the opposite sex. Looking at him is just like looking at flowers and plants, without even the slightest bit of emotion. You are wrong. Looking at flowers and plants is a pleasure or a relaxation. But looking at him is definitely that. Mr. Chui, how about getting out of the car and taking a walk? I paid for the ride. Chui Tingyu couldn't stand the heat, so she opened the car curtain, letting in the wind and the sun. Looking at the sunlight falling on him, Yang Shu glanced at Chui Tingyu. Did you find anything? What? Chui Tingyu leaned against the inner wall of the carriage. I'm glowing. There shouldn't be any young men with delicate skin and tender flesh in the Ding Palace. It's good to get some sun exposure. Why not pull you over there? Yang Shu looked at Chui Tingyu. I'm afraid of the sun. Chui Tingyu said seriously. The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched. It turned out that he was not afraid of the sun anymore. Yang Shu stopped talking and silently pulled open the curtain on the other side of the car. Chapter 68, Doubting His Character. Anyway, she is not his wife, so Yang Shu doesn't feel bad if she gets tanned. Chui Tingyu looked at him and lowered the curtain. Yang Shu handed her the folding fan and said, Young Master Chui, Yi State is very far away from Yan State. Even if we ride as fast as we can, it will take more than a month to go back and forth. We still have a lot of time to spend together. Say something I like to hear, which will help us move forward in friendship. Otherwise, if I'm not happy, you won't be happy either, Yang Shu said in a gentle voice. Chui Tingyu waved her folding fan and ignored him. Did she really think that she couldn't see through his plan? Yang Shu, don't think about things you shouldn't think about. Like? To seduce you into a relationship. Yang Shu took a sip of water. Chui Tingyu was such a smart person, he didn't expect to be able to trick him like he did the silly girl. It doesn't matter to him whether it's overt or covert. No better. With less guard, he could show his courtesy without being scrutinized. There's a long time to go. I have a superior appearance and an interesting soul. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Yang Shu raised his chin slightly, full of pride. Chui Tingyu looked away. This guy's face was getting thicker with each passing moment. Probably only the second young master of the Zhou family can compare to him in terms of narcissism. The wheels kept turning, and Yang Shu finally reached the West Mountain. He really ran away, and there was no trace of a ghost in the village. Let's rest here tonight. Yang Shu drew his sword, straightened his back, and spoke with high spirits. Those who don't know the truth would probably think he had won a great victory. Chui Tingyu followed the crowd and went to boil water. She had been busy traveling these past 2 days, and although she had wiped her body, the hot weather made her feel very sticky. Now that there was a door and a wall separating them, she wanted to clean herself up. Look at you, you're so lonely. Why are you boiling water by yourself? Yang Shu looked at Chui Tingyu distressedly. Boil more water. This prince also wants to take a bath. Chui Tingyu raised her head and looked at him dimly. There is a river not far away. The water you boiled makes me feel happy when I take a bath. Yang Shu winked at Chui Tingyu. Hey, it's open. Looking at the bubbling water in the pot, Yang Shu pretended to leave without any hesitation. Mr. Chui, I knew you were a good person. Yang Shu was deeply moved and left with the hot water. Chui Tingyu pursed her lips. Is this what he called closeness? Friendly relationship? If it weren't for his good family background, this guy wouldn't be able to get married. This prince is handsome again. You stare at me without blinking an eye. Yang Shu turned around, put down the bucket, and straightened his clothes, looking like a peacock spreading its tail. Chui Tingyu gritted her teeth and thought, I should have brought Meng Po with me. I could have beaten him to death right now. Chui Tingyu poured cold water into the pot. There were limited houses in the village, and they could not accommodate so many people. Except for Yang Shu's personal guards, everyone else camped 100 meters away. Chui Tingyu paid silver, and since she was a girl, Yang Shu gave her a single room. After bringing the boiled hot water into the room and adjusting the water temperature, Chui Tingyu closed the doors and windows, closing them tightly without any gaps. Outside the window, Yang Shu shook his head, actually doubting his character. Is he the kind of guy who would spy on girls taking showers? Looking at the closed gap, Yang Shu sighed. There is no trust between people. Chui Tingyu, aren't you afraid of suffocating to death in there? Soaking in the bathtub, Chui Tingyu closed his eyes to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. It's time for dinner. Seeing that the person had not come out for half an hour, Yang Shu knocked on the door. It would be so unfair for him to suffocate to death in there. Who would believe that Chui Tingyu was suffocated to death? They would only think that he was a beast and killed her. With a squeak, Chui Tingyu appeared with her long hair still dripping with water at the ends. It was obvious that she had just washed. The cloth clothes stuck to her body, outlining her seductive curves. Yang Shu moved his throat slightly and pushed Chui Tingyu in. This woman has no idea of her own charm. She dares to open the door like this. You think that my personal soldiers are all made of clay. If one of them has evil intentions, I'll see if you can keep your innocence. Yang Shu pushed Cui Tingyu to sit down, picked up the towel beside him, and wiped her hair. It was not that she was very gentle. Yang Shu just wanted to wipe her dry quickly. From her condition, anyone with eyes could tell that she was a woman. You hurt me. Cui Tingyu frowned slightly, and seeing Yang Shu rubbing like clothes, she couldn't help but speak out. Forget it. Stay inside and I'll bring it to you. Yang Shu straightened Cui Tingyu's messy hair and secretly praised her in his heart, saying that it was so smooth and there were hardly any tangles. Well, the skin is also fair and tender. Cui Tingyu was wearing very tightly clothes, so her private parts were not exposed, but her neck was not covered. After giving the towel to Cui Tingyu, Yang Shu left. Looking at the closed door, Cui Tingyu relaxed. After soaking in the bath for so long and with poor ventilation in the room, her mind was a mess, so she opened the door as soon as Yang Shu knocked. The moment she was pushed in, Cui Tingyu was frightened, thinking that Yang Shu was out of control and wanted to force himself on her. But he rubbed her hair frantically and pressed her scalp that was hurt by it. Cui Tingyu was annoyed. He really didn't know how to be gentle at all. Soon, Yang Shu came back with the food. I haven't had anything good to eat along the way. With your status, it's really... Yang Shu looked apologetic and served Cui Tingyu a bowl of chicken soup with a look of concern on his face. Be careful of the heat. I'm so thin from hunger. Cui Tingyu glanced at him and asked, do you want to see a doctor? What do you mean? Yang Shu took the cloth and went behind Cui Tingyu to wipe her hair. This time, he did not act crazy but was very gentle. One moment you're fierce, the next you're a scoundrel, and the next you're gentle and considerate. Yang Shu, aren't you worried that you'll lose your way while pretending? Are you worried about me? Yang Shu's face was full of emotion, his voice trembling, as if the clouds had finally cleared and the moon appeared. Cui Tingyu's eyes twitched, and he remained silent. No matter what you say, he can always misinterpret it into another meaning. Why is it so quiet? Yang Shu let Cui Tingyu's long hair down and said, Cui Tingyu, I don't really understand why you, a princess with a noble status, can tolerate riding in the same carriage with me. The national customs of the industry country are definitely not open to this extent. You don't care about your reputation at all. Even now, you and I are in the same room. Why don't you have the slightest bit of worry and shyness that a woman should have? Cui Tingyu, I am increasingly confused about you. Where do you put yourself? Yang Shu restrained his expression and spoke seriously for once. Cui Tingyu raised her eyes slightly. Do you want to know? Then follow your rules. Yang Shu was speechless. This woman was so hateful. She actually blackmailed him. I advise you to be sensible. You have to know that you are in my hands now. There is no way you can get help from heaven or earth. Don't force me to use any special means. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes and said viciously. Cui Tingyu chuckled. If this brief moment of happiness is worth exchanging for the Ding Kingdom Palace. Yang Shu, if you were so stupid, I would be relieved. Chapter 69, Guest Sign. Smart women are just not cute. Yang Shu stroked Cui Tingyu's hair. This prince has a good figure and good looks. Are you really not tempted? If it really doesn't work, just pretend and satisfy this prince's vanity. Yang Shu looked at Cui Tingyu expectantly. Cui Tingyu glanced at him. Yang Shu was really good at turning aside the topics he didn't like, as if nothing had happened, and continued to play dumb. It's okay. Cui Tingyu signaled Yang Shu to let go of her hair. What can I do? It's still wet. What a shabby place. There's not even a bronze mirror. Yang Shu cursed. If there was a bronze mirror, you would know how well we match each other. Cui Tingyu, this is really bad of you. You always ignore people. I will spoil you, but who will spoil you outside? Yang Shu said earnestly. Cui Tingyu stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, and he just lied with his eyes open. Yang Shu took a bite of the steamed bun and wanted to chatter on, but seeing Cui Tingyu's indifferent expression, Yang Shu curled his lips and stopped wasting saliva. He really won't listen to anything. Can't you be more coaxed? Yang Shu walked away, biting the steamed bun. After staying in the village for one night, Yang Shu led his men back the next day. When the news reached Jinan, all the young masters criticized Yang Shu. What kind of person is this? Is there a way to suppress bandits like this? Just catch them if they run away. How can this be considered a way to suppress bandits? Life is only happy for a few days. Can someone come and take Crazy Yang away? Are you closing the stall now? The vendor selling small jewelry exclaimed in surprise. The scholar selling calligraphy and paintings sighed. Yang Wanku is coming back. Not so fast. He is a man with a wrong mindset. Who knows what kind of madness he will go through? He has suffered outside, so he will definitely indulge himself when he comes back. But who dares to set up a stall in front of him? How can you not explode when you are angry? I'm definitely going to find everyone who set up a stall yesterday and vent my anger on them. When the jewelry vendors heard this, they immediately started to clean up. You won't get rich by displaying it for a few more days, but you might get beaten to death by Crazy Yang. Word spread quickly, and all the vendors in Jinan fled, and many shops closed as a result. They are really afraid of Crazy Yang. The other young masters were somewhat cautious and did not dare to act too recklessly, but Crazy Yang was completely inhumane and would bite anyone he caught. The key is that he is violent and no one can deal with him. It is truly unfortunate for the Ding Kingdom's family to have such a descendant. The prince has a reputation as fierce as a tiger, Lu Yun said casually while flipping through the account book. Pai Gao sighed. He was not as fierce as a tiger. He was more terrifying than a tiger. 90% of the shops in Jinan were closed. The letter has been sent. Now we are just waiting for Su Jingzhou's reply. Gold and silver are too heavy to transport. Once they are discovered, it will be a big trouble. All the gold awarded by the palace was melted down. Part of it was exchanged for silver notes, and part of it was used to buy tea and silk. Transported to Huaining County in stages. Lu Yun gently waved the fan and spoke slowly. Pai Jiu nodded and walked to the door. He turned around and asked, "Auntie, are we going to welcome the prince?" Although Yang Shu had not yet accepted Lu Yun, Pai Gao would not take his words as a joke and immediately changed his tone towards Lu Yun. "There are a lot of people around him, and you're still worried that he's in danger?" Lu Yun picked up a grape, put it in her mouth, and spoke lazily. Pai Gao looked at Lu Yun and said, "Show your appreciation. I think the prince will be happy." Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Happy? He didn't call you stupid, so this trip is a good harvest. Of all the things he did, which one is worth pleasing? Just pretend you don't know he's back." Pai Jiu thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. The guards in the mansion were all strong men. Who would be so servile as to please a playboy? If I really go there, it will arouse suspicion. I didn't think it through. Pai Jiu bent down slightly, with a gentle and respectful attitude. Lu Yun's heart was now set on the Dingguo Palace, so Pai Jiu naturally treated her as his master. "Go ahead." Lu Yun walked towards the chair. The hot weather made people feel listless. Pai Gao stepped out and did as Lu Yun said. On the official road, the well-equipped army marched forward under the scorching sun. In the middle of the team were two horse-drawn carriages. Through the swaying curtains, one could see the handsome profile of the young man inside. Opposite the young man sat a thin scholar with beautiful features, but his skin was a little yellow, as if he was malnourished. Cui Tingyu looked at the ice cubes in the basin and remained silent for a long time. Yang Shu picked up the bag of water soaked in ice and drank it in big gulps. Saltpeter was not difficult to find, and Fang Zhuang was very efficient. Yang Shu told him that he had got half a bag in just 2 days. "At least I'm not taking a sauna. Mr. Cui, it's all thanks to you." Yang Shu's eyes were full of gratitude. Cui Tingyu's eyes were complicated. He could actually make ice. "If it weren't for your extraordinary intelligence, this scorching sun would have steamed me to death." Yang Shu leaned back and hummed comfortably. Cui Tingyu dipped her hand into the ice water for a while before she came to her senses. "Yang Shu, what is that thing?" "Huh?" Yang Shu looked confused. "You didn't give it to me? Why are you asking about me?" "Don't act crazy." Cui Tingyu frowned. Yang Shu played with his fan and said, "Give me the badge of the princess's residence, and I will tell you." Cui Tingyu looked at Yang Shu strangely with her beautiful eyes. "Are you sure?" "Sure and very sure." Yang Shu winked at Cui Tingyu. Cui Tingyu lowered his eyes and said, "I'll ask Meng Po to bring it over." "Are you so easy to talk to today?" Yang Shu was a little surprised. Whenever he put forward conditions before, Cui Tingyu would just ignore him. When has life been so straightforward? Is there a conspiracy? Yang Shu moved forward and looked Cui Tingyu up and down. Cui Tingyu let him look at it. "It's just a sign. It's not a big deal." "I always feel like something is wrong." Yang Shu sat directly next to Cui Tingyu and stared at her. "What is that thing?" Cui Tingyu opened his lips softly. Yang Shu sat back down. "Powder made from saltpeter." "Saltpeter." Cui Tingyu frowned. She had never heard of this thing. "Bitter saltpeter," Yang Shu pronounced. "Did I make a loss in business?" Yang Shu poked Cui Tingyu's sleeve with his fan. Cui Tingyu ignored him and silently took note of the bitter saltpeter. That night, looking at the newly made retainer badge in his hand, Yang Shu glanced at Cui Tingyu and asked, "Can you explain? What's wrong with the retainer badge?" Cui Tingyu answered without raising his head while making ice with saltpeter powder. "New one." "Cui Tingyu, you are so bold now, how dare you fool me?" Yang Shu pulled the man up with a fierce look on his face. "Didn't I carve my private seal for you below?" Cui Tingyu said lightly. "I came to Yan State. How could I have a guest badge on me? It's not a new one. Are you going to wait for Yi State to send it to me?" Yang Shu approached Cui Tingyu and raised his sign. "Something is wrong. It's definitely wrong." Cui Tingyu lowered her eyes and suppressed the curve of her lips. She didn't expect Yang Shu would want this. Chapter 70 Return to Jinan. No matter how Yang Shu pressed him, Cui Tingyu refused to tell him what was wrong with the retainer badge. Yang Shu was eager to return home and traveled day and night, obviously missing the prosperity of Jianan very much. Feng Zhuang, how long will it take? Yang Shu lifted the car curtain again. Prince, we'll be there in half a day. Feng Zhuang replied listlessly. Returning empty-handed was very frustrating for him. It'll take another half day? Yang Shu yelled and kicked the small table over. Let's not take them with us. Go and get 50 people. We'll rush to Yihonglu as fast as possible. Yihonglu. Feng Zhuang blinked. Sir, this is not appropriate. We have to report first. What life do you want to restore? Do you want to suffocate me to death? Yang Shu's face was full of ferocity. Cui Tingyu took a bite of the popsicle and watched Yang Shu go crazy. It started again. No side is real. Prince. Pang Chong rode over on horseback, but before he could say anything, he saw Yang Shu yelling and smashing things. Hurry up. Do you want me to die in front of you? Yang Shu pulled out the dagger and swung it fiercely twice. Cui Tingyu silently moved inward to prevent Yang Shu from slipping and accidentally hurting her. Pang Chong moved his lips, trying to reason with him, but looking at the madman Yang Shu, he opened and closed his mouth again, and finally called for someone to go. Pang Chong, how can you give in to the prince? Feng Zhuang was very angry. Seeing that the prince had learned better, how could he let him indulge in the land of pleasure again? Pang Chong pursed his lips and said, Don't you see that the prince has lost control? If you don't obey him, do you want to carry a corpse back to the marshal? Feng Zhuang stopped talking and pulled the reins hard to cool down his anger. Mr. Cui, I am leaving first. If you are reluctant, have a safe trip. Cui Tingyu raised his eyelids and spoke seriously. How heartless. I have raised you for so long. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Yang Shu waved his folding fan and glanced at Cui Tingyu. Cui Tingyu closed her eyes. Yang Shu was the most shameless person she had ever seen. Supporting her? He would ask her for food money every now and then, and the starting price was 1,000 taels. Is this supporting her? Yang Shu had better pray every day so as not to fall into her hands. It's my fault that I have a soft heart. I can't bear to see girls suffer. Yang Shu sighed with his head raised. Cui Tingyu lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked Yang Shu's personal soldiers how efficient they were. They should take this thing away quickly. It made people feel angry. Prince. Feng Zhuang came over to pick up Yang Shu. Mr. Cui, Jianan is my territory. I will definitely treat you well. Before getting out of the carriage, Yang Shu spoke to Cui Tingyu with full enthusiasm. Cui Tingyu rolled his eyes and pretended before leaving. It was really hard for him. The better the attitude, the bigger the ambition. A jackal, always in pig skin, sheep skin, chicken skin. I've never been a human being. The longer he stayed with Yang Shu, the more Cui Tingyu wanted to pull him. Other men who pursue girls are all considerate and elegant, but when it comes to Yang Shu, if he is gentle, it must be with bad intentions. The next moment he is either asking for money or spreading his feathers like a peacock, as if he is afraid that you can't tell what he is. Walk. Yang Shu mounted Feng Zhuang's horse and shouted loudly. He can ride a horse, but his riding skills are definitely not comparable to these people. After being away for so long, he really missed Lu Yun. I wish I could grow wings and fly over. Drive. 50 riders broke away from the team and galloped forward, with dust filling the sky. Why is it so quiet? Yang Shu glanced at the street, frowning. There are no stalls. Could it be that the emperor has passed away? Sir, it's because you're back that they don't dare to show off. Yang Shu slapped Feng Zhuang on the head and said, You idiot. You just keep telling the truth. Sir, the marshal has ordered you to return home immediately. The guards of the Dingguo palace blocked the team in front of them, with their swords drawn, ready to attack if Yang Shu refused to obey. Yang Shu was furious, but when he saw the cold tip of the knife, he backed off. With an angry snort, Yang Shu followed the guards back to the Dingguo palace. The news quickly spread to every household. What the hell is wrong with old man Yang? He actually mobilized the tiger and leopard squad to arrest people. You should ask what Yang Shu did. What can he do? Nothing more than robbing women and beating a few unlucky guys to death. The person who spoke had a look of disdain on his face. The middle-aged man sitting opposite took a sip of tea and said slowly, In Qingzhou, he molested a drowning child, saying that he was a doctor, and touched and kissed the child. No wonder he is such a beast. Another person said, Mr. Yang has a stubborn character and hates this kind of thing. This time, Yang Shu will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. For such an unworthy descendant, only Yang Lian can be regarded as a treasure. He doesn't want to be a treasure. It's not that the Yang family has no one else. Everyone in the side hall was talking at the same time. All of them were joking. Each family went from being vigilant to sympathetic. This young Lien was truly pitiful. He is about to be buried, but he still has to worry about this kind of stuff. Although his own children are not very promising, they are much better than Yang Shu. After the comparison, they felt indescribably relieved and didn't pay any more attention to the matter. At the Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu walked towards Pang Qi. Uncle Pang, I'm sorry to bother you again. You're quite capable. I heard that the kid is dead. Pang Qi glanced at Yang Shu and swung his stick at him. Old man, you have no moral principles. You actually attacked me by surprise. Yang Shu turned sideways, jumped up and climbed up the tree. Yang Shu rode the horse all the way, worried about flying out, so he held the horse's belly tightly. His legs were still stiff, so he definitely couldn't dodge the blows. In this situation, you definitely can't get beaten in vain. You kid. Pang Qi raised his head and cursed with a smile. Have you been slacking off during these days away? There are too many people around, so I only dare to practice when I am alone in the room. Yang Shu sighed. If I hadn't gone to Qingzhou, this trip would have been in vain. But Qingzhou, Yang Shu leaned against the tree, looking worried. I gained a little, but I got myself involved, and Chu Yuanzhong saw through my disguise. Uncle Pang, what should we do? Yang Shu sniffed, feeling helpless and vulnerable. Ponzi hit him with a stick and said, Good boy, now you can encourage him to do things. Look at you, you're really irritable. Yang Shu climbed up again to avoid being knocked down by Pang Qi. Stop being naughty and go to Kixiewen to see the marshal. Pang Qi threw away the stick, ignored Yang Shu, and strode away. Seeing him walking away, Yang Shu came down from the tree. After straightening his clothes, Yang Shu walked towards Qixia courtyard. Old Master Yang sat on a rattan chair, looking into the distance with an unfocused gaze. When he heard footsteps, his eyes moved. Grandpa, Yang Shu called out and picked up a fan to fan him. Did you have a smooth journey? Old Master Yang asked quietly. It went smoothly. No one caused any trouble. Can you handle it? Old Master Yang's eyes fell on Yang Shu's face. Yang Shu smiled. My grandson is fine. If you help me, my grandson will be very touched. Yang Shu looked at Grandpa Yang with a shy face. Old Master Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. After going out, he had changed a lot. He no longer had any reservedness at all. They are all pretending. Look at their tone and expression. They are obviously very sinister. I'm old, really old. I've only been sitting for a while, and I'm already feeling sleepy again. Grandfather? Listening to the even snoring, Yang Shu's eyes twitched. He fell asleep so quickly. Chapter 71. A short separation makes you happy. After calling twice and failing to wake him up, Yang Shu walked out of Qixia courtyard. After taking a few steps, he saw Lu Yun standing on the bluestone road. With a smile on his face, Yang Shu quickly ran forward and hugged the person in his arms. Yinner, I miss you so much. Yang Shu tightened his grip and said emotionally. Lu Yun put her arms around his waist and said, Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Rather than missing him, Lu Yun was more worried. She was afraid that Yang Shu would encounter danger outside, or not eat well or adapt to the living environment. It wasn't hard at all, it was just fun. Yang Shu smiled, took Lu Yun's hand, and walked with her to Huanhe courtyard. I brought you a little gift. Yang Shu took out a small box from his arms and motioned for Lu Yun to open it. What is it? Lu Yun touched the small box and looked at Yang Shu with delicate eyes, revealing anticipation. Yes. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun on the lips. It smells so good. Lu Yun grumbled at him, opened the box, and looked at the jade hairpin inside. She picked it up, stroked it carefully, and smiled at Yang Shu. It looks good. Help me put it on. I'm glad to do it. Yang Shu carefully inserted the jade hairpin into Lu Yun's hair. Looking at Lu Yun, Yang Shu's eyes were tender. It's different at home than outside. I feel so safe. Yang Shu said softly. Every moment he spent with Lu Yun made him happy and relaxed. He was no longer alone. He didn't need to turn around or say anything. Lu Yun would hold his hand firmly. Husband and wife are one, and Yang Shu is extremely greedy for this. Every day feels like I'm eating honey. Lu Yun smiled as she leaned on Yang Shu's chest, her body language revealing dependence and love. A short separation is better than a new marriage. The two hugged each other and quietly enjoyed the warmth of the moment. Mo Mei was eating grapes outside, one after another. When she came back, the young lady was either reading a book or looking through a map all day long and never took a break. Mo Mei was worried that she couldn't bear it, but she couldn't persuade her. Now that her son-in-law is around, the young lady can at least stop for a while. Holding Lu Yun's slender waist, Yang Shu kissed her red lips lightly or heavily. My dear, it will be fine soon. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's face and sighed. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes looked forward to it, and she smiled with pursed lips. My husband loves me. I will love you more sooner or later. Yang Shu scratched Lu Yun's nose, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lu Yun's earlobes turned red as she straightened the wrinkles on Yang Shu's clothes. Are you feeling tired? There's hot water in the bathroom. Lu Yun's voice was gentle. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and clung to her. I took a bath every day and put ice in the carriage, so I didn't sweat. Yuner, I'm not dirty. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she let him rest his head on her legs. No matter what my husband looks like, I won't dislike him. Just like, my husband will not dislike me. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and looked up at her. Yuner, you don't feel inferior to me, do you? With your looks, talents, and temperament, there are few people in Yan State who are worthy of you. As for family background, if you count a few generations back, most of the nobles in Jianan were peasants. Yuner, it is my luck to marry you. Lu Yun stroked Yang Shu's eyebrows, the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowing. He treated her with true care and concern, fearing that she would suffer any grievances. If she had to talk about luck, she was lucky because it was Yang Shu who led her out of the endless haze and saw another possibility in life. It turns out that getting married is something to look forward to. Not all men are unlucky. Yang Shu. Lu Yun looked straight at Yang Shu. I want to stand with you, accompany you, and bear the wind and rain with you. With Lu Yun's personality, it was difficult for him to say such words. She rarely expresses her feelings so directly and only does it silently. Chapter 72, Second Madam. Yang Shu put Lu Yun's hand in his palm and wrapped it. Princess of Yi Kingdom? Lu Yun raised his eyes. Well, she won't leave until she achieves her goal. She has a calm temperament and is very difficult to deal with. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's hair and told her about Cui Tingyu. Lu Yun stood up and poured a glass of water for Yang Shu. She stayed in the inner house all year round and knew very little. At this stage, she could not help Yang Shu. Yuner, don't worry. She is the one who asked us, not us. If she wants to be polite, we should treat her as a guest. If she wants to bully the weak. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. Starve her to death. Lu Yun chuckled and tapped Yang Shu's nose. Oh. Falling into Yang Shu's arms, Lu Yun scolded him. After staying with Lu Yun for a long time, Yang Shu finally left the room. Uncle. Mome greeted, covering her head. Yang Shu was amused and raised his hand. Miss, your brother-in-law is beating someone. Mome shouted at the top of her voice and rushed in. Yang Shu's face twitched. This girl was not afraid of him at all. She didn't even bother to hide her complaint and even shouted it in front of him. Shaking his head, Yang Shu walked away. In Fuxiang courtyard, Lu Yun was leaning on the chaise longue, fanning herself intermittently. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes and looked towards the screen. Where did you get this screen? It's so elegant. Yang Shu walked to the screen, looked at the orchid on it, and praised it. Asleep? Seeing no movement behind him, Yang Shu lay on the screen and looked at the chaise longue. He really slept. Yang Shu walked over lightly and sat down next to the chaise longue. Lu Yun. Yang Shu leaned down and looked at her carefully. I think she has completely adapted to the life in the mansion. Her face is now fair and rosy. It looks good. Yang Shu spoke softly and kissed Lu Yun on the brow. Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she stopped pretending to be asleep. Yes. It's so dull. Can't you be more passionate? We have to live together for a lifetime anyway. Yang Shu played with the sachet around Lu Yun's waist. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu and asked, Did you have a smooth journey? Not bad. Yang Shu gathered Lu Yun's hair and held her in his arms. I will try to make the wedding as grand as possible. For the gift money? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and said, Could it be that I just want to live a good life with you? Prince. The sound of Pai Gao came from outside the door. What's the matter? Yang Shu looked outside. Are your aunt's earrings made of jade or gold? Yang Shu frowned. Where did this aunt come from? There was silence inside and outside the room. Lu Yun saw a hint of ridicule in her eyes, and she knew that few of the man's words came from the heart. Just kidding. Call her the second madam. Ah. Pai Gao was shocked, and Lu Yun was also shocked. Prince. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu in surprise. Made of jade. Yang Shu sent the Pai Gao away. Lu Yun, I really want to live a good life with you. The position of the principal wife belongs to Lu Yun, and this cannot be changed, but you will not be looked down upon. You are not completely a concubine. You are the person I want to hold hands with, Lu Yun. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun steadily. Lu Yun opened her red lips. Her throat was a little dry. Yang Shu, you don't have to tempt me like this. Now that I have decided to follow you, I will work for you wholeheartedly. Forget it. Yang Shu ended the topic. Lu Yun's sensitivity and suspicion could not be made up for in a few words. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's true character. I'm attracted by your abilities, and now, I want you as a person even more. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's face with tenderness. Lu Yun tightened her fingers slightly and quickly looked away. She could tolerate Yang Shu's harshness and coldness, but she was afraid of his gentleness. It's like poison mixed with honey. It can be fatal. Lu Yun didn't dare to taste it. People like her have to give up love if they want to survive. It is impossible for anyone to treat her sincerely. Everything is just about interests. Yang Shu took the fan from Lu Yun's hand and fanned her. 2 people will come to the mansion tonight. One is an old man with excellent medical skills, and the other is the eldest princess of Yi Kingdom, Shui Tingyu. Yang Shu spoke calmly. Lu Yun raised her eyes sharply. Princess of Yi Kingdom? She has something to ask of old man Xie, and she won't let me go. Yang Shu helped Lu Yun sit up. He had no intention of hiding his thoughts from Lu Yun, but he couldn't explain it clearly in the letter, and he was afraid that something might go wrong on the way to delivery. I thought the prince was attracted by her beauty and kidnapped her. Yang Shu said, you don't look anxious, and you can even joke with me. Lu Yun straightened her slightly open collar and said, you can bring it back, which means you have weighed the pros and cons. The prince is always smart and will never do business at a loss. Yi State is strong, but we can't just use military force against Yan State whenever we want. The distance is so far. By the time they call, I should have run far away. Lu Yun said lazily. Yang Shu raised his right eyelid and slapped Lu Yun on the butt. Husband and wife are birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Moreover, I am just a concubine, Yang Shu. Don't expect too much from me. I will do my best to help you, but the premise is that my life is not in danger. Lu Yun lowered her eyes and spoke in a light voice. Yang Shu pressed towards Lu Yun and looked at her carefully. There was no anger in his eyes, but a hint of smile. This woman was emphasizing that she would not live and die with him. But these words did not benefit Lu Yun at all and were not in line with her character at all. She was afraid that she would be tempted. Lu Yun. Yang Shu leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and asked, is this prince handsome? I thought Yang Shu was going to have sex in broad daylight. Hearing this, Lu Yun's lips twitched slightly. She turned her head to meet Yang Shu's eyes and smiled. June, if Lin He stood next to you, he would feel ashamed. Lin He. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. This woman thought he didn't know Lin He. He has a trough nose and a pig's mouth, but he is conceited and thinks he is talented and handsome. What a courage! Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's lower back and pulled her closer to him. Lu Yun laughed sweetly, looking charming. She put her arms around Yang Shu's back and kissed him. Looking at Yang Shu's eyebrows, Lu Yun was slightly dazed. This man was becoming more and more handsome. I'm not feeling well today. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and smiled at him. Yang Shu raised his head and glared at her fiercely, and Lu Yun smiled even more charmingly. Yang Shu sat up and asked, what day is it? The next day, Yang Shu straightened his clothes and walked out. Lu Yun tied her belt, curled her lips, and left without any hesitation, without even pretending to show concern. Put it on the stove first. I don't want to use it right now. Hearing the footsteps, Lu Yun waved her fan and slightly opened her lips, her eyes still closed. Drink a few sips, you'll feel better. Lu Yun opened her eyes and looked at Yang Shu. Why are you back, Prince? What did you forget? I forgot to punish you. Yang Shu said unhappily. If you dare to seduce me during menstruation next time, I will kill you. Yang Shu sat down on the outside, helped Lu Yun sit up, and let her lean on him. Open your mouth. Yang Shu scooped a spoonful of brown sugar ginger tea. Poisoned. Crane's beak red. Yang Shu gently stirred the brown sugar ginger tea to dissipate the heat. How cruel. Lu Yun had a smile on her lips. Chapter 73 Face to Face. Well, you don't care about warmth either. Yang Shu wiped the soup from the corner of Lu Yun's lips. After feeding her, Yang Shu poured some water for her to rinse her mouth. Let Lu Yun lean on the soft pillow, and Yang Shu covered her lower abdomen with his hand. Feeling better? Lu Yun nodded and looked up at Yang Shu. Do you always take this much trouble to treat women who are of use to you? Yang Shu asked her, did I treat you well before? It's useless to say anything about feelings. It's valuable, and it does take some effort, but it's so detailed that only my daughter-in-law can enjoy it. I can always tell the difference between our own people and outsiders. Yang Shu gently waved the fan. Lu Yun looked at him steadily. Yang Shu, how long can your novelty last? Change the words. You should ask about my feelings. Yang Shu looked into Lu Yun's eyes and said, as long as you don't stab me in the back, I will protect you for the rest of my life. Lu Yun couldn't stand Yang Shu's burning gaze, so she lowered her eyes and whispered, your love words are really touching. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's hair and said nothing more. Yang Shu, Lu Yun called out. Yeah. Yang Shu responded while rubbing her belly gently. You are more handsome than the second prince. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a well-known fact? Did you realize it only today? You were just trying to fool me before. Yang Shu pressed his hand against Lu Yun's forehead and asked her to give an explanation. You are so shameless. Lu Yun had a big smile on her face and avoided him. Charming and attractive. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun's face and praised her generously. Lu Yun propped herself up slightly and leaned on Yang Shu's chest. She was enjoying the joy of the moment and didn't need to read other people's expressions or be cautious. No matter what she said, Yang Shu would spoil her. Tired, Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. Yang Shu put down the fan, picked the person up, and walked towards the bed. It would be nice to get some sleep. Yang Shu covered Lu Yun with a thin blanket. I don't know much about the eldest princess of Yi Kingdom. I only know that she is intelligent, cold-tempered, and doesn't like to interact with others. Lu Yun opened her lips slowly. Yang Shu frowned slightly and took out the retainer token from his arms. Have you seen this thing? Is there anything strange inside? Lu Yun stared at the private seal on the sign and looked at Yang Shu with a strange expression. You asked for it? How do you know? Yang Shu was surprised. He had not mentioned this to Lu Yun yet. This should be a retainer badge. Yan State doesn't have this kind of badge. You are from Yi State, so you have only come into contact with Cui Tingyu. The retainers of the princess's mansion are called retainers in a nice way, but in reality, they are just concubines. Cui Tingyu is not interested in men, this guest sign. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he said Cui Tingyu's expression was wrong. A concubine. The Yegua retainer badge can indeed save you a lot of trouble and make travel more convenient. Lu Yun said with a smile, with a meaningful look in her eyes. Yang Shu glanced at her and said, Take a break. I'm going to go beat someone up. Watching Yang Shu leaving, Lu Yun laughed out loud. Pinger was as cunning as a fox. She would do such a stupid thing, and she was even taking the initiative. Ouch! Prince. Fang Zhuang ran away with his head in his hands, begging for mercy again and again, not knowing what he had done wrong. Yang Shu took a branch and chased Fang Zhuang to hit him. If this guy hadn't boasted about how great the Menki brand was in front of him, he would have asked Cui Tingyu for it. He also gave me a method of making ice. Result: he has become a fucking mistress. Yang Shu had never been so embarrassed in his entire life. With the unique retainer badge, he will definitely attract a lot of attention once he takes it out. How can he sneak into the country and cause trouble quietly? It's a pure loss. Pai Gao, don't let him rest for even a moment. Hit him hard. Yang Shu gave the branch to Pai Gao and pointed at Fang Zhuang. Sir, what did Fang Zhuang do wrong? Pai Gao blinked and asked. The prince was fine just now, talking and laughing with Lu Yun. Why did he suddenly become angry? Or did he start fighting right away? No way. Did Fang Zhuang develop lustful thoughts about Lu Yun? Pai Jiu took a breath of cool air. The weather was indeed hot. He was confused. In the Dingguo palace, the prince was the only pervert. Even if Fang Zhuang had 10 times the courage, he would not even look at his master's woman. Just go if I tell you to. Yang Shu roared, dispelling all the suspicion in his mind. Yang Shu would never tell anyone about being someone's lover. The Ding Palace is in chaos. The faint screams haven't stopped yet. Someone in the tea house said in a low voice. It's a wonder we can stop. A man moved his chair, looking like he knew the inside story. Everyone looked at him, gathered around him, and motioned for the man to speak quickly. The man didn't keep the secret, and after taking a sip of tea, he said, Crazy Yang couldn't stand the hardship of the march, so he insisted on going to Chizhou. When he was wandering on the street, he saw a child who had drowned. Then, the man paused. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with confusion on their faces, the man continued, After holding it in for too long, Crazy Yang couldn't control his perverted preferences. He kissed and touched the child. Everyone stared with wide eyes, stunned. They knew Yang Shu was attracted by women, but the child was still dead. This is really perverted. When the news reached Marshal Yang, he couldn't stand it. All the soldiers who followed Crazy Yang were punished. Everyone sighed, wondering which god had the Dingguo Palace offended to give birth to such a person. In Fuxiang Courtyard, Yang Shu fed peeled grapes to Lu Yun. I finally understand why the soldiers Uncle Pang picked for me are all idiots. People like them won't tell lies at first glance. Most of the information we get from them is the actual situation. Yang Shu wiped his hands and said this. Lu Yun looked at him. This time when he went out, Yang Shu was more relaxed and casual than before. Uncle Pang sent a message saying that we will go to Kixiewen for dinner in the evening. If you still feel uncomfortable, we can change the day. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's soft hair and glanced at her graceful figure without hesitation. It's tempting at ordinary times, let alone on the bed. Having just woken up, her whole body was soft as if she had no bones, and her eyes were filled with unspeakable charm. It makes people feel itchy. Kixiewen. Lu Yun raised her eyes and repeated uncertainly. The wedding invitations have been written. Grandpa wants to meet you and have a meal together as a family, Yang Shu said casually. Lu Yun was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. With her identity, why would Marshal Yang want to see her? Once you enter the Yang family, you are one family. There is no distinction between high and low. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and smiled at her. Lu Yun's heart trembled and she hurriedly avoided Yang Shu's sight. She could feel Yang Shu's sincerity, which was without any purpose, just a husband caring for his wife. Precisely because she had no purpose, Lu Yun was afraid. She did not believe in true love in this world. The bond of interest was tighter and safer. Lu Yun bit her lip but couldn't say no. She stayed in the Dingguo Palace without any status or position, and when Marshal Yang saw her, he approved of her. This kind of recognition was something Lu Yun never dared to dream of. Once you've been to a place like that, you're doomed to be unable to hold your head high and be inferior to others for the rest of your life. Even if she is a concubine, she is the lowest-ranking concubine. When others talk about it, they all look down on it, saying that it is not worthy of them to eat at the same table with their elders. Chapter 74 Yang Shu jumps crazy. I'm not that delicate, Lu Yun said slowly. Yang Shu lowered his head and said, I have a house and land, and I can afford to spoil my wife. After going out, you become more smooth-talking. Lu Yun chuckled and leaned into Yang Shu's arms. Yang Shu hugged her and talked about the customs and habits outside Jianan. This kind of dull interaction made Lu Yun lose his mind. Yang Shu, you're not afraid that I'll become greedy, Lu Yun murmured. Her voice was too soft and Yang Shu couldn't hear clearly, so he moved closer. I should change my clothes. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes wandered around, and she gently poked Yang Shu's chest with a hint of girlish shyness, which revealed a charm. This is the difference between a woman and a girl. Even their unintentional movements are full of charm. Let me help you? Yang Shu asked in an ambiguous tone. Lu Yun raised her eyes and asked, Aren't you afraid of being infected with bad luck? You're fragrant and soft body. How can it be unlucky? I love it. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun on the lips. Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her love words became more and more irresistible. Although Yang Shu was willing to help, he was still driven out by Lu Yun. Outside, Yang Shu laughed. They had been honest with each other so many times, but they were still shy. In Qixia courtyard, Mr. Yang took a sip of tea, while Pang Qi stood aside, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Go ahead. Old Master Yang put down the cup. Lu Yun, does the marshal really want her to stay with the crown prince? The Dingguo Palace is his, and you have given in to him. Old Master Yang said calmly, How long can I take care of him? He has to walk his own path. Since he believes in Lu Yun, and I will do as he says. When a child grows up, if you keep interfering, he will never grow wings. Without experiencing some setbacks, he won't be able to fly high. Ponzi nodded and stepped out. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Shu led Lu Yun and Lu Yun to Qixia courtyard. This was the first time Lu Yun met Mr. Yang after moving into the Dingguo Palace. She followed Yang Shu's instructions and saluted in a proper manner. Everyone, sit down. Old Master Yang said in a gentle tone. Lao Peng, don't stand there. Come and sit down. Let's have a meal together as a family. Old man Yang covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Lu Yun served him a bowl of yam soup. Lu Yun was unusually restrained. It was not her turn to show off in the presence of the wife. Yang Shu patted Mr. Yang's back gently to calm him down. Old man Xie should be here soon, but Yang Shu refused to let him go. Besides providing more guarantees, he also hoped that old man Xie could take care of old man Yang's health. I can't say it's been completely cured, but at least it's not so uncomfortable anymore. It's okay. Old Master Yang waved his hand. You won't die yet. As he spoke, Mr. Yang started to pick up his chopsticks. Lu Yun and Yang Shu sat down. The table was quite quiet, and everyone lowered their heads to eat. Grandpa, it's all your fault that you love to punish people and are too authoritative. Look, I can even hear the sound of mosquitoes in this room. Yang Shu complained while picking at a fishbone. Old Master Yang glanced at him. Do I like to punish people? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? In the entire Yan State, can you find anyone more jerk than you? My wife is here. Please give her some face. Yang Shu put the fish meat with the bones removed into Grandpa Yang's bowl. As a grandfather, you should know how to praise your grandchildren. I finally managed to coax these two tender girls. Don't scare them away. Don't hide your land deeds or anything like that. Give them to me and I'll definitely multiply their value several times over. And your long sword. Yang Shu stepped back and avoided the slap from old man Yang. What are you doing? You're just having a meal and you hit someone. I'll tell Grandma about this and ask her to come up and twist your ears to teach you a lesson. Yang Shu slammed the table and shouted. Pang Qi raised his eyebrows. This kid must be itching for a beating. Lu Yun and Lu Yun looked at each other and ate their food in tacit understanding. He knows how to liven up the atmosphere. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for all the wealth of Prince Ding's palace, and even the old man's long sword was not spared. Ouch. Do you have any martial ethics? How can you spank someone? Yang Shu jumped up and down, accusing angrily, but fortunately the side hall was big and he could run away. After Yang Shu's disturbance, the depressing atmosphere at the dinner table disappeared completely. Humph, wait till I practice more, then I'll come to steal every day. I don't believe you can hide. Yang Shu spoke arrogantly, challenging old man Yang. Luyan pursed her lips, suppressed her smile, and passed the chicken leg to Yang Shu. Don't worry about him. Let him watch us eat. Old man Yang called back to Luyan. Because his greedy nature was exposed, Yang Shu lost the qualification to sit at the table. He stood aside with his bowl in hand, eating white rice with a resentful look in his eyes. Uncle Pang, tell me honestly, was I adopted? Yang Shu asked Pang Chi, unwilling to be left out. The marshal has often said this before. He always felt that someone had stolen his grandson, but after investigating again and again. Ponzi sighed. What? Yang Shu glared angrily. Okay, you actually want to find someone to share my property. Just wait, when I get the land deed, I'll make you eat porridge every day. Yes, practice 30 times a day. Marshal, please sit down and let me do it. Pang Chi held down Mr. Yang. What are you going to do? We in Yan State value the rule of law. Lynching is a felony. Yang Shu backed away, yelling, and ran out. Ouch. Hearing Yang Shu's screams, Lu Yun and Lu Yun both looked outside. Eat. It has a thick skin and can't be killed. Old man Yang said casually. Lu Yun put the rice into her mouth. Yang Shu was not a playboy. He was jumping around like this tonight in order to let her integrate into the Dingguo palace. Yang Shu wanted her to see that old man Yang and Pang Chi were not that majestic and solemn. They were just two old men who would get angry and roll up their sleeves to beat people. Her family really accepted her, and no one was trying to be sophisticated. This time Yang Shu didn't say any sweet words. He spread it out in front of her and let her feel it for herself. In Yahonglu, it's not that there are no people who try to please him, but there's really no one as dedicated as Yang Shu. Although he's very smooth-talking, he makes people feel his sincerity. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the poor Yang. Just wait, I will definitely come back. From a distance, Yang Shu's shouting could be heard. Soon, Pang Chi came back and said, let him run away. Let's let him go today. Tomorrow, we'll use the iron rod to see if he can still yell, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. That grandson is being stubborn. An iron stick is useless. You have to use a mace. After 2 hits, I guarantee he will cry for his parents. Old Master Yang replied, his eyes sparkling. Lu Yun and Lu Yun choked at the same time. It was obvious that Mr. Yang was deeply resentful of Yang Shu. Pang Chi nodded repeatedly. The marshal is still smart. Don't keep the land deed in the house. Hide it outside. Let me see how he steals it. Old Master Yang snorted. Pongzi took 2 steps forward, got closer to him, and suggested with a smile on his face, the little brat is crying out for stealing. Why don't we just catch him in the jar? Pongzi gestured on his neck. Old Master Yang looked at him and nodded solemnly. The wrinkles on Pang Chi's face spread out as he discussed the details with Old Man Yang. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked, completely losing their usual majestic demeanor. This kind of cheerful atmosphere was not seen in the past. After all, it's just a pile of shit. It's annoying just to look at it, so there's no point in talking about it. Lu Yun and Lu Yun withdrew their peripheral gazes, put down their chopsticks tacitly, and said goodbye to Mr. Yang. Chapter 75 Trading You arrives at Dingguo Palace. Did they say anything good about me? Yang Shu and others were waiting at the intersection. When they saw Lu Yun and Lu Yun appear, they walked over. Lu Yun smiled and said, be careful, Grandpa and Uncle Pang are planning to catch the turtle in the jar. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. It's just a small amount, and you're still so stingy. I'll bring a carload of gold back later and let them know that it's their loss if they don't let me take care of it. Both women were smiling, and now they were becoming even more narcissistic. Wan Heiyuan was close, so Yang Shu sent Lu Yun back first. Can you still adapt? On the way, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. The old man is not what I imagined. I thought he would look at me as if I were a spy. Lu Yun walked forward slowly, slightly opening her red lips. He's mighty on the battlefield, but at home, he's just an old man. He's still an old man with a bad temper. Yang Shu took Lu Yun's hand and said casually, don't panic, I'm here. No one will bully you. I still have a say in the Dingguo Palace, so I won't be unable to protect my own wife. As Yang Shu spoke, he picked up Lu Yun and walked forward with very steady steps. Under the moonlight, the boy's handsome profile was glowing with silver light. Lu Yun stretched out her finger and gently stroked Yang Shu's face. You really didn't suffer much when you were fighting the bandits. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't the focus be on the boyfriend's strength? There aren't many young masters in Jianan who can carry you for such a long distance like I can without getting red in the face or out of breath. That's true. Lu Yun nodded. Yang Shu looked at her and asked, how many people have hugged you? Lu Yun raised her eyelids and looked into Yang Shu's eyes. She did not see any disgust in them. After a while, she smiled and said, "No one dares to touch the second prince's things openly. As for secretly, the guards around me are not weak. During training, there were some tough days, but I was good enough, and they wanted to please the second prince, so they didn't dare to do anything rash. As for those who can't control their hands..." Lu Yun curled her lips. "You should know that I am not a kind person. Yang Shu, you might as well check more about my past so as not to be deceived by my current appearance. There are no pure people in that kind of place. Each one is dirtier than the other." Yang Shu curled his lips, his steps still steady. "In this world of cannibalism, there is no such thing as bloodshed. My methods will only be more cruel than yours. It is better to be mad than to be deceived. The past doesn't matter. I chose you, and I will stand firmly by your side. Even if I betray you?" Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu with a smile. "I think you deserve a lesson." Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun laughed, put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, kissed him on the corner of his lips, her eyes charming. "Yang Shu, you have to escape Jianan, otherwise, I will have to bother to please the next one. There are not many handsome young men like you in Yan State. You have good vision." Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun. "Looking for the next one? You don't have to think about it in your life." "Prince." Pai Gao stopped 3 meters away and called out. The charming atmosphere faded away, and Yang Shu looked over. "Have they arrived?" Pai Ji nodded. "Sir, do you want to go and meet him, or arrange for him to stay in Jinjiakshuan directly?" "Take her to the side hall," Yang Shu said, putting Lu Yun down. "Go and have a look?" Lu Yun was somewhat curious about Cui Dingyu. A princess from another country actually came to the state of Yin and lived in the palace of King Ding. Who on earth could make her lose all her dignity? Nodding slightly, Lu Yun put her hand into Yang Shu's palm. "If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me." Yang Shu walked very slowly. Lu Yun moved closer to him, smiled and said okay. In the side hall, Cui Dingyu looked at Xie Su with a helpless look on her face. Along the way, she wanted to get close to him more than once, but Xie Su didn't even raise his eyelids. Taking a sip of tea, Cui Dingyu looked outside the door and waited quietly. When Yang Shu and Lu Yun appeared in his sight, Cui Dingyu was slightly surprised. There were not many women in the Dingguo Palace, and this woman was obviously not Lu Yun's age. The only one who fits the bill is Lu Yun. Yang Shu, this treacherous wolf, could not have been unaware that Lu Yun was someone carefully trained by the second prince, yet he actually brought her here. Could it be that he really was able to instigate a rebellion? Cui Dingyu stared at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun's eyes were also on her. With just one glance, Lu Yun could be sure that Cui Dingyu was not an ordinary person, and it would be extremely difficult to shake her. "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Lu Yun. Yuner has returned to the courtyard. I'll let you meet her some other day when I have time. She's very pretty, no worse than you." Yang Shu and Lu Yun sat down and said to Cui Dingyu. Cui Dingyu looked away. In the Dingguo Palace, his own territory, he still looked out of place. "Madam, tell her about the rules of Dingguo Palace." Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and spoke in a gentle voice. Lu Yun looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Dingguo Palace's rules? Aren't they all directed at him? Lu Yun restrained her expression and opened her red lips slightly. "Young master is a sensible person. I think you don't need to explain anything." Cui Dingyu raised her eyelids slightly and looked straight at Lu Yun, then moved her gaze to Yang Shu. Did he tell Lu Yun about her identity? "A person who is only beautiful cannot be in charge of Yahonglu," Cui Dingyu said lightly. Yang Shu smiled. "There are no subordinates of the second prince here. I can bring her here, so I naturally trust her. Even if something goes wrong, no one in Yan State dares to harm you. Mr. Cui, my wife is weak, sensitive, and thoughtful. Since you are a guest, you should know your limits. Don't say certain things in front of her." Yang Shu's words were all about defending Lu Yun. "It's late at night. Let's go to Pai Gao. Take little Master Cui and doctor you to rest." After saying this, Yang Shu and Lu Yun left. Cui Dingyu looked at their backs and frowned. Was it a false promise? Or was Yang Shu really deceived by Lu Yun? His attitude just now didn't seem like he was pretending. This guy is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. What does the prince think of Cui Dingyu? Lu Yun opened her mouth slightly on the Bluestone Road. Yang Shu raised his eyes. It's not easy to seduce her. Yi State is stronger than Yin State, and Cui Dingyu is smart and intelligent. I wanted to use the beauty trap to lower her guard so that she wouldn't interfere in my affairs, but you saw the result. Do you think she is interested in women? Yang Shu touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu and said, I have no experience in this area. Yang Shu laughed out loud. Even if you want to try, I don't dare to agree. Cui Dingyu's men's clothing is more handsome than mine, and now she is deliberately covering it up. If the two of you collide, it's hard to say who will be the winner. I don't want to lose my wife. Yang Shu stopped and turned his head to look at Lu Yun, with tenderness in his eyes. Lu Yun tapped Yang Shu's nose with a smile on her lips. He knew that she was in poor health but still seduced her. How hateful. Holding Lu Yun's slender waist, Yangshu kissed her red lips. Under the moonlight, they looked at each other with eyes that were rare and pure, without any other mixture. Chapter 76 Siesu's Pulse Diagnosis. After sending Lu Yun to Fuxianjuan, Yangshu walked back. Hi Jiu, what interesting things happened in Jianan recently? Yangshu opened his folding fan and started chatting. Pai Gao thought seriously and said, Jinyuan Rice Shop wanted to steal the limelight from Rongchang Rice Shop, but Zhang Bin tricked them. The picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix on the rice bag turned into a picture of a pheasant pecking at rice. Their reputation plummeted, and everyone made fun of it. Yangshu waved his fan and walked forward slowly. Sir, is it time? Yangshu looked towards Wan Heiyuan and said, wait a little longer. Zhang Bin's tricks haven't been fully revealed yet. Go and have a rest. Yangshu threw a purse to Pai Gao. Go buy some clothes tomorrow and dress more luxuriously. The more conspicuous we are, the safer our situation will be. By the way, don't go near Dr. Yu's residence unless necessary. He might be poisoned without even knowing it. Speaking of this, Yangshu felt scared. After giving the instructions, Yangshu walked towards Huanhe courtyard. I'm back. Lu Yun put down the book and smiled at Yangshu. Looking at the food on the table, Yangshu felt warm in his heart. The old man is going too far now. He doesn't even make us full. Yangshu complained as he picked up his chopsticks and ate some rice. Lu Yun poured a bowl of soup and looked at Yangshu tenderly. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. This is delicious. Yangshu brought the shrimp meat to Lu Yun's mouth. Slowing down their eating speed, Yangshu chatted with Lu Yun and talked about some family matters. We are not short of money now. We don't need to save money on the expenses of the people in the mansion. The food and clothing should not be the best, but at least they should be above average. I'll have to ask my wife to worry about this. Ask them to deliver the freshest fruits and vegetables every day. We need 2 servings. Mo can eat a lot. Lu Yun chuckled. You've been too pampering her. Her face is getting rounder day by day. She stays by your side every day. Only when she is happy can you be happy. Yangshu took the handkerchief and wiped his mouth. My lady is happy. This gold and silver status is meaningful. Everything he says is to make people happy. Lu Yun followed Yangshu's hand and leaned towards his chest. Mo poked her head in and saw that Yangshu had finished eating, so she took away the bowl and chopsticks. After sending the bowl to the kitchen, Mo jumped into the room and said, Miss, the hot water is ready. Do you want to wash it now or wait a while? Lu Yun sat up from Yangshu's arms. Now. Go out for a walk? Lu Yun looked at Yangshu. Why don't you invite me to take a shower with you? Yangshu gently squeezed Lu Yun's hand with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Lu Yun scolded him. People who are full of blood and energy can boil over with just a little stimulation. Do you still want to sleep tonight? Yangshu sighed, let the person go, and only teased her verbally. Yangshu really didn't dare to take a shower with Lu Yun. It's just asking for trouble. As soon as Lu Yun left, Yangshu went out of the room, took a shower, and went to bed first. When Lu Yun returned to the room, Yangshu had already fallen asleep. Although he didn't do any hard work, riding in the car was tiring. Lu Yun lay down beside Yangshu and fanned him gently. There were ice cubes in the room, so the temperature was not high, but this man could not tolerate heat. Looking at Yangshu's eyebrows, Lu Yun's eyes were soft. Having him around made people feel at ease even if he didn't say anything. Leaning in, Yangshu held Lu Yun in his arms. Her soft and fragrant body was more effective than the best calming incense. Although she was used to having skin contact with Yangshu, Lu Yun still felt shy every time. After finding a comfortable position, Lu Yun fell asleep in Yangshu's arms. A good night's sleep. Looking at the pale sky, Yangshu pulled his hand away and got out of bed quietly. After running around the yard a few times and doing some boxing, Yangshu changed his sweaty clothes and went to Old Man Skye's residence. Siesu had a cold personality and his moods were unstable. Along the way, Yangshu basically said nothing except telling him about modern medical knowledge. Don't even think about getting close to Siesu if you don't spend a few months together. If you make someone angry, you might be speechless for a few days. Dr. Yu. Yangshu was shouting outside the door, but he didn't dare to go in directly for fear of falling on the board. After shouting, Yangshu stopped and said, Siesu is not deaf and will come out if he wants to see you. If they don't come out, it means they are either busy or they want you to get out. Given his uniqueness to Old Man Sie, the old man would agree to his request as long as it was not too excessive, so Yangshu was not in a hurry at all. After only 2 minutes, the door opened. Siesu looked at Yangshu. From the blood on his hands, he could tell that he had dissected another rabbit. We have braised rabbit meat for lunch today. Dr. Yu, wash your hands and go to Kixiewen to check on the old man. Yangshu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Siesu turned around and went back to the house, and soon he came out. Siesu was still satisfied with Yangshu. He gave him whatever he wanted and he never bothered him. His life was more comfortable than before. The most important thing is that what Yangshu said was something he had never heard of before. and once people tried it, they would be unable to stop eating. Medical skills actually have such a direction. If we can get more information from Yang Shu, such as taking his pulse and saving lives, it would be a piece of cake. Is Grandpa awake? Yang Shu asked the guard at the gate of Qixia courtyard. The guard stepped aside. The marshal said that if the prince came, there was no need to inform him, and he could be let in directly. They had secretly watched the scene of Butler Pang beating Yang Shu. At first they were just watching for fun, but as they watched, they realized that the crown prince was probably not as bad as the outside world said. Dingguo Palace may not be hopeless. This undoubtedly excited the guards. They were willing to live and die with the Yang family, but who would want to die if they could live? Nodding to the guard, Yang Shu led Siesu inside. On the rattan chair, old man Yang closed his eyes and dozed off. With hope, he took good care of his body and drank the precious medicinal herbs like water. His spirit was much better than before Yang Shu went to Shishan to suppress the bandits. He doesn't play with knives or fight. He looks like a normal person, and when he gets excited, he can even swing his fists. Grandpa, Yang Shu called out, this is Dr. Yu, whom I told you about yesterday. He is a very skilled doctor. After a few words of introduction, Yang Shu didn't wait for Mr. Yang to speak. He rolled up his sleeves, exposed his right wrist, and asked Siesu to take his pulse. A breath of banditry. Old Master Yang opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Shu. Isn't this inherited from you? Yang Shu smiled at Grandpa Yang. The Dingguo Palace made its fortune through military force, so they didn't like to go through any fake procedures. It was so empty and a waste of time. Between 2 points, go straight and pursue efficiency. A sign of exhaustion. Siesu withdrew his hand and said bluntly, maybe he can recover? Yang Shu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Siesu picked up the pen beside him and wrote down the prescription. Take this and take a medicinal bath every 3 days. After saying this, Siesu walked out. Yang Shu stayed where he was. Would he be able to recover? Or not? He drank a lot of tea, but he only said a few words. Holding the prescription, Yang Shu chased after him. Dr. Yu. I'm not sure how long he can live. If he gets angry, falls down, or fights with others, he can die quickly. Siesu interrupted Yang Shu and quickened his pace, thinking about the rabbit in the room. Yang Shu looked up at the sky in silence. It is said that doctors have a kind heart, but Siesu is definitely the opposite. Which doctor cares about his patients so much? Chapter 77. It's hard to guess a man's heart. Pai Gao. Yang Shu gave him the prescription at 2 doses of aphrodisiac. Pai Gao opened his eyes and said, Prince, are you trying to murder the old man? Yang Shu staggered and nearly fell flat on his face. I'm trying to murder your uncle. Yang Shu turned around and gave Pai Gao a love touch. How many people in Jianan hope that the old man will get better? You know, this is medicine for the old man's recovery. How can you not try to sabotage it? No one will pay attention to me if I eat. Understand? Yang Shu played Pai Gao sideways. Pai Gao covered his head and nodded, saying pitifully, Prince, can you hit me a little more gently next time? Yang Shu closed his eyes and signaled Pai Gao to run away. What kind of people are they? Instead of being smarter, they are already preparing to make the same mistake again next time. Pai Gao didn't hesitate, stuffed the prescription into his arms, turned around and ran. The prince was now much stronger than before, and the slap was quite painful. He really didn't even use his brain for a second. He murdered Mr. Yang? Was he tired of living? You bastard, you dare to say anything now. You deserve a beating. Grandfather. Yang Shu refilled Mr. Yang's tea. I just asked. Doctor, you said that as long as you do as he says, you can take care of my son. Old Master Yang raised his eyelids and said, you have really grown up and can even coax people now. I hope that Grandpa can live a long life. In this huge Dingguo palace, I am your only blood relative. If you were not here, I would have no place to cry and complain if I was wronged. Grandpa, my grandson is afraid of being alone. Yang Shu forced a smile, tears glistening in his eyes. Maybe there was some pretense in it, but Yang Shu really hoped that old Master Yang would be well. As long as old Master Yang was around, the sky wouldn't be held up by him alone, and when he returned home, he would have a place to act like a rogue. If you have never felt the love between grandfather and grandson, then it would be fine. But now that you have it, how can you bear to lose it? Old Master Yang touched Yang Shu's head, his eyes full of love, and scolded softly, what a waste. Yang Shu had never experienced the love between a grandfather and a grandson, and how could old man Yang have ever felt it? Every time he got angry, his blood pressure soared, and he wanted to chop the man to pieces. He had given up hope, but who knew that the brat would pretend to be with him? He is pretending so sincerely, the most dissolute of all dissolute people. If I have to describe him, he is just a piece of dog shit. Whenever Grandpa Yang thought of the stupid things Yang Shu had done, he would get furious. You little bastard, he really doesn't care about the health of an old man. I'm not afraid of making him angry to death. Grandfather. Yang Shu called out. Old Master Yang loosened his hand, coughed lightly, and pretended nothing had happened. Yang Shu adjusted her hair crown and looked at him suspiciously. What are you looking at? It makes me angry. Go away. Old Master Yang waved his hand to send him away. Yang Shu was silent. He was sunny and cheerful one second, but his expression changed the next. He didn't do anything to make him angry, right? I'll have to ask old man Xia later if he has schizophrenia. It is said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as a needle in the sea. So a man's heart is also hard to guess. Yang Shu shook his head and left Qixia courtyard. Uncle Pang, are you serious? Looking at the mace that was thicker than his arm, Yang Shu's eyes twitched. We are not deeply hated, are we? Why are you so cruel? Yang Shu screamed and ran away. That's too much. That's really too much. Yang Shu dodged sideways and flew up the tree. Pang Qi looked up at him and smiled kindly. Come down. Can I really beat you to death? The bigger the thing, the slower it is, and the easier it is to hide. Yang Shu ignored Pang Qi and climbed up. Although he said that, he couldn't stop Pang Qi from doing whatever he wanted, so the old man wouldn't let him go. Can't come down? If you can't come down, I'll cut down the tree. Ponzi's patience ran out. Yang Shu sniffed. He was obviously becoming more handsome day by day, so why were these people becoming more and more unfriendly? He knew it. It was all jealousy. Uncle Pang, don't get so close. Stay away. My legs are weak. Pang Qi rolled his eyes and walked away. This kid is becoming more and more fond of pretending to be weak. Hearing the sound of feet landing, Pang Qi raised his eyes and swung the mace over. Looking at the mace passing by, Yang Shu was furious. Where is Wuda? You actually attacked by surprise. Not bad. You're quite alert. Pang Qi raised the corner of his mouth and used continuous moves, not giving Yang Shu a chance to breathe. Yang Shu was highly focused, leaping and turning. His speed was much faster than yesterday. Pang Qi's smile deepened, and he said that the kid had unlimited potential, and if he pushed him hard, there would definitely be surprises. Yang Shu stared at the mace closely. Whenever it moved, he moved along with it. Sweat dripped down his nose as he blinked. Chapter 78 Guo Qi's Anger. That's where we are today. Pang Qi wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke while breathing slightly out of breath. Yang Shu's body swayed twice and he managed to hold on without falling to the ground. What a great hatred. After finishing the fight, Pang Qi walked away with the mace in his hand. From the back, he looked refreshed. Prince. Paijia handed the dried water to Yang Shu. Have the wedding invitations been sent out? Yang Shu stepped back and leaned against a tree, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He had really mobilized all his senses just now. If he was hit by a mace, he would be carried away immediately. Someone has been arranged to deliver it. Pai Gao helped Yang Shu relax his muscles. Yang Shu nodded, calmed his breathing, and then raised his head to drink the water. It's a pity that it's not suitable to go out now. Otherwise, I would go to the gambling house to make some money. It will cost a lot of money to prepare for a wedding. Pai Gao looked at Yang Shu and said, Prince, every family is on guard against you. Once you go out, no gambling house will dare to stay open. Yang Shu looked at him sideways. Your family's young master only knows how to be high profile? Okay, get busy. Yang Shu sent Pai Gao away, took a bath, and went to Fuxianjuan. Give. After entering the house, Yang Shu handed a wedding invitation to Lu Yun. The 9th day of the first lunar month is a good date for marriage, as I asked the Imperial Astronomical Observatory to calculate. Looking at the festive invitation in her hand, Lu Yun was a little stunned. Pai Gao had shown this wedding invitation to her before, but when Yang Shu showed it to her, she felt differently. 7 more days. Yang Shu took off his shoes and pushed Lu Yun inward. If you want to buy anything, just tell Pai Gao. Yang Shu reached into his arms and took out a bunch of keys. He opened Lu Yun's palm and placed the keys on it. The housekeeper is Yuner. You have close contacts with the outside world, so it may be inconvenient for you to withdraw money. I have set up a treasury. You can use the money in it however you want. Lian looked at Yang Shu, Prince. I have no doubts about the person I marry. Yang Shu lay down. The mace Uncle Pang used today was very inhumane. I'll take a nap. After complaining a few words, Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's slender waist and closed his eyes. Listening to the even breathing of the person beside her, Lu Yun was in a daze. Ever since he said he would marry her, Yang Shu's attitude had changed a lot, becoming more gentle day by day. If she hadn't seen Yang Shu's ruthless side, Lu Yun would have really thought that he was just a simple and gentle boy. Picking up the fan, Lu Yun waved it gently, her eyes falling on Yang Shu's face from time to time. It's really harmless when you're asleep. In the second prince's mansion, the servants silently picked up the broken pieces of the teacup on the ground. Crazy Yang really deserves the title. He actually dared to send the wedding invitation to the second prince's mansion. During this period, many mistakes have occurred in Yahonglu, and the second prince is very angry. Crazy Yang is really not afraid of death. Think of a way to get Lu Yun out of Prince Ding's palace. In the study, Guo Qi squinted his eyes and spoke. His eyes were dark. The secret guard bowed slightly, walked out lightly, and began to arrange the tasks given by Guiqi. Feng Bo threw the wedding invitation on the table. With a look of sarcasm on his face, the Dingguo Palace is getting worse and worse. In order to change their grandson's quirks, they don't hesitate to push him towards beauty. To do this for a prostitute. Mr. Yang is really old and confused. He is seeking medical help from all directions. The sarcasm on Feng Bai's face deepened. But with Lu Yun's skills, she can really confuse Yang Shu. Even if it is the Dingguo Palace, it will become the laughingstock of Jianan again. Brother, why bother mentioning him? It's disturbing. Feng Qi once sat opposite Feng Bai. She placed the white piece and said indifferently, "It's my fault, brother." Feng Bai apologized with a smile. Feng Qi became taciturn after coming back from Qizhou. Today he finally managed to call her out of the house, and he couldn't let her feel depressed again. After sleeping for half an hour, Yang Shu opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze fixed on Lu Yun's face. 1/4 afternoon. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. Yang Shu smiled. My wife is so considerate, she doesn't even need anyone to ask. Propping himself up, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun, his eyes lingering on her smooth and delicate face. Call me husband, please. Be more charming. Lu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly, her red lips curved up, and she exhaled sweetly. I'm not clean yet. You're just my husband. How can you be more lustful than me? Yang Shu leaned close to Lu Yun with a teasing look on his face. Lu Yunbai ignored him and gently pushed Yang Shu to let him get off the bed. After I stopped pretending, I became even more majestic. Yang Shu chuckled and got up from the couch. By the way, did you find out anything about that matter? Yang Shu turned his head and the smile on his face faded. Lu Yun stood up, helped him tie his belt, straightened his collar, and said in a serious tone, I'm not sure which step the poison took. Often, just when we figure out a clue, the clue is broken. Yang Shu pursed his lips. He could not let go of the poison that caused his original body's death. Be more vigilant. Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun and warned her. Still in the mansion? Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. I just feel like he's not going to stop. Yeah, Lu Yun responded. What's happening in Prince Shi's mansion? Prince Shi had always loved Gui Tao and had high hopes for him. Yang Shu had also deliberately stabbed Prince Shi's palace with a knife. However, Yang Shu did not think that Prince Shi was a kind person. I definitely want to kill him. Lu Yun shook her head slightly. Except when summoned by the emperor, Prince Shi rarely goes out. On the surface, he seems very calm and has not made any move against Prince Ding's palace. As for what's going on in secret, Lu Yun raised her eyelids. I can't find out yet. No hurry. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's long black hair that was scattered around her waist, his eyes gentle. You've worked hard these days. Lu Yun raised the corner of her lips, saw her own shadow in Yang Shu's eyes, and said slowly, since you know how hard I've worked, how will the prince reward me? Promise yourself to me? Yang Shu asked seriously. Lu Yun tapped his chest and smiled. That's a nice thought. What do I mean by beautiful? Yang Shu raised his chin slightly. Do you know how many people out there want to get my favor? I didn't even glance at them. I advise you not to be ungrateful for what you have. Based on my appearance. Be serious. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun. What did this woman mean by laughing so hard that her body shook? Did she think he was exaggerating? Lu Yun stopped laughing after a while. Seeing Yang Shu turned his back, she leaned over to look at him. Are you angry? What do you think? Yang Shu turned his head away proudly, but kept looking at Lu Yun out of the corner of his eye, wanting to see whether she would go back to lie on the couch directly or coax him. After taking 2 steps, Lu Yun came to Yang Shu, with a smile on her face, and put her arms around Yang Shu's neck. Lu Yun kissed him on the lips, her voice as soft as water. Is this feasible? Looking into Lu Yun's eyes, Yang Shu's heart beat fast, almost. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's waist and kissed her red lips. Prince. Zij shouted outside the house, breaking the charming atmosphere in the house. Yang Shu loosened his hand and looked at Lu Yun's rosy face. His eyes deepened and became more charming. I'll go out and take a look. After saying this, Yang Shu walked out. It would be hard to control himself if he stayed any longer. Chapter 79 Invitation to Yahonglu. What's the matter? Yang Shu asked Zier. Zio pointed outside the courtyard and said, Haijita asked me to call you. He said he has something to report. Yang Shu looked over and walked out. Prince. Pai Gaowen greeted him. The second prince sent someone to tell him that he will be waiting for you at Yahonglu tonight. He has a big surprise for you. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows, unable to sit still any longer, and actually took action himself. Does the prince want to go? Yang Shu opened his folding fan and curled his lips. It's really hard to refuse an appointment at Yahonglu. Forget it, I won't bring up the old man this time. Let's see what he has in mind. Before it got dark, Yang Shu left the Dingguo Palace. Leaning against the red tower, Guiqi tapped the tea bowl lightly, his eyes deep in thought. Your Highness, someone is coming. The attendant whispered in Guiqi's ear. Hearing this, Guiqi raised his eyes and said calmly, bring him here. Gui tried to steal something in Qizhou but ended up losing his life. Guoqi originally wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect that as soon as he came back, his father would ask him to stay with the grand tutor. What did this mean? Telling everyone that he intended to make Guoqi the crown prince? Guoqi secretly resented it, thinking that he was really biased. He had done so many things for his father, but never received any praise from him. On the other hand, Guoqi had done nothing and even made a fool of himself. But what is the result? He actually wanted to make Guoqi the crown prince. Does he really think that his son is gentle and obedient? Since he couldn't take the obvious path, Guoqi had no choice but to take the hidden path. Therefore, he had to get Lu Yun back. These days, Guoqi saw clearly that Lu Yun could not be replaced by anyone else. She is meticulous, and her moves are quick, accurate, and ruthless, and she never misses. This is not a pendant that can be replaced. Lu Yun is not only her eyes, but also her blade. A sharp blade that does not shed blood. With her around, he can save himself a lot of trouble. While thinking, Guoqi heard footsteps. When he looked up, his eyes met Yang Shu's. The young master had a casual demeanor. His eyes seemed to be looking up to the sky, and he did not restrain himself at all even when facing the prince. It's been rumored outside that everyone around you has been punished. Looking at your expression, I think they're just talking nonsense. Guoqi said in a flat tone. I am the only child of the Ding Palace. How could this old man touch me? Yang Shu held his chin high and sat down on the chair. Guoqi narrowed his eyes. Did he beat him less in the past? But Yang Pifu was heartbroken and didn't bother to care anymore because he was dying. Lu Yun hasn't had enough fun yet? I've never seen you have such patience before. It's time to change to someone new. Guoqi said casually. You think I don't want to change? Yang Shu curled his lips, but after searching everywhere, I haven't found anyone with a better figure and appearance than Lu Yun. I don't know why the old man is so crazy that he insists on me marrying her. There's nothing wrong with taking a concubine, but he made such a big fuss about it. Everyone knows that Lu Yun came from a brothel. Yang Shu was full of anger, thinking that Yang Lian had embarrassed him. Guoqi didn't say anything, but just clapped his hands. Soon, a woman in red with a slender waist walked in. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her face was beautiful as the moon. Yang Shu stopped talking immediately, his eyes glued to the woman in red. Chu Zhu pays respects to His Highness and the Crown Prince. A voice like an oriole came from the mouth of the woman in red. Different from the charming Lu Yun, Chu Zhu had a heroic look between her eyebrows, which could easily arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Go ahead and fill up the general's glass. Guoqi waved his hand. Yang Shu smiled. Second Prince, I misjudged you in the past. If I had known you would be like this. Yang Shu stopped talking and just stared at Chu Zhu with an idiotic look. How old are you? Yang Shu grabbed Chu Zhu's hand with a lustful look on his face while she was pouring wine for her. 10, 16. Chu Zhu withdrew his hand, with panic on his face. You are already 16 years old. What future do you have staying in Yihanglu? How about coming back home with me? Yang Shu pulled her into his arms. Your servant, your servant. Chu Zhu was obviously unwilling. She looked at Guoqi and called out pitifully, Your Highness. Since you like it, take it back. Guoqi ignored Chu Zhu's pleading and spoke as if he were discussing something else. I'll treat the second prince to a drink later. Yang Shu pulled Chu Zhu out despite her resistance. Guoqi's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't stand up until Yang Shu walked away. In the carriage, Yang Shu stroked Chu Zhu's face with a frivolous gesture, but there was not even a trace of lust in his eyes. Guoqi did not give up on Lu Yun. Not only did he not give up, he wanted to take her back. Back at the Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu carried Chu Zhu into the wing room. Just as he was about to do something inappropriate, there was a knock on the door. Sir, the old master wants you to come over. What time is it now? He is always troublesome. Yang Shu cursed angrily, glanced at Chu Zhu, and walked out with his sleeves swung. As soon as he walked out of the room, Yang Shu's impatience and lust disappeared without a trace. He walked towards Fuxianjuan. Chu Zhu is someone who can arouse the second prince's passion, so why isn't he tempted? Lu Yun was wearing a gauze dress, leaning against the window, smiling. Yang Shu walked over, hugged Lu Yun, smelled her body fragrance, and spoke softly. What cheating is blind, she is not as charming as you. I don't understand. What's the point of him sending people in? Would I be greedy for Chu Zhu's novelty and kick you out? In Yihanglu, I told you that it was the old man's idea to accept you. Lu Yun leaned lightly on Yang Shu, her red lips slightly parted, passed the message. The second prince never wanted Chu Zhu to live. If I'm not mistaken, he wants to break into King Ding's palace. Yang Shu frowned. Be more specific. I have been in the Dingguo Palace for so long, I must be very familiar with this place. I just need to let Guoqi know the time and location of the guards' patrols, and he can send people to sneak in. It's hard for a living person to leave Dingguo Palace, but it's very easy for a dead person. There was a sneer on Lu Yun's lips. Yang Shu gathered her hair behind her. How do you feel? Lu Yubai asked him. Do you want me to be stupid? Isn't this fear? Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist. I heard people say that when a woman has her period, Her mind isn't very clear. Guiqi has rarely bothered with you, and you have been craving for it for so many years. Yangshu sighed. I have only been with you for a short time. How can I compare with him? Hiss. Women have the most vicious hearts. You can't just pinch them gently. Yangshu rubbed his waist and glared at Lu Yun. Lu Yun raised her eyelids. None of the girls in Yihanglu are as good at pretending as you. Shushu, don't touch him no matter how tempted you are. Guiqi is not broad-minded. You have repeatedly ruined his plans and even provoked him in person. He must have murderous intentions. It's not like there's no poison that uses women as a medium. It's difficult for the imperial physician to find out. Am I so lustful? Yangshu picked up Lu Yun and walked towards the bed. Lu Yun pinched Yangshu's face and nodded with a smile on her lips. You are slandering and breaking the law. Putting Lu Yun on the bed, Yangshu took off her shoes. Guiqi and I are similar in one respect. We both value your ability over your appearance. However, I look better than him, and as for my physical strength, he can't even see my shadow. Lu Yun, you must not be blind. Staring at Yangshu's eyes, Lu Yun turned her head and smiled. This man spoke very honestly, but he always liked to brag about himself. Chapter 80. No Return. It was not until the third day after Chuzhu entered the palace that Lu Yun went to see her. You came so late. Could it be that you have gotten along much better with Yangshuan and you really like her? Chuzhu said with sarcasm in his tone. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged as she sat down slowly on the chair. Lu Yun did not respond. The resentment in Chuzhu's eyes surfaced on his face. Why are you so proud? The second prince thought you were dirty before. Now, it is even more impossible for him to touch you. Sooner or later, you will be like me and exchange it for someone else. Lu Yun raised her eyes slightly, looked straight at Chuzhu, and said in a cold voice, still as stupid as ever. If the second prince asked you to bring it, please. Lu Yun really didn't want to talk to Chuzhu anymore. She couldn't even tell who had abandoned her, and she didn't know who she should hate. She felt so pitiful and sad. You know the consequences of what you did to harm the second prince. It won't end with your death, Lu Yun said in a light voice. Chuzhu paused as she rushed forward. Fear flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head as if she had lost all her strength. Decide the time and location of the patrol of the palace guards. Lu Ling's condition is very bad. If you leave, the medicine prescribed by the doctor will be delivered to her mouth. Lu Yun stood up and walked out gracefully. Lu Yun, you are just a dog of the second prince, and the most despicable one at that. You will never be able to step into the gate of the second prince's palace. Chuzhu suddenly raised his head and shouted at Lu Yun. They are both lowly people, so why shouldn't she be servile and fawning to please them? Even though she was taken into Prince Ding's palace, she was still so bright and cheerful, without any sign of embarrassment on her face. Chuzhu was fed up with Lu Yun's calm and composed appearance. It seems that no matter how you humiliate her, she won't take it seriously. When Chuzhu was favored, she often showed off in front of Lu Yun. She thought Lu Yun would be angry and make a fuss, but from beginning to end, Lu Yun was quiet and even her eyes did not change. It makes her look like a joke. As someone who has been toyed with by Yangshu, Lu Yun, what do you have to be so proud of? Lu Yun walked out of the house without stopping. She didn't like arguing with idiots. Where's the prince? Walking along the tree-lined path, Lu Yun stopped and asked Zier. It seems to be a martial arts training ground. You seem to be working very hard, but I don't know why your foundation is so weak. Lu Yun changed direction and said casually. Zier didn't answer. She didn't understand the situation here. According to the rules of Dingguo Palace, it is better to remain silent than to speak nonsense. Putting the spear back, Yangshu walked down the steps and leaned against the stone pillar to catch his breath. Wipe it. Lu Yun handed over the handkerchief. Why are you here? The sun is so strong. Aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke? Yangshu took Lu Yun to a shady place. I want to see you. Yangshu raised his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. These words are more comfortable than iced mung bean soup. Our Miss Lu has finally grown into a loving heart, Yangshu said jokingly. Lu Yun rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. I went to see Chuzhu. You don't have to report to me. It's not like you can't handle this little thing. Yangshu wiped the stone bench and asked Lu Yun to sit down. Yangshu poured a glass of water and handed it over. The prince is becoming more caring. My own wife, if I don't love her, I'm not giving others a chance. Lu Yun raised the corners of her lips slightly. Her words were just to coax people, but they were sincere and made people happy. If the second prince's men never come back, he will probably become suspicious. Yangshu smiled. No matter how suspicious he is, he can't suspect me. He either thinks it's the old man, or... Yangshu looked at Lu Yun, and his words were self-evident. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. He can't touch you. Yangshu held Lu Yun's hand affectionately. You're not serious at all. Lu Yun smiled at Yangshu. She was always talking about love. It was a rare thing that the backyard of Dingguo Palace was not full. That night, Lu Yun gave the drawings to Chuzhu. Holding the blueprint, Chu Zhu's hands trembled wildly, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Between you and me, the second prince clearly favored me. Why? Why did he use me to exchange for you? Lu Yun ignored Chu Zhu's hysterical questioning and left without looking back. The nanny who disciplines Chu Zhu is really unqualified. A fool like him should not be allowed to work. Just by being favored a few times and hearing a few sweet words, she thought she had controlled a man's heart. Who is Guiqi? The prince, an unloved prince who covets the throne. How could he be sincere? All he cares about is power. Women are nothing more than objects. If it is valuable, just coax it. When you get tired of it, you can throw it away. She wanted to enter the second prince's palace before, simply because that path was the best choice for her at that time. The prince has hanged himself. Early in the morning, Pai Gao went to Yang Shu and reported. Yang Shu was not surprised and asked Pai Gao to throw the man out. Wiping the sweat off his head, Yang Shu looked at the rising sun and stopped practicing boxing. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yang Shu accompanied Lu Yun for breakfast. Last night, Zhou died. Lu Yun spoke slowly. Yang Shu put the peeled eggs in her bowl and said, I will arrange for someone to take care of my father-in-law. My lady, the nightmare is over. From now on, I will be with you. Yang Shu smiled at Lu Yun. Cough, cough, cough. An inappropriate voice sounded. Mo Mei was not disgusted by Yang Shu, but the egg stuck in her throat. Yang Shu's face was dark as he helped her get the eggs out. Every time she eats, her cheeks are stuffed full, as if no one would snatch the food from her. Lu Yun rubbed Mo Mei's back, feeling helpless and distressed. She was afraid of being hungry and being robbed. Even though I have no worries about food and clothing now, the fear is engraved in my bones. Knowing that she had ruined the atmosphere, Mo Mei ran away with her bowl in her hands before Yang Shu could knock her on the head. After laughing and scolding for a few words, Yang Shu served the food to Lu Yun. You've been immersed in books for a while and haven't paid much attention to me. Can you take a break today and go boating with me? Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun's sleeve. My wife, there are golden houses in the books, but there really is no such real and handsome husband as me. Yang Shu said seriously. Lu Yun chuckled and agreed. Indeed not. Looking at Yang Shu, Lu Yun's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knew that Yang Shu didn't want her to be affected by Shou, so he changed his plan and took her out for a walk. Don't look at me like that. You know I can't resist temptation. Yang Shu fed Lu Yun chicken porridge. Lu Yun put her arms around his waist. Husband. All kinds of words came to Lu Yun's mind, but he couldn't utter a word. Please don't cry. I hate to see your tears. It hurts me. Yang Shu hurriedly wiped Lu Yun's face. I don't know what moved me. I've been detained in the mansion for so long, and you still accompanied me just to go swimming in the lake. My lady, don't be so easily satisfied. Yang Shu pinched Lu Yun's pretty nose, his face full of doting. Mo Mei looked at the two of them, silently retracted her foot that was about to step into the house, glanced at the eggs on the table, bit her fingers, and left reluctantly. Are other couples like the son-in-law and his daughter like this? They are as close as one person. Thinking of the smile on Lu Yun's face, Mo Mei grinned, hoping that her son-in-law could always stay with her. Chapter 81 tomorrow at 9 p.m., Pinxiang Tower. Master, the servant of the Prince of Duke Zheng's mansion has sent a message asking you to go to Pinxiang Tower at 9 p.m. tomorrow. The steward came up to Zheng Bin and spoke softly. Zheng Bin raised his head and put down the account book in his hand. Is he finally going to see her? Well, let's see what he wants. Yes, when Guiqi will take action. Yang Shu put down the black piece, looked at Lu Yun, and said casually. Lu Yun looked at the chessboard, thinking about where to place the pieces. Yang Shu was not very good at playing Go, but he was extremely good at this thing called Go Bang. After several games, she didn't win once. I think his patience has always been low over the past 2 days. In the past, I and my advisors would persuade him, but Guiqi would not tell his advisors about the robbery of people from the Dingguo Palace. This would make him look like he was blinded by lust. He is a person with low self-esteem and conceited self-esteem, and he cares a lot about the opinions of people around him. Yang Shu stood up and sat beside Lu Yun, looking at her intently. What about me? Lu Yun raised her eyebrows and curled the corners of her lips. Is the prince jealous? How can someone as broad-minded as me not be jealous? Yang Shu looked resentful. My dear, when will you understand me so clearly? Lu Yun stroked her forehead and put it on again. At first, she really thought Yang Shu minded, but later, Lu Yun found out that Yang Shu was just idle. I'm just addicted to acting. Picking up a piece of cake, Lu Yun stuffed it into Yang Shu's mouth. Give me your comments. After taking a bite of the cake, Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's hand and said, I promise I won't be angry. Really? Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu suspiciously. Real, more real than me. Yang Shu smiled brightly. Lu Yun took a sip of tea. After being together for such a long time, if Lu Yun still didn't know that Yang Shu was wearing sheep's clothing, she didn't need to stay in Dingguo Palace anymore. Looking at Yang Shu's eyes, Lu Yun still spoke. Prince, you are cunning and deceitful, like a wolf or a fox. If you don't make a move, you will achieve your goal. He is thoughtful, strategic, and patient. Great at disguising, thick-skinned, boastful, and excellent acting skills. And then there's lust. After Lu Yun finished speaking, Yang Shu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. You are really my good wife. When others talk about their husbands, they all praise them. Look at you. What words do you use? Cunning? Deceitful? Shameless? Lustful? Yang Shu said, I can tell you've been in the palace for too long and don't know the direction of the outside world. Nowadays, who in the whole Yin kingdom doesn't know that the Prince of Dingguo Palace is smart, studious, humble, and polite? Lu Yun chuckled. Don't believe it? I'll stop anyone on the street and I guarantee he'll say exactly what I said. Yang Shu snorted. Lu Yun nodded. Yang Shu was not lying about this. With his reputation, who would dare to disobey him? Is it that funny? Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's waist and kissed her on the lips. Lu Yun touched Yang Shu's face and pinched it, with a relaxed smile between her brows. In front of Yang Shu, she let herself go more and more, saying whatever she wanted to say without worrying that Yang Shu would get angry. The pampering she received these days made her feel somewhat dependent on him, and she subconsciously believed that Yang Shu would not be angry with her. The land of gentleness can not only bury heroes, but also bury her. Lu Yun watched herself sinking soberly. The leisurely and happy time with Yang Shu was something she had never experienced before. She was so beautiful that she didn't dare close her eyes. Prince, make some ferocious expressions. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and put his hand on her forehead. Are you crazy from the heat? Although he said that, Yang Shu still looked angry. Lu Yun stroked his brow and sighed inwardly. Even though he looked angry, she didn't feel afraid anymore. Is this how the prince behaves when he is murderous intent on someone? No. Yang Shu fed Lu Yun candied fruit. I'm not crazy. I'm just frightened. Where can I find such a charming wife? You're such a smooth talker. Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu's chest with a smile on her lips. You. Yang Shu rested his chin on Lu Yun's hair, revealing a bit of helplessness. It's okay. As time goes by, she will eventually believe that he really treats her as his wife, not just using her and discarding her like a worn-out shoe. After chatting with Lu Yun for a while, Yang Shu went to the martial arts training ground to learn archery. Prince. Pai Gao walked towards Yang Shu in a hurry, his face solemn. Someone delivered a secret letter saying that Lieutenant General Zhao was colluding with the state of Wu. The emperor sent a team of imperial guards to escort Lieutenant General Zhao back to Jianan. Yang Shu loosened the bowstring, and the arrow fell halfway into its flight. Yang Shu had a thorough understanding of all the generals of the Yang family army. This Lieutenant General Zhao was in his early 30s, mighty and powerful, had made countless military achievements, and was highly regarded by the old man. Yang Shu did not believe that he was colluding with the state of Wu, because this guy was brought up by Ponzi. 9 out of 10 people brought by Pang Chi are idiots. It's not that Ponzi deliberately changed their personalities, but the old man liked simple and honest people, and he chose guards of this type. It saves you trouble and you don't have to worry about someone doing something behind your back. This Zhao Niu is the most foolish of all fools. The probability of him colluding with foreign enemies is no less than winning 30 million in the lottery. Is the emperor determined to rise up and use this opportunity to overthrow the Dingguo Palace? Yang Shu shook his head at the thought. If the emperor really had the courage, he would not have stood idly by and watched him return empty-handed without saying a word. Giving the bow and arrow to Pai Gao, Yang Shu concentrated on thinking, this Jianan is very turbid under the surface, there must be a manipulator hiding. Some people hoped that there would be a riot in Prince Ding's palace and a confrontation with the emperor. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If the emperor falls, who is most likely to sit on the chair? The image of the adult prince emerged in Yang Shu's mind, but then he sneered. Those people did not have the ability to deal with the aftermath, and he was also worried that the Dingguo Palace would directly exterminate the Guo family. Yang Shu frowned and walked again and again, but he still couldn't figure out who this person was. The time was too short, his intelligence network was very incomplete, and what he could know was very little. Let's go to Kixiewen. Yang Shu took the lead. Uncle Pang, stop cutting. Lieutenant General Zhao is colluding with foreign enemies. The emperor has sent the imperial guards to escort him back to Jianan. Pang Chi stopped pruning the branches. He looked up and glanced at Yang Shu. You are well informed. Uncle Pang, this is clearly an attempt to throw feces on Lieutenant General Zhao. If they want to frame him, I'm afraid he won't be able to prove his innocence. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. Either there is a problem in the imperial guards, or there is an ambush on the road. I have already sent the letter out and arranged for someone to take care of it. Pang Chi said to Yang Shu with satisfaction in his eyes. Good. The reaction is quite quick and the vision is thorough. With such a brain, even if he and the marshal were not around, he would not be killed so easily. Yang Shu frowned and shook his head. There is always a loophole in 100 precautions. We can't gamble with Lieutenant General Zhao's life. Uncle Pang, write a letter and ask him to escape to Huaning County. The emperor is just going through the motions. He doesn't dare to really confront us. Commander Zhao is missing. The people in the dark have no place to use their strength. As for reputation, Yang Shu raised his eyes. If he won, he would be the one writing the history books. If he lost, he wouldn't have to wash himself. He was indeed a traitor. Chapter 82. He is serious about rebellion. Pang Chi's pupils contracted, unable to hide his shock. Some things are one thing to guess, but another to see them in front of you. A general's life was ruined if he ran away, but Yang Shu made it so lightly. It could only be that he had long harbored the intention of rebellion, so he didn't worry about Zhao Niu's future at all. Given the relationship between Zhao Niu and the Dingguo Palace, if Yang Shu lost, he would definitely be on the list of people to be liquidated. He would have rebelled anyway, and now he has only ruined his reputation in advance. You, Uncle Pang, you must also want the people to live well. Yang Shu smiled at Pang Chi and said calmly, the Prince Ding's mansion is loyal to the Emperor and patriotic, but what is the outcome? Grandpa had a deep bond with the late Emperor, but we have already paid back what we owed, and more than that. I don't owe them anything. I only know that blood debt must be repaid with blood. Yang Shu's face was stern, and every word he spoke was chilling. Uncle Pang, my father died without a complete body. Do you really have no resentment in your heart? The corners of Pangzi's mouth were pursed into a straight line, and a chill emanated from his body. Yang Shu's father was talented, energetic, kind, and his favorite child. But in the end, this child just couldn't put the pieces together no matter how hard he tried. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Pang Chi spoke in a deep voice, don't show it in front of the marshal. I understand. The old man was a man of his word. He paved the way for him, not to help him rebel, but to protect his life. If the Yang family army is sincerely convinced of his loyalty, even the emperor would not easily touch him. If he really can't stay there any longer, he can go to the border with the soldiers under his command. Rebellion was an option that Mr. Yang subconsciously skipped. He may know what he is doing and what he is hiding, but as long as he doesn't expose it, he can pretend that he is just providing protection for his grandson instead of helping him start a war. Once people are bound by morality, they can only deceive themselves in this way. Pang Chi opened his mouth but said nothing in the end and walked away. Yang Shu looked at his back for a long time. It was obvious that the old man was very resentful. It was a pity that the late emperor had died, and Yang Shu had no way of finding out. Otherwise, he would really like to see whether this was a real man or a hypocrite. His affection bound the Dingguo Palace tightly. Pai Gao, prepare the car. Prince, where are you going? Pai Gao stepped forward. Tea house. Yang Shu wanted to go to a lively place, listen to people talking, and see if he could find some ideas. It would be best if someone could lead the pace. In order to keep a low profile, Yang Shu specially chose a veil hat that could cover his face. If he didn't hide his face, he would have disappeared before he even showed up. Walk. After playing Pai Gao, Yang Shu walked out the door. When he reached the door, Yang Shu looked back at Pai Gao and said, stay home. With you around, anyone can guess who I am. After selecting a few guards who rarely showed their faces in public, Yang Shu left in a carriage. When they reached a secluded place, he got off the carriage, fanned himself, and walked slowly. Knowing that someone was watching him in the dark, Yang Shu went to the nearest brothel on purpose. However, after only half an incense stick of time, he left in displeasure, obviously not interested in mediocre women. After wandering around the street for a while, Yang Shu seemed tired and went into a tea shop. After listening for a long time, Yang Shu was very disappointed. They were all trivial matters about the neighborhood and no one mentioned Zhao Niu. Well, this tea shop is not that big, and the news of Zhao Niu colluding with the enemy country has not spread yet, so no one would talk about it. If you want to hear secret news, you have to go to a big tea house. But in big tea houses, there will definitely be servants guarding outside the private rooms, so you can't hear what you want to hear. Without wasting any more time, Yang Shu went back. The next day, after exercising, Yang Shu went out again. He went in the pleasure boat first, but it was too early and the boat was not as lively as usual. It was very quiet, with only a few little girls walking around carrying water. After staying for a while, Yang Shu left in boredom. Young master, I've checked and found that among the people who came yesterday, 2 were instructed by Jin Yuan Rice Shop, said the manager. Zheng Bin checked the rice being shipped out. Jin Yuan Rice Shop was competing with her, and since they couldn't win the competition, they tried some despicable means. Check the background of those 2 people again to see what benefits Jin Yuan Rice Company promised them. No need to draw a line, just let them join. Zheng Bin opened his mouth slowly. The steward was slightly stunned. Young master, isn't this too risky? They have ulterior motives and will definitely try to discredit Rongchang Rice Company. Once they join, it will be hard to defend against them. Precisely because it is hard to guard against, we have to take advantage of the situation and let Ji Yuan Rice Shop suffer the consequences and be unable to take any action again. Zheng Bin said in a light tone. Seeing her firm attitude, the manager said nothing more. Although Zheng Bin was young, His ability was obvious to all, and his prestige had surpassed Zheng Jia. "What time is it?" Zheng Bin came out of the warehouse and asked the servant beside him. "There are still quarters of an hour left until tea time," the servant replied. He was smart and remembered Zheng Bin's daily schedule very well. He knew that she had an appointment at tea time. "Prepare the car, Pinxi Anglo." The servant bowed his head slightly and went to do it. The warehouse was not far from Pinxi Anglo, and Zheng Bin arrived there in just a quarter of an hour. As soon as he got off the carriage, Zheng Bin frowned and looked around. In the box on the second floor, Yang Shu raised his eyes, looking quite alert. Pinxi Anglo is a large and elegant place, and is the first choice for the dignitaries of Jianan to drink tea. Although it is impossible to eavesdrop, looking at the people coming in and out may give you some unexpected results. With this in mind, Yang Shu paid a large sum of money to get a private room by the window on the second floor, but he did not expect to see Zheng Bin. Businessmen generally don't meet at Pinxi Anglo to discuss business, because the people who come and go here are all dignitaries and they can't afford to offend. Whose appointment is Zheng Bin going to? Opening the folding fan, Yang Shu continued to stare at the door. Behind the screen, a pretty girl was playing the pipa. She glanced at the screen from time to time, and her uneasiness could be seen from her face. Pinxi Anglo is an elegant place, but they let a prostitute come in. Who is this person? What kind of weird hobbies does she have? How can she go back safely? Because of her restlessness, the girl played several wrong notes. Yang Shu didn't hear it. Given his usual image, it was very strange for him to go to Pinxi Anglo for tea, but it was very reasonable to bring a girl with him. What an elegant place, so exciting. The sound of the pipa made Zheng Bin stop in her tracks. She looked towards the box where the sound came from, feeling slightly puzzled. Yang Shu couldn't hear the wrong notes, but she could. Pinxi Anglo had musicians who were very skilled and would not make such a mistake. Unless the guests are harassing. But given the background of Pinxi Anglo, few dare to do so. After glancing at the guards outside the box, Zheng Bin continued walking forward. The people inside were not people she could afford to offend. The fact that the musician did not resist speaks volumes. The carriage of the Duke Zhang's mansion. Yang Shu's eyes fell on the carriage at the door and he frowned slightly. This was only 2 minutes before Zheng Bin's arrival. As the people got off the car, Yang Shu's brows furrowed even more tightly. He Xiangshu, the eldest son of the Duke Zhang's mansion. Chapter 83 He Xiangshu. Walking out from behind the screen, Yang Shu opened and closed his fan and tapped it on his palm. Looking outside the door, Yang Shu's eyes fell on Chunbai, changed to another song, a stickier one. Yang Shu lifted Chunbai's chin with the fan, his tone ambiguous. Chunbai didn't dare to resist, so she lowered her head and jumped up. Yang Shu closed his eyes and listened, with a smile on his face, seeming very satisfied. Xiangshu stepped onto the stairs and was slightly startled when he heard the sound of the pipa. The person in the second box of Xuanzi is the Prince of Dingguo Palace. The shopkeeper came to the side of Xiangshu and spoke in a low voice. Xiangshu raised his eyelids and said that the beauty of the pipa was beyond words. Xiangshu lifted the hem of his clothes without stopping. In the first private room of Dizzy Hotel, Zheng Bin took a sip of tea and waited quietly. Hearing the footsteps stopping outside the box, she looked over and her eyes met with Xiangshu who came in. Zheng Bin stood up and saluted towards Xiangshu. Xiangshu smiled casually. Don't be so reserved. Sit down. I asked you here because I want to discuss business. Xiangshu didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. Talk about business? How do you talk about it? Zheng Bin raised his eyes and looked directly at Xiangshu. A tall tree attracts the wind. Rongchang Rice Shop is now very famous. You have been making a fortune these days, and many people are eyeing you. If we have the protection of the Duke Zhang's mansion, we can avoid the dirty tricks both overt and covert. I want 60 of the profits from Rongchang Rice Shop. I won't take it for free. Name your price. Xiangshu spoke slowly, his eyes falling on Zheng Bin, not hiding his admiration. His ideas are truly novel and his mind is extraordinary. In the future, Rongchang Rice Shop will surely become the largest rice shop in Yan State, or perhaps more than just a rice shop. Talent like this is worthy of his condescending to negotiate in person. Your Highness is very kind, but Rongchang Rice Shop is my father's legacy. Let me go back and report to him, see what he thinks, and then reply to you, Your Highness. Zheng Bin stood up and saluted Xiangshu, his eyes dark. 60%? Isn't this just bringing Rongchang Rice Shop into the Zhongguo mansion? She wanted to take Rongchang Rice Shop to a new level, not to be someone's slave. Xiangshu is not Jia's master. If it was just for profit, Xiangshu could have manipulated someone to open one. With the plan he gave him and his background, he could have occupied the market in the shortest possible time. There's no need to drag her along. If it's not Xiangshu, then who could it be? Zheng Bin frowned, but couldn't think of anything. Xiangshu knew that Zheng Bin was unhappy and was deliberately delaying, but he did not stop him. Instead, he let Zheng Bin leave. What he was interested in was not Rongchang Rice Shop, but Zheng Bin. He had checked and found that Zhang Bin looked friendly, but once interests were involved, he would not give in. He has a deep sense of belonging to Rongchang rice shop. If we only try to poach him, we will never get him. Today, He Xiangshu is testing Zhang Bin's background. 60? That was equivalent to changing the ownership of Rongchang rice shop. He really didn't agree, but facing the behemoth that was the Duke Zhengguo's mansion, how could he refuse him? He Xiangshu was quite looking forward to it. Yang Shu was standing behind the door. If Zhang Bin wanted to go downstairs, he had to pass by his box. Hearing the subtle footsteps, Yang Shu raised his eyes. Was he really meeting He Xiangshu? One just came, and the other left. What did you talk about? Is it good enough to be so good at kung fu? Yang Shu waved his folding fan, thought for a while, and then opened the door. His movement was not small, and Zhang Bin looked over meaningfully. When her eyes fell on Yang Shu's face, she was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked away and ran away. Yang Shu was silent. Is he that scary? What kind of tea is being served? Does Pinxi Anglo no longer want to open? Yang Shu started yelling. Seeing that he was angry, the waiter hurried over and said in a very humble manner, I'll change the pot for you, Prince. Hurry up. Yang Shu had a fierce look on his face and slammed the door shut. There was a bang and Chunbai's hands trembled, but Yang Shu didn't call for a stop, so she quickly took over. Downstairs, Zhang Bin wiped the sweat off his head. It turned out to be Yang Shu. Whoever meets this lawless master will be unlucky. Fortunately, I ran fast. It was just a glance. He shouldn't care about a small person like her. He Xiangshu put down the teacup and listened to the noise outside. He shook his head. It was a pity that such a loyal and brave family passed away. It was not until the afternoon that Yang Shu came out of the incense tower. In the carriage, Yang Shu was twirling a folding fan, his eyes a little dull. He had been sitting there for the whole morning without catching any big fish, but he saw Zhang Bin meeting He Xiangshu. What can two people who have nothing in common talk about? Zhang Bin's daughter was hidden very well, and it was impossible for He Xiangshu to find her. Even if he did, he, an heir trained by the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion, would not be obsessed with sex. Since it's not about romance, there's no need to think about what we're talking about. He Xiangshu actually set his sights on Rongchang rice shop. It's really a big hit. How can one not be attracted by the Rongchang rice shop that makes a fortune every day? He Xiangshu took action personally, but Zhang Bin was unable to handle it. It was not because he was not as smart as He Xiangshu, but because the gap in their status was too big. If soft tactics don't work, I'll just use hard tactics. Go to Rongchang rice shop. Yang Shu has been planning for so long, but he is not doing this just to help others. Zhang Bin turned a page in the account book and carefully checked the expenses of each rice shop. As soon as she circled one place that was wrong, the manager ran up with sweat all over his forehead. Young master, how did you offend that master? Zhang Bin frowned and looked at the manager in confusion. Dingguo Palace, the Prince of Dingguo Palace is here. Zhang Bin loosened his grip, and the pen hit the account book, ink splashing everywhere. Not caring about his dirty sleeves, Zhang Bin stared at the manager. Where is the person? Down there. As soon as the steward finished speaking, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Zhang Bin's heart tightened, and he looked over. Looking at that face, Zhang Bin's back instantly became wet. He actually came over. Zhang Bin, who was always calm and composed, panicked for the first time. No one in Jianan dared to confront Yang Shu, and she had no way to ask for help in such a sudden situation. Zhang Bin subconsciously took a step back, his face looking pale and ugly. Yang Shu frowned when he saw this scene. Is he really that scary? It seemed that Zhang Bin might faint in the next second. Let me talk to him. Yang Shu pointed at Zhang Bin. The steward's throat rolled and his palms trembled. Seeing that he didn't move, Yang Shu waved his hand and asked the guards to carry the man away. Pulling out a chair, Yang Shu sat down. Don't have an expression as if you've seen a ghost. This prince is very handsome. Isn't he more pleasing to the eye than He Xiangshu? Yang Shu raised his eyes and said with a smile. Zhang Bin's pupil shrank and he looked fiercely at Yang Shu. She went to Pinxi Anglo without hiding anything. After some investigation, it was not difficult to find out who she met. At that time period, only people from the Duke Zheng's mansion entered Pinxi Anglo. The carriage that He Xiangshu was riding in had the logo of the Duke Zhengguo's mansion on it. But Yang Shu, a playboy, would not pay attention to all this. He shouldn't have said these words. Zhang Bin stared at Yang Shu, waiting for his next words. You want to see me, the prince? I came here today, and you can see that you are not happy. Yang Shu said with a smile. Zhang Bin's pupils dilated, and he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 84. Be frank. He Jia is my man. Yang Shu dropped another bomb. Zhang Bin's head was buzzing and her eyes were full of disbelief. Yang Shu's arrogance was something everyone knew, but now, Yang Shu was standing in front of her and telling her that it was all fake. It is not easy to overturn the inherent impression. If these things were not an absolute secret, Zhang Bin would never have believed what Yang Shu said. After a while, Zhang Bin put away her shock and calmed down. She stared at Yang Shu and asked, what does the prince want? Yang Shu patted his folding fan and said slowly, "I want your loyalty." Without waiting for Zheng Bin to reply, Yang Shu continued, "Among the four classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, the status of merchants is the lowest. No matter how well you do, as long as you offend the powerful, there is a high probability that your family will be destroyed and your money will be seized." "Prince, are you trying to say that you can protect me?" There was no emotion in Zheng Bin's words. Yang Shu smiled and said, "How can other people's protection last forever? If you are in a good mood today, you may show some concern for them. If you are in a bad mood tomorrow, you will just abandon them. If you want to change, then change the system. This Yan State is too corrupt." "Zheng Bin, are you tired of living a life as insignificant as an ant, trembling with fear every day? I want to leave Jianan and build a brand new country. In my dynasty, merchants are not lowly. They have human rights and can enter the government and become officials. Women's future is not limited to the backyard. As long as they are capable, I will treat them the same as men." Zheng Bin's heart tightened and he looked at Yang Shu. "I chose you, so I won't leave anything unchecked. That's all for today. See you later." Yang Shu smiled at Zheng Bin in a friendly manner, took out a silver note from his pocket and put it on the table. Then he started to smash things. "Given the character of the Prince of Dingguo Palace, he didn't come to you to make friends with you." "Young master." Only after Yang Shu left did the manager and the waiter dare to run upstairs. Zheng Bin tidied up his loose hair and got up from the ground with the help of the steward. "That's simply too much." The steward's cheeks were tense and his eyes were filled with anger. Zheng Bin lowered his eyes. Almost no one doubted that Yang Shu's violent behavior was fake. He hit it really well. "That gentleman is not someone we can mess with. Be careful with your words." Zheng Bin coughed twice, weakly. It was obvious that he had been beaten up by Yang Shu. "Go get a doctor," the steward yelled at the waiter. Zheng Bin waved her hands and patted the dust off her body. She said in a low voice, "Keep an eye on the shop." After saying this, Zheng Bin walked out. He looked thin, his feet were heavy, and he had lost his former energy and spirit. The steward kept hitting his legs in anger. How could such a villain appear in the Dingguo Palace? "Go home." After getting on the carriage, Zheng Bin changed his decadent look and his eyes became sharp. Thinking of what Yang Shu said, her brows furrowed. If it weren't for the plan that he Jie had handed over before, Zheng Bin would have thought that Yang Shu was dreaming and having wild ideas. Because he saw that Yang Shu had a mind that was different from that of an ordinary person, Zheng Bin couldn't completely doubt what he said. If he really has that ambition. Zheng Bin pursed his lips and had to admit that what Yang Shu said was too tempting. It was hard for her not to be shaken. But rebellion is too risky. How can the Zheng family's foundation be destroyed in her hands? Zheng Bin's eyes kept changing color, and his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched, leaving nail marks. Closing his eyes, Zheng Bin leaned back. The Dingguo Palace controls the Yang family army, but Yang Shu's reputation outside is too bad. Even if he rebels against Jianan, how can he convince the people? But she could refuse. Knowing such a secret, how could Yang Shu let her escape? Being involved in this dispute is beyond my control. Zheng Bin felt indescribably tired. First it was Xiang Shu, then Yang Shu. She was like a chess piece on the chessboard, being manipulated by them. In Fuxiang Courtyard, Lu Yan frowned slightly. "The prince is really bold. He told me everything when we first met." Yang Shu held up the fan. "You also said that Zheng Bin is a smart person, and if you hide things from a smart person, she will never give you her true heart and will always be wary. It's okay to watch, but at the critical moment, it will be the biggest hidden danger. If it explodes, it might ruin all my plans. Why not just make it clear from the beginning and let her see my sincerity? I am not using her as a tool to gain control of the state of Yan. I want to build a brand new dynasty with her." Lu Yan fed the grapes to Yang Shu. The shock was greater than the surprise. "Zheng Bin will have trouble sleeping tonight. The risk of rebellion is too great. If you fail, your entire clan will be executed. No matter how sincere the prince is, or how tempting his words are, Zheng Bin will not take the step forward immediately." Yang Shu smiled and put his arm around Lu Yan's waist. "I'm not that anxious. You know, I have a lot of patience. Once the seeds are planted, as long as we continue to water them, they will want to break through the soil and see the different scenery outside." Feeling a little sunshine, she wouldn't give up even if I did. "You really calculated every step." Lu Yan pinched Yang Shu's face. Yang Shu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yan on the lips. "Nonsense. I am the most sincere in the whole Jianan." Lu Yan couldn't help laughing. She put her arms around Yang Shu's neck and kissed him back. Looking at Yang Shu's eyes, Lu Yan moved closer to him. As the Prince of Dingguo Palace, he looked majestic and was walking on the edge of a knife every moment. If Yang Shu was naive, there would be only a few weeds on his grave. His situation did not allow him to be sincere. If Yang Shu had come to her from the beginning to talk to her sincerely and said what he wanted to do, she would have reported it to Guo Qi immediately, and the Dingguo Palace would have been destroyed ahead of time. In the power struggle, the simpler you are, the faster you die. Feeling a pain on her lips, Lu Yun snorted softly, looking at Yang Shu with watery eyes. Focus. Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun. On the bed, Lu Yun looked at the person who was getting closer and closer, and responded to him subconsciously. The light in the room gradually dimmed. Lu Yun grabbed Yang Shu's back, exerting force unconsciously. My lady is so pretty. Gathering the hair that was sticking to Lu Yun's face behind her ears, Yang Shu murmured softly, with a lingering tone in his words. Lu Yun raised her eyes. The watery look in her eyes made it impossible for her to see Yang Shu clearly. The body is more honest than the heart. She was greedy for the tenderness given by Yang Shu and could not even muster a trace of resistance. Gently stroking Lu Yun's back, Yang Shu helped her calm down. Having regained some strength, Lu Yun leaned towards Yang Shu's chest. The steady beating sound from his heart made her feel inexplicably at peace. I thought you would keep doing this. Lu Yun's charming eyes and a soft voice. Yang tightened her waist, smiling. Are you dissatisfied that I ended too early? Try it first so I won't kill you at night. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's red lips, tenderness in his eyes. Restraining himself, Yang Shu stood up. I'll go get some hot water. After stroking Lu Yun's rosy face, Yang Shu left reluctantly. It's getting dark. If we don't stop, we won't have dinner. Lu Yun looked towards the door and could not stand the loneliness in the room. Chapter 85 No One Left Behind. After a while, Yang Shu came into the house carrying hot water. After wringing out the towel, Yang Shu wiped Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes. It's not that there were no one serving her in Yahanglu, but they were serving her obediently just for the sake of survival. Jianan, a man of Yang Shu's status, would not help a woman clean up afterwards, even if that person was his wife. Don't you feel that your status has been lowered, Prince? What? Yang Shu blinked and collected his thoughts. Lu Yun's figure was really not exaggerated. Any man who saw her would be unable to resist. What status do you want to lower? Between husband and wife, do we still have to distinguish between high and low? Pulling the thin blanket, Yang Shu wrapped Lu Yun. Yang Shu took the clothes and put them on the couch. I'll ask Zia to bring the food. You change. Looking at Yang Shu's hurriedly leaving, Lu Yun laughed out loud. As she laughed, she lowered her eyes. Yang Shu probably felt a little bit of love for her. He did not care only about his own desires. Rubbing her sore waist, Lu Yun put on her clothes one by one. Opening the door, Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu standing outside and smiled. Want to use it together? Yang Shu turned around and took her into his arms. You've already invited me. How can I say no? Lu Yun smiled at him. It's clear that you have no intention of leaving. Don't expose me. Don't I have any face to lose? Yang Shu took Lu Yun's hand and went into the house with her. Zia served the food and left. After serving Lu Yun a bowl of soup, Yang Shu talked about Zhao Niu. Uncle Pang has sent a letter. Although Zhao Niu is simple-minded and stubborn, he will listen to Uncle Pang's words. I just don't know who is plotting this in the dark, and even the Emperor can't figure it out. Yang Shu frowned. The Emperor must be investigating this matter, but there has been no movement at all. The power is so great that it is astonishing. Lu Yun raised her hand and smoothed Yang Shu's brows. As long as you make a move, there will always be a flaw. Yang Shu nodded and held Lu Yun's hand. Don't worry, I will definitely win in the end. You can forget about remarrying in this life. Lu Yun laughed and called out softly, Yang Shu. If one day you get what you want and get tired of me, don't kill me. Let me keep some good things in my heart. You're talking nonsense again. Yang Shu put the fish meat with bones removed into Lu Yun's arms. Can't you just live peacefully? You must be hoping that I will kill you. Eat quickly, and then I'll take you for a walk in the garden. We're done. Yang Shu gave Lu Yun a look that said, you understand. Lecher. Lu Yun scolded with a smile. I don't like power or lust. Why should I be a prince? I might as well find a temple and become a monk. Zia walked into the house and filled the teapot. Before leaving, she glanced at the two of them. The prince and the second lady seemed to be getting along more and more harmoniously. It was very warm. After dinner, Yang Shu took Lu Yun for a walk and then decisively carried her to bed. Kissing Lu Yun's red lips, Yang Shu untied her belt. The night gradually deepened, and after the noise stopped, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Hearing the sound of weapons clashing, Yang Shu opened his eyes, and Lu Yun also opened his eyes at the same time. Here it comes. Guoqi is really anxious. Aren't you tired? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's back gently with a gentle voice. Lu Yun leaned into Yang Shu's arms and closed her eyes. Yang Shu took out a folding fan and fanned her. He tossed and turned until midnight before letting Lu Yun sleep. However, she, who was extremely sleepy, woke up at the same time as him. This is the vigilance developed over the years. She probably never had a moment of peace of mind. Go to sleep. This is the Ding Kingdom Palace. No one can hurt you. Seeing that Lu Yun's breathing had stabilized, Yang Shu stepped down from the couch quietly. Prince, there are 10 people in total, and 3 are dead. Paijita reported. Yang Shu looked at the night sky and said indifferently, there's no need to keep him alive. Kill him. These warriors who were trained to be swordsmen will not surrender. After standing for a while, Yangshu turned around and went back to the house. I'm sorry to bother you. Lying on the couch, Yangshu looked at Lu Yun, who had just woken up, feeling quite helpless. Lu Yun wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice lazy and weak. Did you get them all? If we had made preparations in advance and let him go, it would have been a shame for the old man. There are 10 of them in total. Yangshu played with Lu Yun's hair. He is determined to get you. Lu Yun smiled. It's just something that fits my hand. The night is long, and since you have no desire to sleep. Seeing Lu Yun close her eyes immediately, Yangshu laughed. TSK, I don't know who has been tempting me. The fish has taken the bait, but you ignored it. Yangshu buried his head in Lu Yun's neck and teased her. There was constant laughter in the room. You were so funny. Yangshu looked at Lu Yun's watery eyes and kissed her on the forehead. Lu Yun's breathing was a little disordered. Although her body was sensitive, she would not be aroused by a single touch in the past. Let me tell you the most beautiful fairy tale. It was New Year's Eve, cold and dark, and a well-behaved little girl was walking barefoot on the street. Yangshu patted Lu Yun's back gently and spoke slowly, but his eyes did not fall on Lu Yun's face, fearing that he would not be able to control himself. It was so cold that the little girl finally lit a match, and with a bang, everyone in the town saw her grandmother that night. Lu Yun was stunned. She had never expected this ending. She looked at Yangshu. Yangshu was amused by the ignorant look of the child. He leaned slightly sideways and kissed Lu Yun on the lips. In the early morning, after Yangshu left, Lu Yun supported herself on the bed and stood up. She was wearing a thin moon-colored dress that could not hide her graceful curves. As soon as she stepped onto the bed, her legs went limp. Frowning, Lu Yun sat down beside the bed. Her aching waist made her ears slightly hot. If Yangshu had lost control last night, she might not have to get up today. Second, madam. Zio came in carrying a basin of water. Go to the kitchen and make a bowl of contraceptive soup. After relaxing for a while, Lu Yun sat down in front of the bronze mirror. Zio was slightly stunned. Second, madam, the wedding invitations have been sent out. The prince can't go back on his word. This contraceptive soup is harmful to the body after all. Go ahead. Lu Yun opened her lips without changing her expression. If you lose your place in the right place just because you are favored and start to dream about things you shouldn't, it is tantamount to seeking death. Young master, He Jie is here. As soon as Zhang Bin got off the carriage, the steward came forward and said that Zhang Bin had instructed that if He Jie looked for her, she must be informed immediately. Zhang Bin looked inside and stepped in. On the second floor, after sending everyone away, Zhang Bin looked at He Jie. My lord asked me to give this to you. He Jie took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Zhang Bin. After He Jie left, Zhang Bin opened the booklet and read the words line by line. Zhang Bin's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be a reform aimed at business. Unify the market operation mechanism, reduce business taxes, encourage the construction of farmers' markets, and increase the protection of business venues. Just by looking at it, Zhang Bin felt that a prosperous scene appeared before his eyes. Opportunities abound. This is Zhang Bin's feeling after reading the booklet. What kind of brain does he have? He really had an accurate grasp of people's hearts. Zhang Bin clenched the booklet tightly. These things could not be written without great effort. Yangshu was telling her that what he said yesterday was not to deceive her. Chapter 86. Zhang Bin expresses his loyalty. After taking a closer look, Zhang Bin went straight home in a carriage. After turning a few bluestone roads, Zhang Bin arrived at Zhang Jie's yard. His father's health was getting worse and worse, and Zhang Bin would not disturb him unless it was something very serious. Merchants were drawn into the struggle for imperial power, and it seemed beyond their capabilities no matter how you looked at it. Since this matter concerns the life and death of the Zhang family, Zhang Bin has no right to make a decision. Zhang Jia was holding his chest and coughing. When he saw his son coming, he smiled and said, I'm so busy every day that I don't see you. But at this time today, I'm free. Zhang Bin poured some water, patted Zhang Jia's back gently, and fed him the water. Father, Rongchang Rice Shop has been targeted. The Prince of Dingguo Palace is no fool. He has outstanding abilities. Zhang Bin spoke calmly and handed the booklet to Zhang Jia. Without hiding anything, Zhang Bin told the whole story of Yang Shibu's scheme from beginning to end. Zhang Jia's eyes were deep, and he didn't speak for a long time. He flipped through the book again and again. After a quarter of an hour, he finally spoke. Lanner, follow your heart. Perhaps he can really turn the Yin Kingdom upside down. Zhang Bin and Zhang Jia looked at each other and nodded. Sir, this is bad. Pai Gao ran into the martial arts training ground at a rapid pace. It's spreading like wildfire outside. It said that you failed to force Zhang Bin to death yesterday, so you smashed his house. Yangshu spat out a mouthful of water and turned back stiffly. What did you say? Fearing that Yangshu might be hard of hearing, Pai Gao raised his voice and repeated it. Yangshu's face turned completely black. Prince, this is sent by He Jie. It's worth 331 taels in total. You can pay it off in one lump sum. Paijia handed the bill to Yang Shu, on which was written the value of the objects that Yang Shu smashed. Yang Shu took the bill and asked him to crumple it. She actually slandered him for being a homosexual. He's not an easy person to deal with. Yang Shu snorted. Want to scare Zheng Bin? Yang Shu glanced at Pai Gao and covered his head with it. Didn't you see that she is fearless? If you dare to scare her, she will dare to ask for benefits. Look at her, how smart she is. She is hooked up with me. Yang Shu won't dare to harass her again in the future. Even if you don't give up, you can only meet secretly in the future. With my reputation as the crown prince, who among the nobles of Jianan would dare to provoke her? You know, I always rob people I like, but yesterday, I just smashed their things. What does this mean? Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao. It means that the prince's temper has improved. Yang Shu turned around and couldn't help shouting out again. What do you mean by a better temper? This shows that this prince loves her very much. That's why I treat her differently. Go get the big knife. Pai Gao's eyes widened. Prince, please show mercy. Yang Shu chased after Pai Gao and saw that the man had disappeared. He wiped the sweat from his head and felt itchy all over. Picking up the water glass, Yang Shu drank it all in one gulp. No wonder Rongchong Rice Shop has been growing like a surging wave since Zheng Bin took over. This girl is really resourceful and courageous. Without any discussion, the news was spread directly. In addition to telling him to give up his thoughts on Rongchong Rice Shop and let him completely let go, he also told him that the Zheng family was willing to help him become emperor. That bill fully highlighted Zheng Bin's businessman nature. Although he supported her, she couldn't be short of money. Shaking his head, Yang Shu sighed. He was such a handsome man, but he turned into a rabbit god. That's outrageous. Holding a knife, Yang Shu rushed to the Rongchong Rice Shop headquarters. He asked and found out that Zheng Bin was inside. Get out of here. As soon as he went upstairs, Yang Shu yelled at the manager. The steward looked at the knife in his hand that was shining with silver light, and his calves trembled. He was afraid and angry. Is there any law left? After looking at Zheng Bin, the manager clenched his fists, ready to fight, and then he let the fight go. Yang Shu threw the knife on the table. This manager is not bad. The way he looked just now clearly showed that he was ready to fight to the death. Your Highness, you are overthinking it. Steward Wu is the most timid person. Zheng Bin poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Shu. Yang Shu approached Zheng Bin, looking from his forehead to his chin. It said outside that this prince is a homosexual. Zheng Bin lowered his eyes. There are rumors every day. This little thing will not have any impact on the prince. Yang Shu lowered his head and flicked the blade of his knife. Are you attracted to me, my prince? Zheng Bin was a little confused. She had not expected this question. She stared at Yang Shu blankly for 2 seconds. Zheng Bin pulled the corner of her lip, looking quite narcissistic. The first time she saw him, she regretted that her parents had not given her legs. Forget it. I am not a heartless person. I will come to see you often when I am free. Yang Shu smiled at Zheng Bin, very happily, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Zheng Bin smiled back and lowered his eyes. This prince is not particularly generous. The price of plotting against him would probably be high. But Zheng Bin did not regret it. Yang Shu had already found her, and there would be more people who would find her in the future. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. She would waste so much energy and lose so much money by pretending to be nice to him every day. Yang Shu's absurdity was known to all the people of Yan. If anyone had anything to do with him, high-ranking and low-ranking officials, princes and nobles, would avoid her. With the help of Yang Shu, she no longer needs to hold back and can expand her business on a full scale. Yang Shu has invested so much time and effort in her, he will not abandon her easily. He will not take the rumor too seriously, considering Yang Shu's reputation, which is muddier than ink. At most, I would be annoyed that she acted on her own without informing me. The Zheng family is willing to serve the prince at all costs. Zheng Bin straightened his back and said solemnly. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Dog and horse strength? 331 taels, but it's paid in one lump sum. Sir, I have never made a mistake in my account. If you are short of money. Zheng Bin spoke with difficulty. I can give you 2 days. The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched. Is this about money? You are capable. Yang Shu took out his purse, opened it, and tied it back around his waist. What are you looking at? You went out in a hurry and didn't bring enough. Yang Shu said in a rough voice. Zheng Bin retracted his gaze and pointed at the jade that Yang Shu was wearing. This is worth 400 taels. As he spoke, Zheng Bin took out 69 taels of silver. The corners of Yang Shu's eyes twitched wildly. My goodness, is there such a forced change? In this life, including the one before, I have never seen such a display of loyalty. Curling his lips, Yang Shu took off the jade pendant and said, take it. Let's go. Yang Shu put away the silver on the table and called Zheng Bin. Prince, I haven't finished reading the account book yet. Yang Shu glanced back at her and said, don't worry, I won't throw you into the lake. Young master. Seeing that Zheng Bin was about to follow Yang Shu, The manager and the waiter chased after him, their faces full of worry and anxiety. Yang Shu didn't look at them and pulled Zheng Bin into the carriage. The prince is more tolerant and easygoing than I thought. Yang Shu fiddled with the ice and looked up. It's too late to praise now. Yang Shu leaned forward, his eyes falling on Zheng Bin's eyebrows. Do you have to look in the mirror every day when you go out? If you forget to do this, Rongchong Rice Shop will be in turmoil immediately. Shaking his head, Yang Shu poured Zheng Bin a glass of water. Is the Dingguo Palace short of money? Zheng Bin looked at the clear water in the teacup. There is a shortage. Very much so. Yang Shu nodded heavily, but the carriage was very quiet and Zheng Bin seemed to be completely unaware of Yang Shu's hint. Chapter 87. Encountering Xiang Shu. How did the prince find out? Zheng Bin asked casually without responding to Yang Shu's question. Yang Shu opened his folding fan and glanced at Zheng Bin. This question requires money. The prince's personality is very different from what is said in the outside world. Zheng Bin took out a silver note. It was the first time she saw a prince asking for money from a merchant. Just 100 taels? Yang Shu asked Zheng Bin. Such a big secret, at least 1,000 taels. Prince, if I'm exposed, you will suffer no harm. We are all in the same boat. Yang Shu folded his hands. Don't waste your breath. I have seen clearly that the money in your pocket is not easy to take out. I can't talk about friendship with you. I have to settle the accounts clearly. Make as much money as you can. Zheng Bin said nothing and gave him 1,000 taels. After receiving the money, Yang Shu said in a good mood, although you imitate men in every way and even have someone in your room, but... Yang Shu leaned forward and said, you are so handsome. If I were to investigate you, I would definitely think too much. After saying that, Yang Shu took a sip of water. The most practical reason was that Lu Yun had a sharp eye. Yahonglu was used to seeing all kinds of people. One glance at Zheng Bin, who was pretending to be a man, was enough to make Lu Yun suspicious. Rongchong Rice Shop is in its heyday. You, the young master, have caught the eye of Prime Minister He today. Tomorrow, you will be the head of the shop or the vice minister. These people are all experienced people. They are not good at benefiting the people, but they are always able to devise ways to rob merchants of their money. How long can you hide your daughter's body? Zheng Bin. Yang Shu looked at the handsome man opposite him for a long time, and then he said, we have been together for too short a time. It seems a bit early to be affectionate. I will keep it for now. Sir, I know which path is most beneficial to me. Yang Shu chuckled. You are someone I like. I am not worried that you will be confused. As they were talking, the carriage stopped. Yang Shu brought Zheng Bin onto the boat, and even held a knife to force him to compromise. Shouldn't he show his affection? If it's not time to enjoy the flowers and the moon, you can still go boating on the lake. Follow me, Jianin. I will ensure that you can walk sideways. As for the Jinyuan Rice Shop, don't worry, I will make them disappear in 3 days at most. Yang Shu grabbed Zheng Bin's hand, pinched and touched it. His voice was arrogant, and his face showed lustful intent. Zheng Bin pursed his lips. With such acting skills, it's no wonder that no one noticed that he was pretending. Zheng Bin caught a glimpse of the boat approaching, his eyes filled with humiliation, and he tried to pull his hand away. It's strange. He came for me. Yang Shu moved closer to Zheng Bin. It's not that I want to flirt with you. After saying this, Yang Shu grabbed Zheng Bin's waist, with a dazed look in his eyes, and pushed him onto the boat pole. 10 taels at a time. Zheng Bin said in Yang Shu's ear. Yang Shu tilted his head, looking shocked. You are obsessed with money. The humiliation in Zheng Bin's eyes grew stronger, and his eyes fell on Yang Shu's back. The boat was indeed approaching them. Prince. A gentle voice sounded from the bow. Yang Shu turned around and met Xiang Shu's gaze. You're ruining my mood by staying here like this. Yang Shu let go of Zheng Bin, with some displeasure on his face. Xiang Shu abandoned his own boat and went down to Yang Shu's boat. After glancing at Zheng Bin, Xiang Shu fixed his gaze on Yang Shu and smiled. I was originally here to enjoy the lake view, and seeing that the prince was here too, I decided to have a drink with you. Miss Xin Yue plays the piano very well. Would you like to listen, my lord? Xiang Shu spoke calmly, without any contempt for Yang Shu in his eyes. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. The leading figures trained by the big families and the playboys were indeed 2 different categories. This is a brainy one. Chapter 88. 10 taels at a time. Passing Xiang Shu, Yang Shu hurriedly boarded his boat. The cause is me, don't worry. Xiang Shu looked at Zheng Bin and said in a gentle voice. Zheng Bin lowered her eyes. Even if she didn't go to Pingxianglu, she would still be entangled by Yang Shu. Without looking at Xiang Shu, Zheng Bin walked past him with his head lowered, seeming extremely embarrassed. In the cabin, Yang Shu stared at Xin Yue without blinking, and was unaware even that Zheng Bin and Xiang Shu came in. Prince. Xiang Shu raised his glass in gesture. Yang Shu picked up the wine glass and drank it without thinking. His eyes never left Xin Yue, he was completely obsessed. Zheng Bin sat at the head of Yang Shu, her eyes unfocused, just staring straight ahead. Prince, can Xin Yue be compared to Lu Yun? He Xiangshu asked slowly. Yang Shu frowned slightly and said without raising his head, it's a little bit worse. Lu Yun's charm is not something they can learn. He Xiangshu looked at Xin Yue and took a sip of wine. She was a beauty with an aloof temperament, but she was indeed inferior to Lu Yun. Although Yang Shu was absurd, he still had vision. So the prince couldn't find any fun and turned his attention to men? The old marshal is keeping an eye on the prince. He is a very stubborn person and cannot stand Long Yang's good fortune. Your Highness, just be patient for a few days and pretend to have calmed down. When the old marshal stops watching you, it won't be too late to seek excitement again. He Xiangshu looked like he was considering Yang Shu. I originally wanted to wait until the day when the prince married Lu Yun to give it to him, but since we bumped into each other today, I'll give the gift in advance. As soon as He Xiangshu finished speaking, his follower walked towards Yang Shu with the box and placed the things on his desk. Looking at the dagger shining with golden light, Yang Shu couldn't help but praise He Xiangshu for being good at giving gifts. It really touched his heart. I used to think you looked down on me, so I didn't bother to associate with you. But today I realized that I was wrong. You are different from them. I like you. Yang Shu said with great pride that he immediately regarded He Xiangshu as his best friend and wished he could become his sworn brother. He Xiangshu sipped the wine. Although Yang Shu was irritable and easily angered, he was very concerned about his reputation and liked flattery. It was not difficult to win his favor. When he has taken away the thorns from you, he will listen to what you say. Zhang Bin lowered his eyes. Judging people based on preconceived impressions would lead to failure. The mantis stalks the cicada. You think you're the mantis, but maybe you're the cicada. If you like it, you can take it back. Seeing Yang Shu swallowing his saliva as he looked at Xin Yue, He Xiangshu smiled and said, everything really went according to Yang Shu's wishes. Xin Yue is not as good as Lu Yun, but she is beautiful and talented, and a beauty-loving man like Yang Shu cannot resist her. Looking at He Xiangshu, Yang Shu smiled. They were both sending beauties, but one was high and mighty while the other was easygoing and polite. If He Xiangshu were to swap with Guo Qi, the position of crown prince might be 70% certain, if not 100%. Look at other people. Even when faced with trash, they won't show disgust and contempt just because the trash is stupid. Yang Shu's mouth was wide open. He was overjoyed, but soon his smile froze and he sighed sadly. How dare I take it back? The old man has been in good spirits these days. Do you have a house on Jinyang Street? I'll move Xin Yue there. Yang Shu clapped his hands and said happily, as if this was a great idea. He Xiangshu's followers secretly curled their lips. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. After getting the person, he still wanted the other person's house. It was a pity that he could say that. There is one place. He Xiangshu's expression remained unchanged. I'll have someone clean it up later. Now it was Yang Shu's turn to be dumbfounded. No, buddy, shouldn't we send a shameless person like him away? If anyone wants to bully you in the future, just tell me and I will definitely help you vent your anger. Yang Shu patted his chest and said in a loud voice. Young master, the old master asked you to go back. Pai Gao raised his voice outside the cabin. Yang Shu frowned and kicked the table in annoyance. You just want to spoil my fun. Brother Xin Yue is left in your care. Please don't let her run away. Yang Shu warned worriedly. With his status, he could have been the top girl in any brothel. However, because he had raped Lu Yun without giving any explanation, all the brothels in Jianan hid their famous girls to prevent him from breaking the rules. When any event was held, people would keep an eye on Prince Ding's palace. As soon as he came out, the crowd would immediately disperse. This is why Yang Shu rushed to He Xiangshu's boat when he heard Xin Yue's name. After taking a reluctant look, Yang Shu strode out. Before leaving the cabin, Yang Shu turned around and growled at Zhang Bin. What are you still sitting for? Go. He Xiangshu didn't expect that Yang Shu was still thinking about Zhang Bin, so he was about to speak up to stop him. Zhang Bin stood up, shook his head at He Xiangshu, and caught up with Yang Shu. He Xiangshu frowned slightly, also worried about angering Yang Shu at this juncture, so he swallowed his words. Since old Marshal Yang asked him to return home, Yang Shu would not dare to delay. With such a short period of time, Zhang Bin should not be humiliated to death by him. Back on his boat, Yang Shu glanced at Zhang Bin. Tisk, if I hadn't acted early, it's hard to say where Mr. Zhang would have ended up. The prince has great acting skills. You're awesome. You're not bad either. Yang Shu played with his fan, his expression restrained. He Xiangshu thinks highly of you. It's a beauty, it's a house, and he even chased after me personally. I was moved by his deep affection. It's sad to say this. I've lived for so many years and have never been treated like this. Yang Shu wiped his eyes. Zhang Bin couldn't help but rolled his eyes and reached out to Yang Shu. What for? Yang Shu looked at her puzzledly. One time, 10 taels. Yang Shu's pupils dilated, and he looked at Zhang Bin in disbelief. You really want money from me? Let's get this straight. It was you who spread the news that this prince wanted to force you. Now that the words have been spoken, how can I not confirm them in front of others? If I don't behave like one, we'll both be doomed. That way, my meeting with you won't arouse suspicion. You planned all this. Zheng Bin took a step back. Yang Shu was obviously excited and spitting all over the place. The prince is a man of integrity and good character. I don't think he would take advantage of others for nothing. Zheng Bin stretched out his hand again and looked at Yang Shu intently. Yang Shu rubbed his brows and gave a silver ingot to Zheng Bin. Seeing Yang Shu drinking water frantically, Zheng Bin lowered her eyes and put the silver away. Yang Shu had checked her thoroughly, but she didn't know much about this man. Especially this guy is very good at acting. Zheng Bin always felt that his lust was not fake, so she had to be on guard against others. She didn't want to get herself into trouble, and 10 taels of silver was a considerable guarantee. Zheng Bin next to her was not sure, but she was sure that Yang Shu was short of money and loved money. Why are you looking at me? I don't have any money. Yang Shu stepped back warily, fearing that Zheng Bin would pounce on him. Zheng Bin's mouth twitched slightly. I have seen the sincerity of the prince. I will transfer grain from various places to buy grain. Yang Shu sniffed and was deeply moved. I knew it. How could the young master of Rongchong rice shop be so obsessed with money? Don't worry, my lord. I will keep a record of every detail. Chapter 89. Still don't know who is cheating whom. How tolerant are you of this prince? You are not worried about angering me at all. Yang Shu glanced at Zheng Bin. It's better for me to die alone than to kill all my clans. Zheng Bin said in a calm tone. If Yang Shu was narrow-minded and hot-tempered, he should stop before he did anything, so as not to get everyone in the mansion implicated. People who do business always calculate gains and losses. Pai Jiu, send a wedding invitation to the young master. Yang Shu raised his voice slightly and shouted outside. Zheng Bin was silent. It's not my place to get involved in a place where all the rich and powerful gather. Just be presentable. Yang Shu glanced at Zheng Bin, and seeing that the boat was about to dock, he walked out. Zheng Bin turned his head and looked at Yang Shu's back. He smashed the gambling house and surrounded the duke's mansion. He received a lot of rewards from the emperor, but why did he look like he was crazy because of poverty? As far as she knew, the fruits and vegetables delivered to Prince Ding's palace every day were all the freshest, and there was no saving of money. Go back home. Yang Shu called for the guards. Zheng Bin was brought here by Yang Shu's carriage, and now he can only walk back by himself. But after Zheng Bin got off the boat, he was not in a hurry to leave. Not long after, Yang Shu's followers came over and said, Master Zheng, the crown prince wants to see you. In the carriage, Yang Shu was playing with an ice cube. Is there any movement in the second prince's mansion? He killed all of Guoqi's assassins last night and was curious about his reaction. Pai Gao shook his head. No one came out. Prince, will he suspect that it was you who did it? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Pai Gao, in your heart, you always think that your son is weak and can't beat others, let alone Guoqi. It's not so easy to get rid of the inherent impression. He either thinks Lu Yun has betrayed us, or that the guards in our mansion are too powerful. Lu Ling is in trouble. Yang Shu opened his hands and let the ice cubes fall into the basin. What a pity, I can't see Guoqi getting so angry. I'm afraid he must be mad at me for falling down on a playboy. Pai Gao, I'm going to lose. What should I do? I guess there won't be a complete corpse. They were afraid that they would fight to get the first blow. Shaking his head, Yang Shu leaned back. Forget it. I have always been kind-hearted, so I win. Pai Gao opened his mouth slightly and swallowed back the words of comfort. Prince, if you leave Zheng Bin there, aren't you worried that he will be bewitched by his Yang Shu? He took a piece of jade and 10 taels of silver from me. He's very smart. Yang Shu curled his lips. I don't know who is cheating whom between the two of them. After entering the mansion, Yang Shu thought about it and went to Jinjiaxuan. Since arriving at the Dingguo Palace, Cui Dingyu has not left the main gate or the second gate, and Yang Shu almost forgot about such a person. He thought that if he left it alone for a while, Cui Dingyu would take the initiative. He was wrong. This woman was extremely tolerant of loneliness. Cui Zailangen. As soon as he entered the yard, Yang Shu started yelling. Cui Dingyu turned a page of the book in his hand without raising his head. I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you really not miss me at all? Yang Shu squatted beside Cui Dingyu and looked at her sadly and expectantly. Cui Dingyu closed the book and asked, What do you want now? I have no money. Who is after your money? From the beginning to the end, I'm after you. Don't you see my feelings? Yang Shu said affectionately. Cui Dingyu asked him sideways, Be a normal person? Boring. I'm acting so seriously, can't you just go along with it? Sitting on the stone bench next to Cui Dingyu, Yang Shu restrained his expression and said, You should have seen the red silk in the Ding Kingdom Palace. As the princess of the Yi Kingdom, her etiquette must be impeccable. Cui Dingyu glanced at Yang Shu and went into the house to get a sign for him. The moment he saw the sign clearly, Yang Shu's face darkened. He hadn't set foot inside these days just because of this sign. Cui Dingyu, you actually took this prince as your concubine. Cui Dingyu raised his eyes. Did he know? Hasn't this prince treated you well? Why are you humiliating me like this? I remember it was you who asked for it. Cui Dingyu interrupted Yang Shu and opened his mouth leisurely. Yang Shu choked. I don't care. This prince has never been so embarrassed. You have to take responsibility. Nonsense. This is my territory. So, Prince, are you going to take action? Cui Dingyu bowed his head and looked at Yang Shu. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a hint of leisure. You just rely on my kindness. Cui Dingyu couldn't help laughing. Save that for a rainy day. What a vicious mind. Yang Shu picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, then spit it out the next second. Emma, it choked my throat. I don't know how you guys can drink this kind of stuff. Are you free today? Cui Dingyu glanced at the teacup in Yang Shu's hand and thought to herself that she couldn't take it. Otherwise, Yang Shu would come to her every day and yell, You love me so much that you can't even bear to change the cup that this prince has used. I'm never idle. Yang Shu sat on the swing beside him and started swinging. I want to come and see you every day, but I can't stand the fact that you treat me as your concubine. With my looks and talent, I should be your consort anyway. Aren't you afraid that Lu Yun will hear this? Cui Dingyu cleaned up the tea that spilled on the stone table. Hearing this, Yang Shu was silent for a moment, then smiled. She is my wife, married in a formal ceremony, and it will never change in my life. I know that there is no possibility for you and me, but I just want to confuse you. Yang Shu looked at Cui Dingyu with aggressive eyes. Yegua is too big for me. If your highness princess obstructs me, all the years of forbearance will be completely lost. I can't kill you, so I can only make your heart softer towards me. Cui Dingyu, why don't you tell me how I can make you fall in love? Yang Shu approached Cui Dingyu and whispered seductively. Cui Dingyu raised her eyes. The man I like is a man who can bring peace to the world with his pen and decide the fate of the world with his martial arts. He is upright and has high moral character. He is not greedy for money, beauty, fame, or gain. He is humble and open-minded. Yang Shu straightened his back and looked solemn. Cui Dingyu sipped his tea. Could this guy be so narcissistic as to think he had everything? You must be alone. Yang Shu shook his head, his eyes full of sympathy for Cui Dingyu. We have known each other for a long time, so don't just dismiss me. When you get married in the future, I will definitely give you a generous gift. Look at me. Yang Shu slapped his forehead. With the conditions you proposed, there is a high probability that you will not be able to get married. Glancing at Cui Dingyu, Yang Shu left and she didn't wear anything valuable. Cui Dingyu blew on the tea and lowered his eyes. He really did not hide his purpose. The more straightforward, the harder it is to deal with. Plus, this guy is thick-skinned, so no matter what you say, he will understand it the way he wants to hear. It's so annoying, but I can't hit him. Glancing at Xie Su's house, Cui Dingyu sighed, hoping that she was not raising a tiger. Sir, there is a new girl in Yihong Tower. Her name is Lu Ling. Pai Jita came to Yang Shu and reported. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and started to use his trump card. Chapter 90 talking about the past. Threatening Lu Ling is Guo Chi's last resort. Madam, you won't compromise, will you? After all, this is your weak spot. Lu Yun looked at the sighing boy and rolled her eyes at him. Yang Shu laughed and held Lu Yun in his arms. He now liked the scent of her body more and more. I am probably really lustful. Glancing at Lu Yun's towering figure, Yang Shu's face was full of seriousness. You just realized it today? Lu Yun gently rubbed Yang Shu's temple, letting him take advantage of her. Prince, it's the Yu hour. Xia reminded from outside. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and said, I don't know when we will meet again after this departure. My dear, you will miss me, right? So dramatic. Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's face and got up from the chaise longue. Don't take the wrong road. Prince Ding's palace is on Dongyu Street. Yang Shu said to himself while biting the pastry. Lu Yun changed her clothes and walked towards Yang Shu with a smile on her lips. Your Highness, are you reluctant to leave? A day of marriage brings 100 days of love. My wife is as beautiful as a flower. Who can be so cruel to her? Lu Yun touched Yang Shu's eyebrows, very gently and softly. His eyes were clear and harmless, as if he was just a pure boy. My only relatives died in that famine. Yang Shu, you probably haven't seen hell on earth. Lu Yun's eyes were a little blurry. At first, when there was surplus food, everyone looked after each other and was full of hope. Later, not to mention the bark of the trees, even the grass roots were dug out. When I looked up, I saw nothing but bare ground. After the leaves were cooked, everyone was starving, so they went to eat lumps of earth. When people are extremely hungry, they turn into beasts. When Aunt Zhao was put into the pot, she was still breathing. That Erdanzi, who kept shouting about being a hero and fighting for his mother's life, was holding the bowl and eating with his mouth full of oil. I took Linger and fled from the crowd without even looking back. There are not many old and sick people left, and the young girl is the new food. Lu Yun said calmly, I didn't lie to you. Lu Ling really died. She didn't survive the famine. If I hadn't still had some sense, I would have dug her out and cooked her. No, I would have eaten her raw. Everything edible and inedible within 100 meters has been picked clean. How could I find firewood? I will not betray the prince for someone who is used to impersonate her. If you are reluctant to kill me, please protect me. If I fall into the hands of others, I will only care about my own life. Lu Yun smiled seductively and kissed Yang Shu on the lips. Yang Shu put his arms around her waist and deepened the kiss. The soft and warm touch was fascinating. Once he was in love, his knife became unstable. If it had been before, when Lu Yunruo was involved with Guo Qi, he would have destroyed her without hesitation. But now, Yang Shu just hopes that Lu Yun will not be confused. After sending the people out of Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu left Feng Zhuang behind and asked him to guard the safety of the house. At the second prince's mansion, Guo Qi's expression was grim. Has the news been passed in? The followers opened and closed their mouths, not knowing how to answer. The rumor was spreading like wildfire, but how could they be sure whether it had reached Lu Yun's ears? I think he has heard about it. The attendant spoke cautiously. He knew that after losing many soldiers and generals in succession, Guo Qi's patience had reached its limit. Your Highness, Lu Yun has always been loyal, and Lu Ling is in your hands. She would never dare to rebel. It should be that Yang Piffa secretly arranged another group of people, which led to the secret guards. Before the attendant could finish his words, Guo Qi had already waved his inkstone. This Yang Shu is not a fool. Why can't he be killed? Guo Qi's eyes were cold, and he spoke word by word. Mr. Yang has really taken a lot of trouble for this piece of useless mud. After only a second of doubt, Guo Qi turned his attention to old man Yang. Let's see how long he can protect me. Even if I cut him into pieces, it won't be enough to vent my anger. Guo Qi tightly grasped the rice paper, with murderous intent in his eyes. Why are you here? Yang Shu looked up and saw Su Yao, and was a little surprised. This girl has been obsessed with love since she started school. She has no eyes for anything else. If Yang Shu hadn't gone to Tinglangshuan, he wouldn't have been able to meet her by chance. Su Jingzhou is strong and healthy. I'm not asking you today, big brother. Su Yao put down the purse and belt in her hands. I have nothing else. I hope you won't despise me, my lord. For me. Yang Shu took the purse and looked at it carefully. He had to admit that Su Yao's embroidery skills were excellent. Does the prince really want Lu Yun? Or is it for profit? Yang Shu untied his belt and replaced it with the one made by Su Yao. How is it? Su Yao's red lips moved slightly. How could she praise him? She couldn't praise her embroidery. As for praising Yang Shu, this person would take it very seriously and become very proud. Don't be so reserved. This isn't the first day we've known each other. If you can't think of a word, I can remind you. Words like majestic and heroic are very suitable for me. Sir, would you mind being more humble? Yang Shu smiled and took 2 steps towards Su Yao. It's hard to have pure feelings in this place, but if I marry Lu Yun, I will treat her as my wife and will not allow others to bully her. Yang Shu opened his hands and said, measure it. The weather is getting colder. Please help me make some clothes. I'll get the ruler. Looking at Su Yao's departing figure, Yang Shu couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even started to tease her yet, and she ran away. Outside the yard, Su Yao breathed lightly. She couldn't understand Yang Shu. At first, she thought Yang Shu would seduce her and better control her eldest brother. But these days, Yang Shu didn't do anything deliberate. He just teased her occasionally when he met her. So what exactly does he feel towards me? After leaving Jianan, will he really let her go? Thinking of Yang Shu's answer just now, Su Yao sighed softly. In his situation, interest and sincerity were indeed inseparable. Sir, are you going to reveal your true nature? Pai Gao pointed in the direction Su Yao left. That girl has a strong temper. You can't force her. Yang Shu was speechless. If he was not too lazy to get up, he would have kicked Pai Gao out. What is it? Pai Gao stopped joking and said, Zhang Bin. Killed by someone? Yang Shu sat up straight, his face stern. No, he got on the boat of the prince of the Duke Zhangguo mansion. Yang Shu played Pai Gao diagonally, that's it. Prince, aren't you worried that Zhang Bin will abandon us after becoming close to the Duke Zhangguo mansion? Yang Shu tapped his thigh with his fingers. She is indeed a person with her own ideas. But what I give, Xiangshu can't give. The most we can do is cooperate to make money. This prince has turned Zhang Bin into a grasshopper on a rope, but people are not objects. I can't just cut off her social life in a domineering way. Besides, if her wings are tied, how can you let her fly? If she doesn't fly, where will we get the military pay and food? Pai Gao, you have to have some trust in people. If you want to dig up grassroots, don't drag me into it. Now my foundation is still weak, and everything has just begun, otherwise. Yang Shu raised his eyes. The younger generations of the Duke Zhangguo's mansion are all outstanding and have a deep foundation, and they are worth conquering. Chapter 91 Guo Qi's Ultimatum. In the entire Jianan, and even in the entire Yan State, perhaps only Yang Shu's taking of concubines was a bigger event than that of ordinary officials marrying wives. He was really brave, beating drums and gongs and carrying 8 people to build a bridge. Isn't he taking a concubine? Why are there so many people there? The onlookers discussed aloud. Who dares not to come to the wedding invitation sent by the Dingguo Palace? Crazy Young has said that he won't come, so he will bring his personal soldiers to invite him. How outrageous. Keep your voice down, or else Madman Young will hear it and see if he peels your skin off. What are you doing here? Go chase the wedding procession. There are so many copper coins scattered around. Everyone is trying to grab them. What? Everyone was confused. Taking a concubine also involves giving out wedding money? Without the mood for idle chat, everyone rushed to chase the sedan chair. Second, madam, we've arrived at Jinyang Street. Zia sat outside the sedan chair. Luyan looked at the jade bracelet on her hand and stroked it gently. Although he was a concubine, Yangshu did not treat her badly and did everything to the utmost. In the Dingguo Palace, Guo was drinking with an expressionless face. Yangshu was trampling everyone under his feet, and that old fellow Yang Lian just let him do it without stopping him at all. When the old man dies, he will send his good grandson off in this hall. None of the blue bricks here should be left. Except for not getting married, all other steps were basically completed, and Yangshu and Lu Yun returned to the bridal chamber. Lifting the red veil, Yangshu took out the wine glass and said, "You are 3 times more beautiful than flowers today." After drinking the wedding wine, Lian handed the note in her hand to Yangshu. Are you shy? You have to write down your love words on paper. Yangshu smiled and opened the letter. Seeing him frown, Lian looked over. Guiqi gave Lu Yun an ultimatum. If she didn't find a way out, he would let Lu Ling take on customers and let her fend for herself. Wife, can't you show it to me tomorrow? It's so frustrating. Yangshu sat on the bed, leaning back, his eyes slightly cold. When did the note get into your hands? When you get on the sedan chair. I will punish Fang Zhuang. No wonder he is so mixed up with so many people. His mind is pure, so how can he defend against Guiqi's methods? Yangshu sat up and said, if you don't do anything after receiving the news, Guiqi will get suspicious. He can't enter the Dingguang Palace anyway. Lu Yun walked to the bronze mirror and took off the gold hairpins and other items on her head. Sir, why don't you go to the front hall? They're all people who dislike each other. You know that. We invited them here for 2 reasons. First, to give gifts, and second, to make them unhappy. Yangshu hugged Lu Yun and buried his head in her neck and sniffed it. I don't smell like a virgin. Yangshu smiled and looked into the bronze mirror. Are they a good match? Lu Yun followed Yangshu's line of sight and saw a man and a woman leaning against each other in the bronze mirror. When their eyes met, they really looked like a sweet couple. It's a pity, but I was so determined at that time that I didn't even smell your virgin body fragrance. Yangshu played with the scent bag on Lu Yun's waist. It's my fault. How could it be different from the body odor now? Lu Yun leaned back and did not answer Yangshu. Her first experience was not really a good one. Pay attention to me. Yangshu gently rubbed Lu Yun's neck and clung to her, like a child who needed to be coaxed. Lu Yun turned around. She was increasingly frustrated with him. The prince really doesn't look like a boy of his age. Calm and interesting, not shy or awkward at all. Do you like it? Yangshu looked shyly at Lu Yun expectantly. Lu Yun laughed. No wonder Trading You gave you the retainer badge. I'm afraid those who are specially trained can't even match the skills of the prince. Lu Yun cried out softly and was picked up by Yangshu. Since my wife doesn't like innocent young men, don't blame me for being cruel. Yangshu whispered in an ambiguous voice, close to Lu Yun's fair ears. How cruel? Lu Yun looked at Yangshu with a smile. Yangshu's eyes were dark. He kissed Lu Yun's lips and put her on the bed. Lu Yun put her arms around Yangshu's neck and kissed him. The backyard was full of spring, but the front hall was silent. There were many people, but no one was in the mood to talk. The repeated absurd actions of Prince Ding's palace really made people lose their good impression of them. If they are punished in the future, they will not even say a word of begging for mercy. If Yangshu wanted to know what they were thinking, he would have to laugh it off and pretend to beg for mercy, but who would care? Holding Lu Yun's waist, Yangshu was extremely gentle. Zier's face flushed as she listened to the noise inside. It's already been half an hour. Why hasn't it ended yet? Lu Yun tightened her grip and bit Yangshu's shoulder. Yangshu frowned slightly, and when Lu Yun opened her mouth, he held her lips and demanded more madly. After a long time, the surging waves calmed down. Yangshu stroked Lu Yun's soft hair with tenderness in his eyes. I'll go get some hot water. Yangshu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yun on the forehead with a gentle tone. Talk to me. The blush on Lu Yun's face had not yet faded. She endured the soreness in her body and hugged Yangshu's waist. Poetry? Songs? Or philosophy of life? Yangshu joked. The prince can write poetry? Who are you looking down on? Yangshu pondered for a moment, then spoke. She is graceful and elegant, and light and unrestrained. She is proud of her peerless beauty and charming figure. Lu Yun raised her eyes and asked, how much silver did you spend? Yangshu chuckled. Can't you believe that I have unparalleled poetic talent? The prince believes it himself? Of course. I'm thick-skinned anyway. Yangshu gently stroked Lu Yun's back. It would be a great loss if these poems were not passed down in a different time and space. As smooth as mutton fat jade, No wonder people are greedy for you. Wife. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and said affectionately, "Are you hungry?" Lu Yun was stunned for a moment and pulled the quilt to cover herself. Yang Shu blinked and laughed. "I mean, it's time to eat. What are you thinking about? Can't you be more pure-hearted like me?" Lu Yun rolled her eyes at Yang Shu. How could he be considered pure-hearted when she couldn't feel his restlessness? Yang Shu stood up from the couch and carried him down again. He really didn't need to eat anymore. After putting on his clothes, Yang Shu opened the door. Seeing Zia, Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. "How long have you been standing there?" Zia counted on her fingers and looked up and said, "Half a quarter of an hour short of half a quarter." "Does the prince want hot water?" Yang Shu nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. There was no old nanny in the Dingguo palace. Who told her to do this? After seeing that everyone had left, Yang Shu turned back to the house and told Lu Yun about this. That girl listened in the corner for an hour. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. Ordinary families would arrange for someone to wait outside and bring in hot water at any time. If they get excited, they would call on the maids to serve. Your Highness should be very familiar with this. Why are you resisting so much? You are the only prince in this prefecture who would go get hot water by yourself. Yang Shu took off his coat, poured a glass of water, helped Lu Yun up, and fed her the water. You are so young. Listen to the sex. Don't force yourself. Between husband and wife, more hands-on work is good for the relationship. Tell Zia that you don't have to watch over her anymore, and she can go to sleep. Lu Yun smiled. Your Highness really doesn't look like someone who comes from a wealthy family. Those young masters don't even take off their clothes themselves. So are you happy or not? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. You just know how to mislead people. Lu Yun tapped Yang Shu's nose. The smile on her face deepened. She was happy. Chapter 92, Going to the Military Camp. After dinner, Yang Shu brought out the storybook. The people in the front hall had already left. It's really just a pastime. Lu Yun was wearing a gauze dress and moved lazily. How can poverty and low status be overcome by mutual affection? These scholars are really good at fantasizing. When aristocratic families marry, they look at family background. It's not up to you whether you are willing or not. Each family has a strong infiltration into the local area. A girl in the boudoir can't even get rid of her maid, let alone elope. If you can leave the city, you are a very capable person. With this ability, why would you seek trouble for yourself? Yang Shu closed the storybook and chuckled. How can a failed scholar get rid of his depression if he doesn't fantasize about sex? My dear, if I get into trouble one day, I will reduce the burden for the prince. Lu Yun answered before Yang Shu finished speaking. For example, Yang Shu looked at her with interest. Run, save some food for the prince. It's so touching. Yang Shu pressed towards Lu Yun and tickled her. Lu Yun laughed out loud and dodged, her thin gauze dress slightly open, unable to hide the spring beauty within. Yang Shu's eyes dimmed, and he was no longer just playing with Lu Yun. The flickering wedding candles added to the charming atmosphere. Their breathing intertwined, and their eyes were confused. Yang Shu tightened his hands around Lu Yun's waist, and the bed curtains swayed without wind. The fighting in the house stopped only when the moon was high in the sky. Lu Yun fell into a deep sleep, too exhausted, and did not even respond when Yang Shu was washing her body. In the early morning, Lu Yun was a little absent-minded looking at the person beside her. She drank the wedding wine with him yesterday. A few months ago, Lu Yun would never have thought that it was Yang Shu who welcomed her into the family. After so many years of wandering, can we really settle down? Caressing Yang Shu's face, Lu Yun's eyes seemed confused and tender, and it was difficult to tell. Woke up. Yang Shu pressed close to Lu Yun, his voice mellow and sleepy. May I pay my respects? Yang Shu opened his eyes from Lu Yun's arms, turned over and sat up and looked out. You scared me. I thought it was past the time. The Dingguo Palace is different from other places. You don't have a mother-in-law above you, and the old man is even more casual. At this hour, he hasn't even woken up yet. Falling back, Yang Shu embraced Lu Yun in his arms. She is so fragrant and soft, it's hard to let go. No wonder the king doesn't like the morning court. Is the prince also obsessed with women? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. Change your name. I welcomed you with music and drums yesterday. You will always be able to hear me when I call you husband. Lu Yun curled her lips and smiled charmingly. Husband, what are you going to do with the woman Yang Shu gave you? Just leave it there. I have seen him once before. He looked and behaved very well. So what? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's hair gently, his tone casual. Your Highness, I'm not moved. After all, she's a beauty. Hiss. Lu Yun frowned slightly, feeling a slight pain in her collarbone. I may be lustful, but I don't want everyone. Lu Yun, believe me. Yang Shu murmured, buried his head in Lu Yun, and kissed the wound that had just been bitten. The prince is a shrewd hunter. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu and sank into the world soberly. Wrong, you are not prey. Yang Shuni lingered with Lu Yun for a while, then got up from the bed and said, "It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer." After tucking in the quilt, Yang Shu walked out. In Huanhe courtyard, Lu Yun heard footsteps, and just as he turned around, he fell into a warm embrace. "Why did you get up so early?" Lu Yun hadn't changed her clothes yet. Her long hair was scattered around her waist. Her eyes were hazy from just waking up, and she looked extremely gentle. Yang Shu's eyes were full of tenderness. "I just wanted to come and see you." Taking the comb, Yang Shu combed Lu Yun's hair. Lu Yun is awake. Woke up, fell asleep again. Zier is watching. Yang Shu's gaze fell on Lu Yun's face, his eyes full of doting. Just looking at him made people feel at peace. For a person who is always planning a rebellion, it is extremely difficult for the relationships around him to be pure. He must have some purpose in mind when he gets close to someone. Lu Yun was the only exception. They were just a simple couple. You should be with her on the first day of marriage. Lu Yun is not a vicious person. If you give her more love, she will be sincere to you. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and said, "You are too generous. Aren't you afraid that my heart will deviate from the direction?" Lu Yun looked up at Yang Shu and said with a smile, "My husband is the most trustworthy person in the world." Yang Shu looked at the tender eyes in front of him, his heart beating fast, and his hands tightened. At 3/4 noon, Yang Shu, Lu Yun and Lu Yun went to Qixia courtyard. Old man Xia's medicine is good. The old man can even chase him with an iron rod. Don't worry, the food has been prepared in the main room. Pang Qi led Lu Yun and Lu Yun inside. Why would the light hide? Mr. Yang spoke in dissatisfaction. Yang Shu looked at the long iron rod and rolled his eyes. What? He was asked to hit it twice with his hands. Yang Shu could understand the resentment in the old man's heart. After all, he had been angered by the original owner for more than 10 years. If his heart was not good, he might have died. But he really couldn't be blamed for this. It wasn't him who did it. Bullshit, that's not intentional. The original owner was just arrogant and domineering. Grandpa, that's enough. If we continue fighting, someone will die. Yang Shu did a backflip and shouted to stop. When do you plan to go to the military camp? Old Master Yang took a deep breath. Just these 2 days. Yang Shu didn't plan to delay any longer. Old man Yang nodded and hit Yang Shu with a stick. You're launching a sneak attack. As the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, can you please have some shame? Yang Shu accused, with his hands on his hips. You're a good kid, you're alert. Mr. Yang threw away the iron rod and went back to eat. Yang Shu followed behind him and muttered to himself, insisting that he couldn't be beaten and was annoyed to death. Old Master Yang glanced back at him, his eyes dim. On that day, Yang Shu was carried out of the Dingguo Palace. This time he was not pretending. He really wanted to be beaten, and Pang Qi did it himself. In the single fight, Yang Shu was furious. He had no moral principles. He actually asked for help. If he had the guts, he would fight him single-handedly. He couldn't beat Yang Shu in a one-on-one fight, but at least he could run away. What's going on? After Yang Shu left, someone pointed and asked in a low voice. What else could it be? He angered the old marshal, so he ordered a beating. He said he was sent to the military camp to temper Yang Wanku's temper. This is a great thing. I don't know how long he can stay. 1 day at most. 1 day? You think too highly of him. He can come back in an hour. He has to run back. Marshal Yang has told us to keep a close eye on him and not to hold back. It's useless. Yang Shu is just a pile of mud. Just watch him pretend to be dead. The crowd stopped discussing and just sighed. It was obvious that they didn't think Yang Shu could change. Zheng Bin retracted his gaze and closed the window. He was not the type to be tough on others. If the people in the barracks were to be won over by Yang Shu, the resistance would be greatly reduced if he left Jianan. Master, the Prince of Duke Zhong's mansion sent some silk and satin over. I've taken a look and they're all of excellent quality. The steward said to Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin raised his eyelids. Merchants had a low status. Even though they were rich, there were many things they were not worthy of wearing. If discovered, they will be severely punished. He Xiangshu was of noble status, so he just wore it as a gift from God, and no one would say anything, nor did they dare to say anything. The laws of Yan State are really outdated. Chapter 93 Yang Shu shouts. As soon as he arrived at the military camp, Yang Shu was surrounded. Everyone was very enthusiastic and spat at him one by one. This dress can't be kept anymore. Yang Shu covered his head and sighed deeply. It can be seen that everyone is very dissatisfied with him. If there is a leader, Yang Shu guarantees that they will swarm over him. Fang Zhuang, it's time to show your skills. Go and beat them up. Fang Zhuang tilted his head back, eyes wide. Sir, this is not a joke. Before Fang Zhuang followed Pang Qi into the palace, He stayed in the military camp and was very familiar with the character of these brats. They like to use their numbers to bully the few. 200 personal guards are not enough to defeat them. Look at you, you're such a coward. That yellow-haired guy. Yes, that's you. Yang Shu pointed at a man with yellow hair. Why are you so arrogant? Feng Zhuang said he can crush you to death with just one finger. Feng Zhuang opened his mouth and looked at Yang Shu in confusion. When did he say this? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My brother. Ouch. Don't hit him in the head. Yang Shu covered his eyes and looked at Feng Zhuang through his fingers. It was so pitiful. His eyes were beaten like pandas. What are you looking at? Are you as strong as my personal guards? Be careful or you'll break their waists. Seeing the yellow-haired man looking at him, Yang Shu half-propped himself up and shouted. Come on, everyone. Yang Shu waved his hand. The personal guard looked at the guards surrounding him, his mouth twitching. Prince, please shut up. Thanks to Yang Shu, as soon as he stepped into the military camp, all his bodyguards were pinned down. General of the Central Army. Huang Mao half squatted down and patted Yang Shu's shoulder. We are looking forward to seeing you. Yang Shu leaned to one side and coughed twice. It seemed like he had taken a powerful pill. Without saying much to Yang Shu, Huang Mao led his people away. Stop howling. You guys have embarrassed me by carrying this prince to the tent. You can't even deal with a yellow-haired man. Yang Shu cursed. The guards around him looked at him with increasing contempt and anger at him for not fighting back. Sir, this place is different from the mansion. You should talk less. Pang Chong held his waist and got up from the ground. In the military camp, fists are the real deal. You either have to be good at fighting or strategizing. If you have nothing and like to yell, you will easily become a punching bag. It is difficult to deal with a prince who has angered the public openly, but in the dark and windy night, he was sacked. Do you know who did it? Yang Shu glanced at the unfriendly looks around him, snorted, and stopped shouting. What's the origin of that yellow-haired guy? Yang Shu asked with narrowed eyes in the tent. Feng Zhuang opened his panda eyes and looked at him resentfully. Sun Hu, the captain of the vanguard camp. Yang Shu took some dried meat from the bag and chewed it. Sun Hu. It seemed that he was right. Pang Chi had emphasized this person to him. He is quite prestigious in the army and is able to mobilize people. Take it and eat it well. Yang Shu gave the dried meat to Feng Zhuang and looked at his panda eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. This won't cause any conflict. How can he go against Sun Hu? Let's see how strong he is. TSK, he can really fight. Feng Zhuang held the dried meat in his arms, took a few bites, and his eyebrows lit up. Prince, it smells good. Yang Shu glanced at his bruised face and laughed. It looked like he had not been beaten lightly, so he still had the time to pay attention to other things. Prince, Captain Sun is here. Pang Chong walked into the tent and reported. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you miss him already? Don't love too deeply. Yang Shu said he was under a lot of pressure. Bring it in. Yang Shu struggled to stand up, sat on the chair, and put on a dignified look. Yellow hair, this is my prince's camp. I am the general appointed by the emperor. I advise you not to act recklessly. Be careful and kill all your clans. Sun Hu looked at the man who looked fierce on the outside, but was actually weak on the inside, and his lips curled into a straight line. Is this guy really the bloodline of the Dingguo Palace? This is no longer a tiger father and a dog son. He is even worse than a pheasant. General, the marshal has sent a message asking you to train with the ordinary guards. Please. Sun Hu's tone was firm and would not tolerate any refusal. How outrageous. I don't want to be with you. Take him away. Sun Hu interrupted Yang Shu with a cold expression. What are you doing? Yang Shu shouted with his neck stiffened when he saw the guards rushing into the tent. Captain Pang, stop them quickly. Do you want to disobey orders? Sun Hu narrowed his eyes and looked at Pang Chong. Pang Chong and Feng Zhuang stood in front of Yang Shu. They were Yang Shu's personal guards and only took orders from one person. Yellow hair, you wait for me. Although Pang Chong and Feng Zhuang tried their best to stop him, Yang Shu was still carried away as they were outnumbered. I don't practice. Yang Shu yelled and threw the spear in his hand away. The next second, a long whip was swung at him. Sun Hu walked over with the whip in hand and kicked Yang Shu to the ground. You useless bastard, you still want to make me look bad. Take a piss and look in the mirror. If you dare to throw the gun again, I will kill you. Sun Hu's eyes were fierce. Yang Shu moved back in fear, covering the place where he was whipped, and trembled as if he was frightened. With red eyes, Yang Shu followed the team and waved his spear. That night, what happened in the military camp was presented to the emperor's desk. No matter how strict the teachings are, they cannot change a person's nature. The emperor looked at the burning letter and threw it away. The envoys from Yi State have already set out. In your opinion, who can handle this matter? the second prince or the third prince? Eunuch Quan broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, the second and third princes are both outstanding people. You are a slippery person. The emperor looked into the night and spoke slowly. Let's go with the third prince. Eunuch Quan lowered his head and stepped back lightly. Hiss, be gentle. Yang Shu took a breath. Prince, your flesh is quite firm. Fang Zhuang poured medicinal wine into his hands and rubbed it on Yang Shu's back. If you practice every day, it would be strange if you are not strong. Yang Shu rested his head on his arms and looked out. Fang Zhuang, that yellow-haired guy is really hateful. Sir, stop being so rude. Vice Admiral Peng once said that if you fall into someone else's hands, you should keep a low profile. Be polite, Captain's son, and hold back a little. I will kill him sooner or later. Yang Shu slapped the bed and growled. Outside the tent, Sun Hu and the guards behind him all had gloomy faces. Captain, let's go. Sun Hu turned around first. The guard sighed, wondering if the prince could just hold back his voice. What sin did I commit that I have to endure the hardships with him? The next day, before dawn, Yang Shu was carried out of the tent. Holding the wooden stake, Yang Shu's legs were shaking. In just 5 seconds, the stake fell from his hand. He swayed twice and rolled his eyes. Captain, he fainted. The guard who was checking had a helpless look on his face. He had never seen anyone so weak. Sun Hu frowned and swung his whip. Ouch! Yang Shu rolled over and howled, arching his body and burying his head low. The more unbearable the situation is, the greater the impact of the reversal will be. This prince is going to kill you. The continuous whippings enraged Yang Shu. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he roared with bloodshot eyes. Sun Hu's eyes remained unchanged, and he whipped again. Useless, can you hold the knife? Sun Hu drew his sword and threw it to Yang Shu. Come, let me see how you kill me. Chapter 94 Looking for a Fight. Oh. Yang Shu held the knife in both hands and stabbed at Sun Hu while roaring. Sun Hu grabbed Yang Shu's hand and kicked him out. After rolling twice on the ground, Yang Shu finally stopped. Hang him up. Sun Hu picked up the knife and said coldly. Captain, he is the prince after all. The guard spoke in a low voice. Sun Hu said nothing, strode over, picked up Yang Shu, tied his hands, and hung him up. Continue. The guards lifted the wood to strengthen their arms. While cursing, Yang Shu glanced at the guards. Sun Hu was undoubtedly responsible in training, but it was too monotonous. Apart from arranging square formations and changing formations, there is some simple physical training, which is difficult to bring about significant improvement for individuals. After scolding for a while, Yang Shu began to beg for mercy, but he was thinking about new training methods in his mind. Naturally, no one paid attention to Yang Shu's plea for mercy. Now he had lost his privileges, and the personal soldiers he brought with him were detained by Sun Hu. There were no more single tents, and from now on he would have to sleep and eat with the ordinary guards. It was not until noon that Yang Shu was released. Prince, please listen to me. The guard sighed and untied the rope on Yang Shu's hands. Yang Shu fell to the ground, looking as embarrassed as he could be, without any trace of the arrogance of a rich young man anymore. Limping, Yang Shu moved outward, trying to escape from the military camp. If he were allowed to escape as he was this big, the guards would have to kill him collectively. After escaping 3 times, Yang Shu was whipped 17 times, which made Yang Shu want to curse. Didn't they say that Sun Hu was loyal to the old man? This was really ruthless. Being whipped? Lu Yin raised her eyebrows, quite surprised. Pai Gao wiped his eyes and said, That's right. It is said that when he came back, his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. It was very miserable. Lu Yun's clothes moved slightly, and she came out from behind the screen, frowning slightly. He is really cruel to himself. Second, madam, we have to save the prince. Lu Yun glanced at Pai Gao and raised the corners of his lips. I'll go discuss this with my wife. Pai Gao was dumbfounded and subconsciously stopped Lu Yun. Second, madam, the prince said that he can still bear it. Under Lu Yun's gaze, Pai Gao lowered his head. The prince just wants you to care about him. Zier, there is a golden moon medicine in the sandalwood box. Go get it. Send it to you. Lu Yun handed the 2 small bottles to Pai Gao. Seeing the man leave, the leisurely look on Lu Yun's face disappeared. She refused to admit that he was a hunter. How could he, the head of Dingguo Palace, be interested in her medicine? She didn't feel any pain when he hit her. It was just a few whippings. Could the people in the barracks really hurt him? Second, madam, the water is ready. Zier looked at Lu Yun's changing eyes and spoke softly. Lu Yun walked out of the house gracefully. Zier blinked. Wasn't the bathroom on the right? Why did the second wife go to the left? The moonlight is nice. Lu Yun walked back and said in a calm voice. Zier waited for her to enter the bathroom, then stuck her head out and looked around, looking confused. Could she see the moon over there? It's already the 7th day, and Crazy Yang hasn't come back yet. There were quite a few people in the tea house in the morning, and a young man turned the conversation to Yang Shu. Do you think he doesn't want to run? He had to escape. The old marshal issued a strict order. Crazy Yang was in such a miserable state. During the daily drills, Sun, who watched with a whip. If he didn't do what he wanted, he would whip him. Is this true? There are still people who dare to attack Crazy Yang. Aren't they afraid of his revenge? Sun, whose parents died early, and he never married. He was in the military camp all day long. How could he be afraid of Crazy Yang? Go outside quickly and see. Crazy Yang has been carried back, and his clothes are covered in blood. Someone shouted at the door of the tea house. Everyone stood up to take a look. He has come to this day. Good fight. I have to have a drink tonight. If Feng Zhuang and others hadn't protected Yang Shu, the eggs might have been thrown at him. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Yang Shu suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and glared. Everyone seemed to have their throats strangled, unable to utter a single word. They retreated silently and ran away without a trace. In an instant, the street was quiet. Yang Shu lay back down. He thought that after being away for a few days, the deterrent effect would have worn off. Feng Zhuang looked at the empty street and opened his mouth. They didn't retreat so quickly. In Qixia courtyard, Grandpa Yang was playing with a bird. When he turned around and saw Yang Shu, his eyes turned red and he walked over quickly. Grandson, you're back. Grandpa was worried to death. Are you having a good time in the military camp? What's with that clothes? Who is so bold as to bully you? Tell me, or I will not let him off. Old Master Yang was furious. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. He actually didn't know that it was a pity that the old man, with such great acting skills, didn't act in movies. That's about enough. Yang Shu poured himself a glass of water and said, just bear with it for a few more days, and I will fight back. Can it work? Old Master Yang glanced at Yang Shu, very skeptical. You should practice for a while first to catch up with your physique. Just watch. Yang Shu put down the cup, held his head high, and strode away. And it's still going crazy. Old Pang, can this kid defeat Sun Hu? Old Master Yang asked casually while looking at the direction where Yang Shu left. It's not a dog. I'm a little looking forward to it. Old Master Yang stroked his gray beard and leisurely sat on the recliner, with no more sadness between his brows. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yang Shu went to see Lu Yun. Because Yang Shu didn't tell anyone, Lu Yun was stunned when he saw him. Don't you recognize me? Yang Shu smiled at her. Why didn't you say anything? Lu Yun walked towards Yang Shu and hugged him. I told you there's no surprise there. Yang Shu looked down at Lu Yun, his eyes full of tenderness. Have you eaten well these days? Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun and said, it's still so light. When I have some free time, I will practice my cooking skills and make my wife plump and beautiful. Lu Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Be careful, or you won't be able to hold me. How dare you look down on your husband? Yang Shu rubbed Lu Yun's neck to tease her. Mame, go to the kitchen and see if there is any mung bean soup. After sending the little girl away, Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's red lips. Her soft lips were like tender tofu, making people want more. I will stay in the mansion for 2 days. Yang Shu held Lu Yun in his arms and said gently. Lu Yun sat up and looked at Yang Shu. Paijiu said everything is fine with you in the barracks. Given your husband's image outside, the guards can't possibly treat you kindly. Especially since Grandpa specially asked Uncle Pang to beat you up. It's obvious that he was going to be cruel. Facing Lu Yun's clear eyes, Yang Shu grinned. My wife is smart. The plan went well, but I suffered a lot and got whipped a few times. It's just a superficial wound. I didn't dare let Pai Gao tell you because I was afraid you would worry. Yang Shu took out a cloth from his bosom, inside which was a delicate golden hairpin. I drew a picture and asked the goldsmith shop to make it according to it. Do you think it's feasible? Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's face and said, it's so annoying. Taking the hairpin, Lu Yun stroked it gently and smiled at Yang Shu. It looks good. My husband, help me put it on. Yang Shu sat up straight and carefully inserted the golden hairpin into Lu Yun's hair. Chapter 95, Lu Yun's Persuasion. I don't even dare to let you go out. Yang Shu's eyes lingered on Lu Yun's face with indescribable tenderness. My husband has a great reputation. No one should dare to snatch my hairpin. Yang Shu scratched her nose and said, I'm afraid they will snatch my wife away. Lu Yun smiled sweetly and took out the ointment. Yuner, I've applied medicine. Yang Shu wanted to run away. Lu Yun closed the door. Her aura was still strong. Yang Shu sat down obediently and let Lu Yun unbutton his shirt. The crisscrossing whip marks were shocking. Lu Yun's eyes turned red and tears fell uncontrollably. She tilted her head to wipe them away. Yang Shu felt so distressed that he quickly hugged the person in his arms and said, I promise, I won't do this again in the future. Lu Yun could not stop crying. She knew that the emperor would not tolerate the Dingguo palace and Yang Shu would die if he did not fight, but looking at the injuries all over his body, she could not remain calm. After wiping away her tears, Lu Yun applied medicine to Yang Shu. Mo Mei pushed the door open, holding the mung bean soup. Why is it locked in broad daylight? Miss. Lu Yun put away the medicine bottle, helped Yang Shu put on his clothes, straightened his collar, and opened the door. Miss, and son talked to me for a long time. Mo Mei's voice suddenly stopped. Miss, why are your eyes red? Mo Mei looked at Yang Shu and rushed over in 2 or 3 steps. The young lady prayed for your safety every day and copied volumes of Buddhist scriptures. How could you bully her? Mo Mei, the prince didn't bully me. Lu Yun held her back. Miss, don't be afraid. I can beat you. Mo Mei pushed Lu Yun behind her. I saw the whip wounds on the prince's body. Mo Mei stopped. Her face, which had been flushed with anger, turned even redder. She stole a glance at Yang Shu and sniffed. Son-in-law, can I still eat lychees? Yang Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He frowned and walked over to her and tapped her forehead. You acted impulsively without knowing the truth. You won't have any lychees to eat today. If you do that again, I'll cut off your cakes and dried fruits. Okay, go have fun. Yang Shu shouted. With Mo Mei stirring things up, the heavy atmosphere was no longer possible. My lady, look at her. She has only gained a few pounds of weight, but she has already become so ignorant that she even says she can beat me. In the past, it was always Mo Mei who complained, but today it was Yang Shu who took the blame. Lu Yun curled the corners of his lips and fed Yang Shu the mung bean soup. Seeing her smile, Yang Shu relaxed and went back to give the little girl a raise in her monthly salary. Was it your husband who suggested the contraceptive soup in Lu Yun courtyard? Lu Yun wiped the corner of Yang Shu's mouth. Yang Shu was stunned and didn't react for a moment. It was fine before, but now it is officially welcomed into the mansion. My husband needs an heir to settle down. Besides, once you meet her, you should treat her well. Contraceptive soup is harmful to your body. A man can be affectionate, but he should avoid being heartless. Lu Yun advised Yang Shu in a gentle tone. Yang Shu looked at her, took the mung bean soup from Lu Yun's hand, put it on the table, and held her in his arms. As if she knew what Yang Shu wanted to say, Lu Yun smiled and said, Of course I hope to have children for my husband, but it will take a long time for us to consummate our marriage. If we don't have children for several years, once suspicion is aroused, people will inevitably be uneasy. I believe my husband will not mistreat our child, even if he is not the eldest son. It would be nice if they were just an ordinary wealthy family. Yang Shu buried his head in Lu Yun's neck, his nose feeling sore. Lu Yun hugged him and said, I don't feel wronged. My husband has given me the best. Yuner. Yang Shu was choking with sobs. At this age, she should be happy and worry-free, but she was already thinking so far ahead. Completely selfless. For the sake of such a good daughter-in-law, he will definitely chop off the dog emperor's head with one knife in the future. I didn't believe in gods and Buddhas before, but after falling off my horse, I started to believe. I swear today that if I ever betray you. Lu Yun blocked Yang Shu's mouth. There is no need for any vows between you and me. Lu Yun and Yang Shu held hands, with bright smiles on their beautiful faces. Yang Shu's heart was pounding, and he kissed Lu Yun on the lips. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Yang Shu stayed in Wanheyuan for a long time before leaving. Lu Yun looked at the changing clouds in the sky without blinking, and didn't even notice Yang Shu coming in. Have you figured out the secret? Yang Shu followed her gaze upwards. I heard that the prince was whipped? Not only that, Sun Hu has a bad temper. If he is not happy, he will kick me so hard that I cannot get up for a long time. He even hangs me up. I have noted down all these accounts for him, and I must pay them back. Yang Shu snorted. I thought the prince was so delicate and noble that he wouldn't plot against me, but I underestimated him. Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist and said, We're already married. Can't you be a little more affectionate? I've sold myself so pitifully, at least you can show some sympathy. This house is full of people who care about you. What's missing is me. Lu Yun came out of Yang Shu's arms. You can't be categorized together with them. Yang Shu took out a small box, inside of which was a pair of exquisite earrings. When I give gifts, I pay attention to practical things. If it's not gold, it must be jade. If you get into trouble, you can exchange it for something to eat and not starve to death. I designed it myself. Once I see it, I will find you no matter where you are. Lu Yun, my goal is not just the state of Yan. I want the whole world. But in a war, who can guarantee that they will always win? If I lose and we are separated, I hope you will be alive. A woman's chastity does not lie beneath her skirt. Yang Shu put the earrings on Lu Yun and then smiled. Look at me. I forgot that our second wife would never do such a stupid thing as to die to protect her innocence. Yang Shu, you are such a hateful person. Lu Yun looked annoyed. Yang Shu blinked, looking confused. Why was he cursing for no reason? What did he do? These are all from the bottom of my heart. Pushing Yang Shu down on the chair, Lu Yun untied his belt. She hated people like this who were sweet-talking but always spoke sincerely. What are you going to do in broad daylight? It's indecent. Pulling open Yang Shu's underwear and taking a look at the whip marks on his body, Lu Yun gazed at him slightly, stroked his body with her fingers, raised her eyelids, and took the initiative to kiss him. The warm touch on his lips made Yang Shu's eyes widen. Did he drink too much contraceptive soup? Did he get dizzy? He was so passionate. The clothes were taken off, and there was a charm in the corners of Lu Yun's eyes. Zia held the teapot, listened to the ambiguous sounds inside, and ran away with a red face. The second madam said that she didn't need to wait outside, so she didn't need to suppress her shame anymore. Husband. In a daze, Lu Yun called out. Yang Shu's heart skipped a beat and his palms tightened. The sun kept moving, and after a long time, the battle in the house finally stopped. The wound is healing well. Lu Yun stroked Yang Shu's back, her voice a little hoarse. It's all because of my wife's medicine. Yang Shu didn't move, still craving for Lu Yun's body fragrance. The second prince's patience has run out. Lu Yun frowned, grabbed Yang Shu's shoulders tightly, and looked at him angrily. Yang Shu gently stroked Lu Yun's rosy face. If you mention it at this time, you are making me jealous. It's unreasonable. Lu Yun closed her eyes to relieve the heat. Yang Shu smiled, becoming more lively. Chapter 96. Stunning. Pressing against the tip of Lu Yun's nose, Yang Shu kissed her lightly or heavily. I heard from Pai Gao that Lu Ling received a guest yesterday. My lady, Guiqi must be disappointed in you. You can't even escape from a ruined Dingguo palace. Yang Shu said with a smile in a sarcastic tone. Lu Yun's eyes were full of water, and she gently pushed Yang Shu. The second prince is a heartless person. He has lost face many times, but he can't help me. He will let me end my life on my own. He's quite free. Yang Shu lay down beside Lu Yun and took a fan to fan her. I really can't stand seeing your attention focused on your old master. Why not just give Gui a hand? Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth. Lu Yun pulled a thin blanket over her to cover her beauty. Is the prince planning something evil again? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. Husband and wife for one. How dare you damage my reputation like this? What do you mean by vicious scheme? Would I harm others? Yes, the whole Jianan knows that the prince is a very good person. Yang Shu was amused by Lu Yun's words. Gui has been very popular recently, but if an adult prince becomes too powerful, the emperor on the throne should be worried. How can the play of loving father and filial son continue? He will help Guiqi rise again. Under his interference, the two brothers will fight to the death. When they are busy, they don't care about us little people. It's time to replace the Minister of Revenue. After explaining for a while, Yang Shu pointed out the location where the chess piece fell. Guiqi was originally inferior to Guodi, and after losing the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, his competitiveness suddenly decreased. The prince is very strategic, Lu Yun praised. Although the third prince and Feng Qingyuan were not engaged, everyone knew it. The Feng family will inevitably lean towards the third prince, plus the Grand Master. He only needs to handle a few more government affairs and win the hearts of the people. By then, if the emperor does not appoint a crown prince, all the officials will force him to do so. This is not the situation the emperor wants to see. You're hiding from the wolf. Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun into his arms. Lu Yun's face was full of vigilance. Yang Shu laughed. It was you who raped me, but now it seems like I am the one who did something wrong. After touching Lu Yun's forehead, Yang Shu stood up and said, I'll go get you some bath water. It's a pity that we won't be living here for long, otherwise we could have built a bathhouse, which would have been much more convenient. Listening to Yang Shu's mumbling, Lu Yun glared at him in annoyance. Come over. Seeing Yang Shu was about to leave, Lu Yun called him back. Can't bear to leave me? Yang Shu bent down and looked at Lu Yun lovingly. Lu Yun ignored him, stood up, and tidied Yang Shu's clothes. You are such a grown-up, but you still dress crookedly. Are you in a hurry to come back? Yang Shu leaned over and kissed Lu Yun on the lips. Watching Yang Shu walking away, Lu Yun subconsciously smiled, still like a young man. In the bathtub, Lu Yun looked at the petals floating on the water and rubbed her eyebrows. This is what I dried to make tea. Yang Shu bared his teeth and said, I'll pick them later. Although they wanted to take a bath together, the bathtub was too small to allow for full movement. So Yang Shu squatted behind Lu Yun, put his hands on her shoulders, and massaged them gently. I got some news that Yan State is going to send an envoy here. Marriage for peace? Yang Shu raised his eyes. Lu Yun looked back at him. Yan State is stronger than Yan State. Does he need to please Yan State? It's probably Yanxia Pass. I heard that gold was dug there. Yang Shu's pupil shrank. Don't even think about it. This is not something we can take down. Lu Yun said seriously. Am I that overestimating my own abilities? Yang Shu picked up a petal and asked, if Yan State doesn't give it to you, will Yan State take it away by force? Even if they want to rob, they won't do it right away. They're all watching eagerly. The industry country has not yet swept away the power of all other countries. Most importantly, Marshal Yang is still in charge. The Yang family army is not easy to deal with. Lu Yun rested her head on her hands and spoke lazily. Anyone with eyes can see it clearly, but they pretend to be blind. Yang Shu's tone was full of sarcasm. The silk and tea have been shipped to Huaining County. I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of warm water. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu, her voice soft and charming. Good. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's eyes and stood up to walk out. As soon as he left, Lu Yun got up from the bathtub. Her legs were still a little sore. Holding onto the rack, Lu Yun put on her clothes one by one. Stroking his sleeves, Lu Yun looked up at the door. Yang Shu was holding the water, his eyes full of hurt. Are you on guard against me? Lu Yun raised her eyelids. She wanted to stand up in front of Yang Shu. How could this man let her go? When she didn't see his dark eyes. Just like a jackal that has been hungry for several days. Warm. Yang Shu handed the cup to Lu Yun, looking as if he was trying hard to suppress his sadness. Lu Yun couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she reached out and pinched Yang Shu's waist. Hiss. Is there anyone like you? You're trying to choke me when I'm on guard. Yang Shu held Lu Yun in his arms and accused her. The soft and fragrant body was extremely comfortable to hug. Yang Shu could no longer maintain his angry expression, so he picked the person up. The bedding had been replaced with new ones. After Lu Yun was put on the bed, Yang Shu picked up the fan and waved it slowly, without being intimate with Lu Yun. Take a nap if you're tired. Yang Shu's eyes were gentle. Lu Yun looked at him and closed her eyes. He was clearly aroused, but he was considerate of her body. Just say this person is hateful. Lu Yun fell into a deep sleep. On the third night after Yang Shu returned to the military camp, a stone hit the third prince's mansion. Gui looked at the contents on the paper and his eyes darkened. Yellow hair. Yang Shu held a grass root in his mouth and called Sun Hu. Why are you leaving? This prince has something to tell you. Yang Shu walked over a few steps, grabbed Sun Hu and walked towards the river. I have thought it through. I was wrong before and I shouldn't have slacked off. Yang Shu said sincerely. Sun Hu looked at him in surprise. Hey, why is there someone floating on the surface? Yang Shu pointed at the river surface and stepped back as if frightened. Sun Hu looked in the direction Yang Shu pointed, but there was nothing on the shimmering water. Sun Hu frowned. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard. Sun Hu was unable to react in time and staggered and fell. Don't let your guard down at any time. Yang Shu threw away the stick, tied up Sun Hu, and then poured several basins of cold water on him. Sun Hu woke up with a frown and groaned. Captain Sun, you must feel bad to have been successfully attacked by a playboy. It's so embarrassing. Yang Shu patted Sun Hu's face with an arrogant look. Holding down Sun Hu's kicking leg, Yang Shu put a piece of broken porcelain in Sun Hu's hand. Cut it well. Try to cut the rope in half an hour. You have 7 chances to catch me. By the way, I'll run southwest. After pressing the cloth in Sun Hu's mouth, Yang Shu left with a smile. Sun Hu narrowed his eyes and tried to make some noise. Seeing that no one came, he started to cut the rope with a piece of porcelain. There was intense anger in his eyes. He actually let a playboy succeed in his sneak attack. As the night deepened, Sun Hu threw down the rope in his hand, and soon, fire was lit in the military camp. Captain, we haven't found the general. The guard ran to Sun Hu to report. Sun Hu's face was slightly tense. Did he run away? Where's Fang Zhuang? Neither did I. Sun Hu pursed his lips, selected 20 men, and rode out of the military camp. Chapter 97. Cunning as a Fox. Prince, can this trap catch anyone? Fang Zhuang squatted in the grass, staring at the intersection. When dealing with someone who is full of anger, the simpler the better. Just wait and see. Yang Shu lay close to the ground, waiting quietly. Here I come. Pang Chong raised his head. The sound of horse hooves gradually became clearer. Gee. Sun Hu rode his horse quickly. The military camp was heavily guarded, but he was able to get out quietly. Then there was that blow of the stick, fast, accurate, and ruthless, without even a moment of pause. Is he really a useless person who is uneducated, lazy, and has no skills? There was a thoughtful look in Sun Hu's eyes. In the darkness of the night, he did not see the rope in the shadow in front of him. By the time he realized it, the man had already fallen forward with the horse. Sun Hu was experienced and wanted to roll over immediately to get rid of the inertia, but as soon as he moved, he was caught in the net. The guards following him wanted to rescue him, but a large net fell down, blocking their way. Captain. 7 or 8 feather arrows flew out and shot towards Sun Hu. Sun Hu's eyes narrowed, but he was unable to break free from the net. While swaying, he dodged 3 of them, but the others fell on him. Captain. The guards had already cut through the net that was blocking the way and rushed to Sun Hu. They were all prepared to show their grief and indignation, but the moment they saw Sun Hu, everyone was stunned. No blood? Gone are the arrowheads. A guard picked up the arrow on the ground and said, Who has so much free time? Why are you playing tricks on us so late at night? The guard looked around, trying to catch someone. Sun Hu's face sank. He certainly knew who did it. If the arrow had not been shot, he would have been dead by now. Captain, no one is found. Go back. Sun Hu took the lead. He had been defeated by Yang Shu 3 times. In his current state, he might be defeated again. Prince, let's go. Yang Shu spat out the grass root in his mouth. He has come to his senses. Next time, he will show the caution and strategy that a lieutenant should have. Go to sleep. Yang Shu waved his hand and lay down. Captain, where is the general? When the guard saw Sun Hu coming back empty-handed, he couldn't help but ask. He's hiding. It's getting late. Let him go free. Sun Hu said as he walked past the guards and went straight into the tent. Looking at the whip on the table, Sun Hu frowned. He thought he had some ability, but why was he so unbearable? After brushing off the white ash on his chest, Sun Hu pursed his lips and sat on the chair for half an hour. At daybreak, Sun Hu led 100 men out of the military camp. This time, he did not advance rashly and regarded Yang Shu as the most dangerous enemy. The scout went ahead to check the situation, while Sun Hu listened to the movements around him, holding the hilt of the knife in his hand, and was on guard at all times. Prince, the smoke is rising. Are you sure Sun Hu won't come to kill us? When Fang Zhuang saw that Yang Shu really grilled the fish, he kept blinking his eyes. This was too arrogant. Yang Shu threw dead branches into the fire. Sun Hu has been cheated twice. The more obvious it is, the less he will believe it. Go catch 2 more fish. With these few, who will eat them all? Yang Shu turned the fish over, looking relaxed. Captain, there is smoke over there. The guard pointed to where the smoke was rising and reported. Sun Hu took a look and led everyone in the opposite direction. On the hillside, Pang Chong saw people coming and put his hand to his mouth and blew it. Alert! The guards drew their swords, leaned against each other, and looked around. Seeing something wrapped in clothes thrown down the hillside, the guard chopped at it with his knife. Oh no, it's a wasp. Run. For a moment, the team was in complete chaos. Yang Shu was a ruthless man. He prepared 3 hornets' nests in total, 1 in the front, 1 in the middle, and 1 in the back, to ensure that everyone had a share. When Sun Hu got rid of the hornets and found a place to make a fire, only the gnawed fish bones were left on the ground. Looking at the fish bones, Sun Hu's expression turned grim. Was he sure that he would take that path? Search. Sun Hu pronounced the word. Everyone abandoned their horses and started a carpet search, but of course they found nothing, as Yang Shu had already escaped. Captain. The guard looked at him cautiously. The grass is laxative. Cries of surprise were heard and everyone turned around to see that the horses were all running wild. Sun Hu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Every step he took was within Yang Shu's calculations. Sir. Fang Zhuang handed the kettle to Yang Shu. Why didn't Captain Sun chase us right away? Why did he have to search there? Yang Shu drank a few sips of water and closed the lid. He was too cautious and smart. He thought we were playing tricks on him. Let's go and start the next step. In the dense forest, Sun Hu walked forward step by step. Yang Shu was really crazy. He was afraid that he couldn't find him, so he drew arrows along the way to guide him. What a dandy, bah, he's just a fox. He is full of tricks, insidious and cunning, and hard to guard against. Captain. The leading spy came back with a wrinkled face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, he motioned for Sun Hu to go and see for himself. The 7 signs are 50 meters apart, and the words on them are different. Don't go in here. There's a trap. Turn left after entering to avoid the trap. Walk straight for 300 meters and lie down. Be careful of the trapeze artist. There is internet. 50 meters away, a trap has been set. Everything is safe, liar. Captain. The guard looked at Sun Hu, waiting for his instructions. Sun Hu looked at the woods for a long time without saying a word. Looking at the guards behind him, he asked 2 people to go in and investigate. Soon, screams were heard from inside, and then there was no movement. There were 14 people, and not one came out. Go back and select 1,000 vanguards. Sun Hu said in a deep voice. This place was not close to the military camp, and it took the vanguard nearly an hour to arrive. The 1,000 people were divided into 7 teams and entered the forest. The first brand said there was a scam, and it was true, but in the end, Qian Qianwei still fell into it. Yang Shu, that sinister bastard, only left one path, with pits all around. Arrows flew out, and while he dodged, he watched the solid ground collapse. By turning left, you can avoid the trap, and you do avoid it, but there is more than one trap. After lying down, the forward guard successfully avoided the flying wooden frame and was covered by the net below. The flying man was real. Fang Zhuang pulled the rope and swung over the heads of the vanguard guards. The oil barrel tied to his waist splashed all over them. Then a rocket was shot at the vanguard guards 30 meters away. There is a net, a very large net, covering it from all sides. The animal trap is not made of iron. If someone is really injured, you will have to pay for the medical expenses. Everything is safe. Of course it is impossible. Yang Shu took the poisonous smoke. The vanguard came out of the forest covered in dust and dirt. If the opponent had not held back, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Sun Hu watched all this with deep eyes. It seemed that he only brought 30 personal guards with him. 30 people made 1,000 people so embarrassed. What a bunch of rubbish. Captain, the letter was found in the woods. The guard handed the letter to Sun Hu. What tricks does he have? Sun Hu opened the letter. There were only 5 words on it. See you in Shaoxi Valley. The characteristics of Spoon Valley are already revealed in its name. It is very shallow, and there are no roads inside. After reading the letter, Sun Hu still took people there. In the middle of Shaoxi Valley, a man wearing a tiger mask was sitting there, cutting wood with a small knife in his hand. He drew a line 50 meters away, as if to warn people not to cross it. Chapter 98. Subjugating Sun Hu. On the cliff, Feng Zhuang and others did not hide anything but stood out openly with black cloth covering their faces. As if he didn't see the vanguard, Yang Shu blew away the sawdust and continued making arrows. Captain? The guard stepped forward and called out, What should we do now? Rush over and arrest the person? Sun Hu glanced around and finally his eyes fell on Yang Shu. After a full half a minute, he waved his hand and retreated. Yang Shu didn't raise his head until they were completely out of sight. This time, he was sincere. How could he not believe it? The wine is ready. Shaking his head, Yang Shu stood up and left. Captain, the prince is missing. Feng Zhuang and Peng Chong shouted as they ran. This forest is so big, we lost our way. The prince was impatient and in a hurry to get back to the city, so he got separated from us without us noticing. There are many snakes, insects, mosquitoes, and rats in the mountains. If anything happens to the prince, how are we going to explain to the marshal? Feng Zhuang howled. Sun Hu counted his guards. What did Yang Shu want to do? He didn't even keep a single one. Captain, stop being in a daze and go find someone. Feng Zhuang pulled Sun Hu away. The prince is waiting for you on the cliff. There are no traps, and the prince is the only one there. Feng Zhuang spoke quickly. Sun Hu glanced at him. Shaoxi Valley, we haven't prepared anything. You can just walk over and kick the prince down. Feng Zhuang kindly told Sun Hu. Sun Hu raised his eyes. He observed carefully at that time. Yang Shu's hand movements were not at all flustered, but leisurely. What kind of courage and mentality did he have? What a playboy. He is clearly a general with extraordinary talent. No, it's the marshal. Sun Hu's heart was pounding. There is hope for the Yang family, and there is hope for the Yang family army. Hearing footsteps on the cliff, Yang Shu turned around and smiled at Sun Hu. Here I come. The general is not a playboy. Sun Hu spoke slowly. Yang Shu said nothing and handed him a bamboo stick. You have 10 chances. If you can subdue me, you win. Sun Hu took the bamboo stick, glanced at Yang Shu, and stabbed him with lightning speed. As if he had anticipated it, Yang Shu dodged sideways and was able to avoid any attack from Sun Hu. The 10 moves were over quickly. The general is not an ordinary person. Sun Hu said seriously. He can endure hardships, is brave and resourceful, and has extraordinary courage and insight. At this age, he will surely shock the state of Yan in the future. Yang Shu smiled. Captain, you might as well make a bold guess as to why I have to go to such lengths. Sun Hu pursed his lips and said, The general wants me to know that being a playboy is just a superficial appearance. You are capable of taking over the Yang family army. Compared with the loyal generals, you know how to survive better and are more willing to lose face. Yang Shu took 2 steps forward and looked at the bottom of the cliff without fear. Captain Sun, I don't want to be loyal to the emperor and love my country. I want to be a great leader. Sun Hu's pupils dilated. He didn't expect Yang Shu to say that. Will you come with me? Yang Shu looked straight at Sun Hu. The emperor cannot tolerate the Dingguo palace. You know the situation of Yan State. It will be trampled by the iron cavalry of other countries sooner or later. Captain Sun, do you want to take a gamble and become a marquis in one fell swoop, or die unwillingly on the execution ground? Anyone who is close to the Ding Palace will be liquidated. Or are you able to grovel and bend your back? Does the marshal know? Sun Hu asked in a low voice. Of course. Yang Shu said calmly. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart, old man. Resentment flashed across Yang Shu's eyes. Sun Hu raised his head and said, I am willing to follow the general. Okay. Yang Shu patted Sun Hu's shoulder heavily with a big smile on his face. It's worth it that he showed so much. If Sun Hu had not seen that he was a master strategist, cunning and calm, he would not have paid any attention to him even if he was just talking big. Second, madam, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue has been taken away, and the Duke Zhong's mansion has also been destroyed. Pai Jiu reported to Lu Yun. Lu Yun gently waved the fan. Because of the screen, she lay on her side on the chaise longue, allowing her graceful figure to be revealed. Write a letter to the prince. The prince asked you to write it. Lu Yun raised her eyes. Is he worried that I'll be too idle in the mansion? Pai Gao didn't know what to do. He was never tactful, so he simply backed out. Lu Yun sat up, her beautiful eyes wandering, and walked to the desk and picked up the pen. Yang Shu looked at the letter in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Yun was such a spoiled woman. Not only did she not say a word of concern, but every word she said was about how comfortable the house was and how delicious the fruits and snacks were. Need to be dealt with. I wouldn't have let her go if I had known. Yang Shu gave Sun Hu a complete training plan and asked him to follow it. After studying it, Sun Hu was more excited than being a bridegroom. During those 2 days, his eyes glowed green, which was so scary that Yang Shu didn't dare to enter his tent. After packing up his things, Yang Shu asked Feng Zhuang and Peng Chong to carry him back. Old Master Yang hugged Yang Shu, crying and snotting, and said that he would be satisfied even if he died. Grandpa knew you were capable, but I didn't expect you to be this capable. Old Master Yang patted Yang Shu on the back, feeling very relieved. I, Pinger, wouldn't even dare to do this in my dreams. Look at you. You've been hiding it for so many years and never said a word. Look at my hair. It's all white because of your anger. Yang Shu glanced at him. Why do I remember it was always white? You still want to deny it? Old Master Yang glared and slapped Yang Shu on the back with a strong hand. Murdering your own grandson is so cruel. Yang Shu moved away from Old Man Yang. I don't want to tell you that. My wife is still waiting. Look at him. Old Master Yang curled his lips and criticized Yang Shu to Pang Chi. Pang Chi chuckled. The mansion was becoming happier day by day. The wrinkles on the marshal's face were visibly smoothed out, and he looked younger. The prince has the demeanor of a marshal. Stop flattering him. Old Master Yang snorted. No, he is better than the marshal. Hanzi laughed. Old Master Yang blew his beard and immediately asked Pang Chi to deduct his monthly salary. All the servants in the courtyard were stunned. Was this still the cold-faced and selfless marshal? After leaving Wan Heiyuan, Yang Shu went to Fuxianjuan. It's really comfortable. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun and pushed her inside. The chaise longue was not big, and even if Lu Yun leaned closer to the inside, Yang Shu couldn't lie down. Lu Yun smiled at him. Didn't my husband say that he has a great mind? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. When did it happen? I don't remember. Lu Yun glanced at him with a charming look in her eyes, then sat up to make room for Yang Shu. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as it sounds on paper for you to subdue Sun Hu. Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun into his arms, looked down at her, and motioned for her to continue. The old man laughed all night and almost died of breath. Yang Shu raised his right eyebrow high. Scary. This prince is extremely intelligent. You can see that from just one look. I don't know what he is so excited about. Lu Yun laughed out loud. Can you please have some shame? Tell me in detail. Lu Yun leaned against Yang Shu, her eyes calm. That is to say, I showed it to Sun Hu from all angles, so that he could see a young man with unparalleled wisdom and great talent. Yang Shu ate a grape and began to tell the story. The prince has a very accurate understanding of people's hearts. This is not a human heart. This is a judgment. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and kissed her on the lips. Don't think too scary of me. My blood is hot. Chapter 99, Conquer Bit by Bit. Lu Yun. Yang Shu buried his face in Lu Yun's arms and said in a muffled voice, Do you hate me? Why do you ask that, my lord? Because I had extravagant fantasies. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun. Do you hate me? Lu Yun gently stroked Yang Shu's back, opened her lips slightly, and said casually, What if you hate me? Do you want to take out your heart and show it to me? That can't be done. Yang Shu raised his head. Life is more important than love. I'm going to take it out, and when you leave, you won't have any regrets at all. Here. Yang Shu tapped Lu Yun's chest. You are more rational than me. When I get married, I will think about being good to my wife and trusting her. But you always think I am a jackal and put up ice again and again. There was a moment of emotion, but it was quickly extinguished. Lu Yun. Yang Shu looked sad. Can you please feel sorry for me? I haven't experienced warmth either. I have tried my best to love others. Lu Yun. Before Yang Shu could say anything else, he felt a pain in his waist. He cried out and complained angrily. What are you doing? Lu Yun tilted her head at him. If you keep talking, you'll start to cry. I'm afraid you won't be able to squeeze out the tears. Yang Shu smiled and pulled Lu Yun's sleeve. I'm so emotional. Can't you respond with a few words? Carry me to bed. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, her voice very soft and gentle. It's broad daylight. That's not a good idea. Yang Shu looked like a serious gentleman, but his hands moved very quickly. Lu Yun looked at him with a smile, thinking that he was just pretending day after day. Feeling the kiss on her body, Lu Yun looked up at Yang Shu. He was really smart. He wanted her love, but he would not be hysterical or force it. He can always find a gap to touch the softest part of your heart, and lay things out in the way of a young boy revealing his heart. It was obvious that he was the one who was in charge of everything, but he still felt wronged. How did the Ding Palace raise a combination of a fox and a wolf? The prince is not a pure-hearted person, Lu Yun said in Yang Shu's ear with a flushed face. Yang Shu raised his head, his eyes filled with lust. Don't speak out if you see it. Yang Shu smiled softly and stopped. He took Lu Yun's hand and placed it on his chest. What do you feel? Power. Yang Shu's face darkened. You're just stubborn, right? Lu Yun giggled. She didn't want to do as Yang Shu wanted and get angry at him. It was his fault that he was so hateful. Soon, Lu Yun couldn't laugh anymore. Asshole, you want to kill me? Lu Yun had a few strands of black hair scattered in front of her chest. She glared at Yang Shu. If she had not been unable to use her strength, she would have kicked him down. Yang Shu looked at the bloodstains on his back and smiled gently. My lady, why do you say that? In this world, no one cares about you more than me. Even if I hurt myself, I can't bear to hurt you. Holding Lu Yun's hand that was trying to strangle him, Yang Shu looked hurt. My wife, what did I do to make you so hard-hearted? Lu Yun endured the soreness and sat up. Okay, I was wrong. Yang Shu supported her and put Lu Yun's hand on his waist. Pinch it. I want to prove my love for my wife. It's not just talk. Ouch. You really don't hold back. Lu Yun's eyes revealed a smug look, and she snorted. You asked me to pinch you. Yang Shu gathered her hair and said lovingly. Yes, yes. I asked my wife to pinch it. Take a break. I'll go get some water. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's forehead and helped her lie down. Lu Yun listened to the footsteps fading away and stroked her face. She didn't like to laugh before, but Yang Shu became more and more indulgent towards her, also willing to coax her. Hate it. Yes, but it was gone long ago. Compared to the second prince, Yang Shu was like a ray of sunshine into the darkness. He reached out his hand and wiped away the dirt on her body bit by bit, making her feel as if she could also stand in the sun. To Yang Shu, she is a person. You can have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and you can even lose your temper. Lu Yun had never experienced this feeling of being held in the palm of her hand. Looking at the bed curtains, Lu Yun's eyes were empty. Yang Shu wrote to her many letters while he was in the military camp, telling her about his daily life, complaining about the bad food, saying that his face was tanned and he could no longer live off her, and he would end with a string of love words. Sometimes, Lu Yun felt a little dazed. Had she really been in Yihanglu? With a creak, the door opened and Yang Shu came in carrying a basin of water. The light from the window shone on him. Lu Yun's eyes were a little blurry. Although this man was narcissistic, he was indeed as handsome as a jade. What did you see? You didn't even blink. Yang Shu wrung out the towel, sat beside the couch, and wiped Lu Yun's face. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but hugged Yang Shu's waist. I always thought you young masters were unreliable. Yang Shu raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Yun. You are being too reserved. You are not a gentleman at all. In your heart, all men are unreliable. The so-called heartfelt confession is just a momentary interest and a desire for the body. Lu Yun raised her lips slightly. Is the prince different? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's smooth back. What do you think, madam? Pervert. Yang Shu's face darkened. I advise you to change the word, such as outstanding. You are so narcissistic. Lu Yun smiled and wrapped herself in a quilt and escaped from Yang Shu. But the bed was so small that Lu Yun couldn't escape. Young lady, you asked for this. Yang Shu pinned the person down with a ferocious look on his face. After a few kisses, Yang Shu tickled Lu Yun. Do you want to beg for mercy? Don't. Lu Yun twisted her body and couldn't stop laughing, and her bright face became even redder. Yang Shu's eyes darkened, and his hands involuntarily put their hands around Lu Yun's waist. Prince, should the food be served now? Zir knocked on the door and asked softly. Yang Shu stood up and said in a loud voice, Bring it here. After sending Zir away, Yang Shu raised his head with an arrogant attitude. You're lucky. Lu Yun was smiling and did not provoke Yang Shu again. After wiping herself clean, she tied her belt and went to the dining table with Yang Shu. Yang Shu served Lu Yun a bowl of soup. When his eyes swept over the braised pork with preserved vegetables, the corners of his mouth raised. He mentioned this dish in the letter to express his deep longing for it. The third prince has been very popular these days. Lu Yun wiped his mouth and spoke. Yang Shu sighed. This is the end. I didn't save him that day, and I humiliated him several times. If he ascends to the throne, he will never let me go. It's a pity that so many people in the Dingguo Palace have to suffer because of me. Yang Shu was choked with sobs and could not speak. Lu Yun's eyes twitched, and she wanted to strangle someone. Yang Shu moved his chair, coughed lightly, and said seriously, What is the attitude of the Duke Zhonghua mansion? I sent him a generous gift, but I didn't get close to the third prince. The emperor is in his prime. The more outstanding his son is, the more he will be wary of him. Not to mention that Guai has not been made the crown prince yet. Even if he was, he would not necessarily sit on the chair. Before the situation becomes clear, the Duke Zhong's mansion will not get involved in this mess. Yang Shu leaned his face forward and motioned Lu Yun to wipe it for him. The more Guai jumps, the faster the emperor's favor will be consumed. Let's just watch the show. Chapter 100. Thank you, Grandmaster. After dinner, Yang Shu asked Zier to clear away the dishes and chopsticks, and then he took out a small jar mysteriously. I asked Pai Gao to search for it for a long time before I found it. I will never let ordinary people taste it. Lu Yun looked at him, then glanced at the jar with a hint of inquiry. Was he teasing her again? After scalding the teapot, Yang Shu's expression became a little more serious. He carefully opened the lid, took out the tea leaves with a teaspoon, put them into the teapot, and poured them at a high speed and then at a low speed. Yang Shu's actions made Lu Yun raise her eyebrows. What was he doing? Was the thing inside tea leaves? Try it. Yang Shu placed the teacup in front of Lu Yun. What kind of look is that? I can still poison you to death. Seeing Lu Yun's alert face, Yang Shu's face darkened. Too weird. Lu Yun picked up the teacup and took a sip under Yang Shu's gaze. How is it? Seeing that Lu Yun didn't say anything, Yang Shu leaned forward with anticipation in his eyes. He couldn't be the only one with a peculiar taste. Lu Yun moved her lips and uttered 2 words, fragrant. Better than the tea you usually drink. Before Yang Shu could ask, the jar in front of him disappeared. Blinking, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. My husband said that he would not be stingy with material things for me. Lu Yun cast a coquettish glance at Yang Shu. She had tasted a lot of tea, but none of them could be compared to the one Yang Shu gave her. No wonder this guy refuses to drink. Yang Shu pulled her into his arms, his eyes lingering on Lu Yun's face. Call her a few more times. Lu Yun chuckled, put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, and called him softly. As she called, Lu Yun's voice softened unconsciously. Can I have it? Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu steadily. Yang Shu scratched Lu Yun's nose and said, I took it. It was originally for you. Seeing the tolerance and doting in Yang Shu's eyes, Lu Yun felt an impulse and kissed Yang Shu on the lips. In the third prince's mansion, Grand Tutor Xie frowned and sighed. Your Highness is impulsive. Although I am feeling proud now, I have lost my balance, and the Emperor will surely be worried. Your Highness, please stop hanging out with the court officials these days. It's best to stay at home and study, otherwise your old injury will relapse. Grand Tutor Xie said in a serious tone. Grandmaster, how can we forgive the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue for committing the evil act of murdering his wife? My father has always doted on me. You are overthinking it. Guai said in a light voice. Grand Tutor Xie looked at him. How could he not know what Guai was thinking? The position of Crown Prince was only one step away. How could he be willing to retreat at this time? Forget it, just let him fall. The flattery and praise he received these days had obviously made him feel elated. The Emperor's favor is the most useless and unreliable thing for an adult prince. The fight for the throne involved the blood of brothers and fathers and sons. On the second day after returning home, Yang Shu had a sparring match with Pang Qi. The old man did not hold back much, and Yang Shu lay on the ground and did not get up. Uncle Pang, what's going on? Didn't Zhao Niu run away? Why hasn't the news spread yet? How can we spread this? We have to let everyone know. The Emperor will have to blame the Prince Ding's palace. Pang Qi twitched the corner of his mouth sarcastically. The envoys from the Yi Kingdom are on the way. Even if the Emperor is insane, he will not fight with the Ding Kingdom Palace at this moment. Just pretend it didn't happen. It's good for everyone. Yang Shu sat up and said, What puzzles me is that the people who are stirring up trouble in the dark have not made any move. This is not easy to analyze. He wants to seize the throne. If they fight now, it might just be a good opportunity for Yegua. When the time comes, you won't be able to enjoy the feeling of being above millions of people. Chapter 101. Money is the only thing on your mind. Yang Shu rubbed his wrist and said, I overestimated his courage. The old man has guarded Yan State for his entire life. Even if he hates Gua clan, he will not allow the cavalry of Yi State to enter the country. We can take this opportunity to completely alienate the Ding Palace from the Emperor. The Emperor and the Generalissimo don't trust each other, and they don't even put in the effort to keep it together. This is enough to unsettle the people. You kid. Pang Qi patted Yang Shu's shoulder and slapped the man who just stood up to the ground. You will be very fierce in the future. Yang Shu fell down. Without 100 taels for medical expenses, I can't get up today. 100 taels? Why don't you just go and rob it? Pang Qi pouted and walked away quickly, fearing that he would be blackmailed by Yang Shu. Yang Shu rolled his eyes. The world is going downhill. He had no shame at all after beating someone up and even cursed him. Indeed, we can't expect everyone to have such high morals as him. Yang Shu got up and brushed off the dust on his body. Pai Gao. Yang Shu shouted. Prepare the car, lean against the red building. Without even changing his clothes, Yang Shu went out. He wanted to let everyone see how the Dingguo Palace abused its only child. Stop. Just when the carriage was less than 100 meters away from Yihong building, Yang Shu shouted and jumped off the carriage. Oh, you really know what I am thinking. Yang Shu grabbed Jingbin's wrist and pulled him into the car. The manager was confused. How did this come out? Hurry, go and inform the prince, the steward said urgently to the waiter. After chasing the carriage for 2 steps, the manager slapped his thigh and said, How could we run into this bastard while discussing business? If we had known, we would not have stayed in Qingfeng Tower. I haven't seen you for more than half a month. Mr. Zheng has become more handsome than ever. It's worth my thinking about him day and night. Yang Shu opened his folding fan, looking like a playboy. Zhengbin glanced at Yang Shu, wondering whether he should take some money to prevent him from behaving in a disorderly manner. I heard that you and he Xiangshu are very close, often going in and out together. You are not afraid of making this prince sad. 3,000 shur of grain have been sent to Huaining County in batches. Zhengbin spoke slowly. Yang Shu grabbed Zhengbin's sleeve and said excitedly, I know that you only have me in your heart. This is an IOU. Please put your fingerprint on it, Prince. Zhengbin took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Shu. I was wrong. You only care about money. Yang Shu's face was filled with disappointment. He unfolded the paper with shaking hands. It was a wrong decision after all. Zhengbin was silent. There was so much drama. Can it be less? I have old people and young children to take care of. I really can't afford it. Zhengbin grabbed Yang Shu's hand and pressed his handprint on it. You are so cruel. Yang Shu shook his head and sighed to the sky. I have a profitable business. Yang Shu took out a small bottle and said, 1 sniff is free, and the second sniff is 10 taels. Zhengbin glanced at Yang Shu. Money was all she cared about. Wasn't he also obsessed with money? Taking the bottle, Zhengbin looked at Yang Shu and opened the lid. She wanted to see what kind of strange thing it was that could make him offer such a high price of 10 taels of silver. The moment the smell entered his nose, Zhengbin's eyes suddenly raised. Yang Shu didn't say anything to interrupt them, but just fanned himself and counted. Zhengbin shook the bottle and directly bid 1,000 taels. Yang Shu looked at the banknotes and secretly sighed that Zhengbin was very wealthy and it was impossible for him to bid like that. 3 points, I want 3 points. Zhengbin looked at Yang Shu and said, Give it to me. Within half a month, it will be famous in Jianan, and noble ladies will rush to buy it. The workshop, the store, and the packaging are all borne by the Zheng family. I just like people who are straightforward. Yang Shu took out the recipe from his arms. Prince. There was shouting outside. Yang Shu glanced at He Xiangshu. How far have you two come? How did he fly over here? Zhengbin frowned slightly. This person was coming very fast, and definitely not from the Duke Zheng's mansion. Stop being dazed. Are you the one pulling the strings, or am I? Yang Shu tapped Zhengbin's clothes with his folding fan. No need, my lord. Zhengbin pulled at her collar and ruffled her clothes with her slender fingers. Because Yang Shu was there, she was very restrained in her movements. Be more careful. I am not that gentle. Rub the clothes around the waist as well. Yang Shu reminded enthusiastically. Zhengbin glared at him. It was really abominable that Yang Shu's mouth was blocked by a piece of cake. He was just watching a show. Prince. He Xiangshu took a step forward. Yang Shu lifted the carriage curtain with an unhappy look on his face. Brother He, look at you. This prince is so happy. Feng Zhuang, go aside and let brother He come over. Yang Shu said as he lowered the car curtain and sat back. He Xiangshu asked the attendants to leave and got on Yang Shu's carriage alone. The wheels continued to turn. He Xiangshu looked at Zhengbin, whose clothes were disheveled, and frowned. I passed by here and saw the prince's personal guards. I haven't seen them for a while, so I came to see if the prince was okay. He Xiangshu said in a gentle tone. Don't mention it. Yang Shu kicked the table angrily, his face full of anger. I will kill them sooner or later. Since you are not happy, I will take you to the Colosseum to relax. A fierce beast came 2 days ago, and a lot of blood was seen. All the young masters gathered there. No one told me such an interesting thing. I'll show them how I can expose their mischief when I get back. Yang Shu's eyes were fierce as he glanced at Zhengbin. He pulled him into his arms and bit him on the neck. Zhengbin frowned and pinched Yang Shu's leg hard using his sleeve to cover his wound. I really won't suffer any loss. Yang Shu glared and then relaxed his mouth. He moved too quickly, and He Xiangshu couldn't stop him in time. He also didn't expect Yang Shu to bite someone in front of him. Looking at the bloody teeth marks on Zheng Bin's neck, his eyes darkened. If you don't behave next time, I will break your legs. Yang Shu pushed Zheng Bin aside and said sternly. Zheng Bin lowered his eyes and said nothing. Yang Shu turned his head, his face showing arrogance, but in his heart, he kept sighing. He was almost pulling his hair out. This time, he was going to lose a lot of money. The 1,000 tael silver note wasn't even warm enough. In order to prevent Yang Shu from harming Zheng Bin again, Xiangshu talked to him about Huaiwe. Zheng Bin glanced at Yang Shu, whose eyes were full of lust, and curled his lips secretly, thinking that he was really good at pretending. If you didn't know this guy's character, who would have been able to see through it? The carriage stopped outside the Colosseum. The original owner had been to this place many times, and had even spent 500 taels to buy a fighting cock that won a fight, and asked Yang Shuhong to braise it, but it was not done well, and the meat was hard. Led by the servant, they walked inside. After walking a few steps, I heard exclamations coming from the innermost part of the Colosseum. Yang Shu suddenly became excited, let go of Zheng Bin's hand, and rushed over quickly. Xiangshu took out a handkerchief and handed it to Zheng Bin. I'll let you know when he comes back next time. Zheng Bin forced a smile. Thank you, Prince. There's no need for us to be so polite. Xiangshu's voice was gentle. He admired Zheng Bin very much. He was a man with a very good brain. His courage and talent far exceed those of his peers. If he could be used, the Duke Zhong's mansion would have an extra layer of protection. Money is extremely important at all times. Chapter 102, Colosseum. After chatting for a few words, Zheng Bin and Xiangshu walked inside. The arena was very large. Outside it were some small entertainments, such as cockfighting and cricket fighting. But inside, it was truly spectacular. The stands are about 50 meters high and are very cleverly designed in a semi-arc shape. There are 3 floors with 30 compartments on each floor. The compartments are very large and can accommodate hundreds of people. There is only a railing in the front to make it convenient for people to watch the fighting below. The first floor is for princes and nobles, the second floor is for children of officials, and the third floor is for common people. The closer you get, the louder the noise becomes, with screams and cheers. Knowing his identity as the Prince of Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu was taken to the best viewing compartment on the first floor. A fight had just ended in the arena below, and it was obvious that the tiger had won. The brain matter bursting out on the ground was really eye-catching. Soon, the small door opened, and a dirty slave was kicked in. The crowd burst into noise again, their eyes fixed on the scene below. Yang Shu glanced at the flushed faces and felt only pity. Zheng Bin had been to the Colosseum, but had never set foot in this bloody place. Listening to the roars of the beasts and the screams of the people, her face turned pale. You're walking so slowly, are you trying to run? Yang Shu pulled Zheng Bin into his arms and said viciously. Prince. Good. Xiangshu's words were interrupted by Yang Shu, who stared down with excitement. Holding Zheng Bin's waist, Yang Shu rubbed his face against Zheng Bin's shoulders almost madly, his eyes red with excitement. Xiangshu didn't dare to say anything else, fearing that Yang Shu would get angry and push Zheng Bin away. How could a skinny, unarmed man possibly fight a hungry tiger? He couldn't even hold on for 60 seconds before his leg was in the tiger's mouth. That guy is getting more and more crazy. A young man next to Yang Shu said with a sigh. I didn't quite believe the rumor that he was a homosexual before, but now I completely believe it. Look at the teeth marks on his neck. Our Prince Yang is very violent. Keep your voice down. Yang Pifu is not dead yet. We can't afford to offend crazy Yang. For someone like him, let alone sending him to the military camp, even if he is sent to a fairy's lair, he is still a waste. The young masters laughed loudly, with undisguised contempt in their eyes. Because of the distance and the loud noise, they were not worried at all that Yang Shu would hear them. We have to leave early to avoid running into him. The person next to Crazy Yang seems to be Xiangshu. A young man frowned and said, with his personality, how could he stay with Crazy Yang? I know a little about this. He had his eyes on Zheng Bin, but Zheng Bin was spotted by Crazy Yang. If he hadn't kept a close eye on him, Crazy Yang would have killed him that night. That night, Crazy Yang didn't dare to act recklessly in the mansion, so he just vented his anger outside. Such scum is really dirty if you look at it anymore. The person who was speaking turned his gaze towards the arena. This tiger has had enough. It's time to get a new one. That claw swung down lazily. Picking up the bell, the young man began to shake it. Hearing the bell, the steward went over. Not long after he came out, the tiger on the arena was replaced. Yang Shu's smile widened. The most cruel and terrifying ones are always their own kind. Only after staying until the end did Yang Shu leave with satisfaction. Zheng Bin returned to Rongchong Rice shop, drank a sip of water, and held down her trembling hands. Young master, He Jia is here, the steward reported. Seeing Zheng Bin nod, he brought the person up. This is what the young master asked me to give you. I'm sorry to have frightened you today. He Jia placed the brocade box on the table, bowed, and stepped back. After a while, Zheng Bin opened the brocade box, and inside was a sharp knife. Zheng Bin slammed the box shut, his anger rising. Who would give a knife to someone when he is frightened? Picking up the pen, Zheng Bin wrote 3 pages without stopping. Yang Shu looked at the letter, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Zheng Bin, a fair and tender girl, could be cursed so dirty. The key is that there are no dirty words. You took him to the Colosseum? Lu Yun raised her eyebrows. I find that you really don't have any sympathy for women. It wasn't me who proposed it. It was He Xiangshu who proposed it. Yang Shu shook his head, lamenting that He Xiangshu was inhumane. Lu Yun glanced at him. He's afraid that you'll kill Zheng Bin, so he's looking for a place to kill your time. After all, the old man is very strict, and you can't stay out for long. On the way to the Colosseum, you can completely put Zheng Bin aside. Everyone knows that Crazy Yang is moody. You are deliberately letting Zheng Bin experience how crazy those people are. Today you are a slave. Tomorrow you don't know who you will be. The ones below are ferocious beasts, but the ones above are also, or even more ferocious. After this incident, Zheng Bin no longer had the state of yin in his heart. Whose wife are you anyway? Yang Shu said angrily. In your heart, He Xiangshu is noble, and I am shady. Lu Yun smiled, and put her arm around Yang Shu's waist. Among his peers, He Xiangshu is the best, but noble. Lu Yun shook her head. How can the heir of the Zhonghua mansion be simple? Everything I do has a purpose. The prince is not a sinister person. I have never seen anyone more honest than you. Lu Yun couldn't help but buried her head in Yang Shu's arms, unable to stop laughing. He really had a purpose for giving someone a knife. He was afraid that Zheng Bin would not be able to guess his purpose. No wonder he was scolded for 3 pages, not a single harsh word. Yang Shu's face was full of black lines. He picked up the teapot and drank 1 cup of tea after another, not leaving a single sip for Lu Yun. The world is so dangerous. He gave Zheng Bin a sharp blade to prevent her from being kidnapped to the Colosseum and becoming food with her bare hands. Having a weapon would at least allow her to stab a few times. These people are usually quite smart, so how could they not understand his love and care? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sleep at night? Seeing Yang Shu drink the whole pot of tea, Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sleep? Yang Shu rubbed Lu Yun's waist with his hands, his eyes full of meaning. Pervert. A married man should not be lustful, otherwise you will cry. Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun and walked towards the bed. Taking off the hairpin that Lu Yun used to hold her hair up, Yang Shu's eyes darkened as he looked at her 3,000 strands of black hair hanging down. Perhaps because she had been nourished by a man, Lu Yun became even more charming, and her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. My lady, someone like you makes me afraid to leave the house for too long. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's hair and pushed her down on the couch. The prince is observant and cunning, but I don't have the guts to do that. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun on the lips. Can't you just say some sweet words? Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu's back and softened her voice. Husband, teach me. Fairy. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand, kissed her lips, and demanded it almost eagerly. The atmosphere in the room is charming. As the night deepened and the battle reached its final stage, there was a knock on the door. Sir, something happened in Qixia Court. After a brief moment of confusion, Yang Shu's pupils shrank. He no longer had the mind to have sex. He stood up and walked out while putting on his clothes. I'll go take a look. Zir, bring some water. Lu Yun's face was flushed. The charm at the corners of her eyes had not yet faded, but her expression was solemn, without a trace of lust. Chapter 103, 7 Kinds of Poison. The old man got up in the middle of the night and suddenly vomited blood. The blood was very dark and dirty, and he was already in a coma. Pai Gao walked towards Yang Shu and quickly told him the situation. Has Dr. Yu left? Yang Shu paused. We can't invite anyone. We're just waiting for the prince. The hem of Yang Shu's skirt was carried by the wind, and in a few seconds, it disappeared into the night. Dr. Yu. Yang Shu shouted before he even entered the courtyard, banging on the door. It's urgent. Please follow me to Qixia Courtyard. If the old man hadn't been rescued, I wouldn't have survived. The door creaked open, and Xiesu walked out past Yang Shu without taking anything. Pang Qi waited on the road and saw Yang Shu and his men coming, so he quickly led them over. That blood is not right, but the food in the mansion is strictly checked. It shouldn't be. Pang Qi said to Yang Shu in a serious tone. Yang Shu pursed his lips and looked at Xiesu, hoping that he could bring the old man back. Without taking the pulse, Xiesu took out a needle bag from his sleeve, pressed the silver needle, and inserted it into Mr. Yang's heart. After the 9th stab, Mr. Yang sat up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Siesu's face was calm. He cut Mr. Yang's middle finger with a knife, squeezed it, and when he saw the blood turn red, he pulled out the silver needle. "Grandpa!" Yangshu stepped forward and called out. But the next second, the old man rolled his eyes and lay back down. "Doctor Yu." Nothing happened. After hearing Siesu's words, Yang Shushin suddenly felt relieved. Pang Chi's eyes were cold. "Dr. Yu, what kind of poison is this? How dare you reach out to Prince Ding's palace?" Pang Chi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Without even raising his eyelids, Siesu wiped his silver needle and said, "7. I don't remember them clearly." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Yang Shu and Pang Chi turned to look at Siesu. What did he mean by, "I don't remember it clearly"? "Dr. Yu, you did it." Yang Shu's face twitched. Siesu nodded. His body has lost its vitality. No matter how much he takes care of himself, it will be difficult for him to live to old age in peace. So I tried the heart-twisting poison, soul-breaking grass, 7 flower leaves, and rootless water. The effect is good. Under the stimulation of the poison, his body is clearly coming back to life. Yang Shu opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound for a long time. He was so cruel. One kind of poison could kill people, and he gave the old man 7 kinds. Aren't you afraid of killing someone? No wonder when he came. He was neither hurried nor slow, and he didn't even need to take my pulse. He said that the Dingguo palace was so heavily guarded. Who could sneak in and poison the old man? Bring me some writing brush and ink. I'll write a prescription. Follow the above recipe, and take care of yourself for half a year. You may live to be 100 years old. In one sentence, Yang Shu and Pang Chi silently swallowed their complaints. Pang Chi bared his teeth, nodded repeatedly, and hurriedly went to get pen and ink. "Dr. Yu, it's dark and the road is slippery. I'll take you there." Pang Chi put the paper in his arms, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and he enthusiastically led the way for Siesu. Yang Shu tucked the old man's quilt and fetched some water to wipe his face. "You don't have to watch over me. Go back to sleep," I asked, "and he'll be able to wake up tomorrow morning." "That's a great thing." After Pang Chi sent Siesu back, he told Yang Shu to leave. His most important task now is to let the marshal hold his great-grandson so that he can focus his energy and not feel sad for Gua. Yang Shu looked at the closed door in silence. Why did this behavior sound so like that of a villain? Shaking his head, Yang Shu walked out. Lu Yun and Lu Yun were both at the door. Something happened in Qixia courtyard, so it was impossible for either of them to fall asleep. Seeing Yang Shu coming out, he immediately stepped forward. It was a false alarm. Go back first, and I will explain it to you in detail. Wan Heiyuan was close, so Yang Shu took the hands of Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Dr. Yu administered 7 kinds of poison, saying it would stimulate the old man's body's vitality. Lu Yun and Lu Yun were both shocked. 7 kinds? Is it completely undone? Lu Yun asked worriedly. That should be it. Yang Shu took a sip of tea. Dr. Yu said that if the old man takes care of himself for half a year, he can live to be 100 years old. This medical skill is truly magical. Lu Yun exclaimed. Yang Shu smiled. It's magical, but the old guy's actions are all based on his mood. Just like the poisoning incident, none of us knew about it. The old man vomited blood, and Uncle Pang's face turned pale with fear. Any kind of poison can kill a person. Old man, you gave him 7 kinds at once. If there was a slight deviation, the old man would have been poisoned to death. He's out of control and doesn't want to get close to people. Just keep your distance and don't bother him. Yang Shu watched Lu Yun speak, afraid that she might have some thoughts. Lu Yun nodded, frowning slightly. Now that the old man is in good health, how should the imperial physician in the palace respond? One comes, one goes. The matter of Zhao Niu is enough to make the old man lose his temper. The imperial physician has examined him so many times, and the whole Jinan knows that the old man is dying. The emperor doesn't think a country doctor can cure him. It's just a token of our appreciation. We have dealt with the superficial issues. The emperor is too lazy to bother with any more trouble. Yang Shu raised his eyes and said in a cold voice, Husband, find a time and talk to Grandpa. Some things need to be made clear. Lu Yun pondered. Yang Shu lowered his head and sighed. When I am stronger, the old man will definitely not forgive me because he is really resentful of me. Lu Yun and Lu Yun both smiled and chatted for a while. Then Yang Shu sent Lu Yun back. As soon as the door closed, Yang Shu took the person into his arms. Burying his head in the crook of Lu Yun's neck, Yang Shu gently nuzzled her and said, I'm so scared. If something happens to the old man, I don't know where to escape. The world is so big, but there is no room for me. There are bad guys all around. Who will let me go? Yang Shu whispered, his shoulders trembling, looking extremely fragile. Lu Yun was amused and softened her expression. I will accompany the prince. Yang Shu looked up, unable to hide his surprise. When the prince dies, I will change my master. Can't you let people be happy for a while? And you still say I'm bad. Look at yourself. How good can you be? Yang Shu snorted, rubbing his hand on Lu Yun's waist. At the critical moment, he pulled away, and Lu Yun's suppressed desire was easily aroused. Under Yang Shu's teasing, Lu Yun's legs went limp. You're so narrow-minded. Lu Yun breathed out sweetly and let Yang Shu do whatever he wanted to her. Under the thick night sky, the temperature in the room continued to rise. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu tightly, not allowing him to leave. Second, madam. In the morning, Zier came into the room with some water and called softly beside the couch. Lu Yun opened her eyes and sat up with Zier's help. Where is the prince? Lu Yun asked. Run around the mansion so I don't wake you up too early. Lu Yun got off the couch and curled her lips. He is in high spirits. Madam, do you still need to make contraceptive soup? Zier took out some clothes and glanced at her. Lu Yun put her hands on her lower abdomen, with an inexplicable look in her eyes and a bitter smile on the corners of her lips. She nodded. Zier said nothing more and walked out lightly. Chapter 104 Military Power in Hand. Thanks. Yang Shu picked up the water on the table and drank it in one gulp. Cui Tingyu looked at the teacup and sighed inwardly. Another one was missing. By the way, Yi State has sent envoys to Yan State. Will they be very surprised to see you? Yang Shu winked at Cui Tingyu. Cui Tingyu raised his eyes slightly. Probably. So you have to be careful. How are you going to explain to the Emperor of Yin about hiding the Princess of Yi? Prince, would you like to comfort me? Otherwise I will run away because I can't figure it out. Yang Shu's expression froze. Was he being threatened? How about promising yourself to me? I guarantee that Her Royal Highness the Princess will be satisfied. Yang Shu leaned forward with a loving look in his eyes. Cui Tingyu looked at him and asked inquiringly, how many women have you deceived? Yang Shu sat back down. Look at you. You just love to hurt people's hearts. In the whole Jinan, there is no one more sincere than me. Drink some water. Cui Tingyu filled his glass. What does this mean? Yang Shu blinked. Stop talking. Cui Tingyu ignored Yang Shu and started to enjoy the scenery. One look at me can conquer a city. Another look at me can conquer a country. You have beautiful eyes and a beautiful nose. If you smile at me, I can give you my heart. Yang Shu's eyes lingered on Cui Tingyu's face, and he murmured. Cui Tingyu glanced at him. His ability to tell lies had improved even more. Take one out and let me see it. Without saying a word, Yang Shu handed over the short blade, pointed at his heart, and closed his eyes. Cui Tingyu stood up and put the short blade against Yang Shu's heart. Her eyes dimmed. She really wanted to stab him. He was shameless and smart. If he left Jinan, he would surely be able to conquer the state of Yin in the future. With this man's ambition, he will never be satisfied with the territory of one country. The short blade moved forward and Cui Tingyu stopped. When Yang Shu saw the knife was put back, he was touched and said, I knew you had me in your heart. Don't go. You haven't smiled yet. Yang Shu shouted from behind. Prince, you just took too much of a risk. Paiju walked to Yang Shu and followed his gaze. How dare Cui Tingyu hurt me before the goal is achieved? Yang Shu folded his arms. Pai Gao, where can I buy the ecstasy soup? Bring me a whole bowl. This is too damn hard to conquer. We have known each other for so long, and I could fill a whole room with my sweet words, but she is not moved at all. My lord, if you are not sincere, you will definitely not be deceived. According to what you mean, I have to get involved? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Cui Tingyu is not on the same side as us. In her heart, love is not as important as her country. If I get involved, I don't know if she will tear me into pieces one day. Prince, why don't we just give up? Pai Gao sighed. She's already on guard, so we can't just give up. Then, Pai Gao made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yang Shu smiled and gave Pai Jiu a slap on the head. If it was so simple, he wouldn't have a headache. Cui Tingyu was the legitimate eldest princess. Even if he killed someone with a borrowed knife, Yegua would still take revenge on him as well. By then, it is unknown how many innocent people will be implicated. Go get some Longjing tea. Yang Shu said slowly. Mr. Cui. Yang Shu knocked on the door. What is it? I got something good and wanted to share it with you. I'm changing clothes. Seeing Yang Shu knocking nonstop, Cui Tingyu suppressed his annoyance. Need help? The door opened from the inside, and Cui Tingyu looked at Yang Shu. Even when she's angry, she still looks good. Cui Tingyu pursed her lips, walked towards Yang Shu, and stepped over. You. Yang Shu took a deep breath and glared at Cui Tingyu. Cui Tingyu stroked his sleeves and felt refreshed. You can do it. Yang Shu closed his eyes, and 2 seconds later, he smiled, as if nothing had happened, with a gentle look on his face. I got some good tea and made it for you. Yang Shu didn't wait for Cui Tingyu to answer and went straight into her room. After brewing the tea, Yang Shu handed it to her and said, "Try it. It's definitely a good stuff. I've been looking for it for a long time." Yang Shu's eyes were full of tolerance. Cui Tingyu frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Shu. What was he up to? Picking up the teacup, Cui Tingyu took a sip. "How is it?" Yang Shu looked over expectantly. Cui Tingyu sniffed the tea and nodded. Yang Shu's smile widened. "That's good." Putting the remaining tea leaves into his arms, Yang Shu approached Cui Tingyu and said, "This prince is the most petty-minded. I won't send you off." After pressing his foot, Yang Shu snorted and walked out with his chin held high. Cui Tingyu remained silent. He finally told the truth. Looking at the tea leaves expanding in the cup, Cui Tingyu narrowed her eyes. She had never seen such tea before. Cui Tingyu sipped the tea carefully, his brows slightly relaxed, revealing a hint of joy. "You are so petty. You can even take back the things you brought." "Sir, the old man is awake." Hearing this, Yang Shu immediately went to Qixia courtyard. When he got up in the morning, he went to see old man Yang, but he was not awake, and Yang Shu couldn't wake him up. "Grandpa." Yang Shu held Grandpa Yang's hand, his eyes blurred with tears. "You really scared your grandson to death." Mr. Yang looked at Yang Shu. "Why do you look so hypocritical?" Yang Shu wiped his eyes and dragged a chair over. "Other people's grandfathers and grandchildren have deep affection. I think it's all like this. I thought Grandpa would like it. I pinched my thighs to squeeze out the tears, but you didn't even bother to act with me." Yang Shu picked up the medicine bowl and fed the medicine to old man Yang. "What did Doctor Yu say?" "They said that you should take care of yourself, and then you can arrange your great-grandson's wedding." Old Master Yang smiled but didn't believe it. He just thought Yang Shu was trying to cheer him up. "Lao Peng, go get it," Old Master Yang said. Soon, a dagger was delivered to Mr. Yang. "This dagger has been with me for 40 years. It is more useful than the tiger talisman. Today, I give it to you. If you can't stay any longer, just leave." Old Master Yang lowered his eyes, full of sadness. Yang Shu took the dagger without hesitation and put it directly into his sleeve. This was given by the old man himself. He didn't steal it. "Grandpa, I will protect the Yang family army." Yang Shu raised his eyes and said very seriously, "Getting the military power is a real surprise. I can now send letters to the border." Pang Chi shook his head slightly. The marshal thought that his health could not be recovered and was worried that Yang Shu would end up miserably, so he gave the Yang family army to him in advance to save his life. But the marshal didn't know that this kid had set out on the path of rebellion from the very beginning. Now that he has obtained the military power, as long as he can contact and communicate with the Yang family army and reach a consensus on the goal, Jianan will no longer be able to trap him. Not only Jianan, but also Yan State could not trap him. Old Master Yang patted Yang Shu silently and said, "Remember, you must have awe and compassion." Yang Shu nodded, and after helping the old man finish his medicine, he winked at Pang Chi. Outside the house, Yang Shu approached Pang Chi. "Uncle Pang, did you fail to explain clearly to the old man what happened last night?" Pang Chi looked towards the house. "You have already embarked on that path. Instead of letting the marshal be pulled in the middle, it is better to cut it off with one knife. The Yang family army is given to you, and the marshal does not have to worry about your future all the time, and can concentrate on taking care of your health." Chapter 105. The third prince was imprisoned in the Dali Temple. "Don't let me down." Pang Chi patted Yang Shu's arm. "The Yang family army is not a tool for fighting for power and profit. They are flesh and blood. If you don't value and treat others sincerely, you will end up being deserted by your friends and relatives. Uncle Pang, you watch me grow up. You know my character best. I am loyal and righteous, and I would go through thick and thin for my brothers." Yang Shu's voice was sonorous and powerful. The corner of Pang Chi's eye twitched. What a shameless fellow. Every time he made a mistake, he would cry and scream and drag Pai Gao out to take the blame. "Okay, get busy." Pang Chi shouted at Yang Shu, fearing that he would get itchy. These people have such a deep misunderstanding of him. How could they not see his sincere heart? Shaking his head, Yang Shu left Qixia courtyard. Because old man Yang was lying in bed, Yang Shu stayed for a few more days. As soon as old man Yang was able to get up, Yang Shu returned to the barracks. After running with the weight for an hour, Yang Shu approached Sun, whose battalion commander, yelled a few words, and took out the dagger that Grandpa Yang had given him. Sun, whose eyes narrowed, and he stood up from his chair. "Arrange people to contact the Yang family army. It is not a good thing for Yi State to send envoys to Yan State. Just in case, we must be quick and be able to leave Jianan immediately if the situation is not right." Yang Shu's face was solemn. He placed the dagger on the table and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. I will definitely live up to the general's trust." Sun Hu said in a deep voice. Yang Shu glanced outside the tent and started to curse again. "Yellow hair, if you have the guts, Beat me to death. I've already told the old man. Just wait. He won't let you off. Then I will cut your tendons. Let me see how arrogant you are. Ah. Yang Shu flew out of the tent and rolled several times before stopping. My head tilted, and I felt dizzy. Fang Zhuang and Peng Chong sighed and carried Yang Shu away. Everyone was used to it, just took a look and went about their own business. In the imperial study, Gua Yi opened his mouth and said, "Father, this is really not my fault. I am supported by the people. How could I have colluded with the magistrate of Qi County and plundered the people's wealth? Someone must have been behind this." Before Gua Yi could finish his words, a memorial was thrown at him. The emperor on the high throne had anger in his eyes. "There are witnesses and evidence, and you still want to quibble. Father, I am innocent." Gua Yi knelt down and put his head on the ground. "I beg you to investigate thoroughly and find out the real person behind this. The third prince has a moral flaw. Effective immediately, he will be removed from all his posts and placed under the care of the Dali Temple." The emperor said in a cold tone. Gua Yi looked up in disbelief. "Father." The royal guards entered and dragged Gui Yi out. Gui looked at the closed palace door, resentment flashing in his eyes. Just based on a few memorials. He even refused to investigate. What father-son relationship? It's all fake. The news that Guo Yi was imprisoned in the Dali Temple quickly spread in Jianan. In the second prince's mansion, Guo Qi stroked the jade with a smile on his face. "My father is suspicious and heartless. Guo Yi is really naive. He thinks that if he steps on me, he can move into the East Palace. Just a few folds and he fell from the clouds." "Your Highness." Advisor Su Lang spoke slowly. "The emperor will not release the third prince too quickly. The task of entertaining the envoys from the Yi Kingdom should be given to you. Your Highness must not agree to this. The more panicked you are at this moment, the better." Guo Qi nodded. He listened to Su Lang's words. After chatting for a while, Guo Qi saw Su Lang leave and called the secret guards. "Did you find out? The Ministry of Revenue's assistant minister murdered his wife because someone threw a ball of paper into the third prince's residence. But that person... I am useless. Please punish me, Your Highness." The secret guard clasped his fist and bowed. Guo Qi narrowed his eyes, a faint light flashing in his pupils. Not many people knew about such a secret matter. There must be a traitor around him. Guo Qi thought about the names of some people, and Lu Yun was one of them. However, during that period of time, Yang Shu was in the military camp, and Lu Yun was locked up in the Dingguo Palace and could not get out at all. Besides, this is of no benefit to Lu Yun. Old man Yang was disheartened. Even if Lu Yun said something to him, he would not interfere in the struggle for imperial power. As for Yang Shu, he was just a waste and was totally ignored by Guo Qi. "Your Highness, could it be that the Minister of Revenue let the secret slip?" The secret guard whispered that he had followed Guo Qi for so long and knew that once Guo Qi became suspicious, he would kill him. After a thorough cleanup, he might be among them. Guo Qi frowned and looked at the secret guard. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue has always been a poor drinker and occasionally gets drunk and crazy. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives heard him and wanted to take advantage of him. The secret guard plucked up the courage to express his analysis. "It's somewhat possible." Guo Qi spoke slowly. "Go check it out." "Yes." The secret guard lowered his head and retreated, his back already wet. Because Guo Qi was ill, the task of entertaining the envoys from the state of Yi fell on the shoulders of the Minister of Revenue. Anyone could see that this was a deliberate warning from the emperor. The work of the Ministry of Rights has nothing to do with the Ministry of Revenue. The emperor's favor was truly insubstantial, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the court was a little depressing. "Father, the third prince has been clearly slandered. Why didn't you say a word in the court?" In the Shangshu mansion, Feng Bai asked in confusion, "Aren't we supposed to help the third prince ascend the throne? Wouldn't this discourage him?" Minister Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. The emperor intends to suppress the third prince. Asking him to conduct a thorough investigation at this time will only make the situation more serious. The royal family has no relatives. This is overestimating the importance of the third prince in the emperor's heart. The emperor doesn't want the third prince to win the support of the people. Feng Bai frowned. "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that the third prince will resent you for doing this?" Minister Feng sneered. "He has many sons. If this one doesn't work, he can just switch to another one. It doesn't have to be the third prince. The emperor's love is never for just one person." "Father, then we..." "Why are you panicking? The emperor is only suppressing the third prince, not abandoning him. In the future, he will still be the emperor's beloved son." Minister Feng took a sip of tea and said, "Now that I have joined the team, there is no way to retreat. Let Qiwan make a piece of clothing to show your appreciation. Notify everyone that anyone who causes a fight or trouble will be expelled from the mansion. At this time, we must not be caught in any wrongdoing." "Yes." Feng Bai responded and left the study. With a whoosh of an arrow, Yang Shu missed the target again, and no one could watch. The guards around him retreated tacitly, fearing that they would be shot to death by Yang Shu. General, it is not necessary to practice. A guard moved his lips and spoke. Yang Shu pulled the bow and shot another arrow, his face full of annoyance. Do you think I want to practice? It's just that yellow-haired guy who's targeting me. Yang Shu gritted his teeth. Pulling the bow to its full length, Yang Shu shot the arrow out in anger. Everyone looked at the arrow falling from the sky, their mouths twitched, and they all ran away in a swarm. I can't stay here. I really can't. I've seen people shooting off target, but I've never seen one that went astray. I have to talk to the captain. The general really doesn't need to practice his archery. Chapter 106 Feeding Snake Gallbladder 3 times a day. As the days passed, Zhang Bin lived up to his boasts. In just half a month, the perfume became famous and in short supply. In the workshop, Zhang Bin told the manager, patrol once every quarter of an hour and don't let anyone sneak in. Don't worry, young master. I'm keeping an eye on you. Zhang Bin nodded, picked up the bottle the size of a baby's palm and looked at it carefully. The profit of this thing was frighteningly high. The noble lady of Jianan was obviously crazy. 1 month's sales could equal the annual income of Rongchang Rice Shop. How did Zhang Shu get this thing? A prince of the Ding Kingdom's palace was actually more sensitive to business opportunities than she was. Young master, a servant from the Duke Zhang's mansion sent a message asking you to go to Zuixinlu. The waiter ran up to Zhang Bin and reported. Zhang Bin raised his eyelids. He was attracted by the perfume. Putting the bottle back, Zhang Bin walked out. Here I come. Xiangshu invited Zhang Bin to sit down. The wine in Zuixinlu is good. Try it. Facing Xiangshu's smiling face, Zhang Bin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. My lord, if you have something to say, you might as well speak directly. Perfume. I want a cup of soup. Prince, you're greedy, Zhang Bin said in a light voice. Indeed, but who can ignore such huge profits? Xiangshu looked at Zhang Bin. If I get involved, you will have less resistance. Let's wait until the Dingguo Palace is destroyed. Zhang Bin pushed a piece of paper to Xiangshu. Xiangshu frowned slightly, then when he unfolded it, his expression froze. Your Highness also knows that crazy Yang is clinging to me very closely. How can he just sit there and watch me make money from perfume? He asked for 90 of the profits. Zhang Bin's eyes were gloomy. Even the prince doesn't dare to provoke him. What can I, a merchant, do? If the prince can restrain Yang Shu. Zhang Bin's eyes flashed coldly. I am willing to join the Duke Zhang's mansion from now on. Xiangshu pursed his lips, folded the paper, and did not respond. Behind Yang Shu is Yang Lian. The cost of touching him is too high and no one in Yan State can afford it. Zhang Bin put down his wine glass, laughed at himself, and left Zuixinlu. In the carriage, Zhang Bin rubbed his brows lightly. Yang Shu really planned every step. He took the lion's share of the perfume, so how could he share it with others? With his stingy personality, don't even think about getting a penny from him. Prince, the envoys from East State have arrived in Anha County. Fang Zhuang leaned close to Yang Shu's ear and said, that means we will be able to see people in 5 days at most. Let's go, pack up, and go back home. Yang Shu spat out the grassroots, patted his trousers, and strode forward. Your Highness, the Emperor said that you have suffered. The Emperor has dealt with those people. At the Dali Temple, Eunuch Quan helped the third prince up and spoke to him. Godi lowered his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, thank you, Father. Your Majesty is wise. Your Highness, don't blame the Emperor. He is the Emperor and he has to consider the overall situation. The Emperor is distressed. You are joking, Eunuch. My father loves the people like his own children. How can I blame him? I only blame the rampant bandits. Guo Yi's face was gentle, without any resentment on his face. Eunuch Quan sighed, said a few words of comfort, and did not stay any longer. Only after leaving the Dali Temple and getting on the carriage did Guo Yi's expression become gloomy. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sarcastic arc. He was so hypocritical and disgusting. After doing the deed, he still wanted others to be grateful to him. No blame? My dear father, how is that possible? Taking the cup in front of Cui Dingyu, Yang Shu observed it carefully and raised his eyes. Cui Dingyu, where is the previous one? Throw it away. Cui Dingyu turned a page of the book and said lightly. Throw it away? You spendthrift woman, do you know how much a cup costs? You actually threw it away. Paijiu, help Dr. Yu clean up. This mansion is not suitable for him to study medicine. I will find him a quiet place. Yang Shu looked at Cui Dingyu with a restrained expression and a stern face, without any of his usual playfulness. Cui Dingyu raised his head and looked directly at Yang Shu with a cold look in his eyes. You want to break the contract? It's you who doesn't want to give me a sense of security. Now that our goal has been achieved, will you still keep me here? Yang Shu approached Cui Dingyu. Although the journey from Yegua to Jianan is long, it doesn't take that long. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You never believed in me, and you never gave up on old man Xie. You still wanted to take him away. You didn't intend to let that person appear in front of me at all. You were afraid that I would have bad intentions towards him. Cui Dingyu, You are not heartless. It's just that your heart is all tied to someone else. Have you found a way? What kind of exchange can you use to get old man Xie to leave Dingguo Palace and treat the person you love so much? I'm really curious. Yang Shu smiled coldly, revealing a bit of contempt. You want to take people out of Jianan right under my nose? It's a pipe dream and wishful thinking. Cui Dingyu stood up, not afraid of the pressure from Yang Shu at all. If you have water in your brain, just find a place to pour it out. Don't go crazy here with me. As for the strictness of the defense of the king's palace, can I pass on the information? Yang Shu tilted his head and said, the envoy from Yi State will arrive tomorrow. Were your guards robbed by bandits? Cui Dingyu's chest rose and fell slightly, and he spoke in a slurred voice. You don't know. How can I know? This is your territory. You won't check. Cui Dingyu stepped on him and said, I don't know how you can say you are sincere. You always test me. Yang Shu, if you fall into my hands, I will feed you snake gall 3 times a day. Yang Shu raised his foot and glared at Cui Dingyu. This woman stepped on him again. Was she sure he wouldn't hit a woman? Hearing the last sentence, Yang Shu's eyes widened. He knew that Cui Dingyu had evil intentions. She could no longer hide it. Eating snake gall 3 times a day, is this something a human can do? Yang Shu lifted Cui Dingyu up and threw her onto the bed. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost you will still be romantic. Yang Shu untied his belt. Cui Dingyu sat up and looked at him quietly. A beautiful face, without any emotion. Yang Shu wanted to overturn the table, but he had never seen anyone so difficult to deal with. Even if his emotions fluctuate, he can quickly regain his rationality and is not afraid of threats or intimidation at all. Sitting down on the bed, Yang Shu rubbed his face and asked, Am I not treating you well? Cui Dingyu glanced at him and said, There is a mirror in the room. It's fairly clear. Cui Dingyu, is there anything you particularly desire? Yang Shu lay down, his hands resting on the back of his head. I admit that I am not a good person, but I don't want to see people treat their lives as worthless. The Dog Emperor is mean and ungrateful. He has done nothing practical for the people since he came to power. I think I am better than him, and I want to pull him down. The cost of education is high, and ordinary people cannot learn a single word in their entire lives. I want to open schools so that everyone can read. There are also roads and bridges that need to be repaired. Only when the roads are open can the economy develop more rapidly. Then, they won't have to work hard on the farmland and have to go hungry. We also need to dig ditches and store water. Minzhou is very dry, and we can't keep forcing them to leave their homes. Cui Dingyu, I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. Yang Shu said this lightly. I have used many methods on you, but you are a stone. I wanted to continue harassing you, but I always felt that something unexpected would happen. If I didn't say a few heartfelt words to you, I might not have the chance anymore. I have already found out about the envoys from Yi Kingdom. Yang Shu's eyes were deep. Chapter 107 Han Qi. There is a follower in the accompanying team. His name is Han Qi. Yang Shu's tone was very slow, and Cui Dingyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Han Qi, the eldest grandson of the Han family, was 25 years old. He was famous when he was young and once led only 10,000 men to block the 100,000-strong army of the Xiao state. He is not the kind of person who likes to play and have fun, so there is no reason for him to go to Yi country, unless... At first, I thought the industrial state sent envoys to ask for gold mines, but your appetite is obviously more than that. Cui Dingyu, if you were me, what would you do? Yang Shu turned around and faced Cui Dingyu. Cui Dingyu frowned, knowing that Yang Shu would not let her go. He would hold her in a tight grip, so that if she got desperate one day, they could still negotiate terms. Han Qi has never been to Yan State. How did you find out about him? Cui Dingyu looked at Yang Shu. This man was probably more capable than she thought. Since Han Qi was disguised as an attendant, he must have arranged everything properly. He shouldn't have been discovered by Yang Shu before he even arrived in Jianan. Yang Shu lowered his eyes slightly. He didn't check deliberately. He was checking the leaders. As for discovering Han Qi, it was purely an accident. Lu Yun recruited small-time people from the lower classes, including some businessmen. There was one who often visited Yi State and had met Han Qi before. It was he who brought back the news. Han Qi has never been to Yan State, but some people from Yan State have been to Yi State. Who wouldn't be impressed by such a majestic general? Not only Dr. Yu, but you can't stay in the mansion either. If we want to take over the kingdom of Yan, the first step is to kill the old man. Without him in command, the Yang family army's military strength will be greatly reduced. It would be even better if we could stir up hostility between the Dingguo Palace and the emperor. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. He now suspected that the poison that caused the original owner's death was done by Yi Guo. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. Cui Dingyu looked solemn. This was something she had not expected. Yang Shu, I can save your life. Impossible. Without waiting for Cui Dingyu to speak, Yang Shu directly refused. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. Your goal is to let old man Xie treat your sweetheart. When I got to Yu country, I was a good person, and you had plenty of ways to torture me. Eating snake gall 3 times a day is so poisonous. Pack up. I'll take you away tonight. Now that they are here, it is impossible for them to be idle. There are bound to be spies outside the Dingguo Palace. If you send me away, it will only attract attention. Cui Dingyu opened her red lips slightly. Yangshu glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't go through the main door. Someone is watching the small gate too." Cui Dingyu looked at Yangshu in confusion, as if wondering why he was so naive. "Although I've been in the military camp these days, I've been busy playing mahjong. I've already dug a tunnel. From now on, I don't have to be reasonable and put on a show when I want to meet someone." Yangshu pulled Cui Dingyu over and held her in his arms. "I don't have to worry about the Yi Kingdom's cavalry stepping into the Yin Kingdom. It's not such a big loss to die together with the princess of Yi Kingdom." Cui Dingyu tightened her hands in her sleeves. At this moment, she could not remain calm. Once Yu State launched a war, she and Yangshu would be just a bargaining chip. The more intense the fight between the two countries, the more difficult her situation will be. The war of annexation will not stop because of a princess. Yangshu is determined to hold on to the death and lead the Yang family army to resist the army of the Yi Kingdom. What awaits her is sacrifice. "I'll let you dawdle, otherwise the deal would have been done." Yangshu let go of Cui Dingyu and got up from the couch. "Your people need to contact the Ding Kingdom Palace. I will follow the deal, but you, just stay." "Yangshu," Cui Dingyu called him, "I hope this is not a show. I'm not teasing you today." Yangshu opened the door and left. He has nothing better to do than to joke about such a terrible thing. If Yegua goes to war now, he has no chance of winning. He did have a trump card, but in Yangshu's view, black powder and guns and cannons were only temporary prestige. Cold weapons can fight for thousands of years, and when you look up, you can see green mountains. Hot weapons have a huge impact on the environment. Once they are upgraded, a few mushroom clouds will appear, and the bodies of people on the ground will be gone. After 100 years of fighting, it is really hard to say whether there will be any living creatures on the ground. Pandora's box is not easy to open. "What are you thinking about? You're so absent-minded." Yangshu sat down on the chair opposite Lu Yun. "I'm wondering whether I should run." Lu Yun spoke slowly. Yangshu smiled. "You really dare to say that? Try to run away. If you leave Prince Ding's palace, where can you find such a handsome husband? Aren't you worried?" Lu Yun walked towards Yangshu and sat on his lap. "I am a confident person. They won't succeed." Yangshu hugged Lu Yun and rubbed his head against her neck. The pleasant body fragrance made Yangshu relax his brows. Lu Yun wrapped her arms around Yangshu's back, inexplicably wanting to hug him tightly. "You took the initiative." Yangshu stroked Lu Yun's waist, kissed her red lips, and kept asking for more. Picking up the person, Yangshu walked towards the bed. Physically, more honestly. There were beads of sweat on Lu Yun's forehead. She grabbed Yangshu's back and whispered. Yangshu raised his eyes and gently wiped the sweat off Lu Yun's head. "I will win. The cavalry of the Yi Kingdom will not be able to set foot on this land. You can rest assured to be your second wife. Even if I lose, I won't drag you down with me. With your obsession with life, you will most likely become a ghost. I don't want to be punished." Lu Yun chuckled, but the next moment, she bit Yangshu's shoulder. Looking at Yangshu's eyes, Lu Yun's eyes were hazy and unable to focus. When did she no longer reject Yangshu's closeness and even felt happy? The battle stopped. The bed was no longer visible. Yangshu gently stroked Lu Yun's back. "Madam, give me your evaluation." Lu Yun wanted to strangle Yangshu, but she had no strength in her hands and the situation was still so bad. "It looks good." Yangshu lowered his head, kissed Lu Yun between the eyebrows, and praised with a smile. Lu Yun snorted softly, thinking she was a little girl who would smile happily at a nice word. "It's fragrant and soft, so rare." Yangshu continued to praise, with undisguised tenderness in his eyes. Lu Yun was no longer angry and leaned on Yangshu's arm. Neither of them spoke anymore, just feeling each other's body temperature. The secret passage leads to the Zheng family's rice warehouse. "Who paid for the purchase of the house, you or Zheng Bin?" Lu Yun asked casually after calming down. Speaking of this, Yangshu curled his lips and said, "I paid for it. Zheng Bin didn't even want me to take advantage of it." Lu Yun laughed. "Isn't this good? Being too attentive is worrying. Perfume is selling well. The prince won't be short of this. By the way, you didn't lose the guest sign, did you?" "It's there." Yangshu said in a slanting voice. "You're not trying to persuade me to be Cui Dingyu's concubine, are you?" She didn't want to do it at first sight. "What do you mean she doesn't want to? There are plenty of people who want a young man like me." Lu Yun chuckled. "Since Yegua's intentions are not pure, you are just muddying the waters even more. The appearance of the eldest princess lover in Jianan can make people suspicious." Chapter 108 Golden Abacus. Yangshu raised his eyebrows. "My wife is really quick-witted, but one sign is a little short after all. If Cui Dingyu's confidant was with her, no one would suspect this. I don't know if they're on guard against me or what, but they haven't contacted the Ding Palace yet." Could it be that they were really robbed by bandits on the way? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's thigh and pondered. Don't worry, Cui Dingyu is in your hands. They won't abandon her. It must be the person who needs treatment who has a problem. Wait a minute. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand to prevent him from moving. Her body was sore and weak that she couldn't stand it again. Yeah. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's nose and kissed her on the lips. I'll go prepare some water. After clinging for a while, Yang Shu let go of Lu Yun's warm body and said softly. After Yang Shu left, Lu Yun closed her eyes, suppressed her lust, and thought about the situation that would follow. It is not easy to break into the Dingguo palace, but it is not difficult to kill Yang Shu. If he dies, it will be a huge blow to the old man and will accelerate the rate of his physical decline. This is far less than the price of entering the palace and killing people. Therefore, Yegua's primary target is Yang Shu. After opening her eyes, Lu Yun half sat up and leaned against the soft pillow. Yang Shu was about to die. Probably no one would be so shameless as to say sweet words to her again. She couldn't be so casual anymore. Looking back, the days in Prince Ding's palace were actually the most comfortable time for her. Be more careful about everything and have someone follow you. After being picked up by Yang Shu, Lu Yun looked at him and gave instructions seriously. Okay. Yang Shu agreed readily with a smile on his face. When the night was at its darkest, Yang Shu led Cui Dingyu and Xie Su into a secret passage. There will definitely be a wave of commotion in the Dingguo palace. Neither of these two people can make any mistakes. Letting them outside is the best solution. If you miss me, just write a letter. Don't hold it in. I will read it carefully. In the carriage, Yang Shu spoke to Cui Dingyu. Don't worry, I won't give you a single word. Cui Dingyu said calmly. If you listen to Yang Shu's words in reverse, they are at least 90 accurate. After all, we have slept in the same bed, but you were so heartless. Yang Shu said with a melancholy tone. Cui Dingyu pursed her lips, and with lightning speed, she grabbed Yang Shu's waist and twisted it hard. Hiss. Because it was night, and the place was quiet, Yang Shu suppressed his howling. You vicious woman. Do you think that killing me can erase the matter? If Yang Shu hadn't dodged quickly, Cui Dingyu would have strangled him to death. He was talking nonsense, not a word that made sense to him. Just wait. Things change over time. Don't look down on the poor youngsters. Yang Shu stiffened his neck, looking oppressed. Wait until my troops rush into your state. I'll see how you can still be so stubborn. Shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, Cui Dingyu shot her eyes at Yang Shu like arrows. Oh my god, it's so scary, I saw a tiger. Yang Shu hugged his arms and trembled. Yang Shu. As a princess of a country, you should pay attention to your manners. Shouting is inappropriate. Yang Shu looked timid on the surface, but he kept talking. Now that things have come to this, no one should give in. I will collect your body and won't let it lie exposed in the wilderness. Yang Shu shook his head. What kind of hobby is that? Can't you treat me better when you are alive? I won't get any compensation after I die. Given your behavior during your lifetime, do you still expect anyone to compensate you? Your face is as thick as a city wall. If you haven't been cut into pieces, it means that you have been protected by the heroes of the Yang family for generations. Cui Dingyu, you have changed. Look at your words. They are too poisonous. I am a living person, but I have lost my breath in your mouth. You were not like this before. The princess as bright as the moon has been buried by time. Yang Shu's eyes were full of sadness. Cui Dingyu looked away. Don't even think about winning over Yang Shu in an argument. This guy is really good at pretending to be stupid. Most importantly, he is completely shameless. We'll be there soon. Yang Shu poked Cui Dingyu, signaling her to say a few words. Cui Dingyu glanced at him. Can you put your face over here? Yang Shu quickly stepped back. I've been covering it for so long, but you're still so cold and heartless. You're really a stone. Among the heroes of Yi country, are there any who are better than me? Cui Dingyu raised her eyelids. Are you related to Junjie? Yang Shu folded his hands. I'm being modest. You really don't take me seriously, so I'm just asking, among the heroes in your eyes, who is my opponent? Yang Shu's words were certainly arrogant, but Cui Dingyu remained silent. Until now, she still hadn't figured out Yang Shu's true abilities. As long as you talk to him, you will be carried away by his thoughts without even realizing it. This is extremely scary. As soon as the carriage stopped, Cui Dingyu got off. Yang Shu, don't break the agreement. Cui Dingyu said with his head tilted before entering the farm. Iron ore is extremely tempting to me. A forced melon is not sweet. Your sweetheart is coming, and I will bring him to you. Do you care whether something is sweet or not? Cui Dingyu took a step forward, too lazy to mock Yang Shu. Yang Shu leaned against the carriage, tapped the edge of the carriage with his fingers, and said to the outside, let's go. Zhang Bin's face was gloomy, with a faint green shadow under his eyes. He stared at Yang Shu. Do you really have to meet so late? It's easy to be noticed during the day. Yang Shu handed the tea to Zhang Bin. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to bother you. I have something important to tell you. Tomorrow, the envoys from the Yi kingdom will arrive. Their goal is not the gold mine, but the entire Yin kingdom. I'm in danger. Yang Shu raised his eyes. Jianan knows that I like you. Zheng Bin's expression changed slightly. Will they start with me? I don't know, but we have to take precautions. Yang Shu unfolded his folding fan. We'll go to HSBC restaurant tomorrow. I've already made arrangements. Put less yellow powder on, choose dark clothes, and remember to close your eyes. Zheng Bin frowned. Am I going to suffer again? There's nothing I can do. In the eyes of the outside world, you're the weaker party. It will look a bit embarrassing. After all, it has to be a clean break. This is for you as a consolation. Yang Shu took out a box about 15 centimeters long. Zheng Bin glanced at it and looked at Yang Shu. Can it be opened? I've given it all to you. It's yours. Do whatever you want with it. No need to ask me. Zheng Bin picked up the long box. It was so heavy. Was it a sharp knife? With a barely noticeable curl of his lips, Zheng Bin opened the long box. The words to accuse Yang Shu were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Surprisingly, it's the golden abacus. It is small, but it is exquisitely made and substantial, and you can tell at first glance that it is worth a lot of money. Prince, are you sure it is this thing? When did you become so generous? Zheng Bin could not hide his shock. Thank you for your hard work these days. Yang Shu said sincerely. If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass, not just reap the profits. If you only make empty promises, no matter how big a company is, it will fall apart. If you wait a few days, you won't have to worry about other people's faces. When the business comes, you can do whatever you want. Smiling at Zheng Bin, Yang Shu stood up and left. Chapter 109. Looking for trouble. The next day, at the HSBC restaurant, Yang Shu led a young man with red lips and white teeth to a private room leisurely. There was a lustful light in his eyes. Everything was fine, but when the waiter served the dishes, Yang Shu glanced through the door and saw Zheng Bin discussing business with someone, and his face immediately turned ugly. After walking a few steps, he grabbed Zheng Bin's collar, his eyes full of undisguised anger. You refused to accompany me, but got involved with others. This prince really dotes on you too much. Yang Shu pushed the man to the ground, his face full of anger and ferocious look. The waiters at the restaurant knew Yang Shu's identity, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. They just stepped back a few steps in silence. Zheng Bin lowered his eyes, showing a look of fear, and his voice was trembling. Sir, I was just discussing business with Boss Wei. The commotion here has attracted the attention of many people. They don't dare to come closer to look, but they keep stealing glances at them. Everyone felt sorry for Zheng Bin. What sin had the young master of Rongchong rice shop committed to deserve being favored by Yang Shu? A madman doesn't have the nerves of a normal person. When he's happy, he'll pamper you, but when he's unhappy, he'll torture you to death. Zheng Bin is not fond of men. If he was not afraid of the power of the Dingguo Palace, could he endure such humiliation? Now that Yang Shu is angry, Zheng Bin is in trouble. I wonder if the Zheng family will suffer as well. Prince, I dare not. Zheng Bin grabbed the hem of Yang Shu and begged for mercy humbly. You are the new one. Do you really think that I must have you? There are so many handsome men in Jianan. You don't know how to appreciate it. Yang Shu raised his head high and kicked Zheng Bin away with contempt. But as a man hollowed out by alcohol and sex, he had limited strength and could only send Zheng Bin to the side. From today on, I will let you know what kind of clouds the days before were like, and what kind of hell the days after will be like. How dare you tease me? Yang Shu took the wine jug and poured it straight down. The wine flowed down from Zheng Bin's head, and his clothes were soon wet, making him look extremely miserable. Zheng Bin clenched his hands tightly, as if he was trying hard to restrain something. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. I must let everyone know what the consequences will be if you go against my wishes. Yang Shu was arrogant, looking down at others with the eyes of an ant, with a cruel smile on his face. Come on, throw the man out. Yang Shu shouted, displaying his cold and ruthless nature to the fullest. Seeing Yang Shu's gaze sweeping over, everyone looked away, not wanting to become Yang Shu's next object of entertainment. This kind of people have no humanity. After being thrown out of HSBC restaurant, Zheng Bin got up from the ground and walked forward under the strange looks from people around her. Was she shooting herself in the foot? Fortunately, she doesn't care about her reputation. After what happened today, no one will think that Yang Shu likes her, right? Young master. The steward rushed over, angry and furious. Zheng Bin's expression was numb and terrified. Let's go back. What's going on? Someone whispered. She has fallen out of favor. Crazy Yang has set his eyes on someone else. He has slandered Zheng Bin for having an affair with someone else and even threatened to torture her. It's something he can do. Everyone was not surprised. They cursed softly and then dispersed. Despite the commotion, Yang Shu did not leave. He stayed in the box with the boy, and their laughter could be heard outside the door. What are you afraid of? Who dares to disturb this prince's good deeds? The arrogant voice could be heard outside, and there was no need to guess what was going on inside. There was no more food to eat, so many people paid the bill and left. In the box, Yang Shu, holding a piece of diced chicken, signaled the boy to make more noise. It took a full half-hour before the door of the box was pushed open. The room was in a mess, with food and water spilled everywhere. Yang Shu walked out refreshed, and the young man followed behind him, his legs obviously not very agile. After Yang Shu left, the people in the dark also left. 5 miles outside the East City Gate, an attendant looked at the note in his hand and raised his eyelids. It would be very easy to catch such a stubborn person. My wife is really scheming. Yang Shu put the peeled grapes into Lu Yun's mouth, his eyes full of admiration. Lu Yun glanced at him and tapped Yang Shu's nose. Be serious. Yang Shu smiled, holding Lu Yun's hand and placing it on his lap. As soon as it gets dark, we will go to Yahonglu and let the second prince know that it's not that you don't care about Lu Ling, but that you really can't leave the house. There are many people coming and going in Yahonglu. It is reasonable for him to get injured in the chaos when encountering assassins. I will wait for those people to come to the house. You are worried about Lu Ling. Even if Guiqi is smart, he won't suspect you of leaking the secret to Guiqi. My dear. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and held her in his arms. My love for you has grown deeper. So it was all just a show before? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Why do you think so? Is there any ambiguity in what I said? I liked it before, but it was a lake then, and now it's mountains and rivers. Slippery tongue. Lu Yun gently pushed Yang Shu and got out of his arms. I'm going to change clothes. In her own yard, Lu Yun was dressed very casually. After taking a bath, she put on a thin gauze dress, which was very cool. But if she went out in this outfit, Yang Shu would be afraid of eating her. After spending some time together, Lu Yun had already realized that Yang Shu was a very jealous person. After changing clothes, Lu Yun asked Zier to bring the chicken soup stewed in the kitchen. After going out for a while, he definitely won't have time to eat when he comes back. This is the time when people are gaining strength, so how can they stand being hungry? Lu Yun filled a bowl of soup, stirred it gently twice, and handed it to Yang Shu. It's not too late to eat too much. I told the kitchen to warm up the yam porridge at night so that you won't have indigestion. My lady, you are very considerate. Yang Shu spoke softly, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Yang Shu helped Lu Yun sit down and fed her chicken soup. As soon as the sun set, Yang Shu and Lu Yun went out, and Feng Zhuang led the guards to protect Yang Shu's safety. Knowing that he was hated by people, Yang Shu never took a marked carriage when leaving the house. In addition, he had gone out today, so everyone was not on guard. When he appeared at the door of Yahonglu, the lobby immediately became quiet. Oh my god, didn't he vent his anger today? Why did he come here? When Hozhou saw Yang Shu, his eyes widened and he almost fell down the stairs. Ever since witnessing Yang Shu's cruelty, Hozhou tried to stay as far away from him as possible. He even wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. He didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. Fortunately, Yang Shu lost interest in him and stopped dragging him out to play. As life became more enjoyable, Hozhou almost forgot about Yang Shu. After all, Pingo couldn't touch her. Who knew we would run into each other like this? Holding onto the handrail, Hozhou moved his feet back, trying to go up to the second floor and jump out of the window. You seem to dislike welcoming this prince? Yang Shu frowned, his tone displeased. Everyone forced themselves to laugh. Not only were they not welcome, but if they could run, Yang Shu would definitely not even see their shadows. Where's the boss? Did I give her less money than she deserved? There's not even anyone to come and greet her. Yang Shu's eyes were filled with anger, and he was ready to explode at one glance. Everyone paused for a moment and stepped back subconsciously. Chapter 110 Lu Yun's Tears. Glancing at Lu Yun behind him, everyone complained in their hearts, what a shameless guy. He didn't just give less money, he was directly robbing people. Without Lu Yun, the life in Yahonglu is less interesting. The young girl is fresh, but she can't compare to Lu Yun's charm. Retreating to a barely safe distance, everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Yun. After not seeing her for a while, she became even more charming. I didn't do anything, just stood there quietly, but it still made people feel itchy. Crazy Yang was very lucky to be able to be with such a beauty before his death. I really hope the second prince can bring the person back. Since Yang Shu has touched him, the second prince will definitely not treat him as a treasure anymore. They can also have a taste of him. While thinking about random things, some young men licked their lips, lustful light flashed in their eyes, and their gazes lingered unscrupulously on Lu Yun's towering breasts. Lu Yun frowned slightly. She had been in those places of entertainment for a long time, so how could she not know the dirty desires in these people's minds? Don't speak. Yang Shu picked up a chair and started smashing things. In his madness, he knocked the slow-running young man to the ground with the chair, and he was like a dead dog, unable to get up for a long time. Hua Xian, who was observing the situation upstairs, decisively stopped walking downstairs. She didn't want to be like Lu Yun, who was taken to the Dingguo Palace and served a violent Mad Anne. Lu Yun looked up and met several pairs of frightened eyes. She glanced at their pink clothes and lowered her eyes. This place was not clean at all. Yahonglu is different from other places. There is someone behind him. Even if the second prince is not favored, he is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. A girl who is good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting does not need to use her body to please the guests. Huaxian's vision is too short-sighted. If you let these young masters get what they won't feel anxious anymore. Prince, anger is harmful to your health. Lu Yun stepped forward and held Yang Shu, smiling, showing her most charming side, and soothing him. Seeing that Yang Shu didn't move, Lu Yun took the chair away from him. Since the prince can't be happy here, let's go to another place and I'll make him happy. Lu Yun's eyes seemed to contain spring water. Her voice was soft and charming. Her jade fingers gently stroked Yang Shu's belt, with an unspeakable hint. The minute the scene all choked up and wanted to agree on Yang Shu's behalf. Yang Shu's eyes darkened, he snorted, and walked out while holding Lu Yun. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What a pity that such a charming girl like Lu Yun had to be married to Yang Shu. A young man sighed softly, his eyes glued to Lu Yun's waist and hips, regretting that his eyes could not penetrate her clothes. Yang Shu held Lu Yun in his arms, making it impossible to see her from behind. It's still not a strong enough blow. Yang Shu leaned close to Lu Yun's ear, and there was obvious anger in his voice. Lu Yun chuckled and was about to say something, when suddenly, her pupils dilated and she saw several feather arrows shooting towards her. What is going on? The attack was launched when they got on the carriage. Seeing the arrow getting closer, a chill rose from Lu Yun's heart. She turned her head and saw that Fang Zhuang, who was originally on Yang Shu's left side, was being hugged by someone and couldn't get over at all. Lu Yun's hands and feet were cold. She couldn't dodge the arrow. Yang Shu couldn't possibly risk his life for her. The arrow continued to grow larger in Lu Yun's eyes, and she closed her eyes. But there was no pain from the arrow piercing her flesh. With a great force, Lu Yun fell to the right and rolled on the ground in someone's arms. Fang Zhuang shook off the man on his back and picked up his knife to chop off the feather arrows. The personal guards rushed in and protected Yang Shu behind them. The Yihangla building was in chaos, and people were running around with their heads in their hands, fearing that they would be hit by arrows. Hojo was the most decisive. He ran to the second floor and jumped out of the window. He was unlucky and his leg broke with a snap, but no one paid attention to the sound he made. Yang Shu. Lu Yun's hands were shaking a little. She saw the feather arrow stuck in Yang Shu's back, and blood was oozing out. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's hand and smiled at her. Let's go back home. Back home. Lu Yun was extremely nervous. She looked around, hoping someone would come to help. Prince. Fang Zhuang knelt down with red eyes. Yang Shu lowered his eyes. If there weren't so many people here, he would have jumped up and hit Fang Wang on the head. He wouldn't be dead yet. While the assassin is not making any moves, leave quickly. It's so chaotic now, someone might come up and stab you. Help the prince return home. Lu Yun tried her best to remain calm and asked Fang Zhuang to help Yang Shu up. The guards were all well-trained elite soldiers. They scanned the surroundings like eagles, protecting Yang Shu firmly as the group moved outside. After shooting a wave of arrows, the people in the dark fell silent, and no more arrows broke through the air until Yang Shu got on the carriage. Yang Shu, hold on, you still have to get out of Jianan, you can't die here. You said you wanted to build an empire of your own. Lu Yun pressed the handkerchief on Yang Shu's wound. The moist touch made her voice unable to remain steady. Lu Yun, you're crying. Yang Shu leaned on Lu Yun's shoulder, looking very weak. Lu Yun turned her head, her mind full of the scene of Yang Shu protecting her in his arms. That was an arrow that could take a life. He was so cunning and deep, he should have pressed her in front of him. The corners of Lu Yun's eyes were getting redder and redder. Lu Yun. Yang Shu groaned in pain and started coughing. Don't talk. We'll be there soon. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand tightly. Yang Shu pulled the corner of his mouth. You forgot that Dr. Yu is not in the mansion. Lu Yun's brain exploded, and there was a moment of blankness. It's wrong for me to force you. Yang Shu's voice became weaker and weaker. He raised his head with difficulty and hugged Lu Yun into his arms. After a long while, he sighed, Don't cry, I was just pretending. Yang Shu sat up straight and raised his hand to wipe Lu Yun's tears. I wanted to get some promises from you, but I can't continue acting when you cry like this. Lu Yun was stunned, staring at Yang Shu blankly, her eyes narrowing little by little. Did you arrange this? Unfair. Yang Shu raised his hands. I told you my plan. I don't know where these people came from. So what's with the arrow in your back? Yang Shu untied his belt and showed it to Lu Yun. This is all thanks to you, my lady. When I went to fight the bandits, didn't you ask me to make a piece of armor for you? I listened to his advice and asked Pai Gao to make one with the best materials. I always wear it inside when I go out. This time, in order to create the appearance of being seriously injured, I even prepared a blood bag. Isn't it very realistic? Stop pinching me. I've confessed. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun pitifully. My dear, please forgive me for my selfless efforts. Aren't you worried about an arrow sticking into your head? Lu Yun said unhappily. Yang Shu held her hand, not letting her break free. In a situation where two people have to live and one lives, I would definitely hesitate, but hiding in a vital place, your husband has not suffered in vain these days. Lu Yun didn't say anything and helped Yangshu put away his armor. They hadn't reached home yet, so they couldn't let their guard down. Chapter 111 Burn It Clean. Yangshu approached Lu Yun, held her lips and pressed her against the carriage. After kissing for a long time, Yangshu looked at Lu Yun's blushing face and stroked her belly with his fingers. My lady, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing the treasure. If the Dingguo Palace was an ordinary family, I'm afraid they would have been beaten to death. Lu Yun's eyes darkened, and her smile faded a little. A beautiful girl. Does she look like a disaster? It's just the sadness of the times. I will change this phenomenon. Yangshu leaned on Lu Yun's shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yun hugged Yangshu and raised her eyes. You don't look angry? What about the assassination just now? Yangshu played with the tassel on Lu Yun's waist and raised his lips. It's just like that. There's no need to be angry. The enemy has taken it into account and will deal with them one by one when the time comes. They did it, saving me the trouble of cleaning up the traces myself. Next, let's just stir up trouble and watch the show. He has a deep mind. Lu Yun glanced at Yangshu and spoke. Yangshu raised his eyebrows and moved forward a little, leaving Lu Yun no room to dodge. I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have been hard-hearted and listened to your words of love. Unlike now, all the compliments are things I don't like to hear. Lu Yun ignored him, put her arms around Yangshu's neck, and kissed him. When being rolled on the ground by Yangshu, Lu Yun felt Yangshu's heartbeat. She was completely pressed in Yangshu's arms. His hands pressed her so tightly and most of his body covered her. Yangshu really wanted to protect her. At that moment, it is impossible to fake a person's reaction. Seeing that Yangshu was about to go forward, Lu Yun stopped him, her eyes already filled with lust. Leaning on Yangshu, Lu Yun calmed down her disordered breathing. Her body could no longer withstand the teasing. Yangshu pecked Lu Yun lightly on the lips and stopped being intimate with her. As soon as the carriage stopped, the guards surrounded it and Yangshu was carried into the mansion. At the same time, the news spread to every household, and everyone knew that Yangshu was assassinated in a home tower and was shot by an arrow. The emperor was furious and had a tantrum in the imperial study. Then a large number of imperial guards left the palace to search for the assassin. Our emperor still likes to put on a show. Minister Feng tapped the chess piece lightly, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm. Father, who did this? Feng pursed his lips slightly. He hated Yangshu very much, but the envoys of Yi State had arrived in Jian and at this time, Yangshu must not get into trouble. Once Yangshu went crazy, they would inevitably lose in the negotiations with Yi State. Minister Feng's expression darkened. Yangshu was arrogant and domineering. He offended countless people, but only a handful of people dared to attack him while Yang was still alive. Having said this, Minister Feng's expression became more solemn, and he looked in the direction of the embassy. Feng Bai's pupils dilated. I hope I'm just worrying too much. Minister Feng lowered his eyes, and the room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere became tense. The second prince smashed the secret guard's head with his teacup, and anger filled his eyes. At this moment, he wished he could rush to the Dingguo Palace and chop Yangshu into pulp. Why go to Yahonglu on any other day? Why go today? If I don't make him unhappy, he will not be able to live. At this juncture, my father must investigate the matter thoroughly. Since the Red Tower is the place where the incident occurred, all personnel will be controlled and interrogated. Guo Qi's eyes were bloodshot, and he spoke in a tone that said, Be clean. The dead cannot speak, and what he did behind the scenes must never be known to his father. Your Highness, what should we do with Lu Ling? The secret guard asked carefully. Guo Qi narrowed his eyes, but didn't say kill in the end. Keep it. Yes. The secret guard didn't dare to stay any longer and walked out with blood on his face. Eunuch Quan pushed open the door and walked into the imperial study. Your Majesty, the Dingguo Palace is under martial law, and the imperial physician cannot enter. He doesn't even believe me. If I wanted to harm Yangshu, how could he survive until today? The emperor slammed the pen on the table. Eunuch Quan didn't dare to speak and lowered his head. You will never know what the relationship between a ruler and his subjects is. The emperor's facial muscles trembled, his eyes full of resentment. After a while, he calmed down and said, Let the doctor stay outside. Eunuch Quan bowed and slowly stepped back to convey the emperor's words. No wonder they didn't continue the action. They are so cruel. Yangshu turned the feather arrow with cold eyes. If this arrow really penetrates me, with the poison on it, I will lose half my life if I don't die. Pai Gao. Yangshu raised his eyes. This prince is in a very bad mood. Arrange people to burn down the embassy. Also, shoot a few cold arrows at Hanqi. Remember to apply poison on the arrows. Apply 2 more layers, thicker than this. Yangshu stroked the feather arrows with a gentle expression. Prince, isn't this too obvious? Yangshu sneered. If it's not obvious, how could they restrain themselves? If they had the ability, they would openly tell everyone that they want to annex the state of Yin. Yi State is stronger than Yan State, But it is not the hegemon of the world. How can they have the face to vent their anger when they do this? I want to make it clear so that they have to hold back their anger. Do it nicely and burn it cleanly. Watching the figure of Pai Gao disappear into the distance, Yang Shu turned around and went back into the house. As soon as he got on the bed, Yang Shu was hugged by someone. Aren't you asleep? Yang Shu softened his voice and stroked Lu Yun's soft hair. What did Doctor Yu say? 2 deadly poisons were mixed together. I asked Pai Gao to burn down the embassy. Yang Shu said casually. The prince is really powerful. Is that a compliment? Yang Shu leaned down and held Lu Yun's waist. What are you going to do? Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu with her beautiful eyes and followed his actions. Gently stroking Lu Yun's collar, Yang Shu's eyes darkened. He grabbed Lu Yun's hand and placed it on his belt. Untie it. Yang Shu said in a deep and bewitching voice. I thought you would let me go tonight. Lu Yun's tone was very soft and gentle, and her face as beautiful as a peach or plum made people want to ravage her severely. Yang Shu's eyes grew darker, and his breathing became heavier. Are you anxious? Lu Yun hid a smile in her eyes. She kissed Yang Shu back and untied his belt with her slender hands. As the night deepened, the house was not as quiet as outside, and the battle was extremely fierce. After a long time, the bed curtain stopped shaking. Can't you be a little gentler? Lu Yun's body was covered with sweat, which made her skin look even whiter and smoother, and her eyes were full of charm. It wasn't my wife who asked me to. Yang Shu bit Lu Yun's ear with an ambiguous tone. You just like to bully people. Lu Yun scolded him. Her body moved slightly, and her brows furrowed. Yang Shu put his hands on her waist and massaged it gently. Rest for a while, or take a bath now. When we get to Huaining County, I will definitely draw hot spring water and make a bath for my wife to enjoy. Lu Yun looked at him. Are you really doing this to make me feel comfortable? Yang Shu smiled. Of course, you will feel comfortable with me around. Yang Shu winked at Lu Yun. It's clear that he has bad intentions. Lu Yun touched Yang Shu's face and started rubbing it. After playing for a while, Yang Shu carried Lu Yun to the bathroom. Chapter 112, Moon in the Water. After changing the bedding, Yang Shu also took a shower himself. I want to appreciate the moon. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu and said. Yang Shu turned around, trying to find the moon, and realized that it was the night, not the moon. Putting Lu Yun down, Yang Shu led her to the courtyard. When I was in the Red Tower, I often woke up with a start, opened the window, and the moonlight poured into the room. Looking out, I felt that it was extremely holy. But I never dared to get too close. My hands are already stained with blood along the way. How can a filthy person be worthy of appearing in the light? Yang Shu didn't interrupt, just listened to Lu Yun's story quietly, and followed her gaze into the distance. Husband. Lu Yun turned slightly in Yang Shu's arms. I want to see the moon. Yang Shu looked down at her and blinked twice. My dear, I will strive to become an immortal in my next life, and I will definitely conjure up a moon for you. Lu Yun chuckled and continued to gaze into the distance. Her pupils moved, and a hint of teasing flashed across her eyes. Husband, change now. Lu Yun gently pulled Yang Shu's sleeve, her tone different from before, with a hint of coquettishness. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun steadily, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, with a doting look in his eyes. Okay, change. Sit here and wait for me. After shaking Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu strode away. Time passed minute by minute. The wind blew up Lu Yun's skirt, and the night was extremely quiet. Looking at the swaying leaves, Lu Yun raised the corners of her lips. It had been half an hour, but she did not feel any uneasiness in her heart. She just believed that Yang Shu would not tease her. Raising her hand and feeling the wind passing through her palm, Lu Yun's eyes and brows became more peaceful. She thought she wanted to try to give her heart to him. Yang Shu is different from anyone else. He may be able to stick to himself and will not become ruthless and ungrateful if he rises to a high position. Hearing footsteps, Lu Yun turned her head to look over. It was obviously not bright, but she could see who was coming at a glance. He is indeed handsome, but he cannot say this because he is already narcissistic enough. Thinking of this, Lu Yun chuckled. Yang Shu glanced at himself, touched his face, and muttered, "There's nothing dirty about it." Lu Yun stood up and walked towards Yang Shu. Yang Shu didn't bother to explore and stretched out his hand to Lu Yun. "Come on, I'll take you to see the moon." As he spoke, Yang Shu took out a handkerchief and covered Lu Yun's eyes. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After comforting her, Yang Shu led her forward. After about a quarter of an hour, Yang Shu stopped and said, "We're here." Yang Shu took off the scarf covering Lu Yun's eyes. Her eyelashes trembled, and Lu Yun looked around, her sight soon falling on the water. The moon, as round as a silver plate, swayed with the ripples on the water, surrounded by stars of varying brightness. The moon in the sky is really not capable, but the moon in the water is still okay, Yang Shu said softly. Lu Yun's eyes were moist. She was clearly fooling around, but he still satisfied her. Throwing herself into Yang Shu's arms, Lu Yun hugged him tightly. If a person could pretend to be this good, she would accept it. Hold me. On the tree branch, a guard holding a mirror shouted loudly. Yang Shu's eyes twitched. He took the money and did it this way? At the critical moment, he ruined the atmosphere. As for next month's salary, just step in the door and see how he deducts it from him until he is defeated. Let your voice be loud. Oh, he really did it. Another cheer. Yang Shu's face turned completely black, and he swore that he would never ask these bastards for help again. Lian pushed Yang Shu away and ran away with red ears. Prince, I am holding the mirror very steadily. The guard covered his butt and screamed. Yang Shu pinched the branch and danced, leaving behind an afterimage. In the embassy, several dark shadows climbed in, avoiding the patrolling guards, and began to pour oil on the pillars. Blowing up the firewood, they threw it into the kitchen and the luggage attic. The people outside, seeing the fire, drew their bows and arrows and shot at the patrolling guards. The fire broke out. There's an assassin! Shouts rang out and the embassy was in chaos. The fire was too big and too fierce to be put out, so everyone ran outside. On the eaves, four men in black lay quietly, staring at the crowd running out. Prince Wulu ran out of the embassy with the help of his guards. He was the one who negotiated with the state of Yin about the ownership of the gold mine. Good. Very good. Wulu looked at the blazing fire with a grim expression. How dare someone so rampant in just a few states? The young man next to him had a gloomy face. He never thought that someone from Yan State would dare to provoke him. Just as they were angry, the men in black shot out arrows from their sleeves. Their target was very clear, not Wulu, but the young man beside him. As soon as the arrow was shot, the man in black didn't care whether he hit the target or not. He flipped to the other side of the eaves and blended into the night at an extremely fast speed. Hanshi held the knife and looked at the arrows that fell on the ground, his eyes gloomy. Faced with repeated assassinations, the guards had no time to put out the fire. They protected Wulu and Hanshi in the middle and sent a team to chase the assassins. Yang Shu stood in the watchtower, looking at the flames rising into the sky, and felt relieved. In Jianan, who dared to challenge him? Was anyone as famous as him? If the Yang family army didn't need some time, he would burn wherever Hanshi slept to see if he could turn him into a hedgehog. You've worked hard tonight. Take the brothers out for a good meal to replenish their energy. Yang Shu handed a bag of gold to Pai Gao, yawned, and went down the sentry tower. Lu Yun was already asleep. Yang Shu held her in his arms and closed his eyes. Yang Shu's biological clock is very accurate. He gets up around 6 o'clock. He never slacked off in his exercise, and became more and more vigorous every day. Every time he was seen playing Pai Gao, he felt very stressed. If he continued like this, he would become a drag. The embassy was burned down and martial law was imposed in Jianan. The emperor threw away the memorials and sent the Minister of Rights to negotiate with Wu Lu to appease their anger. Where's the assassin? Wu Lu said coldly. The Minister of Rights was groaning in his heart, but he remained solemn on the surface. Don't worry, Prince. The state of Yin will not let these people with ulterior motives get away with it. Really? Wu Lu stared at the Minister of Rights with eagle-like eyes. I hope the Emperor of Yin did not direct and perform this drama himself. The Minister of Rights frowned. Prince, first it was the Prince of Dingguo Palace, and now it's you. It's obvious that someone wants to sow discord between the two countries. With your intelligence, you should be able to see it. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Who can see through them? Wu Lu took a sip of tea. I am tired. Lord Ding, please go ahead. Seeing that Wu Lu did not want to talk more, the Minister of Rights left the manor. After watching the Minister of Rights leave, Hanshi entered the side hall. Yang Lian's weakness is just for show to the Emperor. Wu Lu said quietly. I'm afraid our plan won't go smoothly. He actually knows that you are in the team. As long as Yang Lian is not dead, the Yin state will be a tough nut to crack. Hanshi pursed his lips. With Yang Lian watching, it would be difficult for them to take any action. If the old man gets angry, he might kill them directly. Yi State took the first step, so even its plan to send troops was untenable. Some things can be done secretly, but not openly. Last night was a lesson for us to assassinate Yang Shu. Wu Lu looked at Hanshi. You can't stay here any longer. If Yang Shu is not rescued, Yang Lian will definitely take you to be buried with him. People without hope are the most terrible. Chapter 113 Foolish Boy. I have packed my luggage and will be leaving soon. Hanshi said in a deep voice. He was not the type to hesitate. Yang Lian stared at him. The original plan could no longer be implemented, and there was no point in waiting any longer. It would be better to leave and give Yang Lian the illusion of giving up. Wu Lu nodded. You leave first, as for Yang Lian. A faint light flashed in Wu Lu's eyes. Pouring water on the orchid, Yang Shu gently wiped the dirt off the leaves. Prince, Hanshi has left the manor. Pai Jiu approached Yang Shu and whispered. What a pity, young talent. Yang Shu shook his head, full of regret, and said indifferently, chop it off. A person who sneaked into the state of Yin disappeared. How should the state of Yi investigate? Scooping up the water, Yang Shu continued to water the orchids. On the mountain path, Hanshi suddenly raised his eyes and dodged to the side. A feather arrow flew through the air, brushed past Hanshi, and pierced into the chest of the follower behind him. "Who are you?" Han Chi drew his knife, stared at the masked men who surrounded him, and spoke in a stern tone. Without further ado, the masked man rushed forward with a knife. Han Chi was quite skilled, but the opponent had more people and they were all very brave. He couldn't even last 2 minutes and fell to the ground injured. Looking at the masked man approaching step by step, cold sweat oozed from Han Chi's forehead. "Are you really not afraid of the wrath of the Yi Kingdom?" What answered Han Chi was a sharp blade. The knife flashed across Han Chi's eyes, and his pupils dilated, filled with resentment and resentment. He was a great general, but he was defeated in the state of Yin. Or it's in the hands of a group of scoundrels. The knife fell heavily, a stream of blood spurted out, and Han Chi's head was separated from his body. After taking a quick look at the scene and making sure there were no survivors, the masked man moved the bodies away and covered up the bloodstains. From beginning to end, they didn't say a word. The prince said that when taking action, use the knife instead of talking, because those who talk too much will die quickly. After pulling the bowstring to its full extent, Yang Shu let go of the arrowhead, which was firmly nailed to the center of the bullseye, and the tail of the arrow kept trembling. Yang Shu didn't stop. He raised his hand and shot another arrow. Yang Shu didn't put down his bow until Pai Gao came over. "Prince, he was killed. It was handled very cleanly." "Well done, but is anyone injured?" Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao. Choi Sang and Hu Q suffered some minor injuries. "Use good medicine, and then go get some silver from the second madam." Looking into the distance, Yang Shu stroked the bow and arrow with his fingers, his eyes deep. What happened to Yi Guo? If anyone dared to offend him, he would kill him. Because the embassy was burned, the issue of the ownership of the gold mine was shelved until the assassin was found. In Huana Courtyard, Yang Shu was flipping through the pages of a book. When he felt tired, he would look to the side. In terms of concentration, he was really not as good as Lu Yun. An elegant and quiet young lady always makes people want to tease her. Daughter-in-law. Seeing that Lu Yun had finished reading the entire book, Yang Shu pulled her into his arms and gently nuzzled her neck. "Pay attention to me." "Are you tired?" Lu Yun placed her slender fingers on Yang Shu's temple and began to massage it. Yang Shu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but lower his head. "Son-in-law, Pai Gao is looking for you." The moment their lips touched, Mo Mei's voice rang out, and the next second, she entered the room. Yang Shu closed his eyes, feeling extremely angry, and forgot to close the door. Didn't even get to taste it? After shaking Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu walked out. "Prince, Wu probably knows that Han Chi is missing, so he sent a lot of people out. It has been 2 days since Han Chi was beheaded. Wu Lu has not received any news from Han Chi, so it is normal to guess that something has happened to him. Let him find it. It's just an attendant. It's no big deal. How could General Han come to Yan State?" Yang Shu said casually. Just as Yang Shu was about to go back to taste the delicious food, Fang Zhuang ran over and said, "Prince, there's a letter from Mr. Chui's family. Let you go to Wulipo." Yang Shu looked back and thought, really, just 1 or 2 of them? Couldn't he and his wife just have a good time and be intimate? "Got it. I'll go change my clothes." Yang Shu sent the people away, said something to Lu Yun, and left the Dingguo palace through the tunnel. "Where's the princess?" "Not seeing Chui Dingyu." Meng Po's voice became a little colder. "Alive. This prince doesn't owe you anything. Who are you giving your displeasure to? If you make this prince unhappy, your princess won't have an easy life." Yang Shu glanced at Meng Po and opened fire directly. Meng Po looked grim, suppressing his anger. "Do you want to break the contract? Don't judge me by your character. Why did it take you so long to bring him here?" "I encountered some things and was delayed." Meng Po didn't explain much and looked at Yang Shu. "Look at me. What am I going to do? Am I going to bring old man Xie here and let him go with you?" "Stop dawdling. Where are you? Don't waste my time. I'm busy." Yang Shu looked impatient. Meng Po's hands were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. He wished he could punch Yang Shu into the ground. He had never seen anyone so arrogant. "Hurry up. If you don't bring the person here, I'll go back. I'm not in a hurry anyway." Yang Shu folded his hands and looked at him sideways, intending to make him angry. This guy never looked at him with friendly eyes, and Yang Shu loved to confront him the most. Seeing that Yang Shu was really about to leave, Meng Po waved his hand downwards, and soon a handsome young man was brought over. After taking a few glances, Yang Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. "This boy is somewhat similar to Chui Dingyu. Okay, we don't need you anymore." Yang Shu chased Meng Po and took the young man with him, and was about to leave. "Sugar, my sugar." The boy shook off Yang Shu's hand, picked up the candy on the ground, and put it into his mouth along with his fingers, not caring that it was covered in mud. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows, idiot. Meng Po glared at him and grabbed his sword. "You want to chop me? You're so majestic, then you can take care of yourself. I think you're doing fine. You can jump around. There's no need to thank the old man." Yang Shu turned around and left without figuring out who was begging whom. What if he was a prince or princess? He would still be the founding emperor in the future. "Do you really think you are nobler than him?" Yangshu. Mengpa was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How could a prince of a small country have the confidence to be so arrogant? Don't wear out my patience again and again, Feng Zhuang. Bring the person with you. If you say another word, the deal will be off. Yangshu looked at Mengpa with calm eyes. Mengpa's cheeks were tense, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was sure that Yangshu was not joking. Don't worry, I'm just a little prince. I don't have the guts to do anything to Princess Yegua. The moment he got on the carriage, Yangshu turned around and became very gentle, comforting Mengpa. I will return the person to you once I've cured him. You have been following me all these days. Aren't you afraid that I might have bad intentions? If anything happens to Chuading you can just chop off my head. Mengpa stared at Yangshu, his eyes full of inquiry. Yangshu smiled at him and did not enter the carriage until Feng Zhuang's figure disappeared. You are not stupid. You should know what not to do. If you anger me, no one will be in a good mood. Yangshu spoke lazily, warning Mengpa not to follow. Taking out the retainer badge from his arms, Yangshu turned it around and raised the corners of his mouth. It was time to get started. Chapter 114, On the Painting Boat. Listening to the sound of the wheels turning, Yangshu closed his eyes and rested. Mengpa followed the carriage with a frown on his face. He always felt something was wrong. It seemed like he was following the line drawn by Yangshu. Every move is under Yangshu's control. From the beginning, this guy had no intention of having a good talk. He just wanted to provoke his anger and trap him in his own thoughts, so that he couldn't even fight back. Yangshu pulled the young master not to take him away, but to wait for him to stop him. He was further forced into a corner with no way to retreat. The real purpose is to make him follow him. After realizing this, Mengpa clenched his teeth and almost burst into anger. This kid was really hateful. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find out, so he acted gentle on purpose to provoke him to think about it. Playing with people in broad daylight. By the stream, Chuading Yu squatted down and felt the coolness of the water. Looking at the water flowing through her fingers, her eyes darkened. Yangshu was definitely not just a fox. He was not only ambitious but also courageous. She wanted to leave the state of Yin, but she could not do so without paying a huge price. Mr. Chui, why are you here? It's really hard to find you. It's great news. Your guards have brought the person here, the village head said while panting. Chuading Yu raised his eyes suddenly. Without even bothering to wipe his hands, he picked up the hem of his shirt and ran back. Sister, sister. Seeing Chuading Yu, the boy clapped his hands and shouted, laughing like a 3-year-old child. Chuading Yu fixed her eyes on Feng Zhuang standing beside her. The huge pressure made Feng Zhuang stutter a little. The prince has already told Dr. Yu. Young Master Chui can just take the person there directly. Is there anything else? Chuading Yu asked majestically. Feng Zhuang shook his head and took a step forward. Why was he different from Ping-er? So scary. Sister, play with me and chase me. The boy pulled Chuading Yu's sleeve and ran away. Chuading Yu looked at his back, with endless sadness in her eyes. Yi was very smart since he was young and could write articles at the age of 7. His father said more than once that he would protect him and teach Yi how to govern the country, but the emperor's words could not be trusted after all. Prince, I can guarantee that Miss Chui is definitely not a fake princess. I don't even dare to look up at her because of the pressure she put on me. Feng Zhuang said to Yangshu. Let's get to the point. Yangshu took a sip of tea. That young man is called Sister Chui Xiaolangjian. Yangshu leaned back. Sister? Judging from the age, she is indeed suitable, but the letter sent back shows that Chui Yi is living happily in his fiefdom, and he does not look stupid. So, which one is true? Which one is false? What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Yangshu's eyes fell on Mengpa. You should know that your state sent invoice to Yan State. I don't like people to guess, act on their own, and do bad things. You know the meaning of this thing better than I do. Yangshu tied the retainer badge to his belt. Jianan is too quiet. We need to make it lively. What are you going to do? Mengpa enunciated. Just make sure it's confirmed. Yangshu said casually. No. Mengpa said urgently. Yangshu smiled, faced the reality. I'm not asking for your opinion. The 2 siblings are in my hands. Who can you say? Let's go. I'll take you to enjoy yourself. Yangshu picked up the mask on the table and covered his face with it. I will never allow the princess's reputation to be tarnished by you. Mengpa blocked Yangshu, breathing heavily. Yangshu raised his eyelids and said, when you give me the guest badge, isn't it my responsibility to decide my reputation? You'll regret it now, thinking my things were obtained for free? After passing Mengpa, Yangshu walked straight out. Come with me and protect me. If something happens to me, Chuading Yu will have to be buried with me no matter how unwilling she is. Feng Zhuang glanced at Mengpa, whose veins were bulging, and silently took a step back, fearing that he would explode. The prince was truly powerful. He had made people so angry, yet he still dared to let him follow him. He was not afraid that Mengpa would get furious and chop him with a knife. Waving the sign that said, guest, Yangshu stopped by the lake. It was already dark, and it was time for scholars to display their talents. A good poem can help you spend a night with a beautiful woman for free. Yang Shu unfolded his folding fan, stepped onto the boat, threw a silver ingot, and asked the boatman to go to the pleasure boat in the center of the lake. It was clearly night, but the center of the lake was brightly lit as if it were daytime. The original owner had only been to this place once, and he got the admission ticket by buying a poem. After he went crazy, no one dared to stop him, but as soon as he went out, people scattered around. Manhwa followed Yang Shu numbly. He had no idea how Yang Shu would disrupt Jianan by coming to such a place. Sir. The servant stopped Yang Shu, handed him a pen, and asked him to write a poem. Yang Shu did not break the rules. He took the pen and started writing on the paper. No birds have flown away from the thousands of mountains, and no people have been seen on the 10 paths. After writing the 10 words, Yang Shu returned the pen to the servant. The servant was an expert at appreciating poetry, so he immediately stepped aside. Manhwa's mind was in a mess, and he was in no mood to write poetry, so he was asked to get off the pleasure boat. Yang Shu walked towards the cabin. It was built with great expense, and the interior space was comparable to a basketball court. The powerful and wealthy people in Jianan all know how to enjoy life. Yang Shu found a seat in the middle and sat down. The singing and dancing on the stage had already begun. Of course, at this time, all the girls who appeared were extremely beautiful. The delicious food has already been served, so how can we keep you here? There were pastries on the table. Yang Shu picked up a piece and started eating, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more people came, and the place was almost full, but it was not too noisy inside. The reason is that everyone claims to be talented, so how can they lose their manners and make a fool of themselves? Looking around, most of them were dressed like scholars. There are not many people who wear brocade like Yang Shu. After taking a look at the turbid tea, Yang Shu looked away. It was simply undrinkable. First time here. A young man in his early 20s spoke to Yang Shu. Yang Shu looked at the young man and nodded. I knew it. The young man moved closer to Yang Shu and lowered his voice. The girls here are different from those outside. They're all very proud and think that those who wear fancy clothes are ignorant and bully others by taking advantage of their power. They prefer scholars. Look, most of the people inside are wearing long gowns, but whether they're scholars or not is not certain. Today, just watch the fun. Just one night of love, forget it. What's your name, brother? Yang Shu poured him a glass of wine. My last name is Zhao. The young man was easy to talk to and replied with a smile. Brother Zhao, to be honest, this is my first time in Jianan, and I don't know who is the most beautiful. I'd like to trouble you to introduce me to someone. You've asked the right person. The young man looked around and moved closer to Yang Shu. The most amazing one is Lady Qin, Xie. She is not only beautiful, but her songs can make people feel as if their souls are about to come out of their bodies. Is it that exaggerated? Yang Shu looked unconvinced. Don't disbelieve me. She will come out at the end, and you will know then. The one who writes the best poem can enter her room. The young man said meaningfully. Chapter 115. Thank you, Shu. Yang Shu took a sip of wine and glanced at the stage. The normal singing and dancing had been removed, and now it was basically a one-man show. Those who can go on stage all look good, and at this point, the competition is about talent. Before coming, Yang Shu had made some inquiries. Of course, he knew that Lady Xie was the top performer in the painted boat. She was extremely beautiful, and her music would linger in his ears for 3 days. Yang Shu's target tonight is her. As time went on, the people in the cabin became more visibly excited. Yang Shu looked at the girl splashing ink on the painting with great interest. The scholars in long gowns were regular customers and were already lost in thought. When the painting is finished, the girl will give a topic, and if the topic suits her taste, they can have a night talk. With luck, I don't have to go back tonight. A quarter of an hour later, a painting of the plum blossoms in the snow was completed. Praises came one after another, and everyone tried their best to show off their literary talent and grace, trying to leave a good impression on the beauty. The girl bowed and stepped down from the stage. As soon as she left, the scroll hanging above unfolded, revealing a large word snow for everyone to see. Why don't you move? The young man touched Yang Shu's arm while thinking, give it a try. What if you were chosen? Wait a little longer. The young man smiled. When I came here for the first time, I was like you, thinking that the latter ones were better. If I was chosen, I wouldn't be able to write. But after coming here a few times, I realized that I was worrying too much. There are many talented people here, and the competition will become more and more intense as time goes by. It will never be my turn. So try every time. If you can get one of your songs to their liking, it will be a good thing and not be in vain. Thank you, Brother Zhao, but I just want to see Su now. The young man couldn't see Yang Shu's expression through the mask, and seeing that he was determined, he stopped trying to persuade him. Since it's the first time, it's inevitable to be arrogant and feel that others are inferior to you. After half an incense stick burned out, everyone's poems were collected by the maid. Before the next performance ends, the maid will take the selected poem and tell the guests. If the guests do not want to read on, they can follow the maid to the girls' room. But not many people went there, as everyone wanted to see Xie Shushu. People went on stage one after another. As the night deepened, Xie Shushu finally lived up to expectations and took the stage. Isn't it beautiful? The young man said to Yangshu with an infatuated look in his eyes. She has long legs, a thin waist, hands as soft as catkins, skin as white as cream, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a beautiful nose. She is truly beautiful. Yangshu glanced at the enthusiastic people around him and gently stroked the papers in front of him. There are 300 Tang poems, all of which are masterpieces. If he can't stand out, he will hang himself on a tree in the southeast. Closing his eyes and listening to the music, even Yangshu, an amateur, had to praise the piano skills. As soon as the piano music stopped, the atmosphere on the scene instantly froze, and everyone stared at the scroll, waiting for it to fall. It seems that if you look a second earlier, you can be intimate with the beauty in the warm hibiscus tint. Bamboo. Yangshu looked at the big words on the podium and raised the corner of his mouth. This title of the poem was so good that he didn't even need to modify it. After taking 2 sips of wine calmly, Yangshu picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write. As usual, it took half an incense stick of time. After the papers were collected, everyone waited anxiously, looking forward to it. Being chosen by Xie Shushu means not only that he can talk to the beauty face to face, but most importantly, his fame will be greatly enhanced. Everyone who sees him will praise him. Brother, you have a great talent for poetry. See? All those chosen are scholars. The young man gestured to Yangshu to look to the left. After the show is over, those who were previously chosen will no longer stay, and will follow the maids to the girls' boudoirs. Before confirming, they will let the maids look at the person. Unless the poet is really talented, it is impossible for a young man in fancy clothes to be selected. Yangshu tapped his thigh with his fingers. Brother Zhao, shouldn't young masters from wealthy families be popular in brothels? The girl on the painted boat has different tastes. She prefers sour and Confucian men. The young man said helplessly. Yangshu raised his eyelids and smiled. He was not a sentimental scholar at all. These people were just valuable. Jianan, any place sought after by young men of noble families and literati, which one is a simple place for doing business. Not only do people in our own country have evil intentions, but people from other countries have also gotten involved. Yangshu would not take on this kind of business. Here it comes. The young man looked excited. I don't know if it's Shigong or Luo Hongwen. Young people have a very deep self-awareness and do not have any hope in themselves. Shigong and Luo Hongwen are frequent visitors to the painting boat. They are both talented and good-looking. When Xie Shushu chooses someone, she basically picks between the two of them. Excuse me, who is Mr. Jiang? The maid bowed and asked loudly. Although she was asking, her eyes were on Yangshu. The papers were collected in order, which can be easily deduced. Mr. Jiang. Everyone was confused. Where did this person come from? Among the famous talents in Jianan, there was no one with the surname Jiang. They looked around. Why is she looking at you? The young man looked around and made sure that the maid was looking at Yangshu. Maybe my last name is Jiang. Is that so? The young man nodded, then his eyes widened with a look of doubt. Your last name is Jiang? Yes, Jian Chuan. As he spoke, Yangshu stood up and walked forward. The young man opened his mouth in shock. The young man he was chatting casually about turned out to be so capable. No wonder he refused to write at the beginning. I thought this guy was conceited, but I didn't know he actually has a talent for poetry. As Yangshu walked, everyone looked over, looking at the white mask on his face, frowning slightly. What was the origin of this guy? How come they had never heard of him before? Mr. Jiang, please. The maid bowed and led the way. As soon as they left, the cabin immediately became noisy, with everyone asking about Yangshu's identity. But the young man only knew that Yangshu came to Jianan for the first time. It was only a one-time acquaintance, so how could the young man know so much about him? Following the maid, Yangshu entered Xie Shushu's boudoir. Xie Shushu was famous and had many suitors, bringing a lot of passengers to the pleasure boat. Although she was on a boat, her room was decorated extremely elegantly, not much worse than that of a noble lady. When Yangshu entered the room, Xie Shushu was still reading poetry. Mr. Jiang. Xie raised his head slowly and smiled slightly, his attitude neither arrogant nor timid. Your poems are very well written. Thank you, miss, for your vision. Yangshu praised back without any modesty. Xie Shushu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and poured tea for Yangshu. Where are you from, sir? I came from Yan State. Tonight, I just wanted to meet the talented people from Yan State. To be honest, they are not as good as me. Yangshu stood up and said, I have seen it already, so I will not stay any longer to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Yangshu left very decisively in less than 3 minutes. The maids serving in the room were dumbfounded. So many people wanted to come in, but couldn't even beg for permission, and he just left like that? Young lady. The maid looked at Xiu. Xie sipped his tea slowly and uttered a word. Check. Look, Jiang Chuan. People who were walking out saw Yang Shu and couldn't help but shout out. Why did he come out so soon? Someone asked puzzledly. Could it be that he was driven out because of lust? As soon as this was said, it was immediately refuted. How can Huafeng be so polite to those who don't follow the rules? His poems are here. Do you want to take a look? Let's go. Let's go. A crowd of people pushed towards the platform. Chapter 116. Domineering. Hold on to the green mountains and never let go. The roots are planted in the broken rocks. It remains strong after thousands of blows and hardships. No matter which direction the wind blows. The scholars recited it unconsciously. The doubts in my heart disappeared completely at this moment. Jiang Chuan is indeed a talented poet. No wonder Xiu chose him. When everyone came to their senses and wanted to find Yang Shu to ask him a few questions, he had disappeared. On the shore, Yang Shu led Mengpa back. The streets were very quiet at night, and the footsteps were particularly clear. Mengpa stared at the retainer badge on his waist, his eyes flashing with a dim light. Yang Shu waved his folding fan. It's too late even if you destroy it now. Tonight, I went into Xiu room. Yang Shu said casually, I think everyone will know that Jianan has someone like me tomorrow. It's not enough to just write poetry, I also have to show my martial arts skills. Only those who are both civil and military can be favored by Her Royal Highness the Princess. How long do you think it will take them to figure out my identity? The concubine of the eldest princess ran to Jianan. Is he really bored? Don't be so presumptuous. Mengpa said from between his teeth. Anger is harmful to the body. Yang Shu walked forward leisurely and returned to the place where he and Mengpa lived. Not even the next day, that evening Yang Shu's message was placed in front of Xiu. Is it true? Xiu stared at the pattern on the paper. There's no doubt about it. The person who accompanied him today was Trading Yu's guard. The maid said in a low voice. How arrogant. He is so arrogant, and he doesn't take Yan State seriously at all. Is he here to inspect the territory of Yi State? It hasn't been taken down yet. Xiu had a hint of sarcasm in his eyes and threw the paper into the brazier. Looking at the dancing flames, Xie slowly raised his eyes. Isn't he arrogant because of his talent? Give him a hand and let Jianan know how outstanding this person is. Yes. The maid bowed and stepped back. That night, Yang Shu did not return to the Dingguo Palace. The next day, the name Jiang Chuan began to be heard by the people, and the tea houses were full of discussions. Is it true? Jiang Chuan is the lover of the eldest princess of Yi Kingdom? I heard that she doesn't like men. The envoy of Yi State is in Jianan. Even if Jiang Chuan had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to forge a retainer badge. We just don't know what's wrong with being a homosexual. Have you heard too much about how lewd the princess of Yegua is? Jiang Chuan stayed in Xiu room for only a short while last night and came out before he could even finish 3 sentences. How could a normal man do that? He was just worried about upsetting the princess. After hearing what the Confucian scholars said, people believed it about 70 to 80. Yi State is more prosperous than Yan State. Why did he come all the way here? Someone came forward and asked. Maybe he thinks Yan will belong to you sooner or later, so he comes here to have fun and show off so that he can be more liked by the princess. Everyone looked unhappy when they heard this. As people of Yin, they didn't want to see their country being invaded by others. Why haven't the envoys from Yi Kingdom left yet? A man suddenly spoke up. How can it be that fast? I heard that the arsonists have not been caught yet. They will definitely not leave until they have negotiated the distribution of the gold mine. I always feel uneasy when these people are around. I feel like they have plans for the state of Yin, just like they are looking at fat meat. The tea house fell silent for a moment, and a weak voice rang out. Crazy Yang was shot with an arrow and hasn't woken up yet. Could it be them who did it? After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became more solemn, and no one wanted to talk about Jiang Chuan anymore. Yang Shu blew away the sawdust on his hands and carefully scratched the rosewood with the carving knife. TSK, those people were more capable than he thought. Through Lu Yun, Yang Shu already knew that the painted boat was not simple and had a profound background, and even the second prince could not touch it. In just half a day, it caused Jianan to fall into panic, as if the Yu Kingdom had already gathered its troops to attack. That's good. Han Chi's death will never be exposed. Yigua will definitely swallow it down. A prepared raid and a desperate fight will bring completely different results. If you still want to take over the state of Yin as quickly as possible, you have to get rid of the old man. Yang Shujing waited for Wu Lu's action, hoping that he could be quicker since the knife had been sharpened after all. Inside the manor, the guard's lips moved. Prince, the number of imperial guards around here has doubled. Wu Lu looked grim. There had been no news of Han Chi since he left Jianan. He was already burning with rage, but before he could vent his anger, rumors began to spread in Jianan. Except for the arrow that hit Yang Shu, nothing went smoothly. Nowadays, it has become extremely difficult for them to act. Overturning the teacup, Wu Lu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Have you found the source? The guard said nothing. They didn't bring many people with them. Jinan was someone else's territory, and it would not be easy to find out who spread the rumors. If you are too aggressive and cause someone to die, it will only make your case. What's going on with Jianchuan? Wu Lu lowered his eyes. Prince, the retainer badge is real. He is followed by manhwa, who is the princess's personal guard and cannot possibly betray her. He's actually starting to become unruly. He's even giving away his personal guards. Wu Lu was so angry that he swung his sleeves fiercely. The guard lowered his head. This was not something he could interrupt. Prepare the car, Wu Lu said through gritted teeth. It has already come to this. Why should he keep a low profile? On the street, Yang Shu had someone put up a banner that read, "Challenge the heroes of Yan State. Judge heroes by their martial arts." His actions immediately made the tea house more lively. Everyone who heard the news ran over to watch. If I defeat you, I'll get 1,000 taels of gold. The people plucked up their courage and confirmed with Yang Shu. Yang Shu brandished his sword and nodded proudly. Do you want to try it? Yang Shu looked disdainful. 1,000 taels of gold is a huge temptation to people. With gritted teeth and stomped of feet, a hunter stood up. You can ride a horse? You have to hit the bullseye on the horse before you can compete with me. Yang Shu clapped his hands, and Meng Pe, with a wooden face, led the horse over. The hunter looked at the tall horse and swallowed his saliva. Horses were extremely expensive in Yan State, and ordinary people could not afford to raise one. Although the hunter was good at shooting arrows, he had never ridden a horse. Thinking about his wife and children at home, the hunter retreated. This kind of horse is not something he can tame. If it is thrown off and breaks its legs, it will be a disaster for the whole family. Yang Shu's conditions directly blocked civilians from entering. There is no one in Yan State. Seeing no one coming on stage for a long time, Yang Shu sneered, his tone full of contempt. It's just shooting an arrow, but it makes you so miserable. Curling his lips in disdain, Yang Shu jumped onto his horse, paced a few steps, forced the man back, pulled the reins, and started running. Staring at the bullseye 100 meters away, Yang Shu pulled the bow and suddenly let go. Everyone stared intently, and when they saw the arrow hit the bullseye, they pursed their lips and felt a burning pain on their faces. They were humiliated by the Yi people by stepping on their faces. He was extremely angry, but powerless to fight back. What are you mad about? Yang Shu had just come down, and before he had time to continue being arrogant, a rough male voice rang out. Chapter 117. Dig them out. They must dig them out. Huzushi pushed through the crowd and stared at Yang Shu with his eyes as big as copper bells. I'll let you, a little chicken, see if there are any people in Yan State. Get out of the way. Yang Shu was almost pushed away by Huzushi. After steadying his body, Yang Shu looked at Huzushi. This big guy was full of real meat. Bring me the bow. Huzushi jumped onto his horse and shouted loudly. Why are you moving? If you don't obey me, I'll tear you apart alive. Huzushi slapped Ma on the head, and Ma Su knew that he was no pushover, so he immediately behaved himself. After taking the bow, Huzushi squeezed the horse's belly and shot out like an arrow. His momentum was so strong that the people who were already watching from a distance were even further away. Huzushi drew his bow and looked at the target. He loosened his hand, and the arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed. Under the gazes of everyone, Huzushi's arrow pierced through Yang Shu's arrow and hit the bullseye, with the tail of the arrow shaking violently. Yang Shu's throat moved. Wow, what a fierce general. Whose subordinate is this? Why haven't I seen him before? Poach him, you must poach him. Yang Shu made the decision almost in an instant. He controlled the speed of the horse and practiced repeatedly before he could hit the center of the bullseye, but this big guy just rushed straight ahead. Excellent innate conditions, Wu Chu star. The light in Yang Shu's eyes almost popped out. Can we fight now? Huzushi jumped off his horse and walked straight towards Yang Shu. Bring me the death certificate. Yang Shu shouted. Sign your names, and we can get started. Huzushi frowned. You need a signature? Why is it so troublesome? Holding the pen, Huzushi wrote it up and down, and finally threw it away in anger. The Yi people are cunning. Huzushi left in anger. He could not read a single word, let alone write. Yang Shu had not expected this sudden change. Seeing Huzushi blending into the crowd, he subconsciously opened his mouth, wanting to call him to stop. Fortunately, reason has returned. Judging from his clothes, he is from a wealthy family. I will ask Lu Yun to check when I get back. In the battle for supremacy in the world, every powerful general is a treasure. It was just the beginning, and they had already gained so much. Yang Shu was in such a good mood that he even shouted loudly. I thought he was so capable, but he doesn't even dare to sign a life and death agreement. A bunch of cowards. Yang Shu's face was full of contempt. Looking at the growing anger on the faces of the onlookers, Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth. This is the right way. Let Yegua know that you are not sheep, but you have blood in your bones. In this way, they will not send troops without scruples. The prosperity and peace in Jinan had paralyzed everyone. They subconsciously felt that the battle was out of reach. Even if the Yi kingdom came close, they would shrink like ostriches, as if this way the war would not break out. Serious cases require strong medicine. Yang Shu let them see clearly how weak the Yan State is when the prosperity on the surface is removed. Anyone can shout in this land. Being pinched and beaten at the doorstep, that feeling is so frustrating that your teeth must be itching with anger. I'll do it. A young man in a brocade robe walked out of the crowd. The bulging veins on his neck showed his inner anger. Yang Shu waved his hand, signaling Meng Pa to bring the horse over. Judging from the way the young man mounted the horse, he must have ridden it a lot. The people clenched their hands and stared at the young man, hoping that he could break Yang Shu's arrogance. Unfortunately, the young man's arrow was unstable and missed the target, so he failed to pass even the first level. That's it. Yang Shu burst into laughter. Your heroes really opened my eyes. Wow, the country hasn't been destroyed yet. You're really angry and want to fight? Do you have the nerve to do that? I'm not bullying anyone. It's just that you're not strong enough. How dare you go out there? If it were me, I would have dug a hole and buried myself. Under Yang Shu's stimulation, many people came out of the crowd. Only 1 out of 10 succeeded. But before the people could be happy, Yang Shu kicked the person to the ground. I am good at more than just riding and shooting. Yang Shu laughed arrogantly. That's enough for today. Don't let me down again tomorrow. It's really boring. Yang Shu patted his hem and left with an arrogant look. The people's eyes were red and their arms were shaking. They, the Yan State, could not even compare to the handsome chief. What a shame. At this moment, no one does not hate himself. You're not afraid that they will pounce on you and eat you alive. Meng Pa said with a cold face. People who have been squatting for a long time can't stand up just because they want to. Yang Shu walked onto the carriage. As the wheels turned, he moved farther and farther away from the crowd. In the palace, Wu Lu looked directly at the emperor. Is it Yi State that is bullying Yan State? Or is it you Yan State that doesn't take us seriously? On the first day of moving in, he was eager to take my life. Is it that we can't find the murderer? Or is it impossible to find him? Wu Lu said coldly with a stern expression. I think there is no need to talk about it. Isn't it said that Yi State has plans against Yan State? Since you like to talk about it, Yi State will just do as you wish. Prince. The emperor hurriedly called him. This is all a plot by someone with ulterior motives. I know that Yin is not as powerful as Yi and will definitely not be able to withstand Yi's cavalry. Your death in Jinan will do me no good, but only harm. Assassin, the Dali Temple is doing its best to track him down. Just wait a few more days, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Wu Lu tilted his head and said, Tomorrow, if you don't send the assassin here tomorrow, I will pack my luggage immediately. Having said that, Wu Lu strode away. The emperor slammed the table and his facial muscles twitched. Did Yigua really come here just to ask for the gold mine? At first, the emperor thought so, but now, how can a gold mine be worth the entire state of Yan? Even a lover dares to be so arrogant. In the minds of the people of Yi State, Yan State should have been classified as part of Yi State long ago. Pick some top-quality medicinal herbs and send them to the Dingguo Palace. After calming down his anger, the emperor said in a deep voice. No matter how much he hated the Yang family, he could not change the fact that Yang Lian was the most outstanding general of the state of Yan. Although he had been training him over the years, no one could replace Yang Lian's position in the guards' hearts. Now, he is the only one who can intimidate the Yi kingdom. When the medicinal materials were delivered to the Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu happened to come back. After looking through them, he asked Pai Gao to put them away, saying that they were all good stuff and should not be wasted. The Dog Emperor is also pathetic. On the one hand, he hates Prince Ding's palace, but on the other hand, he can't leave it. Arriving at Fushan Courtyard, Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun from behind and said, My wife, your husband has taken a fancy to someone. Who's Zushi? Did you find out so easily? Yang Shu took the scissors from Lu Yun's hand and took her back to the house. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, Lu Yun met Yang Shu's gaze and spoke slowly. Hu Zushi is the eldest son in the family, with 4 younger brothers and sisters. His parents' lifelong hope is that he can have enough food to eat. But the harvest was sometimes good and sometimes bad, and Hu Zushi had been able to eat since he was a child, so life at home was very tight. Later, they couldn't even afford porridge. 15-year-old Hu Zushi joined the army. He had been very strong since he was young, but not all military camps were as disciplined as the Yang family army. Hu Zushi doesn't know how to curry favor, and he speaks his mind. He does things according to his heart, and he has suffered a lot of torture in the company, both openly and covertly. But in order to have enough food to eat, he has not left yet. Chapter 118. Yang Shu refilled Lu Yun's tea. It seems that this corner is not difficult to dig. Madam, where is he serving in the army? Suizhou, Li Jianan is the general who got a meteorite and wants to present it to the emperor. Hu Zushi is a member of the escort team. Yang Shu put his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look in his eyes. My lady, Hu Zushi is brave, but he is not good at writing. He needs to be trained before he can be of great use. I want to take him to Wakogwan. Lu Yun raised her eyebrows. You still remember that boy? I must remember this. He will definitely give me a surprise. Yang Shu's words were full of confidence. Give him Hu Zushi, and the time he takes to show up will be greatly reduced. Holding Lu Yun in his arms, Yang Shu kissed her lips. No need to say more, just investigate what I want to know. My lady, if you do this, how can I leave you in the future? Is the prince unhappy? Lu Yun gently stroked Yang Shu's chest and spoke ambiguously. Yang Shu smiled and picked him up. Be prepared to be responsible for your whole life. Erotic. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck and cooperated with him. A blushing and heart-pounding sound came from the room. Zira left very consciously with the soup in her hand. Can you make the prince's heart flutter by thanking Shushu? Yang Shu played with Lu Yun's hand and looked at her seriously. She and I are innocent. What's that look? Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun in his arms and kissed her ears to tease her. My identity outside is Cui Tingyu's lover, and Mengpa is always by my side. How could I possibly have anything to do with Xie Shushu? I just used her to gain fame. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun on the forehead. She's not as pretty as you. Your Highness is so superficial. The most attractive thing about Xie Shushu is her zither. Lu Yun raised her lips and smiled. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I have many people to deal with, so I don't have the energy to provoke the pleasure boat. In the first step, I was obviously successful. Where did you buy that poem? Lu Yun moved her body to make herself more comfortable. What are you buying? Can't you believe in your husband's talent? Lu Yun chuckled and rubbed Yang Shu's face twice. How much silver did you spend? Hey, I knew I was too gentle just now. Yang Shu rolled over. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and begged for mercy. Say a few sweet words to me. If you're satisfied, I'll consider it. Yang Shu's eyes lingered on Lu Yun's fair skin, and he didn't intend to let her go easily. My husband is so talented, so please don't bother with me. Lu Yun's eyes were charming, and her voice was soft and gentle. This was not a plea for mercy, but a provoke. Yang Shu's eyes darkened, and his hand slid to Lu Yun's waist. My wife, I will definitely satisfy you. You stir up trouble for others, and yet you want to hide. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun and kissed her. Prince. Zir knocked on the door and called in a low voice. Paijiu asked you to come over. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he became even angrier when he saw Lu Yun smiling. Go ahead, it must be an important matter. Lu Yun kissed Yang Shu on the lips and said softly, I can't run away. Lu Yun gently pushed Yang Shu, took out clothes, and helped him put them on. Watching Yang Shu leave, Lu Yun rubbed her sore waist, with a smile on her lips all the time. Zir came into the room with hot water. Second madam, are you going to make contraceptive soup today? Lu Yun's smile faded, and her voice was very light. Oh wait. Zir looked at her, moved her lips twice, lowered her head, and walked out. Prince Wu Lu entered the palace and had a falling out with the emperor. He said he wanted to return to Yi Kingdom, confirming the rumors. Pai Gao walked towards Yang Shu and spoke. Yang Shu smiled and said, It's just talk. If you are really that tough, why come to Yan State? Just attack it directly. I wonder why the emperor sent medicinal herbs to the palace. It seems that he was frightened. Let's go to the study. Yang Shu took the lead. Spreading out the rice paper, Yang Shu thought for a moment, then changed his handwriting and wrote, Send it to Wako Pass. When I'm not in the mansion, keep a close eye on Wu Lu's whereabouts. If he wants to lead his men to attack me, just beat him up. Paijiu nodded, took the letter, and walked out quickly. After unfolding the map and looking at it, Yang Shu pondered for a long time before blowing out the lamp and returning to Fuxianjuan. When he entered the room, he happened to see Zira bringing in contraceptive soup. My wife is so thoughtful. She knows I'm hungry. Yang Shu took the contraceptive soup and took a big sip. Lu Yun hurried over to stop him, snatched the bowl away, and said anxiously, This is not for you to drink. Yang Shu asked Zir to leave. After the door was closed, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and asked, Why can't I drink? The contraceptive soup is harmful to the body. If you know it's harmful, then why do you drink it? Yang Shu forcefully took the bowl from Lu Yun and drank it in one gulp. Lu Yun, how cold-hearted am I? Are you planning to keep drinking like this until Lu Yun gives birth to the baby? Can't you just ask me? Lu Yun, I am your husband. Lu Yun bit her lip and looked at Yang Shu. It's a taboo to have a concubine son before the legitimate son is born. What kind of taboo is this? It's just that an incompetent person is manipulated by outsiders. If this prince is a man of great talent and strategy, who would dare to complain? Rules are always made by people. It's okay that you drank the contraceptive soup before. After all, you are not married yet. After a pause, Yang Shu suppressed his emotions, pulled Lu Yun over, and sighed softly. I changed the medicine early in the morning. Lu Yun was stunned. She raised her eyes, as if she didn't believe it. She drank the contraceptive soup not only to put herself in the right position, but also because she knew how important Lu Yun was in Yang Shu's heart, and he would not allow anyone else to give birth before Lu Yun. Yunner knew. She told me that I knew you were still drinking contraceptive soup after you got married. I asked Pai Gao to replace the herbs, wondering when you would talk to me about this. You are a ruthless person, drinking only one bowl every 2 days and not saying a word. Lu Yun, yes, I don't like backyard fights, but you have the right to be a mother, and no one can take that away. I hope you can trust me and give yourself to me, without having to worry about every step. I said on the day of our wedding that there will be no more suspicion in the future. You can tell me anything in your heart. If it can satisfy me, I will definitely satisfy you. If it cannot satisfy me, I will reject it. But rejection does not mean that you cannot confide in me. I'm not a domestic violence person. You can speak freely. I want to know what you think, and I am willing to listen to everything you have in your heart. You don't have to do everything yourself. Yang Shu's fingers shrank slightly, and he looked at the little bit of medicine left at the bottom of the bowl. His eyes darkened. I picked it up directly today. I'm worried that everything is just my wishful thinking. You drank the contraceptive soup just because you don't want to have children with me. If that's the case, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. You don't have to hurt yourself. I won't touch you. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and leaned into his arms. I'm already prepared for eternal damnation, so how could I not be willing? I'm just afraid that the warmth in front of me will disappear. I want you more than the child. This was the first time that Lu Yun expressed her feelings clearly. Chapter 11950 Tales of Silver. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's lips, gently and tenderly. You can tell me anything. Stop hurting yourself unilaterally. I don't need that kind of sacrifice. Lu Yun, I will always be behind you. Carry me to the couch. Lu Yun's eyes lingered on Yang Shu's face, inch by inch, looking very seriously, with surging emotions in her eyes. She laughed at the foolish men and resentful women, and now, she has become one of them. Believe in sweet words. Even if it means I am like a moth flying into a flame, I am willing to do so. The candle flame flickered, and the temperature in the room rose steadily, making it difficult to tell where one was. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and kissed the sweat on her forehead. Husband, Lu Yun called softly, her eyes hazy, and she was more proactive than ever. The battle stopped, and Lu Yun didn't even have the strength to move her fingers. Yang Shu gently waved the fan and looked at Lu Yun with tender eyes. After resting for a while, Lu Yun followed Yang Shu's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and got closer to him. Are you feeling better? Lu Yun's voice is hoarse and lazy. Thanks to my wife. Yang Shu's eyes were full of meaning. Be careful with Wu Lu. He will definitely not like you being so ostentatious. You still say I ruined the atmosphere, but you're not bad either. Yang Shu gently rubbed Lu Yun's waist. I've already told you about Pai Gao. If Wu Lu makes any unusual moves, just stop him and beat him up. The relationship between the Dingguo Palace and him is not very friendly. Now that he has become interested, outsiders will definitely not think of Jiang Chuan. I'll go get some water so you can wash up. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu and refused to let him go. No hurry. Doesn't the prince want me to give birth? Yang Shu's heart beat faster. It just ended. Why are you looking at me with the eyes of a wolf again? I want to live, not die on the couch. Lu Yun poked Yang Shu's chest. Yang Shu smiled and stroked her back gently. Among those who stood out today, there are no sons of noble families. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. Yang Shu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. There are many playboys in Jinan. Most of the sons of nobles indulge in music and can only read a few words. Although there are some excellent ones, if they lose to a concubine, they will lose face. Most importantly, they are afraid. Jiang Chuan is a concubine, but to be the concubine of the eldest princess of Yi State, is it really easy with his family background? If something goes wrong, can they afford the consequences? If Yi country refuses to give in, will the conflict between the two countries intensify? Eventually, they will go to war. Weak countries cannot give people confidence. They can think of countless possibilities for a small matter. The best solution is to play dumb and hide as usual. Lu Yun raised her eyes. Your Highness is talking about the majority, but there are a few families, such as the Duke Zhong's mansion, who are quite brave. Yang Shu laughed. My lady, the emperor suppressed the military commanders, and these people have turned their attention to studying. Although they have learned martial arts, it is just to strengthen their bodies. It is difficult for them to pass the first level, let alone beat me. Like famous generals, when they go down, it's not nice to hear them win. All these factors combined together, I am proud of myself. Of course, we can't let our guard down. It's the first day, so it's inevitable that some people will wait and see. As he spoke, Yang Shu stood up, poured some water, helped Lu Yun up, and fed her the water. The effect I wanted has been achieved. You will become more famous, get stronger generals, and stir up the anger of the people. The next step is to deepen the suspicion between the emperor and Wu Lu. Are you sleepy? Seeing that Lu Yun's eyelids were opening and closing more and more slowly, Yang Shu put down the cup, knowing that she was extremely tired today. Helping the person lie down, Yang Shu boiled some hot water and decided not to take a bath tonight. After wringing out the towel, Yang Shu wiped Lu Yun's body. Sleeping soundly, Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's hair and gathered it behind his back. After exercising in the morning and having lunch, Yang Shu left the Dingguo Palace. He had to be Jiangchuan again today. Huzushi tightened his sleeves and walked towards the ring created by Yang Shu with murderous intent. He wrote all night yesterday and was finally able to write his own name, although it was not as ugly as a chicken's. He blamed his parents for giving him such a difficult character. It would have been better to write something like Hunyoi Do. Strong, with few strokes. He was almost bald from scratching his head last night. Brother Hu, where are you going? Come with me. Something happened to your third son. His head was broken. A man dressed as a peddler pulled Huzushi and said urgently, Who did it? Huzushi was furious and rushed out. After walking for a while, he stopped, turned around suddenly, and looked straight at the vendor. This place is Jianan, not Suizhou. Even if Sunwazi had wings, he couldn't get here. The vendor was not panicked. He narrowed his eyes and said, General Hu, you have been a soldier for so many years and have made contributions, but you have not made any progress. Do you want to waste your whole life like this? Hu Chang is smart and has the potential to be a good student, but can your family afford to support him? If there is a famine, I don't know how many of this family will survive. I came to you today because the young master saw that you are brave and extraordinary and he cherished your talent. Do you want to be a general? He's just a concubine. What's the point of getting angry with him? The real enemy is Yegua behind him. You can kill Jiangchuan, but what about Yegua? They are marching south on horseback. How many of them can you kill? Go to Waka Pass and make a career. The young master will take good care of your family. Hu Chang will be able to study, and your sisters will be able to wear new clothes and eat white steamed buns. Huzushi frowned. Are you kidding me? Here is 50 taels of silver. Go back and pack it. You will be exiled to Waku Pass in the next 2 days. The mouth can lie, but money can't be fake, right? As far as we know, you haven't received your military pay for half a year. Huzushi opened his purse, took out all the silver, and bit them one by one. The vendor saw his eyes widened, so he said nothing and walked away quietly. Real. Huzushi swallowed hard. He had never seen so much silver before. After rubbing his face twice, Huzushi decided to follow the man. 50 taels was too much, but it was enough to buy his life. After putting the silver in his arms, Huzushi no longer had the heart to deal with Yang Shu. That guy was right. What's the point of killing a lover? The most important thing is to stop Yigua behind him. You guys are really unbearable to look at. Yang Shu looked at the man who fell off the horse, shook his head, and made sarcastic remarks one after another. I have several dogs, and they can gallop on horses. If I raise a chicken, I can beat you all to the ground. Look at your thin arms, and you're still pulling the bow. It's so funny. You'll break all the bones. I don't mean to say that you should ask your emperor to hand in a letter of surrender. A bunch of people who are not even as good as women. How can you expect them to go to the battlefield? If I see blood, I'm afraid I'll scream. Ha! Yang Shu laughed wildly. The people's eyes were red, their teeth were chattering, and they took 2 steps forward unconsciously. Meng Pa frowned and moved closer to Yang Shu, fearing that the angry crowd would tear him into pieces. Chapter 120 Phone Bai is shot by an arrow. Is there anyone else going to play? Yang Shu seemed not to notice the anger of the crowd, or rather, he didn't care at all. He continued to act recklessly without any restraint. In the restaurant, Phone Bai took the bow, squinted at Yang Shu, and then loosened his hand. In the state of Yan, he is just a concubine. How can he be so unruly? The arrow was fast, but Meng Po was even faster. He drew out his knife and chopped down the arrow in just a moment. Yang Shu turned his head to look over, and when his eyes met Phone Bai's, Yang Shu smiled. He smiled happily. That was great. He was such an annoying person. Waving the whip, Yang Shu said to Meng Pa, "Go, catch the man. Don't make me unhappy. You know I have a bad temper and a bad heart." Meng Po's face turned cold, and he looked at the crowd. The guards hiding inside immediately walked towards him. When 20 skilled guards rushed into the restaurant, Feng Bai was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chuan to bring so many people. It's just a toy, but it's not worth all the effort. The legitimate princess of Yi Kingdom is simply ridiculous. How dare you? My father is the Minister of Revenue. You should know what the consequences will be if you touch me. Feng Bai's face was extremely stern. Meng Pa didn't stop, and he became the Minister of Revenue? Then what? The Yan Kingdom will fall into Yang Shu's hands sooner or later. Does the Feng family want to intimidate him? It's better to think about how to beg for mercy from Yang Shu, so that you can die quickly. Kicking over Feng Bai's followers, Meng Pa carried Feng Bai in front of Yang Shu. How despicable. You don't have the guts to fight in the open, but hide in the dark and shoot arrows. People from Yan. Yang Shu drew out the words, full of sarcasm. After patting Feng Bai's face, Yang Shu dragged him to the pillar and secured him there. What are you going to do? Feng Bai roared. Yang Shu picked up the arrow shot by Feng Bai, turned it around in his hand, and said casually, "What for?" "Of course, I'm returning the arrow to you." Yang Shu pulled the bow to its full length. "Jiang Chuan, my father is the Minister of Revenue. If anything happens to me, you guys will be buried with me." Feng Bai roared with a pale face. Yang Shu put down the arrow and seemed to hesitate. "You are just a plaything, and you are unworthy of being so presumptuous. Untie me." Feng Bai's eyes were sinister, filled with disdain for Yang Shu. Yang Shu looked at Meng Pa and said, "Untie him." Meng Pa was slightly surprised. Yang Shu even dared to imprison the princess, so would he stop because of Feng Bai's words? Could it be that this guy still has feelings for Feng Qingwan? After thinking about it randomly, Meng Pa walked over and cut the rope on Feng Bai with a knife. This matter is not over yet. Feng Bai looked at Yang Shu and turned around angrily. Yang Shu shrugged and tapped the bow with his fingers. After Feng Bai took 10 steps, Yang Shu raised his eyes, pulled the bowstring, and the next moment, the arrow flew out. Feng Bai looked at the arrow that pierced through his body, turned slowly, his eyes full of disbelief. The crowd of onlookers screamed. He actually dared to shoot. That's the son of the Minister of Revenue. It's boring to shoot while he's tied up. It's a pity that he didn't run, so the pleasure was much less. Yang Shu said innocently. Feng Bai opened his mouth and fell headfirst. Meng Po's pupils constricted. Did he kill someone? Weakling. Taking out a silver ingot from his purse, Yang Shu threw it to the crowd. Send the man to the Shangshu mansion and tell him not to thank you. I guarantee that this little chicken will never dare to shoot an arrow from the dark again. Oh right, the third one on Chunyang Street. Yang Shu jumped onto his horse, turned around, and thanked him loudly, fearing that others would not be able to find him. You are so crazy. As soon as he entered the room, Meng Pa shouted at Yang Shu. It's not a vital part. Why are you so nervous? Yang Shu poured a glass of water. Even if it's not a vital part, it could still be fatal. I'm not afraid of the shots, so why are you worried? Have you followed me for a few days, and are you impressed by my charisma? Yang Shu glanced at Meng Pa. How much is the monthly salary? I'll compare it and see if I can stay. Meng Pa slammed the table, causing the teapot to bang. Worried? If the princess wasn't in your hands, I'd let you know how fast my knife is. Sorry, bear with it. She is in my hands. Yang Shu sat down leisurely and drank the water in the cup. Staring at me does nothing but make yourself more angry. Just a reminder, this prince is very handsome. Be careful not to fall for him. Bah! Meng Pa turned his head away. You shot Feng Bai. The Feng family will not let it go. Let's make a bet. If no one from the Feng family comes before dark, you will give me 3 taels of silver. If someone comes, I will give you 10 taels. Yang Shu said in a casual tone. Meng Pa stared at Yang Shu, his eyes searching. What tricks have you prepared? It's meaningless if I say it out loud. Yang Shu lowered his eyes and stroked the wall of the cup with his fingers. In the Shangshu mansion, Feng Qingwan picked up her skirt and rushed into Feng Bai's room. Brother? Feng Qingwan's legs went weak when she saw the bright red blood in the basin. At one side, Minister Feng had a sullen look on his face, his eyes fixed on the arrow that had been taken out. Mother Feng looked at her pale-faced son and sobbed with her hands covering her mouth. There is no injury to any vital parts. Take good care of yourself, and you will recover in a few days. The doctor bowed to Minister Feng and said carefully, Thank you for your help. Minister Feng asked someone to see the doctor off. After looking at Feng Bai twice, he stepped out. Master, Jiang Chuan's identity is not simple. The butler hurried to the front of Minister Feng. Jiang Chuan is just a pseudonym. His real identity is the only son of Marquis Jingyang. If he marries the Princess of Yegua, his career as an official will be cut off. Marquis Jingyang will never allow it. Jiang Chuan and the princess have had a secret affair for a long time. Minister Feng's eyes narrowed. The housekeeper continued. Among the envoys coming to Yi State this time is Han Qi. Feng Shangshu's expression changed completely. Master, Yi State is not talking about gold mines at all. They want to annex Yan State. Yang Shu being shot by an arrow was the first step of the plan. And the second step lies with Jiang Chuan. He is arrogant and domineering, and he looks down on everyone. He is bound to attract murderous intent. Once he dies, Minister Feng raised his eyes sharply. This is truly a vicious plot, not hesitating to send the Marquis of Jingyang's only son to death. Prepare the car. I want to go to the palace. As time passed, Meng Po's expression became more and more solemn. The Feng family actually did not take any action. He walked into the room. His eyes fell on Yang Shu and asked word by word, "What did you do?" Yang Shu turned a page in the book and said, "You have a lot of people under your control. Go check it out yourself. Our friendship is not yet at the point where I can answer your questions. By the way, 3 taels of silver." Yang Shu stretched out his hand towards Meng Po. "It's not time yet." Meng Po uttered these 5 words stiffly and strode away. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. "It's obvious, isn't it just that he has a problem with this prince?" Shaking his head, Yang Shu continued reading his book. "It's getting dark." Yang Shu found Meng Po and extended his hand. Meng Po's cheeks twitched. He knew how to make people unhappy. Taking out his purse, Meng Po fiercely thrust 3 taels of silver into Yang Shu's hand. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Do you want to make another bet?" Yang Shu called out to Meng Po with a warm look on his face. Meng Po turned his head, glanced at Yang Shu, and walked away with his skirt in the wind. Chapter 121. Great compliment. Be more subtle next time. Yang Shu tossed the silver in his hand with a smile on his face, marking today's earnings. At night, Yang Shu returned to the Dingguo Palace. Lu Yun and Lu Yun had already finished their meal and were sitting together chatting. Seeing Yang Shu coming back, Lu Yun asked Mo Mei to go to the kitchen and bring the warm food. After drinking a glass of water, Yang Shu took out Meng Po's 3 taels of silver from his purse and boasted, "I earned this today." Lu Yun and Lu Yun looked at each other. 3 taels of silver was not a large amount, so it shouldn't be a robbery. "You two look like that." "Your Highness, life is not easy. If it weren't for your hard work outside, I'm afraid everyone in the mansion would have nothing to eat." Lu Yun pressed her handkerchief to the corners of her eyes, deeply moved. Yang Shu glanced at her and said, "You're praising her very well. Be more subtle next time." Laughter rang out in the room. "Would you like to share some?" Yang Shu invited. Lu Yun and Lu Yun both shook their heads. They didn't like to eat much at night. "I shot Feng Bai today. The arrow went through his right chest." Lu Yun served Yang Shu a bowl of soup. "We already know about this matter, but the Feng family didn't make any move at all. They wanted me to pay with my blood, but it's hard to touch the only son of Marquis Jingyang." Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. "My husband, have you created an identity for yourself? Then I must put on one. I'm so arrogant. If I don't keep my shell, I'll be so fragile. If someone just runs over me, I'll probably stand straight again." Lu Yun kowtowed lightly. "Xie Shushu might not know that you have plotted against her. I didn't beg her to do so. She helped promote it on her own initiative." Yang Shu took a sip of soup and spoke casually. "What did you reveal?" Lu Yun asked with interest. "Han Qi." With just 2 words, Lu Yun and Lu Yun understood. The rumors that Yigua coveted the state of Yin were widely spread. The appearance of the legitimate princess's lover in Jinan was already suspicious, and with Han Qi, everyone was sure that Yigua had ulterior motives. Yang Shu was shot with an arrow in order to stimulate the old man and make his already weak body even weaker. If the old man could not get out of bed or even died of illness, Yi State would be able to conquer Yan State as quickly as possible. The reason for the war started with the tragic death of Marquis Jingyang's only son in Jinan. At the beginning, they pretended to ask for an explanation, but the conflicts were gradually ignited and a fight naturally broke out. Since he knew that Jiang Chuan was part of Yi State's attack on Yan State, why would Minister Feng step into this trap? He couldn't even get close to him. If he sent someone, Jiang Chuan might just die. Once a person dies, you can't explain it with your mouth. You are treacherous, and every step you take is not in vain. Lu Yun handed the towel to Yang Shu and asked him to wipe the soup that spilled on his hands. "Thank you." Lu Yun smiled. "You dare to make up anything, and you are not afraid of being exposed." Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Yun didn't stay any longer. "My dear, I'm done eating." After taking a shower, Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun, and after a while, he picked up the book again. Relying on her photographic memory, she would change a book almost every 2 days. If it involved people's livelihood, it would take a little longer. Have you finished washing? Lu Yun put down the book and held hands with Yang Shu. I guarantee it's clean. Do you want to take a look? Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's ear with an ambiguous voice. Just loving to tease her, Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's nose. Madam, do you feel bored staying in the mansion all day? Yang Shu asked softly while holding Lu Yun's soft body on the bed. This is my home. How can it be boring? Don't worry about me. I won't force myself. If I get tired, I will definitely stop. Husband, I like those books. Yeah. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's hair. His room was full of warmth, but neither the emperor nor Minister Feng could sleep. In the study, the candlelight flickered and Minister Feng's face looked so gloomy that water could drip from it. Father, Feng Qingwan called from outside. Come in. Minister Feng straightened his sitting posture. Father is still awake late at night. Is he worried about something? What about Jiang Chuan? Feng Qingwan pursed her lips. This man cannot be touched. Minister Feng closed his eyes. Jiang Chuan was pushed out by Yegua to be killed. His true identity is the only son of Marquis Jingyang. Marquis Jingyang is very tyrannical in Yi State. He will not give up until Jiang Chuan dies in Jinan. He will definitely lead his army to slaughter him. Your eldest brother is part of this. Ever since Jiang Chuan stepped into Jinan, his hands must have been stained with the blood of officials' children. Feng Qingwan was stunned. She didn't expect things to be so complicated. Father, is it true? Feng Qingwan murmured, her body slightly tense. Although she was a woman, she knew that Yan's national strength was not as good as Ye's. Once the war starts, Yan will be defeated. I have already found out that Han Shi did follow Wu Lu into Jinan. Feng Qingwan raised her eyes sharply. Her pupils trembled violently, and she no longer had any doubts. Father, what about us? There's no need to panic. Minister Feng comforted Feng Qingwan. His eyes turned cold. There are many people hiding under Jinan. Not only Yegua is eyeing Yinghua, they will not let Yegua get what he wants. The news about Jiang Chuan was released by them. Feng Qingwan lowered her eyes. Father, is it really a cause for joy that the Dingguo Palace is destroyed? Marshal Yang is the soul of the Yang family army. Without him, can the Yang family army still display its previous combat power? Without the deterrence of Dingguo Palace, will those countries really help Yinghua grow? Feng Shangshu's expression was indifferent. Yan State is full of talented people. There must be a general star. Okay, go to bed. Feng Qingwan bowed and left the study. Her father had said so much to her tonight because he was afraid that she would get angry and cause trouble for Jiang Chuan. This person must be avoided. The emperor was so cruel as to take action against the Dingguo Palace that helped him, let alone the Feng family. If Yegua launches an attack, he will hand over the Feng family without hesitation. Walking on the Bluestone Road, Feng Qingwan's eyes could not focus. She felt more confused than ever before. As a ruler, shouldn't he protect his people? As an official, shouldn't he seek benefits for the people? Knowing clearly that they are weak, why do they continue to fight among themselves and destroy the pillars of the country? Are these people really not afraid of losing their country? Hunting. Yang Shu took a towel and wiped his sweat. He wants to ease the relationship between the two countries. It seems that the emperor doesn't want that gold mine anymore. Shaking his head, Yang Shu stepped forward, and Pai Gao followed behind him to report the news he had received. Prince, will Wu Lu expose you? He has to know that. The emperor and Minister Feng won't let anyone know. Yang Shu sneered. It would be so embarrassing if it was exposed in public. It also makes me look like a coward. I clearly know that Yegua has bad intentions, but I still keep a low profile and don't even dare to say a word of threat. If this gets out, they will lose face. I don't have much free time these days, especially during the day, when I'm not in the mansion. Please make sure you take good care of the food for each courtyard. Take this money. Buy some clothes for the guards who work hard every day. Prepare a few tables for the banquet. I can drink a few drinks with them at night. Starting from next month, the monthly salary will be doubled. Pai Gao nodded repeatedly, and seeing that Yang Shu had no other instructions, he left briskly. The perfume sold well and the palace had a source of money, so the prince became even more generous. Chapter 122 Celebrating Lu Yun's birthday. Are you free today? Seeing Yang Shu coming over, Lu Yun put down the scissors and asked Zier to pick up the branches and leaves on the ground. Yang Shu led her into the house and said, I'll go out later and ask you if you want to eat anything today. Lu Yun laughed. Do you want to raise people like pigs? A pig's waist isn't as thin as yours. Don't like it. Lu Yun approached Yang Shu and looked at him with a smile that seemed to be meaningful. I'll take care of you tonight. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and kissed her hard on the lips. It's my birthday today. The moment Yang Shu left, Lu Yun said to him. Yang Shu paused and turned back. I'll be back soon. I'll beat you up even harder. I didn't tell him until his birthday. Lu Yun raised her lips and smiled, and she didn't look away until Yang Shu's figure disappeared. The eldest son of the Feng family was injured. The arrow went through his chest, but the Feng family didn't cause any trouble for Jiang Chuan. In the tea house, a group of people were chatting, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Maybe we are mistaken and he is not Master Feng, someone asked. The Feng family personally carried the person in. This cannot be false. The tea house fell silent again. They obviously couldn't figure out what was going on. A concubine, even if he is from the country, would not be enough to make the Shangshu afraid. Is the son of the Feng family so ignored? Is he allowed to be bullied by outsiders? The abnormality of the Feng family made those who were originally preparing to teach Jiang Chuan a lesson lose their ambition and just wait and see. Boring. Yang Shu yawned. This young master defeated all the heroes of Yan State by himself. It's so boring without even an opponent. Yang Shu touched the horse's head and sighed. Never mind. You can't force ants to behave like humans. Tear down the things, put up a banner, and write men of Yin have no spine. With a wave of his hand, Yang Shu jumped on his horse and went straight back to his residence. What are you doing? Meng Pa frowned slightly when he saw Yang Shu stirring the egg whites. Doctor, you taught you? Who are you going to poison? Yang Shu raised his eyelids and said, Don't let your imagination go too far. One with an unclean mind cannot guess at a pure person. Meng Po's eyes twitched, and he almost spitted at Yang Shu's face. Pure? He is pure. How dare this guy say that? Did he forget that he threatened him yesterday, saying that he had a vicious heart? If he dared not to obey, he would torment the princess. Now that you're here, don't just stand there and watch. Help me knead the dough. Wash your hands clean. Yang Shu pointed at the flour beside him with his chin. Meng Po's face turned dark and he snorted and was about to leave. Do you want to meet Shui Tingyu? Meng Pa turned back and started working hard. The guards heard the noise of the tennis table in the kitchen, poked their heads out to take a look, and debated whether to stay away. After all, Yang Shu was a difficult person to figure out, and they didn't believe that he was just cooking. Maybe it was to kill them all. The materials are limited, we can't force it. Yang Shu looked at the finished product and sighed. When will you take me to see the princess? Seeing Yang Shu was about to leave, Meng Pa stopped him, his body covered in flour. Tomorrow. I'll give you the letter tomorrow. Yang Shu walked past Meng Pa and didn't plan to waste any more time as it was getting dark. At the manor, Wu Lu frowned. What did you find out? Why did the Feng family let Jiang Chuan go? The follower lowered his head and said, This subordinate deserves death. Wu Lu's face darkened. He felt like everything was out of control. The water was very murky, and he couldn't even see how many fish there were. When a mantis stalks a cicada, is there a yellow bird behind him? For a moment, Wu Lu didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of becoming an easy target for others. Keep checking. Yes. The follower didn't dare to look up and walked out of the room, facing Wu Lu. The third prince looked at the letter handed over by the Feng family, frowned, and threw the paper into the brazier. Yigua is really ambitious. Each family was inquiring and sharing information with each other. Just as Yang Shu had expected, the water in Jianan was completely muddied. Everyone felt that the other party was up to something and was secretly on guard. Holding the cake, after returning home, Yang Shu did not go to Fuxianjuan first, but went to the garden. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Yun looked outside the yard and clenched his palms. He said he would come back. Second, madam, do you want us to bring the food first? Zier asked softly. Lu Yun shook her head, her eyes always fixed on the door, waiting for that figure. Prince, let me go. Fang Zhuang volunteered, and Yang Shu looked at him sideways, fearing that he would not be fully exposed because of his mumbling code words. Watch out, I'll be there in a moment. Yang Shu took a step forward. Meow. Hearing the cat's cry, Zier's eyes moved, and she looked at Lu Yun. Second, madam, listen, there's a cat. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Does the mansion have a cat? Could it be that the prince bought it back? Hearing this, Lu Yun took a few steps outside and looked around. Second, madam, why don't we look for it? Today is your birthday. The prince must have prepared a surprise for you, and this cat might be one of them. Zier said anxiously, pulled Lu Yun and took her out. Lu Yun didn't want to leave the yard, but the cat's meow was definitely not right. Here it comes. Pai Gao lowered his voice and signaled everyone to squat down and not make any noise. Walking all the way to the garden, Lu Yun stopped and said, Where are the lights here? What? Before Lu Yun finished speaking, small hanging lights lit up and then began to dance. Lu Yun was stunned by this scene. She walked forward and looked around, trying to find Yang Shu. Pay attention, you all have to be paid. Yang Shu appeared beside Lu Yun, took her hand, and motioned her to look at the light. While Lu Yun's attention was on the lamp, Yang Shu waved back. Zier immediately crouched down, walked over lightly, and handed a bouquet of flowers to Yang Shu. "Happy birthday, my lady. 9 kinds of flowers, wishing us a long-lasting and everlasting love." Yang Shu gave the flowers to Lu Yun, his eyes full of tenderness. Lu Yun looked at him steadily, with a little redness at the corners of her eyes. She had never had a proper birthday, and no one had ever cared so much about her. "Don't cry. Everyone is watching you, and they wish their necks were 3 meters long." Yang Shu gently wiped away Lu Yun's tears and glanced in the direction of Fang Zhuang. This guy really wanted to move a bench, crack some melon seeds, and watch the fun. "Come." Yang Shu led Lu Yun forward. "Second madam. Happy birthday." Everyone shouted with laughter, controlling their voices as they were afraid that if they were combined together, they would be heard outside. The hanging lanterns were arranged to form the words "Happy Birthday," and directly behind them was a large table with a bowl of longevity noodles and a 3-layer cake on the table. Yang Shu spent an afternoon tinkering with the results. Lu Yun and Mo Mei came over. Under the gaze of everyone, Yang Shu placed the candles on the cake. "Make a wish." Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun with encouragement. Pai Gao, Fang Zhuang, and his group gathered around and sang the happy birthday song that Yang Shu had asked them to sing. Lu Yun looked at the faces reflected in the candlelight, and her eyes became red. Chapter 123 looks thinner. "Make a wish and blow out the candles." Mo Mei is drooling, Yang Shu said in a gentle voice. Lu Yun smiled, nodded, glanced at Yang Shu, and closed her eyes. The surroundings became quiet until Lu Yun blew out the candles, and the atmosphere became lively again. "Second madam, I want that piece." Fang Zhuang pushed through the crowd and pointed at the area covered with grapes, his eyes shining. "Fang San." Fang Zhuang was not the only one staring at the grapes. Just as Lu Yun picked up the wooden knife, a young man scooped up the grapes with a shovel and ran away. "I won't let you go." Fang Zhuang chased after him. Lu Yun was a little confused, then she smiled. She liked this kind of playfulness. There was no calculation or conspiracy. There was no need to be on guard against each other. It was all up to everyone. Mo Mei protected her plate, picked up a grape, and put it in her mouth. Yang Shu took a glance and chuckled. Who could snatch food from this foodie? Knowing that Fang Zhuang and others could make it, Yang Shu made a big cake, but he still underestimated it. Looking at the clean table, Yang Shu was stunned for a long time. Pinger and Prince Ding's mansion didn't let them starve, right? Why does it look like there is a famine? "Second madam, is there anything else?" Mo Mei pulled Lu Yun's sleeve. Fang Zhuang and others were looking for something new, but Mo Mei really liked sweets. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. Yang Shu spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't do it either. "Maybe in 2 days." Yang Shu tapped Mo Mei's head. "It is not difficult to make a cake. With some guidance, the cook will be able to do it." "Miss, did you hear that?" Mo Mei ran towards Lu Yun. This girl was very smart now and didn't give Yang Shu any chance to deceive her at all. Lu Yun smiled and tapped Mo Mei's forehead. "I heard it." "Son-in-law," the young lady heard it. Mo Mei immediately became proud. Everyone laughed. After the excitement, Fang Zhuang and others dispersed, and Yang Shu, Lu Yun and Lu Yun strolled on the Bluestone Road. After sending Lu Yun back to Wanheyuan, Yang Shu raised his chin and signaled Lu Yun to look up. "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Not as good as that night." Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand, tenderness in her eyes. Yang Shu looked at her and picked her up. Zier pushed the door open very consciously and then stepped back. "The night is long. How would you like to spend it, my lady?" Yang Shu asked with a smile while lying on the chaise longue. "You ask even though you know the answer." Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, with a charming look in the corners of her eyes. "I really don't understand. Madam, please explain it to me clearly." Yang Shu put his hand on Lu Yun's waist with an innocent look on his face. Lu Yun raised her eyes, smiled, and twisted Yang Shu's waist. "Make you bad?" "Hiss, you were so cruel." Yang Shu pulled the person into his arms, looked down at Lu Yun, his eyes full of accusation. Lu Yun chuckled and rubbed the pinched area. "Will you go on the hunt in 3 days?" "It's very likely. I want to see how the Emperor's expression changes." Reaching out his hand, Yang Shu took out a red scarf and tied the white jade wrapped in it around Lu Yun's waist. "Birthday present, if it's worth it, it shouldn't be less than 1,000 taels." Lu Yun chuckled and agreed. Early in the morning, Lu Yun woke up and Yang Shu had already left the house. "Prince, live in the east courtyard," the head of the village said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu nodded and asked the village head to get busy. Cui Dingyu was warning Cui Yu not to enter Xie Su's room when she heard footsteps and looked up. "You look thinner." Yang Shu looked at Cui Dingyu infatuatedly, his eyes full of heartache. Cui Dingyu looked away. Did he feel uncomfortable if he didn't perform for a day? Even if she lost weight, wasn't it all because of him? "What are you doing here?" "Mingpa misses you very much." Yang Shu's tone was soft. If you didn't know, you would think that the couple was having a conflict and he was using the child to soften his wife. Now I only regret that I didn't learn some martial arts. Chui Dingyu had a cold face. She and Yi were in Yang Shu's hands, and the relationship between the two countries was extremely tense. With her help, Yang Shu could easily control her guards. Girl, don't be too hard-hearted. There are not many people as sincere as me. What did Dr. Yu say? Yang Shu looked at Chui Yu and asked with concern. You don't know. I'm waiting for you to tell me. Yang Shu sat down on the chair, took out a paper bag and tossed it. Do you want to eat some candied fruit? Yang Shu said to Chui Yi. Chui Yi put his hand in his mouth, smiled foolishly and nodded. Yang Shu. Chui Dingyu's eyes were stern. Take it. Yang Shu handed the paper bag to Chui Yi. Why are you so angry? I didn't bully him. As for humiliation, it doesn't even exist. I'm not bored enough to tease a fool. You can hear me clearly from such a distance? Come closer. Don't you want to know what's going on outside? Marquis Jingyang's only son came to Jianan. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone. The other day, he shot and wounded Minister Feng's son. The arrow went a little too far and Feng Bo died. Yang Shu sighed, seeming helpless about this situation. Qi Tiao is in Jianan? Chui Dingyu obviously didn't believe it. What nonsense. I really can't fool you. Yang Shu looked into the distance and said, Qi Tiao is definitely not in Jianan, but I am. It takes time to verify, but it's enough for me to achieve my goal. Thanks to your sign. Yang Shu thanked sincerely. Chui Dingyu frowned. She couldn't receive any news from the outside world. She really didn't know what the connection was between that sign and Qi Tiao. Eat well and relax. I'm not a good person. I will take advantage of anyone I can. No matter how worried you are, you can't stop it. Yang Shu stood up and walked out. Chui Dingyu definitely cannot be left idle. Every time he said something, she should be looking forward to his arrival. If there is an urgent desire, it means that he will be able to exchange more resources from Chui Dingyu. Give. When he met Mengpa, Yang Shu gave him the letter. Mengpa leaned over and opened the letter. The next second, he looked at Yang Shu angrily. Why is there not even a single word? Your princess doesn't want to write. Can I force her? Yang Shu curled his lips. Mengpa suppressed his anger and said, Yesterday you said you would take me there. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Did you remember it wrong? Or did I remember it wrong? Yesterday, I clearly asked you if you wanted to see Chui Dingyu, but I didn't tell you to see her. You. Mengpa's chest heaved and he walked away angrily. Yang Shu picked up the envelope on the ground and shook his head. Chui Dingyu was really hard to please. He did not break his promise and gave her the letter. If Chui Dingyu refused to write, what could he do? The fire is breaking out. Shouts rang out at night. Yang Shu rushed out of the fire. His residence was filled with smoke and the fire was exactly the same as when the embassy was burned. I will not forgive you. Yang Shu's eyes were fierce and ferocious under the light of the fire. He roared to the sky, and it was completely invisible that he was the one who set the fire. Mengpa stood aside with a wooden face. He didn't have Yang Shu's acting skills. Minister Feng entered the palace overnight. Your Majesty, if the guards had not been alert and rushed to Jiangchuan's house in time, he would have been buried in the sea of fire. I'm afraid this bucket of dirty water will be poured on me, this old minister. Minister Feng said in a deep voice. Chapter 124 Living in the Shangshu Mansion. The emperor's face was grim. They were determined to kill Jiangchuan. According to your opinion, what should I do? Send the person to Wulu. After this, he has nothing to do with us. Minister Feng spoke slowly. The emperor frowned slightly. Not appropriate. If we send it to Wulu, it will be easier for him to manipulate it. He can kill people and then put the blame on the state of Yan. No one would believe that Wulu killed his own people and put the blame on us. Minister Feng said nothing more, waiting for the emperor's orders. My dear, your house is spacious and can accommodate everyone. Minister Feng raised his eyes and met the emperor's gaze that brooked no rejection. He responded with difficulty. Jiangchuan hurt his son, so it was reasonable for him to take him away. If Jiangchuan died in his house, all the responsibility would be on him, and pushing the Feng family out would calm the situation. The heart of an emperor is truly cold and indifferent. What are you doing? In the inn, Yang Shu drew his knife and roared at the people who surrounded him. Mr. Jiang, the thieves are rampant. In order to protect you from being assassinated, the emperor has arranged a new residence for you. The leader was dressed as a servant, but from his figure and demeanor, he did not look like a servant at all. For Mr. Jiang, living here is too simple. You yourself may not be satisfied. Yang Shu curled his lips in displeasure, obviously agreeing with what he said. The Yan State city patrols are really useless. They can't even catch an arsonist. After cursing a few times, Yang Shu asked the servant to lead the way. Mengpa pursed his lips tightly, and he lost 3 or 2 more taels of silver. He would never bet on this thing next time, no matter what. Yang Shu entered the Shangshu mansion through the side door. After sending the person there, the servant left. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. The servant lowered his head and led the way, taking Yang Shu to Chi Feng Courtyard, the most luxurious courtyard of the Feng family. Go and prepare some water. This young master wants to take a bath. Yang Shu ordered the servant with a condescending attitude, as if everything was natural. Please wait a moment, sir. The servant bowed and retreated. In the study, Minister Feng sighed, it's hard to walk late at night. Tomorrow morning, you can stay at your aunt's house for a while. Feng Qingwan's red lips moved. Father, if Jiang Chuan knew that this was the Shangshu mansion, let him do whatever he wants. Sha Shu Feng's expression was cold, with anger in his eyes. Feng Qingwan thought of the emperor and said goodbye to Minister Feng. No matter how powerful the Feng family is, they are not as powerful as the emperor. Once he has spoken, the Feng family has no say on whether he is willing or not. Look at what I'm doing, money? Yang Shu stretched out his hand. Mengpa threw it to him expressionlessly, put on the mask. If it falls off, you won't be able to get out. You should worry more. If something happens to me, what will happen to Chuading you and that young man? Yang Shu rubbed his temple in distress. Mengpa's teeth were chattering, and the knife-wielding man's heart could not be hidden. Mengpa no longer looked at Yang Shu and went to check everywhere. If Yang Shu was exposed, it would be a disaster for him. Looking at the famous paintings on the wall, Yang Shu's lips curled up with sarcasm. As far as he could remember, the original owner had come to the Feng family more than once, but was rarely warmly received. Basically, they're all cold and impatient. Even if you stay after lunch, you will be given an ordinary room. Changing your identity will bring you different treatment. It's funny. In the Dingguo Palace, Pang Chi frowned. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. He even dared to live in the Feng family. Old Pang. Hearing the shouting in the house, Ponzi walked into the house. Marshal, what's wrong? Old Master Yang shook his head and said, go and talk to them and ask them to come to Qixia Court for dinner tomorrow. Yang Shu went out early and usually came back at night. Old man Yang missed him a little when he couldn't see him. Pang Chi lowered his eyes. Tomorrow? It would be strange if that kid could come back tomorrow. Marshal, now is the time for you to recuperate. The prince wanted to come to see you, but I sent him away. You should wait until you are better before eating with them, so that they won't be afraid to speak loudly because of you. Has Shua been here? Old Master Yang sat up. Pang Chi nodded, several times a day. I'm too idle. How can you talk like that? Old Master Yang blew his beard. Marshal, it's getting late. Take a rest and get well soon. Then I won't have to bother you. Pang Chi muttered to himself and helped Old Man Yang lie down. He will come tomorrow. Don't stop him. Before closing his eyes, Mr. Yang said to Pang Chi. Yes, yes, yes. Ponzi closed the door and sighed. He had really fallen and was even starting to fool the marshal. That night, Minister Feng had another sleepless night. Get out of the way. Early in the morning, Yang Shu was about to go out, but was stopped at the gate of the courtyard. Mr. Jiang, it's dangerous outside. For your safety, please stay in the yard. The guard's voice was cold and hard. Yang Shu immediately became angry. Are you going to imprison me? Mingpa. Yang Shu shouted, kill them. Seeing Yang Shu rushing over, the guard looked grim and kept turning the knife in his hand, fearing that he would stab Yang Shu. Master, a fight is broken out. Jiang Chuan refuses to give in and insists on leading his men to fight their way out. The housekeeper hurried to Minister Feng to report. Minister Feng's temples were throbbing and anger was boiling in his heart. He can't just sit still for a moment. Without bothering to see Feng Qi-wan off, Minister Feng walked towards Qin Feng Courtyard. The bloodstains on the ground were particularly eye-catching. The guard covered his arm and retreated while resisting. Jiang Chuan. Minister Feng shouted in a calm voice. Yang Shu looked over, his anger growing even stronger. You're the one who imprisoned me? Do you know who I am? Let me go now, or I'll raise this place to the ground. Yang Shu's eyes were full of hostility and he was extremely irritable. It was obvious that he was not someone who could be locked up. Minister Feng lowered his eyes and asked the guards to retreat. Let's talk. Minister Feng signaled Yang Shu to follow him. What I have to talk to you about? Yang Shu's voice was full of impatience, and he was about to leave. Chi Tiao. Minister Feng uttered 2 words. Yang Shu paused, turned around and stared at Minister Feng. Follow me. Minister Feng left first. Yang Shu thought for a while and followed. In the pavilion, Minister Feng took a sip of tea and said, you came to Jiannan. It must have been someone else's suggestion, right? What suggestion from others? I just got excited and came to take a look. Really? Minister Feng looked at Yang Shu. Who do you think set the fire last night? Who else could it be? It's that damn minister, a spineless guy who always does sneaky things. Yang Shu pouted. Minister Feng's eyes turned cold. Have you ever thought that you were from Yi country? Yang Shu waved the cup. Stop talking nonsense. You are old. Why don't you just lie down and sow discord here? Do you think I will fall for your trick? Minister Feng ignored Yang Shu and continued. You should know why the envoys from Yi State came to Yan State, right? But their real goal is not the gold mine, but the entire Yan State. You are part of this plan. Marquis Jing'an only has you as his son. He dotes on you and treats you like a treasure. If anything happens to you, he will never give up. Take your life and seize the state of Yan. You won't lose anything. Chapter 125. Given his level of suspicion. Nonsense. Yang Shu looked very unhappy. You are a smart man. You should be able to realize that something is wrong. Wearing a retainer badge and walking around the city is not what you originally thought. Minister Feng said dimly. Yang Shu tightened his jaw, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. He suddenly stood up and walked out. Jiang Chuan, this is not Yi country. Can you fight against it? Can the people around you protect you? I am not a coward. No one can imprison me. At worst, blood will be splattered 3 feet away. Yang Shu looked arrogant and unruly. Minister Feng frowned, and his hands holding the cup turned pale. If Yan State was stronger than Yi State, he would let Jiang Chuan know how to break a young man's spine in the most tragic way. Let him go. Minister Feng said through his teeth. What are you standing there for? Follow them. Don't let anyone get killed. Minister Feng shouted at the guards. Meng Pa lowered his eyes and followed behind Yang Shu. This thing's control over people's hearts was truly terrifying. He was taken into the Shangshu mansion and surrounded by 3 layers of guards, but he was still allowed to come out. Walking on the street, Yang Shu was a little dazed, and unconsciously, he walked to the manor where Wu Lu lived. Looking up at the manor, Yang Shu did not move for a long time. His body could be seen to be tense, as if burning with endless anger. The guard had quietly moved to the front, and if Yang Shu lost his mind and rushed towards the manor, he would stop him. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense and about to explode, Yang Shu turned and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With a cold face, Yang Shu returned to the Shangshu mansion. As soon as he entered the house, he smashed everything he could to vent his anger. Isn't it satisfying to smash other people's things? Meng Pa glanced at the messy ground and spoke slowly. It's more than just a pleasure, it's a complete exhilaration. Yang Shu kicked, cleared a piece of clean ground, and sat down. There's probably no one in the world as arrogant as you. You shot someone's son and moved in. Not only are you not careful, but you're acting like they owe you something. Yang Shu raised his eyelids and asked, Don't you owe me? Meng Pa choked. The Feng family was indeed in debt to the king's palace. I'm not the kind of person who repays evil with kindness. The disgusting things the Feng family did are enough for me to kill them. I didn't do anything right now because I didn't want them to die too easily. Meng Pa looked at Yang Shu. Your obsession with Feng Qingwan is all fake? Yang Shu laughed out loud. Even if I liked her before, now that the engagement is cancelled, it's over. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. She and Guodi are in love, and everyone knows it. How cheap am I to still like her? Don't say she's not a fairy. Even if she is, I won't be tempted by her anymore. Compared, your princess is still more outstanding. Meng Po's face darkened, and he lost his sarcasm. He poked Yang Shu's heart. If you dare to mess around, I will chop you to pieces. Have you ever thought that your princess is messing around? After all, this prince has good looks, talent, brains, and I also have money and soldiers. Which girl wouldn't be tempted? Pooh. When it comes to being shameless, no one can compare to you. Meng Pa sneered. How could the princess be interested in a guy like Yang Shu? He would chop off his head and let Yang Shu kick it like a ball. Look at you, you're just fine, but now you're making personal attacks. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Yang Shu shook his head. Meng Pa strode away. When it comes to talking, no one can compare to Yang Shu. No matter what you say, this guy can take it without any shame. No matter how harshly you curse, he will not only not get angry, but will listen with great interest and even make comments, telling you where you are lacking or where your words are not strong enough. Leaving now? It's been so many times, but your fighting ability is still so poor. There's no way I'll be unhappy this way. Yang Shu bent his legs, leaned back, and raised his voice. After being smashed a few times, Yang Shu became well-behaved. Not only did he not run outside, he even stayed away from the yard. The Shangshu mansion was quiet, but outside, it was far from quiet. Jiang Chuan shot an injured Feng Bai, but Shangshu Feng not only did not seek revenge, he also took him back home to take care of him and even sent people to protect him. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he is possessed by a ghost. Could Jiang Chuan be the illegitimate son of Minister Feng? Someone speculated. It's not like he doesn't have a son. Even if he owes a bastard a lot, he won't let him surpass his legitimate son. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chuan is a little bit arrogant, but he is a talented writer and also a capable fighter. He is much stronger than Feng Bai. As soon as these words came out, everyone began to feel uncertain. What are you thinking? Jiang Chuan is a Yi countryman. I think you just gave Minister Feng something. In just one day, there are all kinds of speculations. In addition to the discussions in the market, all the parties involved have also made every effort to investigate. This is too unusual. They keenly sensed that Jiang Chuan's identity was not simple. Definitely more than just a face-to-face companion. The second prince had a gloomy face. After Yahonglu was closed, his news lagged far behind others. For many things, he often didn't know about them until they happened. He was very displeased with Jiang Chuan, who suddenly appeared, and always felt that he was an unstable factor. But since he didn't offend him, Guiqi just pretended that he didn't exist. Now, things have become confusing. A lover made the Minister of Revenue so humble that he even ignored his own son. Jiang Chuan, who is he? Investigate and find a way to sneak into the Feng family. Guiqi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The secret guard replied yes and retreated lightly. Mingpa, this chicken is good. Don't hold it in your arms. Sit down and eat together. Yang Shu greeted Mingpa. Mingpa didn't even move his eyelids and pretended not to hear anything. As long as he ignored Yang Shu, he would not fall into the trap. Every time Mingpa saw this kid Rui, his teeth itched. It's really fragrant, and the meat is fresh and smooth. It's totally incomparable to what you can get in a restaurant. If you put some heartbreak grass in it, it will be more fragrant. Mingpa tilted to Yang Shu. Yang Shu took a sip of wine and said, You are becoming more and more imaginative. Others may harm me, but Minister Feng will never do that. His character is wider than the snow on the mountains. Yang Shu's words were full of admiration and respect. Mingpo's mouth and eyes twitched at the same time. This guy's ability to talk nonsense has become even better. Shut up. How did Shui Dingyu tolerate you? You don't even have the patience to listen to others. You explode without even starting a fire. Yang Shu swung his wine glass in a lazy manner. I moved into the Shangshu mansion, which must have alarmed a lot of people. They must have investigated it. The emperor must be watching from the dark. It's interesting to think about it. Will he think these people are colluding with the Yi Kingdom? Will he help kill me? Given his level of suspicion. Yang Shu poured the wine into his mouth. Look at what I'm doing, with murderous intent. Yang Shu glanced at Mingpa. Do you think such an enemy cannot be kept alive? Actually, I'm not that difficult to deal with. It's just that they subconsciously exclude me and believe that I'm not a threat. That's why I can get what I want. Chapter 126 Fireworks in the middle of the night. If you take precautions from the beginning, even the most sophisticated plans will be full of loopholes. Yang Shu's eyes were slightly blurry, as if he was drunk. Mingpa, I really don't know what your princess is worried about. How can the Yin Kingdom, a mere country, compete with the Yi Kingdom? I was so sincere, but she was still wary of me like a thief. You guys, few of you treat me as a human being. I just want to live. Yang Shu burped, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Holding onto the table, he walked into the inner room, lay down on the bed, and then there was no movement. Mingpa glanced inside. These days, he had seen Yang Shu's scheming appearance so often that he had forgotten that he was just a teenager. He has endured all kinds of bullying since he was a child. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to be free of pain in his heart. After all, he is just a young man struggling to make a living. Your Majesty, Wulu has taken action, and his men have sneaked into the Shangshu mansion. The commander of the Imperial Guards reported to the person sitting high up. The Emperor raised his eyes were deep. You really can't help yourself. Kill him. The Emperor spoke indifferently and could not show his anger openly. He was already feeling aggrieved enough, so how could he allow Wu Lu to continue to be so presumptuous? At the Ningen Marquis' mansion, Shang Rui walked towards Feng Qiwan. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Feng Qiwan shook her head and forced a smile. Shang Rui frowned. You have been depressed since you went to Qizhou. What did the third prince do to you? Cousin, Feng Qiwan had the words on her lips but didn't know how to say them. The third prince is talented, gentle, easygoing, tolerant, and graceful. He will be a good match. I know, cousin. Feng Qiwan smiled. It's getting late. I'm going to bed. Feng Qiwan walked into the house. Since when did she start talking about the third prince? She lost her shyness and joy. She always felt that she was getting further and further away from the man she longed for, and was going in the opposite direction. After returning to the room, Feng Qiwan still couldn't sleep. It wasn't because he was worried about his daughter, but because he was worried about the situation at home. How did I get involved in this trouble? Can the father cope with it? A very light sigh dissipated into the silent night. Yang Shu opened his eyes from the bed. He had slept for too long during the day and couldn't fall asleep that night. When I miss my wife, I want to hug a sweet and soft person. Even if I can't sleep, it will be beautiful. After putting on his clothes, Yang Shu left the room. Mingpa. Yang Shu knocked on the door loudly. Is there something? Mingpa stared at Yang Shu. Although he was woken up, there was not much sleepiness on his face. As a close guard who could stay beside Shui Dingyu, his vigilance and martial arts skills were absolutely above standard. Never sleep too deeply at any time. I want to set off fireworks. Meng Po's face darkened and he asked, Do you know what time it is now? The hour of Cho. Yang Shu answered casually. You also know the ugly hour. Are you setting off fireworks at this time and not letting people sleep? Why are you sleeping? You are wasting your youth. Stop dawdling and get it to me right away. Yang Shu did not allow any discussion. If you don't do it, I will stop dissuading you from eating meat tomorrow. Yang Shu raised his chin slightly and snorted. I will kill you sooner or later. Mengpa blew up a gust of wind and walked away angrily. Call out. Bang. The fireworks exploding in the air woke countless people from their sleep. The secret guards who had sneaked into the Feng family opened their eyes wide. What the hell was going on? Without bothering to investigate, they all fled. Catch the assassin! Exclamations rang out, and the night became completely lively. So beautiful. Yang Shu looked up at the fireworks and praised. It's a pity that it's my wife's birthday, so I can't let her go. Order more. Seeing that the fireworks had stopped, Yang Shu pushed Mengpa away. Mengpa did not move, listening to the sound of weapons clashing from afar. Did you know about this early in the morning? What do you know? I just slept too much during the day and couldn't sleep at night, but I didn't want you to sleep too soundly. Yang Shu raised an innocent smile. Mengpa looked at him several times and lit the fireworks again. After all the fireworks were lit, the Feng family was already quiet, as if nothing had happened. Yang Shu stretched and said, I feel a little sleepy now. After yawning, Yang Shu went back to his room. This time, he fell asleep. Feng Bo smashed the cup, his face full of anger. Who set off the fireworks? Drag him over here. The servant's lips moved and he stammered, not knowing what to say. The master asked him to keep Jiang Chuan's move into the mansion a secret from the young master. If he tells it now, he will definitely be punished. Sir, yes. Feng Bai glanced at him, thinking he was a fool. Which stupid assassin would not be sneaky? How could he make such a big noise? Young master. The servant couldn't bear it anymore and knelt down. He is the master's distinguished guest. The master has instructed that no matter what he does, you cannot stop him. When he heard that it was his father's guest, Feng Bai's anger subsided. He cursed under his breath and told the servant to get out. Because of the arrow wound, Feng Bai did not sleep well. He was awakened by the fireworks when he finally fell asleep. He sat up and pulled the wound. If anyone could get out of bed and walk, Feng Bai would give him a severe beating. My father interacted with ministers in the court, and no one knew where this man came from, yet he allowed him to be so presumptuous. Yang Shu got up early in the morning. Call the old guy over here. I have something to say to him. Yang Shu said to the guards outside. Tell him to hurry up. I hate people who dawdle the most. The guard had a sullen face but didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Chuan had a bad temper and would make a scene if he didn't get his way, and the scene would be nothing but a small one. Only a quarter of an hour later, Minister Feng arrived. Having not slept well for several days, Minister Feng's eye sockets were sunken and his face was pale, and he no longer had his former charm. You must take me with you when hunting. Yang Shu spoke to Shanshu Feng. His tone was not a request but a firm one. Didn't you hear the screams yesterday? Minister Feng's voice was hoarse and his eyes were cold. The more lively the place, the less safe it is. If you don't want to satisfy others and lose your life, just stay in the mansion. I have already sent a letter to Marquis Jing'an. When your father's men arrive, you can go wherever you want. After saying this, Minister Feng was about to leave. Hunting, you must take me with you. Yang Shu repeated, staring at Minister Feng and refusing to give in. I am not afraid of death. Yang Shu looked down on Minister Feng. If I shrink like a coward, how will others see me? How can I return to Yi country? Do you know that she hates timid and weak people the most? Yang Shu's eyes were cold, full of the impulsiveness of a young man. Minister Feng tightened his hands in his sleeves. Murderous intent surged up in his mind, and he wished he could give the order right now to have the guards chop the man off and feed him to the dogs. Shaking his sleeves vigorously, Minister Feng left without looking back. Yang Shu shouted at him, if you don't take me with you, I will leave now. Then, I will see whether your Feng family will have a good life. Seeing Minister Feng's body swaying, Yang Shu curled the corners of his mouth. It was much more satisfying to openly annoy people than to act crazy and stupid. Chapter 127 South Garden. This hunting trip was held in Nanyuan. The emperor always liked to make a big fuss overly, with 5,000 imperial guards leading the way. Officials were allowed to bring their families, and the team was so long that it seemed as if there was no end in sight. Yang Shu rode his horse in the front, like a bird released from a cage. Everyone was surprised to see him. A concubine should not be qualified to participate. But Jiang Chuan was as arrogant as ever, not only in the team, but also showed no intention of restraining himself even in front of the holy emperor. What is his identity? The officials became more suspicious. Wu Lu looked at Yang Shu from afar, inquiringly. None of the people he sent to the Feng family came back. The Feng family treated him like a treasure. What on earth was hidden in Jiang Chuan that could drive the Feng family so crazy? Feeling the gazes falling on him, Yang Shu squeezed the horse's belly and ran even more vigorously. Because there were many female relatives, the team did not move very fast, and it was almost dusk when they arrived at Nanyuan. After setting up the tent, Yang Shu invited Mengpa to go into the woods. He didn't go because he was stopped by Minister Feng. The forest was extremely dangerous at night, and in order to make the hunting more exciting, more than one black bear was released in the forest. Qi Wan, Why does my uncle indulge him like this? Xing Rui lowered her voice, unable to suppress her doubts. I don't know either. Feng Qiwan shook her head. Even though she was close to her cousin, the more people knew Jiang Chuan's identity, the more risk there would be. Feng Qiwan only hoped that Marquis Jingyang's men could arrive in Jianan as soon as possible and take Jiang Chuan away. Seeing that Feng Qiwan didn't know, Sheng Rui withdrew her gaze and glanced somewhere. A smile appeared on her face. Qiwan, the third prince is looking at you. Feng Qiwan raised her eyes and met the gaze of the third prince. She chuckled and nodded. Why don't you go over? Sheng Rui touched Feng Qiwan's hand. Cousin, he and I are not engaged after all, so we shouldn't be too intimate. Feng Qiwan said in a light voice. Don't pay too much attention to the rumors outside. If Yangshu hadn't delayed you and the third prince would have been married long ago. Cousin, it's getting dark. Let's go in. Feng Qiwan lost the mood to chat when she heard Yangshu's name. As the third prince entered the tent, his face instantly darkened. He kept lowering his posture, but she, on the other hand, became arrogant. Does he really think that he can't live without her? I heard that the third prince of Yan State is very talented in poetry. I want to compete with him. Yangshu glanced at the guards outside the tent and said arrogantly. The guard frowned. Master Jiang, His Highness has already rested. Minister Feng cherishes Jiang Chuan, and even though the guards look down on his behavior, they dare not be too rude to him. Just take a break? Get out of the way. I'm going to wake them up. Yangshu pushed the guard and was about to move forward. What's the fuss? The tent door was opened. Guiyi walked out, and his eyes swept over Yangshu. Are you the third prince? Yangshu looked at Guiyi with contempt. You don't look that good. What do you mean by elegant and handsome? Yiyan people don't speak the truth. Do you dare to compete with me in poetry? Guiyi's eyes were slightly cold. Jiang Chuan was really arrogant and rude, which made people dislike him. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Guiyi said indifferently, not wanting to get entangled with Yangshu. Mengpa, when you get back, put up a banner saying that the title of the third prince of Yin is not real. He is a fool and is not as good as me. Yangshu folded his hands and said leisurely. Go. Yangshu shouted, looking away arrogantly. He was extremely disdainful of Guiyi. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone Guiyi, who is fierce at heart. He turned around and called Yangshu and Nanyuan. It is not appropriate to compete in poetry. Don't you think you are good at riding and shooting? Let's see who can hunt more prey tomorrow. Okay. Yangshu responded happily. Since it's a competition, there must be a prize. I heard that you are very close to the girl from the Feng family? Yangshu said with a hint of meaning. If you win, I will give you 1,000 fine horses and 10 chests of gold and silver. Since you lost, lend me that girl to play with for 2 days. Guiyi's eyes turned cold. Jiang Chuan, this is Yan State. Don't force me to take action. Come on, chop here. Yangshu pointed at his neck. If you frown, I lose. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then don't dare to accept the challenge. Who are you threatening? Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Let me make it clear. Yi State is stronger than Yan State. If we attack you, you don't even have the qualifications to stand and talk to me. What are you talking about? Yangshu made a poo sound, as if he had lost all interest, and walked away cursing. Before Mengpa followed, he glanced at Guiyi's face, which was indeed ashen and exuding anger. Yangshu never gives leniency to people he dislikes, and would like to anger them to death. He is a prince after all. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Mengpa whispered. Why should he be restrained? He will endure it anyway. Yangshu opened the door of the tent. Do we still need to be polite to the enemy? You pinger, you don't look happy in front of me. As a person, don't be too lenient with yourself and discipline others. Mengpa retracted his foot that had just entered the tent. Yangshu's words were unpleasant to hear, but he had no way to refute them. It's abominable. Sheng Rui's face was filled with rage. It was impossible for Yangshu's shouting in front of Guiyi's tent not to reach everyone's ears. I'm going to find my uncle, and Jiang Chuan must be severely punished. Cousin. Feng Qiwan held her back. A few words of criticism will only embarrass me more. So we're just going to let him do whatever he wants? Feng Qiwan lowered her eyes. Her elder brother was seriously injured, yet her father still endured it, let alone such a small matter. Cousin, my father must have his considerations. Let's not make things difficult for him. Qiwan. Xing Rui shouted. You were just too patient. Feng Qiwan smiled bitterly in her heart. She was holding it in? She just knew that no one was in charge, and the more she made a fuss, the more she felt wronged. Cousin, go to sleep. Feng Qiwan pulled Xing Rui onto the bed and comforted her with kind words. After listening to what his attendant said, Guiqi raised his eyebrows. This Jiang Chuan is really a mad dog. He will bite anyone he sees. Guiyi was humiliated, and Guiqi's anger at the loss of his secret guards was somewhat alleviated. This incident made everyone even more surprised and suspicious. Jiang Chuan was fine even after provoking the prince. His status in Yi Kingdom must be quite high. But since he is of noble status, how could he become the concubine of the legitimate princess? Everyone was puzzled. Prince, the defense in Jiangchuan is extremely strict, no less than that of the emperor. The follower entered the tent and said to Wu Lu. Wu Lu stared at him. This is definitely not simple. Tomorrow, find a way to get him here. Yes. After the entourage left, the night fell silent. Early in the morning, before everyone woke up, Yang Shu had already started sharpening his knife. Anyone who heard the horse sound would look towards him. Will we see blood today? Mengpa looked towards the direction of the forest and asked in a low and slow voice. Hunting, if you don't see blood, you're just running. Yang Shu didn't even raise his head, sharpening the knife very seriously. You are sharpening a knife. Mengpa glanced at him, but the bow and arrow are for hunting. Chapter 128 Send you an arrow. Add more momentum. Yang Shu stroked the blade of the knife and said casually. When it was bright, everyone woke up from their sleep. The eunuchs had already prepared the banquet. The emperor organized this hunting trip with the intention of getting close to Wu Lu and easing the relationship between them, so the two of them were seated very close to each other. Does the prince want to go into the woods to hunt for fun? The emperor was at the head, speaking in a casual manner, with all the officials accompanying him below. However, the young men had already mounted their horses, so they did not need to accompany them in responding. Wu Lu took a sip of wine, looked at the young men, and did not return to the emperor. Seeing that the atmosphere had cooled down, the Minister of Rites immediately livened up the atmosphere. Young man, you are full of vigor and vitality, unlike us, who can't even draw the bow. I remember that the one who hunted the most prey last year was the third prince, said the Minister of Works. The third prince is a man of both civil and military talents, and is most like the emperor. This year's number one is probably also the third princess. Seeing that the topic was being discussed, the officials took up the conversation one after another. Wu Lu raised his eyelids and said casually that Jiangchuan is not bad either. Did he make a bet with the third prince last night? If he lost, he would give the third prince 1,000 fine horses and 10 boxes of gold and silver. If I win. Wu Lu turned the wine glass and looked at Minister Feng with a bit of sarcasm. Minister Feng is amazingly magnanimous. Even though Jiangchuan hurt his son and humiliated his daughter, he still didn't get angry. If it were our country, we would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs long ago. Because of Wu Lu's words, the atmosphere became quiet again, and everyone secretly looked towards Minister Feng. Bring my horses here. I haven't gone hunting for a long time. Looking at them makes me itchy. The emperor stood up. Prince, come join us. He invited Wu Lu. Once the emperor changed the subject, the officials would stop talking about Minister Feng. Those who were in good health followed the emperor into the forest. Third prince, this level is not good enough. You'll have to give the girl from the Feng family to me. Yang Shu looked at the fallen wild boar with a proud tone. Godi turned his horse around, not wanting to stay with Yang Shu any longer. Looking at his back, Yang Shu pulled out an arrow. He didn't put the bow on until Godi disappeared. He let go, and the arrow nailed a pheasant to the ground. The emperor's son cannot be touched now. Pulling the reins, Yang Shu continued to move forward, pulling the bowstring from time to time. Every time the arrow flew out, it would hit a prey. If we go any further in, it will be difficult to turn back, Mengpa reminded. Yang Shu curled his lips. We have to give them a chance. He keeps causing troubles, yet he remains unscathed. Wu Lu must want to find out the reason. He is surrounded by guards everywhere, making it difficult to get close to him. But he can hunt and create some accidents, which would be enough to separate him from the guards. What a hassle. Mengpa followed Yang Shu. Yang Shu shot arrow after arrow. He looked at the sun above his head and curled his lips. His movements were so slow. Is it not possible? Just as Yang Shu was thinking this, a black bear jumped out from the front. At the same time, several hidden arrows shot at the guards behind Yang Shu. The team was instantly in chaos. Yang Shu drew his bow and shot an arrow at the black bear that was rushing towards him. But the black bear had thick skin and flesh and could not be easily shot to death. The arrow that pierced its chest made it even more angry. Under the double attack of hidden arrows and black bears, the team was in complete chaos. Walk! Yang Shu shouted and ran away first. He ran very fast, and the guards were distracted by the hidden arrows and the distance between them, and Yang Shu was getting farther and farther. Mengpa looked at Yang Shu's back and frowned. He looked flustered, but his direction was very clear. This way. Mengpa raised his head suddenly. Godi gave the dagger to his personal guard and asked him to get the deer blood. Hearing the frantic sound of horse hoofs, Godi looked up. As the figure in front of him became clearer and clearer, his eyes became gloomy. It really is haunting. Godi rode on the horse and looked at Yang Shu coldly. This time he did not leave. Yang Shu and Guoyi's eyes met. Godi couldn't see Yang Shu's expression because of the mask, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably uneasy. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. When they were less than 50 meters away, Yang Shu turned sideways. An arrow flew forward, brushing past his shoulder. Guoyi's pupils contracted, but it was too late to dodge. The feather arrow enlarged in Guo Yi's eyes and pierced his left shoulder fiercely. Your Highness. The guards were shocked and quickly surrounded him. There's an assassin. Yang Shu screamed at the top of his lungs. Meng Po's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and he knew that this thing stimulated Guo Yi and was definitely doing him some harm. The people in the dark obviously didn't expect the arrow to hit Guo Yi, and seeing his personal guards approaching, they had to retreat. It's so deep. Blood is flowing out. Call the doctor. If anything happens to the third prince, you won't even want your heads. Yang Shu's voice was anxious, and it was obvious that he was worried about Guo Yi. Why isn't the blood red? Is the arrow coated with poison? It's over. The third prince, a man of great talent and vision, is going to be defeated in a hunt. It looks like the throne of Yan State belongs to the second prince. Yang Shu kept talking incessantly and expressing regret, as if he had already died. Shut up. Veins bulged on Guo Yi's forehead as he stared at Yang Shu fiercely. Take him down. The guards immediately surrounded Yang Shu. At this time, the sound of a large number of horse hooves was heard, and the first to arrive were the guards arranged for Yang Shu by Minister Feng. Third prince, what is going on? The guards were shocked by the scene before them. Jiang Chuan plotted to murder me. He should be executed. Guo Yi lost his rationality due to anger. Don't talk nonsense. Who murdered you? Yang Shu shouted. I didn't hire the assassin. Wait a minute. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you knew you couldn't beat me and wanted to kill me? No wonder I keep running into you. Okay. I thought she was as gentle as jade, but it turns out she is so sinister inside. Guo Yi's face flushed, his blood boiling. He actually dared to turn the tables. What are you standing there for? Take him down. Third prince, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding here. The guard who had already understood the situation spoke quickly. We encountered a black bear, followed by a hidden arrow, which injured many people. Master Jiang definitely did not intend to get you shot. Why are you apologizing? Yang Shu pushed the guard away. We don't know who arranged the assassin, but the assassin chased us relentlessly and ran away without a trace as he was seen. Yang Shu snorted. It's obvious that he wants to kill me. I was so concerned about him just now. Bah. What a sinister fellow. Yang Shu cursed more and more vigorously. The guard's temple was throbbing, and he was about to knock the man out. Didn't he see how angry the third prince was? Couldn't he have a little tact? The guard's hand was pinched by Mingpa. In the same group? Yang Shu stared at the guards with deep eyes. He drew his knife and pointed it at the guards and the third prince. They all want to kill me. I know that I can't trust any of them. No one can be trusted. Yang Shu said as he stepped back. Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. The guard had a headache and looked around, fearing that Yang Shu would be shot dead by a hidden arrow. Chapter 129. Tensions. Misunderstand. It's also obvious. What's the misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Shu said sternly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Mingpa, a member of the Yi country, would rather die than surrender. Today we will let them know what manliness is. Young Master Jiang. The guards were anxious and no longer cared about Guo Yi. Jiang Chuan was obviously out of control and wanted to fight with them. I really don't mean to hurt you. I just want to take you away. A lowly lover. What does he count as? Take your knife and stab me. The corners of Guo Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and every word he spoke was full of contempt and provocation. At this moment, Guo Yi didn't care about anything else and just wanted Jiang Chuan to die. Yang Shu's ears moved to hide the emotions in his eyes. He roared and rushed towards Guo Yi. The guards couldn't bear to watch them fighting, so they immediately stopped them. In the midst of chaos, the imperial guards arrived and everyone was brought before the emperor. The emperor sat on a high seat with a sullen face, saying nothing. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Your Majesty, it's just an ordinary arrow. The third prince will be able to recover after resting for some time. The imperial physician walked in and reported respectfully. The emperor looked better and waved his hand, asking the doctor to leave. It was not until the commander of the imperial guards came over that the emperor spoke. Have you found the person? Dojin bowed and hesitated to speak. The assassin did not sneak in. It wasn't sneaking in, which means... The emperor looked unhappy. Wu Lu was simply too insolent and didn't take him seriously at all. Was he sure that he wouldn't dare to touch him? The emperor glanced at the wolf-like Yang Shu, lowered his eyes slightly, and said to Dojin, go and invite the prince. Wu Lu came quickly, walking with his head held high, a look of arrogance between his brows. There's an assassin in the woods who wants to kill Jiang Chuan. Does Prince have anything to say? The emperor said in a cold voice. Wu Lu smiled. Your Majesty, do you mean that the assassin is my man? I don't want to damage the relationship between the two countries. Please don't test my bottom line again and again, Prince. The emperor looked directly at Wu Lu. Their eyes met, as sharp as knives, and neither of them gave in. Yang Shu slightly raised his eyelids, took a glance, and secretly laughed. The emperor was acting for him to see clearly that it was Wu Lu who wanted him dead. With Jiang Chuan's arrogant personality, how could he tolerate this? Once he returns, he will definitely seek revenge. Marquis Jingong and his fellow countrymen are alienated, and if they fight among themselves, the pressure on Yan State will be much less. Every step taken by the superior must have a purpose. Yang Shura followed the emperor's wishes and stared at Wu Lu with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Prince, don't stretch your hand too far. This is the state of Yan. No matter how powerful Yegwa is, it cannot protect you in Jianan. After giving him a warning, the emperor signaled that he could leave. Wu Lu had a murderous look on his face, but he did not act impulsively. He glanced at Yang Shu and led his men away. I want to go back. After Wu Lu left, Yang Shu spoke. The emperor took a sip of tea and said, the Shangshu mansion is very safe. Stay there first. The people around you cannot escort you back to Yegwa. Yang Shu's knuckles were crackling, his brows were drooping, and one look at him showed that he hated him to the extreme. The emperor looked away and said nothing more, and asked the eunuch to send Yang Shu back. Father, he did it on purpose. As soon as the emperor entered the tent, Gui stood up and growled. Yo, I know you feel wronged. Jiang Chuan deserves to die, but he can't die. Take good care of your injuries and treat it as an accident. The emperor's voice was gentle and soothing. Gui looked at the emperor in front of him, with a dark color in his eyes. After a while, he pulled the corner of his mouth and said meekly, Son knows. Does your wound hurt? The emperor sat down beside the couch, his eyes showing kindness. At this moment, he seemed like just a father. The imperial physician gave me some medicine, and I feel much better. Gui smiled weakly, as if he was not the one who was excited just now. If you want to sit in that position, you have to endure things that ordinary people can't endure. Before leaving, the emperor spoke slowly, looking into Gui's eyes, which seemed to contain thousands of emotions and full of expectations. Gui lowered his eyes. If it were in the past, he would definitely believe that he was the candidate in his father's heart, and the neglect and suppression were just a test. But having seen his ruthlessness, Gui didn't believe a word of it. There are no relatives in heaven, power is everything. Take good care of the third prince. After saying this, the emperor walked away. Wiping the blade, Yang Shu said with regret, I thought I could use it. If you run slower, it will be useful. Mengpa looked straight ahead with a stern face, not looking at Yang Shu at all. If you run too slowly, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. If you lose arms and legs, how can I explain dissuading you? Yang Shu put down the knife and dusted himself off. Wu Lu is very curious about me and wants to know my secrets. Even if you step on the emperor's face, you will catch me. It's also thanks to those people's concerns. If they wanted to kill him, they really couldn't lead him to Gui. Insidious. Mengpa spat out 2 words. How do you know where he is? Gui hates me, but I am so provocative. He must win. There is no big prey outside, so he has to go deep into the forest. He will definitely avoid where I am. But the forest is so small, there is no place to hide. As long as there is any movement, we can determine the location of Gui. What's next? Isn't it easy? Yang Shu glanced at Mengpa. Gui was injured. The emperor can't be indifferent. Let's put aside the father-son relationship. He must show this attitude to the outside world. Who would dare to be loyal to him if he doesn't care about his own son's life or death? Even if we don't break up with Wu Lu, harmony is impossible. Han Chi's disappearance has already made Wu Lu uneasy. Now he is facing obstacles everywhere. I'm afraid his patience has run out. It's really scary. Next time, he will definitely reach out to Prince Ding's palace. Yang Shu sniffed and said, There's only 1 old man and 1 child at home. How can I handle it? Meng Po's face twitched. Who was he pretending to be a sheep for? He was so evil-minded. Oh no. Yang Shu slapped his forehead and looked at Mengpa. Look at me. I forgot you were from Yi country. Mengpa, you won't tell anyone, will you? Impulse is the devil. Think more about dissuading you. Mengpa rolled his eyes. As long as I have that thought, the moment I step out of the door, I will be dead. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. We just met for a while. How could you think so badly of me? I've kept almost nothing from you. Isn't that sincere enough? Sincerity. There is no one in this world who is more sincere than you. Mengpa glanced at Yang Shu. He said so much to him just to stop him from thinking. He could not beat Yang Shu. If he acted rashly, not only would he lose his own life, but he would also kill the princess. Yang Shu's mind is too meticulous. You can't find any loopholes at all. No matter which way you go, you are in the palm of his hand. Chapter 130 See Phone by. When an assassin appeared in the hunting ground, everyone lost their appetite and returned to Jianan the next day. Perhaps because he was afraid of being angered to death by Yang Shu, Minister Feng never showed up again. There was no point in staying in the Feng family anymore, but before leaving, Yang Shu went to visit his ex-brother-in-law. You can't get up yet. Yang Shu glanced at Feng Bai and clicked his tongue twice. You're so weak. How did you get in? Feng Bai shouted, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. That's good. It saves me the trouble of looking for him. Feng Bai's face was grim. Why don't you catch him? He yelled at the servant. The servant knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Master, I can't catch you. Feng Bo frowned. What's going on? Tell me. He's the master's guest. Feng Bo was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrongly. What did you say? It's so noisy. Yang Shu slapped Feng Bai in the face. I thought I was happy living here. If the old man hadn't let me go, I wouldn't have lived in this shabby place. Mr. Jiang. The guard rushed into the room and stood in front of Feng Bai. Yang Shu's face turned cold. Didn't I tell you to stay where you are? I'm looking at an old friend. Is it worth you being so cautious? Are you worried that I might kill him? Who would bother to fight with such a weakling? With a paw sound, Yang Shu strode out. Instead of going back to his residence, he went straight out. Didn't father say that he couldn't find anyone? Feng Bai grabbed the guard and stared at him. Young master. The guard licked his lips and had no idea how to tell Feng Bai. Jiang Chuan has left the house. Upon hearing this, the guard pushed Feng Bai's hand away and hurriedly chased after him. His first priority is to protect Jiang Chuan. Feng Bai looked at the guard who didn't even turn his head and was furious. Help me up. He roared. Veins popped out on his neck, and his face was distorted. Ignoring the pain in his wound, he rushed to Minister Feng's study. Yang Shu was a man of his words. After leaving the Feng family, he put up banners on every street, saying that Gui Yiming was not worthy of his name and was a fool. While the crowd was gathering, Yang Shu ignored the guards and eyes in the dark. Hey, the prince is back. As soon as Yang Shu came out of the secret passage, Pang Chi walked over. Uncle Pang, you're just going to be away for a few days. You're too enthusiastic. Yang Shu ran away. Pang Chi's attitude was obviously wrong. It was obvious that his fingers were thirsty, and he wanted to beat him. I can't hide it from the marshal anymore. Get over there quickly. Pang Chi looked at Yang Shu's figure rushing out and shouted in a rough voice. Yang Shu paused and said, I'm going to change my clothes. In Qixia courtyard, Mr. Yang was eating mung bean soup and snorted. The prince is so cool. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yang Shu leaned over and massaged old man Yang's shoulders. Uncle Pang said that you are weak and need to take good care of yourself. How dare I disturb you? I think about it every day. I walk to the gate of the courtyard several times. Enough. The more you talk, the more fake it becomes. Old Master Yang interrupted Yang Shu. Yang Shu grinned. The old man was smart and must have guessed that he was not at home. But he didn't expose him, which meant he just let him do it. Yang Shu played 2 games of chess with the old man before leaving. What happened to the relationship between the next generation and the next generation? When playing chess, he was so fierce that he was afraid of leaving anyone alive. There is reasonable suspicion that the original person was adopted. He went to see Lu Yun first, and then Yang Shu went to Fuxianjuan. Are you hurt? Lu Yun walked up to him and looked at Yang Shu carefully. The Feng family protects me very strictly, and with Mingpa, outsiders can't get close to me at all. Yang Shu and Lu Yun sat down. Don't look at it. It's fine. I wear armor every day. Give me a hug. I miss you so much. Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun into his arms and kissed her hard. You're so unruly, Lu Yun said with a slight frown. Who would pretend to be a gentleman in front of his own wife? Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's slender waist and rubbed her ears to tease her. Things went smoothly, and basically all the things that were not pleasing to the eye were taken care of. It's a pity that Gui Yi's arrow only hit the left shoulder. Before leaving the Feng family, I went to see Feng Bo. He seemed to dislike me very much. Lu Yun raised her eyes. Which normal person would like to be pierced by an arrow? I'm afraid he's going to have a big fight with Minister Feng. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. I'm also thinking about him. If he heals his injury too quickly, he might be able to save his life next time. Yang Shu gently rubbed Lu Yun's belt. Well, the prince is a good man. Lu Yun held back her laughter. Yang Shu lowered his head and looked at Lu Yun carefully. What are you looking at? Lu Yun's voice was soft. Look at how much of my shadow you have in your eyes. How many? Lu Yun smiled. Quite satisfying. Yang Shu took off the hairpin that Lu Yun used to tie her hair, and her 3,000 black strands of hair immediately fell down smoothly. Nice. Lu Yun smiled and stroked Yang Shu's face. Beauty is fleeting. If you are so greedy for beauty, how are you going to accommodate me in the future? It's like I've seen my own end. My beauty is faded and my love has waned. No matter how much I wait, no one will come back. I want to promise. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck and looked at him softly. At home, you need to see me once a month. That's all. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's waist and asked her to get close to him. Your request is really low. After kissing Lu Yun, Yang Shu looked at her and said, to be honest, I am not a very moral person, but I can be very cruel when I get angry. But I will definitely pamper my daughter-in-law who comes home. What's the use of losing beauty and fading love? The feelings of companionship over the years can never be compared to fresh flesh. Really? Lu Yun's eyes were filled with charm, and her slender fingers wandered on Yang Shu's back. Can you control yourself? Lu Yun breathed into Yang Shu's ear, a mischievous look flashing in her eyes. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he picked the man up. I have very good self-control, but I can't control myself towards you. You're always saying things to make people happy. Lu Yun kissed Yangshu, and the atmosphere in the room became charming. But the scene in Shangshu Mansion was completely different. Feng Bai finally waited until Minister Feng came back. He broke away from the hand of the servant and rushed forward. Why is Jiang Chuan in the mansion? Send the young master back to his room. Shangshu Feng's face was gloomy and he said in a cold voice. Jiang Chuan was missing, so he was in no mood to explain to Feng Bai. Father. Feng Bai's face was full of disbelief. He almost killed me. Not only did you not punish him, but you also brought him back home and gave him everything he wanted. You even pampered him to the heavens. Could it be that he is your illegitimate child? Feng Bai, blinded by anger, said whatever he thought. With a snap, Feng Bai's face turned to the side, and Shangshu Feng's eyes were full of disappointment. I've taught you for so many years, but you still haven't made any progress. If you are so impatient, can we expect you to support the Feng family in the future? This slap did not wake Feng Bai up, but made him even angrier. Did father admit it? With Jiang Chuan's arrogant personality, even if he is outstanding in both literature and martial arts, people like him will only lead the Feng family into the abyss. Minister Feng raised his hand, his face trembling with anger. He had never expected that he was so unbearable in Feng Bai's heart. Chapter 131. Hurry up. Drag him away. He is not allowed to step out of the room without my order. Minister Feng shouted. The housekeeper knew that he was really angry, so he covered Feng Bai's mouth and took him back to the room. Sir, I know you hate Jiang Chuan, but the reason why the master brought him back is definitely not what you think. After saying a few words of comfort, the butler hurried away. Jiang Chuan was missing, and the master was furious. He had to find him as soon as possible. Feng Bai pinched the corner of the table with his hands and threw the teacup and other items on the ground. Jiang Chuan and Shangshu Feng kept appearing in front of him. Feng Bai's chest heaved violently and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Everything went dark before Feng Bai's eyes and he fell down. A bottomless ravine separated the father and his son. It's so slippery. Yangshu stroked Lu Yun's back with his hand and spoke in a frivolous tone. You pervert. Lu Yun moved her waist to relieve the soreness. Madam, are you not lustful? Yangshu lowered his eyes and looked at Lu Yun with a smile. You were not like this when you seduced me. You changed your face so quickly. I am honest. Lu Yun rubbed Yangshu's face and said, don't let outsiders hear what you said. They can't beat me. I also know about feelings. Lu Yun chuckled and rested her head on Yangshu's arm. Has Mingpa arranged it? It's hidden in the farm. No one will search for it. Yangshu picked up Lu Yun's hand and played with it in his palm. Cui Dingyu knows these things? That woman is too smart. If it weren't for Cui Ye's dementia, which is extremely difficult to cure and only old man Xie can do it, she would not be controlled by me. Yangshu put Lu Yun's hand on his waist, moved forward, and stuck close to her. Before things are done, I will only reveal some insignificant things. Like Zai Hanqi, I didn't say a word about it. If she wants to stop it, it will be hard to deal with it. I'm thirsty. Lu Yun steadied his breath. This person had just finished some trouble and was getting restless again. Okay. Yangshu stood up reluctantly. Seeing him go to pour water, Lu Yun pulled the quilt up, trying to suppress the lust aroused by Yangshu. Madam? Yangshu looked hurt. Lu Yun wrapped herself more tightly. He was too aggressive, and she couldn't bear it without a break. If she fainted, this person would definitely laugh at her. So love will disappear, right? Yangshu sniffed. Lu Yun laughed and asked Yangshu to bring the water over. You will learn how to act day by day. Lu Yun gently poked Yangshu's chest, with every frown and smile, full of charm. Yangshu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yun between her eyebrows. After being affectionate for a while, Yangshu let Lu Yun rest. The weather has started to get cooler, and the temperature gets lower as it gets closer to evening. After tucking the quilt around Lu Yun, Yangshu walked out of the house. Prince, the city guards have been mobilized. Pai Gao said in a deep voice. Look for him. It depends on how they find him, a person who doesn't exist. Any news from the military camp? Pai Gao shook his head. Yangshu looked towards the border. The distance was far, so sending messages was inconvenient. It took a lot of time to go back and forth. Where's Su Jingzhou? He has already taken over Huaining County, and the supplies he transported there have been hidden away in secret without anyone noticing. Yangshu nodded. So far, every step has been going smoothly. Can Hu Zushi set off now? I've been gone for a day. Who has the Duke Zhengguo's mansion been in contact with recently? Yangshu tilted his head slightly. Pai Gao thought for a moment. Except for Mr. Hier who met with the Minister of Works in the tea house, the others hardly went out and had no contact with officials. Go and get busy. Yangshu sat down on the stone bench and poured himself a cup of tea. Yangshu tapped his thigh with his fingers, his eyes focused on the cup. The Duke Zheng's mansion had a deep foundation. If he was willing to give his all to help, his own development would undoubtedly be much faster. Jiang Chuan is missing? On the painted boat, Xie Shushu raised his eyes and asked, do you know who kidnapped him? We are still investigating. This is interesting. A mere concubine caused the Feng family and Wu Lu to fight over her. Now, she has disappeared. Xie slowly took a sip of tea and said, he must be hiding some secrets. It is impossible for an ordinary family to raise a person who is both civil and military. Jiang Chuan is particularly arrogant, and his background must be extraordinary. I'm afraid his father holds military power. But the sign for the guest doesn't make sense. Xie Shushu frowned slightly. It's a mess in here. I always feel like there's a big net. Take back the people. We will not be involved in this matter. We can just watch the show. The water in Jianan is already muddy anyway. Xie Shushu curled his lips. The maid replied yes, closed the door and left. A good person is just lost like that? The emperor grabbed the memorial and threw it at Minister Feng. The letter has been sent out. It was originally intended to make Marquis Jing owe me a favor, but now it has created a grudge. Minister Feng had a solemn face, said nothing, and silently endured the emperor's wrath. Go check on Wu Lu. If you find a body. The emperor narrowed his eyes, let everyone know about it. If your state wants to fight among itself, it will have no time to reach out to Yan State. I will do it right away. Minister Feng saluted the emperor. After leaving the palace, he immediately called his confidants. In order to get Wu Lu to return to Yi Kingdom and give up their attack plan, the emperor handed over the gold mine on the night of hunting. This meant that they had to act quickly because Wu Lu could leave at any time. Once Wu Lu leaves Jianan, all the forbearance will be in vain. That night, several men in black broke into the manor. Yang Shu and Lu Yun were chatting while snuggling together, from the river to the waterway, and then to the imperial examination. Lu Yun's insight surprised Yang Shu. Although still a little immature, his political ability can already be seen. The land route is time-consuming, not conducive to transportation, and has high costs. The water route is fast and can carry more things. What Lu Yun expressed to Yang Shu was to build a river to make travel between the two places more convenient and promote the circulation of silver and money. My wife is a pleasant surprise. Yang Shu chuckled and told Lu Yun everything he knew bit by bit, so that her ideas could be more complete. As the night was getting darker, Yang Shu carried Lu Yun to bed. Seeing that she was still thinking, Yang Shu touched her forehead and said, My dear, there is no rush. It is time to go to bed. Staying up late is bad for your health. You are still growing. Come on, close your eyes. Yang Shu coaxed, his eyes moving downwards. They seemed to be a little older than when they were married. Husband. Yang Shu's gaze was not concealed at all, and it was hard for Lu Yun not to notice it. Yang Shu smiled. Well, I couldn't control myself. I'll pretend next time so you won't find out. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and closed his eyes. She had not been feeling well these past 2 days and could not stand his teasing. After stroking Lu Yun's hair, Yang Shu carefully held her in his arms, looked out the window, and lowered his eyes. They had to take action tonight, so they could only sleep for 2 hours at most. Hearing the sound of fighting, Yang Shu covered Lu Yun's ears. Yuner, wake up. Yang Shu called softly. Lu Yun opened his eyes full of confusion. She looked at Yang Shu, and it took a while for her eyes to clear up. Chapter 132 The Most Urgent Call. There's an assassin in the mansion. Yang Shu didn't speak until Lu Yun woke up. He got up from the couch and put on his coat. Stay in the room, don't be afraid. I have arranged everything. After shaking Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu walked out. Husband. Lu Yun called him subconsciously. I won't go and see. Go back to your room and lie down. Yang Shu comforted Lu Yun. There were dozens of assassins, each with ruthless moves. The guards had a hard time coping and had to retreat again and again. The assassins had a clear goal and rushed straight to Kixiewen. The gate to the courtyard was broken open by the assassins. Peng Chi stood under the eaves, looking at them with a calm look. Just as the assassins stepped onto the stairs, the guards suddenly changed their weak demeanor, their eyes changed color, and they turned their wrists, becoming extremely ferocious. The situation immediately reversed, screams continued, and blood dyed the ground red. At this time, Peng Chi took out a bamboo tube from his arms. Pure red fireworks exploded in the sky. Oh no! Something happened in Dingguo Palace. The sleeping person rushed out of the room at an extremely fast speed. The city guards gathered and ran towards the Dingguang Palace. Pure red fireworks. This is the most urgent signal. In just half a quarter of an hour, the city guards rushed into King Ding's palace. The remaining assassins were quickly wiped out. Emperor. Eunuch Quan no longer cared about anything and started shouting outside. Concubine Ro listened to the noise outside and frowned. Eunuch Quan, the emperor just went to bed. What happened? Restraining her temper, Concubine Ro asked. The assassin attacked the Dingguang Palace at night and entered Qixia Courtyard. The Dingguang was so shocked and angry that he vomited blood and fainted. His condition is critical. The emperor opened his eyes suddenly, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and strode out of the inner hall. What did you say? Your Majesty, King Ding is dying. The emperor's pupils contracted, His ears buzzed, and there was a moment of blankness. "Get the car ready," he yelled. The generals rode their horses and rushed to the Dingguo palace, but all of them were stopped outside the door. Even the emperor was not allowed in. What does this mean? The emperor looked cold. Pang Chi stepped out from the guards and looked directly at him. No one is allowed to enter until the young family army arrives. "Including me," the emperor enunciated. "Your Majesty, now is not the time for you to show your deep love for your subjects. We all understand what you were thinking." Pang Chi refused to give in, his expression even colder than the emperor's. The emperor stared at him, tightened his hands in his sleeves, and stepped onto the dragon throne. The emperor endured it, and no one dared to act recklessly, so they all stayed outside. Near dawn, Sun Hu arrived with 5,000 soldiers. At this time, the emperor stepped into the Dingguo palace. The bloodstains all over the Qixia courtyard were frightening, and a casual glance would tell how fierce the fight was. How could it be? The emperor moved his lips. The Dingguo palace was full of elite troops, but someone actually broke into Qixia courtyard. The enemy is coming with great force and brutality, and every move is deadly. The guards are already risking their lives to defend the last door. Pang Chi said calmly and led the emperor in. On the bed, old man Young lay quietly, his face pale and bloodless, and his chest rose and fell very weakly. "Uncle," the emperor cried out. Pang Chi stopped him and said, "You have seen it, your Majesty. Please go back. Why don't you let the imperial physician treat your father?" The emperor fixed his eyes on Pang Chi with scrutiny. "I don't dare. There are too many people who want the marshal dead. The imperial doctors are both old and young, and they are likely to be bribed. We cannot afford this risk." Pang Chi said in a calm voice, neither humble nor arrogant. The emperor's face darkened. He knew exactly what he meant. "What do you mean by being bribed?" "It's just that I suspect he will take advantage of the opportunity to do something." "Send the emperor out." Not caring about how ugly the emperor's face was, Pang Chi said to the guards, "I have absolutely no intention of harming my father." The emperor said coldly and left. All the doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau were standing outside the door, waiting to be called. As soon as the emperor left, Sun Hu led his troops to surround the manor. His murderous look made Wu Lu's hair stand on end. "What do you mean? Are you going to go to war with Yi Kingdom?" Wu Lu raised his eyebrows and shouted, trying his best not to lose momentum. Sun Hu didn't say anything, but waved his hand. A corpse was carried over by the guards and thrown in front of Wu Lu. "Do you know him?" Sun Hu's eyes were emotionless. Wu Lu stared at the face of the corpse and his expression changed slightly. "This man died in the Dingguo palace. He injured 2 guards. His skills were extremely impressive." Sun Hu spoke calmly, and his voice suddenly became stern. "Capture all of them." Wu Lu raised his eyes sharply, and just as he opened his mouth, the knife was placed on his neck. "If you have anything to say, go and explain to the marshal." Sun Hu turned his horse's head, pulled the reins, and jumped out. Wu Lu's eyes widened, and his mouth was blocked, so he wanted to shout but couldn't. The emperor had just returned to the palace when he heard that Sun Hu had taken Wu Lu away, and he hurried over. Wu Lu was an envoy, and his death in Yan State was a reason to send troops to Yi State. Among the assassins this time, there are Wu Lu's personal guards. Pang Chi looked at the emperor and said every word. The emperor opened his mouth and said, "He can't be killed. I think the marshal is very regretful. You should have allowed the late emperor to depose you." Pang Chi said quietly. "How dare you?" The emperor's eyes were filled with anger. "Someone come." "Your Majesty, don't be impulsive. You'll need 3 times as many people to kill all 5,000 guards. Wu Lu is in the Ding Kingdom Palace. Even if he dies, the Yu Kingdom will not give up. If we break off relations with the Ding Kingdom Palace, no one will be able to stop the Yi Kingdom's army." Pang Chi had a gentle smile on his face. His life was tied to the Dingguo Palace. He didn't owe anything to the Guo family and didn't need to give face to the emperor. The emperor's breath was heavy and his murderous intent was raging. How dare a deputy general speak to him like this? "Go back to the palace. You are not the one who controls the Ding Kingdom's palace. The marshal values the people and is most reluctant to start a war. Wu Lu will not die." After saying that, Pang Chi turned and left. "Dojian." The emperor stared at Pang Chi. When he saw the young family soldiers holding long swords, he uttered through his teeth, "Return to the palace." Yang Shu lay on Lu Yun's legs, and behind the screen, Pai Jita recounted in detail what had happened. "I'm not very smart, but I'm also very sensitive and suspicious. I can't stand losing face at all. What's funny is that you value the emperor's majesty but don't have the courage." Yang Shu sneered, not hiding his sarcasm. "I really don't understand what the old man was thinking back then. He just followed the late emperor's wishes and changed the crown prince." Lu Yun gently pressed his temple, her red lips slightly parted. The old man would never agree, not only because the emperor is the legitimate son, but most importantly, he is the only normal son among the late emperor's sons. Others are either violent or lustful. They can't even understand the affairs of the government, let alone government affairs. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Is that so? The old man is still merciful. Since none of them work, he will appoint the younger one. Wouldn't the emperor have an heir? If I can't teach you anymore, it means my roots are weak. Since my roots are weak and I have done everything I can, I will just follow my ambitions. No one has stipulated that the emperor can only be the heir of one family. Chapter 133 Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Look at your young master. He is a rebellious person. Li Yun held down Yang Shu's restless hand. Pai Gao grinned. Your Highness is right. That position has no name assigned to it. Whoever has the ability can sit there. I remember you were a cautious person with no ambition. Why are you getting closer to him now? Li Yun picked up the pastry beside her and fed Yang Shu a bite. Pai Gao sighed. That day, the prince pulled out a dagger and asked me if it was sharp. Li Yun looked at Yang Shu and said with her red lips slightly opened, he is really not a good person. Pai Gao agreed with this, and when he heard the noise of playfulness coming from behind the screen, he lightly stepped back. Don't you want to go see Wu Lu? Li Yun tucked the black hair that was scattered on her cheeks behind her ears. He's just a grown man. What's there to look at? Yang Shu bent his legs, his posture casual. Among the assassins who broke into the palace, none was Wu Lu's personal guard. Others may not know, but Wu Lu must have known. After seeing what happened in the Dingguo Palace, he must have had all kinds of suspicions in his mind. What are you going to do next, Prince? Keep or kill? Yang Shu's eyes turned slightly, and he smiled. If it's just to kill him, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Of course it's in exchange for benefits. We can't let our brothers bleed in vain. Cut off a finger and send it to the prince's mansion, and ask them to pay 1 million taels to redeem him. Wu Lu was despicable first. If Yebwa wants to take the person back, he must show his sincerity. It takes time to go back and forth, enough for us to do many things. If you're in a bad mood, here's a human-shaped sandbag. Yang Shu said leisurely while playing with the sachet on Lu Yun's waist. He probably never thought that he would fall into the hands of the great playboy from Jianan. Lu Yun sighed. Are you friends with him? Yang Shu sat up straighter. With my status, I can't get in touch with Wu Lu. Lu Yun smiled at Yang Shu. You say you're not jealous, but you can still take advantage of someone who has nothing to do with you. You really should listen to your tone. You're not talking to strangers, you sound like someone we know. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's hand and held her hand. It's just a feeling. After all, I fell into your hands. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have lost so completely. What a pity. If I could turn back time. Yang Shu said lovingly and softly, I will definitely snatch you away again and again. My lady pretends to be weak. I miss her so much. Lu Yun glanced at him, stretched out her hand, and twisted Yang Shu's waist. Be gentle. Yang Shu begged for mercy with a smile and took Lu Yun into his arms. He had just gotten dressed at that time, and unless Lu Yun had the ability to read minds, there was no way she would be on guard against a playboy. You seem to treat Ming in a special way. After playing for a while, Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu's chest and looked at him, musing. You are extremely defensive. Unless you are absolutely sure, you will not reveal your intentions or even say more. But in front of Mingpa, you let him know every step you take. Yang Shu chuckled, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Nothing can be hidden from my wife. It's up to you. We are from the same industry. Sooner or later, we will go to war. If you get into trouble one day, maybe you can find a way out through him. It's always good to bury some lines. If you really reach a dead end, you can still struggle. It won't take much anyway. Yang Shu looked into the distance. He was not so conceited as to think that he was invincible. Everyone has bad luck sometimes. Whether he can get back on his feet depends on what seeds he has planted in his daily life. Ming is a very loyal person, and such a person will be influenced by emotions. Even Lord Guan released Cao Cao, who was on the opposite side. My wife, I can't let you remain a widow, Yang Shu said earnestly. Lu Yun raised her eyebrows. You are afraid that I will remarry. Look at you, you're ruining the atmosphere by saying it. After pecking Lu Yun's lips, Yang Shu had a happy smile on his face. Up to now, the plan against the envoy of Yi State has come to an end. Seeing Yang Shu's relaxed brows, Lu Yun curled the corners of her lips, wishing him safety and that he could get whatever he wanted. Ever since Wu Lu was captured and brought into Prince Ding's palace, everyone in the palace seemed to have been set a program. Apart from purchasing items needed in the palace, all other activities were stopped. The gates of the mansion were tightly closed, isolating it from the prosperity of Jianan and preventing outsiders from getting a peek. He ignored the emperor's orders and just lived his own life. No matter how the officials in the court were blushing and making impassioned speeches, the Prince Ding's palace did not respond at all, simply pretending to be deaf. 200 guards patrol day and night, and if they find anyone suspicious, they will take him away immediately. From an attitude perspective, it tells everyone that being attacked by assassins and breaking into Kixiewen is a great shame and humiliation. Thinking of the brutal fight that night, even the most upright officials would not dare to go to the Dingguo Palace and ask Mr. Yang to hand over Wu Lu. Grandpa, let's talk it over. I'm your only grandson. Yang Shu jumped up and climbed up the tree, his movements faster than a monkey. Okay, you didn't even say okay to me when you drugged me. Old man Yang's beard was shaking, and the iron rod in his hand was blindingly bright in the sun. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. We are grandfather and grandson, and our relationship is known to heaven and earth. How could I possibly drug you? Someone must be jealous of us. Grandpa, please give me a few days, and I will find the person. Yang Shu said righteously. Come here, chop down this tree for me. If I don't beat him to death today, I'll take his last name. Old Master Yang called for the guards and stared at Yang Shu without blinking, not giving him any chance to escape. Grandpa, the tree is innocent. It is not easy for it to grow so big. You can't do this. Yang Shu explained with emotion. It really wasn't me. Seeing that Mr. Yang was unmoved, Yang Shu raised his finger and said solemnly, Grandpa, the medicine was provided by Dr. Yu, who said it is beneficial to the body and mind. It turns out that he is not lying. Look, you can even pick up an iron rod and hit someone. Grandfather. Cut. Old Master Yang snorted heavily. He really underestimated this kid. He was so bold that he dared to plan anything. Wu Lu held a great position in Yi State, so he could arrest him if he said so. If you don't take good care of yourself, you may not know how high the sky is. Uncle Pang, help. The old man is crazy. Yang Shu grabbed the branch and ran away before the guards could cut down the tree. He ran, he chased, and he finally got on the roof. Wiping his sweat off, Yang Shu lay on the roof and gasped for breath. Old man Xia was really good at medicine. Look at his legs and feet, so flexible. If he runs slower, the old man can plant the seeds for him. Bring over a chair. Old Master Yang leaned on the iron rod and spoke breathlessly. Yang Shu rolled over and looked down. Grandpa, what deep hatred or grudge do you have? It's really not that serious. It's better to stay indoors and sunbathe outside. My dear grandson, how can your grandfather stay cool while you are basking in the sun? Don't worry, I will always be with you. Grandpa Yang smiled kindly. The corner of Yang Shu's eye twitched. He had planned everything in advance, but he had missed the old man. He thought he could just make a joke and fool him like before. Chapter 134 Happy Pulse. This tea smells good. Old Master Yang smacked his lips and praised. Yang Shu looked at him with a sad tone. Grandpa, Wu Lu is just an outsider. Are you really going to punish me for him? Uncle Pang, please plead for me. Yang Shu yelled. Old Pang, don't you want to say a few words? Mr. Yang glanced at Pang Chi, standing beside him. Marshal, the prince deserves it. I will find you a more suitable iron rod. Pang Chi said seriously. Grandpa, he was the one who gave me the medicine. Pang Chi was unkind, so Yang Shu took a bite. Mr. Yang raised his eyebrows. Old Pang, what do you think? Marshal, the prince is talking nonsense. I am loyal to you, and I will never do anything to harm you even if I die. Pang Chi said in a firm tone. Old Master Yang sipped his tea, said nothing, and watched the two of them put the blame on each other. Compared to him, Shu'er was closer to Pang Chi, and they became accomplices without knowing when. Pang Chi was loyal to him, but his heart was already leaning towards the kid, so he would immediately help as soon as the other side said a word. No one knew how Shu'er had deceived him, but Lao Pang let him do whatever he wanted without stopping him at all. Grandpa, just go back to the house. Yang Shu sniffed. I was wrong. Next time I won't act on my own. I will definitely discuss this with you. Old Master Yang spoke leisurely. I missed a sentence. I must have said it sarcastically. Sunbathe on it. Grandpa, Yang Shu's voice was miserable. But no matter how pitiful he pretended to be, Old Man Yang did not leave. He did not get up until dark. That's all for today. Leading his people, Mr. Yang returned to Kixiewen. Marshal, Ponzi's lips moved. Old Master Yang didn't look at him, but gazed into the distance. Shu'er has grown up, his wings have hardened, and I can no longer control him. I can't punish you. I'm just unhappy today. He got complacent a few times. You should keep an eye on him and don't let him get too carried away. There are always people who are better than you. If he schemes against others, he will be schemed against by others. You're too careless. Old Master Yang sighed. I'll keep an eye on it. Ponzi knew what the marshal was worried about. It was simply that the marshal was too scheming and his ability was not up to the task, but he insisted on doing things his own way without considering the consequences. Nodding, Mr. Yang walked into the house. He and Shu'er have different ideas, so he is destined to be unable to accompany him. At this moment, if Mr. Yang still doesn't know what Yang Shu wants to do, all these years will be in vain. Slow down. Lu Yun patted Yang Shu's back gently. After swallowing the food, Yang Shu took a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows. He said helplessly, the old man has no ambition at all. If I weren't his grandson, I'm afraid he would hate me. He doesn't like people who are too scheming and too ambitious. Lu Yun held his hand and said, Grandpa is sincere, but not all sincerity will have good results. His persistence may not be wrong, but my husband must be right. The emperor is stupid. Someone has to stand up and carve out a way out. With your husband's ability, the unrest you stir up will definitely be less than if Guo was in power. Yang Shu felt warm in his heart and held Lu Yun's hand. Your words are enough. People can't expect everything to go their way. Yang Shu smiled. If the old man were like me, it wouldn't be my turn to rebel. Walk in the garden? You've been tense for so long. Now that you have some free time, you can't waste the moonlight. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand tightly and smiled gently. In the following days, Yang Shu did not leave the house, but just admired the flowers and played the piano with Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yunfu and Yang Shu would ruin their ears when they got excited. Although he did not go out, Yang Shu was concerned about the outside world. Minister Feng was still looking for him, but with much less effort than before, probably because he thought the person was gone. Tea houses and taverns are always full of customers, and there are so many things to talk about recently. For example, the Dingguo Palace asked Yegua for an explanation, and another example was Jiang Chuan's disappearance. I don't know who spread the word, but everyone knew that Jiang Chuan was dead, killed by Wu Lu. Every step the envoys of Yi State took when entering Yan State was a conspiracy. Everyone hoped that Marshal Yang would kill Wu Lu, but they were also afraid of Yi State's army. After being an ostrich for too long, you can't straighten your back just because you want to. The gates of the Dingguo Palace are closed, and we don't know how Marshal Yang is doing. It will only take a few days. Someone replied. Sighs sounded in the tea house. Yegua is watching covetously, and Marshal Yang is about to fall. The heavier the sighs, the heavier the people felt. How's Crazy Yang? What can he do? Just keep him on the couch. You don't expect him to support the Dingguo Palace, do you? The person who asked the question pursed his lips and said, After all, it is the bloodline of Marshal Yang. Don't even think about it. He's just a piece of trash. Even a dog is better than him. Many people opened their mouths, unable to refute. There are many heroes in Prince Ding's palace. Why did they leave him behind? In the Shangshu mansion, Shangshu Feng held onto the table to avoid sitting down. He shook his dizzy head and looked at the housekeeper. Are you saying that Jiang Chuan is not the son of Marquis Jingyang? The housekeeper gritted his teeth and said, Master, we were deceived. Qi Tiao never left Yegua. Minister Feng opened his eyes wide, screamed, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Master. The housekeeper hurriedly supported the unconscious Minister Feng. Prince, there's a letter from the military camp. Pai Jiu hurried up to Yang Shu, his face full of excitement. Yang Shu immediately put down his pen and finished reading the letter. He laughed. Pai Gao, Yang's army, got it. Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations. Yang Shu patted Pai Gao's shoulder heavily. The position of general manager must belong to you. From the palace? Pai Gao took 2 steps back, his face filled with grief and indignation. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Who wants your 2 taels of meat? Yang Shu rolled his eyes. He had never seen anyone so eager to take advantage of him. Set up 2 tables, and let's have a nice drink tonight. Is it really not from the palace? Pai Gao confirmed worriedly before leaving. If you are willing. Prince, I'll go prepare the wine. Pai Gao looked solemn. Looking at Pai Gao's back as he left, Yang Shu touched his chin. Did this guy have a dream of being a eunuch? He kept mentioning it. Shaking his head, Yang Shu walked out. It was a pity that he didn't have the hobby of castrating people. After tying the belt of her coat, Lu Yun walked towards the dining table. As soon as she sat down, she frowned, covered her mouth, and retched to the side. Second, madam? Zi'er hurriedly poured some water. But did you catch a cold? I'll ask the doctor to come and see you. The Dingguo Palace employed a doctor. Although his medical skills were not as good as Xie he could still treat common illnesses. Lu Yun rinsed her mouth and took a break. She nodded slightly, with some vague guesses in her mind. After Zi'er left, Lu Yun placed her hand on her belly. Her period was late this month. The doctor came quickly. Lu Yun stretched out her hand and asked him to feel her pulse, and her heart unconsciously became nervous. Second, madam, has the sunflower water arrived yet? It's indeed late. Lu Yun spoke slowly. The doctor smiled and said, That's right. Congratulations, madam. The Dingguo Palace will have a little prince. Chapter 135 Excitement. Even though she knew she might be pregnant, Lu Yun was still a little stunned when the doctor told her. Second, madam, the baby is still young, so you need to be especially careful these days. You must never touch cold animals like river crabs, the doctor reminded. Thank you. Lu Yun looked at Zi'er, who immediately took out her purse and handed it to the doctor. Thank you, madam. After taking the purse, the doctor lowered his eyes. This amount of wedding money was very heavy. Zir, see Dr. Sun off. Lu Yun opened her lips lightly, and her manners were calm and generous, making it impossible to find any fault with her. After the two of them went out, Lu Yun touched her belly. Her eyes were deep. She was actually pregnant. Thinking that there was a child in her belly who was related to her by blood, Lu Yun's eyes showed tenderness. Where is the prince? Seeing Zir coming back, Lu Yun asked. She wanted to share the joy of becoming a mother with Yangshu. I'll go and ask around, Zir said as she took a step forward. What do you want to know? Yangshu walked in from outside, rubbing his wrist with his left hand. He had just tried Pang Chi's bao, and it was extremely difficult to pull. Are you not liking the food? Why haven't you touched anything? Glancing at the food on the table, Yangshu looked at Lu Yun. Is your hand injured? Lu Yun stood up from the chair. You're not hurt. You just used too much force. Yangshu took Lu Yun's hand and prepared to take her to the dining table. Dr. Sun has just been here. Yangshu stopped and asked. Where does he feel uncomfortable? What did he say? Looking at Yangshu's concerned eyes, Lu Yun smiled. How can you still laugh? Have you hurt your brain? I'll ask Dr. Yu to come back. Lu Yun held Yangshu. Dr. Sun said it's a pregnancy pulse. Pregnant pulse. Yangshu didn't react for a moment and subconsciously replied, that's not a big problem. Wait, pregnancy pulse. Yangshu turned around abruptly, staring at Lu Yun without blinking. His throat moved, his voice a little hoarse. Is it true? It's probably true. Yangshu's mind was buzzing. He was stunned for a long time. He moved his lips and said, well, don't move. Yangshu used his hands and feet to drag the chair over and stared at Lu Yun's belly with empty eyes. In his previous life, Yangshu experienced many things, but he had never imagined having a child. Can I touch it? Yangshu looked at Lu Yun cautiously. Lu Yun laughed. This man who had always been bold and capable of making plans could also be at a loss sometimes. Lu Yun took Yangshu's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. It's only been a month. I can't feel anything yet. Yangshu half squatted down. His eyes were extremely gentle. His heart was filled with a feeling that could not be described in words. Is it really mine? I never dared to think in my dreams that I could be a father. If Yangshu hadn't spoken the last sentence so quickly, Lu Yun would have pushed him to the ground. She had been to brothels before, but she didn't sleep with everyone. From beginning to end, only Yangshu had touched her body. Thank you, my lady. Yangshu hugged Lu Yun and rubbed against her. Lu Yun stroked Yangshu's back with a smile on her lips. She was a little nervous at first, because Yangshu was at an age of high spirits and might not be very happy about the child. Who knew this person was more excited than her? I'll ask the kitchen to make some new dishes and send them over. What would you like to eat? Yangshu picked up Lu Yun and let her sit on the chaise longue. Cook a bowl of noodles. Lu Yun had no appetite, but now she was not alone, so she had to eat something. Good. Yangshu responded and went to the kitchen himself. Second, madam, the prince seems very happy, Zir said with a smile, her eyes lingering on Lu Yun's face for a moment, worried that Lu Yun would be upset. When the second lady asked him to make contraceptive soup, she did not hesitate at all, even though her feelings for the prince were growing deeper. It's obvious that she doesn't want to give birth to children for the prince. Now that she's pregnant, the second lady looks delighted, but Zir is worried that she will take the abortion pill right away. Lu Yun raised her lips, immersed in joy. She didn't notice at all that Zir's eyes were not right. The fact that Lu Yun was pregnant was not spread outside and was only known to people in King Ding's palace. A letter has arrived from the military camp. The Yang family army is willing to work with me on great matters. Yangshu waited until Lu Yun put down her bowl and chopsticks before he spoke. Afraid that she would vomit again, Yangshu took her to the yard to help digest the food. Su Jingzhou has already taken control of Huaining County. Once the weapons, armor, and other items are delivered, we can leave. But you are pregnant now, so you have to go first. The fetus is stable in the 3rd month. I'll have someone send you to Huaining County. Yangshu told Lu Yun about his plan. Lu Yun nodded. If Yangshu left Jianan, it would definitely cause trouble, and he was afraid that there would be pursuers behind him. Her body would not be able to bear the rapid journey. Don't make me wait too long. Lu Yun looked at Yangshu, her eyes lingering on his face. People are treacherous, so don't be careless. Lu Yun was not afraid of anything else, but she was worried that Yangshu would become arrogant and lose his caution after taking down the Yang family army. There's still some time left. Yangshu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist and held her in his arms. I will definitely assume the worst of you. It won't be long. I'll be with you soon. No one can trust my wife's beauty. Lu Yun rubbed Yangshu's face and said, I am a pregnant woman. Who would have such bad thoughts? Yangshu raised his eyebrows. It's over. Pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years. This has already begun. You just told me that people are evil, but now you have forgotten everything. My lady, you have no idea of your own charm. When you went to Yahonglu before, did you see the eyes of those people? They were darker than wolves, and they wanted to kill you right there. The darkness of human nature cannot be measured with a ruler. How can they let you go just because you were pregnant? It seems that we need to arrange more people. Yang Shu lowered his head and pecked Lu Yun on the lips. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man already treated her as an ignorant and innocent woman. Yang Shu stayed with Lu Yun for a while until she was tired and took a rest, then he left. Let's go to the farm, Yang Shu said to Fang Zhuang. During this period, Yang Shu talked a lot with Cui Tingyu about Jiang Chuan. Perhaps because he told the stories so well, Cui Tingyu showed great enthusiasm every time he went there. Where is he? Yang Shu asked the head of the village when he didn't see Cui Tingyu in the yard. He must have gone to the river. Upon hearing this, Yang Shu went to the river to look for someone. As soon as he approached, he saw a tall and slender figure. He did not go over immediately. Instead, Yang Shu looked at Cui Tingyu quietly. No wonder she gets kidnapped when she goes out. Her figure and temperament are so superior. The water here is not shallow. It's not easy to get out if you fall in. Cui Tingyu turned around and met Yang Shu's gaze, his eyes calm. When do you plan to let Dr. Yu cure the patient? Yang Shu sighed. I know you are anxious, and I am anxious too, but it is Dr. Yu who is treating the disease, and the progress is not something I can decide. If Yer can wake up within 2 months, I will give Mengpo a letter and ask him to transport the iron ore to the designated location. Cui Tingyu said in a calm tone. Chapter 136. This girl is so lewd. Yang Shu's eyes narrowed. Cui Tingyu knew how to urge him, and he couldn't refuse. I'll talk to Dr. Yu when I get back. With his medical skills, I think there won't be any major problems. Without saying anything more, Cui Tingyu walked past Yang Shu and went back. I took Wu Lu to the Dingguo Palace. Yang Shu raised his voice slightly. Cui Tingyu did not pause. If you scheme against others, you must be aware that you are being schemed against. Wu Lu was no match for Yang Shu, so he had to accept defeat. Cui Tingyu, Yi State wants to send troops to Yan State. Will you spare me? This time, Cui Tingyu stopped. She chuckled softly, and her laughter was extremely pleasant. You should ask how many slices I will cut you into. It took 1,000 years to be able to sleep together, but you really have a hard heart. Yang Shu laughed at himself. Cui Tingyu pursed her lips, took a few steps forward, stretched out her hand, and pushed Yang Shu into the water. But she didn't have the strength to push unless Yang Shu was willing. I know you have me in your heart. Yang Shu looked at Cui Tingyu's hand on his chest, and was moved. She threw herself into my arms. Cui Tingyu's breathing became heavier, and he raised his foot and stomped hard. After being stepped on several times, Yang Shu had gained experience and quickly dodged before Cui Tingyu's foot landed. There were a lot of gravel on the riverbank. Cui Tingyu was angry and stepped on Yang Shu with great force. She hurt herself instead of stepping on him. Hearing the muffled groan from the beauty's lips, Yang Shu blinked. Look at you. You've invested so much money, and I didn't say I won't be responsible. Ignoring Cui Tingyu's struggle, Yang Shu picked her up and said, Today is a good day. Shall we get married? Ouch. Let go. Open your mouth. Yang Shu pinched Cui Tingyu's face. This woman has no martial ethics. What a huge grudge. You're going to bite me to death. Do I owe you a meal? Ungrateful. Still biting. Yang Shu was so angry that he looked like he had no teeth. Pulling at Cui Tingyu's clothes, Yang Shu bit her shoulder. The two men competed with each other, letting the taste of blood spread in their mouths and refusing to let go. Elder sister? Finally, Cui Yi came over, and the two separated. Yang Shu touched his neck and looked at the blood on his hands. He glared at Cui Tingyu angrily. Cui Tingyu wiped his mouth and pulled Cui Yi away. The more you tolerate Yang Shu, the more he will become more demanding. Sister, why did you bite my brother? He is a good man. He gave Yer a lot of candies. Cui Yi had an innocent smile on her face. Cui Tingyu closed the door and sat down on the chair tiredly. Given Yer's current mentality, even if you tell the truth, Yang Shu is still a good person. Cui Tingyu gently untied his belt and pulled down the clothes on his right shoulder. The bloody teeth marks on his fair skin were shocking. After doing some simple processing, Cui Tingyu put on her clothes. When she went out, Yang Shu was still there, and Cui Yi was pestering him to play. Oh, your precious princess. Yang Shu glanced at Cui Tingyu and said sarcastically, Look at her demeanor, so pleasing to the eye, a model of a noble lady. It's impossible for you to bite a man and not let go. Yang Shu, don't be so mean. Cui Tingyu lost his composure and started to curse. Yang Shu stuffed a handful of candy into Cui Yi's mouth and told him to go and play by himself. Tisk, TSK, you're not like this when you need me. At first, you broke into my room late at night. I never thought that the Princess of Yi State was a bad person who refused to admit her innocence. Insidious and shameless, 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 full of nonsense. Cui Tingyu breathed heavily and cursed all the dirty words she knew. Yang Shu's eyes widened. Is this Cui Tingyu? Has she been possessed by someone? Prince. The village head came over and gave him the ointment. Are you feeling relieved? Yang Shu brought a stool and motioned Cui Tingyu to take a rest. Don't move. If you don't rub it open, you won't have to get out of bed tomorrow. Yang Shu took off Cui Tingyu's shoes, revealing her white and tender feet with a beautiful curve, but her ankles and heels were obviously swollen. Hold on. After applying the ointment, Yang Shu began to rub it. Give up. I'd rather marry a dog than consider you. Yang Shu was greatly shocked. No wonder he couldn't impress Cui Tingyu. It turned out that it wasn't because he wasn't handsome enough, but because this girl was so lecherous. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. Yang Shu sighed. Cui Tingyu's face froze. He had no idea what Yang Shu was thinking and became increasingly angry. Don't be angry. I won't compete with you. I'll give you a few strong ones later. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yang Shu winked at Cui Tingyu. No, I'm so considerate, and you're still not satisfied? Yang Shu grabbed Cui Tingyu's calf. Why bother? What bad intentions do I have? I just have deep feelings for you and want to make you smile. The obsession is too deep. It's just abnormal. Yang Shu let go of his hand, looking lonely. If you don't like it, I'll leave. There was no entanglement, and Yang Shu left very decisively. Cui Tingyu tightly grasped the corner of his clothes, his breath stuck in his chest, unable to spit it out or swallow it. Finally, he poked the stone with a branch. If the children of the Yi country's aristocratic families saw this action, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Everyone knows that the legitimate princess is cool and elegant, steady and generous, and never shows her emotions. Hiss. Yang Shu applied medicine on his neck. He is born in the year of the dog. From now on, if you want to make Cui Tingyu angry, you must keep your distance. Back at the Dingguo Palace, Yang Shu called Pai Gao over and said, give Zheng Bin a letter and ask her to make an appointment with He Xiangshu. Prince, what's wrong with your neck? Pai Jiu stared at the bleeding tooth marks on Yang Shu's neck and blinked. The dog bit me. This is not the way a dog bites. Pai Gao said. Yang Shu's face darkened, and he started looking for branches. Prince, I'm really not making fun of you. Pai Gao ran with his hem lifted up, explaining as he ran. Yang Shu stopped and chased after him after hearing this. Keep it a secret, don't let a single word leak out. Minister Feng instructed the butler. Everything that needs to be dealt with has been dealt with. Yes. The butler looked solemn. If the emperor knew that they were being fooled, he would be furious and vent all his anger on the Xiangshu mansion. Go down. Minister Feng sat down, holding the arm of the chair, and the white hair on his temples was particularly obvious. Feng Qingwan had already returned home. Looking at her depressed elder brother, she bit her lower lip and wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Zhang Chuan is really hateful. Before leaving, he came to provoke his eldest brother and made him feel resentful towards their father. But Zhang Chuan's identity is fake, and it is impossible to explain it. Brother, father and Zhang Chuan are not what you think. Qingwan, big brother wants to be alone for a while. Feng Bai's face was indifferent. Feng Qingwan moved her red lips slightly and wanted to say a few more words, but when she saw Feng Bai's expression turned cold, she walked out of the room. When they reached a deserted place, Feng Qingwan covered her face and let the tears flow. How did the Feng family become like this? Everyone in it was like a joke. Meeting He Xiangshu? Zheng Bin raised his eyes slightly, somewhat surprised. Every time Yang Shu was with He Xiangshu, his eyes were filled with dislike, but he actually took the initiative to ask him out. What are you looking at? Zheng Bin picked up his pen and asked someone to deliver the letter to the Duke Zhong's mansion. Chapter 137, The He Family's Plan. Yunner, you have to believe me. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's hand, his face full of grief and indignation. I have already refused, but she insisted and tried to force me through force. I struggled desperately and refused to obey. When she saw that she couldn't get what she wanted, she bit me like this. Yang Shu turned his head away, his shoulders shaking, looking weak and forbearing. Lu Yun took off Yang Shu's blood-stained coat, feeling both angry and amused. You're already injured like this, and you're still not serious. Mame, go get a basin of hot water. After wiping the blood off Yang Shu's body, Lu Yun took out some soft silk and changed him into something else. My lady, I really didn't do anything wrong. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun and said, in my heart, your beauty is unmatched. Lu Yun laughed. You really are not pretentious. Yang Shu nuzzled Lu Yun's neck and said, you're too reserved. It's easy for you to be single. The truth must be told. You just know how to coax people. Lu Yun asked Yang Shu to sit down and applied medicine to him again. I told Shui Tingyu a lot about recent events, and she got angry and became a non-human. Not only did you bite him, you even bit his neck. She wanted people to misunderstand me, but fortunately my wife is smart and saw through her evil plan at a glance. Yang Shu's eyes were full of emotion. Lu Yun rubbed his face and asked, "Am I usually very fierce?" "My lady, how could you ask such a question? Not to mention the state of Yin. Even in the whole world, there is no one more generous than you. Then why are you so cautious?" Lu Yun packed up the medicine bottle. "It's not that I'm afraid of leaving a bad impression on my wife. We haven't consummated our marriage yet. If you misunderstand me as someone who is doing evil and forcing women, what will happen if I run away?" Lu Yun chuckled. "I know my husband's character very well. There is probably no room for him to improve." Yang Shu blinked. Was this a compliment to him? Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu pulled her into his arms. "It's in vain that I have always maintained a noble and arrogant image." Lu Yun couldn't help laughing, looking at Yang Shu with bright eyes. "Be more reserved outside, or they will say you are shameless." "Is this what you call thick?" Yang Shu put Lu Yun's hand on his face and asked her to judge. Mo entered the room carrying food, and seeing the two of them cuddling together, she silently looked away. The young lady must have been drugged, and the bite on the son-in-law's neck was obviously caused by the girl, but she didn't pursue the matter at all. "Miss, it's time for dinner." Mo was not called Yang Shu. She was the young lady's dowry, and her son-in-law must be made aware that it was very wrong to flirt with girls outside. "The cheese today is not tasty? Why are you so angry?" Yang Shu said casually after he took Lu Yun to the dining table and sat down. Mo bit her lip. It was over. How could she keep her dignity after receiving the favor? After thinking for 5 minutes, Mo looked at Yang Shu and said with great determination, "I won't eat anything tomorrow." Yang Shu glanced over and asked, "Does this mean you have no attachment to the world?" "It seems that the longan sent by Chuan Gui will arrive at the mansion tomorrow." "Madam, don't waste Mo's share. Share it for her." Mo could no longer maintain the seriousness on her face. She swallowed and turned her head with difficulty. "What's going on?" Yang Shu moved closer to Lu Yun and lowered his voice. It turned out that the foodie had no interest in fresh fruits. Lu Yun glanced at Mo. After being together for many years, Lu Yun didn't have to guess what was in her mind. "I'm angry for you. I'm taking care of the housework, but you're having affairs with other women, living a carefree life, and even provoking your wife." Yang Shu's eyes widened. "Don't convict people like this." She was able to imagine so much from just one tooth mark. "Madam, haven't I treated the little girl well enough? How can she deny my character?" Yang Shu buried his head in Lu Yun's arms, feeling extremely sad. "Miss." Mo didn't expect Yang Shu to be so bold. She stood there with her mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Shouldn't she criticize his evil deeds? Why is it like she did something wrong now? After seeing the young lady coaxing Yang Wanku, Mo left. She was no match for Yang Wanku. This guy was too good at pretending. "Okay." Lu Yun put her hand on Yang Shu's back and supported him gently. "You just can't give in to Mo. You always make her cheeks puff up with anger. Sooner or later, she will ignore you." Yang Shu raised his head and said with deep affection, "It's enough for me to have a wife." Lu Yun pinched Yang Shu's nose. He was considerate, responsive to everything, and sweet-mouthed, making people not feel fussy about him. In the Duke Zhong's mansion, Xiangshu could not hide his worry. "Father, Yan State is in trouble. In addition to Yegua, there are definitely other people in Jinan. The emperor only knows how to be suspicious, and the princes only know how to fight for power. With all this, how can they possibly stop the covetousness of other countries?" Xiangshu could already foresee the scene of corpses everywhere. "We must make plans. Marshal Yang won't be able to hold out for long. We have to transport the books and treasures out before Yi State sends out its troops." Xiangshu raised his eyes and said, "Although Chuangui is not a big place, my uncle once worked there and has some foundation. As long as we don't show off, we may be able to stay safe. If it really doesn't work, just give away all your wealth. The Duke Zhong's mansion has won the hearts of the people over the years. They should just try to persuade us to surrender instead of killing us all. Since Yan State cannot be saved, we can only ensure the continuation of our family line." Xiangshu's face was solemn and his voice was low and slow. "Father," he looked at the night outside the window without saying a word for a long time. He wished there was someone who could protect this land and prevent it from being burned by war. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. "Go." His father closed his eyes. "Young master, the personal attendant of Prince, he sent a message saying that there will be a quarter of an hour free at noon tomorrow. Zheng Bin nodded, picked up the pen, and informed Yang Shu of the situation. It's a nice day today. Do you want to go play in the garden? Lu Yun felt helpless as she looked at Zier, who never left her side. She needed to be more careful than usual now, but it was not to the point where she could not live without someone. Second, madam, I just want to be with you. Lu Yun pursed her red lips and said, it's okay to change clothes, but do you want to follow me to the toilet? Zier looked at Lu Yun and moved 2 steps to the side. Lu Yun stroked her forehead. Tell me, what are you worried about? Don't lie to me. You are not good enough. Zier bit her lip and said, second, madam, the prince really loves you. You can keep this child. Lu Yun raised her eyelids slightly. I think the treatment in the mansion is very good. You are allowed to be the master of this place. You are young, but you worry about a lot. Lu Yun tapped Zier's brow, and her casual gesture was full of charm. I drank the contraceptive soup because the madam's position in the prince's heart is unshakable. A noble family would hate to have a concubine's child first. If I get pregnant without permission, it would be a provocation to the madam. The prince will also be suspicious, but I have the intention to fight back. Zier, no matter how high you stand or how much others give you, you must be clear about your position and never have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. This child was approved by his father, and I am happy too. So, do you understand? Chapter 138, We Are Together. Zier laughed, and her tense heart relaxed. After walking 2 steps, Zier turned back. After hesitating, she asked, second, madam, are you really happy with the prince? Lu Yun touched her lower abdomen. Her eyes were soft, and she didn't avoid it. She uttered 2 words, naturally. Zier was now completely relieved. The Dingguo Palace gave her shelter, food, and clothing, and she lived a leisurely and comfortable life on weekdays. Zier hoped that the palace would be well. On the 2nd floor of Wangjiang Tower, He Xiangshu took a look and went to the box on the left. Have you figured it out? He Xiangshu looked straight at Zheng Bin. Due to the change in the situation, he no longer had his previous patience and was eager to get involved in the perfume business. Zheng Bin took a sip of tea, looked at the closed door, then stood up and walked towards the screen. Stop eating. People are here. At least keep some image for yourself. Zheng Bin said unhappily. He Xiangshu frowned and looked towards the screen. Yang Shu wiped his hands and said, the braised duck feet at Wangjiang Tower are really good. Yang Shu. The moment the figure appeared, He Xiangshu opened his eyes and looked fiercely at Zheng Bin. Look at what she is doing. The protagonist today is this prince. Yang Shu sat down opposite He Xiangshu. He Xiangshu stared at Yang Shu. You are not a playboy. If he still can't see anything wrong, He Xiangshu will not be qualified to be the leader of the younger generation of the He family. I never admitted it. You guys insisted on saying it that way. Yang Shu said casually. Why are you standing? Sit together. Yang Shu called Zheng Bin. Are you interested in the duck feet on my plate? Don't even think about it. I'll pack them up and take them away later. Because He Xiangshu was present, Zheng Bin did not roll his eyes at Yang Shu. Who cares? It's not like she can't afford it. You guys are in the same group. He Xiangshu said with a sullen face. What else? Does this prince seem to be a homosexual? Yang Shu poured a cup of tea for He Xiangshu. Don't be nervous. I asked you out today purely to share the happiness. From what I know, the Duke Zhong's mansion is quietly gathering assets. You also know that the Yan State is in trouble. He Xiangshu didn't say anything, but just looked at Yang Shu. It turned out that Yang Shu, the madman famous in Yan State, was just pretending. How long has he been pretending? From the beginning? Or did he realize it recently? He Xiangshu's mind was working frantically. The scenes of his time with Yang Shu kept replaying in front of his eyes, trying to find something out of them. Seeing that he was distracted, Yang Shu picked up the boiled water and started drinking it. When did you hook up with him? He Xiangshu's eyes were fixed on Zheng Bin's face, not missing any change in her expression. What do you mean by hooking up? Yang Shu said slowly. I have been in love with the young master for a long time. Our relationship was stable long before you. I've already said that I'm the protagonist. If you ask her, you won't get much of an answer. Isn't it unbelievable? Jinin's #1 madman actually has a brain, and he looks quite extraordinary. The gambling house was smashed, and the poison at the celebration banquet was done deliberately. I need money, lots of it. The emperor is so hypocritical. It's very comforting to see him angry. He Xiangshu, you are well-read and good at riding and shooting. Are you really willing to remain silent? It's better to take a chance than to hide for a lifetime and live in fear. He Xiangshu raised his eyes, his face expressionless. Old Marshal Yang will not rebel. Yang Shu laughed. No wonder the emperor has been so active over the years. It seems like you guys have figured out everything about the old man. He is old and can no longer lead the Yang family army. Yang Shu leaned forward and stared at He Xiangshu. I am the head of the Dingguo Palace now. He won't fight back, but I will. Border has replied, willing to die for me. He Xiangshu's pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 139. This prince's bow is extremely accurate. Seeing that you are so shocked, let me tell you one more thing. I took an iron mine from the legitimate princess of Yi Kingdom. Yang Shu spoke slowly. He Xiangshu clenched his teacup tightly. His breathing became disordered. Thinking of something, he stared at Yang Shu. What is your relationship with Jiang Chuan? Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth and leaned back. You might as well guess. This prince's bow is extremely accurate. If Fengbai lives, he can't die. He Xiangshu was stunned. You are actually. Do you want to fight or not? Yang Shu tapped the table with his fingers and said calmly, as if he was just asking a trivial matter. What if I don't want to? It's easy. I can slaughter the He family in less than half an hour. Yang Shu said casually. You are one of us. I will protect you. But if there is a hidden danger, I think you will not be lenient. Since the He family has promising talents, I will ask them to be quicker with their swords. He Xiangshu laughed angrily. Then why are you pretending to recruit talents? I have to pretend. I have to show respect to you. Yang Shu said seriously. Zheng Bin glanced at He Xiangshu's tense cheeks and silently moved away from Yang Shu. He was too rude. He hoped that if a fight broke out, no innocent people would be hurt. But she didn't say anything. Is the Yang family army really in your hands? That's for sure. Otherwise, how could I dare to come to you? I'm confident. I'm not afraid that you'll sell me out. As long as I want, I can leave Jin at any time. As long as I want, I can destroy the Duke Zhong's mansion at any time. Yang Shu smiled brightly. He Shitzi is a smart man. Don't let yourself get upset. Let's become rich together. You have seen Zheng Bin's ability to make money. She can afford it even if she earns a few million more. Zheng Bin spat out a mouthful of tea and his face turned red. How dare he say that? He Xiangshu stood up and said, I will discuss this with my father. 2 days. I'll only give you 2 days. I think this is enough for you to find out many things. Yang Shu looked at He Xiangshu and said lazily. He Xiangshu glanced at him for a few seconds and walked out. If he wasn't so distracted, he would definitely be able to see the clues. Yang Shu glanced at Zheng Bin and shook his head. You've been pretending to be a man for so many years, but your face is still like a woman's. Zheng Bin coughed even more violently and glared at Yang Shu. What do you mean she is still a woman? She is a girl to begin with. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do in the future. Zheng Bin snorted lightly, stood up and left. This meal is on me. As soon as Yang Shu finished speaking, Zheng Bin, who had walked out, came back and sat upright on the chair. The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched. He was wealthy, but very stingy. He would never spend his own money if he could get it from others. There are only 2 of us. Looking at the table full of dishes, Yang Shu's face darkened. The waiter will bring the lunchbox over soon, so we don't have to worry about what to eat for dinner. Zheng Bin didn't even wait for Yang Shu and started eating. You're better than me. Yang Shu didn't want to say anything more, so he just picked up the chopsticks and started eating, because Zheng Bin really wanted to eat, not pretending at all. Let him retain some image, while what he eats is the same as those who are fleeing from famine. There was not a single dish left on the table. It's not that they were all eaten, but that Zheng Bin packed them all up. Yang Shu reasonably suspected that Rongchang rice shop was in a financial crisis and was not far from bankruptcy. As soon as he returned home, He Xiangshu went straight to his father's study. He swallowed the words on his lips when he saw the person in the study. The crown prince is young and promising. Duke Zhongwa should think about him. After glancing at Prime Minister Minister Feng said goodbye to his father. Father, why is he here? He Xiangshu frowned after the man left. The emperor did not like his officials to have close contacts, and no one with a bit of sophistication would do something like entering the palace. Minister Feng is not a simple-minded person. What else can I do? Persuade me to help the 3rd prince ascend the throne. Father, he said in a light voice. There are so many women in the world, but you have to provoke Feng Qingwan. The Prince Han Ding's palace has its eyes on him. It is obvious that he does not have a big picture in mind. He Xiangshu said. Deal with the farm. If a country that is on the verge of collapse does not think about adding bricks to strengthen it, but instead keeps extracting money, how long can it hold on? Let them fight. His father sighed, looking tired. He Xiangshu didn't move and looked directly at his father. My son met Yang Shu today. His father frowned. Isn't he recovering from his injuries? Why is he out to cause trouble again? He Xiangshu lowered his eyes. Even though he was his father, when he thought of Yang Shu, the impression that subconsciously came to his mind was that of a useless piece of mud. Recovering from his injuries? He's fine. Father, we have misjudged him all these years. This boy is very cunning and has a deep mind. Father, he frowned, looking suspicious. What do you mean? Father, he is Jiang Chuan, and the Yang family army is already in his hands. He Xiangshu said word by word. Mr. He's eyes were fixed for a long time, and he didn't come back to his senses. He asked his son whether he wanted to live with him in prosperity or to die first. Is it true? His father's throat was a little hoarse. He had always thought that this playboy had such a big reversal. That should be correct. I didn't reply him right away. It took 2 days. Check it out. His father's chest rose and fell slightly, and he held up his coat. He was not optimistic about any of the princes because these people had no soldiers. The crisis of Yan State was never from within, but from outside. The enemy had already reached out, and there was not much time left for Yan State. The princes had no ability to resist the enemy's cavalry. Yang Shu is different. The Yang family is well known throughout the world. Yang Lian has laid a very good foundation for him. As long as he can achieve some success, he will have countless followers. With the help of the Yang family army, he will definitely be able to stop other countries' invasion of Yan State. Father, Yang Shu is bent on rebellion. Let him rebel, as long as he does better than Gua. His father said in a flat tone. In recent years, the emperor has been only concerned with suspicion and playing power games, and has not thought about doing anything practical for the people. The situation in Yan State is not much better than that of the previous dynasty. His father had long been extremely disappointed, and even went to old man Yang to provoke him, but he just wouldn't rebel. He Xiangshu retreated, and Yang Shu wanted to find his father directly. The two of them were probably arm in arm, discussing the matter of forcing the emperor to abdicate. After returning home, Yang Shu went to Fuxianjuan. He arrived at an unlucky time as Lu Yun had just fallen asleep. After watching for a while beside the couch, Yang Shu took off his coat and lay down beside Lu Yun. Lu Yun slept for half an hour before waking up. When did you come? Lu Yun's eyes were still hazy and her voice was soft. Perhaps due to the twin body, she was more sleepy than before, and her alertness was far worse than before. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun between the eyebrows. When you fell asleep, would you like to get up and walk around? Afraid that Lu Yun would continue to sleep, Yang Shu rubbed her ears to wake her up so that she would not sleep too much and be unable to fall asleep at night. Hold me. Lu Yun's tone was soft. Good. Yang Shu stroked her hair, got up from the couch, helped Lu Yun put on her coat, and carried her out of the inner room. What's He Xiangshu's reaction? Lu Yun opened her eyes slightly, her posture lazy. It was shocking and unbelievable, like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Lu Yun chuckled, took the sour dates handed to her by Yang Shu, and took a bite. The next second, Lu Yun's expression froze. She looked at Yang Shu and stuffed the sour dates into Yang Shu's mouth at lightning speed. To prevent Yang Shu from vomiting, she covered his mouth. In just a moment, Yang Shu's face wrinkled into a ball, and his eyes were wet with soreness. Lu Yun's eyebrows were curved, like a little fox. I just want to share it with my husband. Chapter 140, we are a family from now on. I'm so moved that my eyes are filled with tears. Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's waist and bent down to kiss her. There was no way Lu Yun would let Yang Shu succeed, so she kept hiding. After playing around for a while, Yang Shu took a sip of tea to suppress the sour taste in his mouth. I thought you would like it. Lu Yun used Yang Shu as a soft pillow and leaned against him. It's too sore. I want to eat candied fruit, but it feels greasy once I put it in my mouth. Lu Yun pinched the sachet around her waist, feeling quite distressed. Yang Shu chuckled and looked at Lu Yun tenderly. Lu Yun raised her hand to block his view. What's wrong? Indulging in tenderness. The days of separation will be particularly hard to bear. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu. Since she had never fallen in love with him, she would not worry about his safety. Now, I am deeply afraid that something unexpected might happen to Yang Shu. I just hope the time of separation won't be too long. He had to gather a group of people before leaving to find out the ill intentions of others in advance, so that Yang Shu could be prepared and not fall into danger. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she thought. I'll be there once everything is arranged. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's face and said gently. Lu Yun smiled and changed the subject, not wanting to put pressure on him. When people are in a hurry, they tend to make mistakes. What kind of letter can be used to answer this question? He said he needed to think about it. Yang Shu touched the teacup and saw that the water in it was not that hot, so he picked it up. After taking a few sips, Lu Yun opened her lips and said, the people in the Duke Zhong's mansion are not blindly loyal. They are quite dissatisfied with the emperor. They see things clearly and will not go down with the Guo family. You have the Yang family army. This advantage is unmatched by others. As long as Duke Zhonghua is not stupid, he will know how to choose. Did you say anything harsh to He Xiangshu? Lu Yun half sat up. Yang Shu grinned. Let them go. I told them that if they don't share prosperity with me, I will send them to hell. Lu Yun smiled at Yang Shu. I really can't expect you to be polite and courteous to others. Fortunately, the Yang family are all military commanders, so it's normal for them to be a little violent. And it's a time of upheaval, so we need a tough and domineering commander to defeat the Guo family and intimidate the enemy. If it's a peaceful time, you'll see if they will pay any attention to you. Rubbing Yang Shu's face, Lu Yun smiled and said, we should be on the same side now, so be more friendly to others. The chosen ones of heaven are somewhat proud. If you don't give enough respect, I'm afraid you won't be able to use your power anywhere. Madam, are you worried about Xiangshu? Yang Shu put his head on Lu Yun's shoulder, his voice muffled. Lu Yunbai knew Yang Shu's little thoughts. This guy just wanted her to explain and listen to her sweet words. Prince, he is handsome, gentle, and elegant. With every compliment Lu Yun gave, Yang Shu's face turned darker. Unable to hold it back, Lu Yun laughed softly and put her arms around Yang Shu's neck. Lu Yun kissed him on the lips. My husband is the best. What else? Yang Shu refused to give in and held Lu Yun in his arms. Anything else? Lu Yun pretended to be dumb so as not to let him succeed easily. There are so many compliments on Xiangshu, but I only have one sentence. Yang Shu snorted and glanced at Lu Yun. I don't care. I have to surpass him, and I can't be heavier. I don't have much education. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's lips. Did she have little education? It was true that she had never been to school, but after being chosen by Guo Qi, Lu Yun never slacked off for a single day. Yi Honglu values music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the boss, Lu Yun's talent is not inferior to any other girl in the building. If you don't satisfy me today, don't even think about getting off my bed. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and spoke viciously. My dear husband, this is impossible. I really cannot serve you. Let's wait until he's older. Lu Yun stroked her belly gently, her voice gentle, her eyes seeming to reject and welcome. Yang Shu's throat moved, and he turned his back. He was so bold. He actually imitated him and deliberately misinterpreted the meaning. How could this be wrong? It was clearly a seduction. The more charming a woman is, the more she likes to tease you. Once you take the bait, she will immediately act out the June rain for you and still say that he is a bad guy. Angry, Lu Yun put her face on Yang Shu's back and smiled gently. My husband is talented and can win 1,000 miles away. He is not an ordinary person. He will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Aren't you well educated? Yang Shu glanced at her. It's really not much. Lu Yun's eyes were full of innocence. Guo Qi only needs me to collect intelligence for him and control officials. Why would he teach me the books of sages? Stingy. With a light remark, Lu Yun hugged and kissed Yang Shu. You are taking advantage of the fact that I can't touch you now. Yang Shu straightened Lu Yun's clothes. My husband is the best. Lu Yun coaxed with a smile. Remember this for you. I'll collect both the principal and interest when the time comes. Yang Shu raised his chin slightly, looking unapproachable and unnegotiable. Lu Yun was amused by him, and her eyes became even softer. She held the hand that Yang Shu extended, and Lu Yun walked out with him. This kind of relaxed and leisurely life was something she dared not imagine in Yihonglu. The breeze blew gently, blowing the hems of their clothes and brushing away the dust. Father. Just one day later, Xiangshu walked into his father's study with a heavy face. Yang Shu is even more cunning than we thought. The panic in Jinan today is caused by him. Even though we know Yang Shu is not a simple person, we can't find out anything else except the information he revealed. It's impossible to judge the depth. I only know that he is very scheming and very bold. Father, he slowly closed the booklet and said, you missed one thing. He has an absolutely amazing talent in leading troops. The Yang family army is loyal to Yang Lian, but they are arrogant and will not recognize a dandy. It can only be Yang Shu's own ability. He should have revealed it to Sun Hu during those days in the military camp. All right, no need to check. Tell him that the Duke Zhong's mansion will do its best to help him. Xiangshu frowned slightly. Father, isn't this too careless? You've been played around by others. How can you be cautious in the talks? Xiangshu lowered his head. He never thought that the famous dandy was just pretending. That idiot look was too real. Are you worried about Yang Shu's temper? Do you feel that he is calculating every step he takes? Are you afraid that he lacks humanity and is cruel and murderous? Xiangshu nodded slightly. Father, he took a sip of tea and said, in Qingzhou, Yang Shu molested a young child. Xiangshu raised his eyes, bowed to his father, and said solemnly, Son will do it now. It was still Wangjiang Tower, but this time only Yang Shu and Xiangshu were there. Have you thought it through? Yang Shu shook the wine jug and poured a glass for Xiangshu. Xiangshu looked at the white powder at the bottom of the cup, his face darkening. Are you going to make it so obvious? I'm not afraid that you'll die without understanding. Yang Shu picked up the chopsticks and said casually. Xiang Shu's heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed the urge to curse. He looked at Yang Shu and said, Duke Zhonghua's mansion will do its best to help you. Yang Shu took the wine glass in front of Xiang Shu, poured out the wine, and said in a low voice, quickly bring some good wine. I felt close to you the first time I met you. Yang Shu poured another cup for Xiang Shu. Now, we can be considered a family. You're welcome. Just ask for whatever you want to eat or drink. Zhengbin has already acquired this restaurant, so we don't have to spend any money. Xiang Shu lowered his eyes. This thing changed its expression so quickly. Chapter 141. Force the Emperor to abdicate? I am a good citizen. When do you plan to force the Emperor to abdicate? Xiang Shu did not beat around the bush like Yang Shu and asked directly. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Force the Emperor to abdicate. Why force me to abdicate? I am a good citizen. Yang Shu, the Duke Zhong's mansion has made its position clear. Why are you still pretending? Xiang Shu's tone became colder as he was holding back his anger. Yang Shu didn't say anything. He raised his head and drank the wine. Whoever wants this mess like Jinan can take it. I just don't care about it. Weapons, armor, and horses have arrived in Huaining County. What I want is Gongzhou. I want to show Guo what the people want and how incompetent he, as an emperor, is. Aren't you all fighting for that chair? I'll just make it useless. Yang Shu said casually, as if this was just a trivial matter that could be done easily. Xiang Shu was shocked by Yang Shu's arrogance. This prince does not have that ability. Yang Shu looked straight at Xiang Shu with a disdainful look. It's not that he is not allowed to pretend. He just wants Xiang Shu to see how arrogant he is. Xiang Shu was silent for a long time and finally left. The next day, the third master of the He family left Jinan and set out for Gongzhou. The materials that were originally transferred changed direction. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The atmosphere in the court was more solemn than ever, and everyone had their own thoughts. Sir, the ones escorting the silver are from the Han family. Paijiu came up to Yang Shu and reported. The Yi kingdom was in the wrong and had no legitimate reason to start a war, so it could only reduce the compensation requested by the Ding Kingdom Palace. But Yang Shu's cutting of his finger was real. He said nothing and just gave his finger directly. In the end, Yegua compromised. Han family. Yang Shu touched his chin. Do they want to collect Han Chi's body? Tisk, can you find it? Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao. Disaster. Let's take a look. Yang Shu wiped the sweat from his head. The weather was already cold and couldn't stand his heavy exercise. In Fuxiang courtyard, Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun and his gaze moved to her lower abdomen. Does it still feel bad? Lu Yun asked softly. Lu Yun had severe morning sickness some time ago and vomited everything she ate. Much better. Lu Yun poured Lu Yun a cup of tea. What does it feel like? Lu Yun chuckled. You'll know later. It's a bit painful, but I'm looking forward to it. The prince is quite principled. Lu Yun was even prettier than Feng Qingwan. Yang Shu slept on the same bed with her, but he resisted the urge to touch her. Lu Yun smiled. Yes, it's quite strong. You're more generous than I thought. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun. I thought you would at least be a little unhappy. If I am pregnant with a boy, it will definitely affect my legitimate son. Lu Yun sipped his tea. The prince has great ambitions. Having an heir can make those who follow him more loyal. You can help him. You are sober and won't cross the line, so it's okay for you to give birth to his first son. If you fight for the prince's backyard, you'll lose. He knows exactly what he should and shouldn't give. Fratricide will not happen in Prince Ding's palace. Lu Yun's voice was calm. Yang Shu was determined. Unless the son she gave birth to was truly untreatable, the most important thing must be given to their son. Yang Shu is not a person who raises poisonous insects, so he will not provoke brothers to fight each other. Lu Yun's eyes turned slightly, and she smiled. Madam is young, but she sees things clearly. Aren't you afraid that I might be unhappy? After all, mothers are crazy for their children. I believe in the prince. Lu Yun gave the warm water to Lu Yun. He is indeed lucky. A woman who does not fight or compete and trusts her husband wholeheartedly can save a lot of twists and turns for those who are building an empire. Only you can sit in this queen's seat. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun steadily. I've gone too far. Before the matter is accomplished, we have to hold back. After all, the prince is quite arrogant. Lu Yun chuckled. If you listen carefully, I will sue you and ask you to give an explanation. Lu Yun looked towards the door and asked, do you usually obey him? You can't help it. He will act pitiful and look hurt, as if you have done something unforgivable. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, and the two of them got together to complain about Yang Shu. After shooting the arrow in his hand, Yang Shu sneezed. He hid so deeply, who would be targeting him? Sir, Minister Feng has been quite active recently. Pai Jiu handed the arrow to Yang Shu. He has made appointments with many officials, both openly and secretly. Yang Shu pulled the bowstring. This is because they know they have been deceived. If the matter is leaked, the emperor will become a joke and will not let the Feng family go. They should take advantage of them before they can make a move. The fight between father and son is exciting just to think about. Yang Shu let go of his hand. What has Guiqi done recently? It's very quiet. I go to the temple every 3 days. It seems like I have seen through the world. Pai Gao replied. Yang Shu raised his eyelids. I prefer to believe that the emperor loves the people like his own children and values friendship and loyalty. Shaking his head, Yang Shu gave the bow to Pai Jiu and walked towards Wan Heiyuan. Lu Yan just came back. Go take a shower first. Glancing at Yang Shu's sweaty clothes, Lu Yan spoke. He knew that Yang Shu practiced martial arts every day, and the washroom had been stocked with water since early morning. No matter when Yang Shu finished, he would change his sweat-soaked clothes immediately. As the weather turned cooler, Lu Yan took out a brocade robe from his suitcase and gave it to Yang Shu. Although the two had not consummated their marriage, they had seen everything they shouldn't have seen. In the bathroom, Yang Shu picked up the bucket and poured water over his head. Lu Yan was quite helpless, but also wanted to take the easy way out. Taking out a dry towel, Lu Yan wiped the water off Yang Shu's body and hair. Do weight-bearing exercises every day, and a soak will make you feel more comfortable. The bathhouse in Huaining County will be ready soon. I will definitely take a bath there. Yang Shu promised. Lu Yan rubbed his ears. This man built a bathtub, definitely not for bathing. Lowering his head, Yang Shu kissed Lu Yan's lips, savoring them for a while before letting her go. There will be a palace banquet the day after tomorrow, and gifts are just a procedure. We are not well off, so just a token of our appreciation will be enough. Yang Shu chatted as he tied his belt. Lu Yan wiped his hair and said, no matter how unwilling you are, you have to save face. There is a painting of spring scenery by Wen Songzi in the storeroom, which is just right. Madam, Wen Songzi's paintings are very expensive, as I remember. Well, it's priceless. Lu Yan adjusted Yang Shu's collar. A huge sum of money. Yang Shu's voice broke. Lu Yan smiled and said, it's not the original. You snatched it back from Jiang Qiu. With your husband's talent and knowledge, it's normal that he can't tell the truth from the false. Even if they find out, they won't say anything. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Madam, I always feel that this is not a compliment to me. The chicken soup has been warmed up in the kitchen. I'll ask May to bring it over. Lu Yan was about to leave when Yang Shu hugged her. I won't let you do anything that would make me look like a big bad wolf. Yang Shu bit Lu Yan's white earlobe lightly, suppressing his smile. The food in Dingguo Palace is good, and there is plenty of fresh fruits. Lu Yan's complexion is far from that of Wuwei Marquis Palace. When you look up, it is so beautiful that it makes you feel dazed. You really can't do anything? Lu Yan looked at Yang Shu. Your husband is so handsome, it's hard for me to help myself. Yang Shu smiled innocently. Lu Yan pinched his nose and knew this was the case. Lu Yan tiptoed slightly and kissed her. Chapter 142 Different Thoughts. Miss, it's cold. The maid helped Feng Qingwan put on her cloak. The climate in Jianan changes greatly. Once the heat is over, it will turn directly into severe cold. After taking a look at the plaque of the Shangshu mansion, Feng Qingwan got on the carriage. In Manyu Tower, Gua Yi stood by the window with deep eyes. It had been a long time since she was exposed to the public eye. Feng Qingwan gathered her cloak and hurried upstairs. The third prince. After entering the private room, Feng Qingwan bowed to the people sitting inside. Qingwan, why are we so distant from each other? Gua Yi raised his eyes and stared at Feng Qingwan. My father has met with many officials recently. Feng Qingwan did not reply to Gua Yi, but spoke to herself. The emperor is in his prime, with clear eyes and ears. Please persuade your father not to be confused. Once you take that step, there's really no turning back. Even if I win, I will be cursed by future generations. Feng Qingwan closed her eyes, looking tired and powerless. Gua Yi's eyes turned colder. You asked me out. Is this all you want to say? I was shot by an assassin, and you didn't show any concern? Feng Qingwan pursed her lips slightly. After all, the third prince and I have no engagement, so we should not cross the boundary between men and women. There are countless people who plot rebellion, but only a few succeed. The third prince is both civil and military, supported by all officials, and loved by the emperor. If he is patient, he will surely get what he wants. Feng Qingwan bowed, didn't look at Gua Yi again, and turned away. Hearing the sound of the teacup breaking, Feng Qingwan felt more and more confused. Did Gua Yi, who was as gentle as jade, really exist? Why she couldn't remember. He said that he liked her, but when she was criticized by the outside world and became infamous, Guo did not say a word to defend her, but just watched quietly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Feng Qingwan didn't dare to think too much about the Qingzhou incident before, but now, she has come to her senses. Guo didn't go there just because he wanted to see her. Everyone has a purpose, except her, who is like a fool, being manipulated like a chess piece. I thought he was a like-minded person, but it turned out to be just a delusion. The sadness in Feng Qingwan's eyes was so deep that it could not be melted away, and a tear slid down her cheek. You want to see the third prince? As soon as she returned home, Feng Qingwan was invited to Shangshu Feng's study. My daughter knows that she cannot persuade her father, so she can only ask the third prince to stop you. Feng Qingwan said numbly. Minister Feng frowned. You have always been sensible. How did you become like this? Feng Qingwan raised her eyes and asked, Is it wrong to ask my father to stop at the brink of death? It's not easy to force the emperor to abdicate. Even if you succeed, you will be recorded in history and be infamous forever. Father, is this really what you want? Feng Shangshu looked unhappy. You are a girl, what do you know? Father, please stop. Let's leave Jinan while there is still time. My daughter doesn't want wealth and glory anymore. Let's stay away from here. Feng Qingwan's tears flowed like rain, wetting her entire face, and she choked with sobs. Send the young lady back. Minister Feng's voice was cold and hard. Father! Feng Qingwan screamed miserably. Feng Shangshu's expression did not change. He had put in so much effort to get to where he was today. It was impossible for him to give up. Is it really a fake? Yang Shu touched the painting of spring scenery and asked again, fearing that the gift was too expensive. Lu Yun chuckled and put the painting into the long box. If you like it, I'll draw you another one later. It won't be much worse than this one. If it's an authentic copy, I wouldn't want to part with it. It's getting late, we should set off. Lu Yun smoothed out the wrinkles on Yang Su's waist. Perhaps because he had too many bad things recently, the emperor chose to hold a grand birthday celebration this year and invited all the officials. Now that the Yang family army is in hand, Yang Shu is too lazy to pretend and shows his love openly. After helping Lu Yun get off the carriage, Yang Shu followed her closely. His wife was as beautiful as a goddess, so he had to keep a close eye on her. Don't let anyone kidnap her. Is that Yang Shu? An official pointed and asked uncertainly. It's strange that he can sit still. His face looks better than before. Without being deliberately manic, Yang Shu's upright posture made him look like a young man who was carefully nurtured by his family. You can't pretend for a few days. Another official said disdainfully. Yang Shu ignored their whispers and brought the pastries to Lu Yun. He came here purely to have a meal today. After sitting for a while, more and more people came, and Guo Qi and Guo Yi arrived. Yang Shu had outstanding achievements, and although many people looked at him, no one dared to provoke him. The emperor arrived only after all the officials had gathered. Everyone stood up and saluted. Yang Shu listened to their flattery again and felt really bored. Could the banquet start quickly? He really planned to stay quiet today. If he stays for too long and doesn't like someone, his fist will have their own ideas. Are you feeling better? After dealing with all the officials, the emperor looked at Yang Shu and asked in a gentle voice. Yang Shu didn't even raise his head, concentrating on picking out the fish bones. General, the emperor is asking you a question. The Minister of Rights was very perceptive and spoke to Yang Shu. Yang Shu looked over impatiently. Can you please let us eat properly? This prince is so strong that he can kill a cow. If you don't believe me, just show me. Yang Shu pretended to stand up, but Lu Yun held him back and patted him twice in a soothing manner. Yang Shu sat back and continued picking out fish bones. The emperor looked away and did not scold him. He started talking about other things. No one would bother with a madman. Guo Qi's gaze paused on Lu Yun. She could actually make Yang Shu obey. Guo Qi was not the only one who was surprised. After all, it was well known that Crazy Yang was reckless and looked down on everyone. But now Lu Yun had tamed him. This girl is really capable. I hope it can be tied more tightly and let out less often. After paying attention for a moment, everyone looked away. Putting the boneless fish into Lu Yun's bowl, Yang Shu glanced around and met Xiangshu's eyes. What is this thing looking at? It's not like they are unfamiliar with each other. Is it coveting his wife? Yang Shu and Lu Yun switched places. Xiangshu withdrew his gaze, his temples throbbing. He knew how to make people suffocate. Who is looking at Lu Yun? He just wants to see if this bastard will make trouble today. Guo Yi glanced at Yang Shu, but after just 1 second, he looked away. A man who was doomed to die was not worth his attention. I wish you a long life, father. Guo Yi stood up, laughed loudly, raised his head and drank the wine, his eyes full of intimacy. He looked like a good son no matter how you looked at him. Don't drink too much. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Take care of yourself. The emperor warned earnestly. The scene of loving father and filial son drew praises from all the officials. Yang Shu lowered his eyes and almost couldn't help laughing. Guo Yi is definitely the emperor's biological son, just as hypocritical and artificial. Without listening to what they said, Yang Shu buried his head in eating. Even if it was a fake, it was still worth some money and he had to eat it back. Lu Yun served soup to Yang Shu with a faint smile on his lips. Feng Qingwan was originally looking at Feng Bai and accidentally saw this scene. Her brows couldn't help but frown. There was clearly tenderness in Lu Yun's eyes. She actually liked Yang Shu. Chapter 143: The Emperor is Assassinated. Feng Qingwan didn't know much about Lu Yun. Although she was the daughter of the first wife, she rarely appeared in public. Even when attending a banquet, he is very quiet. Unless you pay special attention, you would not know that he is there. Having been through so much, she should know best what is good and evil in people's hearts. How could she like Yang Shu? Out of doubt, Feng Qingwan looked at Lu Yun. Her skin was white and rosy, and her face was as smooth as an egg. She was in better condition than her. Did Yang Shu really torture her in the Dingguo Palace? It doesn't look like them at all. Feng Qingwan was distracted, and her eyes did not move for a long time. Even Yang Shu, who was busy eating, noticed it and frowned immediately. What is this woman doing? Has her sexual orientation changed? I shouldn't have come here if I had known. After protecting myself from men, I have to protect myself from women. Madam, is she interested in you? Yang Shu approached Lu Yun and pointed at Feng Qingwan. Seeing that Feng Qingwan was still looking at him, Yang Shu took Lu Yun's hand and declared his sovereignty. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and wiped Yang Shu's mouth with a handkerchief. Meeting Yang Shu's warning gaze, Feng Qingwan came back to her senses and looked away. She had finally gotten rid of this naughty guy and didn't want to be involved with him again. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone followed the emperor to the viewing tower, where dozens of fireworks exploded in the sky, creating a gorgeous scene. Yang Shu and Lu Yun were at the front of the team. After watching for a while, Yang Shu looked away and suddenly fixed his gaze. Without hesitation, Yang Shu pulled Lu Yun back. Almost at the same time, an arrow flashing with cold light flew over. Screams were heard, and the happy scene suddenly disappeared. There's an assassin. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. The observation building was in chaos, and Yang Shu had already run inside, pulling Lu Yun. He stuffed the man into the desk, and Yang Shu hid inside. Feng Qingwan was knocked down by the panicked crowd, and the pain in her knee prevented her from getting up for a long time. Guo Yi protected the emperor and passed by her without even looking at her. It was Feng Bai who turned back and helped Feng Qingwan into the inner hall. The imperial guards arrived quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, the noise outside stopped. Yang Shu did not go out. The safer the situation seemed, the more likely it was for an accident to happen. Father! Emperor! There was a cry of surprise, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Oh, was the assassination successful? Press the person into. Before Guo Yi could finish his words, the Shaoqing of the Imperial Household Department, who was lying on the ground, slashed his own neck with a knife. Blood splattered for a distance of 1 meter, staining the hems of many officials red. After shaking Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu came out and looked up. The officials were already dispersing because the emperor had been carried away after all. My wife. Yang Shu called Lu Yun and told them to leave with him to avoid any further incidents, as they would not be safe in the palace. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and came out. Helping Lu Yun brush off the dust on her clothes, Yang Shu held her in his arms and blended into the group leaving the palace. Feng Qingwan stayed in the hall because of her injured knee. She was a little dazed as she watched Yang Shu and Lu Yun walking away. The playboy, who had always been arrogant and domineering, could actually be so caring and considerate to others, even cleaning the dust on Lu Yun's clothes. Is this really Yang Shu? That lawless person who has committed numerous evil deeds? The eldest brother went to the Qianqing Palace with his father. Feng Qingwan didn't want to stay in the viewing tower, so she walked out despite the pain. The night was dark, and Feng Qingwan kept seeing the scene of Yang Shu protecting Lu Yun. When the assassin tried to kill her, he seemed to have immediately grabbed Lu Yun and ran away. Lu Yun was protected by Yang Shu, so even if arrows flew over the crowd, they could not hit her. Thinking of Guo Yi, Feng Qingwan smiled softly. She was naive and actually thought that Guo Yi was different from other princes. In the end, he was not even as sincere as a playboy. Only after getting on the carriage did Yang Shu breathe a sigh of relief. He was fine as he was wearing armor and had strong muscles. But Lu Yun was a sweet and soft girl, and if she was hurt, it would be very painful. I can't come to this palace anymore. What kind of security is this? Do the Imperial Guards make a living with their eyes? They can actually let people touch the viewing tower. Are you scared? Yang Shu held Lu Yun in his arms and held her hand in his. Lu Yan put his face against Yang Shu's chest and shook his head slightly. Listening to Yang Shu's steady heartbeat, Lu Yan's brows became more peaceful. With him around, how could she be afraid? No matter how dangerous it was, he would never abandon her. As soon as he returned home, Yang Shu asked Pai Ju to find out whether the emperor was dead or not. Only half an hour later, Pai Gao replied that he was not dead. The knife stabbed him in the back, but the wound was not deep and he had bled a lot. Has the mastermind been identified? Yang Shu asked casually. I heard he committed suicide. He hasn't done his preparations yet, so he won't take risks now. Yang Shu folded his arms, looking thoughtful. He doesn't look like Guo Qi either. The person behind this must be someone extraordinary to be able to sneak into the palace. The power is not low. Pai Gao, did you do this without telling me? Yang Shu raised his eyelids and looked up and down at Pai Gao. Pai Gao, who was following the guess, was confused by Yang Shu's question and said with a frown, Prince, you really think highly of me. Our guards are better than others, but they can't enter the palace without being noticed. There are still so many. Yang Shu smiled and took 2 steps forward. I thought you could give me a surprise. The younger one must work hard. Okay, I told you that you have evil intentions and are coveting my position as the crown prince. You can't hide your true colors anymore. Yang Shu snorted coldly. Pai Gao's mouth twitched, and the prince's drama started again. I'll go check it out again. Pai Gao was gone. The prince's tricks were not easy to play. If you played them, he would dig out the dark side hidden in your heart, and then your wallet would be empty. Why are you running? You didn't even refute it. Yang Shu turned the jade on his waist, and his expression gradually calmed down. There must be another poisonous snake hiding beside the emperor. The imperial guards are absolutely not clean. You keep staring at others all day long, but you don't realize that your home is being hollowed out by others. Yang Shu collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Just fight. The more chaotic, the better. It would save him the trouble of causing trouble. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. On the dragon couch, the emperor panted lightly, his face pale and cold. It is better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Eunuch Quan knelt on the ground and hurried to convey the oral order. An assassin sneaked into the palace, causing damage to the emperor's body. The commander of the imperial guards was guilty of an unforgivable crime and was immediately dismissed from his post and imprisoned in the Dali Temple, awaiting his fate. The Imperial Guard was temporarily under the command of Deputy Commander Li Qi. Batches of people were thrown into the prison, and the screams continued all night long. In Wangjiang Tower, Yang Shu glanced at He Xiangshu. Did you ask me out during this special period? No matter how you look at it, you have bad intentions. Could it be that the palace can't find the mastermind? Do you want to send one to them? If Guo wants to kill you, I guess I'll be tempted. He Xiangshu had a cold face and really couldn't laugh at this thing. Who was the assassin last night? Yang Shu took a sip of wine and said, I want to know too. If there is any news from the Duke Zhong's mansion, please send me a copy. He Xiangshu glanced at Yang Shu, as if he didn't believe that he didn't know. Why do you think I gave up Jianan? The water is too deep. He Xiangshu was silent for a moment and drank a glass of wine. A turmoil is just around the corner. You should be prepared or leave Jianan to avoid it. Guo Yi wants to force the emperor to abdicate, and Yang Shu must be on the list of people to be massacred. The Dingguo Palace would not tolerate traitors. If Guo Yi wanted to sit on the throne, he had to get rid of the Yang family. As for whether Yan State would be in turmoil because of this, it was no longer something Guo Yi considered. He was just afraid that he thought he was stronger than the emperor, and that if he sat in that position, he would be able to control everything. Chapter 144, a total of 421 taels and 3 coins. You have me in your heart. Yang Shu was deeply moved. He Xiangshu couldn't control himself, and his eyelids twitched upwards. Could this guy be a little more normal? As if he knew what He Xiangshu was thinking, the next moment Yang Shu's whole demeanor changed. There was no trace of joking on his face, and his eyes were like the deep sea, with no idea of the bottom. Hide? Just relying on Guo Yi, Yang Shu said calmly. Even if they had 5,000 soldiers from the Yang family, they wouldn't be able to get in even if they were given a month. The emperor can't take care of Prince Ding's palace right now. I can do whatever I want. The Yi State's secret agents tried to kidnap Wu Lu. For safety reasons, the old man called back the Yang family army. Isn't this a good reason? Yang Shu smiled at He Xiangshu. If Guo Yi comes, I'll chop off his head and give it to you as a snack. He Xiangshu lowered his eyes. This guy was really crazy. He just stepped on people's tolerance level, but no one could do anything to him. Even if Guo Yi was crazy, he would never attack the Dingguo Palace with 5,000 soldiers of the Yang family. That's not treason, that's delivering food. To prevent Guo Yi from hesitating, I will spread the news in a few days, saying that the old man is seriously ill, mentally confused, and can't recognize people. He can rebel without any worries. The Dingguo Palace will definitely not interfere. Yang Shu said casually while drinking. Tell your old man to retreat quickly. It will only make things more complicated later. The speed of repairing the gate may not be able to catch up with their army. The alternative to forcing abdication is to kill the emperor or to coerce important officials to come to court and acknowledge the new emperor. Only after this step is accomplished can one be considered truly emperor. Will this withdrawal hinder you? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. What does the escape of the Duke Zhongguo mansion have to do with me? How can I, a dandy prince, have the heart to rebel? It must be someone else. Yang Shu said confidently. Yang Shu's face twitched. He was worrying too much. He was actually worried about Yang Shu, who was smarter than anyone else. Remember Xinyue? What's wrong with her? Yang Shu picked up a chop. I have taken care of you for so long, and it cost me 421 taels and 3 cents. Do you want to pay me in cash or write me an IOU? Yang Shu's eyes widened. You are robbing. You forced that girl into my arms. What does that have to do with me? Don't you know what your purpose is? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, but you're asking me for money. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Yang Shu raised his eyelids and said, You nodded yourself. I will send into the Dingguo Palace later. Yang Shu rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm giving you the ability. I thought I didn't know that you were feeling unhappy and were secretly trying to stab me. I'll give you a chance today. After moving the table away, Yang Shu and Yang Shu started fighting. After a round of punches and kicks, Yang Shu straightened his clothes and felt refreshed. Do you want to continue? Yang Shu glanced at Yang Shu. Yang Shu lay on the floor, gasping for breath. He had fought a battle, and although he lost, he felt relieved. He had never made such a serious mistake before. At one point he doubted himself and wondered if he was too stupid to be fooled. Today I feel relieved. It's not that he is stupid, but Yang Shu is too cunning and his abilities are indeed great. For 121 taels and 3 cents, not a cent less. Yang Shu pronounced. Yang Shu was furious. He even dared to ask for money. Even if you beat me to death, you have to give me the money. Yang Shu did not resist at all and just bit the 421 taels and 3 cents. I've also met a scoundrel. If you hadn't rushed to help support me, I wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Now you've turned your back on me and refused to acknowledge me. Yang Shu poked Yang Shu's lungs and threw him an IOU while cursing. Yang Shu patted his clothes and left. If he had known that he would lose money, he would not have eaten the meal. People's hearts are evil and the world is deteriorating. What's wrong? You look unhappy. Lu Yun put down the kettle and walked towards Yang Shu. Don't mention it. It's just that the prince of the Duke Zhong's mansion. Didn't he give me a girl in order to win Zhongbin's heart? How could I really want it? I just placed it there and let him take care of it. I had completely forgotten about this matter. He suddenly brought it up today and even asked me for money. Yang Shu said angrily. Give it to you? Lu Yun took Yang Shu and walked into the house. I don't want to give it to you. It's 421 taels and 3 cents. But that guy looks like he wants me to beat him to death. I've never seen such a scoundrel. Looking at Yang Shu's angry expression, Lu Yun chuckled. Which side are you from? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun. Of course it's the prince's side. That's really too much. You know that the prince is short of money, but you still ask for 400 taels. You are really ignorant. I will tell Pai Gao in a moment and have him lead his men to rob the Duke Zhong's mansion. If we don't put down this arrogance, they won't know who will rule Jianan. Lu Yun said slowly and calmly. Yang Shu laughed. My wife is still so domineering. Holding Lu Yun's waist, Yang Shu nuzzled her neck and said in a deep voice, It smells so good. Stop it. Seeing that Yang Shu was a little distracted, Lu Yun stopped him from taking the next step. You can't even give me a kiss? You're too reserved, ma'am. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun aggrievedly. Lu Yun looked away. Only she knew how sensitive her body was now. She couldn't stand the slightest teasing. Putting her arms around Yang Shu's neck, Lu Yun lightly touched his lips, just a touch, and left as soon as she touched him. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Madam, tell me the truth. Have you changed your mind? Lu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him and took the pregnancy-preserving medicine that Zia brought to her. Let's drink together? Seeing Yang Shu looking straight at her, Lu Yun gently shook the bowl in her hand with a leisurely smile between her eyebrows. Seeing Yang Shuzhen coming over to drink, Lu Yun rubbed his face. I don't know if it's because she's pregnant or because she's having a comfortable life, but Lu Yun has become more and more lazy and soft, with the charm of a mature woman all over her body. I want to drink something else. Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun, hinting at something. You pervert. Lu Yun gave him a coquettish look. I mean tea. Yang Shu blinked, seemingly puzzled by Lu Yun's reaction. Tea. Lu Yun dragged out the sound, smiled gently and kindly, and twisted Yang Su's waist like a hungry wolf, pretending again. Hiss. Murdering your husband. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's waist and helped her lie down on the couch. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun's red lips gently. The warm touch made him addicted. Gradually, Yang Shu became dissatisfied and subconsciously wanted more. But the moment he reached out to touch Lu Yun's belt, Yang Shu woke up. Fortunately, he woke up. Otherwise, he would have been strangled again. With a slight sigh, Lu Yun took the silk scarf and covered Yang Shu's eyes. It would indeed be uncomfortable for a young man full of vigor and vitality to sleep on the same bed with a girl all day. Lu Yun didn't have any guests in Yahonglu, but she knew the ways to please men. After helping Yang Shu to cool down, Lu Yun went to take a bath. As she soaked in the water, her restless desire slowly subsided. Stroking the water, Lu Yun leaned back. During this period of intense emotions, it was not only Yang Shu who could not control himself. Lu Yun stroked her belly, smiled, and whispered, "Don't laugh at me. It's all because of my body. It's too unbearable." Chapter 145. Lu Yun leaves Jianan. Since all the assassins were killed and all the people involved died for no reason, no matter how angry the emperor was, the matter could only come to a temporary end. It took 3 days to clean up the blood of more than 800 royal guards. As the day of departure drew closer, Yang Shu would go to Fuxianjuan whenever he had time, or listen to Lu Yun playing the piano, or accompany her to appreciate the scenery. In a flash, another half-month passed. The situation in the court became increasingly tense, and a storm was about to come. I don't know who spread the rumor that the assassin in the observation tower was assassin trained by the third prince. Before the birthday banquet began, the third prince had a secret conversation with the Shaoqing of the Imperial Household Department. The rumors became more and more intense. When Guodi walked out of the imperial study with blood all over his forehead, even those who originally did not believe it began to doubt it. As for these, Yang Shu just ate melon seeds and watched the show. No matter who won, he would be satisfied. "Young master, the old master asked you to bring your wife and second wife to Qixia court for dinner tonight," Paijia said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu raised his eyes and looked into the distance. No matter how reluctant he was, the day of separation had finally come. New. After sending Pai Gao away, Yang Shu walked towards Fuxianjuan. Lu Yun looked at the packed clothes, a little stunned. At first, she racked her brains to escape from here, but when she really had to leave, she felt reluctant to leave and felt empty in her heart. Hearing the footsteps, Lu Yun looked back and looked at Yang Shu. Neither of them spoke. "Second, madam." Zier entered the room, saw Yang Shu, put down the pregnancy-preserving medicine and left. "Everything here can't be a dream, right?" Lu Yun smiled, her eyes gentle. "I'll have the flowers in your yard shipped to Huaining County." Taking Lu Yun into his arms, Yang Shu kissed her on the forehead and said, "Nothing will change." Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu's waist, somewhat greedy for the warmth from his body. In the evening, when the whole family was seated, Mr. Young looked at Lu Yun, then at Lu Yun, and asked Pang Qi to bring the things. He knew how to treat everyone equally, so he gave each of them a longevity lock. Glancing at Lu Yun's belly, Grandpa Yang felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he couldn't take care of Shu's child. He still felt that he would not live long. It's not Yang Shu's fault. Both he and Pang Qi said that he would live 100 years, but the old man just didn't believe it and thought it was just words of comfort. "It's better to leave. At least I can leave a root." After the crowd left, Old Man Young looked at the gate and said in a low voice. Ponzi put his coat on him and said, "Marshal, don't be so pessimistic. I'm old." Old Master Young smiled and shook his head. He didn't talk to Pang Qi anymore. Giving the Yang family army to Yang Shu was already the best thing a grandfather could do for his grandson. He couldn't do anything else. The dead are all gone, but the living are forever bound by gratitude and obligation. Fortunately, he is old and frail, and he really can't control young people. In Fuxiang Courtyard, Yang Shu leaned against the head of the bed and said in a pinched voice, Magic mirror, please tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" "Of course it is you, my dear queen." After finishing the story about Snow White, Yang Shu's hand moved away from Lu Yun's abdomen. "Be good, Daddy will go find your mom when he's done with his work." Yang Shu put his head on Lu Yun's belly and rubbed it. Lu Yun gently stroked Yang Shu's back, feeling tenderness in her heart. No matter how much you want to hold it back, the sun will eventually break through the horizon. Early in the morning, Yang Shu sent Lu Yun out of the Dingguo Palace. Yang Shu didn't get out of the carriage until they left Jianan. "Prince, Zhou Qing is a calm man," Pai Gao said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu didn't say anything, just stared ahead without blinking. The carriage became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely. The moment he turned around, Yang Shu suddenly turned his horse's head and chased after him. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Lu Yun lifted the curtain of the carriage. "I forgot to give you this." Yang Shu took out a small paper bag from his arms and handed it to Lu Yun. It was filled with dried fruits and candied fruits. Lu Yun picked up the candied fruit and put it in her mouth, then smiled at Yang Shu. "Go back. I'll wait for you." "Good." Yang Shu responded, but this time he didn't look back. "Father, please stop." Feng Qi-wan knelt down. "I beg you, your daughter." Feng Qi-wan knocked her head on the floor. "You can't succeed. The emperor is already prepared." Feng Qi shouted at the top of her lungs, hoping to wake up Minister Feng. Time passed minute by minute, and Minister Feng finally spoke. When the third prince ascends the throne, I will take you back. After saying this, Minister Feng waved his hand. The maid immediately entered the room and dragged Feng Qi away, and did not let go no matter how she struggled. Half a quarter of an hour later, a carriage left the Feng family. In the third prince's mansion, Gui looked towards the direction of the imperial palace with sinister eyes. He originally wanted to prepare for some more time, but who knew that the old man would actually suspect him because of those rumors? Anyway, my reputation has been ruined. Father, don't you think I have evil intentions? You are so wise and brave. How can your son let you go wrong? I've been sitting for so long, it's time to move around. Your Highness, everything is ready. The attendant entered the room and said. Gui turned around, his eyes filled with dark currents and a determination to win. Grand Master. The guards failed to stop the man, and Master Xie rushed into the study and looked at Gui with disappointment. He is stubborn and self-willed, and cannot be trained. I thought that after a setback, you would wake up, but in the end, you became even more confused. Instead of keeping a low profile, you are rushing towards the blade. Stop now and ask to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. There is still a way out. Gui was flustered for a moment. He didn't expect that Master Xie would notice it, but soon, Gui calmed down. Master, why don't I understand what you said? Your Highness, do you really want to go your own way? Grand Tutor Xie restrained his expression. Grand Tutor, you may have misunderstood something. I just want to find the real culprit and let Father know that I was not the one who planned the observation tower. Gui said sincerely and gently. Master Xie stared at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. This boy is hard to teach. He is the way to death. After saying this, Grand Tutor Xie was about to leave. Gui raised his eyes and looked at the attendant. The attendant nodded, caught up with Grand Tutor Xie in a few steps, and subdued him. Grand Tutor Xie looked at Gui coldly. Your Highness, are you trying to silence me? Grandmaster, why did you and I have to make such a fuss? Father is incompetent and suspicious, and is not a wise ruler. You must be very dissatisfied with him. Gui took 2 steps closer and said, I am deeply grateful for the guidance of the Grand Master. When I ascend to the throne, I will work for the benefit of the people and allow the Grand Master to display his talents. The traitors shall be executed. Grand Tutor Xie spoke in a stern voice, without softening his attitude at all. Gui's eyes darkened a little. He really didn't want to accept the toast and had to drink the forfeit wine. Send a message to the Grand Tutor's residence that the Grand Tutor has suddenly fallen seriously ill. I will send him back once his condition stabilizes. Gui said in a calm voice. Grand Tutor Xie closed his eyes, deeply worried about the state of Yan. Among the princes, there was no one who was capable of shouldering the responsibility of the country. The attendant pinched open Master Xie's mouth and stuffed a pill into it. Without even looking at Grand Tutor Xie, who had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Gui left. He still had a lot of things to do and had no time to advise Grand Tutor Xie. If you feel depressed, go and accompany his father. Prince, it should be the city defense and the right general. Paijia said to Yangshu. The sky of Jianan will be stained with blood once again. Prince, can the third prince succeed? Yangshu looked at the leaves flying in the air and said slowly, you should ask if he can keep his body intact. Everything Gui did was controlled by someone behind the scenes, including the rebellion, which was also pushed by someone behind the scenes. He thought he was conscious, but in fact he was just a puppet. The Emperor of Guanjinglu is not dead, which indicates the final outcome of the dispute between father and son. Chapter 146 Restoring Lucidity. To the Grange. Compared with Gui's loving father and filial son, Yangshu cared more about Chuiyu. His stupidity should be almost cured, and it's time for Chuiyu to fulfill his promise. Royal sister, I won't accept this. Chuiyu looked at the sky, his eyes clear, without any confusion. Chuiyu raised her eyes and looked at the clouds with him. The more times like this, the more you have to hold back. The Zhou family is no longer the Zhou family of the past. With the favor of the emperor, their hands can cover half of the sky of Jincheng. The boy clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. Chuiyu's eyes were indifferent. She had experienced more than Chuiyu and had seen through the emperor's ruthlessness. I brought 2 pheasants and planned to try something new. If you haven't eaten yet, let's eat some together. Yangshu walked into the yard with a smile on his face, looking like a handsome young man. Chuiyu looked at him, his eyes becoming more and more sharp. It looks like it's fine. Yangshu looked at Chuiyu. Princess, are you happy? Chuiyu walked towards Yangshu. Royal sister. Chuiyu grabbed Chuiyu's sleeve and wanted to negotiate with Yangshu on her behalf. In the past few days, he has heard a lot about Yangshu and knows that this person is insidious, cunning and scheming. But after not being here for a while, Yia feels unfamiliar with me. You were so happy calling me brother before. Yangshu tossed the candy in his hand and smiled warmly. Chuiyu's face froze and he glared at Yangshu. Look at you. It's as if I forced you to do it. Yang Shu threw the candy to Cui Yi. Play aside for a while. Don't disturb me and your sister from developing a relationship. Maybe we can be relatives. Cui Yi's face turned red with anger. His sister was right. This guy's a bastard. Shameless. What's wrong with your brother? I asked Dr. Yu to cure him, but not only is he ungrateful, he's even ready to take action. Please try to persuade him. It hurts when I hit him. He's your brother after all. It would be bad to hurt our relationship. In the future, we have to. Shut up. Cui Yu couldn't bear it any longer, so he pulled Yang Shu and walked out. The child is so young. Look at you. How can you lose your temper in front of him? It will leave a psychological trauma on him. What should we do? Yang Shu said earnestly. One iron, or? Cui Yu interrupted Yang Shu. If you provoke him again, I guarantee you won't have an easy time. Cui Yu's voice was cold. Cui Yu was her weak spot, and no one could touch him. Yang Shu restrained his expression. His reaction was really big. He just wanted to see Cui Yi's temperament. If we become enemies in the future, we can deal with them. I know. Yang Shu curled his lips. Sincerity cannot be exchanged for sincerity. No matter how sincere I am, it can't be worth a single hair of Cui Yi. Cui Yu, you are just a stone. Yang Shu wiped the corner of his eyes. Cui Yu's temples were throbbing and his eyes were fixed on Yang Shu's throat. What are you going to do? Yang Shu took a step back, his face full of vigilance. Don't move. Your brother is still in my hands. Cui Yu took out the letter from his bosom expressionlessly and said, show it to Manhwa. Once the things have left you country, you arrange for someone to pick them up. Tomorrow, send Yi away. As long as I'm here, they won't turn against me. Cui Yu knew clearly that if Yang Shu didn't take her hostage, he would not let Yi go given his cautious nature. Yang Shu didn't pretend. He opened the letter and checked it in front of Cui Yu. After making sure there was no problem, he smiled and said softly, you asked, so how can I not respond? Hypocrisy. Cui Yu turned and left. Staying one more second would be a challenge to his patience. Whether you accept it or not, my love for you will never change. Yang Shu clenched his hands into a megaphone and shouted at Cui Yu. Cui Yu staggered. Yang Shu's face was the best she had ever seen in her life. Although his goal was achieved, Yang Shu did not leave. You look so thin. You need to eat more. Yang Shu tore off a chicken leg and gave it to Cui Yi. I heard from your sister that you had a hard time in Yi Kingdom. What are your plans for the future? Although Yin Kingdom is small, the Ding Kingdom Palace is barely well known. If there is anything I can help you with, please feel free to help. Yang Shu spoke in a familiar manner, as if he and Cui Yu were one family. You asked for 1 million taels from the prince's mansion. Cui Yu opened his lips softly. It's not that I don't want to give that money, but there are just too many things to spend. Let's talk about feelings. Although this person is shameless, he is also a person who can learn from. Look at his face, he hasn't changed at all. When you open your mouth and talk nonsense in the future, you should also be like him. Yang Shu's face darkened. Did they treat him as a typical disciple? That's too much. I'm still here. So? Cui Yu looked at him. You are crazy about what I like, so shouldn't you agree with everything I say or do? If you can't listen to it, go eat somewhere else and don't be an eyesore here. The chicken in Yang Shu's hand almost fell. Damn, has Cui Yu evolved? Cui Yi's eyes were full of stars. This is how you should treat shameless people. Go away. Cui Yi moved and bumped into Yang Shu with his butt. Hey, you're really capable. Yang Shu carried Cui Yu on his back, which made him realize what a huge disparity in power was. Royal sister. Cui Yi covered his face and sobbed softly. I am so far behind him. You is no worse than anyone else. You just delayed for a few years. If you study hard with Manhwa, you will be able to beat him. Cui Yu comforted him gently and took Cui Yi's hand. He thought he would see bruises all over his face, but instead he saw a pair of black eye sockets. It's not struck, it's drawn with ink. Royal sister. Cui Yi burst into tears. Yang Shu pressed him down with one finger 20 times, 20 times. It's so bullying. Go wash. Cui Yu handed the handkerchief to Cui Yu and looked away. His face, washed by tears, looked even funnier. Cui Yu, aren't you worried at all? Yang Shu walked up to Cui Yu and looked at her carefully. He carried Cui Yi away in front of her, but she didn't even raise her eyelids, let alone ask to see. What are you worried about? Can you still beat someone to death? Knowing the gap between yourself and others is not a bad thing for Yi. On the contrary, it can give you a goal. His background destined him to not be raised in a honeypot like ordinary people. Cui Yu's face was very indifferent, and there was not much fluctuation in his voice. Yang Shu reached behind Cui Yu's hair and took out a hairpin. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Shu raised his eyelids and said, the legitimate princess of Yan State is worthy of her reputation. I'm hiding it, so how can you be real? A foolish prince, yet he managed his fiefdom in an orderly manner. Yang Shu gently put his arm around Cui Yu's waist and let her get close to him. Even though you were so close to the man, there was still no wavering in your eyes. You are afraid of feeding a tiger, and I am afraid of letting it go back into the mountains. Taking his hand back, Yang Shu took 2 steps back and looked at Cui Dingyu with regret in his eyes. The more he investigated, the more afraid Yang Shu became of Cui Dingyu. He would not let Cui Dingyu leave until he was able to confront Yi Guo. If there are unpredictable changes, Yang Shu will not be soft-hearted when it comes to taking action. Since ancient times, a kind person cannot be in charge of an army. Cui Dingyu's beauty is the least noteworthy thing about her. Cui Ye's idiocy has been cured. When he returns to Yi State, Cui Dingyu will never again let him control her. Chapter 147 Guo Yi forces the emperor to abdicate. Royal sister. Cui Yi, who had washed his face, rushed over and separated Cui Dingyu and Yang Shu. I advise you not to have any evil thoughts. If you get involved in the affairs of Yi State, you will be killed without a complete body. Cui Yi warned Yang Shu. You are more humane than your sister. She has never cared about my life or death. Yang Shu opened his purse, took out 5 taels of silver, and put it in Cui Yi's palm. I won't send you off tomorrow. Buy some candy on the way. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Shu didn't stay any longer. Your Highness, Grand Tutor Xia has suddenly fallen seriously ill. The third prince is extremely worried and has invited the imperial physician to the third prince's residence. Pai Gao reported. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Are you anxious? Yang Shu sneered. Grandmaster Xia is unlucky enough to be pointed out to Guo Yi by the Dog Emperor. Even if he is not killed by Guo Yi, he will probably be implicated. After taking 2 steps, Yang Shu stopped. According to his investigation, the old man had a righteous character and was well-versed in classics. His position as Grand Tutor was genuine. It's such a pity that he died like this. Paijiu, when Guo Yi started his army, he led his men to the Grand Tutor's residence and tied up those who needed to be tied up, then went to the third prince's residence and got Grand Tutor Xie out. After giving the order, Yang Shu stepped forward. At the gate of Fuxianjuan, Yang Shu's cheeks twitched as he looked at the potholes all over the ground. This guy worked really efficiently. He just went out for a while, and when he came back there was not a single blade of grass left. There was no chance of seeing the person that reminded me of him, so after standing outside the yard for a long time, Yang Shu went back to the study. In Qingyan Temple, Guo Qi was playing with jade with a faint smile on his face. This time, it depends on how Guo Yi will turn things around. The emperor doesn't dote on him, so no one knows how he would react when Guo Qi forces him to abdicate. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. Your Highness, the palace has made arrangements. For the next few days, you will stay indoors to meditate on Buddhist principles. Guo Qi tilted his head. Maybe we can contact Lu Yun? The defense of the Dingguo Palace is too tight, and I am still looking for an opportunity. Guo Qi placed the jade in his hand on the table. Compared to his previous temper, he was now much calmer. Of course, it's not from reading Buddhist scriptures. His biggest rival was about to fall, and he had received even greater support than the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It was hard for him to be in a bad mood. This country will be his sooner or later. Looking out the window, ambition was surging in Guo Qi's eyes. It was late at night. Cui Dingyu opened the door and walked out of the house. Sitting on the stone bench, she quietly admired the full moon. The bright moonlight fell on her, as if she was covered with a layer of silver, making her look even more cool and unworldly. She has arranged everything that needs to be arranged, so whether to advance or retreat, Yiro has a choice. It's just that I've been stupid for too long and it takes time to catch up. Cui Dingyu was not worried about anything else but was afraid that Cui Yu was too kind-hearted. As a legitimate son, he was born to fight. Being too kind would only result in his head and body being separated. It was almost dawn when Cui Dingyu returned to the house. Royal sister. Cui Yu looked at Cui Dingyu and pursed his lips. Go, and don't look back at any time. Cui Dingyu straightened Cui Ye's clothes and smiled at him. Royal sister, please wait for me. Ye will definitely take you home. Cui Ye's eyes were red. Okay. Cui Dingyu responded gently, but he knew in his heart that Yi could not defeat Yang Shu now. Send it out, my prince. Yeah. Yang Shu nodded and leaned back. Second madam, is everything okay? Considering the second madam's health, the team did not move fast and stayed safe along the way. Yang Shu felt relieved and closed the booklet on the table. This was sent by Lu Yun's subordinates, and it clearly recorded the corrupt officials. Yang Shu wanted these, of course, not to clear out the corrupt officials for the emperor. The money needed to develop people's livelihood was huge, and before leaving, Yang Shu would definitely collect a lot of money. Stealing corrupt officials' money is not only painless but also pleasurable. In the painted boat, the maid came to Xie Xiu and said in a low voice, "It should be tonight." Xie slowly plucked the strings of the zither, and melodious sounds came out from between her fingers. At night, Yang Shu and Lu Yun went to the garden to digest their food. A game of chess? Passing by the stone table, Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and chuckled. After a greeting, Mome quickly brought the chess sets. Looking at the white pieces on the chessboard, Yang Shu didn't know why he was looking for trouble so late at night. Maybe I was really too full. If Gori starts a rebellion tonight, there is a 90 chance that I will end up like this. Yang Shu put the chess piece back into the chess box and said leisurely. Li Yun looked towards the direction of the palace, feeling a little depressed. Yuner, bloodshed is inevitable. Today it's Gori, and tomorrow it's you and me. If the world isn't united, the turmoil will never cease. Let's see who is more capable. Grabbing Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu squeezed it. Lu Yun shook his hand back. No matter how difficult it is, I will stay by my husband's side. If you live, I live. If you lose, I will die with you. Yang Shu smiled. We will win. After putting away the chess equipment, the two returned to the yard. In the third prince's mansion, Gua Yi was dressed in armor, and the 8 generals below him were divided into 2 rows, waiting for orders. Xiao Jie leads 3,000 men to the second prince's residence and cuts off Gua Qi's head. Sun Gu leads 5,000 guards and must occupy the city gate as quickly as possible. The rest of you, follow me into the palace. After saying this, Gua Yi strode out. Prince. Pai Gao knocked on the door. Yang Shu raised his eyes and realized that Gua Yi had taken action. He put down the map and walked out. Make the fire bigger. The night was still quiet. Yang Shu looked in the direction of the Grand Tutor's mansion and spoke in a serious tone. Yang Shu had no intention of conquering Grand Tutor Xia with his personal charm. He would just be rude if possible to save a lot of effort. The sound of fighting soon broke the silence of the night. Gua Qi's mansion was the first to be broken into. Gua Qi was ruthless. His guards killed anyone they saw, ready to massacre the entire mansion. Warm blood splattered everywhere, and the ground was littered with wide-eyed corpses, young and old. The screams echoed through the night, and then it became quiet. The guards stepped in the blood and cut off Gua Qi's head. The fighting at the East Gate was the most intense. Hundreds of soldiers fought desperately, and the gate was dyed red with blood. With such a big commotion, everyone knew what had happened. The lights came on, and the officials sat behind their desks in the study, waiting for the final results. Third Prince, are you planning a rebellion? At the palace gate, the royal guards had stern faces and questioned with guns in hand. Gua Yi drew out his sword and said indifferently, kill. The city guards behind him rushed forward. In the Qianxing Palace, concubine Ro, dressed in a palace skirt and with a cold look in her eyes, led the eunuchs and approached the emperor step by step. On the bed, the emperor opened his eyes slightly, with anger and heartache. My beloved concubine, do you know what you are doing? Concubine Ro smiled with resentment and hatred. Your Majesty, I know that I have no relatives in the royal family, but what did you tell me at the beginning? You said you would cherish your treasure. Concubine Ro's pretty face was instantly filled with hatred, slandering him, pushing him into the abyss. This is what you call cherishing. You always only make promises with your mouth. You are weak, incompetent, selfish, and heartless. Your Majesty, we are husband and wife, and I will personally send you off. Concubine Ro picked up the medicine bowl and walked towards the emperor. Chapter 148 Concubine Ro's Curse. The emperor grabbed Concubine Ro's hand, squeezing it so hard that veins popped out. After so many years of relationship, haven't I treated you well enough? With a violent swipe, the emperor threw Concubine Ro to the ground. The medicine bowl broke into pieces with a snap, and the thick black medicine juice splashed onto the hem of Concubine Ro's skirt. Concubine Ro rubbed her red wrist and looked coldly. Since your Majesty doesn't want to leave happily, don't blame me for not cherishing our friendship. Give the emperor a ride. Concubine Ro said to the eunuch. As soon as the eunuch moved, a team of imperial guards rushed in and surrounded Concubine Ro and others. You knew it a long time ago? Concubine Ro glared at the emperor. Then she lowered her head and laughed. Wasai, since you knew it, why didn't you stop it? Is it really that difficult to save Einer's life? Concubine Ro's face was distorted, and she questioned hysterically. She did not beg for mercy. She knew this man too well. He was cold-hearted and heartless. Even if you knelt and died in front of him, he would not show mercy. Wasai, I curse you. You will die without a child, your bloodline will be cut off, and your kingdom will change hands. Concubine Ro got up from the ground, her voice shrill. Catch this vicious woman, the emperor roared. At this moment, she still didn't repent. Concubine Ro sneered and rushed towards the spear in the hand of the royal guard, blood dripping down the tip of the spear. The emperor's pupils shrank sharply and his lips trembled. Wasai, you won't have a good ending. Concubine Ro stared at the emperor and smiled maliciously. No offspring, no grandchildren. Concubine Ro said word by word. Drag him out. Drag him out, the emperor roared, his chest heaving with anger. Kill. Kill these people who have no respect for the emperor. The bedroom was filled with the emperor's furious voice. After breaking open the palace gate, Gua Yi led the city guards and rushed in. He couldn't believe how smooth the journey was. Holding the sword tightly, Gua Yi led his men towards the Qianqing Palace. At this moment, in the Grand Tutor's mansion, the guards were carrying one person each and retreating quickly. Before leaving, he set fire to the study and bedroom. The maids and servants cried and shouted to put out the fire, but at this critical moment, no one had the heart to take care of the Grand Tutor's mansion. Gua Yi's steps became faster and faster, and just as he was about to step into the Qianqing Palace, a large number of footsteps were heard. Gua Yi turned around in a hurry and saw that the imperial guards had surrounded him. Without saying anything, he stabbed the city guards with his spears. Gua Yi roared and tried to turn the tables, but faced with the one-sided massacre, he despaired. Without resisting, Gua Yi put down his sword and knelt down. He didn't want to die. The imperial guards split in the middle, and Prince Shi walked towards Gua Yi. "Uncle." Gua Yi looked at him blankly. "Why are you?" The long sword pierced Gua Yi's chest, preventing him from saying the following words. Gua Yi lowered his head, his eyes full of disbelief. "Imperial uncle, didn't the imperial uncle support him? You are a traitor, and your crime is unforgivable." King Shi spoke slowly and drew his sword expressionlessly. Gua Yi covered his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was kicked down by King Shi. With blood all over his face, Gua Yi's throat made a hoarse sound. His eyes showed confusion, resentment, and bewilderment, and finally fell silent. "The emperor has ordered that no one should be left alive." Glancing at the city guards begging for mercy, King Shi said calmly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy on me." The guards shouted, hoping for a miracle. Figures fell one after another, and the smell of blood was so strong that it could not be dispelled. The massacre lasted for half an hour before it finally stopped. "Sir, it's over." Pai Gao walked towards Yang Shu in a hurry. "The third prince has been executed, and all those who plotted rebellion have been executed. The imperial guards are heading to the residences of officials close to the third prince to arrest people." Yang Shu poured a glass of wine into the glass and drank it slowly. Tens of thousands of people, all turned into corpses in just one night. The fight for the throne is indeed brutal. "Let's go and see the Xie family." Yang Shu put down his wine glass, stood up, and walked towards the guest house. "What's going on? Why are they still tied up?" Upon entering the room, Yang Shu was shocked and looked at Pai Gao with a blaming look. "Didn't I tell you that these are honored guests? What can we do about it? Can coarse cloth be used to gag? Go and change it for some better material." The Xie family members stared with wide eyes. "What does that mean?" "Not untying them." Pai Gao brought some silk and replaced the coarse cloth in the Xie family's mouths. "That's right. Don't let people think that we in Dingguo Palace don't know how to entertain guests." Pai Gao glanced at the Xie family's red faces, and they didn't look happy at all. Pushing a chair over, Yang Shu sat down, took a sip of tea, and sighed. "The third prince forced the emperor to abdicate. You all know about it. It failed, and everyone died. I heard the blood was like the water in the pond. It was terrible." The emperor was furious. All the officials who were on good terms with the third prince were arrested and thrown into prison. People were also sent to the Grand Tutor's mansion, but the fire was too big, so they couldn't go in and determine the death toll. I threw a lot of bodies in there, but time was short, so it's impossible for them to match up completely. Now it depends on whether they are careful or not. Grand Tutor Xie's youngest son, Xie Yuanjin, made a sound and fell to the ground, wriggling towards Yang Shu. Yang Shu walked over and took the silk out of his mouth. "I'm delicate and tender, please let them go." Xie Yuanjin swallowed and said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu raised his right eyebrow. "This is so fucking explosive. This is the first time I see a young man selling his ass." Yang Shu glanced at him and found that he was indeed fair-skinned and had good facial features. If he was sold to a men's club, he would definitely get a good price. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. Yang Shu gave Xie Yuanjin a slap on the head and said, "This prince really can't make this kind of money. He still relies on your father to work for him. Pai Jiu, quickly tie him up farther away, lest this prince cannot resist the temptation. I've already told you about the situation. Just behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. If you run outside now, just wait to be taken to the execution ground. I won't save you anyway. After a few days, when the situation has eased, I will send you away from Jianan. Don't worry, Grandmaster Xie. I got the person out. Did you understand?" Yang Shu glanced at the Xie family. The Xie family nodded blankly, their eyes a little confused. "Is this crazy Yang? Did Madame Yang give birth to 2 children? One was kept in the open, and the other was kept in secret?" Seeing that they had figured out the situation, Yang Shu left, and Pai Jiu was untied. "Mom, can Yang Shu be trusted?" Xie Yuanjin crawled to Mrs. Xie's side as soon as possible. He was tied too tightly, his hands and feet were numb, and he could not stand up for a while. Mrs. Xie blinked. She was still confused. I originally thought that the Xie family had offended someone and was going to be wiped out, but who knew that it was someone who saved them? It should be possible, Mrs. Xie said uncertainly. At least she avoided being dragged away and beheaded. Mom, I remember Dad participated in Yangshu, but it was not even one. Madame Xie covered Xie Yuanjin's mouth and asked, do you still want to live? Fourth brother, stop talking. The eldest son of the Xie family spoke, and the others all looked at Xie Yuanjin with sharp eyes. It's not easy to be a human being. They don't want to die, especially for treason. How can they not know what kind of person their father is? Even if a knife is placed on his neck, he can't possibly rebel against the third prince. No matter what Yangshu's purpose was, the worst thing he could do was to be dragged away by the imperial guards. Chapter 149 Prince, something happened. Sir, the emperor has chopped up concubine Rose's body. You should feed her with it. Yangshu raised his eyes. How heartless. We have been together for so many years, and now that the person is dead, you still won't let him go. The one in the second prince's mansion is definitely not real. The person was hiding in the Qingyan temple and entered the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Paijiu continued to report. The family's behavior is really similar. He knew Guo Yi was going to rebel, but he still left his wife and children in the mansion. For the sake of that position, he lost all his humanity. Yangshu walked into the study, sat down, and rubbed his brows. Did Zhou Qing send a message back? It's still early at this hour. Go take a break. Yangshu closed his eyes. He was still tired after not sleeping all night. In the prison, Feng Bai looked at Minister Feng and said with a smile, Father, the third prince has been defeated. The Feng family is finished. You've worked so hard for so many years, but in the end, it's all for nothing. Minister Feng frowned. Although he didn't like Feng Bai's attitude, he was not in the mood to scold him. You actually knew that the third prince would not succeed, so you sent Qingwan away early in the morning. Father, am I really your son? Have you ever cared about my life or death? Feng Bai couldn't help but growl. Minister Feng frowned and opened his mouth to say something, but soon his expression froze. The sound of a sharp weapon stabbing into flesh cannot be heard even if you are close. Minister Feng covered his abdomen and looked at Feng Bai in disbelief. Father, if you don't give me a way to live, I have to earn it myself. Feng Bai's face was fierce. He pulled out the sharp knife and stabbed it in hard. You have already. Father, you told me that if you want to stand higher, you must learn to do whatever it takes. Since the third prince can't accomplish anything, I will naturally look for another big tree. You were the first to disregard the relationship between father and son, so don't blame me for using your life to show my loyalty. Feng Bai turned the blade and let the blood spray on his body. His face twitched and twisted with a bit of pleasure. Minister Feng gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. His facial features were squeezed together, his body was shaking with pain, and beads of sweat the size of beans were sliding down his head. He looked at Feng Bai, his eyes full of sadness. He also wanted to send Feng Bai away, but as a man, besides inheriting the family business, he had to live and die with the family. To cut the grass, you have to uproot it. No matter how far he ran, he would be caught and brought back. It's even impossible to leave Jianan. Shangshu Feng didn't make a sound until his death. This was the last thing he could do, not to alarm anyone and pretend that he was dying to apologize. A person who bears the infamy of killing his father cannot be tolerated anywhere. I hope the person behind Bayer can help him deal with the aftermath. Tears oozed from the corners of Minister Feng's eyes. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't close them. How could he not be sad when his own son died at his hands? He had painstakingly taught Feng Bai for so many years, but this was the result. It's ridiculous and sad. Second prince, I killed him. Seeing Guo Qi entering the prison, Feng Bai hurriedly knelt down and crawled over to him, looking flattering. When are you going to take me out? Get out. Guo Qi sneered, drew his sword, and slashed Feng Bai's neck neatly. I've already said everything you know. What do I need a loser who can even attack his own father for? It saves so much trouble. Guo Qi wiped the blood off the sword, threw down the towel, and left without looking back. Feng Bai covered his neck tightly, staring in the direction of Guo Qi, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. He lied to him. He actually lied to him. Feng Bai wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, the blood flowed faster. No matter how unwilling he was, the color in Feng Bai's eyes dimmed little by little. Prince, something happened. Paijiu rushed into the study, his face pale. They said they couldn't contact Zhou Qing and found a large amount of blood on the road. Yangshu suddenly stood up, shook his head to ease the dizziness, and walked out quickly. Call someone. With his clothes fluttering in the wind, Yang Shu started running, not caring about the martial law at the city gates. He led his personal guards out of Jinan. How could it be? Lu Yun left very secretly. How could she be targeted? Yang Shu grasped the reins, his eyes red. After running for only half a day, Yang Shu arrived at the destination. Prince. The person in charge of Hezhou Prefecture came forward and said, according to the itinerary, Zhou Qing should have arrived long ago, but we haven't seen him yet. We found a large pool of blood beside the mountain path. We searched the area within 5 miles, but did not find the body. Yang Shu half knelt down and picked up some of the soil moistened by the blood. The blood was no longer fresh, but it was definitely no more than 2 days old. Search. Yang Shu enunciated the word. The guards immediately dispersed and searched the dense forest inch by inch. 30 miles away, the guards looked around vigilantly, and the group slowly retreated. The woman who was protected in the middle had dirty clothes and her hair covered half of her face. She held on to the guard tightly and looked quite frightened. Careful! The guard shouted and chopped down the hidden arrow. By the time the guards figured out the direction and wanted to chase after him, the person had already changed his position. Holding knives, the guards retreated step by step. In one careless move, all of them fell into the animal trap. Oh! The screams that echoed throughout the forest were obviously caused by a trap. The masked men in the dark looked at each other, and without changing their positions, they moved forward with crossbows in hand. Just when they were less than 30 meters away from the hunting cave, a feather arrow flew through the air and pierced the throat of a masked man. Immediately afterwards, 7 guards rushed over with swords in hand. During the fight, everyone who fell into the hole climbed out and joined the fight. The number of masked men was originally smaller than that of the guards. After several failed attempts to escape, they gradually lost the strength to resist and fell one after another. Half a quarter of an hour later, the forest returned to silence. The killing should be over, right? A guard looked around. We can't take it lightly. Zhou Qing looked at the surrounding vegetation. Dispose of the body. Zhou Qing lowered his eyes and spoke. The guards understood what he meant and bent down, exposing the woman. The wind blew in gusts, but there was no sound of breaking through the air for a long time. It should be gone. The guards relaxed and sat down. The woman shook her messy hair back, revealing a pretty face. It's your turn next time. We are not as delicate as you. Someone will definitely notice it. The guard teased. Zhou Qing still did not relax and observed his surroundings. After a full quarter of an hour, he put away his knife and walked to the right. The wind carried the smell of blood far away. Lu Yun covered her mouth to suppress the nausea that was rising up. Second, madam, the person has been dealt with. Zhou Qing said to Lu Yun behind the rubble. Lu Yun stood up with the help of Zier. Both of them were wearing green shirts, just like bodyguards. Find a direction and get out of here. We have been out of touch for so long. I am afraid that the prince has received the letter. We need to contact the people in Hezhou Prefecture. Although Lu Yun's face was a little pale, her words were very steady. Zhou Qing looked at her worriedly. Second, madam, do you want to take a rest? You can't hold on like this. After not sleeping for a night, the second madam would definitely not be able to endure the journey. Before leaving, the prince repeatedly instructed that mother and child must be kept safe. Lu Yun shook her head. This forest is too deep. If we stay any longer, we don't know what we will face. The storm is coming in Jinan. We can't cause trouble for the prince. Chapter 150 found. We've sent people to find a way. Second, madam, you should take care of your health and take a nap, Zhou Qing advised. Lu Yun touched her belly and stopped being tough. She knew that she could endure the hardship, but she might not be able to have a child. Wake me up as soon as they come back. Lu Yun instructed Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing nodded quickly, and before leaving, he looked at Zier and signaled her to take good care of him. Second, madam. Zier spread out her coat and helped Lu Yun sit down. You should get some sleep too. Leaning against the stone, Lu Yun closed her eyes. Every minute and every second was precious until she was safe. Prince, there are footprints, more than one pair. Judging from the moisture on the soil, it's been half a day at most. Fang Zhuang half squatted and said solemnly. Yang Shu looked around with a grim expression. The group continued to go deeper. After the guards dealt with the bodies, they leaned against a tree and took a nap, waiting for the scouts to return. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes, looked to the side, stood up suddenly, and entered combat mode in just a moment. One of them put his finger in his mouth and blew a whistle. 100 meters away, Zhou Qing's expression changed, and he turned around and ran towards where Lu Yun was. Prince, it's a whistle. Pang Chong spoke in a serious voice and responded immediately. The guards who were about to scatter to confuse the enemy were startled in their places. They looked at each other. One of them climbed up the tree at an extremely fast speed, and the others hid. One of us, the guard who climbed up the tree shouted, put his hand in his mouth again, and blew 3 whistles in a row. Zhou Qing stopped and said, "Second, madam." He called Lu Yun. "Wait a moment, he is not an assassin." "Prince." Fang Zhuang looked at Yang Shu. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Yang Shu's figure disappear in front of the tree. "Follow him." The personal guards gathered together and went after Yang Shu. "Prince." The guards were surprised. They didn't expect to see Yang Shu. Yang Shu took a quick look and felt nervous. "Where's the second, madam?" The guard pointed to the right. Yang Shu took a step forward immediately, while Lu Yun and Zhou Qing waited for the guards to come over and report the situation. Both of them stared ahead. The moment the figure appeared, Lu Yun's eyes widened. "Prince." Lu Yun's red lips moved, and she stood there in a daze. "How did you?" Yang Shu stepped forward and took Lu Yun into his arms. Zier and Zhou Qing left on their own accord, leaving the space for the two of them. "Are you worried about me?" Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's back and whispered, "Isn't it obvious?" Yang Shu let her go and looked her up and down. "I value my life and won't let myself get hurt easily." Lu Yun caressed Yang Shu's face and chuckled. "You can still laugh." My legs were shaking all the way. Yang Shu took off his coat, put it on Lu Yun, half squatted down, and motioned her to come up. "How are we going to get away with leaving Jianan like this?" Lu Yun leaned on Yang Shu's shoulder and was carried by him. The sound of the young man's breathing made Lu Yun's heart feel extremely at ease. She hugged Yang Shu's hand tightly. She never thought that there would be someone who would treat her like a treasure. Lu Yun liked Yang Shu's undisguised concern. "This place is only 100 miles away from Shishan. I am in a good mood, and I am going to suppress the bandits. I don't think they dare to complain. Even if you suspect me, who would dare to attack the Dingguo Palace? The prince is so domineering." Lu Yun smiled. "I want to sleep for a while." Lu Yun whispered, feeling relieved. The forest was deep, and they had to be alert all around and deal with assassins from time to time. They spent the whole night with their eyes open. "Go to sleep." Yang Shu's steps became more steady. Yang Shu didn't leave Lu Yun until they were out of the woods and put the people on the carriage. "Tell me about it." Outside the car, Yang Shu looked at Zhou Qing with a sullen expression. "Sir, the other side is well prepared. We dare not take any risks. We can only take the second, madam, and retreat into the forest. We sent people to Hezhou Prefecture for help. I think they ran into an assassin. Those people were extremely ruthless, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not a mob. We would like to keep them alive, but they all have poison in their mouths." Zhou Qing narrated the situation to Yang Shu, his brows furrowed. They were very careful along the way and should not be exposed. "Let's leave first." Yang Shu got on the carriage. Lu Yun was still sleeping. Yang Shu walked over, tucked her coat in, and touched Lu Yun's face. Yang Shu paused, then immediately touched Lu Yun's forehead. After a night of mountain breeze and having to think about how to deal with it, Lu Yun's body couldn't take it, and she developed a fever in the early morning. "Hurry up." Yang Shu lifted the car curtain and shouted outside. To reduce the bumps, Yang Shu held the person in his arms. Yang Shu wet the towel and wiped Lu Yun's hands and face to relieve her feeling of heat. Zhou Qing left on horseback first to ask for a good doctor. As soon as they entered Hezhou Prefecture and the carriage stopped, Yang Shu carried Lu Yun into the house. "How is it?" Yang Shu asked immediately when he saw the doctor withdraw his hand. "It's not great." The doctor frowned. "You caught a cold and had a miscarriage. I'll prescribe a prescription for you to try first. We need to get the high fever down as soon as possible." The doctor said this and stood up to write a prescription. "Young master, you are already the best doctor in Hezhou Prefecture." Zhou Qing whispered in Yang Shu's ear. Yang Shu gave up the idea of looking for him again, sent the person away, and asked Zhou Qing to get the medicine. Without taking a rest, Yang Shu wrung out the towel and wiped Lu Yun's body. As he remembered, massaging the Dasui point could help reduce body temperature. Yang Shu helped Lu Yun up, let her lean on him, and massaged the Dasui point with his index and middle fingers. Then remove the warm cloth and replace it with a new one. "Prince." Zier brought in the prepared medicine. After testing the temperature, Yang Shu fed Lu Yun one spoonful at a time. Right after feeding, before Yang Shu could catch his breath, Lu Yun vomited all the medicine she had just drunk. "Make another bowl." Yang Shu pressed his forehead against Lu Yun's, his voice a little hoarse. "You have to take medicine to reduce the fever. I know it's very uncomfortable. Don't worry, none of those people will escape." After helping Lu Yun change into clean clothes, Yang Shu changed the towel again. "Prince." Zier wanted to help. "Give it to me." Yang Shu took the medicine bowl, and after feeding her this time, he gently stroked Lu Yun's back. "Drank it," Zier said in surprise. Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Get another basin of water." In the shadow of the garden, King, she turned around and asked, "You mean, we can't get in touch?" The guard knelt down hurriedly. I'm already looking for it. She disappeared for so long, and if we find her, it's just a corpse. Prince, she took 2 steps. Feng Yan really cares about his daughter. I'm afraid he gave her the best guards in the Feng family. Whatever. A little girl can't stir up any trouble. Everyone related to Gua Yi has been cleared out. Yes. The guard responded in a deep voice. As the night deepened, Yang Shu leaned against the bed and nodded his head. After a moment of confusion, Yang Shu rubbed his face and looked at the person sleeping on the bed. He put the towel in the water, wrung it dry, and put it back on Lu Yun's forehead. Seeing that Lu Yun's lips were a little dry, Yang Shu poured some warm water and fed it to her. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu put it on his face. Just think of it as having pity on me, and hang in there. If you can wake up, I'll learn to squeal like a pig for you. Real. The voice was hoarse and light, with a hint of smile. Chapter 151. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Looking up and meeting Lu Yun's eyes, Yang Shu was stunned for 2 seconds. Woke up. Lu Yun laughed, stroked Yang Shu's face, and looked at him without blinking. After this night, she would not blame him even if he abandoned her in the future. Yang Shu, I want to grow old with you. What else? Yang Shu helped Lu Yun lean against the soft pillow. You want to get rid of me with just 1 sentence? You are such a person. Lu Yun glared at Yang Shu and turned her eyes away. Do you want to learn to squeal like a pig first? What? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yang Shu stared at Lu Yun in disbelief. I don't care. I just listened. The corner of Yang Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and he seriously suspected that Lu Yun was pretending to be asleep, just waiting for him to set a trap for him. It's rare to see someone burying her husband like you do. Yang Shu sighed. Lu Yun coughed lightly, with an unstoppable smile on her lips. After propping herself up, Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu and said, I was actually very scared when we were running in the woods. I just tasted some sweetness and I haven't even given birth to the child yet. If I had died there, I would never have been able to close my eyes. Yang Shu, I've thought about you, but I never expected you to appear. Lu Yun murmured, I'll take care of myself and leave tomorrow morning. Yang Shu lowered his head to look at Lu Yun. Is this how you say love words? Big things come first. Seeing that Yang Shu didn't say anything, Lu Yun kissed him on the lips. She wanted stability, not just a temporary moment. She was greedy for Yang Shu's tenderness, but she didn't want him to mess up his plans. Yang Shu hid under the water and no one noticed him, so he could accomplish many things easily. Once he surfaced in front of everyone, the price he paid for every action was incalculable. Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's waist and deepened the kiss. Early in the morning, after making sure that Lu Yun's fever had subsided, Yang Shu led Feng Zhuang away. Second madam. Zier handed the medicine bowl to Lu Yun. When will the doctor come? Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. In another quarter of an hour, it should be here. Lu Yun nodded and drank the medicine. The bitter taste made her frown. Zier handed over the candied fruit. The prince said the medicine is bitter, and the second lady will definitely not like it, so I asked someone to buy the candied fruit last night. Lu Yun chuckled. When this person is warm-hearted, he wants to give you everything, which makes me look hard-hearted. Let Zhou Qing look for it, and see if he can get the shoe brocade back. After coughing twice, Lu Yun gathered the quilt around her body. With someone taking care of her, her body became delicate. Close your eyes, and Lu Yun waits for the doctor to come. Second madam. Zier came in and reminded, then let a 60-year-old man into the house. After checking the patient's pulse, Lu Yun pursed her lips and asked, is the baby in my belly in trouble? If the fever subsides in time and you rest in bed for a while, you can replenish your lost energy. Remember not to think too much. The doctor instructed. Thank you. Lu Yun asked Zier to send the doctor out. She leaned on the soft pillow with a look of relief on her face. Since waking up, Lu Yun didn't dare to touch her stomach. Lying on Yang Shu's back, the sharp pain in her abdomen still makes her feel uneasy. She was really looking forward to this child. In the carriage, Yang Su put his hands behind his head. That bloodstain is not from Zhou Qing and his men, so it's impossible that the assassin stabbed himself. Squeezing the water back, Yang Shu looked at Feng Zhuang and said, send a message to Jianan, use some hidden power, and find out the truth. I will never let anyone who touches me live. Feng Zhuang responded with a yes, and took the water bag from Yang Shu's hand, fearing that he would crush it. Oh right, check inside. Yang Shu sat up and said, Feng Zhuang, there is something I can't figure out. He knew that Lu Yun was leaving Jianan and even set up an ambush in advance, which means he knows everything about this prince. If that's the case, he shouldn't be staring at Lu Yun. Would an ambitious man like me give up my great cause because of a woman? Besides, since he is sure that I cherish Lu Yun, he shouldn't have sent only these people. The guards of Dingguo Palace are all fools. Isn't he just asking for his life? Also, even though he knew that this prince was causing chaos in Jianan, he didn't spread the news. This is not the attitude of an enemy. It's like my head is swollen with alcohol. I don't know what to do. This prince burned down the Grand Tutor's mansion and kidnapped the Xie family, and no one stopped us. Feng Zhuang blinked, and then blinked again. Prince, can you speak slower? Yang Shu glanced at him, gave up the idea of discussing with Feng Zhuang, and lay back down. Lu Yun chased him away because she was worried that this was a means to lure him out. As long as he was not killed in public, few people would believe that the Prince of Dingguo Palace was both wise and brave. But this whole thing doesn't make sense. Yang Shu squinted his eyes, and his head hurt from thinking. Never mind, find the guy and kill him. Crazy Yang led his personal guards out of Jianan. In the tea house, someone was chatting. You're bringing this news really late. He left yesterday, and even the guards couldn't stop him. The person next to him continued. Can't stop it, or dare not stop it. Why do you say it so clearly? Why did he run away for no reason? Could it be that he was frightened? Just that madman. Do you think it's possible? The hatred between the third prince and him is not ordinary deep. He didn't set off firecrackers. It's all because Madman Yang has some reason. Then how did he get out? How would I know? A madman's mind is always on the move. Don't mention him. Hundreds of people were arrested today. A man said in a low voice. Everyone looked a little panicked. The Ministry of Revenue arrested a lot of people, and the entire Feng family was taken away. However, Miss Feng was not there. I heard that she angered Minister Feng and was kicked out. That's lucky. It's just for now. The court will definitely arrest him. What happened to the Grand Tutor's mansion? The whole family was burned to death. He must have offended someone. He may have also known that the third prince failed in his bid for the throne, so he committed suicide first. Nonsense. Grand Tutor Xie is such an upright person. How could he possibly conspire with the third prince? There are so many people who appear to be sanctimonious. Who knows which one is the real face? An argument broke out in the tea house. In Huanhe courtyard, Lu Yin picked up the pen and wrote down each thing. The words kept jumping in her eyes. The second prince's mansion was breached. The east and west gates were severely damaged. Concubine Ro poisoned the emperor. The third prince broke into the palace. The city guards were killed on the spot, and Lu Yun was ambushed. There is a line that seems to be becoming more and more obvious. Lu Yun's pen stopped at Lu Yun's ambush, and she didn't take her eyes off for a long time. After a long gaze, she suddenly opened her eyes and wrote on the paper, Feng Qingwan left Jianan. In this way it fits. Cut the grass at its roots and kill them all. Mame, call Pai Gao over. Lu Yun opened his mouth in a deep voice. Madam, Pai Gao came quickly. Who was there when the third prince forced the emperor to abdicate? Investigate from the imperial guards. Deputy Commander Li Qi, check the people he interacts with. The Guanjing Tower may not only force the third prince to rebel. The emperor is most cautious about his own safety. He will not let the third prince go so deep, almost to the Qinqing Palace. Lu Yun's voice became softer and softer. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The third prince is a knife. Chapter 152, 20 Brothers Cannot Die in Vain. Paijiu was shocked. The prince would send a copy of any news he could get to Wan Heiyuan, but the lady never interfered with them. This was the first time she gave an order. She thought she was a kind and virtuous girl. Since the prince was not around, it was good enough that the lady was not afraid. How could she expect her to help? But she didn't expect that she had misjudged her again. It is not something that ordinary people can do to sort out the major and minor matters of Jianan and unravel the mystery in a short period of time. I'll go right away. Pai Gao left in a hurry. 2 minutes later, a letter was sent from Prince Ding's palace. On the West Hill, a dark-eyed man said in a hoarse voice, Brother, you must avenge Hu Zi and the others. 20 brothers cannot die in vain. Zhang Ling frowned and slammed the table. Although he was angry, he didn't say anything. Although the brothers in the mountain had not received formal training, they would pretend to throw a few punches and do horse stances every day, and their fighting skills were much stronger than ordinary people. But this time, none of the 20 people came back alive. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, they were completely suppressed and had no power to resist. Zhang Ling knew that he had run into someone he couldn't afford to offend. Brother, say something. Old 5, the thin man on the side stopped him. What do you want Big Brother to say? Brother, you are not angry? You don't want to avenge Hu Zi? But firstly, we don't know the other party's origins, and secondly, he can easily kill 20 brothers. Is he someone we can afford to provoke? Do you want to kill the whole village? Zheng Xiao's tone became more severe. The dark-faced man clenched his teeth and raised his scarlet eyes. According to you, you don't care? We have to find out the situation first. Calm down. It's not your brother who died. So of course you are calm. The man's face showed anger. You are afraid of death. I will do it myself. After saying this, the man walked out. There was a loud bang, and Zhang Ling glared angrily. I've been in the village for 2 years, and you're still this bad-tempered. I said I don't care. Who are you going to seek revenge on if you run away now? Do you know who killed Huzi? A series of questions silenced the man. Third brother, you are smart. Give me an idea. I was wrong just now. The man turned around, looked at Zheng Xiao, and lowered his head. Zheng Xiao waved his hand. We are brothers, so don't be so pretentious. I have sent people to Huzhou Prefecture to inquire about which dignitaries have come here in the past 2 days. Old 5. The more you want revenge, the more you have to be patient, otherwise you will be killed by others. Okay, let's bury Huzi and the others first. Zhang Ling said. Yang Shu lifted the curtain of the carriage and stretched his neck. Where are we? Prince, we can reach Xishan in 2 more days. Fang Zhuang rode over and replied. Yang Shu pinched his brows and told Lu Yun that it was only 100 miles from the dense forest to the west mountain. He was not lying, the road was straight. Are there any bandits nearby? I'm tired of lying down. How about just giving them a try? Sir, the group in Xishan is already very brave. How could others dare to get so close to Jinan? Yang Shu opened the water bag and took a sip. Okay, call me when it gets dark. We'll roast a rabbit tonight. After lowering the car curtain, Yang Shu lay back down. He had been catching up on sleep for a long time, so he was very awake. He began to wonder which guy, tired of living, was trying to take advantage of his wife. Prince. Fang Zhuang knocked outside the carriage. It's getting dark already? Yang Shu raised his eyelids. Don't be too ridiculous. I haven't even closed my eyes yet. There's a letter from the palace. Yang Shu sat up immediately, his heart tensed, and several thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Could the other party's goal be the Dingguo Palace? After receiving the letter, Yang Shu opened it as quickly as possible. After reading it, his eyes seemed to be unable to move. Prince. Fang Zhuang called out. Seeing Yang Shu's dazed look, he wondered whether he should go in and pinch his Rinzhong point. Fuck me. Yang Shu jumped up and hit his head on the carriage with a loud thud. Yun'er was more thoughtful. He just thought that someone was targeting him and didn't think about Feng Qingwan at all. Who knew that Lu Yun was actually warding off disaster for someone else? Yang Shu took a big gulp of water and narrowed his eyes. His mind was on Huaining County. He secretly transported all the rice, minerals, and even talents that could be transported over there. As for the Guo family, he just ate melon seeds and watched the show. Although he paid some attention to their fight, it was not much. After all, this is not his main battlefield. Who knew that due to negligence, my daughter-in-law almost got into trouble? No matter if he targeted the wrong person or not, 5 guards were injured and Lu Yun suffered a lot. This account must be settled. Fang Zhuang, no news yet. Fang Zhuang shook his head and looked at Yang Shu worriedly. Prince, is there something wrong at home? It's not home. We are thinking about it wrongly. The assassins identified the wrong person. The person they wanted to kill was Feng Qingwan. The third prince is just a chess piece on the chessboard. Through him, the people behind the scenes have cleared many obstacles. The emperor is still angry, and the imperial guards have been replaced. He is also a ruthless person. He does things without mercy and kills without mercy. Compared with them, I think I can be called kind. There was a hint of sarcasm on Yang Shu's lips. Go get busy. Fang Zhuang has a straightforward mind and gets confused when things get a little complicated, so Yang Shu doesn't make things difficult for him. After sending the man away, Yang Shu put his hands behind his head and looked at the roof of the car. He fixed his eyes. Since he could dispatch the imperial guards, this man must be trusted by the emperor. So, Yang Shu opened his eyes, and a person he had always suspected appeared in his mind. Guo likes to disguise himself, but his skills are not very good. He has not had much contact with Prince Shi. In his impression, he is a prince who does his duty and has no desire for power. But is this really the case? Yang Shu pinched the white jade with his hands, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Now it depends on what Pai Gao can reveal. If it really is King Shi, many things need to be rethought. Prince, it's getting dark. Fang Zhuang went to the car window and reminded Yang Shu. Got it. Yang Shu signaled the carriage to stop. It was impossible for a playboy to travel day and night to suppress bandits. The guards built a fire and Yang Shu ordered them to roast a rabbit. Before dark, the guards went into the woods and caught one. After cleaning it, the guards gave the rabbit to Yang Shu. But at this moment, Yang Shu no longer had the mood to leisurely roast the rabbit, so he asked his guards to do it themselves. Sitting beside the fire, watching the jumping flames, Yang Shu's eyes were dark. He wondered how many people like him were hidden in Jianan, who looked stupid and brainless, but were actually deep-minded and were chess players. Prince. Fang Zhuang walked quickly towards Yang Shu. Found it. Yang Shu raised his eyes and stared at Fang Zhuang. Speak. That bloodstain is from the bandits in the West Mountain. Yang Shu frowned. Where's the assassin? That's not mentioned in the letter. Fang Zhuang said honestly. Yang Shu said nothing and added a dead branch to the fire. Why did the bandits from Shishan appear there? And they were killed. It seemed like he was planning to do something big, but he ran into assassins. There were 20 of them, and he killed them all. Chapter 153 General Pan Biao. It's really unlucky. Fang Zhuang expressed his sympathy verbally. It's really unlucky. 20 of them just died, and now we have to raid their lair. Yang Shu said this casually without much fluctuation in his heart. If you do business, you have to bear the risks. If 20 bandits are encountered by a small merchant caravan, not only will the goods be lost, but they may also lose their lives. Prince, they are looking for the murderer. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. This prince is highly suspicious. We have the most people who have passed through Hezhou Prefecture. Fang Zhuang, what should we do? We are being targeted by vicious bandits. Can we still return alive? Yang Shu's words were filled with deep worry. Fang Zhuang glanced at the guards around him and said, Prince, it's not the bandits who should be crying, right? I really can't expect you to take on the role. Yang Shu leaned back and looked at the starry sky, his eyes blurred. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. Fang Zhuang sniffed, his eyes lit up. The rabbit is fine. Yang Shu laughed and continued to look at the starry sky. In this game of chess, could he also be a chess piece? We should be thankful that he was cautious enough not to try to win over court officials. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would be a meter high. Yang Shu took the rabbit leg handed to him by Fang Zhuang and started to chew it. Jinan, the guard knocked on the door and entered the study. Your Highness, those charred corpses in the Grand Tutor's mansion don't match the Xie family. Prince Shi leaned forward and stared. So it seems that Gua Yi did not punish Grand Tutor Xie. He was taken away by someone. Go check who the Xie family has shown favors to. Or maybe Jinan is hiding a force that we don't know about. King Shi's eyes deepened. In the past few days, he has focused on eliminating traces and helping the Emperor capture Guayi's accomplices, and has not paid much attention to the Xie family. But once we checked, we found the problem. Although Grand Tutor Xie was highly prestigious, he did not have close contacts with officials and could not influence the political situation. Who would have gone to so much trouble to take all the Xie family members away? What is his purpose? Is it to repay a favor? Or is the Xie family hiding a secret that he doesn't know about? Prince Shi's eyes flickered, and he asked people to prepare the carriage. Why waste his own manpower when he could rely on the emperor? Early in the morning, Lu Yun opened her eyes, and without waiting for Mo Mei to come over, she lifted the quilt, got up from the couch, chose a light blue lily skirt, put it on, and then left the room. Mississippi. Mo Mei brought the water and was surprised that Lu Yun got up so early. She knew how late Lu Yun slept last night. She got up to go to the toilet at midnight, and the light in the room was still on. Go find Pai Gao and ask him to prepare the car. Miss, are you going out? Mo Mei asked. Well, Lu Ying's husband is the garrison commander of the northern part of the border, which has 100,000 troops stationed there and is connected to the Rong Kingdom. Rong State is even weaker than Yan State, but it has Shao State behind it. The prince once told me that Jianan has more than one foreign force from Yi State. I looked through the past records of various officials last night and found something unexpected. General Pan Biao, who defended the northern part of the border, had a conflict with King Shi. The two had very different ideas and would not even say hello when they bumped into each other. In everyone's opinion, Pan Biao is only loyal to the emperor. What if that's not the case? The emperor is suspicious, and only those who have no connection with other members of the royal family will be valued by him. The news of the old man's critical illness has already spread. The Yi Kingdom is ready to make a move, but the northern part of Xinjiang is calm. Lu Yun pursed her lips slightly. Now I am only worried that it is Prince Shi who is pushing the third prince to abdicate. He has been secretly connected with the Shao Kingdom for a long time. If so, the prince must not be exposed before Guangzhou is fully prepared. The state of Yan is in danger, and Jianan is indeed not worth it. Lu Yun spoke slowly, unable to hide her worry. She just hoped that she was overthinking it. Mo Mei blinked and turned around. The lady said, look for Pai Gao and ask him to prepare the car. Young madam, the wife of the crown prince of Dingguo Palace is here. A maid walked into the inner room and said to the woman who was making winter clothes. The needle in Lu Ying's hand paused, a little confused. Although she was related to the Wuwei Marquise, as a branch, they did not have frequent contacts on a daily basis. Why did Lu Yun come to her? Please invite the person to the side hall. Lu Ying's husband's family was really inconspicuous in Jianan. He was a small guard general who was not even as good as the noble gatekeeper, let alone offending the Dingguo Palace. So whether she likes it or not, Luing has to entertain Lu Yun well. What brings you here today? After changing her clothes, Luing walked into the side hall and spoke to Lu Yun with a smile on her face. Lu Yun was a little dazed, but when he saw Luing coming, he forced a smile and said, I feel depressed, but after thinking about it, I don't even have anyone close to me, so I can only shamelessly bother you. Luing opened her mouth, but for a long time she couldn't utter any words of comfort. Prince Yang. It was really hard for her to say anything good about him with a clear conscience. Dingguo Palace again. Lu Yun's life is quite miserable. He said he would change, but as soon as the old man fell asleep, he immediately ran out and went crazy. Lu Yun talked to himself with a sad expression. Many people have died in Jianan in the past few days. Lu Yun clenched her handkerchief. Why did it have to be me? Lu Yun's tone was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Luing didn't dare to say a word, and she gently refilled Lu Yun's tea, fearing that Lu Yun would keep complaining and looking at her unhappily, and make her even more miserable than her just to make herself feel better. Whenever I close my eyes now, I see my head and body separated. Lu Yun shuddered slightly. Luing sighed in her heart and hurriedly comforted him. The Dingguo Palace has made great achievements in battles, and several generations have shed blood on the battlefield. The emperor will treat them well. Second sister. Lu Yun smiled sadly. If they really would treat me well, with the background of the Wu Wei Marquis' mansion, I can't even get close to the Dingguo Palace, so how could I marry Yangshu? Covering her face, Lu Yun sobbed softly. Luing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but faced with the facts, any opening she made would be like stabbing Lu Yun in the heart. Second sister, tell me about your life. Lu Yun wiped away her tears, smiled, and cleared up her depressed mood. I'm not much better. Luing sighed. We've been married for 3 years, and we've only seen each other 5 times. Isn't there no war in northern Xinjiang? Didn't my second brother-in-law write back in his spare time? Lu Yun looked at Luing. I wrote it, but the letter is not a person. I can't help you with anything if I just say something light and flirty. My mother-in-law keeps urging me to give birth, but how can I give birth alone? Talking about this, Luing started talking, unable to stop expressing the grievances that had been pent up in her heart. Lu Yun listened quietly and asked a few questions from time to time. Second sister, is life in northern Xinjiang very difficult? Are the soldiers' salaries paid on time? At the last birthday party, I saw General Jinbei's wife and daughter, and the clothes they were wearing were really not that good. Lu Yunxi mentioned casually. Luing frowned. How could that be? The military budget in Xinjiang North is sufficient, and the soldiers' salaries are not only paid on time, but also several levels higher than other places. General Jinbei has brought back a lot of cordyceps, and the general's mansion sells medicinal herbs, so life is not bad. Maybe I identified the wrong material. Lu Yun lowered his eyes and brought the topic back to the backyard. Chapter 154. It's really Kingshi. After chatting with Luing for a long time, Lu Yun said goodbye reluctantly. That's because he's not here. Otherwise, how could he get out? Those days in the mansion. Lu Yun pressed the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, obviously overwhelmed. Second sister, I'll come see you again when I have time. Luing walked Lu Yun to the door, and only sighed when she saw the carriage go away. She was such a good girl. How pitiful. In the carriage, Lu Yun no longer had any weak demeanor. His face was calm and composed. Cordyceps did grow in the northern part of the border, but it was not very close to the garrison. Pan Biao does not train his troops and is still interested in digging cordyceps, which means there will definitely be no war. The national treasury was not full, and even for Yang's army, the old man sometimes had to pay for it himself. However, not only were military salaries in northern Xinjiang paid on time, but they were even several levels higher. This is clearly raising your own soldiers. As soon as he returned home, Lu Yun unfolded the booklet that recorded the relationships between officials. Those who were crossed out were the court officials implicated in Guo Yi's forced abdication. The cleaning is not over yet, but these positions have already been filled. Lu Yun scanned the names one by one for a long time, then she sat down with the help of the table. The emperor has been put up. On the surface, he was still the ruler of Yan State, but without the nod of that person in the dark, he could not even leave the palace, let alone Jianan. He was in a jar, but he was unaware of it. He has control over everything inside and outside, so the next step would be the throne. Judging from his planning, he did not want to be branded as a traitor. The third prince was gone, and the emperor had other sons, so the right of inheritance would not fall to him. So, what was his next target? Lu Yun picked up the pen and slowly wrote 2 words. Guiqi. Madam. Pai Gao called out from outside. Come in. Lu Yun looked over. Pai Jia's face was solemn. The day the third prince rebelled, Prince Shi was in the palace. The emperor did not show up. He was the one who spoke and killed all the city guards on the spot. Lu Yun opened his eyes slightly and his breathing stopped for a second. Although he suspected King Shi, Lu Yun didn't hope it was him at all. This meant that the situation was more complicated than they thought. Send a message to the prince, asking him to hang out more and come back later. Why is this? Pai Gao was a little confused. How could it be as safe outside as at home? King Shi had evil ambitions. Shouldn't he keep an eye on him at this time? Prince Shi has been dormant longer than the crown prince, and he may be colluding with the Shao kingdom. The Yi kingdom is eyeing us covetously. We must not attract the attention of Prince Shi before we have made arrangements. The bodies of the CF family cannot withstand a close examination. The prince is outside now and can clear himself. A playboy who only knows how to have fun will not hide the CF family. If he really did something, he wouldn't go out without any scruples. Lu Yun rubbed his brows and said, "Let the prince be more ridiculous." Pai Gao nodded quickly, said nothing more, bowed and was about to leave. Wait. Lu Yun stopped him. Send a letter to the Duke Zheng's mansion and ask them to stop all actions. Just sell the shop and the farm. Remind them again not to check for internal thieves. Madam? Pai Gao's expression froze. Their actions are all in the eyes of King Shi. Once they leave Jianan, they will be killed without mercy. Prince Shi has no intention of winning over the Duke Zheng's mansion. Lu Yun spoke slowly. A family with a strong foundation like the Duke Zheng's mansion will not be wooed, and naturally will not be kept as a threat. The methods of Prince Shi are more ruthless than the one sitting above. Go. Lu Yun closed the booklet. Her beautiful face showed her fatigue and her head was aching badly. Pai Gao did not dare to delay and hurried to do as Lu Yun instructed. Father and elder brother are both dead? Feng Qingyuan looked at the guard with a confused look. It is said that he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. The guard told the news he had heard. Hearing this, Feng Qingyuan seemed to be crying and laughing, committing suicide out of fear of crime? Miss, the arrest warrants are being posted everywhere. Although this place is far from Jianan, it is not safe. We have to continue heading south. The guard had no intention of comforting Feng Qingyuan. After he finished speaking, he went to arrange the next itinerary. Feng Qingyuan held onto the bicycle frame to avoid falling to the ground. Why did she refuse to stop? Is power more important than life? Looking around, Feng Qingyuan felt her vision getting darker and darker until she completely lost consciousness. Yang Shu stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the mountain opposite with a cold look in his eyes. The last time he suppressed the bandits, all the people ran away. This time, he would wipe them out completely. Take out all the dry food. After we finish our meal and take a nap, we will get to work. Yang Shu called everyone. Chewing on the big cake, the guards ate in silence. Unlike their previous leisurely manner, everyone's eyes became sharp. Prince, urgent news. Fang Zhuang handed the paint tube to Yang Shu. Yang Shu put down the cake in his hand and took out the note. The more he looked at him, the more nervous his expression became. Damn it, it really is King Shi. Fuck. Yang Shu cursed in his heart. The bastard actually colluded with the Shao kingdom and tried to get something from the tiger. He thought the Shao kingdom was a vegetarian. If northern Xinjiang and the border are to be lost, Guangzhou will be caught in the middle. Yang Shu wanted to stab a person's heart, and he couldn't hide it. After taking a few big bites of the pancake, Yang Shu finally calmed down a little. Let's not fight for now. After we finish eating, I'll take you to find a place to relax. Yang Shu said. Fang Zhuang straightened his back and said, My lord, the brothers are ready. We will kill the bandits. You don't have to worry about us. We won't die here. We can celebrate together after we finish killing each other. Don't worry about it. Yang Shu gave Fang Zhuang a slap on the head. Looking melancholy, you can't be so majestic anymore. Fang Zhuang, can the Yang family army withstand the Shao kingdom and the Yi kingdom? Yang Shu asked while looking up at the sky. Sir, it's not right to dream like this in broad daylight. Happy days are always so short, and now I have to keep my tail between my legs again. Yang Shu rubbed his face. When will this day end? He must kill that bastard King Shi with a knife. By the way, on the day of the wedding, could it be that the poison that caused the original body to die was administered by King Shi? The more Yang Shu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. If the emperor and the Dingguo palace fought, he would be the one who benefited. The most important thing is that he can get the news of the old man's victory as quickly as possible. Damn it. Yang Shu squeezed his fingers and made a crackling sound. Prince. Fang Zhuang was eating a cake. He didn't know why Yang Shu got excited again, so he stretched out his finger and poked him. Stop eating and practice with me. Yang Shu pulled Fang Zhuang up. Prince, I haven't. Halfway through his words, Fang Zhuang was lifted up. Looking at the white clouds above his head, Fang Zhuang's eyes widened. This was serious. Kicking and struggling, Fang Zhuang grabbed Yang Shu's back to avoid being thrown out. Prince, let's talk it over. I really haven't picked up any money recently. Yang Shu's attack was too fierce. Fang Zhuang held and dodged. Finally, he held his head and refused to fight anymore. Seeing that this guy couldn't lift it up no matter what, Yang Shu turned his gaze to other people. The guards who had just been watching the fun, in the blink of an eye, all lay down and snored. If you didn't know, you would have thought you had entered a pig farm. Chapter 155 This person cannot be kept. Let me do it. Guoqi took the medicine from the eunuch. The emperor coughed, his expression dull and his eyes filled with sadness. Chiyo is here. Father, your health is the most important thing. The 6 ministries have accumulated a lot of government affairs waiting for you to handle. The people are also hoping that you will get better. Guoqi said in a gentle voice, scooping up a spoonful of medicine and bringing it to the emperor's mouth. The emperor said nothing, he just opened his mouth and drank. The bowl of medicine was soon finished. When Guoqi stood up, the emperor spoke. Chiyo, do you blame me? Father. Guoqi's eyes turned red as he finished speaking. What my son has enjoyed is something that others cannot obtain in several lifetimes. I am too grateful to even think of it. How can I resent you, father? My father is the only relative I have in this world. Guoqi looked at the emperor, tears streaming down his face, unable to control his sadness. It was not until this moment that the emperor remembered that the second prince's mansion had been massacred, and only Guoqi, who had gone to the Qing'an temple to worship Buddha on a whim, was left alive. Thinking of the scene where Guoqi suppressed his sorrow and stayed with him all night, the emperor felt a rare touch of emotion. It was my fault that I raised a pair of vicious mother and son. Although concubine Ro's body was cut into pieces, the emperor could not hide his anger when he mentioned her. You are a good one. The emperor's expression softened when he looked at Guoqi. I have something to ask, and I hope your majesty will approve it. After wiping his tears, Guoqi knelt down. He just praised it once and asked for it. The emperor looked indifferent. Your Highness is really tired of the intrigues and deceptions, the open and covert struggles. From now on, I just want to sit down with the Buddha and pray for the deceased. I beg you to grant my wish. Guoqi said with a firm face. The emperor was stunned. He thought Guoqi wanted benefits, but he didn't know that he wanted to become a monk. Ridiculous. The emperor sat up. You are a prince, supported by the people, but instead of working for their benefit, you have chosen to withdraw from the world. Don't mention this matter anymore, and give up thinking about it as soon as possible. Father. Guoqi still wanted to fight for it. I'm tired. Please leave. The emperor looked away indifferently. Second prince, the emperor can't bear to leave you either. Eunuch Quan asked Guoqi to leave the hall and comforted him. Guoqi lowered his head and walked away dejectedly. You're going back? The emperor asked as Eunuch Quan entered the hall. Eunuch Quan nodded. The second prince doesn't look very energetic. His wives and concubines all died in the struggle for imperial power. He must be disheartened. Compared to me, he must be even more miserable. It was rare for the emperor to empathize with others. Go to the Ministry of Works and ask them to choose a new site to build the second prince's palace. Eunuch Quan responded with a yes, being happy to see the father and son getting close. The third prince's rebellion would cause great harm to the emperor. He was already very suspicious, and now he felt that the people around him had ulterior motives. I just hope the second prince can calm the people down. In the Shishan village, 5 people were sitting in the main hall, with Zhang Ling sitting at the top. Not long after Huzi's accident, the prince of Dingguo Palace entered Huzhou Prefecture. He brought a lot of personal guards with him. You have seen the knife wounds on the brothers' bodies. They were very clean and decisive. They killed the enemy as soon as they saw him. Zhang Xiao glanced at Song Quan and told him the situation. There was silence in the room. Everyone knew what Zhang Xiao meant. In terms of suspicion, Yang Shu was undoubtedly the most suspicious. What's wrong with the Dingguo Palace? He killed my brother, so I will chop off his head. Song Quan said angrily. Old 5, I know you hate it, but can we shake the Dingguo Palace? Huzi is already dead. Do you want to take us all with him? Zhang Xiao said in a calm voice. That's right. The other 2 echoed. Although they were powerful and domineering in this area, they were not so arrogant as to think they could fight against the Yang family army. Old 5, just bear with it. Once Marshal Yang closes his eyes, Yang Shu will definitely not live long. Song Quan pursed his lips into a straight line and said nothing. Seeing him like this, Zhang Ling stood up and said in a rough and heroic voice, Since you are determined, as your brother, I have no choice but to risk my life. Thank you, brother. Song Quan's eyes turned red. Seeing that Zhang Ling was overwhelmed by his sense of righteousness again, Zhang Xiao frowned and looked around at the people in the room. He should have tried to dissuade him, but this time he didn't say anything. After everyone left, Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Ling and made up his mind. Thank you for your care, big brother, but all good things must come to an end. I will leave the mountain tonight. Zhang Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Xiao to say goodbye to him. Yes, I'm afraid of death and don't want to cause trouble to the Dingguo Palace. Without waiting for Zhang Ling to ask, Zhang Xiao admitted it directly. Becoming a bandit has never been my dream, but my family is poor and there is no way to rise. Although I have had enough food in the village over the years, I always feel empty and unfulfilled in my heart. Brother, I know you put loyalty first and don't want Lao Wu to go and die by himself. We have been together for such a long time, and I can't say anything to make Lao Wu let go. But I have to let you know the pros and cons. The letter said that Yangshu is in Liang County, less than 50 miles away from us. Although he has many guards around him, it won't be too difficult for us to kill a playboy. But once Yangshu dies, not only will the people in the village be hunted down to the end, but once Marshal Yang can no longer withstand the blow, the countries that covet yin will immediately send more troops. Brother, by then, the people at the bottom will not be able to feed themselves. If the border is lost, you know the fate of the defeated country. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Zhang Ling. No need to keep me. I'm determined to leave. If I have the chance one day, I will definitely repay my big brother's kindness. Zhang Xiao got up from the ground and walked out step by step. Zhang Ling opened his mouth and took 2 steps forward, his eyes full of struggle, but he did not call out to Zhang Xiao until he disappeared from his sight. Zhang Ling did not quite agree with what Zhang Xiao said. In his opinion, Marshal Yang would not live long anyway, so it would not matter if he died early. As for the pursuit by Prince Ding's palace, just avoid it. Song Kuang has followed him for so long and even blocked a knife for him. He can't let him down. Zhang Xiao stayed in the village because of Zhang Ling's loyalty and righteousness, and now he left because of Zhang Ling's friendship. He is a good brother, but definitely not a good leader. Brother, are you just going to let him go? Song Kuang, who knew the news, found Zhang Xiao knows a lot of secrets in the village. He will tell others or surrender to Yangshu. Old 5. Zhang Ling said in a low voice, you have known Zhang Xiao for a long time. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Song Kuang curled his lips and said, brother, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Zhang Xiao has always been cunning. Who knows if he is just pretending? He only knows a few more words than us, and he acts so noble all the time. If he hadn't forbidden us from robbing old and weak women, would Huzi have taken such a risk for the livelihood of the village? Brother, Zhang Xiao is smart. He will definitely use us as a stepping stone to climb up. We can't let him stay. Brother, when we were all rich and powerful, Zhang Xiao never said he was unhappy. But when this village was in danger, he immediately packed up his bags. It's clear that he is not on the same page with us. Brother, you can't risk the whole village. Under Song Kuang's constant persuasion, Zhang Ling was a little shaken, and his eyes darkened. Chapter 156 I will return you tomorrow. Brother, don't be so soft-hearted. Song Kuang grabbed Zhang Ling's arm and shook it. You, handle it as you wish. Zhang Ling spoke with difficulty. Song Kuang let go of his hand and immediately went to gather people. At a dry well 3 miles away from the village, Zhang Xiao listened to the messy footsteps and closed his eyes. Human hearts are the most vulnerable to gambles. He originally thought that if no one came to arrest him within a day, then he would go back and persuade them. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiao forced a bitter smile. Prince, we are being targeted. Fang Zhuang whispered in Yangshu's ear. Yangshu waved his hand, signaling the girl who was singing the song to go out. Who sent it? Yangshu shook his wine glass with a casual attitude. The bandits in Shishan. Yangshu was amused. I've never seen anyone so eager to help. Don't rush to catch them. Let's see what they want to do. It's boring to just sit there doing nothing every day. Bring me paper and pen. Yangshu put down his wine glass, walked to the window, and looked at the passers-by with numb faces. Sir, you write a letter home every day. There is absolutely no one in Jianan who is more worried about his wife than you. There are so many guards in the Dingguo Palace that even if Madame wants to run away, she can't leave the city. Yangshu glanced at Fang Zhuang. This prince misses his wife. But why is it that when I'm here with you, I have to worry about her running away? Is it that the structure of your brain is different? Or is it that my daily behavior has given you an illusion? Luckily, you don't have a wife. Otherwise, you'd be so angry that you'd die. What is the most important thing between husband and wife? Trust. Fang Zhuang curled his lips. Prince, I was beside you when you wrote a letter to Pai Gao yesterday. Ask him to keep a close eye on them. He said that the male foxes in Jianan are all shameless and will definitely pester the lady as soon as they see her. I know you're a talker. Go get some paper and pen. Yangshu angrily drove him away. He is far away from Jianan now, and if he doesn't send letters frequently, Lu Yun might be so busy that he might be forgotten about. The fact that Lu Yun was able to figure out such a clear thread in just a few days shows that he not only has a strong brain, but also receives a lot of information. I'm afraid she has read all the books that record the officials' biographies. When you are tired, you need someone to show concern for you. If you don't value your wife, it's easy to be single. Yang should let Lu Yun know that although they were far apart, he thought about her every day. Feeling the wind blowing on his face, Yangshu sighed in his heart that Lu Yun's growth rate was too amazing, and his ability to consider the overall situation was something that even he was not as good as. She was very quick to react. Before she even targeted Prince Shi, she had already poached General Zhenbei. A virtuous wife brings less trouble to her husband. The ancients were right. Brother, we didn't find it. Song Kuang strode into the main room and said to Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling looked into the distance, was silent for a while, and then said, withdraw the people back. Brother, you were just soft-hearted. If you had arrested him at that time, How could you have let Zhang Xiao get away? Song Kuang complained a little. Song Kuang didn't think much of Zhang Xiao. They were the ones fighting in the front, while Zhang Xiao just talked without any effort, but he got a share of the good things. It's annoying to hear them making alarmist remarks and suggesting this, and that all day long. We have known each other for a while, so don't be too extreme. Zhang Ling looked at Song Kuang and signaled him to stop. Yangshu is in Liang County. It's an easy opportunity to take advantage of him being addicted to alcohol and sex. You can lead the people there. Song Kuang suddenly lost the desire to deal with Zhang Xiao. Anger surged up. He only had one younger brother, and Yangshu was the emperor's son, so he had to pay for his brother's life. Song Kuang took his men down the mountain overnight. You dance very well. I will hire you tomorrow. Yangshu touched the face of a dancer and left with a smile on his face. 100 taels. This is so generous. Seeing that Yangshu gave so much reward, the other's eyes became red. I told you before, I am the most beautiful girl in Suixiang Tower. Dong Yi was very proud. In front of them, she folded the banknotes and walked away with her hips twisted. As soon as she left, there were voices of dissatisfaction in the hall. If she hadn't tripped Ran Xiang, it would have been Dong Yi's turn to be in the spotlight. Seeing her so arrogant makes me angry. That young man is also blind. Who among us doesn't dance better than Dong Yi? I don't know what he sees in Dong Yi. What a slut. Didn't you see that when Dong Yi was dancing, her eyes were like twitching, blinking nonstop? Okay, go back to sleep. Sister Hong will come up soon and might ask us to accompany guests again. The girls left in 2s and 3s. After they left, the figure in the dark disappeared. Prince, they called you blind. Fang Zhuang relayed to Yang Shu what the guards heard. Yang Shu said to him sideways, go chop the wood. Don't tell me such things in the future. Keep chopping. It's enough to burn for a month. Fang Zhuang muttered. Before leaving, shouldn't we give gifts to our neighbors? Yang Shu said leisurely, sipping his tea. Sending firewood. The prince is really unique. As the night deepened, everyone fell asleep. A figure slipped into Suixiang Tower while it was still dark. Dong Yi was half asleep when she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She subconsciously opened her eyes, met a pair of dark eyes, and opened her mouth to scream. If you dare to bring people here, I will kill you. A rough male voice said viciously, and the knife on Dong Yi's neck moved forward. The stinging pain of her skin being cut frightened Dong Yi so much that her body trembled. She woke up and her eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head at the man in black, indicating that she would be obedient. Money. The money is at the bottom of the box. Seeing the man take his hand away, Dong Yi said in a trembling voice. Who cares about your money? Listen, when that young man comes tomorrow, I don't care what means you use, you must bring him into this room. Do you understand? The man rubbed Dong Yi's neck with the back of his knife. If he doesn't come, you will be the one to be killed. The cold touch made Dong Yi tremble even more violently. Her eyes were full of fear, and she nodded repeatedly. Afraid of being discovered, the man did not stay long and climbed out of Suixiang Tower through the window. Prince. Fang Zhuang knocked on Yang Shu's door. The fish has taken the bait. Yeah. After responding, Yang Shu turned over. Without Lu Yun and Lu Yun around, sleeping was just sleeping. There was no expectation at all. These bandits in Xishan are really rampant. No matter how angry the noble sons of Jinan were, they dared not fight with him. They came directly to kill him. Who gave these people the courage? No matter how isolated the news is, one should not assume that the Prince Ding's palace is a vegetarian. Even if the original owner was a fool, he would die at the hands of bandits. No matter how cunning they were, he could not escape death. The Yang family actually holds the military power. It's not scary to be uneducated. What's scary is to be brainless. Pulling the quilt, Yang Shu turned over again. He couldn't sleep, so he had to make another note of King Shi. Yang Shu got up early in the morning and took Fang Zhuang to practice boxing and kicking. He went at Suixiang Tower. The trap had been dug, and he couldn't let them down. Chapter 157, One Knife 1. In the dry well, Zhang Xiao bit his dry food. With Song Kuang's anxious temper, he was afraid that he had already gone to Liang County. Whether it succeeded or not, everyone in the village would have to pay the price for it. How many bandits could the Yang family miss when they were suppressing them? Thinking of Zhang Ling, Zhang Xiao sighed. If he didn't repay the man who saved his life, he would never feel at peace no matter how far he went. What's going on today? What the hell is this dance? Yang Shu looked at Dong Yi with an unhappy look on his face. Dong Yi hurriedly admitted her mistake and showed her pitiful side, trying to arouse Yang Shu's sympathy. Probably because I didn't sleep well last night. Could you accompany Yi for a nap for a while? Dong Yi's voice was soft and timid. The girl with her opened her eyes and let this bitch get the upper hand again. Yang Shu was handsome and generous, and all the girls were happy to have a one-night stand with him. Yang Shu coughed, and said, "You can't be sleep-deprived. I will follow you back to your room." Looking at the two people leaving, the girls were so angry that their handkerchiefs were about to be torn. What a slut. "Sir, it's just in front." Dong Yi glanced at Yang Shu and lowered her head shyly. Yang Shu's eyes were indifferent, as if he was smiling. "Since we are here, hurry in. Why are you standing there? What's hidden inside?" Dong Yi's heart skipped a beat, but she suppressed her panic, twitched the corners of her mouth, twisted her waist shyly, and called out in a charming voice, "Master." The corner of Yang Shu's eye twitched, and he narrowly avoided kicking him. Inside the room, Song Kuang tightly gripped the knife handle. "You are so impatient that you can't even wait for such a short distance." Yang Shu's tone was full of meaning. He glanced at the closed door and pulled Dong Yi over. "Young master." Dong Yi panicked. "What? You really have a wild man hiding?" Yang Shu glanced at Dong Yi with an impatient look on his face. Dong Yi swallowed hard, fearing that Yang Shu would turn around and leave. She lowered her eyes and said resentfully, "Master, you are wrongly accusing me. Don't you really know why I didn't sleep well?" Song Kuang frowned. "This bitch, why are you hesitating for so long as to bring the person in?" Yang Shu grabbed Dong Yi's hand, smiled gently, and kicked her in. Spring hasn't arrived yet, but she's still in heat. Dong Yi screamed. Yang Su was so strong that she fell into the room and her head hit the ground. She raised her head and struggled for a while, but soon fell back and fainted completely. This scene made everyone in the room dumbfounded. Crazy Yang lives up to his reputation. He is even more barbaric than them. Song Kuang moved his feet, afraid that Yang Shu would leave. Fainted. Yang Shu curled his lips and walked over, as if to check on Dong Yi's condition. The corners of Song Kuang's mouth curled up, and his facial muscles gradually became ferocious. The moment Yang Shu entered the room, he chopped down with his knife, but the expected splash of blood did not appear. Yang Shu dodged the blade by leaning sideways and raised his lips to Song Kuang. "Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long." Song Kuang's eyes narrowed, and without thinking too much, he swung his knife again, and the other people who were hiding also came out. Yang Shu grabbed Song Kuang's hand, snatched the knife, raised his foot, and kicked him. When Song Kuang leaned back, he took a big step and chopped down with the knife. Song Kuang fell heavily to the ground, with only a little flesh connecting his head and neck. His eyes were wide open, his face full of confusion. Yang Shu moved too quickly, and the bandits had no time to stop him. They all held their knives with dull eyes. They were dumbfounded, but Yang Shu was sober. How could it be so exciting to fight with Fang Zhuang? The bandits were panicking and no longer able to use their full strength. They were frightened by Yang Shu's ferocity and retreated repeatedly. As soon as the noise came out, Fang Zhuang led his personal guards and rushed into the house. In just 20 seconds, the room was quiet. There were 12 bandits in total, 7 in the house and 5 outside, and all were killed. "Look at you, it's so bloody." Yang Shu put his hands on his waist and harshly criticized the atrocities of Fang Zhuang and others. The guards all looked at Song Kuang, whose head and neck were separated, in silence. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Do you have any respect for the law?" The brothel owner, Sister Hong, yelled at the guards at the stairs. "The king's law." Yang Shu came over covered in blood, his face full of anger. "Who gave you the courage to collude with the bandits to assassinate this prince?" "Someone, go and call the magistrate of Liang County." "Prince." Sister Hong opened her eyes. Fang Zhuang was kind-hearted, and fearing that she would continue to make trouble, he reminded her, "My prince is the grandson of Marshal Yang." "Marshal Yang." "Yang Shu." Sister Hong's pupils contracted, and her neck turned stiffly. The moment she met Yang Shu's gaze, her eyes rolled up, and she fell down. The girls gathered together, opened their mouths, were stunned for 2 seconds, then screamed and ran away, not even stopping until their shoes fell off. "I eat people on a daily basis?" Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. "No, the prince likes beef." Fang Zhuang replied sternly. "Then why are they running? They may think that the prince eats it. Let's check and see who spread the rumor." Yang Shu retracted his gaze. "Let's go and return the gift." Yang Shu walked past Sister Hong and stepped forward. The group rode their horses straight to the West Mountain. "You said the messenger. Is he faster than us?" Yang Shu dismounted and walked towards the mountain. The guards said nothing, and without Yang Shu saying anything, the 100 people at the back left the team and headed towards the back of the mountain. Zheng Xiao, who was sitting under the dry well, suddenly put his ear to the wall of the well. The next second, his expression changed drastically. Such steady footsteps were definitely not from Song Kuang and the others. Disaster is about to happen. A disaster is coming. Zheng Xiao grabbed the rope and climbed up with all his might. Taking a shortcut, Zheng Xiao climbed the mountain ahead of Yang Shu. "Hide! Hide everyone!" Zheng Xiao shouted as he ran. Hey, you can't make it out there, so you come back? He has to come back. With his skinny arms and legs, how can he have food without us? The bandits guarding the village gate looked at Zheng Xiao and ridiculed him one after another. People from Dingguo Palace are calling. Zheng Xiao tried to rush into the village. Third boss, don't forget, you are no longer a member of the village. The burly man with a face full of flesh stretched out his hand and pushed Zheng Xiao to the ground. Get out of here, the sturdy man said coldly. It's only the big boss who is kind enough to support you. You ungrateful beast. The bandit spat at Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao turned his head and looked towards the mountain road. His expression gradually calmed down. He got up and left. You've been outside for 2 days and your mind is not normal. You still think people from the king's palace are coming. The sturdy man sneered. He can't even find a good excuse. He's just relying on the boss's soft heart. He cries and begs to come back, but will we let him in? Let the bastard die of starvation. Several bandits laughed. Something happened to the fifth master. In front of the village was a large open space. The panicked voice of a man was heard from afar. 2 figures supporting each other appeared in the bandits' sight. They ran towards the village gate while shouting. The sturdy man frowned and took a few steps forward. What are you yelling about? What happened to the fifth master? Why do you two look so unfamiliar? He's dead. As he spoke, the man raised his knife and cut off the strong man's head. Without stopping, they pounced on the other people. At the same time, a large number of guards rushed over. The incident happened suddenly, and the bandits didn't have time to close the village gate. Chapter 158 The Secret of Shishan. Falling in a pool of blood, the bandit looked in the direction Zheng Xiao had left, with deep regret in his eyes. But no matter how much he regretted, he couldn't put his head back. The guards were very fierce and fought their way into the main hall. The ground was littered with corpses. Zhang Ling held the knife with a look of fear in his eyes. He didn't expect Yang Shu to retaliate so quickly and kill him directly. Why didn't the trap at the foot of the mountain work? Of course it wouldn't work. Long before they took action, Yang Shu had people survey Shishan thoroughly, not to mention that they had been there once. Looking at the bloodstains on the guards, Zhang Ling regretted that he should have listened to Zheng Xiao. Why did he make an enemy of the Dingguo Palace? The officers and soldiers who had suppressed the bandits before were too useless, so he became crazy and looked down on everyone. He knew that the Yang family army was stronger than ordinary guards, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. Each one can fight 5 at once. Let's send them off before the sun sets. Yang Shu said calmly. Zhang Ling, stay for a while. You have been the mountain king for so long. I think you must have accumulated a lot of wealth. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the bandits rushed forward with roars. Their momentum was good, but their force was not enough. In just 2 minutes, Zhang Ling was the only one left in the main room. Zhang Ling looked at the corpses all over the ground and refused to surrender. He rushed towards Yang Shu with red eyes. Fang Zhuang hit Zhang Ling's wrist with the back of his knife, and when he loosened his grip, he took the knife and kicked him down. The guard took out a rope and tied Zhang Ling up tightly. To prevent this guy from getting too excited and biting his tongue to commit suicide, they pinched Zhang Ling's mouth open and blocked it with a piece of coarse cloth. Don't kill him, a voice sounded hurriedly. Zheng Xiao stumbled over and fell to his knees, covered in dirt and blood on his face, looking extremely miserable. Yang Shu turned his head, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the guard. Prince, we searched very thoroughly. We have no idea how he showed up. The guard said hurriedly. There is a secret passage in the village. Zheng Xiao explained to Yang Shu. Why doesn't he run away? Yang Shu glanced at Zhang Ling. The secret passage has not been maintained for a long time, and it has collapsed a bit. Tall people cannot get down. The prince came so quickly, the eldest master should not have time to chisel it open. As he spoke, Zheng Xiao raised his head and looked directly at Yang Shu. The prince is not an ordinary person. Zheng Xiao's tone was very certain. It is impossible for an uneducated playboy to remain indifferent and calm when facing corpses all over the ground. Yang Shu raised the corner of his lips. How are you going to impress this prince? If you are a smart person, you should know that the dead have the tightest lips. Zheng Xiao looked at Zhang Ling and said, the boss is not good at writing. If you cut off his tongue, he won't be able to stir up any trouble even if he continues to make trouble. You put the people down the mountain, and I will tell you the secret of West Mountain. It will definitely satisfy the prince. Zhang Ling was so ashamed that the corners of his eyes turned red. They all thought that Zheng Xiao was useless and couldn't pick up a knife to kill people. But in the end, he used his life to exchange for his own. Zhang Ling is more familiar with Shishan than Zheng Xiao. So how could he impress Yang Shu? Fang Zhuang. Yang Shu called out, indicating that they should do as Zheng Xiao said. Fang Zhuang didn't say much. He half squatted down, took out the coarse cloth from Zhang Ling's mouth, and cut off Zhang Ling's tongue with a dagger. Zhang Ling's pupils were dilated, and his veins popped out like an earthworm. He opened his mouth and made a mumbling sound. The guards carried him out. Zheng Xiao watched Zhang Ling leave. They were grateful for saving his life, and now they were in love. What secrets are there in Xishan? Yang Shu looked at Zheng Xiao with interest. I can let him go, or I can catch him again. The secret you're talking about had better satisfy me. Please follow me to the back mountain, Prince. Zheng Xiao got up from the ground. The secret passage was too blocked, and he forced his way in. He had many abrasions on his body, and his feet were hit by stones. He walked slowly. Yang Shu followed not too far away, his eyes always on Zheng Xiao. According to the information he gathered, Zheng Xiao was not respected in the village and was mocked by many people behind his back. Zhang Ling was quite nice to him, but was this a good idea? Was it worth risking his life for it? Judging from the look of this man, he doesn't look like a brave man. This prince doesn't understand why they are so loyal to each other. Zhang Ling doesn't treat you with all his heart. At most, he gives you food. If he really protects you, no one in the village will look down on you. Zheng Xiao's eyes did not change, and he replied calmly. I fainted from hunger by the river that year, and it was Zhang Ling who picked me up. If it weren't for him, I would have been a dried-up bone. Although I am not well educated, I know that I should repay the life-saving grace with my own life. Yang Shu looked away. Long before today, I have already started many things. I don't know everything about the situation in the village, but I know about 70 to 80 of it. These bandits only rely on brute force. If it weren't for you, the village would have been captured long ago. Instead of being grateful, they think they deserve all the credit and wantonly belittle you. Zheng Xiao, don't you feel resentful? Resentment. Zheng Xiao answered straightforwardly. Thank you, Your Highness, for helping me vent my anger. Yang Shu smiled. You are very honest. I'll ask you again, how do you think I should deal with those women? I am not qualified to make decisions on behalf of the prince. Zheng Xiao said, looking at his feet. This prince just wants to hear you say it. Yang Shu stopped. Zheng Xiao looked at him, pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said in a deep voice, most of them were kidnapped on the mountain. They didn't do anything wrong and don't know anything. Even if they are released, it won't matter. Just pretend you didn't see anything. After Zheng Xiao finished speaking, no one spoke for a long time. The depressing atmosphere made Zheng Xiao nervous. Just do as you say. Seeing Zheng Xiao breaking out in a cold sweat, Yang Shu said casually, Your Highness, I would like to thank you on their behalf for your great kindness. Zheng Xiao knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Shu. Let's go on. Yang Shu rubbed the jade twice, his eyes dimmed. He was holding out in the bandit's lair, but was killed with one blow. What a pity. Prince, stop. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Zheng Xiao turned around and said to Yang Shu, Arrive. There's still some distance. Zheng Xiao didn't dare to hide it. He didn't think he could escape from Yang Shu's eyes. Since you haven't arrived yet, why don't you leave? There are traps set up 100 meters ahead. I will break them first. Zheng Xiao said this as he turned sideways and slipped through the gap between two trees. In the next 5 minutes, Yang Shu's eyes went from calm to wide, and then they contracted again and again, each time with greater force. Even Feng Zhuang and the others straightened their bodies. Prince, this is a bit scary. Are you sure it's a little bit? Looking at the iron fences that were closed together, Yang Shu's eyes narrowed again. How much is this? A little bit. Sir, this is so scary. The guard grabbed Yang Shu's sleeve. If someone gets in by mistake, it will turn into a hornet's nest. Prince, I miss home. So do I. The guards expressed their fear one after another. They had seen many traps, but they had never seen one like this, launched from all directions at the same time, with no blind spots. Even wearing armor couldn't save their lives. There is absolutely no way to survive. The scary thing is that you don't need to step on anything. As long as you go in, they will spin the wooden plate and stab you thoroughly. Yang Shu's eyes were fixed on Zheng Xiao. Was he a participant in these traps, or did he design them all? Chapter 159, Getting Rich. After taking 2 steps, Zheng Xiao pressed his palm on the bulge of the tree trunk. There was a very slight sound of wood turning, followed by hundreds of iron needles flying out. There was a small tree less than 2 years old within the attack range. At this moment, its slender branches were densely covered with iron needles, which gave people goosebumps just by looking at it. Prince, do you have to know this secret? The guards' throats moved. You have to believe in yourself. Yang Shu patted their shoulders. So, we can escape? The guard blinked. Of course, the soul can leave the body in the shortest possible time. Yang Shu's eyes swept across all kinds of hidden weapons, leaving no way for survival. Every step was dangerous, and even if he had wings, he would be knocked down. Too cruel. I've never seen anyone so enthusiastic about making honeycombs. Prince, you can go now. Zheng Xiao shouted to Yang Shu. Yang Shu smiled back, lifted his somewhat stiff legs, and took a step forward. What's hidden inside? Yang Shu had been to Shishan before to suppress bandits, but he didn't think there was anything good in a bandit's den, and since the bandits had escaped, he didn't investigate much. I set up these traps. Everyone in the village thought I was hiding their own property. Some people tried to sneak in before, but they all died here. Because of the tragic death, people disliked me even more and thought I was cruel and heartless, killing even my own brother. As he spoke, Zheng Xiao started moving rocks. After moving 2 rocks, he stopped and said, "Sir, we need to clear about 10 meters of mud and rocks. It will take me a long time to do this alone. Can you ask your guards to help?" Yang Shu nodded towards Fang Zhuang. What on earth was hidden that would require so much effort to cover it up? Even once they got there, they wouldn't reveal a single word. The guards worked very quickly and dug a hole in no time. "Prince, tell them to retreat 100 meters away." Seeing Yang Shu examining him, Zheng Xiao bowed and said, "I am only seeking a way to survive, and I will never have any evil intentions." Zheng Xiao was very sincere, but Yang Shu could not possibly trust him completely. Many talented people had died due to carelessness. Yang Shu left Fang Zhuang and 10 guards behind, and even if Liang Zhengxiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not threaten him. Yang Shu insisted, and Zheng Xiao no longer insisted. He squatted down and started to dig with the iron sheet. After about a quarter of an hour, he handed Yang Shu a silver stone the size of a baby's fist. Yang Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. Zheng Xiao knew what he was wondering about, and said directly, "Your Highness is right. It is silver ore, and the purity is very high. I haven't told anyone that even the most barren silver mine is not something the village can take. They're too greedy. If they find silver ore, they will definitely fight for it. There's no need for outsiders to intervene. We can fight to the death within. The silver mine is a total detriment to the village, with no benefits at all. I am willing to follow the prince, even if it means death." Zheng Xiao looked at Yang Shu and expressed his loyalty. Yang Shu's eyes were fixed on the pit where the silver ore was dug out, and his fingers tightened unconsciously. He did good deeds and accumulated virtue, so God gave him money. "Prince, I've made a fortune." Fang Zhuang was very excited. "Should we kill this one?" Fang Zhuang pointed at Zheng Xiao. Yang Shu turned his eyes and scanned Zheng Xiao. Compared with Zhang Ling, Zheng Xiao was much smarter. He had been showing off all along the way. When the value of a person exceeded his life, he would naturally not kill him. "You can actually bring us here without triggering the mechanism. Am I right, my prince?" Zheng Xiao fell to the ground. "I dare not deceive you, my lord. It is true. I want to live and stand out. The prince is a rare talent, and I want to seize this opportunity. I can read the stars, have extraordinary hearing and vision, and have studied the art of mechanical devices. Given time, I will be able to help the prince solve his problems." "Didn't you read much?" Yang Shu glanced at Zheng Xiao. It seemed that these people were all being modest, except him. "I only went to school for 2 years when I was young. People in the village don't like writing. If there are books among the looted items, I will ask for them." Yang Shu raised his eyebrows slightly. What a talent. He taught himself. "You have a pair of sharp eyes." Yang Shu helped Zheng Xiao up and praised him with a smile. He has always been the one who used threats and inducements to get people on board. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to follow him. I have to say, he has a sharp eye. Yang Shu was very pleased. The spirit of a cuckold, the spirit of a tyrant, was finally developed. "Fang Zhuang, you guys come together and change his clothes. We'll be family from now on, so get closer to him," Yang Shu said casually. "Thank you, Prince." Zheng Xiao bowed deeply, his chest rising and falling slightly. He couldn't help but be excited. Yang Shu was a true noble man, and only by following such a noble man would he have the opportunity to achieve great things. Although Yang Shu still didn't trust him, the current result was the best for Zheng Xiao. The more cautious Yang Shu is, the more reassuring it is. A rash and reckless person is not a wise leader. It took so long to restore this place, someone must have come from the mountain. Yang Shu asked Fang Zhuang to follow him. "Sir, although Zheng Xiao seems to be sympathetic to the weak and has compassion, he is limited to what he can do. He will not risk his life." When you asked him how to deal with women, his forehead was covered with sweat. If you hadn't asked, he would have probably begged for mercy. "I'm quite afraid of death." Yang Shu reached out to Fang Zhuang, took the water bag and poured it on his face to wash away the bloodstains. He then threw the water bag back to Fang Zhuang. "When did you ask so much of a person?" "Your Highness, I always talk about kindness, but you really think we are holy fathers. Your life is hanging on a tightrope, and you still expect Zheng Xiao to save the woman. What are you thinking? If he is really a holy father, I won't even dare to accept his request even if he begs me. I didn't see you hesitating when we took action today." Yang Shu glanced at Fang Zhuang. Fang Zhuang scratched his head. "My lord, I am not afraid that you will be confused and think that he will protect you from danger just like the guards. My heart is good, but why can't I be smarter now that I am here with you?" Yang Shu pinched his brows and said, I asked you to put together a set of clothes for him, so that you can take him away easily. As for getting close to him, it is to watch his every move and see if he is truly loyal. Besides, I have no intention of keeping him by my side. When we encounter danger, we don't know who will protect whom. We are definitely holding each other back. Zhang Shao is a talent, and talents should go where they can show their value. Yang Shu looked towards the village. He had originally planned to leave after the massacre, but now he could not leave. Yang Shu had not expected that there was a silver mine in Shishan. It is impossible to hand it over, it must be poached. But this thing cannot be dug out in a short time, so I have to find an excuse. Yang Shu turned the jade pendant and thought as he walked. Prince! A loud shout rang out, and the short and fat middle-aged man, with an excited look on his face, pushed through the guards and ran towards Yang Shu. Yang Shu stared at his trembling flesh, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn, pigs have evolved and can even stand up and walk. How much money did you embezzle? You've become like this after eating so much. The magistrate of Liang County had not even caught his breath when he immediately started burping, frightened by Yang Shu's words. The county magistrate smiled and said with concern, My lord, the bandits are vicious. How could you come here? What if you get hurt? The guards were guarding the mountain pass, and the county magistrate was still unaware of the situation above. Chapter 160 Lu Yun meets Trading You. If I don't come here myself, do I expect you? A bunch of rubbish? This group of bandits dared to target me. They deserve to be cut into pieces. Yang Shu's face was full of cruelty. I have already killed all the people. I will carry the bodies down soon. Please check carefully to see if anyone is missing. The county magistrate was stunned. Kill him? After taking 2 steps, Yang Shu turned around and said, They are just some idiots. Over the years, the imperial court has tried to eliminate them several times but failed. Yang Shu paused and looked at the county magistrate sharply. The county magistrate's heart skipped a beat and sweat immediately wet his back. It seems you are just eating for free. Spread the word outside and let everyone know how powerful this prince is. Yang Shu raised his chin, looking proud and arrogant. The county magistrate's entire body relaxed and his flesh drooped. How could he have thought that this dude had seen something? Fang Zhuang, this is the first mountain I have conquered. Send the Yang family army over here, and they must defend it for me. Yang Shuji was very proud. The county magistrate secretly curled his lips. A playboy is a playboy. What is there to brag about in a broken mountain? What happened to Zhang Ling and his men? They were defeated so quickly. There is no filial respect this year. The county magistrate looked at Yang Shu, who was still talking nonstop, and seeing people walking up the mountain, he wiped the sweat off his body and asked someone to carry him back. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Yang Shu looked at the direction where the county magistrate left and said to Fang Zhuang, The knife should have gone in a little deeper. He has a lot of flesh, so it might not have penetrated. Collusion between officials and bandits is not uncommon. Since they have come to him, just give him some advice. As for the network of interests behind it, he didn't bother to dig it out. The dirty court of Yan State is simply impossible to clean up. Silver mines are his top priority. Li Yan opened the letter, read 2 lines, and a smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Miss, is your brother-in-law crying and unable to sleep again, and wants you to keep him company in your dreams? Mo Mei refilled Lu Yun's tea. Not today. I just talked about some interesting things in Liang County. Lu Yun put the letter away, put it in the box, and said softly, Go see what Pai Gao is doing and ask him to come over. Mo Mei put down the teapot and left the yard immediately. Lu Yun was looking through Yigua's information with a focused expression. Pai Gao came very quickly and did not dare to delay for fear of missing out. He had already seen how powerful Lu Yun was. Madam, Pai Gao called softly. I want to go to the farm tomorrow to meet Trading You. I'll arrange it right away. Without asking the reason, Pai Gao walked out. In the past, Pai Gao respected Lu Yun because she was the hostess of the Dingguo Palace, but now there is another reason, because of who she is. Pai Jia had investigated Lu Yun's past very clearly long before she got married. She was a poor person who was tortured by her stepmother and seemed to have no father at all. Although he has read poetry and books, he is not as good as the one in the Shangshu mansion. Apart from appearance, there is nothing superior about him. Now it seems that he is just hiding himself and not showing his face to avoid being targeted by the mother and daughter. When it comes to arranging things, Lu Yun is more meticulous than the prince, and her insight is amazing. No flaws escape her eyes. With her assistance, the prince's path will be much smoother. Pai Gao always felt that Lu Yun's strength had not yet been fully developed. Prince, kill it. The meat is too fat. I had to stab it several times to cut its neck open. It's out of breath, and it's still shitting and pissing. Fang Zhuang looked disgusted. Yang Shu took a sip of noodles and said nothing. Can you be more considerate next time? This prince is having a midnight snack. Is it appropriate for you to say this? There's some in the kitchen. Go get it yourself. Seeing Fang Zhuang coming over to look at his face, Yang Shu protected the bowl. Fang Zhuang went to serve the noodles happily. Prince, this silver mine will take a long time to dig. Are we just going to stay here? What are you thinking about? I'll leave in 2 days. Fang Zhuang was shocked. You don't want the silver mine anymore? If Fang Zhuang hadn't been eating noodles, Yang Shu would have slapped him on the head. Didn't he seem like someone who treated money as nothing? If I, a playboy who only loves to have fun, were to stay in the mountains and not leave, even a fool would know that there is something wrong. Wait for the rumor to spread and let everyone see how proud I am. Then, even if I occupy this mountain, no one will think twice. By the way, keep an eye on Zhang Ling. If he makes any unusual movement, kill him. Yang Shu said in a calm tone. By letting the men go down the mountain, he had fulfilled his promise to Zhang Xiao. It was not his fault if Zhang Ling wanted to commit suicide. Putting down the bowl, Yang Shu went to wash up. Before going to bed, he touched the 2 pieces of silver on the table. They were dug out half an hour ago. He wanted to share this good thing with his wife. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Lu Yun changed into less eye-catching clothes and followed Pai Gao into the secret passage. This was Lu Yun's first time at the farm where Cui Dingyu lived. After getting off the carriage, she looked around. It is quiet and far away from human habitation. Madam. The village head saluted Lu Yun and led the way. Cui Dingyu was playing chess in the yard. When she heard footsteps, she didn't look up. Miss Cui. Lu Yun walked over and called out, then glanced at the chessboard, picked up a black piece and placed it down. Cui Dingyu looked at Lu Yun and smiled. Did Zhang Shu leave Jianan? How do you know? If he were here, he would not let you come alone. Cui Dingyu picked up the white piece and put it down. Do you want anything from me? Not really. Lu Yun glanced at the chessboard without making any moves and looked thoughtful. Miss Cui is not happy in Yegua, right? Cui Dingyu raised her eyes and looked directly at Lu Yun, waiting for her to continue. Emperor Yi dotes on his youngest son, but King Qing and you are not from the same mother. After King Qing was born, Cui Ye's treatment was far worse than before. You weren't affected much, but it's impossible for Miss Cui to have no resentment in her heart for her brother being bullied. Lu Yun looked at it for a while and put the black piece down. Cui Dingyu's eyes were indifferent. Yang Shu was exposed? Lu Yun shook his head. The prince has always been cautious and a master at acting. Unless there is solid evidence, no one would believe that his playboyishness is just an act. Cui Dingyu stopped talking and looked at Lu Yun quietly. My purpose is not to persuade Miss Cui to join forces with the prince, but to let you know something about the situation in Yan State. Lu Yun looked into the distance. The army in the north of the border has been captured by King Shi. General Jinbei didn't think about training the guards and spent the whole day instructing them to dig cordyceps. There has been no fighting and no achievements, but the military pay in northern Xinjiang is far higher than that in other places. Miss Cui is very smart. She should know what I mean. Lu Yun shifted his gaze to Cui Dingyu. Cui Dingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew what Lu Yun was trying to say. He was so unprepared, so it could only be collusion. The Rome Kingdom had long been in name only, and the one that King Shi was colluding with could only be the Shao Kingdom. Miss Cui must have done some research on the Shao Kingdom. King Shi is definitely not their opponent. The final fate of the Yin Kingdom will be the same as that of the Rome Kingdom. Long before, Shao State had competed with Yu State, and Yu State was almost defeated. If they take over Yin, it will be difficult for Yi to resist again. The most important thing is that Cui Ye's illness has just been cured. Once the fight starts, he will have to go and watch. If he can't give a good performance, Emperor Yi will dislike him even more. Chapter 161 Young and Promising, with a Bright Future. Cui Yi needs time to grow, but the Shao Kingdom will not wait. The Han and Zhao families are obviously closer to King Qing. If they go to war and win, Emperor Yi will take the opportunity to make King Qing the crown prince. If he loses, he will still appoint a crown prince to stabilize the people's hearts. As the legitimate son, the more prosperous King Qing is, the more difficult his situation will be. Once a crown prince is appointed, it is not easy to depose him. Once King Qing ascends the throne, he will definitely not leave Cui Yi, a major hidden danger, behind. I am telling Miss Cui all this today not to force you to help the prince, but to hope that Miss Cui will stay calm and not become an enemy of the prince. As long as he lives, Yin will not fall into the hands of Shao. The 2 countries of Shao and Yi are eyeing them covetously. If Miss Cui wants to intervene again, the crown prince will inevitably be overwhelmed to deal with it. The fall of Yan State will not benefit us at all. Lu Yun spoke in a calm tone and with a composed demeanor. Cui Dingyu stared at her. Daughter of Marquis Wu? Lu Yun chuckled. These words should not come out of my mouth. But the women in the inner house don't just think about taking care of their husbands and children. Marquis Wu is so heartless and shameless that I have never thought about love since I was a child. Ms. Zhou is vicious. It's impossible to survive her without some scheming. I've read a lot of history books in recent days. The struggles of different dynasties are never without reason. There are always some similarities. I still have some brains and can understand it. If there is anything I have misunderstood, please point it out, Miss Cui. Cui Dingyu was slightly surprised. He was so smart. Meeting Lu Yun's calm eyes, Cui Dingyu lowered his eyelids. This kind of emotional control is not something that ordinary people can have. You like Yangshu? With your character, you shouldn't be fooled by him. Lu Yun took a sip of tea and looked into the distance. How can I not grab a ray of sunshine when it appears in the dark and bottomless abyss? Turning his eyes, Lu Yun raised the corner of his lips slightly. At first, I didn't feel moved. Because of the environment I grew up in, I am very wary of people. I have only one goal when I marry into the Dingguo Palace, and that is to destroy the Wu Wei Marquis before the Yang family is destroyed. I was quite nervous on the day of my wedding, fearing that Yangshu would kill me on the first day. His reputation outside was too bad, so I poisoned Zhou before leaving the gate of Wu Wei Marquis mansion. Even if I die on the day of our wedding, Zhou will not survive. But afterwards, everything was beyond my expectations. Yangshu's dandy attitude is just an act. He took me back home, and not only did he empty the Wu Wei Marquis mansion, he also cleaned up that family one by one. The ferocious look was very real, and it didn't look fake at all. I was a little shocked at the time, and I'm sure it wasn't as natural as his. I didn't sleep the whole night when I returned. Yangshu was like a dormant lion, and he was also as cunning as a wolf. It was difficult for me to hide the fact from him and take action against the Marquis of Wu Wei Mansion. In the end, I chose to confess. You certainly wouldn't have thought that such a resolute and ruthless person would be so sincere to his wife whom he had just married. Everyone who bullied me has paid a heavy price. The whole family is still keeping it a secret, but I have long known about the rumor that I had an affair with Shogui. I tried to see the disdain in Yangshu's eyes, but there was not a trace of it. No matter how hard-hearted I am, I can't remain indifferent when faced with a sincere boy who believes in you and shows himself to you. The most pleasant thing in the world is that one person desires another person, just because of the person himself, nothing else. I am willing to give everything I have to help him achieve his wish. Cui Yi is your weak spot, but Yangshu is mine. If one day I can't have both, I will sacrifice myself for his life. Lu Yun spoke lightly while Cui Dingyu drank tea silently. It could be seen that Cui Dingyu was deeply in love with Lu Yun. There was no need to test him at all. He was not someone who could be persuaded. Emperor Yin is quite good at choosing. Does he really suspect the Yang family? Cui Dingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. That bastard Yangshu was already cunning enough. If he wasn't paired with someone who would cause chaos in the Dingguo Palace, like Lu Yun, was Emperor Yin afraid that Yangshu would not have a smooth life? The men of the Yang family are not faking their deaths. Lu Yun placed a piece on the chessboard. I advise you to sober up. You also said that Yangshu is a cunning and dramatic person who is very good at pretending. How about remarrying? You probably don't have much attachment to the state of Yin. Cui Dingyu seemed to be chatting casually. Lu Yun laughed. Yegua is not short of talented people, but the one who can make Miss Cui feel apprehensive must be stronger than them. It's really unpleasant. Cui Dingyu put the chess piece back into the chess box, got up and left. Lu Yun glanced at the unfinished chess game. His brows slowly relaxed, and Cui Dingyu was finally at peace. Yi State killed Han Qi, and its intentions were exposed to the public. It does not want to be caught by an enemy, so it will not raise an army in the short term. My husband only needs to deal with Xiao State. King Shi has not yet seized power, so they still have time to make plans. What's this? In Liang County, the people looked at the papers that the Yamen runners stuffed into their arms with a confused look on their faces. The literate people's eyes twitched, and they had already locked the castle for Yang. Even though old Marshal Yang had defeated the enemy, he was not as ostentatious as his grandson. Yin Yin. Someone spoke. People on the street gathered around. Seeing this, the young man who had studied for several years licked his lips and read to the paper. General Yangshu, with his shrewd sword, conquered the West Mountain and wiped out hundreds of bandits. He is young and promising, and his achievements will be remembered for centuries and recorded in history forever. After the young man finished reading, the scene fell into deathly silence. Are you sure we are suppressing bandits? We are not trying to destroy the country. Someone turned his neck stiffly and spoke. What are you thinking? You are counting on Yang Wanku to destroy the country. Everyone laughed and threw the paper away. Compared to the reckless behavior, the suppression of bandits is indeed worthy of Yang Wanku's publicity. Let him be proud of it. The county magistrate was murdered at home last night. Have you found the murderer? It's good that I can't find it. If I didn't have my mother to take care of me, I would have drained the blood of that fat pig long ago. A man gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. I bought some firecrackers and planned to set them off later. The young man raised what he was holding. Is he really dead? Someone asked worriedly. The neck was cut open. There is no chance of survival. That's good. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to fulfill my vow. The crowd dispersed and went about their business, while the bailiffs distributed paper with sullen faces. Prince, someone has set up a longevity tablet for me. Fang Zhuang looked excited. Yangshu raised an eyebrow. What did you do? Didn't we slaughter a pig last night? Those people must have been very happy. Yang Shu wiped his sweat, handed the hammer to the guard, and took a rest. It's sad that a county magistrate can oppress the people of a city like this. Yang Shu opened the water bag and drank several gulps. All traces are clear and clean. They can't be traced back to us. Don't worry, Prince. I'm being cautious, Feng Zhuang said as he rolled up his sleeves and went to mine. Chapter 162 Overnight in Hezhou Prefecture. After showing off on horseback for 2 days, Yang Shu finally got tired of it and headed back with Feng Zhuang. But he still had people stationed in Xishan. Everyone also understood that after all, it was the only thing in Yang Wanku's life that she could show off, and it should not be treated as a treasure. Yang Shu traveled leisurely and slowly along the way and stopped in Hezhou Prefecture. Lu Yun put down the medicine bowl and looked towards the door. Second, madam, please don't get up. Zier stopped Lu Yun. The doctor told her to stay in bed and rest, and not to make any big movements. It shouldn't be a problem to take a few steps. Seeing that she was determined, Zier had no choice but to help Lu Yun up. Walking slowly to the window, Lu Yun looked towards the bluestone road. When she saw the light blue figure, she raised her lips. Sensing something, Yang Shu looked up, and their eyes met in the air. Yang Shu paused for a moment, then quickened his pace. The moment Yang Shu entered the room, Zier retreated. Waiting for me. Yang Shu walked towards Lu Yun, trying to act casual, but the next moment he hugged her in his arms. I want to come quickly, but I can't arouse suspicion. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's back. Is everything going well? She shouldn't think too much, because there was almost no sadness in the news Yang Shu sent to her. It went well. Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun and put her on the bed. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Yang Shu looked at her steadily. I'm very content here, Lu Yun said with a smile. After not seeing you for more than half a month, don't you have any sweet words to say? What does the prince want to hear? Lu Yun leaned into Yang Shu's arms, her beautiful eyes moving with a hint of charm. You can't let me be so proud. Yang Shu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yun's eyebrows. You are usually so proud of yourself. If you continue to indulge yourself, you will really lose your way. You've lost some weight. Lu Yun raised her eyes and looked at Yang Shu. Yes, we have to eat meat. Yang Shu's eyes were full of meaning, and he held Lu Yun's soft body tightly. You're asking for trouble again. Lu Yun scolded Yang Shu. Why are all your thoughts wrong? You should ask my wife. It's all because you are too charming. Yang Shu bit Lu Yun's earlobe. Stop it. Lu Yun's voice softened. Yang Shu's breathing became heavier. I almost suspected you were doing this on purpose. Lu Yun coquettishly said to him. I don't have any bad thoughts. Really? Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun and teased her. Listening to the laughter in the room, Zier brought the food back. Only when the prince was around would the second lady laugh so happily. It's much bigger. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's belly and said in surprise. Lu Yun was amused. It's almost 4 months. It would be strange if it didn't grow. It's just starting now, and the changes will be big later. It moves. Yang Shu put his ear close to it. Lu Yun stroked his face with her hand and chuckled. It will take some time. Yang Shu raised his head and took out the bronze mirror. What are you looking at, my lord? Lu Yun asked softly, seeing that the man was staring at the bronze mirror with his eyes fixed. I'm thinking about what our child will look like. If his eyes look like yours, he'll be pretty. But if they look like mine, that's it. He'll be cunning and sly. Lu Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Now he could see himself clearly. Looking at the bronze mirror, Lu Yun smiled deeply, stroked her belly, her eyes full of tenderness. Prince, it's time to eat. Zier didn't want to disturb the two of them, but it was past dinner time. Slow down. Lu Yun wiped the corner of Yang Shu's mouth. Yang Shu held her hand and rubbed it on his face. Life out there is really not human. Only when I am with you can I really enjoy the meal. Wait for me to kill him. Yang Shu stopped talking and slapped his head. I almost forgot. Yang Shu took the small box and said, we have a silver mine at home. When I find a gold mine, I will let my wife walk around freely and buy whatever she likes. The prince is a man of destiny. Lu Yun's eyes were gentle, and she did not ask any further questions. The most important thing for her now was to rest and take care of her pregnancy so that their child could be born safely. She did everything she should do, and Lu Yun believed in Yang Shu's ability. I think so too. Yang Shu affirmed and shook Lu Yun's hand. I promise, I won't keep you waiting too long. Be careful and don't be impatient. Lu Yun reminded again. After dinner, the two chatted on the couch. That night, Yang Shu slept very soundly, hugged by the warmth and tenderness of his beloved. No one else could compare to him. After stroking Lu Yun's hair, Yang Shu leaned over and kissed her between the eyebrows. My lady is absolutely stunning. Seeing Lu Yun's eyelashes trembling, Yang Shu spoke softly in her ear. A lecher. Lu Yun replied vaguely without opening her eyes. Yang Shu chuckled, stopped disturbing her, and quietly went down to the bed. It's still early. Lu Yun half stood up and said anxiously. Yang Shu quickly turned back to help her up. Go to the kitchen and have a look. I'll make you something to eat. Sleep a little longer. I don't have the courage to leave without saying goodbye. Yang Shu tucked the quilt, his eyes full of tenderness. Hearing this, Lu Yun laid down with peace of mind. As long as conditions permitted, she enjoyed every moment with Yang Shu. Entering the kitchen, Yang Shu cooked all the ingredients he saw. Lu Yun looked at the table full of food and blinked. Try them all. Don't force yourself if they don't taste good. Yang Shu grinned. Lu Yun picked up something the size of a glutinous rice ball, looked at Yang Shu, and put it in her mouth. It was okay, it was cooked. Yang Shu has always been able to tinker with new things, but not always succeed. With such a full table, Lu Yun was still panicking. Seeing her cautious look, Yang Shu laughed out loud. Madam, I have tasted them all, and only brought them to you after I confirmed they are edible. Yang Shu kept putting food into Lu Yun's bowl. Seeing that Lu Yun put down her chopsticks and couldn't eat anymore, Yang Shu cleared the rest. Fortunately, there were many types of food but not large portions, otherwise, he would have been stuffed to death. Although he was reluctant, Yang Shu still left after lunch. The atmosphere in Jinan was solemn. There were too many people implicated in Guo Yi's rebellion, and the execution ground could not hold them all, so today the row was still full. In such a bloody situation, people paid less attention to Yang Shu. There was no need for Yang Shu to find an excuse, as everyone had already found one for him. It was just that Jinan had no time to entertain himself, so he took advantage of Marshal Yang's coma to go out and have some fun. Hojo, I heard that Yang Shu is on his way back. A young man said in the restaurant. Hojo's expression changed. You can't keep such a terrible thing to yourself. I can't drink anymore. I'm going back. Jinan is so big, it's unlikely that we'll run into each other. The young man held Hojo. You don't know, that guy is very evil right now. Every time I go out, I will run into him 9 times out of 10. And if you bump into him, Hojo clenched his fists and his body trembled. You will definitely go back lying down. No more talking. Don't call me if you have anything. Hojo pulled out his sleeves and ran out without looking back. After going out for a while, the streets have become even quieter. Yang Shu sighed. Fang Zhuang lowered his head, but he couldn't calm down. Everyone in Jinan knew that the prince was unreasonable. He not only beat people, but also confiscated their property. Blatant and unscrupulous. After beating someone up, the emperor gives you a reward. Why don't you run away and wait for bad luck? Hey, that guy looks familiar. Yang Shu pointed at the young man standing at the door of a restaurant 100 meters away. Taking 2 steps closer, Yang Shu called out, Hojo. Hojo, who was about to get on the carriage, was shocked. He knew that he would run into this thing. Hojo slipped and hit his head on the bicycle frame and passed out. Chapter 163. The fastest way is. I just said hello. Why is he so excited? He's not trying to blackmail me, is he? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Fang Zhuang looked at Hojo, who was carried into the carriage, and his mouth moved twice. The prince was really thoughtful. Who would dare to blackmail him in Jinan? The reverse is possible. Let's go. Yang Shu squeezed the horse's belly. At Wako Pass, a skinny young man suddenly jumped off his horse and knocked down the bearded man in front of him, and both of them fell on the earth and rocks. The moment he landed, the young man pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed the man's throat fiercely. The man turned his head away and grabbed the boy's hand. Both of them used all their strength to try to stab the knife into each other's body. The boy was so thin that the man grabbed his wrist and stabbed him in the chest. Just as the man was about to break free from the boy's control, he had just raised his legs, and before he could move, he was hit on the head by the boy. The man shook his head due to dizziness. The next moment, the man felt a sharp pain in his neck. In his sight, he saw the young man tearing off his flesh and blood. His eyes were filled with madness as if he was willing to give up everything, yet they were also extremely cold. Even though he was a ruthless man, he felt a chill at this moment. He grasped the sharp knife tightly and tried to stab it in, wanting to kill the boy who might threaten his life. At this time, the boy's head hit it hard again, several times in a row. Holding the man's hand, the boy bit his neck again and again. When Su Dun led his men to the scene, the man was already dead. Looking at the young man lying on the ground covered in blood, Su Dun's throat moved. At first, he disliked Wei Si. The kid was thin and small. Let alone killing the bandits, he might lose his life in a single encounter. But Wei Si refused to leave, so Su Dun kept him. Later, Wei Si did give him a surprise. Or rather, it should be said to be a surprise, but a shock. Others are doing their best, but Wei Si is fighting for his life, just like a hungry wolf in the wilderness. Once he sees his prey, he will fight until he dies. Anything can be his weapon, a piece of tile, a belt, a sleeve. If his left hand is broken, he will use his right hand. If his right hand is broken again, he will use his teeth. Give him a chance, and even the most vicious horse bandit will die in his hands. General, you said that Sun Sheng's head can be exchanged for the position of centurion. Wei Si got up from the ground, his body swaying, but he stared at Su Dun closely. If you survive, you will be the centurion. Su Dun looked at the sharp knife stuck in Wei Si's chest and doubted whether he could survive this time. Thank you, General. Wei Si smiled very faintly. Huzushi also rushed over at this time. Seeing Wei Si covered in blood, his pupils shrank and he hurried over to support him. He received a letter from home yesterday saying that Hu Chang had been admitted to school, there was meat for every meal, and his sisters were wearing new clothes. This is the scene that Huzushi wants to see in his dreams. In order for his younger brothers and sisters to live a good life, he must work hard to complete his task. Assist Wei Si and let him come to the fore as soon as possible. In the first few days after arriving, Huzushi felt lost. A teenager whose head was not much bigger than his palm wanted to make a name for himself. Wasn't this just a dream? But unexpectedly, Wei Si soon slapped him in the face. Although he looks weak, he is more capable than anyone else. No matter how cunning and vicious the horse bandit is, when he meets Wei Si, his final fate is to become a cold corpse. He was smart and patient, more cunning and vicious than the horse bandits. His reckless fighting spirit was so frightening that even Huzushi was terrified. He was a little reluctant at first, but now, Huzushi has stuck to Wei Si. Following him, the military function hit his hand. Hold on, I'll take you to see a doctor. Wei Si had a knife in his chest, and he couldn't carry himself, so Huzushi simply picked him up and carried him sideways. What do you think? Su Dun asked the guards around him. The guard looked at the bloody hole in Sun Sheng's throat and swallowed. This kid is too cruel. He is cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. If he doesn't die, he will definitely be able to succeed. What a pity. Su Dun didn't continue speaking, with bitterness in his eyes. He was afraid that the state of Yan would not be able to wait for Wei Si to grow up. Secondly, various parties in the court were competing for power, and without strong support behind Wei Si, no matter how capable he was, he could not command the army. Yang Shu dismounted from his horse and walked straight into the Dingguo Palace. Seeing Lu Yun waiting for him not far away, Yang Shu smiled, walked over a few steps, and picked her up. Did Jiao Nu take over the Pai Gao game while I was away? How come he has become so weak? Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun with heartache. The smile on Pai Gao's face froze. Let's break up. I really don't want to live like this anymore. Everyone is here. Lu Yun struggled slightly. They have good eyesight, and will turn around and pretend they didn't see anything. The guards looked at each other and turned away silently. Lu Yun's ears turned red, and he pinched Yang Shu's waist. Yang Shulang smiled and carried her towards Wan Heiyuan. Don't rush to talk. There's no rush. In the room, Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's slender waist, held her lips, and demanded fiercely. My wife, your mother-in-law is so mean. Couldn't she have given birth to you 2 years earlier? Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's belt and sighed. Lu Yun rubbed his face and said, if he had been born 2 years earlier, he would have been promised to someone earlier. Who dares to compete with me? Yang Shu raised his chin slightly. I will lead the Yang family army to defeat his family. Lu Yun couldn't help laughing. I know my husband is domineering. Is Lu Yun's situation stable? Yang Shu's smile faded slightly when he mentioned this. He drank a sip of water on the table and said, it's not completely stable yet. I don't know what's wrong with the eyes of King Shi's men. They want to kill Feng Qingwan, and he jumped onto Lu Yun's carriage. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand and calmed him down. Prince Shi probably doesn't know that the assassin has identified the wrong person. These days, Pai Jiu has been keeping an eye on Prince Shi's mansion. He has not made any further moves and is focused on placing his trusted confidants. I think he doesn't intend to expend manpower to hunt him down to the end. After this major reshuffle in the imperial court, 80 of the officials are related to Prince Shi. The most urgent task is to find a way to take over the army in northern Xinjiang. But this can't be done in a short time. As for Grandpa, everyone knows his condition. We can't stay in Jianan for long. So the fastest way is kill Pan Biao. Lu Yun and Yang Shu said almost at the same time. Pan Biao and King Shi are in cahoots, but the next one may not be the same. What King Shi can give, I can give too. I have spent enough money. I don't believe that he is stupid enough to betray the country with King Shi. Yang Shu spoke slowly. The deputy general's family is in Jianan. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu. My wife is so considerate. If you abandon me one day, how can I live? Yang Shu buried his head in Lu Yun's neck and rubbed it. Should I make a promise? For example, never leave each other, and stay together through life and death. Or, we can stick together through thick and thin and support each other. Yang Shu looked up at Lu Yun, who looked pitiful. Lu Yun tapped his nose, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and the guy started acting again. Chapter 164 Lao Pang, Bring the Whip. Will you tell me? Yang Shu moved closer to Lu Yun and kissed her on the lips again and again. How can you be like this? Lu Yun said to Yang Shu. Yes, we will never leave each other and will stay together through life and death. Unable to bear Yang Shu's clinging, Lu Yun put her arms around his neck and spoke. Yang Shu lowered his head and his nose touched Lu Yun's. To dispel the solemn atmosphere, Yang Shu talked about his occupation of Shishan. Zhang Ling, to prevent him from doing anything bad, I sent him far away. It's a bit troublesome, but if you want to reuse Zheng Xiao, it's better to let him go than to kill him. We don't know the depth of that silver mine yet, but its purity is very high. Yang Shu gave the silver, or he brought back to Lu Yun. Are you sure that the people who know the situation can be trusted? Lu Yun touched the silver ore and looked at Yang Shu worriedly. The silver mine in Shishan would allow them to develop Guangzhou more easily, but if the news leaked out, things would be very bad. We have people watching over it, and the level of security is no less strict than in the palace. Lu Yun nodded, leaned in Yang Shu's arms, and listened to him. Madam, I plan to hire a mechanical master for Zheng Xiao, so that he can reach a higher level. Madam, seeing that Lu Yun didn't respond, Yang Shu looked down and saw the porcelain-like person in his arms with his eyes closed, already fast asleep. Carefully removing his hand from Lu Yun's waist, Yang Shu picked her up. After tucking in the quilt and looking at the dark shadows under the eyes of the beauty on the bed, Yang Shu stroked her hair lovingly and took off the hairpins on Lu Yun's head one by one. After sitting beside the couch for a while, Yang Shu tiptoed out. Pai Jiu, from now on, have Dr. Sun come to Wanheyuan every 2 days to check Madam's pulse. Sir, don't you want to go see the old man? Seeing Yang Shu walking towards the side room, Pai Gao asked. If I don't show my appreciation, do you think the old man will be nice to me? Although the metaphor is not quite appropriate, I feel like I am not a grandson, but a poor daughter-in-law. Yang Shu curled his lips. Whenever the old man saw him, he would look at him from all angles and wouldn't feel comfortable unless he could find some fault with him. Prince, what you said is wrong. The old master is so good to his daughter-in-law. You can't compare to him. Pai Jiu replied while sorting out the things that Yang Shu brought back. You kid, you must hurt this prince's heart. Sooner or later, I will teach you how flowers become red. Carrying local specialties, Yang Shu went to Kixiewen, with Pai Gao by his side. We have to find a time to send the Xie family away. The bodies prepared in such a hurry really can't stand up to scrutiny. Yang Shu's eyes were gloomy. The greatest ability of that sinister prince, she is to hide behind and encourage others to contribute. The emperor is so blind. He was so cruel when he killed the other brothers, but he left the most poisonous snake behind. He might even consider King Shi as his good brother now. Yang Shu's mouth curled up in a sarcastic arc. Keep an eye on Guoqi and see how long it takes him to become the next Guai. Pai Jiu nodded, and seeing that they had arrived at Kixiewen, he did not move forward. Oh, the prince is back. Old Master Yang was basking in the sun in the yard. He glanced at Yang Shu and said in a drawling tone. Yang Shu bared his teeth and put the bags on the stone table. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Not bad. With some training, he will be able to wield the sword well. Old Man Yang glanced at Yang Shu and said leisurely. That's great. Let's see who dares to yell at me again. Yang Shu wiped his eyes, looking like he had finally seen the light of day. Old Master Yang looked away in disdain. Did this thing think he had lost his memory? Wasn't he the one who was yelling outside? Whenever he goes out, there is chaos all around, and people avoid him like the plague. Prince, are you being too arrogant? Grandpa, son who came here because he was worried about you. I have already sent someone away. Yang Shu opened the bag of spicy beef and held it in front of Grandpa Yang. His face was pure and harmless, and he was innocent and naive. Old Man Yang picked up the beef jerky and put it in his mouth, looking at Yang Shu, his hands itching. Put it on him. Lao Pang, bring the whip. The corner of Yang Shu's eyes twitched. It is said that one should be soft-hearted when taking something from someone, and be grateful when eating something from someone else. But even though the old man was eating, his hands were not soft at all, not following the rules. Hey, why is there one thing missing? Grandpa, wait for me, I'll get it. Picking up his clothes, Yang Shu ran away. Old Master Yang rolled his eyes and watched him run away. Lao Pang, he's been out for so long, what do you think he did? The marshal will know once he investigates. Pang Chi handed the tea to Mr. Yang and chuckled. Old Master Yang shook his head. It's not as interesting to investigate as to guess. I told you to hold the whip. Why did it become tea? That kid is a thief. We can't whip him. It's useless even if we use the whip. Pang Chi took the beef jerky handed to him by Mr. Yang. I have to talk to him next time. Don't bring such hard things. He is old, and it is tiring to chew. But the taste is okay. Old Master Yang said casually while sipping his tea. Seeing that he didn't ask more about Yang Shu's situation outside, Pang Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. The marshal really let him go. Wake up. Yang Shu patted Wu Lu's face and said, how dare you sleep in the broad daylight? After flexing his wrist, Yang Shu raised his hand and punched. Wu Lu fell to the ground, his face full of fear, his body curled up into a ball, sobbing and begging for mercy, tears and snot running. Yang Shu half knelt down and stared at him, trying to detect different emotions on his face. After a long time, Yang Shu stood up, looking really stupid. Wu Lu knew that something was wrong in Prince Ding's palace, and he said that he must not tell anyone. But Yegua could not give a corpse as a ransom even if he offered silver. Someone like Wu Lu, who is smart and literate, would have a way to inform the people from Yegua even if he was given a mute drug. If you want him to shut up, the safest thing to do is to make him stupid. For this purpose, Yang Shu had Paijia feed Wu Lu several doses of medicine, and even disrupted Wu Lu's daily routine in order to wake him up. Under neurasthenia, even if Wu Lu was good at pretending, he would still reveal his flaws. After seeing Wu Lu, Yang Shu went to see the Xie family. TSK, you actually gained weight even after hiding in someone else's house and living in fear. Yang Shu looked at Xie Yuanjin with a shocked look on his face. He had gained at least 3 pounds. Xie Yuanjin turned his head away, thinking that he should eat more and be stronger. What if this guy really had evil intentions and sold him to a men's club? Xie Yuanjin knew that most of those who were into homosexuality liked thin and delicate-skinned men. You guys, can't you think of me as a kind person? Seeing that the Xie family hid all the women behind them, Yang Shu shook his head. The Xie family lowered their eyes. They didn't want to think Yang Shu was kind. The problem was that he hadn't done many kind things, but he was experienced in snatching girls. There are no dietary restrictions for young children and men. The city gates are open, and the inspection is not as strict as before. I will send you away in 2 days at most. Once you are there, behave yourself and don't show off. The imperial court has posted a wanted warrant. And you, kid. Yang Shu pinched Xie Yuanjin's face. Eat less. You're eating the amount for 2 people. You think rice is free. Xie Yuanjin glared at Yang Shu, then hid in a corner and started drawing a villain. This guy is interested in him. Eat less. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 165 Secret Meeting Between Uncle and Nephew. When Yang Shu returned to Wanheyuan, Lu Yun was still asleep. He took off his coat and lay down outside. Yang Shu held Lu Yun in his arms and closed his eyes. The body fragrance of the person beside him helped him sleep. When I woke up, it was dark. Yang Shu felt around, but found nothing. Awake. Lu Yun put down the needle and thread and looked at Yang Shu softly. Why didn't you call me? Yang Shu got up from the couch, walked to Lu Yun in his single clothes, hugged her, and rubbed his head on her shoulder. Are you hungry? I'll ask Mo Mei to bring the food. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu gently and said in a gentle voice. My lady, is she available? Yang Shuni pestered Lu Yun. Not yet. It's time to eat. Yang Shu took out his coat and asked Lu Yun to help him put it on. After fixing Yang Shu's collar, Lu Yun curled the corners of his lips. It didn't need to be thrilling. Such a simple thing was satisfying enough. I heard from Pai Gao that the lady went to see Cui Tingyu. Yang Shu picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in Lu Yun's bowl. Well, we played a game of chess. Who won? Yang Shu became interested. Not yet finished. What a pity. Madam, I must rub her down next time. That person is so hateful. Lu Yun wiped her mouth and looked at Yang Shu with a smile. Is it true that my husband is not bullying me? Madam, where do you get that from? Yang Shu looked puzzled. You know me best. I treat even ants well, so how could I bully a woman? I can tell from one glance that Cui Tingyu isn't telling the truth, my lady. Don't believe her. Lu Yun couldn't help laughing and served Yang Shu some soup. Tomorrow, the Han family will arrive. If the third prince hadn't rebelled, they would have already sneaked into Jianan. The Han family will not let go of the matter of Han Chi's disappearance. Yang Shu drank a mouthful of soup and said, Prince Shi is narrow-minded and cannot stand young talents. Although I am from the same country as him, I despise his behavior and I must let the Han family know the real culprit. Yinner. Yang Shu looked at Lu Yun and held her hand. Let's deal with this matter. You go to Huaining County first. Yeah. Lu Yun nodded. What about Grandpa? Yang Shu's lips moved. He was a little conflicted. The old man was very dissatisfied with me for drugging him. He wanted to do it again. Don't think about such scary things for now. Yang Shu shushed all over and quickly changed the subject. Ponzi revealed that in his heyday, catching the old man was like catching a chick. 2 slaps would make his butt swollen. Uncle, my father has been very kind to me recently. Guichi poured wine for Prince Shi. When he doted on Guiyi, he was even kinder. Uncle, I am not confused. I will not forget his coldness just because of this little bit of warmth. Guichi's eyes darkened. I am devoted to worshipping Buddha, and my father has become less vigilant towards me. But how long can I endure this? Are you impatient already? King Shi raised his eyelids. Guichi hurriedly shook his head. It's just that my father is already well again. It will take too long for the other princes to grow up. I'm afraid that all my plans will only serve to help others. Your worries are not without reason. Prince Shi stroked the jade ring on his finger. I will propose to my brother that you be made the crown prince. When he moves into the East Palace, he won't be able to change his mind just because he wants to. Thank you, uncle. Guichi stood up and bowed deeply. After dinner, Yang Shu and Lu Yun strolled in the garden. Prince Pai Jiu came hurriedly. The second prince went to the Huching restaurant. Before leaving, he changed into the servant's clothes and was very careful along the way. If we hadn't kept a close eye on him, we would have been fooled. Huching restaurant. Yang Shu raised his eyes. I remember it was owned by Prince Shi's mansion. The old one is an old fool. The young one is a little fool. The whole family is a fool. Prince Shi was able to abandon Guiyi. Where did Guichi get the confidence to think that he was the chosen one? I'm so thick-skinned that I don't even dare to be so narcissistic. Yang Shu sighed and squeezed Lu Yun's hand. It's not fun to watch Guichi being played to death. The stage will only get hotter when the two of them fight. Pai Gao, have someone get close to Su Lang from the second prince's mansion and pass on some information to him. Seeing Pai Gao leave, Yang Shu and Lu Yun sat down. Don't think about it. Let's look at the stars. Yang Shu scratched Lu Yun's nose and led her to look up. Have a good rest these 2 days. I'm here for you. Yang Shu and Lu Yun held hands, and the two of them snuggled up to look at the starry sky. Sui Weiyao paused and looked at the backs of Yang Shu and Lu Yun. She almost subconsciously squatted down and used the bushes to cover herself. Sui Weiyao didn't stand up until they left. Walking to the stone bench and sitting down, Sui Weiyao looked up at the stars. She and Lu Yun were taken into Yang Shu's mansion by Yang Shu. Only a few days had passed, but Lu Yun had become Yang Shu's bedmate. She watched the two of them go from being wary of each other to becoming very close. In the entire mansion, everyone's identity is clear, except her. She is clearly there, but seems to be outside the door. With her eyes closed, Su Yuiao's figure revealed a sense of loneliness. Yang Shu did not lie to her. He treated her very politely and treated He Tanjuan as her boudoir, never setting foot inside. In recent days, he hasn't even shown up. Does he really have no other thoughts about her? Although she could have breathed a sigh of relief, Su Yuiao couldn't be happy. She made 3 belts, 5 pairs of shoes, 7 sets of clothes, and 10 pairs of socks for Yang Shu. So he treated her as an embroiderer? Pulling at the corner of her clothes, Su Yuiao felt a little annoyed. Bullying. Su Yuiao had made so many clothes for Yang Shu that she could tell what size Yang Shu would wear just by taking a glance. After poking the air twice, Su Yuiao went back. She didn't want to talk to Yang Shu anymore. This man just treated her as a plaything, teasing her when he was in a good mood and throwing her aside the rest of the time, completely pretending that she was not in the mansion. After Yang Shu came out of the shower, he sneezed twice. The weather was getting cold. He would have to add more hot water next time. If he caught a cold, he wouldn't be able to hug his sweet and soft wife. Lock it up. Su Jingzhou came out of the cellar and patted the dust off his body. These are not enough. Let the prince bring more. We have replaced our own people in every part of Huaining County, and the city walls have been reinforced. Business and farming are in good order. The prince can set off at any time. The guard wiped the dust off his hands, took out the letter from his arms, and handed it to Su Jingzhou. Miss Su is doing well in the mansion, the guard said seriously. Su Jingzhou looked through the envelope and put it in his arms. Tell the prince that nothing will go wrong in Huaining County. The guard nodded, erased all traces of the cellar, and then blended into the night. Yang Shu got up early in the morning, stretched his muscles, and went to find Pang Qi for a sparring match. The old man was becoming more and more unyielding, and it seemed that he might not be able to kill him with his fists. The wind blew up people's clothes, but Yang Shu was sweating all over. Prince. Pai Jiu handed the towel to Yang Shu. Butler Pang is so impressive. I wish I could be as powerful as him. Pai Jiu sighed as he looked at Pang Qi's back. Yang Shu squinted at him. I told you that you have bad intentions. You actually want to attack this prince. I'll give you a chance today, Yang Shu said as he took up his stance. Pai Jiu's eyes twitched, and he turned and left. The prince was unable to beat Butler Pang and wanted to use him to save the game. He wasn't fooled. Chapter 166, 1,000,000 Taels in Hand. As soon as Han Yu entered Jinan, he went straight to the palace of King Dingguo. 10 carts of silver were placed at the gate of the mansion, attracting a lot of attention. Ponzi checked every car, and when he saw that the silver was in good condition, he waved to the guards. Soon, Wu Lu was brought out. I hope you won't set your sights on the king's palace. The Yan kingdom may be a vegetarian, but the Yang family is not afraid of being destroyed together with the others. After saying this, Ponzi turned around and walked inside. Han Yu looked at his back and lowered his eyes. The Prince Ding's palace and Emperor Yan were not just at odds with each other. Now he spoke without any regard for Emperor Yan's face. Prince, you have suffered. Han Yu made way and helped Wu Lu get on the carriage. Wu Lu straightened his back and walked towards the car with a cold face. Your Majesty, the people from Yi State have arrived. Eunuch Quan walked lightly into the imperial study and said softly. The emperor raised his head, his mouth curled up in a cold arc. They completely excluded me. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but the Yang family must support me. Let the imperial physician go to the Dingguo palace and treat Marshal Yang properly. The emperor said in a gloomy tone. He wanted to see how long Yang Lian could live. Yes. Eunuch Quan bowed and retreated, sighing in his heart. The third prince rebelled and tore the emperor's face. Now, he became more and more moody, and only cared about his pitiful dignity. Silver feels great to the touch. Yang Shu touched the boxes one by one, revealing a look of satisfaction. Pai Gao, transported out in batches. Yang Shu withdrew his hand, his face calm and composed, as if he was not the one who was obsessed with it just now. Prince, after this incident, will Yi State give up the idea of invading Yan State? What are you thinking about in broad daylight? Yang Shu patted his dusty cuffs. As long as the world is not unified, this kind of covetousness will never stop. They can get rid of silver bills, but Yegua insisted on loading 10 large boxes of silver to show off in the market. Do you think they have good intentions? The Yan kingdom is named Gua after all. The higher the Ding kingdom palace is promoted, the deeper the emperor's jealousy will be. Yegua, he's pointing at the emperor and taking action. They will try every possible means to tear apart the big piece of fat meat of Yan State. Give Zhengbin a letter and ask her to come over. Yang Shu glanced at the box containing the silver and felt reluctant. Pai Gao didn't dare to delay and made arrangements immediately. In the inn, Han Yu looked at Wu Lu. Prince, what happened to you in Jinan? Where did Han Qi disappear? My king is sleepy and needs to sleep. Sleep? Wu Lu grinned foolishly, found the bed and jumped onto it. Han Yu's face changed and he pulled Wu Lu up. Prince, it's very safe here. You don't need to act crazy. Han Yu stared at Wu Lu's face. Wu Lu was frightened by him. They clearly said that as long as he kept a straight face and waited until he got there, he could do whatever he wanted. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Wu Lu held his head and pulled the quilt to cover himself. Han Yu looked at the person shivering in the quilt with an extremely ugly expression. He slapped the table hard. He suppressed his anger and asked his servant to find a doctor. Young master, your brain is damaged. You are acting like a child. The old doctor said, stroking his beard. Can it be cured? Han Yu's eyes were cold. Try to recuperate. After looking at the prescription, Han Yu asked his servant to get the medicine while he went to King Ding's palace. After being locked up for a long time, it is inevitable that he will become abnormal. He sent assassins to kill the marshal. Facing Han Yu's questioning, Pang Qi spoke calmly. If you are still angry, you can attack the Ding palace. Pang Qi looked down at Han Yu and said, at this time, the Yang family is not afraid of anything. Killing one more person is a profit. Han Yu tightened his cheeks and swallowed back his harsh words. His eyes swept coldly over the guards at the door, and he jumped on his horse. That was very good. When the Yi kingdom breaks through the Yan kingdom, it would depend on whether they could still be so arrogant. Pang Qi watched Han Yu leave. Considering the situation of the king's palace, could they be afraid of the revenge of the Yi kingdom? If Yang Shu was not capable of doing anything, they wouldn't have to do anything. The powerful people in Jinan would be able to divide the Yang family up. If he comes again, ignore him. After giving instructions, Pang Qi turned back. Young master, have you run into a beautiful ghost? Yang Shu glanced at Zheng Bin, stroking his chin and clicking his tongue. Look at his green eyes and unsteady steps. It's obvious that he has indulged in sex too much. Prince, Pai Jiu pulled Yang Shu and asked him to say less. Without the protection of Dingguo Palace, especially since the prince had threatened to make Zheng Bin pay, his situation was indeed difficult. Why did Xiangshu just turn a blind eye? Seeing Zheng Bin narrowing his eyes, Yang Shu coughed lightly and straightened his posture. Now that you have spoken, Who dares to confront the Dingguo Palace directly? Prince, are you having a great time? Zheng Bin grinned. Yang Shu had been assassinated before, and his life or death was in danger. In addition, since Xiangshu was close to her, no one targeted Rongchang rice shop. But the situation was different when Yang Shu came back to life. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the huge profits, and it was impossible for the Prince Zheng's palace to confront Yang Shu openly. These days, Zheng Bin has hardly had a break, either working east or west. It's not a trip. I haven't had a safe journey. I finally wanted to have some fun, but a bunch of bandits ambushed me. Their knives were so sharp. It was really scary. Why don't you write to me? I'm not in Jianan, so there are many things I can't consider. Yang Shu poured Zheng Bin a cup of tea. Zheng Bin said nothing, and drank 2 sips quietly. I could handle it before, but in the past 2 days. Zheng Bin raised his eyes and said thoughtfully, the other party is very powerful. I asked to see the people from the Ministry of Revenue, but they ignored me. Yang Shu paused as he held the tea. Looks like we have to put on another show. Go back and have a good sleep. I'll go to the houseboat in the evening. Remember to come. Oh, by the way, I remember the Zheng family has a caravan. There are some things in the Dingguo Palace warehouse that are difficult to deal with. Can you help me transport them and also raise some food? If you can lift it, you can take the 2 boxes of silver and go. Sign your name. Zheng Bin took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Shu. I told you not to be so outrageous. Yang Shu got angry after seeing the words clearly. He had never seen anyone carrying an IOU with him. Go back and check the amount. I will inform the prince before writing it down. You are capable. Yang Shu picked up the pen and wrote his name on the IOU. I have found a lot of Longjing tea leaves, but now it is not suitable for sale. I have to wait until Huaining County. That's not urgent. Yang Shu looked at Zheng Bin and saw that he was only drinking tea. He leaned forward and asked, didn't you bring anything? It's not easy to take. Zheng Bin said casually. Yang Shu looked at her sideways. 1 or 2. That's all. Zheng Bin put an iron box on the table. Yang Shu's face darkened. Isn't it hard to take? I just remembered. Zheng Bin, I have never seen anyone as eager to rob someone's pocket as you are. Stop drinking and leave quickly. Yang Shu snatched Zheng Bin's teacup and felt like he was having a heart attack. What a profiteer. He even ripped him off. What's the difference between tea leaves now and grass? How dare he ask him for 1 or 2 taels of silver? Chapter 167, Teasing Hozhou. In the evening, Yang Shu went out, but he did not go straight to the pleasure boat, but went to the Duke Xiu's mansion first. Yang Shu hadn't been here for several months. When the doorman of Duke Xiu's mansion saw him, he was stunned for 3 seconds. After he reacted, he quickly closed the door. Go and inform Hozhou and tell him that my prince is back, and I'll take him out to have some fun today. Yang Shu spoke in a high-handed and arrogant tone. Hurry up. If my wife doesn't show up in a stick of incense, I'll have to break this broken door down. Your Highness, the second young master kowtowed and is lying in bed. He really can't go out. The doorman wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't know what Hozhou had done to attract this mad Anne. Are you living too comfortably? I don't care whether he knocked his head or his feet. Just get him out. If you keep complaining, I'll break the door down right now. Yang Shu looked angry and shouted at Feng Zhuang to give him an iron rod. Prince, don't worry. I'll go and invite the second young master right away. The doorman didn't dare to say anything more. He tucked his clothes into his waist and rushed to Hozhou's residence as if he was running for his life. Second master, something bad has happened. The Prince of Dingguo Palace is here and is clamoring to see you. Go and see him right away, the doorman shouted at the top of his voice. Hozhou spat out a mouthful of tea, choked and coughed, his face flushed red. No. Send them away quickly, Hozhou said hurriedly after he recovered his breath. The concierge looked at him dimly. Second master, can Mad Young be driven away? Hurry up, the incense stick is almost up. He will lose his patience and really bang on the door. You have a lot of good things in your room. Hozhou was furious. I've been unlucky so many times. Why won't he let me go? Stinky barbarian. Hozhou cursed using the foulest words he knew. Carry me over, Hozhou said angrily. He had just kowtowed yesterday and now he really couldn't run. The servants did not delay. They picked up the chair and ran out. Before the fire started, they brought Hozhou to Yang Shu. You're really patient. You haven't come to play with me for such a long time. Yang Shu patted Hozhou's shoulder with a look of resentment on his face. We were so happy before. Hozhou pointed at the gauze on his head, and he was about to cry. I really can't be happy anymore. Do you want to find someone else to accompany you? What's so great about this little injury? Have you forgotten that you had a broken leg and had to limp to the Yahonglu? Brothers, let's go. Yang Shu waved his hand to call his guards. Hozhou wept silently. What sin had he committed? Just let him take the second young master away? A servant pointed in the direction where Yang Shu left and said hesitantly. What else? The concierge sighed. The swords in Dingguo Palace are too sharp. Just bear with it. If the second young master hadn't angered Crazy Yang, he wouldn't have beaten him to death. This is too pitiful. The gatekeeper and the servant kept shaking their heads. How could an ant-like person feel sorry for the dandy people in the rich family? What a fool he had. I have brought people with me today, and I promise to let you get on the pleasure boat. Aren't those girls arrogant? I want to see what difference it makes if I take off their clothes. Yang Shu looked ruthless. Hojo looked from his eyes to his nose, and from his nose to his mouth, and felt that he and Yang Shu were becoming increasingly out of sync. This guy is now acting like a beast in human skin. Which one do you like? Yang Shu put his arm around Hojo's shoulder and asked excitedly. The doctor said that my brain injury is serious. I need to sleep more and not think about obscene things. Hojo sighed. When have you ever listened to the doctor? Yang Shu snorted, then raised his eyebrows. I brought some aphrodisiacs. I'll give you more when the time comes. Hojo's eyes widened. Is this guy still a human? He's already in this state, and he still wants to drug him. Yang Shu. Hojo restrained his expression. What's wrong? Is your blood boiling? Yang Shu winked at Hojo. Hojo stared for 2 seconds, knowing that this person was completely perverted and could not be persuaded at all. Covering his head, Hojo fell into Yang Shu's arms. It hurts so much. Doctor, call a doctor quickly. Hojo howled at the top of his lungs. Looking at his twitching veins, Yang Shu raised his eyebrows playfully. Even though it was a bit exaggerated, he was still trying very hard. Grabbing Hojo's neck, Yang Shu smiled sinisterly. If I break your legs, will the pain in your head be relieved? Hojoran was stunned. He looked up blankly, his lips moving, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Madman. It's just an evil ghost. Hojo didn't dare to play any tricks anymore and just sat there obediently. It doesn't hurt anymore? Yang Shu took a sip of water leisurely. Hojo suppressed his anger and said, I'm afraid you'll break my legs. Look at you, you're so vulnerable. Our relationship is different from that of Jiang Qiu. Why would I attack you? Yang Shu nudged Hojo with his elbow, as if to say, I was just joking. Don't be so stern. I don't like the way you look. Yang Shu restrained his expression. Hojo's eyes turned red, and he forced a smile at Yang Shu. Yang Shu turned around with satisfaction and stopped tormenting Hojo. The boy's eyes were obviously wet, and if he scared him a few more times, he would burst into tears. Prince, we're here. Fang Zhuang shouted outside. Yang Shu's eyes lit up with joy, and he got out of the car immediately. Hojo followed him with his head down, his eyes dull, as if his soul had been taken away. Where is the boat? Yang Shu yelled at Fang Zhuang. Fang Zhuang licked his lips, looked at the calm lake, and stammered, Prince, maybe he hasn't come yet. Not here yet. Yang Shu grabbed Fang Zhuang by the collar, trying to lift him up, but he was too weak and failed to lift him up, and he almost fell down instead. Prince. Fang Zhuang's voice trembled. Yang Shu looked at his bulging eyes and remained speechless. Who taught him how to perform this way? Throw him into the lake. Yang Shu said coldly. If we let this guy continue to perform, we will be smashed. Soldiers retreating from the battlefield would never stare with their eyes wide open to express fear. The sound of falling into the water made Hojo tremble all over. It was over. Crazy Yang was angry, and he was the next one. Sir, I know I was wrong. Just as Hojo was thinking about how to escape, an urgent voice rang out, and a figure rushed out from behind the tree and headed straight for Yang Shu, but was stopped by the guards. Please show mercy and spare Rongchang Rice Shop. I am willing to serve you like a slave. Please. The thin man grabbed the guard's hand, knelt down, and begged repeatedly. Yang Shu glanced at the man with contempt, walked over a few steps, pinched the man's jaw, and sneered, I wonder who it is. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why, you can't survive? Prince, Zheng Bin knows he was wrong. Please give me another chance. Zheng Bin smiled at Yang Shu, trying his best to show himself. Yang Shu pushed her away and Zheng Bin fell to the ground, but she quickly stood up, suppressed her humiliation, and showed an expression of admiration to Yang Shu. The weak and helpless look really suits Yang Shu's taste. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows slightly and secretly gave a thumbs up. His acting skills were 10 times better than that idiot Fang Zhuang's. Yang Shu stroked his fingers with a deep look in his eyes, since those people on the pleasure boat have escaped. Lucky for you. Yang Shu grabbed Zheng Bin's wrist and dragged him into the carriage. Chapter 168. Beating. As soon as Yang Shu got into the car, Hojo heard the sound of clothes being torn. Are you still standing there? Run. Zheng Bin alone is not enough for the prince to deal with. The guard lowered his voice and winked at Hojo. Hojo turned around hurriedly, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Not daring to stop for a moment, he got up and rushed out of the encirclement of the guards. Sir, the person ran away. The guard walked to the car window and spoke inside. The shaking carriage stopped and the guards retreated 50 meters, apparently to make room for Yang Shu to enjoy himself. In the carriage, Yang Shu returned Zheng Bin's coat to her and drank tea leisurely. Zheng Bin's eyes were dim. Do you want to tear it into pieces like this? I can't wear it vertically anyway. It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. This can also demonstrate the cruelty of this prince, Yangshu said casually. Zhongbin turned his head and pulled his shirt closer. Yangshu glanced at her. It's getting cold, but it's not necessary to wear 3 layers of clothing. You're the one who's trying to seduce me, so how can you wear so many? I'll take it off when I leave. Are you on guard against me? Yangshu folded his arms. As a single man and a single woman, there's nothing wrong with being careful. There's a huge gap between my status and the prince's, so if I suffer a loss I can only swallow it. Zhongbin said calmly. Come on, are you going to swallow it? Yangshu took out the lotus leaf chicken from the drawer and said as he peeled it, you have your own ideas and you hold a grudge. When you can't do anything, you may endure it, but if you get the chance, you will definitely take revenge and complain. Few businessmen will suffer losses. Yangshu tore off a chicken leg and gave it to Zhongbin. You guys always like to put me at the top of the food chain, as if I were some giant, hideous, and terrifying monster. But from your actual behavior, I didn't see any fear at all. Especially you. You didn't even blink when you were going to kill me. Yangshu glanced at Zhongbin with an accusing look. Prince, what I give you is a fair price. Zhongbin opened his lips slightly. Yangshu snorted and laughed. Whose leaves are selling for 1 or 2 taels of silver? You also said that I am a businessman and I will not do business at a loss. Before it is cultivated in large quantities, its price cannot be low. I have to take into account the manpower and resources consumed. Zhongbin took a bite of the chicken leg and started eating. Neither of them spoke again. Prince, he has arrived. The guard reported inside. Bring it here. Yangshu wiped his hands. You didn't leave any for me. Yangshu glanced at the chicken bones and spoke softly. You still care about this bite of food? Yangshu took a sip of tea. You came too late. I want to make the fake play real. I'm already in the 3rd round with Zhongbin. You can't save anyone like this. Yangshu looked at Zhongbin and said, he saw it and knew he couldn't get you. He lost even 1/10 of his previous enthusiasm. I still remember that he stopped me halfway that day. He was so anxious. He cherished you from the bottom of his heart. But now Yangshu kept shaking his head. Yangshu glanced at him and said, after receiving the news and considering the time required, I have arrived as quickly as possible. Yangshu lifted the carriage curtain, looked at the sky, and stopped joking with Yangshu. You've been out lately. Have you felt anything special? Yangshu's expression became more serious. There are several more pairs of eyes staring at me from the dark. Is it really King Shi? Yangshu tapped the table lightly. Why do you have to confirm something that already has an answer? Does the Duke Zhonghua mansion want to change someone to support it? If you had that plan, I wouldn't be the one coming here. Yangshu said unhappily. Yangshu smiled. I still believe in the Duke Zhong's mansion. That old fellow has colluded with people from the Shao Kingdom. Before I control the garrison in northern Xinjiang, remember to slow down your actions. He won't kill you right now, but once you're ready, that may not happen. He colluded with Shao State? Yangshu exclaimed in surprise, and then looked at Zhongbin who was sitting quietly. Look at what Zhongbin is doing. Prince Shi is not targeting her. If we talk about leaking secrets, the Duke Zhong's mansion is more likely to be the one. When you go back and talk to your father, pay attention to the door and don't let anyone eavesdrop. Yangshu said in a casual tone. Yangshu frowned slightly. You are particularly close to Zhongbin. Don't you really like Long Yang? You are the good Long Yang. Yangshu was so angry that he laughed at Yangshu's guess. Why don't you say anything? Yangshu glanced at Zhongbin. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Zhongbin raised his eyes. The prince is closer to me. The Duke Zhong's mansion has a deep foundation, but you have not done anything for the prince yet. Rongchong Rice Shop actually transported hundreds of carts of grain. Not giving anything means you can withdraw at any time, so no matter how nice your attitude is, the prince won't get too close to you. Understand? Yangshu glanced at Yangshu. For me, what matters is always the dedication. Family background is a plus, but if you are not loyal, this plus will turn into fear. I also know that the bigger the family, the more room they will leave, and they won't be completely tied to anyone. This prince has been very kind and righteous in treating the Duke Zhong's mansion. Yangshu was silent. The family did not show much sincerity. What Yangshu wanted was to work together, not for him to fight in the front while a group of people followed behind him and enjoyed themselves peacefully. What does the prince want? Yangshu blew the tea and asked, are you planning to make an equal exchange? Yangshu, you are good at both theory and martial arts, but emotionally, you are too indifferent. Prince Shi has murderous intentions towards the He family. The Dingguo Palace notified you immediately and tried its best to ensure your safety. We did not ask for anything in return because we are all in the same camp and should help each other. We are not a strong and peaceful country. The war we have to fight will be harsh and difficult. You can't ask me to speak for everything. With your brain, don't you know what can help me? On a rope, don't worry about gains and losses until you reach the top of the mountain. If we win, I will reward the meritorious officials and I will not treat them unfairly. Once you choose this path, Don't look back. Go all the way to the end. I know everything you did. Yang Shu smiled warmly at Xiangshu. During the days he was away, Lu Yun was the only one supporting them. The people in Duke Zheng's mansion were living their own lives as if nothing had happened. Why were they only thinking about Duke Ding's mansion taking them to enjoy a good life? Xiangshu pursed his lips slightly. The government is in turmoil, and Prince Shi is watching again. Yang Shu sneered and interrupted Xiangshu. I tolerate your excuses for the first time, but if it happens again, I will kick you out directly. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, not to mention the majestic Duke Zheng's mansion. Are you trying to tell me that you don't have any tricks behind the scenes? Yang Shu looked directly at Xiangshu. The enormous pressure made Xiangshu's breathing slow down. At this moment, he was even more nervous than the first time he met the emperor. Chapter 169 Persuading the Crown Prince. Han, you came to Jianan mainly to find the whereabouts of Han Qi. You should be able to make them turn their attention to King Shi, right? Yang Shu said in a flat voice. Xiangshu looked at him and nodded seriously. Yang Shu smiled and patted Xiangshu on the shoulder. It's all because Zheng Bin eats too much. Next time I will definitely leave a big chicken drumstick for you. Zheng Bin looked at the pile of chicken bones on his side and fell into deep thought. After seeing Xiangshu off, Yang Shu leaned back, his posture lazy. Originally I could have a drink with Xiangshu, but now it's so difficult to meet him. The distress in this prince's heart is greater than the water in the lake outside. Sighing, Yang Shu looked at Zheng Bin. Don't you have any comfort? Zheng Bin rolled up her sleeves to let Yang Shu see clearly that she really didn't hide any tea leaves. Go to Zheng's house. Yang Shu shouted outside. Ho Zhou must have been scared tonight. The news of our sexual pleasure by the lake will spread everywhere tomorrow. If you get involved with me, whoever covets Rongchong Rice shop will have to withdraw his hands. Sleep well tonight. I have soldiers at my disposal. I can still walk sideways in Jianan. By the way, don't drink too much on weekdays. Yang Shu reminded. Don't worry, Prince. I can keep the secret. Zhang Bin took off his shirt. When getting off the car, Yang Shu called her. Rub it a few more times, you don't look like you've been ravaged. Leaning over, Yang Shu shook the cloth that tied Zheng Bin's hair, trying to mess it up a little, but the arc of the shake was too big, and he knocked out Zheng Bin's hairpin. The ink-black hair immediately fell down and spread over Zheng Bin's slender waist, adding a touch of tenderness to her handsome face. Facing Zheng Bin's slightly angry eyes, Yang Shu silently withdrew his hand. Well, I wanted to help you. Zheng Bin said nothing and tied his hair up again. After looking around herself, she got out of the car. Young master. The servants gathered around and looked at the disheveled Zheng Bin, choking with sobs. The young master had sacrificed too much for Rongchong Rice shop. Tomorrow at 9 p.m., I will come to pick you up. Yang Shu whistled, and one could hear his joy from the sound. Let's go. Go back. The wheels turned slowly, and the group disappeared into the night. Young master, you please slow down. The maid supported Zheng Bin, her eyes red, and she turned her head to wipe away her tears. Why should such a good person like the young master suffer such a thing? Can the powerful and wealthy bully people without restraint? The servants were filled with sorrow. Why are you crying? With the support of the Dingguo Palace, they dare not attack Rongchong Rice shop. Zheng Bin's voice was slightly hoarse as he staggered inside. At Prince Shi's mansion, the guard knocked on the study door. When he heard someone agree, he pushed the door open and walked in. Your Highness, Zheng Bin asked Yang Shu to help him. The two of them spent more than half an hour being intimate by the lake. During this time, the prince of the Duke Zhengguo's mansion came over, but he left after a while. After Ishitsi left, the two of them were intimate for another quarter of an hour, and then Yang Shu personally sent Zheng Bin home. When Zheng Bin got off the car, he was in a very awkward state and couldn't even walk properly. Before Yang Shu left, he said we would pick him up tomorrow. The guard reported the whole situation to King Shi. King Shi frowned. Yang Shu was a very powerful person. If Zheng Bin asked him for help, he was afraid that Yang Shu would bring people to attack him. Spread the word and temporarily hold off on suppressing Rongchong Rice shop. Looking at the door closed by the guard, Prince Shi's eyes turned cold. That boy is really lucky. Let's see if he can still be lucky after Yang Pifa dies. The next day, at 3/4 past the hour of C, Prince Shi entered the palace. Your Majesty, the people are in turmoil now. We should appoint a crown prince to stabilize the country. Prince Shi walked with the emperor on the palace road and said thoughtfully. The emperor looked into the distance and asked, in your opinion, among the princes, who has the best ability and character? Prince Shi lowered his eyes to conceal his emotions. After Gui Yi's death, the only adult prince was Gui Qi, and the others were all children. How could we judge their abilities and character? The emperor is worried about Gui Qi, even though Gui Qi is obsessed with Buddhist scriptures and has no intention of becoming emperor. The ninth prince is kind and modest. In half a month, he will be 8 years old. His mother is the daughter of a doctor in the Ministry of Rights, so he has no worries about external relatives. Prince Shi said slowly. The emperor looked at him and neither nodded nor shook his head. Looking at the emperor's departing back, Prince Shi curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He knew that Guasai was moved. Su Lang frowned. Yes, Prince Shi has always been close to the third prince. If he pulls him, the third prince will definitely not rebel. In terms of chances of winning, the second prince is not as good as the third prince. After all, the third prince has more resources than the second prince, both inside and outside the palace. It's really suspicious to suddenly change camp. After thinking about it, Su Lang went to see Guiqi. Your Highness, can King Shi really be trusted? Su Lang was not ambiguous and went straight to the point. Guiqi raised his eyelids. What do you want to say? Your Highness, the third prince has done something extremely immoral, so it's normal for Prince Shi to be afraid of being implicated, but he shouldn't have just switched sides without even trying to stop him. It's better to switch to you who has always been at odds with the third prince. He has been close to the third prince for so many years. He should know the hatred in your heart. Helping you to ascend to the throne is a big risk for him. The most important thing is that he abandoned the third prince so easily. Your Highness and Prince Shi don't have much friendship. If you have to make a choice again in the future, will Prince Shi also make your Highness doomed? Su Lang said in a deep voice. Guiqi's expression turned even uglier. Stop talking nonsense. The uncle saw Guai seeking his own death and was disappointed, so he chose another wise leader. Guai is determined to rebel, and the uncle can't stop him. He can't let everyone in the mansion die with Guai. Su Lang looked at Guiqi. Your Highness, do you still remember the assassination at the Guanjing Tower? It's not easy to sneak into the palace. If the person behind the scenes is not the third prince. Su Lang paused. Guiqi swept the cup and said, the emperor's uncle has promised me that he would persuade father to appoint a crown prince. You'd better put away your suspicions. Guiqi's tone was a little cold. Su Lang sighed inwardly, knowing that Guiqi was angry and would not listen to anything at the moment. He shut his mouth, bowed, and walked out of the room. Forget it. Let's first see how Prince Shi persuades the emperor to make the second prince the crown prince. Yang Shu hung out with Zheng Bin until 3 p.m. before returning home. On the way to the pool, Yang Shu ran into Su Yueyao, raised the corner of his mouth, and greeted her. How come you have time today? Su Yueyao walked past Yang Shu without looking around, without pausing for a second, as if the person in front of her was just air. Yang Shu looked at the person walking away, blinked, and looked confused. What's wrong with this girl? Turning his head, Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao and asked, did you bully her? Pai Gao remained silent. Prince, you can't put all the blame on me just because I'm in the mansion. What happened to her? Prince, I'm a very sensible person and I won't get close to anyone I shouldn't be close to. Pai Gao spoke seriously. Yang Shu rubbed his face and said, go ask the maid in her courtyard. Although Su Yueyao is not very close to him, they have been together for such a long time that she would not give him the cold shoulder for no reason. Chapter 170 Half True, Half False. Yang Shu caught a fat fish in the pond and asked the guards to send it to the kitchen. In Huanhe courtyard, Lu Yun did nothing for once, just chatting with Mo Mei. There are white jade cakes in the side hall. Yang Shu walked into the room and said to Mo Mei. Mo Mei's eyes lit up and she immediately stood up. In a few seconds, she disappeared. She left so cleanly. My lady, did you see that? The little girl is unreliable. If it were me, I would never abandon you for the white jade cake or the black jade cake. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand with a loving look. Lu Yun couldn't help laughing. Yes, my husband is the most trustworthy. Is there any movement in the second prince's residence? Yang Shu picked up the cake and fed it to Lu Yun. This has already planted the seeds of doubt in Su Lang's heart. But I don't know whether Su Lang didn't say it, or Guiqi felt that he had the aura of a king and thought that King Shi would treat him differently, so he didn't take any action. Lu Yun took a bite of the pastry and ate it very elegantly. She didn't speak until she swallowed it. Let's wait for a few days. King Shi won't always support Guiqi. As long as one thing angers Guiqi, that tiny crack will expand rapidly and can no longer be closed. Listen to my wife. Yang Shu's eyes were gentle, and he stroked Lu Yun's hair. Don't make yourself too tired. I'll ask Dr. Yu for some health-preserving medicine later. Lu Yun was very smart, but he spent too much energy on it, which was very harmful to his body. Yang Shu felt distressed by the fatigue in Lu Yun's eyes and brows, but if she kept it a secret from now on, she would probably think more. I was obedient. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu softly. From yesterday to today, I haven't opened the book. I will stay with you for a long time. Lu Yun put his arms around Yang Shu's waist and whispered the promise. Yang Shu kissed her on the forehead and said, it's really boring to be stuck in the mansion all day. Let's go to the farm and stay there for 2 days. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged. Now we just need to watch the show. Since we won't participate, It doesn't matter where we are. Yang tightened Lu Yun's restraints and smiled gently. Lu Yun raised her head and looked at Yang Shu's profile. She did not refuse. She knew what Yang Shu was worried about. Too much wisdom will hurt. This person was afraid that she was made of paper and would break if he poked her twice. But in fact, she was tired because she had stayed up too many nights these days. I'll let Pai Gao arrange it. Yang Shu carried Lu Yun to the couch, took off her coat, and helped her lie down. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had taken a long lunch break today. Seeing Lu Yun closed his eyes, Yang Shu closed the door quietly. Prince, I asked him, and he said that there was nothing to worry about, and everything was the same as usual. Pai Gao said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. So, we have the ability to become invisible? Even if we pass each other face to face, Sui Weiyao can't see us. Forget it, I don't count on you. Yang Shu took a sip of the tea on the stone table. Tomorrow, I will take my wife to the farm to stay for 2 days. I will leave the mansion to you. If there is a job of passing secret codes, don't assign it to Feng Zhuang and Pang Chong. Go and get busy. Yang Shu waved his hand and walked past the Pai Gao table towards the begonia courtyard. Sui Weiyao is Su Jingzhou's weak point. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Jingzhou will be his most trusted left arm. Yang Shu's expectations for him are above all other officials. Therefore, he had to take good care of Sui Weiyao and not let the little girl hate him. Sui Weiyao was practicing calligraphy. She looked up and met Yang Shu's eyes. After just one glance, Sui Weiyao looked away and continued practicing calligraphy. It's incredible. It seems that this prince's magical power has really been perfected. With just one Buddhist saying, he can become invisible. Shouldn't he go to the palace and get some treasures? Yang Shu said as he walked towards Sui Weiyao and moved her inkstone. When Sui Weiyao was dipping her pen into ink, Yang Shu took her pen. Not a word. Who is he mad at? Tell me, and I'll make sure he goes swimming with the fishes. Seeing Sui Weiyao turning around to leave, Yang Shu grabbed her sleeve. What's going on? Yang Shu took a step forward and looked directly at Sui Weiyao, not allowing her to dodge. You are not a noisy person. This time, someone must have treated you badly. Could it be that Pai Gao has really become so bold? Yang Shu was shocked and angry. Sui Weiyao glared at him. It was obviously you. I'm not wrongly accusing anyone. I haven't been in the mansion during this period of time. Yang Shu glanced at Yu Weiyao and narrowed his eyes. Someone is pretending to be me? What kind of thief could sneak into the Dingguo palace? Sui Weyao's cheeks puffed up. To prevent Yang Shu from making further guesses, she pursed her lips and pulled out her sleeves. What do you take me for, an embroiderer? Or a plaything? Yang Shu, I am an emotional person. Sui Weyao's eyes turned red. It's not something you can play with in your spare time and throw aside when you lose interest. Yang Shu was slightly stunned. How can you tell that I treat you as an object? As for the embroiderer, well, how should I put it? You are really skillful, and the clothes you sew are very comfortable to wear. But I didn't make you work in vain. You've already paid me. Sui Weiyao rushed into the house, held the silver, and stuffed it to Yang Shu. I'll return it all to you, and you return it to me too. Sui Weiyao wiped away her tears. What are you doing? Why are you tearing someone's clothes in broad daylight? Yang Shu protected his belt and stepped back repeatedly. Don't mess around, I'm not a good person. Still talking nonsense. If you push it too far, you'll be the one who suffers. Seeing Sui Weyao's eyes turn red, Yang Shu grabbed her hand, and the silver coins scattered all over the floor. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to me? Yang Shu looked at Sui Weiyao inquiringly. Sui Weiyao lowered her head and was about to bite Yang Shu. He bullied her like this. She must have a problem with her brain to fall in love with him. You are angry out of shame. Is this what I said right? Too much charm is a problem. Yang Shu sighed and retracted his hand. Wipe it off. Yang Shu handed the towel to Sui Weiyao, his expression becoming more serious. A lot of things have happened recently. I'm afraid you'll worry, so I asked Pai Gao to keep it a secret. The situation in Jianan has changed greatly. The third prince rebelled, and many people died. I went out to play for more than half a month to avoid suspicion in the Ding Palace. You have a gentle temperament and good looks, so it's impossible for me not to have bad intentions. But I promised Su Jingzhou not to touch you, so I have to do it. But I feel itchy and can't help but tease you verbally. I'm really not trying to amuse you. I'm not going to leave you alone. Next time I go out, I'll let you know. Yang Shu said sincerely. Sui Weiyao was stunned and opened her eyes wide. You? It's normal for men to be lustful. Why are you so surprised? Yang Shu glanced at Sui Weiyao. Will you consider this prince? My conditions are still good enough. The sound of the door closing was Sui Weyao's response to Yang Shu. Yang Shu laughed, straightened his belt, picked up the silver, and put it on the table, then left Haitang courtyard. The more Yang Shu saw Su Jingzhou's abilities, the less likely he was to let Su Yueyao leave. Simply going to work and risking one's life are completely different. If you don't control someone like Su Jingzhou who is good at weighing things, once a decision is needed and the scales on your side are not heavy enough, he might abandon you. Chapter 171. I've been ashore once, but I still dare to eat. Su Yueyao looks gentle on weekdays, but she is extremely strong-willed at heart. If you force her, she will hang herself to death in front of you. It's not a good idea to be too attentive. If you show it too obviously, the girl will be on guard against you and won't be attracted to her. Yang Shu once heard a story about a woman who, after her love proposal failed, begged a painter to paint a portrait of her. The painter was a perfectionist, and in order to paint a satisfactory painting, he observed the woman all the time. When the painting was completed, the woman also left an indelible mark in his heart. Su Yueyao is not very interested in painting. Even if she is forced to paint all day long, she will not feel much and will most likely reject it. But she is familiar with needle and thread, and she puts a lot of effort into every piece of embroidery. At the beginning, when Su Yueyao sewed clothes for him, she needed to measure his size, but now, she basically just scanned it with her eyes. Habits are terrible things. If Su Yueyao were to make clothes for Su Jingzhou now, she would subconsciously make them in his size. When the heat is right, boil it in warm water, and it will naturally taste good. The moment Su Jingzhou was favored by the second prince, Su Yueyao had no choice. As an ambitious man, if he could sit firmly on the throne, Yang Shu would be willing to let the girl find a good match, but in the initial stage, Yang Shu could only say that he would give Su Yueyao a life of plenty and spoil her. I knew his mind was not pure. Shameless. How dare he? How dare he say it so bluntly? Su Yueyao was very angry. She spread out the cloth and started to pack. After walking a few times, she sat down and poked the clothes on the table. Su Yueyao looked annoyed. Don't see him anymore. He is a lustful man, no different from other young men. He just wants her body. Su Yueyao clutched the cloth strip tightly, feeling dejected. There were still some differences. Yang Shu arranged a teacher for her, and the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone were all top-notch. Everything in the courtyard was according to her preferences. The more Su Yueyao thought about it, the angrier she became. She had enjoyed too much, and she seemed so heartless when she got angry at Yang Shu. After putting the clothes back, Su Yueyao went to the kitchen. Prince, it was sent from He Tanjian. Paijiu put the noodles on Yang Shu's table. Yang Shu looked at the noodles and raised his eyebrows. He then revealed his lustful intentions to Su Yueyao. Given her personality, she would probably ignore him during this period of time. What about this bowl of noodles? Closing the booklet, Yang Shu lowered his head and smelled it. The aroma was no different from what he usually ate. Prince. Pai Gao took out a silver needle and gave it to him. Miss Su has been in the mansion for a long time. You don't know her character. How can you make such assumptions? Yang Shu turned his head to criticize Pai Gao, took the silver needle, and inserted it into the noodles. Prince, it didn't change color. Pai Gao leaned over to take a look. Miss Su is such a kind-hearted person. How could she have the intention to harm this prince? You are so unkind, Yang Shu said as he picked up the noodles and put them into his mouth. The next second, he spat it out, took the tea, and poured it into his mouth, biting his tongue. Su Yueyao. She doesn't charge for being the salt of the Dingguo Palace. Your Highness, Miss Su is such a kind-hearted person. Her hands must be shaking. Pai Gao spoke seriously and quietly moved back. Prince, there are still some things to be dealt with up front, so I'll withdraw first. Before Yang Shu could take action, Pai Gao rushed out of the study. You all have become tough. Yang Shu cursed. Looking at the noodles, Yang Shu chuckled. He was really capable. He even dared to make fun of him. Su Yueyao no longer felt timid towards him because of the difference in status between them. It's not far from being one. The next day, Yang Shu took Lu Yun out of the Dingguo Palace through a secret passage and went to the farm they visited for the first time. I have to say that leisure time makes people feel very comfortable. Prince, the second prince has entered the palace. The guard looked at the skewers of meat grilled by Yang Shu, swallowed his saliva, and whispered. Yang Shu casually handed him a few and asked, taking the initiative? No, it's an order from the palace. The guard's voice was a little unclear while biting a skewer of meat. It's going to be fun. Yang Shu raised the corner of his mouth. In the imperial garden, the emperor took Guiqi for a walk. Looking at the yellowing leaves, the emperor's steps became slower and slower. He said quietly, You have been dull since you were a child. When others were playing, you would shrink aside and refuse to join them. Cheer, next to that tree, I once picked you up and asked you about your homework. The emperor pointed to the tree 10 meters away, with reminiscence in his eyes. Guiqi looked over, his expression dazed, as if he was also reminiscing. Cheer, from now on, you and I, father and son, will live a good life. The emperor patted Guiqi's shoulder, his eyes full of love. I have always been satisfied with you. Of all the princes, you have the most outstanding abilities and make me the most proud. Guiqi had never been praised like this by the emperor before, and he was a little flattered. Father. Guiqi's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were full of admiration for his father. At this moment, it seemed as if there was no difference between the ruler and his subject, and the two were just like ordinary father and son. Back at the prince's mansion, Guiqi's face was flushed with excitement. He bumped into Su Lang head-on. Guiqi smiled and said, after years of planning, it's about to come to fruition. In 2 days at most, the imperial edict to appoint the crown prince will arrive at the second prince's residence. Su Lang's pupils shrank slightly, and he saluted with a smile. Congratulations, Your Highness. I will never forget your hard work, sir. Guiqi laughed loudly and strode forward. After he left, the smile on Su Lang's face disappeared. The second prince would not do anything without a purpose, but he always felt uneasy in his heart and could not put it into practice. Send these to Prince Shi's palace. Guiqi pointed at a box and said to the secret guard, the contents of the box are all worth a fortune. Thinking of the emperor's attitude, Guiqi couldn't suppress his smile. After being bullied for so many years, he was finally able to trample all those people under his feet. Don't you look down on him? Unfortunately, the dragon robe was worn by him after all. As Guiqi expected, 2 days later, the imperial decree to appoint the crown prince was issued, but the person who received the decree was not Guiqi. Prince, it's the 9th prince. The guard whispered in Yang Shu's ear. TSK, the emperor is so cruel. Guiqi sacrificed an entire mansion and took care of the patient day and night. And this is what happened to him. Yang Shu moved the fishing rod. He thinks one son's rebellion is not enough, so he wants to drive the other one crazy. It makes me feel heartbroken just looking at it. Yang Shu pulled the fishing rod hard and threw the fish directly onto the shore. After fishing for so long, this is all I got. Yang Shu looked at the fish, which was only the length of his little finger, and curled his lips. How am I going to make soup tonight? Keep a close eye on the second prince's mansion. Guiqi will have to question Prince Shi. Putting the fish back into the river, Yang Shu said calmly. After the guards left, Yang Shu stared at the water for a long time before pulling up the fishing rod. I was wondering why there was no movement. It turns out the bait fell off. After putting the new bait on the hook, Yang Shu waited quietly. This time, the fishing line moved quickly. Looking at the fish in his hand, Yang Shu got angry. This thing has no memory. It dares to eat it even after being brought ashore once. Standing up, Yang Shu threw the fish into the river. After collecting the fishing rod, Yang Shu went back, carrying the empty bucket. My dear, we don't have any catch today. There is only one stubborn little fish, but it's not time to eat it yet. Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist and said to her. Chapter 172, he has no choice. The village head caught a few big ones. I asked the kitchen to steam them. As for your husband's little one, since it's not time to eat it yet, just take care of it first. Lu Yun said in a gentle voice. Yeah. Yang Shu rested his head on Lu Yun's shoulder and looked at the purse she embroidered. Mandarin duck? I just embroidered a few shapes, and you already figured it out. Lu Yun said with a smile on her lips. That's right. If I didn't have a sharp vision, there's no way I could have embraced a beauty like my wife. Yang Shu kissed Lu Yun on her smooth face. Shame on you. Lu Yun lightly scolded Yang Shu. It matches my clothes really well. Yang Shu picked up the purse and kept changing its position around his waist, looking very satisfied. I knew my wife loved me. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and wiped his eyes with emotion. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How much did she abuse him on a daily basis to make him so pitiful? You just know how to pretend. Lu Yun rubbed Yang Shu's face. The two did not discuss the matter of the 9th prince being made the crown prince. The outcome had already been predicted. How could King Shi really help Guiqi take that position? They were all just chess pieces on his chessboard. In the second prince's mansion, the servants dared not breathe as they looked at the bloodstains all over the room. How dare you lie to me, old man? Guiqi's face was ferocious, with warm blood on his face and hands, and he looked like he had crawled out of hell. With a low growl, Guiqi stabbed his knife again. The eunuchs given to him by the emperor were lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, and not a single body was intact. Your Highness, King Shi wants to meet you at the Huching restaurant. Seeing Guiqi staring at him, the attendant hurriedly said. Guiqi raised his eyes, which were full of cruelty. He spoke without emotion. Go and prepare. I want him dead. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. It won't be too late to take action after you have found out clearly, the attendant advised in a low voice. Guiqi stared at the attendant and narrowed his eyes. The servant's back was immediately wet, and he knelt down. Your Highness, I have no intention of being on the side of Prince Shi. I know you are angry, but you must be very careful when killing the prince. King Shi wants to harm you, and you are falling into his trap. We have been planning for so long, but nothing is clear yet. The ninth prince is just a child. Even if he is named the crown prince, it is still uncertain whether he can grow up. The attendant spoke very quickly. Guichi wiped the blood from the knife on the attendant's face and said, "You know the consequences of betraying me." After throwing away the knife, Guichi walked forward, with a strong murderous aura on his body. The servant wiped the cold sweat from his head and took a long time to get up from the ground. When Guichi arrived at the Huching restaurant, King Shi had already finished his cup of tea. "Uncle." Guichi smiled coldly, staring at Prince Shi. "You really gave me a big surprise." Prince Shi looked gloomy. "Do you think it was my suggestion that the emperor make the ninth prince the crown prince? Could it be mine?" Guichi approached King Shi. King Shi looked up at him, his eyes not dodging at all, and angrily slammed the table. "If I wanted you dead, why would I have gone to all this trouble? I could have just revealed your whereabouts that day. Don't you know what kind of character your father is? If you hadn't lost the desire to compete, would he have kept you in Jinan? We all underestimated his ruthlessness. He only cares about himself. As long as there is a possibility of threatening him, no matter how filial you are, he will not be moved at all. The previous plan is no longer feasible. He would rather establish a young son than choose you to stabilize the country. If he still has a son, the position of crown prince will not fall to you." King Shi frowned and spoke in a deep voice. His angry look made Guichi a little unsure. "Look at me for what I am doing. I have never been close to the ninth prince. What benefit can I get from him ascending the throne? Even if I become regent, it won't be my turn. Given your father's suspicion, he will definitely get rid of me before he dies. He might even kill you. He won't give anyone else a chance to lay hands on his throne." King Shi said in a cold tone, with a hint of sarcasm. Guichi lowered his eyes, already believing King Shi 60. What he said was indeed true. Guichi's hatred for the emperor grew deeper and deeper. His kindness was truly hypocritical. He didn't consider him at all. Which prince who failed in the fight for the throne had a good ending? He thought that his tenderness could save his life? Guichi gritted his teeth. His hatred was tangible. No one in the mansion could make him feel truly sorry for him even once. "Does the emperor's uncle have any plan?" Guichi asked quietly. King Shi pursed his lips into a straight line and remained silent for a long time. "It's already this late. There's nothing left to be said." Guichi poured a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then slammed the glass down heavily. King Shi looked at him, struggling for a moment, and finally fixed his eyes, leave him no choice. Guichi's pupil shrank slightly. "Are you soft-hearted?" Guichi sneered. "Soft-hearted? I can even sacrifice my own son, let alone them. It's just that the difficulty is too great, and it's easy to get lost. Guichi is not a fool. If the prince keeps having accidents, he will definitely find out about me. By then, he will only have you as his son. How can he kill you?" King Shi said casually. Guichi clenched his palms. "We're going to die anyway, so we might as well fight our way out," King Shi said in a light voice. Guichi's breathing became heavier, and murderous intent gradually filled him. King Shi raised the corner of his mouth and took a few steps away from Guichi Yuan, so that this idea could completely occupy his mind. "Your Highness." As soon as Guichi came back, Su Lang went to meet him. "King Shi is a very poisonous snake. You shouldn't get entangled with him anymore. The matter of appointing a crown prince was caused by my father's cold-bloodedness. It has nothing to do with my uncle." "Your Highness." Su Lang was so angry that he almost laughed. Since Prince Shi proposed to appoint a crown prince, the emperor would definitely ask for his opinion. No matter who Prince Shi mentions, even if the emperor doesn't respond, he has been with the emperor for so many years, wouldn't he be able to see the emperor's attitude? He just let the second prince wait with full expectation, and then watched him fall heavily. How can this be considered as being in the same mind with them? "Don't be upset, sir. I won't completely believe him." Su Lang pursed his cheeks. What did he say to His Highness? "Your Highness, you don't believe in me anymore?" Guichi frowned. As Su Lang pressed on, he spoke in a bad tone. "My uncle asked me to fight my way out. If the other princes are dead, then naturally no one will compete with me for that position." "No." Su Lang shouted. "Your Highness, he is pushing you to death. The emperor is very suspicious. If anything happens to one of the princes, he will be alert and will definitely find out who did it. Your power is far from being able to match the imperial power." "Your Highness, don't be confused." Su Lang grabbed Guichi's arm and used force. "Your Highness, King Shi has bad intentions. He has great ambitions. Every step he asks you to take is paving the way for himself." Guichi frowned and swung his sleeves impatiently. I didn't respond to him. "Sir, you have been worrying for no reason recently. No matter how many times the throne is passed, it will never be the emperor's uncle's. He has absolutely no intention of doing so. I am tired. Guo Qi strode away. Su Lang looked at his back, clenched his fist, and punched his thigh. How can you be so naive? Knowing clearly that Prince Shi had ulterior motives, he still deceived himself. Chapter 173 He Xiangshu meets Han Yu. My lord, I see you. Pai Gao leaned close to Yang Shu's ear and whispered. Yang Shu blew away the sawdust and put down the carving knife. When Guo Qi came out, was his clothing different? No. Pai Gao returned. Yang Shu shook his head. Guo Qi's anger has reached its peak. His emotions have taken control of his brain. A little stimulation can make him lose control. But when he saw King Shi, he didn't vent his anger. As soon as he entered, he was taken away by King Shi. Get some information from Su Lang and find out what Prince Shi said to Guo Qi and what their next step will be. Your Highness, the second prince is also a suspicious person. How could he believe just a few words from Prince Shi? Pai Jia frowned. Yang Shu poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Guo Qi could bear it before, but after the whole mansion was taken in, he became like a gambler who was desperate to get something. He doesn't want to think deeply. If King Shi wants to plot, it means that all his previous efforts will be in vain. Guo Qi was so angry that he couldn't swallow his anger. He hid in the ditch like a rat and started all over again. Prince, then they can't fight each other? Pai Jia looked at Yang Shu. It won't be a fierce fight, but with Su Lang admonishing him, Guo Qi's brain won't melt, and he will be somewhat on guard. Guo Qi is on guard, so Prince Shi's moves won't go smoothly. If we delay a little longer, our people will reach northern Xinjiang. Yang Shu covered the cup and started carving a puppy as a gift for his unborn child. Lifting the curtain of the iron shop compartment and seeing the person sitting inside, Han Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The prince of the Duke Zhang's mansion? He Xiangshu put down the teacup and looked up at Han Yu. Coming. He Xiangshu stood up. It is said that the Duke Zhang's family has a good tradition and would never think of colluding with an enemy country. Han Yu spoke slowly, with a smile on his face. He Xiangshu pursed his lips, his expression becoming lighter. You came to Jianan not just to pick up Wu Lu, right? Have you found Han Qi? Han Yu immediately lost the mood to ridicule He Xiangshu. He took 2 steps forward, his eyes fixed on He Xiangshu's face. Tell me your intention. Sit down. He Xiangshu greeted Han Yu very politely, picked up the teapot and poured tea for him. The territory of Yi State is vast. As long as Mr. Han promises to give the He family a place to stay, I will tell you the whereabouts of Han Qi. Han Yu took off the dagger from his waist and placed it on the table, his eyes sinister. The He family has power and status in Jianan, but they want to go to Yegua and live by others' wishes. Prince He, do you think it's stupid of me? He Xiangshu lowered his head, his face showed no emotion, and he looked numb. If there were any other way, we would never abandon our homeland. Master Han, you don't think that the only country that covets Yin is Yi State, right? He Xiangshu's cheeks moved, showing his suppressed anger. He opened his mouth and was about to vent it, but the moment the words came out of his mouth, he swallowed them back in hatred. Since Mr. Han has no intention of talking, then forget it. After saying this, He Xiangshu turned around and walked out of the compartment without waiting for Han Yu to react. Han Yu looked in the direction he left and frowned. He knew something from He Xiangshu's words. Sir, it's time to go. The waiter outside spoke, urging Han Yu. Han Yu picked up a dagger and left the iron shop. Looking back, Han Yu lowered his eyes and did not stop. He Xiangshu was upstairs, watching Han Yu go away. He would contact him in 2 days at most. It would not be difficult to provide the He family with a place to stay. Besides, it doesn't mean you can't regret it once you agree to it. Even if he turned against them, the He family couldn't do anything to him. The sun is shining brightly today. Yang Shu and Lu Yun strolled around the Dingguo palace. What are you listening to, my husband? Seeing Yang Shu's ear pressed against the wall, Lu Yun walked over and listened. What do they mean? Yang Shu was slightly annoyed. There are vendors everywhere, but outside our house, there is not even a single hawker. Lu Yun covered her lips to prevent Yang Shu from seeing her smile. Not to mention now, even if he was not at home, no one dared to set up a stall outside the Dingguo palace, for fear of being noticed by Yang Shu. No matter how strong one's physique is, it cannot withstand his torment. It's really peaceful looking at it this way, Lu Yun said with a smile as he looked at the plants and trees in the mansion. Yang Shu held her hand and said, from now on, there will be real peace. Unlike now, it is just an appearance, with undercurrents surging inside. Husband, Lu Yun called softly. Yang Shu turned sideways, looked at Lu Yun with a smile, straightened his collar, and prepared to accept the compliment. Lu Yun chuckled and scratched his nose. The Imperial Guards are no longer under the Emperor's control, and you have sent a lot of people to the Western Hills. We are more than capable of protecting ourselves now, but it is difficult to control the situation. Prince Shi wants to gamble, and the Yang family army will suffer heavy casualties. Lu Yun said in a serious tone, with worry in his eyes. Yang Shu put his arm around Lu Yun's waist and said, I had already thought about how to be modest, but you suddenly changed your mind. It's not a joke. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's face and sighed. Since my lady mentioned it, She must have thought of a solution. You look pretty good. After looking at her carefully, Yang Shui felt relieved and motioned for her to continue. Why not Jidushi Chu Yuanzhou? Yang Shu paused. When he was in Qishou, he had doubts about my husband, but he didn't reveal it to anyone, and even gave him what he promised. Lu Yun had said, this person doesn't belong to any camp. He was able to maintain his position and not get involved in the vortex of the fight for the throne. He's obviously a wise man. Husband, go talk to him. If he helps you, you will be even more powerful, and Yin will not fall into turmoil because of King Shi's rebellion. Stability is better than chaos. It can save a lot of losses. When you arrive in Huaining County, you only need to win the hearts of the people, and they will support you. The cruelest revenge on Guo is to let him watch the power in his hands disappear bit by bit, sitting in a high position but without any subjects. Yang Shu blinked his eyes and said, Madam, you were not so brave before. I cut such a big piece of flesh from Chu Yuanzhang. Are you really not worried that he will chop off my head and use it as a bench? Yang Shu sat down with Lu Yun. He had also considered what Lu Yun said, but his plan was to write a letter and Chun Chun would cooperate, and then they would go their separate ways after the matter was done. But Lu Yun directly asked him to join the gang. Chu Yuan has his country and family in his heart, so you can rest assured, husband. Lu Yun held Yang Shu's hand. Now is the critical moment. He will definitely respond to my husband. Go back. I'll pack your luggage for you, and we'll leave tonight. Yang Shu was confused. Wasn't this a loving moment for the couple? Why were they packing their bags? My dear, I'm scared of you doing this. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand, looking weak and helpless. Lu Yun couldn't help laughing. He stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Shu on the lips. Looking at Yang Shu, Lu Yun's eyes were filled with tenderness. Come back soon. What else? You want to say something to get rid of me? Yang Shu grabbed Lu Yun's waist and deepened the kiss. Only after Yang Shu pestered Lu Yun and said sweet words to her again and again did he let her go. Looking at Lu Yun's busy figure, Yang Shu shook his head. His wife was not an ordinary person. When they were in love, she kicked him out. Chapter 174 Departure to Huainan. Prince, are you going to Huainan? Pai Gao was confused. This was too sudden. He had been discussing roasted lamb legs with him in the morning. Well, can I not listen to what the lady says? Pai Jiu, I've only been back for a few days and my wife has already driven me away. Do you think she has fallen in love with someone else? Yang Shu touched his chin. Prince, think about it yourself. I'll go and get busy first. Pai Gao did not answer Yang Shu. This question was not worth discussing at all. Madam has fallen in love with someone else? It is better to believe that the prince will abandon her after having sex with her. Hey, you're crazy. Yang Shu grabbed Pai Gao, and the joking expression on his face faded. If Jianen's situation changes, immediately protect the lady and leave. Don't forget to send the herbs to Wan Heiyuan. I'll be back as soon as possible. Yang Shu patted Pai Ji's shoulder. I'll leave the house to you. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of her. Pai Gao promised Yang Shu in a serious tone. Go ahead. Yang Shu smoothed out the wrinkles on Pai Gao's clothes and said, don't fall behind in training. Let's go to the inn together. You will definitely have a chance to be granted the title of nobility or prime minister. Yang Shu said proudly. Pai Gao moved his lips, stood up straight and shouted loudly, Prince, let's increase the monthly salary first. Prince, you said that we can't just eat cakes foolishly. Yang Shu's eyes twitched. You are ruining the atmosphere now. I can bear it. I really can bear it. You just added me 2 days ago, and you still dare to yell. Do you really think I have a good temper? Yang Shu broke off a branch, played mahjong and climbed over the wall and ran away. You idiot. You thought you were made of iron and steel, and you dared to show what I taught you in front of him. I'll have to go to the kitchen someday to see if there's anything fishy going on in the food. He's so poor, and he keeps asking for processing money. You're just trying to drive him to death. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Yang Shu glanced at Feng Zhuang, who was watching the fun on the side, and pulled him over to fight. Prince, I didn't mention the processing fee. Feng Zhuang did a backflip, and the melon seeds in his pocket scattered all over the floor. After stretching his muscles, Yang Shu felt refreshed and walked towards the begonia courtyard. Su Yao looked alert and stood 10 meters away from Yang Shu. To protect against wolves. Yang Shu was speechless. I came to say goodbye to you. I've packed my things and will leave tonight. Where are we going? Su Yao asked subconsciously. Why not? Yang Shu said casually, not worrying at all that Su Yao would reveal it. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but I'll bring you a gift. After saying that, Yang Shu walked out. Su Yao pursed her lips and did not utter the words, take care, until Yang Shu's figure completely disappeared. Yang Shu has already made it clear that he is greedy for her body. If she cares, this guy will definitely misunderstand it. Have a safe trip. As she turned around, Su Yao opened her lips slightly and a word was scattered in the wind. She was not concerned about Yang Shu. She was just worried that something might happen to Yang Shu and her elder brother would be implicated. The crowd moved, the sun changed direction, and the sky darkened. Imome wiped Lu Yun's wet hair, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Miss, you like your uncle, so why? Lu Yun looked at the bronze mirror and said, Imome, an ordinary wife only asks for her husband's health. I also want him to be with me, but Yangshu is not an ordinary person. Health alone cannot save his life. Chu Yuanzhong needs to be impressed with sincerity. The more capable people around him, the safer Yangshu will be. Drive. Yangshu rode his horse forward, and the 7 men followed behind him, blending into the night. Lu Yun stroked the bamboo lining of her cuffs and raised her lips. It was drawn with gold thread, and he would definitely like it when he saw it. Second, madam, it's time to go to bed. Zier stepped forward to put away the needlework. Lu Yun smiled softly and was about to lie down, but suddenly stopped and put her hand on her belly. There was unspeakable surprise in her eyes. You want clothes too? Lu Yun's voice was very soft and gentle. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was no movement inside, Lu Yun gently tapped her belly with her hand and said, When you are older, mother will make clothes for you. But don't be like your father. He likes golden things. It's a bit vulgar. It's vulgar, but he doesn't allow people to talk about it. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with smiles. I don't know what the situation in Jianan is like, but your father is so cunning, I think he can handle it. After whispering for a while, Lu Yun lay down to rest. She had to go to Huaining County as soon as possible. Although Su Jingzhou was Yangshu's man, some of his arrangements might not be to Yangshu's liking. Prince, Han Yu has sent a letter to Shihu at 10 p.m. The attendant came up to He Xiangshu and whispered. He Xiangshu put down his pen, but after just one day he could no longer bear it. As soon as it got dark, He Xiangshu lowered his head and went out through a small door. After getting on the carriage, he changed out of his servant's clothes and tied up his messy hair. Princey? Just as He Xiangshu arrived at the designated place, a boat came over and the boatman looked at He Xiangshu for confirmation. He Xiangshu nodded and stepped onto the boat. The boatman rowed and the boat headed towards the center of the lake. Master He, please. The boatman stepped aside and motioned for Prime Minister He to get on the boat. Han Yu was the only one in the cabin of the boat. After He Xiangshu entered, he sat down opposite him. I can ensure that the He family arrives safely in Yi country. Han Yu raised his eyelids and spoke. He Xiangshu looked at him. How can I trust you? Han Yu smiled. You may not believe it, but I wonder if the Duke Zhong's mansion can wait any longer? He Xiangshu clenched the cup tightly, stood up, and was about to leave. Master He, since you have come to me, it means you have nowhere else to go. After you leave here, can you still find someone to take in the Duke Zhong's mansion? Yang Lian will die, and Yan State won't be able to hold out for much longer. By then, if we want to go to Yi State again, we will have to pay a lot. Han Yu clapped his hands, the boat moved, and a man in black bent down and entered the cabin. Ride as fast as you can and deliver this letter to the master. Han Yu took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to the man. The man bowed and left the cabin. After the people left, Han Yu looked at He Xiangshu and said, When the old master sees the letter, he will arrange everything. You can do the same in Yi Kingdom as you did in Yin Kingdom. Is this sincerity enough? It's your turn to express yourself. Han Yue leaned back. He Xiangshu sat down upright, his attitude obviously more humble than before. Han Qi is dead, He Xiangshu said in a deep voice. Han Yu's eyes did not change. After not being able to contact them for such a long time, they could imagine the result. Prince, she did it. Han Yu's eyes changed color. He leaned forward and stared at He Xiangshu. The emperor still controls the kingdom of Yin on the surface, but in reality, it is ruled by Prince Shi. The third prince is plotting a rebellion, and the emperor is bedridden, so he has given the task of searching for the rebels to Prince Shi. King Shi carried out a major purge of the court. Anyone who disrespected him was imprisoned. All the tribes are now his people. Even the imperial guards were in his hands. He knows that the Duke Zhong's mansion will not support him, and he has already made up his mind to kill me. Every time I go out, there are no less than 3 pairs of eyes watching me from the dark. The most hateful thing. He Xiangshu's cheeks were tense, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. He secretly colluded with the Shao Kingdom. Han Yu opened his eyes and looked serious. You said he colluded with Xiaogua? If not, how could we escape? He Xiangshu gritted his teeth. Han Yu lost interest in conversation and left in a hurry. He wanted to verify the truth of He Xiangshu's words. Things are far more serious than they thought. Chapter 175. What does Lord Chu think of me? After riding for 2 days, Yangshu entered the territory of Huainan. The letter was delivered early in the morning, and Yangshu didn't even have time to change his clothes before he was taken to the governor's mansion by Chu Yuanzhong's personal soldiers. In the study, Yangshu looked around and his eyes paused on the map of mountains and rivers on one side. Hearing footsteps, he looked towards the door. Unlike the casualness last time, this time Chu Yuanzhong's every move was full of the majesty of a military governor. He was dressed in an official robe, like a barrier that made people unable to get close to him. Full of alienation. I haven't seen you for a few months. You look a lot younger. It's obvious that you are living a comfortable and healthy life. Ordinary people might be afraid of Chu Yuanzhong's pressure, but Yang Shu is a man who is determined to unleash his domineering aura. Are you not going to pretend anymore? Chu Yuanzhong sat down behind the desk. Yang Shu didn't even need him to ask and just dragged a chair over. We are all acquaintances, so I won't lie. What do you think of me, Lord Chu? He's still a child. Chu Yuanzhong said casually. Master Chu, you are wrong. I have been weaned for a long time. Yang Shu picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Chu Yuanzhong as casually as if he was at home. For a moment, it was unclear who was the host and who was the guest. Master Chu, you painted that picture, right? Yang Shu turned his head to look at the landscape painting. I have to praise it. It's magnificent. If it were a peaceful time, Master Chu would have no worries about food and drink with his painting skills. It's a pity that the country is destroyed and the family is ruined. No one has the leisure to appreciate calligraphy and paintings anymore. Yang Shu sighed, looked at Chu Yuanzhong with burning eyes, then stood up while grabbing the corner of the table. But the next second, Yang Shu's excitement disappeared, and he said calmly, I am really tired after traveling day and night. I will talk to Master Chu after I have rested. After bowing seriously, Yang Shu turned and left. The old fox wanted to wait for him to give up the initiative, but the young man was patient. Just because it's delivered to his door doesn't mean he's so eager to have it. Just waste time. It's not like he doesn't have time. Chu Yuanzhong looked at Yang Shu's figure walking away with big strides, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Why did this kid not play by the rules at all? He had come all the way here, and yet he could still play tricks on him. He wants to see how long he can hold it in. Keep an eye on it. Chu Yuanzhong instructed his guards. Prince, is the deal done already? Fang Zhuang was shocked when he saw Yang Shu coming out. Is Chu Yuanzhong so easy to win over? Prince, you're awesome. Fang Zhuang gave him a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. The governor of Huainan was the one who held the troops, yet he was able to deal with the situation with just a few moves. Prince, should we take a break or go back now? Fang Zhuang's face was full of smiles. This mission was too easy. Yang Shu glanced at him. Why didn't I know before that you think so highly of me? Let's find a place to sleep. Yang Shu walked past Fang Zhuang and left the Jidushi mansion. Sir, you didn't catch him? Fang Zhuang chased after him. The old man doesn't want to? He's trying to figure out how I can impress him. Can this prince do what he wants? I took a big step, but he was still there, acting calmly and putting on airs with me. He really thought I had no money in my pocket and was relying on him for food. Yang Shu curled his lips and immediately put Chu Yuanzhong out of his mind. No one can ride on his head, even a dragon will be coiled around him. In the evening, after finishing his official duties, Chu Yuanzhong asked his personal guards about Yang Shu. What did he do? Sleep and visit calligraphy and painting shops. What else? Chu Yuanzhong raised his eyelids. Barbecuing in the yard, quite leisurely. Chu Yuanzhong waved his hand, signaling his guards to retreat. Opening the secret cabinet and looking at the secret letter inside, Chu Yuanzhong's face was solemn. The emperor made the 9th prince the crown prince, but even at this time, he was still confused. Among the princes, there is not a single one who is truly capable and able to turn the tide. Yang family. Chu Yuanzhong pursed his lips. The boy looked easy to talk to, but he actually had a very stubborn temper. Once he sensed that there was an imbalance, he left immediately without any hesitation. Putting down the secret letter, Chu Yuanzhong paced around the room. He didn't return to his room until late at night. Sir, the people who were secretly watching Xiangshu have passed the information back to Prince Shi's palace. The attendant entered the room and reported. The distance to the north of Xinjiang is far, and we can't find out in a short time, but the warehouse of Jinbei General's mansion is full of cordyceps. Hanyu clenched his pen, thinking that what Xiangshu said was probably true. Is Shaoguizhen just plotting against Yan State? Han Shi was hiding among the envoys, and it would be impossible to find him if we didn't keep a close eye on him. The state of Shao wanted more than just the state of Yan. He wanted to use Yan State's route to establish his own country. This conclusion made Hanyu furious. He crumpled the ink-stained rice paper into a ball and moved his pen tip rapidly. In the darkness of the night, the 2 horses galloped away. 3 days passed in a flash. Yang Shu had been eating and drinking, enjoying himself. The fatigue from the journey was completely gone. Sir, the Lord asks you to come over. Chu Yuanzhong's personal guard found Yang Shu and said respectfully. Yang Shu picked up a fish and got on the carriage. Braised. When he arrived at the governor's mansion, Yang Shu gave the fish to his personal guards. Without the need for personal guards to lead him, Yang Shu walked straight towards Chu Yuanzhong's study. Master Chu, you are younger again. As soon as Yang Shu entered, he greeted Chu Yuanzhong with a smile on his face, full of youthful vitality. Chu Yuanzhong stared at him. You are very patient. It's not that I can endure it, but that I am confident. Yang Shu poured himself a glass of water and sat down opposite Chu Yuanzhong. Lord Chu has integrity and would never surrender to the enemy. The Yan State has many generals, but none of them has the influence of the Yang family. The Guo family can't be helped, The only family we can consider is the Yang family. I think I am capable enough to shoulder the responsibility of a country. Yang Shu was not modest and spoke in a very arrogant tone. The Yang family army is in your hands? When they met for the first time, Yang Shu was extremely cautious and covered himself up everywhere, for fear that others would notice him. Now, it is obvious that there is support. It's just a pleasure to chat with Master Chu. There's no need to lay it all out clearly. Marshal Yang is still alive? Chu Yuanzhong stared at Yang Shu. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. Is it impossible for me to take over the Yang family army from the living old man? How did you convince them? It depends on your ability. Yang Shu glanced at Chu Yuanzhong as if he was looking at a fool. Sir Chu, with your experience, you shouldn't ask such a question. Everyone in the world knows that I am a useless piece of mud. If I hadn't been very capable, would the Yang army care about me? They have always regarded me as a shame. The midwives who delivered babies at the Dingguo Palace were all annoyed by the generals and moved away. Chu Yuanzhong was silent. He was silent, but Yang Shu didn't shut up. Lord Chu is not in Jianan, so he may not understand some things. Guo Qi knew that Guo Yi was rebelling, but he did nothing to prevent it. He just happened to go and worship Buddha. The man from the prefecture died in such a miserable way that the smell of blood has not yet dissipated. But what no one expected was that the emperor chose the ninth prince. Guo Qi sacrificed so much, but was reaped the benefits by others. Do you think he is willing to accept this? Yang Shu took a sip of water and smiled. It's time for dinner. Let's eat fish first. What's going on in Yan State is more exciting than you and I thought. Guo Qi alone would not let me come to Huainan. Chapter 176, The Primary and Secondary Crucifixion. Master Chu, you are being stingy. Can't you get some good wine? Yang Shu put down his wine glass and shook his head. It's not as rich as the Dingguo Palace. Chu Yuanzhong picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in the bowl, with a blank expression. Yang Shu looked at him and said, Master Chu, I will not return something that was given voluntarily. Chu Yuanzhong moved his mouth and put down his chopsticks. I admit that I have a good appearance, but it's kind of scary when you stare at me like that. Yang Shu shrank back. Besides the second prince, who else? Yang Shu raised his eyes and said casually, King Shi. Chu Yuanzhong frowned, King Shi? Yang Shu ate his rice with relish. Is this your attitude of trying to win people over? Chu Yuanzhong's face darkened. Yang Shu drank a mouthful of soup and wiped his mouth slowly. What's wrong with me? You asked, didn't I answer it? Mr. Chu's subordinates may report things in detail, but between me and Mr. Chu, there is no superior-subordinate relationship. I want to talk to you about serious matters, not a chat between elders and juniors. If you don't put me on a level, you can't expect me to tell you everything. Who knows if you have ulterior motives? Yang Shu glanced at Chu Yuanzhong with an expression that said you are not a good person. Chu Yuanzhong's cheeks tightened slightly. Lord Chu, calm down. The rumors are wrong. I am quite good at fighting. Yang Shu reminded him. Lord Chu, thank you for the hospitality. I'll treat you later. Yang Shu stood up, bowed properly, and said goodbye to Chu Yuanzhong. Chu Yuanzhong pursed his lips and clapped his hands on the table, causing the dishes and chopsticks to vibrate with a crisp sound. Yang Shu didn't look back and walked away with big strides. Prince. Feng Zhuang followed. We've been eating too much greasy food these past 2 days. Let's eat something light at night. Tofu with green onions will be a good choice. Yang Shu spoke as he walked. You have to stay. Feng Zhuang lowered his head. Sir, don't be polite to him. I think he is just itching for trouble. Yang Shu raised his right eyebrow. Feng Zhuang, you are more arrogant than me. This is Huainan. Yang Shu gave Feng Zhuang a slap on the head and said, if you don't want to live, don't drag me into this. I'm the prince who's going to be a father soon. In the side hall, Chu Yuanzhong was sipping wine. Sir, if you are unhappy, I will capture the man and give him a severe lesson. The guard said in a solemn voice. Chu Yuanzhong raised his eyes. Lesson? What lesson? There are only a few troops stationed in Huainan. Have you not understood Yang Shu's attitude? He doesn't have to rely on me. He came here in person just to show his sincerity. That boy is so arrogant. He is not only arrogant, but also has amazing insight. What surprises me most is that he firmly controls the initiative. It's obviously my territory, but I didn't get any advantage from him. During the past few days, he has been eating what he needs to eat. You can't tell what he is thinking from his face. You are young, but you are very cunning. It looked like he didn't do anything, but he let me see everything I should see. This boy can not only support the Dingguo Palace, but he will even surpass Yang Lian. Chu Yuanzhong's eyes deepened. There is no rope around his neck. Sir, do you think too highly of him? The guard was surprised by Chu Yuanzhong's words. Sir had never given such a high evaluation to anyone. When you were his age, you were able to handle me with ease and talk and laugh freely? The guards were silent. Not to mention Yang Shu's age, even now, he didn't dare to look directly at Chu Yuanzhong. Don't take any further risks and take control of people's psychology. Monster. Chu Yuanzhong slowly uttered 2 words. With such courage and character, he will surely become a powerful leader in the future. The guard's pupils trembled, sir. If the Guo family has such descendants, there is no need to worry about the Yan State not becoming stronger. Chu Yuanzhong looked into the distance with a faint tone. After all, destiny does not belong to the royal family. At night, Chu Yuanzhong went to Yang Shu's yard. Looking at the tofu on the table, Chu Yuanzhong pursed his lips and asked, "Is this how you entertain guests?" Yang Shu served noodles to Chu Yuanzhong. "Sir Chu, how did I know you would come? Normally, shouldn't you say, this is what you usually eat? Because of your sadness, give me a few boxes of gold." "You think it's beautiful?" Chu Yuanzhong snorted. Sitting on the chair, Chu Yuanzhong looked at Yang Shu. "Aren't you worried that I might get angry and kick you out of Huainan? After all, no one in this land dares to act presumptuously in front of me." Yang Shu slurped his noodles. "I came here from Jianan at great risk. It is impossible for me not to investigate. Lord Chu's temperament is the top priority of the investigation. Between you and me, it's not just you examining me, but also me examining you. I don't want to win over someone who is impulsive, angry, arrogant, and conceited. No matter how powerful a general is, he can't stand being pitted by stupid teammates." Yang Shu gave Chu Yuanzhong a fried egg and said, "Sir Chu, does this atmosphere bring people closer together than eating a lot of meat and fish?" Chu Yuanzhong raised his eyelids and asked, "Is it difficult for you to keep a low profile?" Yang Shu put down his chopsticks, his expression serious. "You have seen my skin. No matter how soft the words are, I can still say them. I can certainly tell you all the facts on the first day and force you to choose me, but due to the circumstances, we won't last long. You have soldiers at your disposal, so you don't have to rely on me. You have a strong backbone. If this priority is not nailed down, there will be endless troubles. I must let you know from the beginning that I am trying to get you to rebel and help me achieve my own goals, not to be your right-hand man. I can't humble myself until you make your attitude clear." Chu Yuanzhong fiddled with the noodles and asked, "Prince, does Prince Shi also want to fight for the throne?" Yang Shu nodded. He reached out to the custodians. Yang Shu raised his eyes. "More than that. General Jinbei is his man. Prince Shi is hiding too deeply. I haven't found out what he traded with the Shao Kingdom yet." Chu Yuanzhong raised his head suddenly and stared at Yang Shu. "It is precisely because the situation is so difficult that I came to ask for help from Lord Chu." Chu Yuanzhong had a gloomy face. After a while, he stood up and saluted Yang Shu. "The Huainan garrison is at the disposal of the prince." Yang Shu smiled. It was an assignment, not a help. The old fox recognized him. "I will never let Lord Chu down. As long as I am here, the territory of Yin will not be lost," Yang Shu said in a loud and heroic voice. Fang Zhuang blinked at the side. "Is this it?" "Prince, he doesn't look like he was forced into this situation," Fang Zhuang said after Chu Yuanzhong left. Yang Shu looked at him sideways. "Do you think I went to the Jidushi mansion just to see the scenery? Pack up your things and let's go back to Jianan." In just half a quarter of an hour, several horses rushed out of the yard and headed into the depths of the night. Lu Yun lit the secret letter and calculated the date, and found that those people had arrived in northern Xinjiang. Seeing the secret letter burnt, Lu Yun opened the booklet that recorded all the events from Chu Yuanzhong's birth to the present. Judging from the wear and tear on the corners, this booklet has been read quite frequently. After once again confirming that Chu Yuanzhong would not harm Yang Shu, Lu Yun closed the booklet. Looking at the night sky, Lu Yun tidied the table, blew out the lights, and got on the couch. The second prince has not been well behaved these past 2 days. Chapter 177: The Sound of Falling into the Water at Midnight. Gone. Lieutenant General Chu Yuan put down the letter and looked at his guards. "We've walked a long way," the guard replied. Chu Yuanzhong looked at the night with his eyelids raised. He was obviously anxious, but he kept his composure. He was capable of accomplishing great things. At the time of overthrow, the state of Yin needed a leader with great courage and decisiveness. At that time in Qizhou, Yang Shu had not yet taken control of the Yang family army. Marshal Yang was not one who was good at acting, and he was probably kept in the dark by Yang Shu. When the time came to purge the court, he did not leave any way out. With Ai Daxing dead, Marshal Yang would not get involved in anything, so Wu Lu was framed by Yang Shu. Why was Chu Yuanzhong sure that Wu Lu was framed? If they were to assassinate the Prince Ding's palace, there would definitely be casualties. Only a fool would arrange for someone close to him to do that. Once you are caught, you will have no way to defend yourself. Good boy, you killed someone and still asked for a big mouth like a lion with a clear conscience. The third prince rebelled and the city gates were under martial law, but he led his men out of Jianan in a high-profile manner. His journey seemed ridiculous, but he managed to capture Xishan. Chu Yuanzhong didn't believe that this was a spur-of-the-moment move. The Yang family army has not disbanded yet. There must be something hidden in Xishan. He was able to strengthen himself under the eyes of a group of nobles, and no one doubted him at all. Chu Yuanzhong was really full of expectations for Yang Shu. Will there be earth-shaking changes in the state of Yin under his rule? Your Highness, this is the whereabouts of the 9th prince in the past 2 days. The secret guard placed the booklet on the table. The maid who helps the 11th prince dress is a greedy person. The secret guard stepped back and reported. Guichi flipped through the booklet, his eyes dark and gloomy, his whole body as cold as a poisonous snake with pupils standing upright in the dark. Keep watching. Guichi's voice showed no emotion. The secret guard bowed, clasped his fists, and walked out of the room. In the silence, Guichi tightly grasped the booklet, with scarlet murderous intent deep in his eyes. As the night deepened, Yangshu reined in his horse, and the group rested on the spot. Prince, have a drink of water. Fang Zhuang handed the water bag to Yangshu. Yangshu bent his legs and looked at the sky in the distance. The road behind is narrow and steep. Although I can see my fingers, it is still too dark. I won't go any further and wait until daybreak. Unless it was extremely urgent, Yangshu would not take unnecessary risks. Sir, Zheng Xiao has arrived in Huaining County. On the way there, he made some improvements to the crossbow. I heard that its lethality has increased a lot. Fang Zhuang sat down next to Yangshu, took out a pancake, and talked while eating. Yangshu raised his eyebrows slightly. He is indeed a talent. Send a message to Su Jingzhou and ask him to treat Zheng Xiao well. The bandit is a thing of the past. No one should use this to ridicule him. By the way, how's Wei Si? Yangshu tilted his head. That kid. Talking about Wei Si, Fang Zhuang subconsciously restrained his expression and said seriously, he is still alive. Yangshu glanced at him and said, we are talking about a half-grown child. How can you make him look like a dangerous creature that is endangering the world? Your Highness, you are not a vicious creature. Fang Zhuang swallowed. Whose child would bite someone's throat with his teeth? Could it be a wolf cub? Fang Zhuang muttered. I've been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but I've never seen anyone as ruthless and heartless as Wei Si. The most important thing is that he can't be killed. Yangshu brushed the dust off his legs. It's not that he is immortal, it's just that he has amazing willpower and is strong enough. It's just that no vital parts were injured. Prince. Fang Zhuang leaned towards Yangshu. That child is too cruel. What if he loses control? Out of control? Yangshu raised his eyelids and glanced at Fang Zhuang. You really think Wei Si is a beast? His self-control is no worse than yours. That kid may look cold and heartless, but if you give him a little, he will pay it back 100-fold. Before we're even, he will protect me with his life. Su Jingzhou and Wei Si, one civil and one military, are the 2 cornerstones for Yangshu to build his empire. Prince, I am the one who accompanies you through the forest and across the water. Fang Zhuang said softly. What is 100 times? He can do 1,000 times more. No, his life belongs to the prince, and there will be no time to repay it. Even if he becomes a ghost, he will protect the prince. The people around you are the best. Fang Zhuang straightened his waist secretly. Yangshu raised his eyebrows and laughed. Oh, you're still trying to win favor. You're blaming me for praising him instead of you. Fang Zhuang. Yangshu put his arm around Fang Zhuang's shoulders and said proudly, what are you comparing with him? He is not as good at eating as you, nor as naive as you, and he is not like you, who wears flowery crotch pants. Fang Zhuang blinked. Is this a compliment to him? Prince. Fang Zhuang's pupils widened. How do you know that the crotch pants I'm wearing have patterns on them? Fang Zhuang moved back in horror. Yangshu rolled his eyes. You take a shower by the well every day. Do you think this prince wants to see you? Get lost. Unable to bear Fang Zhuang's bullied look, Yangshu stretched out his foot, trying to kick him away. Plop. The sound of an object falling into the water was very loud at night, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Fang Zhuang grasped the hilt of the knife and took a step forward to block in front of Yangshu. The guards looked at each other and moved closer to the water. Prince, he's already stiff. The guard raised his voice. Stiff? Yangshu frowned and walked forward. What's your identity? Are you on the road? Yangshu walked towards the guard. Not really. The guard squatted down, held the tinder in front of the corpse, and let Yangshu see the arrow on the back of the corpse. This is the only thing we found on you. The guard handed a dagger to Yangshu. Flowing cloud pattern. Yangshu touched the handle of the knife. People from Xiao State? Yangshu stared at the male corpse on the ground and said to the guard, pull out the arrow. Prince, there is no mark on the arrow, but there is a barb. The guard looked up and said. Yangshu pursed his lips slightly. Ordinary people's arrows would not deliberately have the hooks turned upside down. It's strange that the people of Xiao were being hunted down in the state of Yin. Yangshu hoped that it was King Shi who did it, but that was unlikely as King Shi did not have the courage to fall out with the state of Xiao. Bury it. Yangshu didn't intend to bother with a corpse that contained no information. As soon as they could see the road clearly, Yangshu and his guards rode away. General, someone from Jianan is here. Pan Biao's confidant entered the tent and reported to the person sitting inside. The burly man frowned. He had not received any letter from King Shi. Standing up, Pan Biao led his confidants out. In front of the tent, a white-faced, beardless man slightly raised his chin, looking very arrogant. Behind him were three men in green clothes. From their respectful attitudes, it was clear who was superior and who was inferior. General Jinbei really made us wait for a long time. As soon as Pan Biao appeared, the man snorted coldly, his words full of displeasure. Why are you still standing there? The man took out a bright yellow imperial edict from his sleeve and stared at Pan Biao. General Jinbei is refusing to kneel. Is he showing contempt for the emperor? The man frowned and asked sternly. Pan Biao, the confidant, got angry first. Who are you to dare to speak to the general like that? We know a thing or two about the people in the palace. My father-in-law looks really strange. The confidant narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the four people, murderous intent surging in his eyes. The man's orchid finger trembled with anger. He reached into his arms and took out a 3-finger-wide, arrow-shaped gold medal. Open your dog eyes and look at what this is. Pan Biao's gaze paused at the lower right corner of the gold medal. The complex imperial character symbol was difficult to make without imitating it. Chapter 178, Suppressing the Northern Xinjiang Army. Is this what I teach you? Why don't you apologize to your father-in-law? Pan Biao scolded his confidant. The confidant immediately clasped his fists and said sincerely, I am blind and do not recognize the great man. Please forgive me, eunuch. Snort. The man looked away and opened the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, General Jinbei is upright and honest, teaches loyalty and encourages learning. I respect him sincerely and I am very pleased. I especially allow him to enjoy the family life with his family. After hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. Reconciliation of family? Isn't this just taking back the military power and trapping people in Jianan? General Jinbei, are you not going to accept my order? The man approached Pan Biao and spoke sinisterly. Pan Biao's eyes darkened and he reached out for the bright yellow imperial edict. The man's eyes were filled with disdain, revealing the look of a smug villain. When his hand was about to touch Pan Biao's, the man lowered his eyes and said, General Jinbei, King Shi can't save himself, so he can't save you. Pan Biao was shocked and raised his head suddenly. Almost at the same time, the man slashed forward with the blade in his hand. General! The henchman was startled and drew his knife to chop at the man. But the next moment, he fell to his knees and his head flew 1 meter away. The one who did it was the man in blue who came with the man. Pan Biao covered his throat, blood oozing out from between his fingers. He stared at the man with eyes wide open. The guards rushed over with disorderly steps and surrounded the 4 murderers. How dare you? The man held up the gold medal in his hand and shouted, look carefully at what this is. Pan Biao colluded with King Shi and intended to overthrow the state of Yan. King Shi has already been executed. Do you want to follow him and execute his entire clan? The guards looked at each other and subconsciously took a step back. While they were hesitating, the man in green rushed to Pan Biao at lightning speed and chopped off his head with a knife. General! Pan Biao's personal soldier's veins bulged. Things happened too fast and the man in green was too close to Pan Biao, so they had no time to stop him. After wiping off the blood, the man in green held up Pan Biao's head and said, Pan Biao is already dead. Are you still stubborn and unwilling to change your ways? The emperor said that you were all deceived by Pan Biao. Lay down your weapons and he will deal with you leniently. Looking at Pan Biao's body, the guards loosened their grip on the spears. Pan Biao's personal soldiers' eyes turned red and they rushed forward roaring. Take them down. If you can redeem your mistakes, the emperor will definitely reward you handsomely, the man shouted. The Yang family army is already on the way. Don't you all want to live anymore? Upon hearing this, the guards gripped their spears tightly and stabbed at Pan Biao's personal soldiers without hesitation. When the deputy general arrived, the ground was covered with blood. He stared at the scene in a daze, his head buzzing. Pan Biao just died like that? Deputy General Liang, you had no involvement in the collusion between Pan Biao and King Shi, right? The man looked at Liang Qing with scrutiny. Liang Qing suppressed his emotions and shook his head. You were joking, eunuch. Pan Biao and I have always been at odds. How could I rebel with him? That's good. The man kicked Pan Biao's body and spat. You ungrateful thing. Deputy General Liang, I'll leave this to you. Pack up a tent and get out. We are exhausted after traveling so fast all the way. The man said in a domineering tone, and prepare some hot water. I need to take a shower later. The man's attitude was extremely arrogant. Liang Qing forced a smile. His mind was in a mess. He called his personal soldiers and asked them to do as the man ordered. After the people left, Liang Qing glanced at the guards with a gloomy face and asked them to tell the story in detail. Listening to the guard's story, Liang Qing's eyes remained still for a long time. King Shi was exposed? He had been planning for so many years. How could he not have fought before? The emperor had actually suspected it a long time ago. Yang's army? Liang Qing pursed his cheeks and walked towards the tent of the man in green. He had to find out what was going on with the Yang family army. I just received news from Jianan the day before yesterday. How come there has been such a sudden change that even the Yang family army has moved? Liang Qing requests a meeting. Please pass the message on. Liangqing looked at the man in green guarding outside the tent and said gently. The man in green bowed and turned to walk inside. After a moment, he came out and led Liangqing in. I don't even know your father-in-law's name. Liangqing looked at the man with a very respectful attitude. My last name is Hu. The man raised his eyelids and said casually. Eunuch Hu. Liangqing called out, feeling confused. Among the eunuchs close to the emperor, is there one with the surname Hu? Looks like a new favorite. Judging from his actions, he is extremely insidious and ruthless. Eunuch Hu, Prince she rebelled? Isn't he the one who supports the emperor the most? Liangqing asked softly with caution in his brows. The man sneered, if he doesn't pretend to be obedient, how can he be a party member and rebel against his superiors? Fortunately, the emperor saw through his true face early on. Deputy General Liang, your blessing has come. Eunuch Hu said with hints. Liangqing smiled awkwardly, his eyes drooping. Eunuch Hu, the Yang family army, aren't they at the border? Eunuch Hu took a sip of tea and said, you think that Zhao Niu colluded with foreign enemies and the man escaped. So why didn't the emperor pursue it? He was just using the enemy's trick against him. The 50,000 Yang family soldiers have already arrived in northern Xinjiang. If you continue to be stubborn, we can only suppress you by force. Liangqing's pupil shrank and his attitude became more respectful. Eunuch, we are the ones who earn our living as the emperor. We know who we should be loyal to, and we will never think of rebelling. Pan Biao assisted Zhou in his atrocities, and his sins cannot be redeemed even if he were to die 100 times. Liangqing was filled with indignation. Eunuch Hu nodded with satisfaction, smiled, and said in a friendly tone, we will report the truth to the emperor. Thank you, Eunuch. Liangqing refilled Eunuch Hu's tea. He knew how powerful these dirty guys were. If they were offended, they would take any opportunity to sow discord in front of the emperor. Wu Lian, go with Deputy General Liang to take a look. Eunuch Hu turned his head to look at the blue-robed guard beside him and spoke lightly. We have to report back to the emperor, and we must answer the questions about the army's situation. I understand. Liangqing smiled and said that he would definitely cooperate. As soon as Liangqing left, the arrogance on Eunuch Hu's face disappeared completely. With a serious expression, he took out the topographic map from his arms and looked at it inch by inch. Although there were people stopping them on the road, they did not fully understand King Shi's means of communication, and if anyone was missed, none of them would be able to get out. Pan Biao is dead, the mission is accomplished, and they have to get away quickly. The longer you stay, the more dangerous it becomes. In 2 hours, it will be dark. Holding the map tightly, Eunuch Hu looked at the tent curtain. He knew the time of the army's patrol and the place where the troops would gather. It should not be difficult for them to escape. After watching the blue-robed guards leave, Liangqing called over his personal guards and asked in a deep voice, has the letter been sent? Liangqing couldn't believe everything Eunuch Hu said, so he had to verify every detail. It's been sent out. The guard came closer to Liangqing and said, General, that gold medal must be real. Be careful, it's not a big deal. Liangqing pursed his lips. Everything happened too quickly. He felt uneasy and always felt something was wrong. The emperor has such a weird and harsh personality that he can even push away Prince Ding's palace. Can he really defeat Prince Shi? Marshal Yang's purge of the imperial court clearly broke his heart, and it was impossible for the two to join forces. Chapter 179. An assassin enters Prince Shi's mansion. Madam. Pai Gao walked into the room. Han Yu is investigating Prince Shi's mansion. Lu Yun turned a page of the book and nodded to indicate that he had heard it. Arrange a team of people to guard the road that the prince must pass through to prevent any accidents. Yes. Pai Gao walked out lightly. Mississippi. Mo put a coat on Lu Yun. You have been sitting for half an hour. It's time to get up and walk around. Before Yang Shu left, he told Mo that Lu Yun should immerse herself in the book and that he should take her out for a walk every half hour. Lu Yun looked outside and said softly, it's almost dark. After closing the book, Lu Yun walked out of the room. Mississippi. Seeing Lu Yun just standing there looking at the sky, Missouri May poked her. I'm leaving. Lu Yun tapped Mo nose lightly. Time passed slowly, and the last ray of light was swallowed up by the night. In the north of Xinjiang, Eunuch Hu rolled up his sleeves tightly, watched the curtain shake 3 times, and then he walked out quickly. The patrolling guards just left. The man in green said in a low voice. Eunuch Hu tilted his head to the right and took the first step. Several people hid all the way, avoiding the patrolling guards, and came to the fence. The man in green half knelt down, lifted up his companion with both hands, and sent him out. Then he grabbed the rope thrown to him, looked left and right, and climbed over quickly. Walk. With a low shout, the 4 of them dispersed. At midnight, Liangqing put on his clothes, took 2 steps, and rushed out of the tent. General, the guard on duty called out. Come with me to see Eunuch Hu. Liangqing took big steps. He couldn't sleep without confirmation. Why is there no one here? Looking at the tent door, Liangqing's pupil shrank. General, it's time to go to bed at this time. Liangqing ignored his guards and hurried towards the tent. Eunuch, an assassin has sneaked in. Are you in any trouble? As he spoke, Liang Cheng pulled open the curtain. Looking around quickly, Liang Cheng's eyes were fixed on the bulge on the couch. Pursing his lips, Liang Cheng walked over slowly, stretched out his hand, and pulled back the quilt. Assemble! Liang Cheng's roar was heard from the tent. The fire dragons moved at an extremely fast speed, and the chaotic footsteps stepped on the mud and stones, urging the day to come. Outside Prince Shi's mansion, dozens of men in black climbed over the wall, and after landing, they dispersed to the left and right. There's an assassin. The man in black walking to the right bumped into the patrolling guard. The sound of weapons clashing was like a switch that lit up the night, and guards swarmed in. What happened? Guo Tao lifted the quilt and got off the bed, his brows furrowed. Prince, there is an assassin in the mansion and the prince is injured. Please go there quickly. An anxious voice sounded outside. Guo Tao was startled, grabbed his coat and rushed out of the house. Father is injured. Guo Tao's voice stopped abruptly. The man in black had cold eyes. He drew out his sword and walked away quickly. Guo Tao opened his eyes wide and opened and closed his mouth. The sword wound that pierced his heart made it impossible for him to even utter a cry for help. Your Highness, no one was left alive. They must have been killed, the butler said in a deep voice. King Shi stared at them. Do they have any characteristics? The butler shook his head. Investigate, King Shi said in a cold tone. His great cause was about to be accomplished, and he would not allow anyone to ruin his plans. Your Majesty. The guard fell into the room, rolled and crawled to his knees in front of King Shi, and said in a trembling voice, Prince, something has happened to the prince. Looking at Guo Tao's pale face, King Shi's temples tensed, veins bulged, and his spirit was depressed to the lowest point. Your Highness, the city gate has been blocked, the butler said in a low voice. I will cut him into pieces, King Shi said through his teeth. Sir, there are city patrol guards everywhere outside. The attendant said to Han Yu's ear. Han Yu raised the corner of his mouth. If anyone dared to touch anyone from his Han family, he would have to make Guo Tao pay interest first. Madam. Pai Gao knocked on the door and called inside. Lu Yan opened her eyes, put on her coat, and tied her belt, then walked over and opened the door. An assassin has entered Prince Shi's mansion, and Crown Prince Guo Tao was stabbed through the heart. Pai Gao lowered his head slightly and reported. Lu Yan was silent for a while, then slowly opened his mouth. You don't need to do anything. King Shi will find out about Han Yu. No matter how careful an outsider is, he can't erase all traces. Go to bed. Lu Yan turned back to the room, her long black hair draped over her waist, her beautiful face dimming the candlelight. General. The guards didn't dare to look up at Liang Cheng. A bunch of trash. Liang Cheng kicked them with a ferocious look on his face. An entire army was actually being fooled around by a few thieves. Thinking of Pan Biao, Liang Cheng couldn't stop the panic in his eyes. Would King Shi suspect that he directed and acted in this drama himself? So that he could replace Pan Biao? Keep looking. Liang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot. The personal guards hurriedly led people to search. Yang Shu opened the secret letter, and after reading it, he opened the water bag and took a sip. Han Yu was crazy, using a team of death warriors to exchange for Guo Tao's life. This deal is really not worth it. People like Guo Tao would be heavier than a stack of papers if placed over there. Shaking his head, Yang Shu blew the fire stick and lit the letter. Let's go and continue on our journey. Yang Shu jumped on his horse. In the tea house, everyone looked at the patrolling city guards coming and going outside, lowered their brows, and did not dare to look them in the eye. I heard that a lot of people were arrested. A deliberately suppressed voice sounded, and everyone knew what he was talking about without asking. Be careful. The lives of princes and nobles are precious, but we are cheap. If you are involved with them, you will be beaten to death. The old man sighed. That assassin is really brave, going to Prince Shi's mansion to kill people. Could it be Crazy Yang? Guo Tao bullied him a lot in the past, so he might still be holding a grudge against him. What is he thinking? He can't order the guards of Dingguo Palace around without Marshal Yang's approval, a man retorted. If so many lives are lost because of his personal grudge, it would be strange if Marshal Yang didn't beat him to death. That's right. Everyone nodded. There is never any peace. The man dressed as a merchant looked outside and sighed. By the way, Crazy Yang hasn't left the house in the past few days. You think he doesn't want to go out? I heard from my second uncle who delivered the fish that he secretly captured a child and hid him in the study. The guard reported it to Butler Pang, and he even broke his cane. Is he dead? Everyone asked hurriedly. That's definitely not possible. This is the last bloodline of the Yang family. If he doesn't live up to his expectations, can Butler Pang cut it off? What a pity. Yang Shu was so violent that many people hoped he would die soon. Lu Yun has been married to Crazy Yang for more than half a year. Why is there still no good news? Except for Crazy Yang, the Yang family is full of heroes. The relationship shouldn't end like this. Someone suddenly spoke up, his eyes somewhat sad. The tea house was silent for a moment. Thinking of the men of the Yang family who had shed blood on the battlefield, Everyone felt uncomfortable. Even if she is pregnant, she can't give birth. The Yang family only has crazy Yang. The faint voices made the atmosphere in the tea house even more depressing. Everyone lost the mood to talk and left in twos and threes. Even the Yang family couldn't have a good ending, so what can people like them expect? 1 acre and 3 mu of land is only enough to feed myself, and I never know when I will be caught and forced to carry a gun. Chapter 180, Sending a Fishing Rod. Before dinner, Yang Shu rushed back to the Dingguo Palace. Hugging Lu Yun, Yang Shu felt very aggrieved. My wife, Chu Yuanzhong, is a bully. He looks down on me. In his eyes, I am just a clever kid. He called me a brat. And he slammed the table at me. Yang Shu's face was full of excitement. Lu Yun smiled and wiped the dust off Yang Shu's face. My husband is so open about his emotions, which shows that things are going well. There's water in the bathroom. Let's wash ourselves first. Thank you for your hard work on the journey. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu and said in a soft voice. Don't blame me for being so eager to go home. Yang Shu touched Lu Yun's forehead. She could always comfort him and make him feel at peace in an instant. After cleaning himself up, Yang Shu took Lu Yun to Qixia courtyard. Old Master Yang glanced at him, and seeing that his arms and legs were still there, he withdrew his gaze. Grandpa, I saw this by chance. I thought it was novel, so I bought it. Yang Shu handed the customized fishing rod to Grandpa Yang. Afraid that he wouldn't know how to use it, Yang Shu explained it in detail. I asked Pai Gao to expand the pond in the mansion so that Grandpa can go fishing in his spare time. Why? Are you afraid that I will get in the way of you? Old Master Yang glanced at Yang Shu. Grandpa, you've changed. Yang Shu was heartbroken. You taught me not to make random assumptions about people. I always thought you were upright and righteous, but I never thought you had such a dark mind. You and I have been grandfather and grandson for so many years. How could I have any bad intentions towards you? The world outside is so dangerous. Now that I'm grown up, I will protect you like you did me and not let you see any dirty things. Grandpa, if the sky collapses in the future, I will hold it up. You just need to enjoy your retirement. Yang Shu's words were sonorous. The corner of Mr. Yang's mouth twitched. Pang Chi, get him out quickly. I've never seen anyone so shameless. You are so kind. I have the key to my private vault tightly held. Don't let anyone steal this thing. Grandpa, tell me the truth. Do you have any grandchildren out there? I work myself to death for the people in this mansion, and you actually defend against me. Yang Shu looked hurt, with disbelief in his eyes. I had no intention of taking over the family business, but you forced me to do it. Yang Shu growled, and when he saw Pang Chi coming with the mace, he turned and ran. So inhumane. Is this to chase people away? This is clearly an attempt to kill people. Your daily life is not easy. Old Master Yang looked at Lu Yun and said lovingly. Lu Yun smiled, knowing that the old man was saying that Yang Shu was too dramatic and not serious. It's hard not to be happy with the prince around. Lu Yun helped the old man to the dining table and said in a gentle voice. There are many outstanding and capable children of nobles, but few are willing to humble themselves and play with their families. Old Master Yang listened to Yang Shu shouting outside with a smile in his eyes. This little brat just disturbed his peace. After dinner, Yang Shu and Lu Yun left Qixia courtyard. My lady, this old man is really unreasonable. Yang Shu held Lu Yun's hand and walked forward. I bought him a fishing rod because I was afraid he would be bored, but he actually thought I did it to prevent him from interfering in my affairs. He definitely has a grandson outside, and he's just waiting to give all the family property to him. I have come to realize the dark side of the wealthy families in high-rise buildings. Yang Shu sighed. Lu Yun pursed her lips slightly and lowered her head to hide her smile. We are all in this together. How can you still smile? Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's waist and kissed her on the lips. If your husband wants to get the family property, the key lies in Grandpa. You have been with him since childhood. The relationship between you and him cannot be compared with that outside. Lu Yun pondered and spoke with a very serious expression. So, for the sake of future wealth and glory, my husband should be patient, say a few more soft words, and pretend to be gentle and obedient. Lu Yun raised his head slightly and said affectionately. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. My lady is kind-hearted. This will definitely not prevent future troubles. As long as the man outside doesn't die, the old man's heart will definitely be divided. I'll find out who's responsible tomorrow. Yang Shu said while making a cutting gesture on his neck. My husband is really vicious. Lu Yun rubbed Yang Shu's face and laughed. After playing around for a while, Lu Yun slowed down his pace and said, I don't know what the situation is like in northern Xinjiang. Yang Shu looked ahead. That gold medal is so real that it can definitely fool Pan Biao. It takes time to verify. If the mission is to be accomplished, they won't just sit there and do nothing. If it doesn't work, there are always other options. Yang Shu squeezed Lu Yun's hand. Yeah. Lu Yun nodded slightly and sat down on the wooden chair with Yang Shu. The second prince controls Dr. Zhang's family. Lu Yun said. Yang Shu frowned. What does he want to do? Poison the emperor? I don't know what the intention is yet. Lu Yun followed Yang Shu's hand and leaned into his arms. Pai Gao is watching. Yang Shu chuckled. His own plays are becoming more and more exciting. I hope Gu Chitsuan doesn't have murderous intentions. The emperor can't die so easily. Thinking of Gu Tao, Yang Shu shook his head. This kid died quite easily. He was pierced through the heart by a sword and didn't suffer any torture at all. The people of Shao State are too cautious. If he shows up, the Han family's assassins won't die in vain. It's really a loss for Gu Tao alone. Let them fight. With the 5,000 soldiers of the Yang family plus the garrison in Huainan, Jianan will never be able to turn the tables. Yang Shu said leisurely. If everything goes smoothly in northern Xinjiang, we can end it whenever we want. It should be soon. Yang Shu's eyes deepened. After testing, the water should boil violently. With Han Yu's interference, it would not be as easy as before for King Shi to hide behind and ambush someone. Lu Yun listened quietly without interrupting. Yang Shu lowered his head and played with the sachet on Lu Yun's waist. My dear, have you slept well at night during the days I was away? Have nightmares with palpitations? It's relatively safe. Lu Yun opened his mouth slightly. Yang Shu took off the sachet and put it under his nose to smell it, then rubbed Lu Yun's neck. My wife is still more fragrant. Didn't you miss me? Yang Shu pestered Lu Yun. Has a wolf entered the Dingguo palace? How can a wife push her husband away and push him so far away? Yang Shu said with resentment in his tone. How can I express my longing for my wife on just a few thin pages? Do you know how I spent those nights? You have to compensate me. Yang Shu sat up straight and looked at Lu Yun without blinking. Lu Yun put her arms around Yang Shu's neck, smiling. You are always making trouble for no reason. Yang Shu's eyes widened. You actually. Lu Yun kissed Yang Shu on the lips and held him tighter and tighter, using her actions to tell Yang Shu how much he missed him. I have never been as straightforward as my husband, but my love for you is no less than yours. Lu Yun looked at Yang Shu with gentle eyes. Yang Shu rolled his throat and kissed back. Lu Yun was too introverted, and Yang Shu wanted to tease her whenever he was with her. The way she blushed while saying sweet words was truly beautiful. Chapter 181 Missing the Old Friends. Your Highness is not distrustful of Prince Shi, but what are you doing now? Su Lang looked at Guiqi with disappointment in his eyes. Your Highness, even if all the princes except you are dead, that position may not be yours. You must remember that when a mantis stalks a cicada, there is always Oriole behind. Don't let others use you as a knife. Guiqi lowered his eyes, with impatience in his eyes. I know my limits. Your Highness, you may have been sensible in the past, but now, your heart is filled with resentment, and you have lost all rationality. Prince Shi, you are a jackal. Once you lay a hand on the prince, you will be doomed. Su Lang raised his tone, trying to wake Guiqi up. With a bang, Guiqi threw the teacup to the ground. He stared at Su Lang with murderous intent. There has never been a time when I didn't do what you said, sir, but the one who sat on the throne of the crown prince was Guitan. Bear, bear, bear. How long do you want me to bear this? Guiqi stood up and took a step towards Su Lang. You have repeatedly crossed the lines, sir. Our friendship is limited and will run out sooner or later. If you do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Lang closed his eyes. He had mistakenly thought it was a real dragon, but it turned out to be just a grass insect. That's all I have to say. I hope your Highness takes care. Su Lang knelt down and bowed deeply. Guiqi's face was grim. What do you mean, sir? There was no wavering in Su Lang's eyes. Don't worry, your Highness. I won't leave. But after today, I won't ask about your Highness affairs anymore. After saying this, Su Lang walked out. Guiqi stared at him, his chest heaving violently, and he lifted the tablecloth. Sitting on the messy ground, Guiqi calmed down a bit. He covered his face and rubbed it hard. Late at night, Guiqi went to Su Lang's residence. Sir, I have given up too much. I can't help but hate. You are right. I have lost my mind. Thank you for waking me up. Guiqi was outside the door, his tone sincere. Su Lang sighed, walked over and opened the door. Your Highness, Prince Shi's foundation is much deeper than yours. If you stay in Jianan, you will only be controlled by him. The Emperor is still in good health, so you can accumulate strength and start from scratch. Sir, is this the only way? Guiqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Lang nodded. Jianan is already in turmoil. If we stay here any longer, our lives might be in danger. Let me think about it. Guiqi hesitated. The gentleness on his face disappeared without a trace the moment he turned around. Leaving Jianan? Was he going to leave him with nothing? Keep a close eye on Su Lang and don't let him contact the outside world. Guiqi spoke to his followers. Have you found out the assassin who sneaked into Prince Shi's mansion? The follower licked his lips and shook his head. Guiqi stroked the jade ring, his eyes slightly cold. You guys are becoming less and less attentive in your work. Your Highness, please forgive me. The follower knelt down, put his head on the ground, and dared not breathe. The atmosphere on the forest road under the night sky was extremely depressing. Try to get Lu Yun out of Dingguo Palace. This is your last chance. Guiqi said coldly as he walked out of the forest path. He hadn't seen Lu Yun for a long time. In recent days, he often thought of her. If she were here, he would feel more at ease. In Yahonglu, Guiqi dealt with many people, but he kept Lu Ling. Looking at the unreachable night sky, Guiqi felt lonely for the first time. Early in the morning, after exercising, Yangshu took a bucket and went to the pond to fish. Half a day passed, and Yangshu looked at the motionless fishing line and asked, "Did you put a fish in it?" "Sir, if you really let them go, the smallest one is only the size of a palm." "So what about the fish?" Pai Gao poked his head out to look at the water surface. "Maybe the prince's bait is not to their liking. You better not forget." Yangshu retracted the rod and put the bait back in. Pai Gao took advantage of Yangshu's inattention and quietly retreated. The fish was indeed released, but it might have escaped. In order to bring in fresh water, he deliberately opened up the river, but forgot to shrink the opening. At noon, Yangshu went to Heitanjiwen with a gloomy face. "I wanted to catch some fish for you as a snack, but that bastard Pai Gao was a good man and let them all go." Yangshu could not hide his anger. He's so bold now that he even dares to hide. Yangshu said as he looked at Su Yuyao, "It's so cold outside. Why don't you let me get off?" Su Yuyao moved her red lips. "I don't have any charcoal burning in my room." "There is tea." Yangshu looked at her carefully. "Don't you want me to go in? We've been together for so long, yet you're so cruel and let me blow the cold wind. Every time I go out, I always remember your share." "Su Yuyao, you." "Prince, please." To prevent Yangshu from getting more excited, Su Yuyao interrupted him and moved aside. "You used to smile when you saw me, but now you have a stern face. Is it because I owe you money?" Yangshu stood beside Su Yuyao and glanced at her. "Sir, I want to get married properly. I don't want to use my body to please you." Su Yuyao looked up at Yangshu and spoke out what was in her heart. Yangshu walked to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. "Sit down. Since you want to explain it to me, let's talk seriously. How many men have you seen?" Su Yuyao was stunned by Yangshu's question. She thought about it and shook her head. In order to make a living, she set up a stall on the street, and it is difficult to tell the exact number of men she had met. "If you can't answer that, let's change it. How many men's faces do you remember?" Yangshu said casually. Su Yuyao's face panicked, and Yangshu's face subconsciously appeared in her mind. "What's wrong?" Yangshu leaned forward, showing concern. "It's okay." Su Yuyao suppressed her emotions, took a sip of tea, and said, 23. "That's quite a lot." Yangshu tapped his thigh with his fingers. "Who's the most handsome here?" Su Yuyao frowned. "What does the prince want to talk to me about?" "Don't be anxious. I'm talking seriously. Once you finish answering the questions, the results will come out." Yangshu looked relaxed and winked at Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao looked away and uttered 3 words, "My eldest brother." "What kind of vision is that?" "Su Jingzhou is not as handsome as me," Yangshu complained in a low voice. Su Yuyao pursed her lips and lowered her eyes to look at the ground. "Who do you think about when you can't sleep at night?" "I sleep well." Su Yuyao looked at Yangshu and answered. Yangshu chuckled. Then his expression became serious and he spoke faster. "You like talented scholars?" Influenced by him, Su Yuyao didn't think too much and blurted out, "I don't like it anymore." "Like military commanders?" "Dislike." "Do you really want to leave Dingguo Palace?" "Yes." "What color does this prince like?" "Teal and gold." "What is this prince like?" "It's spicy." "What doesn't this prince like to eat?" "Yolk." "How do you know that?" Su Yuyao smiled. "Every time you add eggs to your noodle soup, the soup will definitely be yellow." After she finished speaking, Su Yuyao's smile froze. "You noticed it too? When you talked about me, your tone was very casual, even cheerful. Admit it, you couldn't resist the beauty of this prince, and you have fallen deeply in love with him." Yangshu smiled happily. There was anger in Su Yuyao's eyes. Liar. He didn't mean to explain things to her at all. He was deliberately setting a trap for her. Chapter 182. Stay in Jianan for a long time. "Get out." Su Yuyao pushed Yangshu. "You said it yourself. I didn't press your head, and I didn't threaten your elder brother." "Su Yuyao, it's not shameful to love this prince. Why do you have to do that?" The sound of a door closing slammed in response to Yangshu's response. "How many girls in Yan State covet this prince but cannot get him? I advise you to cherish your opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again." Yangshu raised his voice, and seeing that there was no movement inside, he turned and left. If he continued to provoke her, Su Yuyao would throw something at him. Shameless. Lecher. Su Yuyao was so annoyed that she looked around for a stick. She doesn't like him. Su Yuyao pinched the corner of her clothes and emphasized again and again. After leaving Haitang Courtyard, Yangshu restrained his smile. Time was running out, and he had to capture Su Yuyao before leaving. The little girl is quite sober. But he misled me, and gradually, I became less clear-headed. Fang Zhuang, I am really not a good person. Yangshu snatched the melon seeds from Fang Zhuang's hand. No one knew when this guy started to like eating melon seeds. Take it out and drink it whenever you have nothing to do. Indeed. Feng Zhuang looked at his melon seeds and nodded in affirmation. Deduct monthly salary. The prince is a man of noble character and virtue, surpassing that of the ancient sages. Feng Zhuang's voice was powerful and his expression was serious. TSK, you can even say such nonsense. Feng Zhuang, you just couldn't stand the filth after all. This prince is deeply saddened. Yang Shu shook his head and walked away while cracking melon seeds. Feng Zhuang wiped his mouth. The prince was becoming more and more difficult to serve. If you said he was a good person, he would get angry. If you said he was not a good person, he would also get angry. Now he understood. The prince didn't want to be a human being. 2 days passed in a flash. At Prince Shi's mansion, Prince Shi looked grim. Are you sure it has something to do with Hanyu? Your Highness, we have confirmed it again and again. There should be no mistake. Those assassins were assigned by Hanyu. The guard said in a deep voice. King Shi pursed his lips, with a dark light flashing in his eyes. Hanyu did not stare at the king's palace, but instead attacked him. He must have known something. After staring intently, King Shi walked to the desk, dipped the pen in ink, and started writing quickly. Send to the Choyue Tower. As soon as the ink dried, King Shi put the paper into an envelope and said to the guard. Watching the guards leaving, King Shi's eyes became cold. So what if he would dare to touch his son? He would have to stay in Jianan for a long time. I drank bowl after bowl of medicine, but it has no effect at all. Hanyu looked at Wu Lu who was crawling under the bed and roared with suppressed anger. The attendant opened his mouth and whispered, the doctor here may not be good enough. How about sending the prince back? Hanyu frowned and stared at Wu Lu for a while, then he asked his servants to prepare the car. These days, he tried every possible method, but just couldn't get any useful information from Wu Lu. Instead of wasting time, it is better to send the person back to Yi State and hand him over to the imperial physician for treatment. If they wake up sooner, they will know the truth of the matter. Even if Wu Lu was insane, he would not have his followers assassinate King Ding in the palace. Was this fisherman King Shi? Or was there another force in Jianan? To what extent did Xiao State infiltrate Yan State? Although he had clearly cleared away the fog in front of his eyes, Hanyu still couldn't see clearly. Prince. Pai Gao hurried to Yang Shu, a letter from northern Xinjiang. Yang Shu moved his hand and the arrow flew out. He gave the bow to Pai Gao, and Yang Shu took the letter and opened it. Excellent. Yang Shu laughed out loud. Things went better than expected. Pan Biao is dead, and the secret guards escaped unscathed right under Liang Cheng's nose. Having made such a big mistake, Yang Cheng must be terrified. We can start the next step now. Yang Shu curled his lips. The army in northern Xinjiang was not good at moving. It was a pipe dream for Xiao State to invade Yan State without any soldiers. Take it and deal with it. Yang Shu handed the letter to Pai Jiu. Pai Gao turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and reported, Sir, the village head who delivered fruits and vegetables to the mansion has disappeared. Yang Shu frowned, gone. When did it happen? Pai Gao replied in a serious tone. Yesterday morning, after delivering the things, he disappeared without a trace. The maids in the manor thought he was out doing something, but he didn't come back all night. They felt something was wrong, so they searched for him but couldn't find him, so they reported it to me. I've sent someone to check it out. Yang Shu's face was slightly cold. The vegetables in Dingguo Palace did not specify where they came from. They could be from Zhuangzi or bought directly from vendors. More of it was sent through the secret passage by Zhang Bin. But no matter which one, these people could not enter the kitchen, and on Zhuangzi's side, they could only stay at the side door. It was impossible to ask the village head about the situation in Prince Ding's palace. Now it depends on whether it was an accident or someone was ambushing him. If it's the latter, it's not difficult to find it out in such a hurry. Prince. Feng Zhuang came over. Prince Shi found out about Hanyu. Yang Shu raised his eyes and said, keep a close eye on it. To deal with Hanyu, King Shi will definitely inform the Shao Kingdom. He alone can't withstand the revenge of the Han family. The news from the north has been delivered, and King Shi will soon receive it. Yang Shu raised his eyelids and curled his lips. The timing is good. He should think that it was Yegua who did it. In order to avoid any more trouble, King Shi will not hold back any longer. Have all the gold and silver in the mansion been given away? Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao. It's just enough for daily expenses. Yang Shu nodded and glanced at the pavilions and towers. Sir, these are not valuable pieces of wood. Pai Gao said hurriedly, it's a waste of manpower. It's not worth it. Who said he was sent to Huaining County? Yang Shu rolled his eyes. In the eyes of this group of people, was he crazy because of poverty? We still have to dismantle it, and then distribute the useful materials. It's better to burn it ourselves than to let others burn it later. Go and get busy. Yang Shu sent the people away. On the mountain road, the carriage rolled over the dirt and rocks and moved forward. The sound of the wheels was particularly clear in the silent mountains. Just as the carriage was about to enter the official road, 3 feather arrows flew through the air and hit the horse. The horse raised its neck, neighed, ran 2 steps, and fell heavily to the ground. The carriage behind it rushed forward due to inertia, throwing the people inside out. As soon as the noise stopped, a group of men with their faces covered surrounded the carriage. They moved very quickly. Just as the guards helped the unconscious Wu Lu up, someone else had already rushed over. Holding the knife, the guard fought desperately. People from Dongye country, do you know what will happen? The enemy outnumbered us, and 4 of the 5 guards died in just a moment. The remaining one had multiple knife wounds on his body. He opened his mouth and roared, making his last struggle. There was no fluctuation in the masked men's eyes. They rushed forward and stabbed the guards with their knives. After cleaning up the scene, the masked man carried Wu Lu away. Sir, a very serious kidnapping incident occurred on a mountain road 40 miles from Jianan. The scene was handled very cleanly. Not only were there no human corpses left, but the horse corpses were also dragged away. Pai Jia leaned close to Yang Shu's ear and spoke in a low voice. They are so rampant, killing people in broad daylight. Do they have any law in their eyes? Yang Shu was furious and shouted angrily. Spread the news. We must not let the thief get away with it. Chapter 183 Han Yu is captured. The people Lu Yan left for Yang Shu were very capable. In just half a day, the whole Jianan knew that Wu Lu had been abducted, and the suspect was directly pointed to King Shi. In the restaurant, a group of people discussed quietly. Prince Shi has always been kind and benevolent. Why did he kidnap Wu Lu? He's so kind, he didn't even know he was being sold out. He was the one who planned the rebellion of the commoner Guodi. That's impossible. If it was him, why didn't the emperor arrest him? Guodi was silenced on the spot, and the emperor is seriously ill. So Prince Shi can decide everything. After all, the dead cannot speak. Seeing the man's contemptuous tone, everyone was unsure. He looked like he really knew the truth. But even if that's the case, there's no reason for King Shi to kidnap Wu Lu, someone questioned. The man sneered. The assassin from Prince Shi's mansion stabbed Guo Tao to death with one sword. Is this a sufficient reason? The eyes of the people present widened. What did you mean? The assassin came from Yi country. By the time everyone came back to their senses from the shock, the man had disappeared. Your Majesty. The butler pushed open the door of Prince Shi's study. King Shi's face was gloomy. Have you found the person who spread the rumors? The butler did not answer King Shi, but said anxiously, something happened in the north of Xinjiang. Someone took the gold medal, pretended to be the eunuch beside the emperor, and killed Pan Biao. He said in front of the soldiers that your rebellion failed and you were executed by the emperor. The butler spoke quickly. King Shi's pupils constricted, and he stood up suddenly. He thought he was hiding in the dark and no one knew about it, but he didn't expect that Yi Guo saw everything. King Shi clenched his fists, his anger surging with a hint of panic. He and Pan Biao had never had any open contact, so how did Han Yu know about it? Where's Wu Lu? King Shi enunciated the words. We have just used torture, but the man is indeed stupid and we cannot get anything out of him. The housekeeper replied to King Shi. Should we let the person go? The butler suggested cautiously. Release him. Prince Shi's eyes darkened. This is Jianan. Does the king need to be afraid of Han Yu? It's just some rumors. Just interfere and they will be suppressed. King Shi couldn't hide his anger in his tone. Lead the patrol city guards and arrest them. Your Highness. The housekeeper looked at Prince Shi in shock. Wouldn't that mean we would break off relations with Yegua? They are already eyeing us covetously, so why keep this layer of window paper? He is not the master of the world. King Shi said in a cold voice. The hatred for killing his son could never be resolved, and Han Yu had ruined his plans, so King Shi wished he could cut him into pieces right now. Meeting King Shi's scarlet eyes, the butler dared not say anything more and quickly retreated. Prince, the city patrol has surrounded the house where Han Yu lives. Pai Jia told Yang Shu the latest situation. Yang Shu put down his pen. It seems that King Shi has received the letter from Jianbei. He is furious and probably believes that Han Yu did it. After all, it's not easy to copy a gold medal. You can't make it without enough power. Yan State has coveted Yan State for so many years, there is nothing they don't know. Yang Shu walked to the window and looked into the distance. Han Yu will not surrender. Watch out. If there is a good opportunity, help King Shi. No matter from which perspective, Yang Shu would not let Han Yu return to Yegua alive. Clear. Pai Gao left the house, but a quarter of an hour later he came back. Yang Shu took a sip of tea and asked, What's the matter this time? Prince, the head of the village was abducted by the second prince's secret guards. Pai Jia said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows slightly. Guoqi. Yang Shu raised his lips in a cold arc. I'm afraid this thing is thinking about my wife. When life gets rough, I think of the kindness of the old people. It's unlucky enough. Zhuangtou is still alive? Pai Gao lowered his head slightly. If he fell into Guoqi's hands, it would be difficult for him to survive, let alone keep his body intact. Yang Shu tapped the lid of the teapot with his fingers. I wanted to let Prince Shi do it, but Guoqi was eager to die. At the court tomorrow morning, have Censor Shui mentioned that now that the crown prince has been decided, it is not appropriate for the adult prince to stay in Jianan. Yes, Pai Gao responded. After he left, Yang Shu unfolded the map and paused his eyes at Wakugwan, hoping that his young general would grow up as soon as possible. Looking away, Yang Shu stroked the location of Huaining County on the map. Lu Yun had already set off, but the journey was long and she was heavy, so the team should not move fast. Yang Shu didn't ask her to be fast, he just wanted her to have a smooth journey. Closing his eyes, Yang Shu went over recent events in his mind to make sure that no unexpected situations would arise. In the mansion on Jinyang Street, Han Yu and the patrolling city guards looked at each other with cold eyes. What does Yan State mean by this? Mr. Han, don't pretend to be confused now. You appointed the assassins in Prince Shi's mansion, right? The leading patrol officer said calmly, although the Yan State is small, it will not allow others to bully it like this. Master Han, don't fight like a trapped beast. We don't want to kill you. As he spoke, the man signaled the city patrol to arrest the man. He just colluded with the Shao Kingdom and was afraid that I would ruin his plans. Stop throwing dirty water on me. Han Yu shouted, I have already sent the news back to Yi country. Will Shao country fight to the death to protect you and Yi country? Think about it yourself. Han Yu waved away the spears of the patrolling city guards and led his men out. This Jianan really still has a hidden force. Shao State and King Shi's group will not make the abduction of the prince known to everyone. Looking at King Shi's attitude, he was sure that he was the one who did it. Han Yu sneered in his heart. He didn't even know who the enemy was, and he thought he was so capable. It's interesting that after decades of planning, in the end, it ends up being a waste of time for others. Master Han. The patrolling city guard stopped Han Yu. If you don't want to drink our toast, don't blame us for being rude. The patrolling city guard didn't hesitate and tried to lift Han Yu up with a spear. But the servants around Han Yu were not pushovers either. They immediately protected Han Yu and helped him retreat. As soon as the weapons came into contact, the fight became fierce. Although individual city patrol guards were no match for Han Yu's attendants, their numbers were dozens of times greater than those of the attendants. Seeing the servants falling down one by one with screams, Han Yu looked grim. King Shi was going to break off relations with Yiguo. Idiot. Does he really think that Xiaoguo will help him to act recklessly against Yegua? Han Yu blocked the spears of the patrolling city guards and tried to break out. On the roof, two men in black were holding bows and crossbows, staring at Han Yu and constantly searching for his position. But because of the city patrol guards blocking their way, their arrows were unable to be shot. Seeing the blood, the city patrol guards became more ruthless. Taking advantage of an opportunity, they stabbed Han Yu's thigh with their spears. Withdraw. Seeing Han Yu being captured and losing the opportunity, the man in black retreated decisively. Only after the patrolling city guards left did the people living nearby dare to stick their heads out. Shao State? What does this mean? King Shi is colluding with the state of Shao? Some people wanted to go in to find out what was going on, but as soon as they stepped out of the door, they ran into the returning city patrol guards. Without any extra words, the city patrol guard thrust forward with a spear. The bright red blood flowed on the ground. The massacre lasted for a quarter of an hour before the sounds of fear, screams and pleas for mercy died down. Chapter 184 Drinking and Going Crazy. Prince, King Shi slaughtered 11 people. Paijiu's voice was hoarse. Yang Shu's hand holding the pin paused. In this era, whoever holds power can define life and death. I will return it, Yang Shu said softly. Send a letter to Prime Minister He and have them come to the Dingguo Palace. Even if Han Yu can withstand the torture, he will definitely give up the Duke Zhang's mansion. Pai Gao didn't dare to delay and went to do it quickly. In the Duke Zhang's mansion, maids and servants hurriedly picked up everything they could and carried the boxes to the main courtyard. Xiangshu came back from outside and saw that the mansion had been cleaned up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to discuss the next matters with Yang Shu. Now that Han Yu was captured, the situation of Duke Zhangguo's mansion was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Yegua was hoping for chaos in Yan State, so how could he protect the He family? Father. Xiangshu found his father. Prince Shi is moving very quickly. We can't wait any longer. His father said succinctly. Xiangshu nodded, and 2 minutes later, carriages drove out of Duke Zhang's mansion. Your Highness, the He family has moved out collectively. The housekeeper entered Prince Shi's study and reported. Move away. King Shi narrowed his eyes. Let the patrol guards stop them. If they resist, they will be charged with colluding with foreign enemies and killed on the spot. I'm afraid that won't work. The housekeeper raised his eyes. They entered the Dingguo Palace. King Shi frowned. What is Yang Pifu's attitude? Does he intend to intervene? Not really. The guards only let the people from the Duke Zhang's mansion into the mansion. Marshal Yang didn't say anything. I heard that Marshal Yang's health is getting worse. He fainted for 2 of 3 days. Prince Shi took a sip of tea and said, keep an eye on Prince Ding's palace and see how long Yang Pifu can last. Pay attention to the situation at the border and keep an eye on the movements of the Yang family army. In the state of Yin, the only person who could pose a threat to him was Yang Lian. I hope the old guy won't be stubborn. You're all going to die, so just be content. Let's just make do with this for now. If you need anything, ask Pai Gao. Yang Shu poured tea for the He family's father and son. Marshal Yang. Father, he spoke slowly. Yang Shu smiled shyly. It's already this time. I'll be honest. He's fine, but I haven't told him about the rebellion. If Duke Zhong wants to see him, he has to wait until Huaining County. By then, I will make sure everything is properly arranged for you. You were so brave, kid. His father's eyes moved meaningfully. For the sake of world peace and the well-being of the people, I personally am not worth mentioning. Yang Shu said righteously. Xiangshu looked at his father and expressed with his eyes, this guy is really shameless. He has never held any personal grudges. Yang Shu is essentially evil, and anything he smears on him is just beautification. Be more restrained. I'm not blind yet. Yang Shu glanced at Xiangshu. That's right. It's not fair at all. His father scolded his son. Xiangshu's eyes widened when he saw that his father and Yang Shu were in the same boat. At this moment, he finally realized that his father was biased. Before they met, my father admired Yang Shu. But after they met, he probably forgot which one was his son. Father, Xiangshu reminded. Go and get the jar of wine that I treasure. His father waved his hand without even looking at Xiangshu. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows and glanced between the father and son. Why did he feel that the atmosphere was not right? The world of three people was too crowded, so Xiangshu silently stood up to get the wine. How much can the cup hold? Father, he directly served a large bowl. Looking at the full bottle of wine, Yang Shu glanced at his father. Didn't they say that Duke Zhongguo was strict and rigorous? This doesn't look like. Dry. Father, he clinked Yang Shu's wine bowl, drank it first, smacked his lips twice, and had a happy expression on his face. Yang Shu looked at Xiangshu, who was sitting upright at the side, with suspicion in his eyes. Was this guy afraid that he would do harm to Duke Zhongguo, so he replaced him? You have been hiding it too well. If I had known earlier that you were rebelling, even if the emperor was suspicious, I would have taken control of the Ministry of War. His father drank again. After a few bowls, people are obviously excited. Yang Lian, your grandfather is too loyal and trustworthy. His father frowned, showing his displeasure. Your grandfather actually tolerated Guisai's ungratefulness, meanness, and selfishness. His father drank a large bowl of wine, spitting out saliva. I feel so aggrieved for him. What the hell is this? If your grandfather hadn't helped him, he would be nothing. He has no ability and can't stand seeing others shine so brightly. If I were you, I would have leveled the Qianqing Palace and chopped off his head. His father's eyes were blurred, and he slammed the table loudly. Yang Shu glanced at Xiangshu again and said two words, your father. It should be. Xiangshu looked at his father's face and confirmed. He has a rebellious nature. Yang Shu said seriously. Xiangshu was speechless for a moment. Although his father was usually dissatisfied with the emperor's actions, he would at most make a few sarcastic remarks. This was the first time he had scolded him so harshly. Good son, Dad has been waiting for you. Father, he staggered and hugged Yang Shu, crying and sobbing. Yang Shu struggled twice, but failed. His eyes twitched. He thought the rumors were not credible. Xiangshu covered his face. He should have put down the wine and left. This scene was unbearable to watch. Father, I'll help you get some rest. In order to prevent his father from making a bigger fool of himself, Xiangshu hurried to pull the person away. I feel so miserable. Father, he pushed Xiangshu away and hugged Yang Shu tightly. My Zhongguo mansion was also established through military merit, but now, it's a bunch of sour people. I was a military general in my past. His father whimpered. That bastard is not a human. If the military intelligence had not been leaked, how could we have lost the Battle of Qinling? 100,000 soldiers died unjustly. His father grabbed Yang Shu's shoulders, his eyes turned red, and with a ripping sound, Yang Shu's clothes were torn into a big hole by his father. Looking at his strong arms, Yang Shu believed that his father was indeed a military general. Father, his mouth kept moving, venting the resentment that had been hidden deep in his heart for all these years. Xiangshu filled the bowl with wine and handed it to his father. He only found out today that his father had never been himself over the years in order to reassure the people sitting above. After drinking bowl after bowl of wine, his father went from howling to murmuring and finally fell asleep. I miscalculated. If I could just go find Duke Zhong directly, there would be no need to waste time talking. Yang Shu pulled his sleeves up to his shoulders. Xiangshu looked at his half-dressed appearance, lowered his eyes, and said softly, Father has never drunk like this in the mansion. I always thought that he liked the 4 books and 5 classics. No wonder there's a rusty spear at the innermost level of the attic. I used to be surprised. It's not a treasure. Why did you keep it even though it was hidden so well and in such a bad shape? Xiangshu was a little disappointed. As a son, I never really understood him. Yang Shu peeled an orange and said, Duke Zhong was hiding it on purpose. If his acting skills were not good, the He family would have been expelled long ago. For kilometers, your family's military merit is very high. There is a long way to go. Yang Shu patted He Xiangshu on the shoulder, put the orange slice he had eaten in his hand, and walked away with his head held high. If he wasn't dressed in cloth and looked even more miserable than a beggar, he would at least be described as having a noble bearing. Chapter 185, Forcing Guo to Start. Lu Yun arranged the women of Lord Zhonggong's mansion and led Mo Mei to Wan Heiyuan. Miss, that is my son-in-law. Mo Mei pointed at the figure in front of her and spoke uncertainly. Lu Yun looked up and was slightly stunned. What happened? After approaching, Lu Yun blinked slightly at the clothes that Yang Shu barely wore. Duke Zhonghua got drunk and acted crazy, taking his anger out on my clothes. Yang Shu chuckled. When the person wakes up, I'll ask him to compensate me. My lady, do you think it can be repaired? Yang Shu took Lu Yun's hand and led her forward. It's better to make a new one. Yang Shu laughed out loud. It seems that Duke Zhong must not only compensate for the clothes, but also for his mental damages. There are a lot more people in the mansion. If you feel tired, just leave it to Pai Gao. Lu Yun stopped and retied Yang Shu's belt to make the clothes look less revealing. The He family isn't a noisy bunch, so there's nothing to do. I will send him away as soon as possible. Yang Shu put his arms around Lu Yun's waist and kissed her fair ears. If it were just He Xiangshu and his son, Yang Shu would live with them for a long time, but with several hundred people, it would be too crowded. He has women in his family, so he cannot be careless. Outside, Lu Yun said lightly. They can't come here without your permission. One must be on guard against others. Yang Shu did not dare to take any risk with Lu Yun, and his personal guards were stationed all around him. If anyone comes over here unruly, don't blame him for disregarding the dignity of He Xiangshu and his son. Young lady, you smell very nice. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun, who looked like a real playboy. You look like a fairy, beautiful in every way. Come back to the village with me, and I guarantee you'll have delicious food and drinks. Yang Shu pinched Lu Yun's hand and teased her. Lu Yun squinted at him, his eyes falling on Yang Shu's strong arms. Master, you should put on some clothes that can cover your body first. Hey, who are you looking down on, young lady? My village is full of gold and silver. Don't believe it? I'll take you to have a look. Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun. The girl's body was soft and fragrant, and her eyes were particularly beautiful, as if they contained a clear spring. When she blinked, it was like a feather passing through one's heart. I want to celebrate my wife's birthday. Yang Shu bit Lu Yun's earlobe lightly, his voice a little hoarse. The moment the two were flirting, Mo Mei consciously changed lanes. Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she stroked Yang Shu's face. After entering the room, the two hugged and kissed each other. Lu Yun's face, as white as jade, was gradually covered with blushes, and the faint tenderness at the corners of her eyes made people's mouths dry. After eating enough tofu, Yang Shu tidied Lu Yun's clothes. On the other side, King Shi's face was livid. What did Xiangshu tell him? Your Highness, Han Yu's words may not be credible. The butler whispered. As soon as Han Yu was captured, the He family moved into the Dingguo Palace. Prince Shi's eyes were grim. Your Highness, although the Duke Zhong's mansion has a deep foundation, it has not been close to the Emperor in recent years and has rarely received important government affairs. We have carefully investigated the He family, and they are definitely not capable of disrupting the situation in northern Xinjiang. The housekeeper spoke up, fearing that Prince Shi would be led away by Han Yu. King Shi sneered. Of course I don't believe Han Yu's words. The He family must have seen the clues from Guo Yi's abdication. They don't want to submit to me, so they went to Han Yu and tried to sell the news to Yi State. Throwing down the book in his hand, King Shi said sarcastically, I thought he was so loyal and brave, but he is willing to sacrifice his own bones just to survive. The funny thing is, Han Yu already knew what they had and had no intention of taking them with him. They hid in the Dingguo Palace. This prince really can't do anything to them, but how long can Yang Lian protect them? Seeing that Prince Shi's thoughts were clear, the butler breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, do you want to speed up the process? King Shi raised his eyelids and put his fingers down. The butler nodded, bowed, and strode out. At the morning court the next day, nearly 10 officials came out. They all looked worried about the country and the people. They said that the crown prince had been decided and the second prince should not stay in Jianan any longer, as it would be detrimental to the stability of the state of Yan. The emperor did not express his opinion on the spot, but diverted the topic elsewhere. The morning court passed without any incident. No one mentioned the matter of Han Yu, and the emperor was unaware that his spies had been cut off. Only after King Shi nodded could he know what was happening in the outside world. After the morning court session, the emperor summoned Guo Qi and asked him what he thought. Guichi could hardly suppress the sarcasm on his face. His father was really disgusting. He had made the decision, but still pretended to value him. If he wanted to keep me here, he should just suppress his words. Why bother calling him here? He just wanted to see that he was sensible. It would be better to be straightforward and issue an imperial decree directly. How can such a hypocritical and cold-hearted person be worthy of sitting on the throne? Father, Jinan is too prosperous and indeed not suitable for me to cultivate my mind. But I may not be able to come back this time. So I beg you to let me stay for one more month so that I can fulfill my filial duty. Guichi said sincerely. The emperor opened his mouth and sighed softly. Among all my sons, you are the one who gives me the least worry. Don't worry about what people say outside. Stay as long as you want. The emperor said in a gentle tone. Guichi sneered in his heart. How much can he trust his words? If he really insisted on sticking around, his dear father should have taught him what it meant to be ruthless and ruthless. 1 month is more than enough. I am not greedy, and I don't want you to make things difficult for me. Guichi bowed deeply. Watching his leaving back, the emperor felt a little disappointed. He had doted on Guai for so many years, but he didn't expect that Guichi was the caring one. Shaking his head, the emperor walked away. After leaving the palace, Guichi stroked the dagger at his waist, with cold, murderous intent in his eyes. When he was the only son left, facing his uncle who had evil intentions, his father could only help him take that position. No, Su Yueyao refused. Yang Shu glanced at her. The Dingguo Palace provides you with food and drink, but you are so cold and heartless that you won't even make me a piece of clothing. I will write a letter later and find something to do with Su Jingzhou. His sister makes me unhappy, so I will make him unhappy. You. Su Yueyao's chest heaved with anger. You're just an asshole. Nonsense, my character is certified by the whole mansion. Seeing Su Yueyao's eyes red with anger, Yang Shu took out the dress that was torn into strips. I really didn't mean to bully you. Duke Zhong was drunk yesterday. You see how I tore it. It's impossible to mend it, but these clothes were made by you for me. After I leave Jinan, you probably won't make them for me again. In other words, those clothes are my only thoughts. Su Yueyao, I feel bad. Knowing that the little girl would only respond to soft words and not to tough ones, Yang Shu turned his head away so that she would not see his vulnerability. The atmosphere was tense for a long time before a gentle and pleasant female voice rang out. Only one left. Yang Shu's face was full of surprise, and he smiled broadly at Su Yueyao. Don't regret it if you agree to it. Seeing Yang Shu's happy expression, Su Yueyao was stunned for a moment. Then, she reacted, quickly lowered her eyes, tightened her palms, and shook her head. Don't be fooled by him. Yang Shu is a wolf. Chapter 186 By You to Disobey. General Liang, how are you? In the wooden house, eunuch who greeted Liang Cheng with a smile. Liang Cheng said coldly, Whose people are you? Aren't you worried that I will lead the guards to catch you in the trap? Eunuch who pushed the teacup to Liang Cheng. General Liang is a smart man. How could such a smart man do something useless? Pan Biao is already dead. You didn't kill us right away. You are no longer trustworthy in the eyes of King Shi. When he finds the right one, he will naturally replace you. General Liang should also be aware of how suspicious Guo is. Once he starts to suspect something, he will not stop until he dies. Liang Cheng pursed his lips and stared at Eunuch Hu. Why did you invite me here? What kind of deal do you want to make? It is said that General Liang is a smart man. Eunuch Hu tapped the table with his fingers. 2 men dressed as hunters behind him opened the boxes in the room on the left and right. The golden color is particularly bright. A total of 50,000 taels of gold. After the matter is completed, another 50,000 taels will be added. Eunuch Hu took out a gold nugget the size of a baby's fist from the box, weighed it in his hand, and then looked at Liang Cheng. General Liang, you only need to pretend to obey Prince Shi, and all these will be yours. Don't worry, King Shi can't defeat my master. Help us, and help yourself. If he has his hands free, will he let you go? Eunuch Hu placed the gold nugget in front of Liang Cheng with a smile on his face. Liang Cheng's cheeks tightened, and his eyes kept changing. General Liang, think about the fate of Prince Ding's palace. They did more than you did. Eunuch Hu said in a light tone. Liang Cheng's breathing became rapid, and the struggle in his eyes disappeared at this moment. Eunuch Hu's smile deepened, and he and the hunter left quietly. Prince, the second prince controls Dr. Zhang's family in order to give the emperor a sterilizing drug. Pai Gao whispered in Yang Shu's ear. Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. TSK, kind father and filial son. Guichi has bought himself a month's time. Now it depends on when he will take action. Write a letter to Chu Yuanzhong and ask him to prepare. Yes. Pai Gao turned and left. 5 meters away, Mr. Yang pulled the fishing line and lifted the rod suddenly. Master, you can do it. Yang Shu swung his fishing rod and ran over happily. His eyes lit up as he looked at the fish that was bigger than his palm. Old Master Yang glanced at him, raised his chin slightly, and said proudly, "Take your claws away. If you dare to snatch, I will break your legs." "TSK, who cares? I'll catch a bigger one later," Yang Shu shouted with his neck stiffened. Master Yang ignored him and offered new bait. All the people in the mansion were gathered by this brat, and they dared to plot in front of him. The situation in Jianan is probably very bad. Looking at the ripples on the water, Old Man Yang put his mind aside. All the family property had been given away, so it was not his turn to worry about what happened to Jianan. "Grandpa, is your bait any better?" When Grandpa Yang caught another fat fish weighing 1 pound, Yang Shu could no longer hold back, and he quietly reached out his hand. But instead of stealing the bait, Yang Shu snatched the bucket and ran away. Feng Zhuang, who was cracking melon seeds on the side, widened his eyes. The prince was too fierce. In broad daylight, they are robbing. Or rob it in front of the marshal. "Yang Shu, I'm going to break your legs today." Old Man Yang threw away his fishing rod and chased after Yang Shu. In the sentry tower, his father and his Yang Shu looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. It was really a miracle that this guy could survive until now. How could Marshal Yang, a man of iron character, raise a grandson with the character of a bandit? Murder! Holding the bucket, Yang Shu howled at the top of his lungs. "Old Pang, stop him." Seeing Pang Chi in front of him, Old Man Yang yelled, "You are bullying the weak with your numbers and have no moral principles. I despise you." Old Master Yang grabbed the bucket back, held Yang Shu down, and started beating him up. "Martial ethics? When have you ever had martial ethics? If you do it again, I'll beat you to death." Carrying the bucket, Mr. Yang walked away proudly. "It's so tragic." Yang Shu smiled with his white teeth showing his face full of sympathy. His father looked at him and shook his head. He thought that his son was not well raised. He was too obedient and not fun at all. "My fists are itching, but I can't find a reason to hit." As time went by, Jianan became more peaceful than ever before. On the 7th day, Yang Shu looked at Sui Weiyao with a sad look on his face. "I'm already arranging the evacuation," Yang Shu said slowly. Sui Weiyao lowered her eyes slightly, picked up the tea, and took a sip. That was good. She didn't have to deal with him anymore. "Come for a walk with me today." Yang Shu forced a smile and said, "Change into lighter clothes." Sui Weiyao stood up and went into the inner room. The moment she untied her belt, she felt a little melancholy. She didn't seem very happy to leave Dingguo Palace. Instead of going through the main door, Yang Shu led Sui Weiyao out through the secret passage. In the carriage, Yang Shu gave her the peeled orange, but this time, Yang Shu didn't taste it. "If it turns out to be sour, it will smash your hands." There are not many farms in the Dingguo Palace, but the scenery of each one is very beautiful. Yang Shu said in a gentle voice. It's hard to think of anything bad, and all the things that were not biased were sold by Old Man Yang to pay for military expenses. The rest were taken in by old soldiers and old women, and could not be sold for much. He has fought in wars all his life, and his family is very poor. Even so, we still guard against him like we would a wolf. "You stay in the house all day? You should go out and relax." Yang Shu chuckled. His attitude was unprecedentedly gentle. Sui Weiyao put a slice of orange in her mouth. "It's sour." Sui Weiyao frowned and spoke to Yang Shu. Yang Shu cried inwardly and took the oranges. Who on earth purchased the oranges? All his feelings were sour. Under Sui Weyao's gaze, Yang Shu put the orange in his mouth and ate a few slices in a row. Yang Shu grinned and said, "It's quite sour." Looking at his face twitching from the pain, Sui Weiyao lowered her head and smiled. The little girl was beautiful to begin with, and her smile was like a flower bud opening. "It's hard for me to let go of you when you're like this." Yang Shu passed a slice of orange to Sui Weyao's lips. "Don't hold it in. Let me see if you're still so beautiful even when your facial features are wrinkled. I won't fall for your trick." Sui Weiyao turned her head away, looking very charming. After leaving the house, Sui Weiyao felt a lot more relaxed for no reason. At this moment, she could slightly ignore the difference in status and regard Yang Shu as a boy of the same age. Yang Shu smiled and stuffed the orange back into his mouth. He couldn't bear it anymore. When he got home, he would point at Pai Gao's nose and ask, "Where the hell did you buy this?" He wants to turn the tables. "Prince, we're here," the guard shouted outside. "Yeah." Yang Shu rubbed his face and got out of the car first. "Come." Yang Shu stretched out his hand towards Sui Weiyao. The driver was a very sensible man and kicked the horse. In panic, Sui Weiyao fell into Yang Shu's arms. Yang Shu glanced at the driver and was very surprised. Among the group of wooden lumps, there was actually a smart one. "Add chicken drumsticks." "You must add chicken drumsticks." "Add 2. Are you okay?" Yang Shu put Sui Weiyao down. His hands were very quiet, and he didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of her. No. Su Yueyao's ears turned red, and she walked forward past Yang Shu. The driver drove his horse to the side, hiding his merit and fame. Chapter 187 Maple Leaf Forest Confession. Su Yueyao. Yang Shu called her this way. Yang Shu looked to the left. Su Yueyao looked back, puzzled. Wasn't Zhuangzi in front? Let's not go into the manor yet. The maple forest in autumn and winter is breathtakingly beautiful. Yang Shu took the horse brought by the guard and climbed on it. Give me your hand. Yang Shu rode his horse towards Su Yueyao and called softly. Just indulge yourself this time. Yang Shu smiled at Su Yueyao. The sun shone on him, and the young man was passionate and sincere. Su Yueyao was distracted and placed her hand on Yang Shu's palm. Sit tight. After giving the reminder, Yang Shu squeezed the horse's belly hard, and the horse rushed out like an arrow. Don't be afraid, you won't fall. Yang Shu slowed down and motioned Su Yueyao to look at the surrounding scenery. The warm breath sprinkled on her ears, and Su Yueyao's eyes were filled with shame. Why did she reach out her hand? Pretending to be calm, Su Yueyao looked forward. Yang Shu had not lied to her. The maple forest in autumn and winter was shockingly beautiful. Other leaves had turned yellow, but theirs were burning like flames. It seems to be full of infinite vitality and vigor. How? Yang Shu didn't know when he stopped. He looked at Su Yueyao with a smile. Very beautiful. Su Yueyao whispered. Let's go down and take a walk? Yang Shu asked Su Yueyao for her opinion. Seeing her nod, Yang Shu turned over and got off the horse. Slow down. After helping Su Yueyao stand steadily, Yang Shu let go of her hand, and every move he made showed his grace. Following behind Su Yueyao, Yang Shu looked at the maple leaves with her. Stretching out her hand, Su Yueyao blocked the sunlight coming in through the gaps between the maple leaves. With her eyes slightly closed, Su Yueyao smiled. She liked the tranquility of this place, where there were no disputes and no complicated human hearts. It's so beautiful, it seems everything is worth believing, including him. Su Yueyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes falling on Yang Shu. After looking for a long time, Su Yueyao finally looked away. Su Yueyao didn't stop until she reached the end of the maple forest. Let's go back. Before he could even utter the word go, maple leaves fell all over Su Yueyao's body, and Yang Shu was still hitting her. We agreed to indulge ourselves for once, but you're not acting like it. The maple leaves on the ground were very thick, and Yang Shu picked them up with both hands again. You always say that I bully you. Don't you want to vent? Su Yueyao stepped back. The maple leaves hitting her body didn't hurt, but there were too many and too dense, so she couldn't open her eyes. Yang Shu. Su Yueyao fought back, grabbed a maple leaf, and threw it at Yang Shu. At the beginning, Su Yueyao was still holding back, but later Yang Shu became more and more rampant, and he directly used his hands to dig, wishing to pile her up. Su Yueyao was furious. She tied her hair up, picked up the maple leaf, and threw it back, leaving an afterimage with her hand. Yang Shu was stunned. Such fighting power was so brutal. While dodging, Yang Shu slipped, and before he could get up, he was buried by the overwhelming maple leaves. Handful after handful, Yang Shu was covered tightly. It's getting dark. Looking at the maple leaves still thickening on his face, Yang Shu shook his head. What did he do to this girl on weekdays? She was so resentful. It's scary. So scary. Another handful of maple leaves came, and seeing that Yang Shuji was buried tightly, Su Yueyao smiled happily, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Let you bully others. Su Yueyao half squatted down and added some maple leaves to Yang Shu. Yang Shu didn't say a word, but moved his hands and pulled Su Yueyao to the ground when she was not paying attention. Ah! Su Yueyao screamed. But Yang Shu did not retaliate. He just brushed the maple leaves off his face. Su Yueyao. Yang Shu turned his head and looked at the girl with a rosy face beside him. Before I took you into the mansion, what was your biggest hope? Su Yueyao panted slightly. Since entering Prince Ding's palace, she had never been so active. It was so comfortable lying on the maple leaf that Su Yueyao didn't want to get up for a moment. Hearing Yang Shu's words, she picked up a maple leaf and looked at it in the sunlight. My eldest brother is very talented and has great ambitions. I hope he can be appreciated by the emperor. There is not much money at home. It would be nice if we had more. Men of your age have all married. If we have enough money, you would dare to start a family. What about you? Yang Shu put his hands behind his head and looked at the sky. Su Yueyao's eyes were slightly blurred, revealing the longing of a girl. I want to marry a kind and gentle man. It would be even better if he can write some poetry. Kind? Kind. Yang Shu chuckled. In this cannibalistic world, people with this kind of personality won't survive. After saying this, Yang Shu's mouth showed a bit of bitterness. What a pity, I am insidious and cunning, and I will take revenge for any slight, which is completely opposite to what you want. Yang Shu sat up, brushed off the maple leaves on his body, and walked forward, his figure revealing loneliness. The prince is a good man, Su Yu said subconsciously. A good person won't deceive a little girl, Yang Shu said indifferently. He took 2 steps and then stopped. Su Yuyao, with the power of the Dingguo Palace, I can get any girl I want. What I want is never your body. When you marry into an ordinary family, you have to serve your parents-in-law, do housework, and serve your husband. You need to be sensible, gentle, and generous. But if you marry me, you don't have to live the way anyone expects you to live. You can enjoy flowers whenever you want. If you feel like it, you can go shopping, visit the downtown area, hold a poetry reading, and I will take care of everything. You can be yourself. Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. Rather than betting on an uncertain man, it is better to bet on this prince. Even if love is gone someday, I will not treat you badly. Yang Shu turned around and looked directly at Su Yuyao. We should go back. Su Yuyao looked at a loss, her heart in a mess, and she just kept walking forward without even cleaning the maple leaves off her body. Yang Shu caught up with her, leading the horse. The shoes you are wearing are not suitable for walking on the mountain road. Get on the horse. You are alone. If you leave again, I will force you. Su Yuyao said nothing and let Yang Shu help her mount the horse. Holding the reins, Yang Shu walked slowly forward. Compared with the liveliness just now, the atmosphere at this moment was obviously dull, but neither of them broke it. After walking for half an hour, Zhuangzi came into view. Let's go back after dinner. Yang Shu smiled and continued to lead the horse forward. Su Yuyao's eyes fell on him uncontrollably. Seeing Yang Shu's hands tightly grasping the reins, her heart became more and more confused. He was the prince of the Ding kingdom, born superior to others, flamboyant and domineering, but he held her hand all the way without any impatience. Is there some sincerity in this? Su Yuyao bit her lip and didn't dare to think about it any further. After dinner, Yang Shu took Su Yuyao for a stroll around the farm, and they returned home before dark. Su Yuyao. Seeing Su Yuyao stepping into the yard, Yang Shu called her. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Shu held her hand, took out an exquisite hairpin from his bosom and stuffed it into her hand. I really want to spend my whole life with you. Yang Shu looked serious and didn't give Su Yuyao a chance to refuse. He turned around and left. Looking at the hairpin in her hand, Su Yuyao was stunned for a long time. Chapter 188 Evacuation. Prince. Pai Gao greeted Yang Shu. I found it. Qiu Yue Tower. Qiu Yue Tower? Yang Shu narrowed his eyes. When Guiqi takes action, grab the person here. I want to see what a living Shaoguan looks like. Looking at Pai Gao's departing figure, Yang Shu stroked the jade pendant on his waist. Shaogua? Sooner or later, I will settle accounts with you. The next day, Yang Shu handed the He family to Zheng Bin and asked her to take them to Huaining County. This is not the first time Zheng Bin has done this, so he has plenty of experience. After just one day, she was sent away. Should I withdraw too? Zheng Bin looked at Yang Shu. The turmoil in Jianan is imminent, and it is impossible for Zheng Bin not to panic. If Yang Shu wants to uncover the truth, she will most likely be used as a scapegoat. It's time to withdraw. Yang Shu took a sip of tea. You can make your own arrangements. Guiqi is still preparing. Since he has been asking for a month, he must be accumulating more strength. Jianan is far away from Huaining County, so be careful on the road. Gold, silver, and people are in a different place. Yang Shu explained lightly. Zheng Bin glanced at him. If the prince really cares about me, shouldn't he give me some guards? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. You have more money than me, and yet you still covet my guards. How can an ordinary martial artist compare with the people in Dingguo Palace? Zheng Bin said casually. Yang Shu leaned forward and looked at Zheng Bin. We've known each other for such a long time. Why are you still hiding things from me? You're not asking for a safe journey. Yang Shu sat back down. My people are personally escorting you. With such respect, who would dare to look down on you just because you are a merchant? Can you just say it straight out? I promised you that I would be able to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Where is trust? Yang Shu held his heart, seeming to be deeply broken. Zheng Bin drank her tea in silence. She was not as thick-skinned as Yang Shu and could not pretend to be in love with him. I'll let Pang Chong take you there. Zheng Bin was slightly surprised. Pang Chong was not an ordinary personal guard. He followed Yang Shu everywhere and was the most trusted one among his trusted men. You have helped me a lot. I can't let you go to Huaining County with such a heavy heart. Once you get there, you don't need to be humble to anyone. I will do what I promised you. The status of merchants will be improved, and they won't be restricted in what kind of fabrics they wear. Human life would be worth more than this. Besides, you don't need to worry about exposing your body anymore. You can dress up however you want. This is my personal seal. Yang Shu took out a small box from his arms and pushed it to Zheng Bin. If someone makes trouble for you, you can use it to summon 100 guards. I think that person will sincerely apologize. After saying this, Yang Shu stood up and said, I don't expect you to keep me for dinner. I'm going home now. The prince treats Zheng Bin so well that I don't even have a private seal. Fang Zhuang said sourly in the secret passage. If the place wasn't too narrow and he couldn't move freely, Yang Shufei would have slapped Feng Wang so hard that his head would have buzzed. Does he need to have his face privately printed? Not to mention 100, he can even mobilize 1,000. Zhang Bin is his money back. If he is not warm-hearted, how can he get money from her? Marching and fighting, building bridges and roads, which one does not require huge amounts of money? With Zhang Bin's business acumen and time, the taxes paid by the Zhang family will be able to fill half of the national treasury. To conquer the world, besides soldiers, the most important thing is money. I'll have someone make 100 of them later so they can fill up your bed. Sir, 100 won't be enough. We need at least 300. Feng Zhuang frowned and said seriously. Yang Shu turned around and hit him on the head with his hand. Sooner or later this thing will make me have a heart attack. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. The butler said in a low voice. King Shi stroked the dragon robe on the hanger with a deep look in his eyes. After years of waiting, it was finally his turn. Back off. King Shi put on the dragon robe, his eyes full of infatuation, and his hands kept stroking the dragon's claws. This throne belongs to him. Belongs to him. There was flickering candlelight in King Shi's eyes, filled with raging ambition. In the early morning, after Yang Shu opened his eyes, he did not get up as usual. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Yun's face carefully. After sending off the He family, it was time to send Lu Yun off. Yang Shu stroked Lu Yun's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Being stared at with burning eyes, Lu Yun's eyelashes trembled and he opened his eyes. Why aren't you up? Lu Yun's voice was soft. Her eyes were a little hazy because she had just woken up. She knew that Yang Shu had to do morning exercises every day. I can't bear to leave my wife. Yang Shu rubbed Lu Yun's neck. Then I'll stay. Lu Yun hugged Yang Shu with a smile on his face. It's a great atmosphere, and we're about to get romantic. How can I respond? Yang Shu held Lu Yun's waist and rubbed her ears. Grandpa sighed. Lu Yunqing's eyes were slightly watery as she looked at Yang Shu. Yang Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Yun used her actions time and again to tell him that she was not someone who was obsessed with male beauty. I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. Yang Shu bit Lu Yun's ear. I got some medicine from Dr. Yu. I guarantee it will allow the old man to sleep for 2 days. Uncle Pang promised me that if the old man showed any intention of coming back, he would give the medicine again. Lu Yun blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I think that when you get to Huaining County, you have to hide for a few days. Grandpa will definitely beat you so hard that you can't get out of bed. This grandson is too filial. I also want to be gentle, but if I don't do this, who knows if the old man will be overwhelmed with grief and plunge into the fire and die with the Ding Palace. After tidying up Lu Yun's hair, Yang Shu stood up. Lu Yun and others were leaving tonight, and no matter how reluctant he was, he had to get busy. Old Pang, the mansion has become much quieter. Old Master Yang spoke suddenly while drinking tea and looking at the dead leaves on the branches. Pongzi pulled the mattress on him and didn't refute. The marshal was such a vigilant person, how could he not know anything about the He family moving in? Just pretending not to notice. Tell him not to worry about it. He's going to survive anyway. Just let me guard the Dingguo Palace. Old Master Yang said in a calm voice. Marshal doesn't want to see his great-grandson? With the prince's character, do you trust him to teach the children? Old Master Yang glared. What's wrong with you now? Can't you let people die in peace? You are safe, but we are suffering. Pang Chi was not afraid of Mr. Yang. We feel at ease when the marshal is here. What are you talking about? You're looking at each other affectionately. Yang Shu raised his voice, holding a glass of wine. Why are you here? Old Master Yang glanced at him. What are you saying? I am your grandson. Coming to your place is not an ordinary thing, right? I greet you every day, but today I came a little early. How come it's like you haven't come to visit for months? Grandpa, you have to explain everything to me clearly. This concerns my reputation. If it gets out, I don't know how others will misunderstand it. Yang Shu yelled. Old Master Yang rolled his eyes. With your reputation, do you still need misunderstanding? Why are you poking at someone's sore spot? Are we really grandfather and grandson? Yang Shu put down the jar of wine, poured Grandpa Yang's tea, and filled it up. Yang Shu put away his smile, looked solemn, and knelt down. Grandpa, I have something to ask of you. I'll do it first. Yang Shu took the cup and drank it all. His posture made Mr. Yang sit up straight, and the cloudiness in his eyes disappeared instantly. Go ahead. Old Master Yang raised his eyelids, like a giant lion awakening, able to shake all enemies. Chapter 189. The old man has failed. Yang Shu's throat rolled. Grandpa, drink the wine first. What I'm going to tell you later will really dampen my mood. Old Master Yang didn't even look at it. He just picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Even if the truth is revealed, we still have Grandpa. Grandpa Yang comforted Yang Shu and showed his tender side. Yang Shu felt a warmth in his heart and dared not look up even more. Grandpa, I am an unfilial grandson, but you are my only relative. You love me so much, you will definitely forgive my selfishness. Old Master Yang frowned, confused as he listened. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, His head suddenly sank and he fell down. Yang Shu hurriedly caught the man and said, "Wow, the drug is working so quickly. At least wait until he finishes expressing his feelings. Without any preparation, if he wakes up, won't he be beaten to death? You're done, kid." Ponzi shook his head, with a hint of gloating. "Uncle Pang." Yang Shu looked resentful. "Don't forget, you have a share too. You were the one who put the drugs there, and you brought the wine here. What does it have to do with me? Stop slandering me." Pang Chi glanced at Yang Shu, obviously not ready to admit it. "Uncle Pang, I really misjudged you." Yang Shu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "You are the only one who is dramatic." Pang Chi lent a hand and helped Mr. Yang onto the recliner. Looking at Yang Shu, Pang Chi's expression became more serious. "The closer it gets to the end, the more careful you have to be. Never think that you are the one who wins. Pride goes before a fall. Marshall, I'm here. Don't worry about it." Yang Shu nodded and saluted Pang Chi as a junior. "Go ahead." Looking at Yang Shu's departing figure, Pang Chi raised the corner of his mouth. The ridiculous little kid from the past can now hold up the world. Pang Chi is absolutely confident that the Yang family will become more prosperous than before. At the intersection, Yang Shu's eyes remained still for a long time. "Prince, go back. The marshal and his wife have already gone far away," Pai Gao whispered. Yang Shu looked up at the sparse stars above his head and said, "Now that people are gone, the Dingguo Palace is just an ordinary house. It doesn't matter where we stay. When I go back and look at the old things, my heart becomes empty. That mountain is nice, suitable for watching the sunrise." Yang Shu pointed to the mountain in front and said. Pai Gao lowered his eyes, stood high and looked far. The prince was reluctant to leave. "Pai Gao, I go out quite often, but no matter how far away I was in the past, I never felt really lonely. Because I know where home is and the entire layout is extremely familiar, I can imagine what they are doing and where they are as soon as I close my eyes," Yang Shu said as he walked up the mountain. "But I have never set foot in Huaining County. Even though everything has been arranged, I am still worried that my wife might get lost. I'm afraid she'll run into danger on the road, and I'm afraid the old man won't be able to let go of Jianan. I'm afraid I won't be able to find them. I'm a very greedy person. I want the whole world and my family. I also hope that my brothers will stand up for me instead of stabbing me in the back. I hope Lu Yun's pregnancy goes smoothly, and the little one can understand her mother and come out happily when the time comes, and don't be annoying. I wish those bastards from Shaoguoyegwo to be struck to death by lightning." Under the starry night, Yang Shu spoke freely. Pai Gao took a sip of water and said seriously, "Whatever the prince asks for will be granted." "I like what you said." Yang Shu patted Pai Gao's shoulder. Fang Zhuang was unwilling to be left out and immediately shouted, "I will clear all obstacles for the prince, and I will do my best to help him." "Good brother." Yang Shu was deeply moved. "What a sincere heart you have. Increase the monthly salary, you must increase the monthly salary." Fang Zhuang's eyes lit up. 8 ribs is 6 more than 2 ribs. In Pai Gao, I'll give Fang Zhuang an extra 6 copper coins next month. Yang Shu said proudly. "Prince, it's only 6 copper coins, not even enough for a meal." Fang Zhuang complained softly. "Nonsense. 1 copper coin can buy 2 buns. Do you think I don't know the price of things?" "Prince, I want to eat something good." Fang Zhuang looked at Yang Shu pitifully. "Promising." Yang Shu untied his purse and threw a gold ingot over. "My lord, let alone 80 ribs, I would not hesitate to give it up even if it's 80 ribs. Fang Zhuang said vaguely while chewing on the gold. "Pai Gao, you should learn from Fang Zhuang. Look how good he is at flattering people now." While they were joking, they reached the top of the mountain. Standing on it, Yang Shu looked in the direction where Lu Yun and others left. Yang Shu waited until the sun broke through the clouds before he went down the mountain. After returning home, he fell asleep. Time flies, and there are still 5 days left until the 1 month that Guiqi mentioned. "Prince." Pai Gao entered the study. "The second prince will hold a banquet the day after tomorrow." Yang Shu raised his eyes. "He is going to take action and spread the news that the old man is dying. Have you packed up all the valuables?" The floor was pried open to see. "That's good." Yang Shu took a sip of tea, unable to hide his excitement. After settling accounts with Guo, he would go to see his wife. Huaining County has been under construction for so long, but no one knows what it looks like. Yang Shu pulled out a drawer and threw the lists inside into the brazier one by one. That afternoon, the news that old man Yang was dying spread throughout Jianan. The people in power were naturally happy. Yang Lian was like a hanging knife, and they were always worried that he would fall. There was sadness in the market as the state of Yin lost its patron saint. "Prince, the secret passage has been filled," Pai Jita reported. Yang Shu nodded and folded up Jianan's defense map. "Burn it all. Don't leave anything behind." Walking out of the house, Yang Shu looked in the direction of the Dingguo Palace. He came out in front of the filled road. Judging from the wind today, the fire would not disappoint people. "Your Highness, the guards of the Dingguo Palace have all withdrawn." The secret guard came to Guiqi and spoke. At the same time, everyone stared at Prince Ding's palace and passed the news back. Guiqi stroked the porcelain bottle in his hand and said, "He's lucky. I'm not free to fight now, and I don't know who will take Yangshu's head." "Where's Lu Yun?" the secret guard asked in a low voice. Guiqi was silent for a moment, put down the porcelain bottle, and said in a deep voice, "Bring the person back." "Yes." The secret guard left the study. Looking through the window at the distant sky, Guiqi curled his lips. "Father, you will definitely like the gift I give you." At Prince Shi's mansion, the housekeeper noticed that Prince Shi had not spoken for a long time and took a peek. What does Yang Pifu want to do by withdrawing the guards from the mansion? Prince Shi frowned, thinking about old man Yang's intention. At this juncture, he was really worried that Yang Lian would ruin his plans. Keep a close eye on them, and report immediately if there is any sign of trouble. King Shi looked at the butler. The housekeeper nodded quickly. In the restaurant, a group of young men were drinking happily. The old guy is about to die. Now, let's see how arrogant Yangshu can be. Let's get ready. Let's vent our anger and teach him a lesson. Be a human being? A young man in Chinese clothes laughed. You guys just don't know how to play. We have to make him lick our shoes like a dog. What's the fun of licking shoes when you don't know how to play? Someone replied, Isn't he a good boy? Why don't we give him some excitement? It just so happens that I got a package of extremely strong medicine, which is said to be effective even on animals. This is good. A crowd of people laughed lewdly. Chapter 190, The Second Prince's Banquet. In the courtyard, Yangshu made tea repeatedly. Dead leaves from the trees fell from time to time, and the night enveloped him. From afar, one seems to be able to hear shouting. The fire broke out. There's a fire in the Ding Palace. The people put on their clothes and rushed over, but all of them were stopped by the guards. Fire! 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 The people shouted and pushed the guards. The guards' eyes remained unchanged, clutching the spear, not moving. This is the marshal's last wish. In one word, the scene seemed to be paused, and everyone looked at the fire and cried out, Marshal Yang! Marshal! The screams gathered together and broke through the sky. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip. The state of Yin no longer had its patron saint. When the firelight dimmed, everyone felt sad. Prince Shi looked at the collapsed Dingguo Palace from afar. His brows relaxed completely. Without the Yang family, no one in Jianan could pose a threat to him anymore. Your Highness, the Dingguo Palace was burned down by fire, and Yangshu and Lu Yun are nowhere to be found. The secret guard looked at Guiqi and reported. Before Yang Pifa died, he did not forget to arrange a place for Yangshu. He really loves this useless grandson. Guiqi took a sip of wine. Don't worry about it. Someone will find him soon. Make every effort to prepare for tomorrow's banquet. Your Highness the Crown Prince is not suffering from a cold, so it is inconvenient for him to come. You can bring more people tomorrow and make sure to give him a quick death. 17th brother is young. Please let Li Mama work harder so that he will suffer less. Guiqi spoke calmly, his tone as calm as if he was talking about the weather. Keep a close eye on King Shi. After explaining everything, Guiqi waved his hand, signaling the secret guards to retreat. Guiqi's face soon turned red as he drank one cup after another. He lowered his head and smiled, his dark eyes making it impossible to tell his emotions. Yangshu scattered fish food into the small pond and watched them huddle together to fight for it. Prince. Paijia handed the paint tube to Yangshu. Yangshu clapped his hands and took out the paper from the paint tube. After reading it, he became more relaxed. Our Lord Chu has arrived. King Shi must feel that he has won the battle at this moment. At this moment, we have to make him happy first. Pull him down from his high position like this, and the fall will hurt. After scattering the remaining fish food, Yangshu picked up the carving knife. Especially at such moments, the more he needed to remain calm. Guiqi held a grand banquet and sent invitations to every household, but none of the important officials showed up. The princes who were sent out of Jianan had basically no chance of becoming emperor, so they did not need to give face to Guiqi. After feeling disappointed for a moment, Guiqi smiled and raised his glass to everyone with a very easygoing attitude. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 11th prince held his stomach, his face instantly turned purple, and he fell headfirst on the table, motionless. Everyone was shocked and their hands loosened, causing the cup to shatter to the ground. They looked fiercely at the second prince. 11th brother can't handle the alcohol, you guys help him down. Guiqi said calmly to the people serving at the table. Second prince. An official spoke up boldly, the 11th prince's symptoms don't seem like drunkenness. Really? Guiqi turned the wine glass and curled the corners of his mouth. The next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. The official who spoke was pressed down on the table. With one cut of the sword, blood splattered 3 meters away. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Without caring about their image, everyone rolled and crawled backward, their eyes full of fear. Please sit down. I want to get along well with you gentlemen. Guiqi's voice was emotionless, with a smile on his face. In the East Palace, dozens of secret guards rushed to the prince and chopped off the child's head without any mercy. At Prince Shi's mansion, the housekeeper reported the situation on Guo Chi's side to Prince Shi. With the help of the prince, the second prince's men successfully entered the East Palace. The only prince left under the emperor's lap is the second prince. Prince Shi leaned back, completely relaxed, and tapped the chair with his fingers comfortably. Prepare the carriage. I will go to the palace in person to tell my brother this bad news. Su Lang rushed out of the house and looked at the frightened people in the hall. His chest heaved violently. Why? Why do you want to go this way? Su Lang glared at Guo Chi, veins popping on his head, and roared at him. I've already told you, if you do this, you will be doomed. Why do you insist on doing it this way? Killing your brothers and sisters and spending all your efforts is just to serve as a knife for others. You can't win. How dare you? Once the arrow was shot, how could Guo Chi tolerate others' disobedience? After a few steps, Guo Chi stabbed Su Lang's heart with the sword, his eyes fierce. I have tolerated you for a long time. I will have the last laugh. Sir, I will dig out your eyes and let you watch how I ascended to the throne. Su Lang stared at him and laughed crazily, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. You can't win. The one who laughs last will only be King Shi. Such a wicked man could have taken over the country. Great Yin is doomed. Su Lang roared, grasped Guo Chi's sword, and stabbed it inward inch by inch. He stared at Guo Chi, his eyes full of ridicule and contempt. Guo Chi kicked Su Lang out, his hands shaking with anger. Who the hell is he? It's time to laugh at him. Someone, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Everyone in the hall was frightened by Guo Chi's cold-bloodedness again. They huddled together, not daring to make any sound. It was obvious that Guo Chi was bloodthirsty. Royal brother, have you slept well these days? Prince Shi smiled gently. The emperor frowned slightly. He was close to Prince Shi, but it was not to the point where he could enter the Qianqing palace at will. The night before, there was a fire in the Dingguo palace. Marshal Yang and the Dingguo palace were burned to ashes. Prince Shi spoke slowly. Brother Emperor, from now on, no one will disrespect you. You appear to rely on Marshal Yang, but you hate him in your heart. That old man relies on his military merits to suppress you, and you have to live in his shadow for the rest of your life. Now he is dead as you wished. Brother, why aren't you smiling? You should be happy about such a happy event. The emperor's ears were buzzing and his eyes could not focus. Why didn't anyone report this matter? My brother is well now. How can I let them disturb you? The emperor fixed his gaze on Prince Shi, his eyes widened. You? Prince Shi smiled. Brother, I have served you for so many years, and I have to plan for myself. You are such a cold-hearted person, you won't give me a way out. By the way, the second prince is hosting a banquet today, and the scene is extremely bloody. The 11th prince's face turned purple in just a moment, and the crown prince's was even worse. I heard that his head was chopped off. Prince Shi spoke very slowly, fearing that the emperor might not have heard him clearly. Royal brother, your good son has drugged you. There will be no more crying babies in the palace from now on. King Shi sighed. You only have one son, Guo Chi. Royal brother, such a cruel person cannot be kept. Prince Shi advised, with an attitude of caring for the emperor. The emperor stared at Prince Shi, his throat tasted fishy and sweet, and his breathing was as loud as a broken bellows. Traitor. Chapter 191 Wrong. All wrong. The emperor pounced on Prince Shi and tried to strangle him. Prince Shi grabbed the emperor's hand and pushed it hard. Brother, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you weren't so mean, ungrateful, hypocritical, and heartless, how could I have entered the palace of heavenly purity? Tell me about you. What a failure you are. Guo rebelled. Guo Chi also rebelled. None of these sons respect you. Since you ascended the throne, you haven't done anything commendable. All the schemes were used to deal with the court officials. In the end, even the Yang family was lost. You obviously don't have much ability, but you are too self-deprecating and can't tolerate others. You deserve to be deserted by your friends and relatives. King Shi stepped on the emperor's hand, sat on the throne, and ridiculed him. Someone come. Someone come quickly. Take him down. The emperor crawled out and shouted, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. You still can't recognize the reality. Prince Shi looked down at the emperor. This Qianqing palace has long been replaced by my people. Thanks to you for getting rid of the Yang family. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the courage to rebel. Royal brother, please ask Marshal Yang to save you. Prince Shi laughed arrogantly, and every word he said pierced the emperor's heart. Traitor. Traitor. The emperor was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. I treat you well. I treat you well. Prince Shi came down from the throne, stepped on the emperor's dragon robe, and stepped on his face. Not bad. If you really value me, do I need to wait until today? You want to make people loyal to you with just a few false words. Only you, my brother, would dare to dream of such a good thing. If I hadn't done everything to your liking, would you have kept me until now? Ro Fei has been with you for decades, but in the end, she doesn't even have a complete corpse. Ah. The emperor's throat gurgled, and he tried to struggle out from under King Shi's feet. She deserves to die, and you deserve to die too. You are committing treason, and should be put to death. The emperor squeezed out the words from between his teeth, the muscles on his face trembling, and there was a ferocious, murderous intent in his eyes. Prince Shi leaned forward slightly and pressed the soles of his shoes against the emperor's face again and again. Listening to the emperor's curses and howls, Prince Shi felt extremely pleased. The depression I've been feeling over the years has finally been relieved. Royal brother, Guichi is coming soon. I will leave your life to him. It must be very painful to die at the hands of your own son. King Shi raised the corner of his mouth and moved his foot away from the emperor's face. Watch out, it's windy outside. Don't let the emperor run around. King Shi shouted outside and left with a big laugh. You are so outrageous. I am the emperor. The emperor's roar was broken in the wind. Prince, the second prince has entered the palace. Pai Gao leaned forward and said to Yang Shu, who was sitting. Yang Shu tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes falling on the two people tied up not far away. Feng Zhuang dragged them to the water tank and washed them thoroughly. Lu Yun told him that the poison can not only be hidden in the mouth, but also be effectively soaked in the collar and hair. Don't rush to interrogate them. Just lock them up for a few days, remove their hands and feet, and tie them to a stool. Cover the doors and windows with black cloth to prevent light from leaking in, and put a bucket of water there, ticking, to prevent them from thinking that time has stopped. Yang Shu said in a calm and casual tone. The collusion between the state of Shao and King Shi and their infiltration into the state of Yin is definitely very deep. He must dig out this clue, otherwise he won't know about it even if the wolf is around. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Shu looked at Pai Gao and said, send a message to Chu Yuanzhong and ask him to prepare a roast chicken tonight. As for the wine, Yang Shu paused. The wines from Yan State were not very good. He wanted to brew his own wine, but he might leave at any time, so storage and transportation would be very inconvenient. Let him take care of it. Yang Shu waved his hand and signaled Pai Gao to do it. Through the mountain, Yang Shu looked in the direction of the imperial palace. He had left the city long before Guichi took action. The duel between father and son is such a wonderful drama. It's a pity that I can't witness it with my own eyes. Yang Shu took out a copper coin from his purse and bet that Guichi would win. Guichi walked up the steps outside the Qianqing palace slowly, the long sword in his hand dripping with blood. Pushing open the palace door, Guichi met the emperor's gaze. Rebellious son. The priceless teapot flew towards Guichi's face. Guichi turned his head to avoid it, his eyes indifferent, and walked slowly towards the emperor. Father, you asked for this today. The prince's head is really small. You beast. The emperor's cheeks were tense, and he shouted angrily. I am a beast, and you, how good can you be, old beast? Guichi sneered and grabbed the emperor's neck. Hatred welled up in his eyes, his face twisted a little bit, and he growled, how much have I paid to get your recognition? And you? You give me hope again and again, and throw me down again and again. He would rather establish a child than me. Guichi tightened his fingers, veins popped out on his forehead, and he looked like a ghost. The emperor's face turned red and he kicked and hit Guichi. Guichi exerted force with his hands and lifted him up, watching the emperor's ugly appearance with almost obsession. Father, where is your imperial dignity? Guichi waved his hand and knocked off the crown on the emperor's head, then half knelt down and watched him lying on the ground, gasping and coughing loudly. Do you regret not killing me? Guichi stroked the blade of the sword, turned his wrist, and pierced the emperor's thigh with the sword. Evil creature. You said yourself that you were devoted to Buddhism and hate fighting. The emperor's screams of pain were heard throughout the Qianqing palace. His forehead was covered with sweat and his body was shaking. He did not show any imperial dignity at all. If I don't say much, will the emperor let me go? Guichi, your doted-on son didn't have a good ending. I dare not bet on your kindness. Guichi had a sarcastic look on his face as he slowly turned the blade of the sword. Looking at the emperor's pale face, the smile on his lips deepened. Father, I am not like you. I don't even care about the relationship between flesh and blood. Guichi took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and said, I cannot bring myself to kill my father. Take this medicine. From now on, we will only talk about father and son. Guichi wiped the sweat off the emperor's forehead and spoke in a gentle voice. Does that sound familiar? Seeing that the emperor was not cooperating, Guichi pinched his mouth open and said, Father, that's what you told me before. You are courting your own destruction, Chi. Stop it. The emperor's eyes were filled with sadness. You can come in here because you are King Shi. I know, Guichi interrupted the emperor and forcefully swallowed the medicine. Uncle is smiling but has ulterior motives. But so what? When I ascend to the throne, will I be able to deal with him? Father, if you're useless, don't think others are useless too. Guichi's face was full of indifference. He wiped his hands and stood up. My uncle must think I will kill my father, but I will not go down this dead-end road. You are wrong. From now on, you have to call yourself a lonely person. Father, just wait and see. I will do better than you. After Guichi finished speaking, he walked out of the hall. The emperor lowered his hands dejectedly, tears streaming into his hair. He had been on guard all his life, but he was deceived by King Shi. The emperor whimpered, feeling regretful and angry. He was wrong. He was all wrong. Inform all officials that the emperor's old illness has relapsed. I will be in charge of state affairs for the time being. Anyone who does not show up for the morning court tomorrow will be killed. Guoqi looked at the secret guards below and spoke coldly. Chapter 192, The Destruction of Shogwa Mansion. At dusk, Yang Shu left the yard. Chu Yuanzhong settled in a small wooden house 20 miles away from Jianan. When he heard a knock on the door, he shouted, "Come in." It's already so late. Lord Chu is still drinking tea. Where's my roast chicken? Yang Shu glanced at Chu Yuanzhong. Don't you think there's something wrong? Lieutenant General Chu Yuan refilled his tea. I've come all the way here. Shouldn't you be the one to pay for this meal? Master Chu, do you think I don't want to be a good host? Yang Shu sat down opposite Chu Yuanzhong and sighed. I really have no power to put out the fire. The fire burned for the whole night. Nothing is left. Yang Shu looked lonely. Chu Yuanzhong sipped his tea and said, You were asked to move all the valuables away a long time ago. Look at the clothes you are wearing. You must be living a comfortable life. I still say that once something goes into my pocket, I never take it out again. Yang Shu raised his teacup towards Chu Yuanzhong. But this time, the action can be divided into 30 and 70. I get 7 and you get 3? Chu Yuanzhong raised his eyebrows. Thank you, my lord. That's a nice thought. Don't think you can take advantage of me just because you're older. Yang Shu propped his elbow on the table and made a 3 with his other hand. You 3, I 7. That doesn't make sense. You don't have to use your brain. Just lead the people and follow me. I'll give you 3. This prince is already generous. Yang Shu refused to give in. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even get 2. A thank you gift would be the best they can get. Chu Yuanzhong did not try to fight for it. Yang Shu's face looked tender, but it was extremely difficult to get the meat from him. I heard that the second prince entered the palace. Yang Shu walked into the kitchen, looked around, and came out with a dark face. What do you mean? The fire is not even lit. The guards will deliver it later. The prince has spoken. How dare I disobey? Chu Yuanzhong poured water for Yang Shu, as the boy didn't like drinking tea. It looks like normal now. Yang Shu sat back. The emperor is not dead, Guoqi still has some brains. Killing someone and patricide are 2 completely different concepts. There will be another good show tomorrow morning. Yang Shu touched Chu Yuanzhong's cup. How many of the 4 dukes and 8 marquises support King Shi? Maybe there were some before, but after several revelations about King Shi, everyone knows that he is not as kind and righteous as he appears to be. Even if there are still some who support him, they are on guard. Today, in the second prince's mansion, a counselor named Su Lang was killed by Guoqi's sword. Yang Shu narrated slowly. He exposed the collusion between Guoqi and Prince Shi. It is impossible for King Shi to stand on the moral side. A smart person would know that it was King Shi who was behind all this. You are the most sinister one here. Chu Yuanzhong praised Yang Shu sincerely. Can insidious be replaced by smart? You are also an educated person. Why are you using words so imprecisely? What you learned is very unsophisticated. Yang Shu looked towards the door, waiting for his roast chicken. You didn't reveal the fact that Prince Shi was colluding with the Shao Kingdom. Don't push the dog too far. Leave some room for him. Yang Shu stood up and went to meet the guard. Finally, he's here. Eating other people's food tastes delicious. Yang Shu holds a chicken drumstick in his left hand and a chicken wing in his right hand. Chu Yuanzhong found it very funny. It was quite relaxing and comfortable to get along with others like this. Prince. After drinking half a pot of wine, Pai Gao hurriedly walked towards Yang Shu with a serious expression. The Shogwa mansion was massacred. Yang Su's hand loosened. What's going on? Chu Yuanzhong also looked over, unable to hide his surprise. Duke Xiu has gathered the guards in the palace and stated that if Prince Shi ascends the throne, he will be the first to rebel. A quarter of an hour later, the imperial guards received the emperor's order, saying that Duke Xiu was inciting the people to rebel, and that his entire clan should be exterminated. There are no survivors, Pai Gao said in a deep voice. Yang Shu put the wine in the cup into his mouth. Duke Xiu is risking his own life to trample King Shi into the mud. I was mistaken. They were just silent, not dead. Prince, there is one who is still alive. Pai Jiu remembered something and raised his eyes. Mr. Ho left Jianan to avoid you. Go and look for them, and leave a trace for the Ziguogong mansion. After Pai Gao left, Yang Shu lost the mood to play PUBG. He sent Chu. This was much more cruel than him. Why are they all crooked? Chu Yuanzhong said in a low voice. Is there a possibility that the vine was crooked from the beginning, except for the late emperor? Foreign enemies are watching us covetously. All they care about is power. They can't see the suffering of the people at all. Chu Yuanzhong shook his head. The Yang family should have rebelled earlier. Yang Shu picked up the wine pot and poured wine. If you hadn't seen the evil of the Guo family, how many of you would support the Yang family? Master Chu, you are also holding on to a glimmer of hope, right? I hope that the Guo family can produce a genius to reverse the decline. Chu Yuanzhong smiled bitterly and raised his glass with Yang Shu. The two drank in silence. Jianan was in a state of panic. The court officials were so worried that they went crazy. They were all crazy. The people looked at the blood flowing from Duke Shogua's mansion with confusion in their eyes. What on earth was going on? The sky has changed. No, there is no sky. There is no sky anymore. The crowd dispersed in silence, each of them lifeless. At this moment, no one knows where the road ahead lies, and the state of Yin has lost hope. Second young master, run. Run far away. The servant rushed into the house, grabbed Hozhou, and pushed him out. Why are you going crazy for no reason? Hozhou pulled his hand away. I'm upset today and don't feel like playing with you. Second young master. The servant burst into tears. Run quickly. Everyone in the mansion is dead. The servant sobbed and pulled Hozhou's belt and stripped off his clothes. Hozhou was stunned. His mouth kept moving, his legs softened, and he stepped back. What nonsense are you talking about? We should be very quiet. It's impossible, impossible. Hozhou shook his head frantically and was about to shake off the servant to go and verify. The servant held him tightly, and finally, with a cruel heart, he grabbed a stick and knocked the man unconscious. Just as I changed my clothes, there was a banging sound at the door. The servant gritted his teeth and dragged Hozhou into the rockery. Looking towards the gate, he climbed over the wall and went out. There, the sharp-eyed royal guards spotted the servant, and at his shouting, everyone chased after him. Sir, our people are late. At daybreak, Pai Gao walked into the house with a heavy tone. Hozhou rolled down the hillside, his face unrecognizable, and his head was taken back to Jianan. Yang Shu looked towards where the sun was rising, and after a long while he said, Go and prepare. Don't miss anyone on the list. Carriages gathered at the palace from all over the place. The officials, wearing official robes, passed the palace gate inspection and walked towards the main hall. They are afraid of the 3 tribes. The imperial guards were at the door, waiting for them to say no so they could draw their swords and come in to kill. It's terrible without the Yang family's Jianan. Guiqi was wearing a dragon robe. He stood at the top of the stairs, looking at the court officials walking towards him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. When everyone was present, Guiqi instructed the eunuch to read the imperial edict. Slow. A loud shout rang out in the hall. How can a person like you who murdered his brothers and sisters be qualified to stand here? Chapter 193 The Imperial Guards Surrender. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Censor He and sighed in their hearts. Even if blood splatters in the hall, what can it do? It won't change anything. Guiqi's eyes turned cold. He drew his sword and walked towards Censor He. He refused to accept the toast and had to drink a forfeit. It seemed that the blood had not been shed enough. You are a traitor, and you dare to covet the throne. Censor He held his head high and looked at Guiqi with contempt, without any fear in his eyes. Guiqi swung his sword down, leaving a bloody mark on Censor He's face. Everyone closed their eyes, feeling sad. Puff! The sound of weapons piercing flesh was heard, and everyone frowned. Was Guiqi going to desecrate the corpse in the hall? When they opened their eyes, all the officials were stunned. It was not Censor He. Looking at the dagger on his chest, Guiqi flew into a rage. He placed his sword across the official's neck and slashed it fiercely. Covering his wound, Guiqi glanced at the court officials with murderous intent in his eyes. Someone come, he shouted. Put these. Before Guiqi could finish his words, 3 men pounced on him and stabbed their short blades into his body. This sudden change frightened everyone so much that they retreated one after another. Guiqi's pupils widened. Obviously, he didn't expect King Shi to arrange this. He waved his sword and stepped back, blood flowing all over the ground. How dare he? How dare he? Guiqi's voice was filled with resentment. How dare he do this so brazenly? Indeed, King Shi has always acted quietly, and this time was the same, but now that his secrets have been exposed, there is no need to pretend anymore. King Shi wanted to see how many people were against him. Can you kill them so that they are afraid? Guiqi fell on the steps, looking at the dragon throne above, his eyes wide open. He almost sat on it. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. King Shi is both virtuous and talented, and he is up to the task. The Minister of War stood up and shouted. The Dali Temple Minister followed closely behind. Officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue came out one after another. After a brief struggle, the Ministry of Industry also stood over. The Minister of Justice laughed loudly, pointed at them, and said mockingly, Yan State deserves to perish. It deserves to perish. As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of Justice slammed his head against a pillar, blood splattering on the spot. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. The remaining officials looked at the Minister of Justice, then at Censor He, and finally stood out with their heads lowered. They don't want to die? Welcome King Shi. The Minister of War shouted at the top of his voice. Welcome King Shi. The officials responded with numb faces and open mouths, and no one mentioned the bedridden emperor. The sounds merged into one and spread far away. King Shi, dressed in casual clothes, walked up the stairs and appeared in everyone's sight. The shouting continued, and it seemed like it was the popular response. King Shi walked to the front of the officials and stopped. The eunuch came in holding the dragon robe and put it on King Shi in front of all the officials. Long live the emperor. The vice minister of the Ministry of War and other officials knelt down, and their shouts were extremely loud. Under King Shi's glance, all the officials prostrated themselves. King Shi turned around and walked towards the dragon throne. He walked steadily, step by step. In Dongcheng, Fang Zhuang waved his hand downwards and rushed out first. The guards guarding the city were caught off guard and only put up a rough resistance for a few minutes before being subdued by the guards. Walking up the city wall, Fang Zhuang took out the horn. Hearing the horn, everyone was shocked. What is this? Purge the emperor's entourage. Punish the traitors. Purge the emperor's entourage. Punish the traitors. Purge the emperor's entourage. Punish the traitors. The overwhelming shouts shook the heavens. The people's eyes were wet. It's the Yang family army. It's the Yang family army. It's the Yang family army. Marshal Yang is back. Marshal Yang is back. Marshal Yang is back. A group of people shouted at the top of their lungs, tears streaming down their cheeks. Many people held their heads and cried, like lost children who finally found their home. Your Highness, something bad has happened. The guards rushed into the hall. King Shi frowned, and his eyes turned cold. What prince? It's the emperor. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War shouted at the guards. Yang's army is attacking. As soon as these words were spoken, the silent hall suddenly became chaotic. Prince Shi's pupils shrank, and he stood up suddenly, but soon he sat back down. The main force of the Yang family army was at the border and did not move at all. It's just a few thousand soldiers. It's not worth panicking. Your Majesty, there are far more than a few thousand. The guard said bitterly. There is no end in sight. They are heading towards the palace. The people, holding hoes and knives, followed the army. The hall was in complete chaos. Yang Pifu is alive, he is alive. Many people murmured, their faces full of panic. Go quickly. The officials tried to rush out. Prince Shi's eyes kept flashing. Impossible, the old guy is dead. Everyone stand still. If you run around again, I'll kill you without mercy. Yang Lian was buried in the sea of fire and was destroyed along with the Dingguo palace. There is absolutely no possibility of his rebirth. The imperial guards can defeat the rebellious army. King Shi roared with cold eyes. Pointed at by the shiny gun tips, the officials dared not move and huddled together. They looked outside and seemed to hear shouts of killing. Time became particularly torturous. Outside the palace gate, the imperial guards couldn't even hold their spears. This was Yang's army. Those who surrender will not be killed. The guards shouted in unison. They were so powerful and aggressive that they approached the imperial guards step by step with unstoppable courage. Every time the spear is swung, blood will be drawn. The imperial guards were defeated one after another and were unable to resist the Yang family army. At the back of the team, Chu Yuanzhong's eyes widened. He looked at Yang Shu. These people. Isn't it great? Yang Shu glanced around and said casually, it's worth it for me to give you meat every meal. Chu Yuanzhong frowned. This was not something that could be trained by just giving him the flesh. He had seen the Yang family army. Although each of them was brave, they were definitely not at the level they were today. Just a few thousand people, but they are like a sharp knife that can tear everything apart. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they seem to be able to open up a rout. His eyes are also more resolute than before. The combat power has increased by more than 3 times. How did you do it? Chu Yuanzhong breathed rapidly. Give me some meat. It's such a waste of money. Yang Shu shook his head. I used to wear fancy clothes, but look at me now. Yang Shu, Master Chu, we are fighting the enemy now. Can you be serious? I will definitely tell you later. Yang Shu walked forward with the team. It was not the time for him to be exposed yet. The imperial guards were frightened. First one person, then more and more people put down their weapons, and they stepped aside with fear in their eyes. How can a person beat the tip of a knife? Your Majesty. The guards stumbled into the hall. The officials all looked over, wanting to know how the battle was going and whether the imperial guards had suppressed the Yang family army. Your Majesty. The guard fell to the ground. We lost. We lost. The hall was silent, and everyone seemed to be strangled. Defeated? It had only been a short time, and they had already been defeated? King Shi walked down and raised the guard. What did you say? The Imperial Guards have surrendered. The guard muttered. Prince Shi staggered, shook off the guards, and walked out of the palace. The Yang family army did not move. So how could the Imperial army be defeated? Chapter 194, The Sword Strike. Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. Li Qi rushed in with blood on his face. The officials' legs went limp and their lips trembled. It was over, all over. King Shi held his forehead and opened his eyes repeatedly, trying to see clearly what was in front of him. Gasping for breath, King Shi raised his eyes suddenly. He is not lost yet. Yes, go to the north of Xinjiang, with the help of Shao State. Even if Yang Lian is alive, he will die? Walk. King Shi drew his sword, his face grim. There are people to pick him up in Luanshan. The state of Yin must be his. It must be his. King Shi stumbled and fell to his knees. Your Highness. Li Qi hurriedly helped him up. Unlike the confident moment when he entered the palace, Prince Shi was now like a lost dog. Under the protection of the remaining soldiers, he fled in panic. Prince Shi has run away. Fang Zhuang said to Yang Shu. Yang Shu narrowed his eyes and said, Master Chu, I'll leave this to you. After saying this, Yang Shu left the team. Chu Yuanzhong frowned when he saw Fang Zhuang didn't follow him. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Fang Zhuang wiped the tip of his gun without looking up. The prince brought a knife. Chu Yuanzhong's face darkened. Although Prince Shi was defeated and fled, he was followed by hundreds of people. It would be dangerous for the crowned prince to chase him. Lord Chu, just wait and see. The prince will definitely bring back King Shi's head. Fang Zhuang grinned. Chu Yuanzhong raised his eyes slightly. He was so confident. It seemed that there was something he didn't know. Drive. King Shi gripped the reins tightly and fled for his life. When he saw Luanshan, his heart calmed down. However, no matter how they shouted, there was no sign of Liang Cheng. Where are the people? Prince Shi looked grim. Aren't we here yet? Prince Shi fixed his eyes on Li Qi. Your Majesty, he has indeed arrived. I met him 2 days ago. Li Qi looked around, unable to figure out what went wrong. According to their agreement, Liang Cheng would be hiding in Luanshan. This was an arrangement they made in order to take over Jianan with 100 certainty. But now, there is no trace of the person. They shouted like that. Even if Liang Cheng didn't hear them, it was impossible for all the 10,000 guards to be deaf. It was obvious that Liang Cheng was not in Luanshan, and he had disobeyed orders. The corners of King Shi's mouth were pursed into a straight line, and his surging eyes showed his immense rage. Da-da-da! A large number of footsteps were heard. King Shi's expression brightened, and he raised his eyelids to look over. 500 guards gathered from all sides and surrounded King Shi and his entourage. Your Majesty, it's the Yang family army. Li Qi's eyes fixed on Sun Hu and his expression changed drastically. Are you surprised? Yang Shu stopped his horse and looked at King Shi with a smile. King Shi's pupils shrank as he stared at Yang Shu. You? Yang Shu took the bow handed to him by the guard and drew it towards King Shi. We were both in Jianan, but King Shi has never seen my archery skills. Let me give you an evaluation today. The moment the words fell, the arrow flew out. When the arrow was 20 centimeters away from King Shi's heart, Li Qi chopped it off with a knife. The commander of officials is still capable. Yang Shu praised. Prince Shi stepped back, shocked and panicked. He looked at Yang Shu in disbelief. You are not a playboy. How is King Jiaoshi's acting? Yang Shu drew his bow again. Captain Sun, the officer commander is too idle. Get him busy. Sun Hu led his guards forward without saying a word. As soon as the weapons touched, screams echoed throughout the Luan mountain. Watching the people around him fall one after another, King Shi's lips lost color and he couldn't hold the reins tightly. Yang Shu, there is no need for a life-and-death struggle between you and me. Guisai is incompetent and foolish. With my help, you will definitely be able to conquer the state of Yan. Seeing that Yang Shu's bowstring was fully drawn, King Shi said anxiously, Call out. The arrow broke through the air and pierced King Shi's left arm. Yang Shu drew his bow and shot another arrow. This time it grazed King Shi's scalp. King Shi screamed and fell off his horse. Giving the bow to his personal guard, Yang Shu quietly watched the battle. The Yang family army was very powerful. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had eliminated 90 of King Shi's men. Yang Shu dismounted from his horse and drew out his broadsword. I just sharpened it this morning. I think I can chop off King Shi's head with one blow. Prince. Sun Hu pushed King Shi towards Yang Shu. Don't kill me. I can make you the most powerful person in Yan State. King Shi grabbed the hem of Yang Shu's clothes, his face covered with tears and snot, and begged frantically. This was the first time that King Shi was so close to death. He was terrified and looked disheveled and dirty, completely unlike his usual pampered self. Yang Shu raised the tip of the knife to King Shi's face. "You were the one who poisoned me on my wedding day, right?" King Shi was panicked for a moment and shook his head quickly. "You killed Feng Qingwan. It has nothing to do with me. But if it touches Lu Yun, how can I let you go?" "Well, tell me about the secret stakes that Shao State has planted in Yan State. If this prince is satisfied, we can discuss everything." I only know that they are from the Jinling division." King Shi looked at Yang Shu and said, "Oh, Qiuyue Tower. That's all." Yang Shu gripped the handle of the knife tightly and raised it up. King Shi screamed and fled. "Yang Shu, you said you wouldn't kill me." "Not killing you." Yang Shu smiled, stepped on King Shi's back, and without further ado, chopped off his head with his knife. "This prince said that everything can be discussed. I can give you a quick death. You had 5 seconds to think of your last words, but you didn't cherish them. This prince is still kind." Sun Hu looked at King Shi's head and remained silent. He was quite merciful. He first shot a few arrows to make King Shi frightened, then gave him some hope, and then chopped off the man's head with a knife. After this operation, even if King Shi did not die, he would probably have nightmares for the rest of his life. "Pack it up and let's go back." Yang Shu stepped onto the horse, pulled the reins, and rushed out like an arrow, with Sun Hu following closely behind. In the main hall, all the officials looked at the guards outside with worry and fear. Why hasn't Mr. Yang come yet? The Minister of Rights moved his lips and spoke in a low voice. Who knows? The Dali Temple official looked uneasy. As time passed, the whispers in the hall became more frequent. Chu Yuanzhong stood outside the emperor's bedroom for a while, then called Feng Zhuang. "Come with me and have a look." The emperor was lying in bed. The medicine Gua Qi fed him made his limbs weak, and he was unable to get up. With a creak, the door of the hall was pushed open from the outside. When the emperor saw Chu Yuanzhong, joy showed in his eyes. "Chu Qing, Your Majesty," Chu Yuanzhong called out, but he was 3 meters away from the emperor and did not go over. "You are also King Shi's man." The joy in the emperor's eyes faded and turned into a stern look. Chu Yuanzhong shook his head, slowly knelt down, and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, this is the end of our relationship." "What's going on out there?" The emperor's eyes narrowed and he struggled to get up from the couch. "Did King Shi usurp the throne?" "Chu Yuanzhong, I'm asking you a question. Don't go. Tell me. Tell me." The emperor's roar echoed in the bedroom. Riding a horse, Yang Shu went straight into the palace gate. The sound of horse hooves was particularly loud on the palace road where the killing had stopped. Chapter 195 Leaving. The whispers in the hall stopped at the same time, and they looked outside. "Here we come. Yang Lian is here." Everyone couldn't help swallowing to relieve the tension. They were forced by King Shi and did not really want a rebel, so Yang Lian could not kill them indiscriminately. Without them, the state of Yin would fall into chaos. In just a few breaths, thousands of thoughts went through their minds. When Yang Shu's figure appeared at the door, all the officials were stunned. "Yang Shu. Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Shu was very friendly and gave them a warm smile. "How can we not have someone sit on it?" Yang Shu walked towards the dragon throne, but after he walked up, he did not sit down. "Come on, bring the emperor over." Everyone looked at him, frowning, and turned their gazes towards the door. "Don't look at it. The old man has left Jianan. If you want to know, I can help take care of him." Yang Shu took out a towel and wiped the blood off his body. "Look at me, I almost forgot." Pai Gao, show everyone King Shi's head and ask them if it is smooth enough. Take it away now." Listening to the broken cries, Yang Shu felt quite bored. Thanks to the efforts of the emperor and Prince Shi, this court was completely unbearable to watch. One cannot tolerate outstanding talents. The other looks down upon innocent hearts. The court was turned into a concentration camp for wimps. Go wherever the wind is stronger. The emperor was carried over, and Yang Shu was very considerate and helped him sit down on the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, the traitor has been eliminated. Do you want to see the head of King Shi? I'm afraid I'll chop it off by mistake." Yang Shu waved his hand and asked Pai Gao to be brought over. You? The emperor's fingers were shaking as he tried to raise them. "Where is my father-in-law?" After some effort, the emperor breathed heavily. Yang Shu pinched his face, the warmth in his eyes faded, and a coldness shot out. "Father? You are not worthy of calling me that. You are jealous of talented people, stupid and heartless, selfish and cold-blooded. Back then, the Yang family army was completely wiped out. Was it you who leaked the military information?" I don't. Yang Shu swung his hand and slapped him. "You, the Gua family, are all dead ducks. You dare not admit it. Look at me, I got excited accidentally." Yang Shu turned around and faced the courtiers, his face softened. Pai Gao, you can recite it now. Yang Shu, who was completely different from usual, made all the officials nervous. At this point, if they still didn't know that Yang Shu's playboyish attitude was just an act, they would be fools. Pai Gao unfolded the booklet and shouted, Fan Bo, the Minister of Rights. Dong Ju, the Minister of the Dali Temple. Ministry of War, Mao Yan, Lu Chu, Chen Kai, Zhang Hong. Pai Gao read out the names one by one, and the guards entered the hall with knives in hand and began the slaughter. Prince, spare my life. Have mercy. The cries echoed throughout the hall. Yang Shu saw it coldly. Spare my life. These people are waiting for the old man to die and make the Yang family extinct. Your Majesty, Gui Shi is dead. Yang Shu ignored the officials who were screaming for mercy and said to the emperor, The imperial physician examined you and said that your thing is useless. I checked for you. There is no illegitimate child of yours among the people. I thought about it again and again, and I feel that your life should be saved. Chopping off your head is too easy. Watching the country change hands is torture. The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Yang Shu and said angrily, The Yang family is full of loyal and brave people. How could they have a rebellious son like you? With a slap, Yang Shu slapped the emperor off the throne. So it's only you, the Gui family, who can bully others. If the heroes of the Yang family were here, they would definitely stop me. After all, those people were taught by the old man to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Unfortunately, they died. Your Majesty, you have contributed a lot here. Yang Shu looked down at the emperor with a look of sarcasm on his face. I can slaughter people in the hall today, all thanks to you. Guard your kingdom well, and watch how it comes into my hands bit by bit. After Yang Shu finished speaking, he walked down the stairs and headed straight out. Behind him, the massacre was still going on. Chu Yuanzhong saw him coming out and went to greet him. Congratulations, great victory. After today, everyone will know that the Prince of Dingguo Palace is no fool, and the Yang family army has a new commander. Congratulations. Yang Shu looked back. He didn't come here to show off. His reputation was too bad, and people would only half believe and half doubt his statement. Just massacre them in the main hall, and the news will spread as quickly as possible. An unlearned and unskillful playboy has no ability to defeat the Imperial Guards. Let's go and harvest the last wave. Yang Shu took the lead. These officials may not be capable, but they are all good at making money. King Shi was dead, and the emperor was deposed. Yang Shu had no interest in the mess in Jianan. He left 20 of the silver and asked Chu Yuanzhong to distribute it to the people. Yang Shu led his personal guards and left the city without any reluctance. Prince, the people shouted from afar and chased for a while. Then they stopped dejectedly. The Dingguo Palace is gone, the Crown Prince is gone, and the Yang family army. Will the Yang family army still protect the state of Yan? Everyone felt as if there were 1,000 pounds of weight under their feet. They returned in silence and lost their way once again. Where are you going? At the city gate, they bumped into a group of people carrying pots and pans, and a middle-aged man asked, Huaining County. The man lifted the baby up and hugged him. The emperor is not a good one. We want to follow the prince. The Yang family can be trusted. I will definitely not let you down. The man said loudly. Is the prince going to Huaining County? Someone asked hurriedly. After receiving a positive answer, many people's eyes lit up. Chu Yuanzhong stood on the city wall, looking at the people leaving with their families. He lowered his eyes. In the hearts of the people, the Yang family was an unshakable tree. The emperor was wrong from the beginning. He ruined the smooth road. It is obvious that thanks to the Yang family, he can enjoy the respect of the people. If the Yang family had any intention of rebellion, he would never be able to sit on the throne. It's so lively, Paiju said. He was kept by Yang Shu to finish. In just one day, Yang Shu went from being despised by everyone to being the Yang family's favorite child. Chu Yuanzhong sighed. Sir Chu, does my son have the talent to be an emperor? Paiju tilted his head and looked at Chu Yuanzhong. Chu Yuanzhong looked at him sideways. Are you asking me this? You're clearly showing off in secret. Be careful, butler. This is not an easy job. Pai Gao said seriously. The prince said that he would not let me get stabbed. That guy is full of lies. Do you believe him? Lord Chu, don't you believe it? Pai Jiu took out a pen and paper from his arms, ready to take notes. Chu Yuanzhong's face twitched, and he left. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This is the same as the saying, birds of a feather flock together. By the river, Yang Shu rolled up his torn sleeves. Prince, let me sew it for you. Fang Zhuang was very enthusiastic. Yang Shu took a sip of water, glanced at the ugly centipede on Fang Zhuang's shoulder, and drove him away. Go away, go away. If you come to Huaining County like this, people will think I'm fleeing from famine. Chapter 196, Just Knowing the Person Next to You. Prince, you are so hurtful. What else can I do? I have to praise this centipede you stitched against my will. Yang Shu glanced at Feng Zhuang, took out some dried meat from his arms, cut off half, and handed it to him. Feng Zhuang was very sad. After looking at it again and again, he had to admit that the prince's description was quite correct. After taking a bite of the dried meat, Feng Zhuang spoke incoherently. Prince, we are clearly the winners. Why are we acting like losers? At least we should have enough food and drink before we leave. Yang Shu flexed his legs. It was just a surprise attack on them. The Yang family army was so famous that those people thought the old man was alive and had no intention of resisting. That's why we were able to break into the palace. If they had known from the beginning that it was me, the imperial guards would not have surrendered so easily. Prince Shi and Guoqi are dead, but Jinan is not something that can be sorted out. There are only a few people in Shiyue Tower, and who knows where the main force of Shao State is lurking. If you stay here any longer, your son might die in the northwest. To achieve the greatest benefit, don't take risks that shouldn't be taken. Only when I am gone will the water in Jinan be still. Feng Zhuangji nodded. Judging from his expression, he didn't quite understand what he heard. He liked to use his hands rather than his brain. It's almost a quarter of an hour. Go and tell them to hurry on their way. Yang Shu stood up, full of expectations for Huaining County. At this time, Jinan, another pigeon, flapped its wings and flew out. Lu Yun stroked her belly with her fingers, a smile on her lips. She has become more active in recent days. She is afraid that she will not be able to be as quiet as Yang Shu wants. Second madam, Lord Su is here. Zier walked into the room and said softly. Lu Yun gently rubbed her waist and sat up straight. Please let someone in. Second madam. Su Jingzhou bowed. Master Su, you are too polite. Every expenditure, from building schools to constructing bridges, is recorded here. Su Jingzhou put the booklet on the table. Lu Yun did not open it. Master Su, the prince trusts you. You don't have to show these to me. Master Xie, are you still not seeing guests? Su Jingzhou nodded. Grandmaster Xie is too upright. Lu Yun raised her eyes and said, his temper is indeed not something that can be persuaded by words. Take him to the school that is being built in the east of the city and let him do some physical work. Su Jingzhou hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Although Grand Tutor Xie is knowledgeable, he won't be able to help the prince much. Why is the prince so worried? Su Jingzhou knew very well that Yang Shu was not a purely good person. He was very harsh towards officials. He did not see the value in them and would not save them. But he sent all the members of the Xie family to Huaining County. What is irrational is that if they really valued them and wanted to entrust them with important tasks, it would be impossible to let the whole family live together without leaving anyone behind. You know, his sister is still being held captive by Yang Su. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly and said, those of you who follow the prince will basically not resist his orders. Now it's only Huaining County, and we haven't achieved much victory yet. But in the future, as the prince expands the territory, you will support him more and will follow his every decision without thinking about whether it is right or wrong, but will do it instinctively. The prince is also immortal. If he wins too many battles, he will become arrogant. Master Xie is a stubborn person. He is not afraid of death. If he thinks you are wrong, he will dare to point at your nose and scold you. Such people are not liked by the king, but they cannot be missing. With different voices, a country can go further. Su Jingzhou was slightly surprised. He glanced at Lu Yun's face and said, Second madam sees things clearly. Lu Yun shook her head. It's not that I see everything clearly. She just understands the person next to her. I'll do it right away. Su Jingzhou left the room. Zio helped Lu Yun up, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Go ahead. Lu Yun walked slowly in the room to gain some strength so that she would be in a better position when the time came. You have been seeing Lord Su quite frequently. If your unpleasant remarks were to reach the ears of the prince. Lu Yun's eyes showed tenderness, and she said with certainty, he won't doubt me. Su Jingzhou is a man of great talent, and the prince definitely has high hopes for him. He is respectful to me now, all because of the prince. That's not wrong, but if it's all because of the prince, he won't take what I ask him to do seriously. I have to make him understand that although I am a woman, I am not easy to fool. Lu Yun frowned as she spoke and rubbed her belly lightly. Madam, the young master kicked you again. Zier hurriedly helped her sit down. I don't hope it's a boy, Lu Yun said in a low voice. If it was a boy, as the eldest son, he would definitely not have an easy time. Have you received any letter from the prince today? Zio was massaging Lu Yun's waist. Upon hearing this, she stepped aside and said, I'll go ask. Lu Yun looked through the window in the direction of Jianan. Liar, you said you would be here soon, but now there is no news of your departure. She was not far from giving birth, and Lu Yun hoped that Yang Shu could stay with her. The master doesn't see guests. Seeing Su Jingzhou coming again, the doorman said helplessly. Su Jingzhou had a blank expression on his face. He did not leave this time, but signaled the guards around him to go in directly. Seeing Su Jingzhou trying to force his way in, the doorman tried to stop him in a formal manner and then gave way. He is a man who can see the situation clearly. Now that he is living under the control of others, he can no longer act like a chaste and virtuous woman. Food, drink, and accommodation are all provided by others. Grandmaster. After shouting outside the study, Su Jingzhou pushed the door open. Are you going to use force? Grand Tutor Xie stood up and looked straight at Su Jingzhou. It's been a while since you arrived here, Grandmaster. Farming is not easy for farmers. You should do something for Huaining County. Please. Su Jingzhou's attitude was firm, and he would not tolerate any refusal. Master Xie closed the book and walked out, passing Su Jingzhou. In the carriage, neither of them spoke, and the wheels kept turning. About half an hour later, Su Jingzhou lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, Grandmaster, we have left the market. It is much quieter here, and there are mostly plants and trees. Do you feel anything? Su Jingzhou turned his head to look at Grand Tutor Xie. Grand Tutor Xie frowned slightly and looked outside. Without waiting for his answer, Su Jingzhou said slowly, it is a road. Even if it is Jianan, once it is remote, it is bound to be bumpy. Grand Tutor Xie stared intently, then he lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw the road, about 4 meters wide, with no end in sight. The prince transported a lot of silver to Huaining County. A rough calculation shows that the amount was 10 million taels. But within a year, the account was basically empty. What you see now is only a part of it. Su Jingzhou spoke slowly. Master Xie pursed his lips, his eyes always fixed on the flat ground. Su Jingzhou placed the brewed tea in front of Grand Tutor Xie and said no more. Master Su is here. As soon as the carriage entered the east of the city, greetings were heard from all around. Sir Su, please try some freshly made scallion pancakes. The vendor chased after the carriage and handed the pancakes wrapped in oil paper into it. Master Su, please don't despise the shoes my wife made. Master Su. People kept sending gifts in, expressing their love from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 197, The Dispirited Master Xie. Grand Tutor Xie's expression changed, and he looked at Su Jingzhou. Grandmaster will understand. Su Jingzhou smiled at him, leaned out and expressed his gratitude to everyone. Seeing Su Jingzhou taking the things, the people smiled and dispersed without interfering with Su Jingzhou's work. The carriage stopped in a large open space. Grandmaster, we're here. Su Jingzhou was the first to get off the carriage. Nearly 100 migrant workers were carrying wood and walking towards the open space. When they saw Su Jingzhou, they all greeted him. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. This is nothing. The migrant worker shook his head. It's the adults who work hard. Mind your own business. Don't worry about me. Su Jingzhou said gently, and then looked at Grand Tutor Xie. Grand Tutor, you will work with them today. I will send someone to pick you up in the evening. After saying this, Su Jingzhou left. Master Xie looked around, not knowing where to start. Old man, please don't be busy. Take a rest aside. Seeing that Master Xie was about to pick up the wood, a migrant worker hurried over to stop him. What are we going to build? Asked Grand Tutor Xie. School. The migrant worker grinned. There are 2 schools in the south of the city, but they are too far away, and it is inconvenient for us to go there. Lord Su is planning to build one in the east of the city so that everyone can go to school. Master Su is a good man. The school doesn't charge any fees. People like us can also learn to read. Look, these are the words I recognize. The migrant worker took out a piece of paper from his waist and showed it off to Master Xie. Zhang Hu, I can already write my name. The migrant worker had a pure smile on his face. Working here, we get 100 yuan a week for half a month, but we can't accept it. If we go out, people will poke our backs. Old sir, you are obviously very knowledgeable. If it is really difficult, then go and apply for the job. You really can't move this wood. The migrant worker helped Master Xie to the side, and without further delay, he picked up the wood and strode forward. It is obviously a very tiring job, but all the migrant workers have no worries on their faces and are full of vigor and energy. As Grand Tutor Xie watched this scene, his eyes gradually became dazed. He stood up and walked around aimlessly. Liyun touched Su Yueyao's head, her brows slightly furrowed, and it was still a little hot. Let's find a place to rest, Liyun said outside. I'm fine. Su Yueyao smiled weakly. After a long journey and catching a cold, Su Yueyao caught a cold. Don't worry about it for a day or 2. Liyun comforted her. Grandpa also needs to rest. Come, have a drink of water. Liyun helped Su Yueyao up and fed warm water to her mouth. The carriage was bumpy, and even though Su Yueyao felt very dizzy, she still couldn't fall asleep. Fortunately, they were not far from town. The guards arranged accommodation first, and the group entered the house. Madam, the doctor is here, said the guard outside the door. Mo Mei walked out of the house and welcomed the doctor in. After feeding Su Yueyao the medicine and seeing that she had fallen asleep, Luyan breathed a sigh of relief. After changing clothes, Luyan went to see Mr. Yang. Go and have a rest. I'm fine. Old Master Yang looked distressed. During the whole journey, Luyan took care of everything, and except for Su Yueyao, nothing went wrong at all. I'm here, Pang Chi also said. Luyan nodded, stopped forcing himself, and walked towards his room. That kid is really lucky. Old Master Yang snorted. Pang Chi didn't respond. The marshal was annoyed, and his anger grew when Yang Shu was mentioned. Before he left, he promised to say a good word for Yang Shu. But the marshal was extremely annoyed, and Ponzi thought it would be better to let the kid bear the consequences himself. The drug was given by the brat, not by him. He didn't do anything, so he knew about it. Old Pang. Marshal, tea. Ponzi immediately handed over the tea. Old Master Yang looked at him sideways. Don't think I don't know. Marshal, I'll go to the kitchen and ask them to make you some meat porridge so that you can digest it better. Ponzi walked away with a serious look on his face. Old Master Yang rolled his eyes. They're all getting too independent. After taking a short nap, Luyan got up from the couch. Rubbing her forehead, she went to the desk to write a letter. The second prince was forcing the emperor to abdicate, and Prince Shu was watching him covetously. She was worried about Yang Shu's situation and was afraid that something unexpected would happen. I was eager to confirm Yang Shu's safety. Miss, drink the soup first. Mo put the bowl on the table and called out. Luyan put down her pen and waited for the ink to dry before putting the paper into an envelope. Miss, how long do we have to go? If it's fast, it can arrive in 5 days. Luyan drank the soup and replied to Mo. What is Huaining County like? It was the first time for Mo to go out so far, and she couldn't hide her curiosity. Luyan smiled. I haven't been there either, but from the description, the scenery is pleasant, with clear water and beautiful mountains. Is the place where we live the same as the mansion? The prince said that there hasn't been much change. Luyan wiped his mouth and tapped Mo's forehead. I know what you care about. There must be cheese. Miss, I'm not. Mo denied, puffing out her chest. I'm just worried that you won't be able to adapt. Well, Mo is always considerate. Luyan chuckled and handed the letter to her. Have someone deliver it. Looking at Mo walking out, Luyan pursed his lips and thought to himself, it must be going smoothly. Father. Seeing Grand Tutor Xie walking past him as if he didn't see him, Xie Yuanjin called out. Father. Xie Yuanjin's voice was very loud, but Grand Tutor Xie seemed not to hear it and had no reaction, as if he had lost his soul. Xie Yuanjin frowned, took a few steps forward and held Grand Tutor Xie's hand. Dad, what are you thinking? The door is over there. If you keep going, you'll hit the wall. Master Xie raised his head, his eyes blank. Dad, don't scare me. Xie Yuanjin panicked. Wasn't this dementia? Mother. Brother. Oh no. Xie Yuanjin ran into the house. Dad is not well. Call a doctor immediately. No, please ask a monk to come home and see if you can summon Dad's soul back. What are you yelling about again? Mrs. Xie glanced at her son. Mrs. Xie walked out, passing Xie Yuanjin. The sound of someone falling into the water made Mrs. Xie's eyes widen. Is the one in the pool your father? Mrs. Xie asked Xie Yuanjin. Yes, this is what he wears when he goes out. Xie Yuanjin answered affirmatively. Mrs. Xie was immediately furious. That's right. Hurry and get him out. The pool was not deep, just up to the waist, and Xie Yuanjin carried Master Xie to shore. Seeing that the man's eyes were closed, Mrs. Xie became anxious. Go get a doctor. Xie Yuanjin didn't care about his wet clothes and turned to leave. Huaining County. The murmuring made Xie Yuanjin stop in his tracks. He turned around and saw that Grand Tutor Xie kept moving his mouth. Huaining County, it's actually in Huaining County. Dad, what do you want to say? Xie Yuanjin put his ear closer. After waiting for a long time and seeing no sound, Xie Yuanjin looked at Grand Tutor Xie and found that he had completely fainted. Chapter 198 Arrival at Huaining County. The rest lasted for 3 days, until Su Yueyao's fever completely subsided, and then everyone set off. Madam, the letter. The next night, the guard gave Lu Yun the urgent letter. After Lu Yun took it, she opened it immediately and read it line by line. Her brows relaxed and her heart was relieved. The prince has won and is already on his way to Huaining County. There was joy in the guard's eyes. Madam, do you want to inform the marshal? Lu Yun shook his head. Just say that the prince was not injured. Grandpa devoted most of his life to the Guo family. He must be sad to know their fate. Without Yangshu around, Grandpa couldn't relieve his depression. Speed up your pace and try to get to Huaining County as soon as possible. The guard nodded and turned to do it. Without stopping, they saw the city gate of Huaining County in just 2 days. Su Jingzhou led the Yamen runners and had been waiting since early morning. When he saw the convoy, he hurried to meet them. Brother. The gentle shout made Su Jingzhou's nose sore. He looked over and saw a beautiful girl getting off the carriage and walking quickly towards him. Are you feeling better from your cold? Su Jingzhou said in a hoarse voice, looking closely at Su Yueyao, fearing that she might not be having a good time in Dingguo Palace. Almost recovered. Su Yueyao smiled at Su Jingzhou. The prince treats me very well. After the brother and sister exchanged a few words, Lu Yun lifted the carriage curtain and said, Master Su, please go into the city first. Su Jingzhou bowed to Lu Yun and said, Yueyao is ignorant of worldly affairs. I am sorry to trouble you, madam. Lu Yun smiled, Master Su, you are wrong. Yueyao is very considerate and never makes us worry about anything. Everyone in the mansion likes her. After exchanging a few polite words, the group headed towards the city gate. Where are we? Lu Yun asked Zier. They said they were going into the city, but it will take a while. Madam, you are in a bad condition, so go there later. Lu Yun looked outside and calculated the time. Let's go. Better early than late. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Yun stood up with the help of the armrest of the chair, straightened her clothes, and walked towards the door. Zier chased after him with a cloak in her hand. She stood outside for a while without feeling anything, but after a long time, the coldness seeped inside. Looking at the intersection, Lu Yun's eyes gradually drifted away. She received a letter from Jianan, saying that Yangshu was doing well and was already on his way to Huaining County. In other words, it won't be long before he appears there. Second, madam. As soon as the guards from Dingguo Palace appeared, Zia called Lu Yun. After sending the person to the door, Su Jingzhou turned his horse around and went back. Yangshu was not there. It was obvious that Marshal Yang did not intend to show up. As a man, he should have the proper manners. Why are you standing outside? Lu Yun frowned and walked towards Lu Yun. It's so cold, your body can't stand the wind. After instructing the guards to load and unload the luggage, Lu Yun helped Lu Yun in. Grandpa. Lu Yun opened her lips slightly. He doesn't want to show up in front of people. We'll go to the yard to see him later. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun's belly. When I left, it hadn't changed much. Now it's like a small hill. Are you tired on weekdays? Lu Yun couldn't hide his curiosity and touched Lu Yun's belly. Hey, it moves. Lu Yun retracted his hand in shock. Lu Yun couldn't help laughing any longer. I always thought Madam was too calm. Now she looks a bit like a girl. I am definitely a little tired. It's almost 6 months. If it doesn't move, I really need to see a doctor. Lu Yun took off her cloak and looked at Lu Yun jokingly. When Madam gets pregnant, you will understand the feeling. I think it won't take too long. Lu Yun felt a little hot in his ears, so he sat down with Lu Yun. There was charcoal burning in the room, so it was quite warm. Su Yueyao, should we keep her at the mansion or send her to Su Jingzhou? Lu Yun held the tea and raised her eyes slightly. The prince's intention is to reunite the brother and sister. It was separated into 2 places before. It would be inappropriate to tear down this one place. Lu Yun curled her lips, with a charming look at the corners of her eyes. It seems that the prince has one Su Yueyao. In front of you, or avoiding you? Lu Yun held her chin with her hand, looking a little lazy. Lu Yun glanced at her. You are the second wife. It doesn't affect my watching the fun. Lu Yun laughed. He didn't avoid me. He wanted to inform me, but I wasn't interested in listening. If you were here, you could give him some advice. I am sincere to the prince. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes were full of longing. I would not come up with this idea. If you weren't smart enough and couldn't shake me, do you think I would be so quiet? It's always better to have one less person to share with. Unfortunately, Su Yueyao and Su Jingzhou are one. If we want Su Jingzhou to be devoted to us and not have any second thoughts, we can't let Su Yueyao go. Is there any unusual movement in Xiao State? Lu Yun asked what she wanted to know most. Lu Yun looked at her and asked, Didn't the prince ask you to stop thinking? The fetus is stable, so you can think about it. Lu Yun drank a sip of warm water. I can't help but care about it. This is a matter of life and death. After Prince Shi died, Liang Cheng showed goodwill to the crown prince and returned the silver. Lu Yun spoke slowly. Lu Yun frowned. I don't know much about Liang Cheng, but I've heard people in Yahangla mention that he is too greedy to be loyal. The prince has no intention of recruiting him. He is just pretending to be friendly with him and using him to stabilize the northern part of the border. Wei Si will go there in a while. Lu Yun raised her eyes. Is the little guy still alive? Alive and growing very quickly. The prince tried to send spies to the Shao Kingdom, but it would be difficult to obtain confidential information in such a short period of time. We don't know much about the situation over there. Lu Yun's eyes darkened slightly. Lu Yun stroked her belly. She was familiar with this matter, but Yang Shu would definitely not let her pass. Are Wu Lu and Han Yu dead or alive? Died under torture by King Shi. Lu Yun frowned. Yegua will definitely investigate. Lu Yun smiled. Prince Shi slaughtered the envoy of Yi State. The emperor was furious and cut off his head to apologize to Yi State. To ensure authenticity, King Shi's head has been sent over using a piece of sunken wood. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun and said, He's really good. He can handle anything and nothing has anything to do with him. Mississippi. Mo called out from outside. The marshal has entered the yard. Yeah. Lu Yun helped Lu Yun up and went over with her. After greeting and chatting with Mr. Yang for a while, the two returned to their own residence. Old Pang. Old Master Yang looked at his face in the bronze mirror. Marshal, you can't be young no matter how much you take a photo. Pang Chi handed over the medicine bowl. Old Master Yang rolled his eyes and said, I don't expect to be young again. I'm just trying to see how I look and whether I can hug my great-grandson. Marshal, you are in good health. Not to mention your great-grandson. Maybe he will even be able to see her getting married. You speak so fluently now. Old Man Yang picked up the medicine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Pang Chi chuckled. Marshal, you are not feeling unwell after all the hard work. Sitting in a carriage, there is no wind blowing. How can it be uncomfortable? Back then, I was shot by 3 arrows, but I was still able to travel 1,000 miles a day. Ponzi glanced at him and said, yeah, so he got a lot of old injuries and couldn't even lift a gun. Old Master Yang glared. Do you think I can't deal with you now? I want the marshal to know that it's not that your body can't handle it. It's just that it's stronger than before. Chapter 199 Xiaoyi. Pang Chi tried his best to persuade Mr. Yang and finally made him believe that he could live to see the birth of his great-grandson. In Xiao State, a beautiful woman opened the lacquer tube and poured out the note. After reading it, her eyes froze slightly. Sister, what's wrong? Asked the young man next to the woman. A major change has occurred in the state of Yan. The prince of the Dingguo Palace is a tiger in pig's skin. Xiaoyi said in a light voice. Is the emperor still lingering in the harem during this period? There was a barely perceptible fatigue in Xiaoyi's eyes. The young man pursed his lips and said, Sister, if he doesn't make progress himself, how long can we help him? They are all evil spirits. There was resentment in the young man's words. I'll go into the palace and take a look. Xiaoyi asked people to prepare the horses. Compared to Jinan, the capital of Xiao State was much more prosperous. Due to the number of people coming and going, Xiaoyi was not walking very fast. Good dance, reward. In the imperial garden, a man in his 20s was clapping his hands on the table and shouting, in a very happy mood. He was surrounded by beautiful concubines. But the next moment, the man was no longer happy. Princess Qinghe, you have trespassed into my inner palace again. The man looked annoyed. Your Majesty, have you approved today's memorial? Xiaoyi looked serious. Xiao Xing'an's eyes were filled with impatience. The regent king will criticize. Why are you holding on to me? I'm playing with the concubines. How does it bother you? You have already taken power. Xiaoyi suppressed his anger, a sharp look appearing between his brows. Xiao Xing'an took a step back. He was a little afraid of this sister with whom he had a distant blood relationship. The girl doesn't like red clothes, but prefers to dance with swords and sticks. He is full of evil spirit. No wonder no one wants him. You also know that I am in charge of the government. Xiao Sheng'an stiffened his neck. Do you take me seriously? My inner palace. You can break in whenever you want. Xiaoyi, even a clay man has a temper. Don't push me. Xiaoyi ignored him and looked at the concubines. When she swept them over, the concubines all shrank back and hurriedly took their leave. Xiaoyi, Xiao Xing'an roared. Go and get the memorial. Xiaoyi spoke to Xiao Xing'an's eunuch. After everyone left, Xiaoyi looked at Xiao Xing'an. You can't even hold power in your own hands. What can you use to show off your power to me? The military power of the Qiyuan army was decided by Taizu. Can you change it? Your Majesty, please approve the memorial and don't force me to commit a crime. Xiaoyi said in a flat tone. You. Xiao Xing'an was so angry that he grabbed the teacup and threw it at him. There was a crisp sound, and the next moment, the cold blade was against Xiao Xing'an's neck. Xiaoyi raised her phoenix eyes. As an emperor, you should not show your emotions. The more you hate me, the more you should not show it on your face. Even if I'm on guard, how can you find any evidence against me? Do you understand? Xiaoyi's dagger moved forward an inch, and strands of blood spread down Xiao Sheng'an's neck. Xiao Xing'an's lips trembled, and he dared not yell anymore. My lord, I know I was wrong. Xiaoyi put away the knife, sat aside, and waited for the eunuch to deliver the memorial. Under Xiaoyi's gaze, Xiao Sheng'an had no choice but to unfold the memorial no matter how reluctant he was. The morning passed quickly. Looking at the memorial approved by Xiao Sheng'an, Xiaoyi lowered her eyes, feeling overwhelmed by the heavy responsibility. Your Majesty, go to the study room to study at noon tomorrow. Just like today, I will accompany you by your side. Xiao Sheng'an's face changed, and he forced a smile. Princess, I will go on time tomorrow. You have a lot of things to do, so don't. Before Xiao Xing'an could finish his words, Xiaoyi had already turned and left. Looking at Xiaoyi's back, Xiao Sheng'an cursed softly. Although the Sui Palace was close to him by blood, the regent king knew his heart better than him. Xiao Guo is stable, so what's wrong with him enjoying himself a bit? Madam, can I really leave? Sui Weiyao looked at Lu Yun and asked uncertainly. Master Su's car is waiting outside. Pack your things and go home with him. The situation in Huaining County was uncertain before, and they were worried that you might get into trouble, so they kept you in the mansion. Now that we are here, how can we let you and your sister be separated? Lu Yun said gently. Prince, that's what he meant. Sui Weiyao was slightly stunned. She thought Yang Shu let her go home just to trick her, but she never thought that he really let her go. Sui Weiyao pursed her red lips and bowed to Lu Yun. Thank you for your care, madam. It's not like we won't see each other anymore. Just be casual. If you feel bored at home, come and talk to me. Sui Weiyao nodded and walked out of Lu Yun's room. Walking on the Bluestone Road, Sui Weiyao's eyes were slightly dazed. She left so easily that it made people feel unreal. After packing a few pieces of clothing and walking out of the room, Sui Weiyao turned back, took out a hairpin from the box, and held it in her palm. In the carriage, Su Jingzhou smiled warmly. In your yard, I have planted many daffodils. Whenever you saw them before, you would always take a second look. It was because I didn't have the ability to do so. Now I can satisfy you. I don't know much about rouge and powder, so I asked someone to buy it for me. If you don't like it, we can change it. By the way, the embroiderers in Zula are all good at sewing and their prices are not expensive, so don't bother yourself in the future. Sui Weiyao listened quietly, smiled, and nodded. In the past, she would have been extremely happy because her elder brother had become successful and they no longer had to worry about their livelihood. The farther the carriage went, the emptier Sui Weiyao felt. Arrive. As soon as the carriage stopped, Su Jingzhou's smile deepened. Let's go home. Sui Weiyao didn't have much stuff, so Su Jingzhou could carry it all by himself. He took Sui Weiyao to see her yard. The neatly trimmed green plants are elegant everywhere, which shows the owner's care. Do you like it? Su Jingzhou looked at Sui Weiyao's face and asked carefully. I like it. Sui Weiyao smiled, but a large field of crabapples appeared in front of her eyes. She didn't feel it when she was within reach, but now that she thinks about it, it's really beautiful. As long as you like it. Su Jingzhou felt relieved. After entering the room, Su Jingzhou looked at Sui Weiyao, seeming to want to say something, but stopping himself. Brother, what's wrong? Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, Sui Weiyao and Su Jingzhou don't feel any strangeness and can clearly sense each other's changes. Weiyao, let big brother find a marriage for you. I couldn't do anything before, but now, I have proven my worth. No matter how angry the prince is, he will not abandon me. I don't want you to be caught in the middle and become a victim. You are my only sister, and I want you to live your life the way you want. Sui Weiyao was stunned and said in a panic, Brother, I don't want to get married yet. Su Jingzhou's expression was slightly restrained. Did the prince cross the line? No, he is very polite and has never done anything to disrespect me. Sui Weiyao said hurriedly. Su Jingzhou smiled, with a doting look in his eyes. If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. Big brother can support you. You must be very tired after traveling so long. Take a rest first. Su Jingzhou spoke softly and gently, and when he left the house, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. In the past, Yu Yao would feel shy when talking about marriage, but now, she subconsciously resisted. Since the prince has never been frivolous, then it can only be. Chapter 200 Warmth. Second madam, there's a letter from the prince saying he'll arrive tomorrow. Zier trotted into the room and said to Lu Yun. Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat, and she clenched the album in her hand. Time passed faster than she thought. From Jianan to Huaining County, only a small part of the route is accessible by water, and the main road is bound to be muddy due to the continuous rain in recent days. It will take Yang Shu only 10 days to leave Jianan. He arrived so quickly, which meant he seldom stopped along the way. Asked the kitchen to prepare some nourishing soup. Lu Yun looked outside. The weather was not very good, and it looked like it was going to snow. Lu Yun stood up, holding on to the arm of the chair, with worry in her eyes. Come with me to see the madam first. Zier hurried to help her. It was cold outside, and the water on the road was frozen. If she slipped, it would be a big accident. Second madam, if you have any instructions, just send me to do it. Zier didn't want Lu Yun to go out. It's not too far away. Lu Yun chuckled. She had to ask someone to welcome Yang Shu, but she couldn't bypass Lu Yun's arrangements on this matter and had to talk about it in person. Where are we going? Lu Yunquan walked into the room and looked at the master and servant. Madam, Zier called. The second madam is about to go to your room. Lu Yun glanced at Lu Yun. Don't bother with that. If you get hurt, the prince will definitely blame me. Or do you think the mansion is too quiet and want to fight with someone? Lu Yun asked Zier to make tea. Life is comfortable, but we need to grasp the right measure here. You really put yourself in a good position. Even a strict mistress would not be able to find fault with you. Do you want to tell me about the prince? Lu Yun helped Lu Yun sit down. I'm afraid it will snow tonight. The prince has sent a message. He will definitely travel in the snow. We have to send someone to welcome him. Lu Yun opened her red lips slightly. Lu Yun nodded. I had already sent the guards when they came. Play a game of chess? Lu Yun looked at Lu Yun. Then madam has to be more tolerant of me. Lu Yun softened her tone. Lu Yun looked at her and said, I have a good memory. You won 2 of the 3 games yesterday. Lu Yun smiled. It's just a little advantage. I didn't take any advantage of madam at all. Zier brought the chess piece, and just as Lu Yun picked it up, Imome walked in and whispered in Lu Yun's ear. Lu Yun raised his eyes and put the black piece back. I have something to deal with. Without waiting for Lu Yun to ask, Lu Yun left. At the intersection, Yang Shu strode forward and saw Lu Yun. He hugged her and said, Wife, I finally found you. Yang Shu sounded aggrieved, as if his wife had run away. Lu Yun chuckled and picked up the dry leaves on his shoulder. Go wash them first. Pregnant women cannot stand strong smells. Yang Shu opened his eyes wide and sniffed himself. No way. I took a bath when I stopped the other day. It was freezing cold. How could it go bad? You're not afraid of catching a cold. Lu Yun's tone was slightly reproachful. There's hot water in the bathroom. It will relieve your fatigue, and you can go meet people refreshed. Listen to my wife. Yang Shu grinned. Your wife has considered everything for you, so don't be ungrateful. After taking a bath and changing into a clean robe, Yang Shu could no longer suppress his eagerness and walked towards Lu Yun's yard. Lu Yun held a small heater in her left hand, picked up the white piece, and put it down. The chessboard was already set, so she couldn't just leave it there. World. When Zier saw the man in front of her, she was shocked and was about to salute, but Yang Shu made a gesture to keep quiet. Yang Shu walked lightly into the room, and his eyes fell on Lu Yun's face. Her complexion was rosy and she looked lazy and charming as usual, but her eyebrows and eyes were much softer than before. Ahem. Yang Shu cleared his throat. You were so vigilant in the past, but what happened today? I even sneaked into the house, but you didn't even notice. Lu Yun stopped holding Haizi's hand and looked over suddenly. Not tomorrow? If you don't say that, there won't be any surprises. Yang Shu walked towards Lu Yun and held her hand. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Yun's eyes turned red. Hold me. Yang Shu immediately pulled the man into his arms and said, It's all Guiqi's fault. He was so hesitant in starting a rebellion. And King Shi actually prepared a way out. If it weren't for them too, I would have come here a long time ago. Yang Shu said angrily. Lu Yun hugged his waist, tightened her grip, and expressed her longing. Zier had already closed the door and left. Yang Shu lowered his head and kissed Lu Yun's red lips, which were as fragrant and soft as ever, making people want more. After hugging and kissing for a while, Yang Shu picked up Lu Yun and walked towards the bed. What do you want to do? Lu Yun stroked Yang Shu's face. Yang Shu glanced at Lu Yun's belly and said, I do have lustful thoughts, but I don't have the guts. If anything happens to the child, you will chop me to pieces. I have endured it for so long. I can endure it for a few more months. Yang Shu's tone was firm. Lu Yun smiled and let Yang Shu untie her belt. I finally climbed into your bed. I thought about it again and again along the way. On the bed, Yang Shu hugged Lu Yun, his face pressed against her neck, and whispered softly. After kissing Lu Yun on the neck, Yang Shu rubbed her nose against hers. My wife smells so good. Lu Yun kissed him on the lips. The man's hot body temperature made her feel extremely at ease. You didn't even tease me in the letter. Thinking of something, Yang Shu looked straight at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Have I ever teased you before? Yang Shu raised his eyebrows. I've never heard of amnesia during pregnancy. Don't you do this often? TSK, I heard that the soil and water in Huaining County are good for health. Madam, you are not being blinded by a male fox, are you? Lu Yun and by Yang Shu. Sir, are you not confident in yourself? That's impossible. Yang Shu raised his chin slightly, with a proud look on his face. This prince has a handsome face and is very romantic. How can those male foxes compare to me? Lu Yun was amused by him. Yes, the prince is the most handsome. You wrote 10 letters in total. I remember them all. What does the prince want? Lu Yun followed his words. Simple. Make up for it. Make up for it with 10 affectionate letters. If you have trouble thinking of words, I can help you. Yang Shu said seriously. Lu Yun looked at him with a smile and pointed her slender finger at Yang Shu's nose. You are so shameless. He helped to give some suggestions, but the letter was so corny that it was unbearable to read. The woman was too charming and bright. Yang Shu moved his throat slightly, leaned over, and kissed Lu Yun's lips. After being intimate for a while, Yang Shu put his hand on Lu Yun's belly. His eyes became softer. He didn't dare to imagine what it felt like to hold a tiny baby in his arms. He is well behaved today. Usually he is very noisy. Lu Yun guided Yang Shu to touch her lower abdomen, with a smile on her lips and tenderness in her eyes. She must have known that daddy is back, so she's showing it. Yang Shu looked proud as he gently stroked Lu Yun's belly with his fingers. Wife? Yang Shu's eyes were full of surprise. He just moved. He responded to me. Seeing Yang Shu's excitement and joy, Lu Yun's eyes became softer, and all the hardship of these days seemed to disappear. Well, he knows that daddy is back. My lady, I'm sorry for the trouble, Yang Shu said emotionally, hugging her in his arms. I promise to protect you. Lu Yun placed her hand on Yang Shu's back, feeling peaceful inside.